When the man awoke, he found himself in a desolate place, with solitary graves scattered everywhere. He wondered, how did I end up in a cemetery? While he was pondering, a line of information suddenly appeared. Name, Su Yuan. Reputation, 0. Lord level, 1. Lord title, Unknown Lord of the Wilderness. Lord? Su Yuan was taken aback. Welcome to the world of all people lords. Congratulations on becoming a newly appointed lord. You can now control a territory, advance technology, establish order, and even build a dynasty. Note that all construction requires blueprints, which can be obtained through treasure hunting, trading, or looting. The world has indigenous inhabitants. Lords can form alliances or invade each other. Communicate through the World Channel to get more information. This is a data-driven world, and life is only once. Upon receiving the message, Su Yuan realized that he had entered a completely different world. He found the World Channel chat box in the lower left corner, discovered that the number of messages he could send each day was limited, and began browsing other players' messages. I just built a town hall and have 5 farmers. Where's the town hall blueprint? There's a backpack button in the bottom right corner. Click it to find the blueprint. Su Yuan continued to examine the information and soon found useful information about summoning and resource gathering. He then noticed a countdown to the newbie protection period in the upper right corner, 71 hours, 53 minutes, and 58 seconds. Su Yuan opened his backpack and discovered that the blueprints he possessed were not for the town hall, but rather for the Undead altar. He immediately decided to use the blueprints to build the altar. Building the Undead altar requires 100 stones, 100 gold, and 100 wood. Build now. The materials in his backpack met the requirements, so he selected yes. The blueprints disappeared, the materials decreased, and a magnificent altar rose from the ground. The hollow in the center of the altar shimmered with an eerie light, and gray, withered vegetation quickly spread out around it, covering an area of 10 miles in radius, swallowing up all the lonely graves. Su Yuan felt a strange connection with these plants, which helped him to keep track of everything happening around him. He muttered to himself, "This should be my territory." The altar before him displayed. Altar completed, current level 1. Upgrade to level 2 altar by consuming 1,000 gold, 1,000 wood, and 1,000 stone. Current altar durability, 99.99, energy, 100/100. A summon can be performed by consuming 100 energy points. Proceed. Su Yuan chose yes, without hesitation. A ghostly light suddenly shone from the altar, seemingly about to devour all souls. Su Yuan's eyes widened. The first thing to appear was a magnificent warhorse, its body ablaze with eerie blue flames. But what was truly terrifying was the figure riding that steed. He had no head, wore heavy armor, held a large sword in his right hand, and carried a heavy bow on his back. Su Yuan instinctively wanted to back away, but he was the master of this being, so how could he be afraid? "Greetings, my lord." The headless knight dismounted and knelt on one knee, still taller than the standing Su Yuan. At this moment, a message appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. "Congratulations on successful recruitment. You have obtained a hero-level subordinate, the Undead Warrior." Undead Warrior, Guan Jinese. Rank, Heroic. Loyalty, Unlimited/100. Character Profile, Guan Jinese, a founding hero of the Great Xia Empire, and General Jinese, who conquered half of the Great Xia's territory, but died far from home. Su Yuan was slightly surprised. "Can we communicate? What are your orders, my lord? We should send farmers to gather resources now, but I have no farmers." Su Yuan glanced at Guan Jinese and his warhorse, finding it hard to imagine the two of them going to clear wasteland and farm. Moreover, once Guan Jinese is sent out, his own territory will be empty. "Yes." Guan Jinese suddenly stood up and slammed his broadsword down. "Jinese army, heed my command." The mounds around Su Yuan began to move. Skeleton soldiers crawled out one by one. "Report. The Jinese army and the Iron Wolf Guard, 52 men, have assembled. My lord, the Jinese army is ready to obey." Guan Jinese led 52 skeleton soldiers to kneel, awaiting orders. He first dispatched 16 men, in pairs, to patrol the surrounding area, reporting any unusual activity immediately. Send another 12 people to gather resources. Select 12 people, 3 to a group, to explore in 4 directions. Report back immediately upon discovering any resources. The remaining 12 are on standby, ready to respond to any emergencies. "Yes." The skeleton soldiers obeyed and departed. Su Yuan looked at Guan Jinese. "General Guan." "My lord, please speak." He glanced at a nearby grave mound. on which was engraved the name Guan Janice. Do you understand this world? Guan Janice paused for a moment before replying. Some memories were lost along with my head. He had realized that this was not a desolate wasteland. The Imperial cavalry roamed freely across the land. This world was vast and boundless. Project Origin stabilized development, as threats from other transmigrators, natives, and giant beasts could arise at any time. Just then, the skeleton soldier who had gone to gather resources returned carrying a giant wild boar. "My lord, we've captured a piglet. What should we do with it?" Su Yuan stared, stunned, at the giant pig that was 3 times his size. "Is this what you call a piglet? Should we collect the wild boar carcass we found?" He approached the wild boar carcass and answered, "Yes," without hesitation. Gathering complete. Obtained 10 wild boar meat. Obtained 2 wild boar tusks. Obtained 6 hardened bone. Obtained 1 Tier 1 Undead crystal core. Su Yuan noticed an hourglass next to the wild boar meat, indicating the meat's freshness. If it wasn't removed in time, it would rot. He continued examining the Tier 1 Undead crystal core in his hand. It was a semi-transparent sphere with the outline of a wild boar vaguely visible within it. Tier 1 Undead crystal core. The energy core of the Undead base, capable of sustaining the base's operation for 1 day. Crushing the crystal core will recharge the base. Su Yuan crushed the crystal core, and the swirling energy was quickly absorbed by the withered vegetation beneath his feet. As energy was released, the ground began to shake and crack, forming a vertical tunnel leading underground. He followed the passageway down to the underground, where he found himself in the ruins of an abandoned castle. The castle had 10 levels, but the first level was currently the best preserved. Undead base, abandoned city. Repair the first floor by consuming 2,000 gold. After repair, you can launch ranged attacks against intruders. Repaired, it can enhance the combat power of the undead. Repaired, it can change the terrain of the territory. Repaired, it can activate the protective energy shield. Su Yuan understood. He could activate the base directly, but repairs would require gold. He muttered to himself. Su Yuan returned to the ground and sensed that the aura surrounding Janice was even stronger and the skeleton soldiers were more active. This was a buff effect after the base was activated. Soon after, several squads of skeleton soldiers returned with 3 wild boars. "Did you guys stir up a pigsty?" Su Yuan laughed. After collecting the resources, Su Yuan asked the skeleton soldiers, "Do you need to eat?" "No, my lord." "Rest?" "No need. What if we get injured? Killing enemies will give us energy, and that energy can heal our wounds." "My lord, to be honest, the Iron Wolf Guard is the elite force of the Janice army. If we can accumulate enough energy, we can advance and return to our peak condition," the skeleton soldier said. Advanced. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He immediately assigned tasks to the skeleton soldiers and doubled the workload. By evening, his basic resource reserves included 80 wild boar meat, 200 wood, 150 stones, and he had also collected wild boar tusks and animal bones. However, he still lacked gold. No gold mines were found nearby. In desperation, he opened the world chat channel again. However, everyone in the channel was talking about food. "My farmers all died as soon as they went out, and now I have nothing. Can anyone give me some food?" Upon seeing these requests for food, Su Yuan realized that food had become a scarce resource. As demand increased, some players began to offer to trade. "I exchanged 2 units of wood for 1 unit of food. I exchanged 2 units of stone for 1 unit of food." Su Yuan decided to open an exchange and start trading. He listed 60 servings of wild boar meat, each priced at 40 gold. Spend 50 gold to post transaction information anonymously. Anonymity preferred. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yuan chose yes and changed the price to 80 gold. The moment wild boar meat was listed, the entire world chat briefly went silent. What a swindler. 80 gold coins a piece of meat. That's highway robbery. "Dude, can you give me a discount? And you're still anonymous? You'll probably get beaten to death as soon as your protection expires." Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed, but still accepted the 4,800 gold coins. The wild boar meat quickly sold out. Su Yuan immediately commanded the skeleton soldiers to move. The gold mine mission was temporarily put on hold. A new mission had arrived. "My lord, please give your orders. Leave 12 men to guard the territory, and send the rest out to hunt wild animals." "Yes, sir. We are currently in a food dividend period, and we must take advantage of the high value of food to earn more gold. Even if there are no gold mines near the territory, food can bring in a lot of gold." After deploying the skeleton soldiers, Su Yuan once again took the bioelevator, arriving directly at the abandoned castle. Undead base, abandoned city. Current status, invincible. Current function, none. Buff effect, 5%. Consume 2,000 gold to repair the first level? Su Yuan chose yes, without hesitation. A beam of light shot into the sky from the bottom of the castle. The pillar of light dissipated, and the abandoned undead castle was reborn. Undead base, LV1, Knight's Tomb. Base specialty. At night, all units receive Blessing of the Night, and all invaders are cursed with Curse of the Night. Current status, invincible. Current function, ranged attack, protective energy shield. Buff effect, 20%. Consuming 5,000 gold, 3,000 stones, 2,000 wood, and 500 crystals to repair the second floor. Su Yuan waved his hand. His combat power greatly increased, and his self-defense ability improved. Where can I find crystals? The new material crystal cannot be purchased from the world channel in the short term, while gold is the most urgent need. As night fell, Su Yuan went to sleep, while the undead within his territory did not need rest. Fortunately, with the protective shield in the town of Guanjin guarding the area, Su Yuan could sleep peacefully even without the newbie protection. It was late at night. In a mine east of the Sunset Mountains, a girl dressed in Lolita fashion slept peacefully, with a baby dragon beneath her. Soon after, a giant adult dragon flew over and carefully placed the crystal beside the girl. The next day, Su Yuan woke up and returned to the ground. He was surrounded by wild boar carcasses, and he also saw a small wild boar on the outskirts of his territory. It's like living in a pigsty. Su Yuan couldn't understand it. Besides wild boars, weren't there any other creatures around here? Guan Jinyi slightly turned his body, raised his broadsword, and mounted his horse. My lord, rest assured, I'm going to do some morning exercise to stretch my muscles. Su Yuan nodded. With the existing defenses being sufficient and the newbies providing protection, he had no worries. The undead warhorse neighed and galloped away, leaving behind a trail of fading, eerie blue flames. Pretty cool. Su Yuan used the withered gray vegetation to patrol his territory. Daily territory patrol, experience +5, an unexpected bonus. Next, he trained the skeleton soldiers who remained behind. Daily training of soldiers, experience +5. Su Yuan was very satisfied and began gathering resources. Overnight, the skeleton soldiers successfully harvested 180 wild boar meat. Su Yuan immediately put them on the exchange, still priced at 80 gold, and listed them anonymously. The moment wild boar meat hit the shelves, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. Dude, this price is outrageous. Can you lower it? Please, have some conscience. Wild boar meat sold out as soon as it hit the shelves. Food shortages kept prices high. One more, sir. Amidst a barrage of outrageous requests, one caught Su Yuan's attention. Brothers who sell wild boar meat, please stop hunting wild boars indiscriminately. You can't afford the consequences. We lived very close to another lord, someone we knew before we crossed over. Soon we hunted our first wild boar. Next, we got lucky and the farmers ate the spiritual fruit and turned into warriors. As a result, a wild boar came knocking on our door. Su Yuan immediately realized that his territory was already surrounded by piles of wild boar carcasses, so how could there be wild boars appearing outside? Su Yuan spoke for the first time on the World Channel. What are the characteristics of that wild boar? It is smaller than an ordinary wild boar, but its skin is as hard as steel, and even warriors are no match for it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately thought of the wild boar that had been wandering around the outskirts of his territory. He suddenly remembered Guan Jinyi's. He suddenly raised his head. General Guan, your subordinate is here. What are your orders, my lord? Are you all right? Apart from losing your head, you're mostly unharmed. Su Yuan then awkwardly cleared his throat. That's good. By the way, did you see that wild boar on the outskirts of the territory this morning? Guan Jinyi pulled out a corpse from behind. This one? I encountered it by chance during my morning exercise and killed it with one stroke. Su Yuan was speechless. General Guan is indeed extraordinary. Then, he saw a new clue on the wild boar carcass. Found wild boar king carcass. Collect? Yes. Obtained 2 wild boar king meat. Obtained 6 steel bones. Obtained 1 wild boar king hide. Obtained 2 wild boar king tusks. Obtained 1 tier 2 undead core. Obtained skill book. Boar charge. At this moment, the world chat was buzzing. Who is listing wild boar king meat? A true master is a master. While we were still discussing how to survive in front of the wild boar king, he had already killed it. Su Yuan checked the description of the wild boar king meat. Although it could fill a person's stomach for 8 meals, it was not much different from ordinary wild boar meat. The two men from Julu Plain looked at each other in bewilderment after seeing the wild boar king meat in the exchange. At this moment, Su Yuan was still busy counting the spoils of war when the skeleton soldiers brought over a few more pigs. After the boar king died, the wild boars around him began to scatter and flee, making hunting much more difficult. Having completed the collection of loot, Su Yuan put it on the exchange and took out the pig charge skill book to study. Suddenly, he received a new notification. Defeat the wild boar. Gain 1 experience point. Current experience 100/100. L1 LV2. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 lord. Gained 100 reputation. All subordinates loyalty +10. Building capacity increased by 1. New world channel feature unlocked. As the level increases, the gray vegetation beneath their feet becomes more active, even expanding the territory outwards. And these plants seem to have become more aggressive. The vegetation at the edge of the territory has turned blood red. Su Yuan decided to continue improving himself. He opened the world channel to check out the newly unlocked features. A new section called Time-Space Auction House has been added below the Lord's Exchange. If we already have an exchange, why do we still need an auction house? He quickly understood. The auction house was managed by a system, with an auction cycle of 30 days, and the next auction would begin in 5 minutes. Missing it meant waiting another 30 days. Without much thought, Su Yuan immediately registered to participate in the auction. Congratulations, your registration is successful. As the notification disappeared, the auction item information appeared one by one, and Su Yuan's eyes widened. Except for the war mill blueprint, which is unusable by the undead, all other items are perfect for me. It would be even more perfect if the war mill blueprints could be transformed into the Necromancer Research Institute blueprints. Meanwhile, in a small village hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lord Shenlang was excitedly waiting for the auction to begin. Having only been in this world for a day, and with others not having had time to level up, there shouldn't be another level 2 player. I'll buy all the items in today's auction. Shenlang transmigrated to a secluded village and happened to arrive during the village's sacrificial ceremony, where he appeared directly on the shrine. This sudden miracle startled the village chief so much that he dropped the incense and candles in his hand, igniting the sacrificial oil, and the entire ancestral temple was instantly engulfed in flames. Despite the raging flames, Shenlang was unharmed. The villagers mistook him for a god and began to worship him. In this small village, Shenlang enjoyed a life of luxury. The land was fertile, and the weather was favorable, so the villagers never had to worry about food or clothing. The villagers even possessed a secret technique that allowed them to easily lure and kill wild beasts, and they were not afraid of even encountering monsters. Shenlang leveled up easily here, reaching level 2. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being above ordinary people. While everyone else was still a level 1 lord, he had already reached level 2 and opened the auction house. If there's no competition, I can bid on all the auction items at the reserve price and then resell them to make a profit. The auction countdown ended, and he entered the auction interface. He looked and discovered there was actually a second player. Brother, who are you? The players at the auction house are anonymous, and Shenlang has no idea who the other party is. Shenlang began reviewing the auction rules. The auction would begin 3 seconds after the item was displayed. There were 2 bidding methods, incremental bidding and a fixed price auction. The first item up for auction is a mask from the Fox Demon clan. It is damaged and can change the wearer's appearance, but the disguise effect will be reduced due to the crack. The starting price is 50 gold, and each bid must be at least 10 gold higher than the starting price. The final price is 500 gold. Just as Shenlang was about to place his bid, the auction results were already in. The damaged disguise mask had been sold for a fixed price. Is this guy a newbie? Shenlang chuckled. He was so eager to sell even flawed items that he clearly had no experience with auctions. Shenlang had a plan in mind. He would engage in malicious bidding on small commodities, causing the other party to run out of gold, and then bid for the key item at the reserve price. The second item is the Goblin Flute, a legendary flute sealed away by a high-ranking mage. The starting price is 80 gold, with each bid increment being at least 10 gold, and a buy-it-now price of 800 gold. However, the result was unexpected. The Goblin Flute has been sold for 800 gold, fixed price. Shenlang was instantly stunned. Soon, Shenlang relaxed. With this kind of bidding, the other party's funds would soon be depleted, allowing him to precisely reap the rewards. The third item, the Ore Detector, Beginner, was immediately sold. The fourth item, the teleportation ring, was also sold. The fifth item, the hidden robe, Hayaki Yagyo, skill book, was also sold at a fixed price. All three items were offered at a fixed price the moment they were displayed. Shenlang couldn't help but wonder. This guy has already spent 4,500 gold? How much does he actually have? He began to wonder. It's only the second day, yet the other party has already spent tens of thousands of gold coins. This is completely illogical. He felt somewhat angry until the last item, the war mill design, appeared, at which point he pressed the buy it now float without hesitation. Seeing the transaction information for the war mill design blueprints, Shenlang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to win the most crucial item. However, he soon saw a new message. Player number 2 has left the time-space auction house. Time: 30 seconds ago. Shenlang instantly roared. The design drawings haven't even started being auctioned yet. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was overjoyed inside the auction house. Of the 10 items, he snapped up the remaining 9 at a single price. The monthly auction house really needs to take this seriously. The competition will be even fiercer next auction, so we must accelerate our efforts to improve. Su Yuan immediately recalled the skeleton soldiers he had dispatched. He noticed that 3 of the skeleton soldiers had undergone a strange change. A cold, eerie blue flame ignited in their pitch-black eyes, just like Guan Jinyi's warhorses. "What are your names, the 3 of you?" Su Yuan asked. "My lord, I am Zhuo Bufan. Gao Yuan, by phone." "You've advanced?" "Yes, the 3 of us have ignited our nether fire and entered the 2nd tier." Su Yuan was overjoyed. "From now on, the 3 of you will be junior commanders of the Undead army." The 3 knelt down in unison. "Thank you, my lord." He took out the mineral detector from his backpack and handed it to Zhuo Bufan. "Take 10 people and expand the search to find the gold mine and crystal as soon as possible." "Yes." "Gao Yuan, you lead 10 men to continue the hunt." "Yes." "By phone, you lead 10 men forward, watch out for villages or cities, and capture a few people alive." "Yes." "By the way, if you find any fruits or vegetables along the way, bring them back too. I'm really tired of eating roast pork all day." In a day and a half, the ability users should have already established themselves, and the period of food surplus is almost over. Su Yuan opened the world channel. He also anonymously listed the wild boar meat brought back by the skeleton soldiers on the exchange, continuing to list it for 80 gold. The world chat immediately buzzed. "The 80s boss is back. Don't try to steal it from me. I just discovered a gold mine." "Don't worry. Now that Sister Jing is selling affordable mutton, who would still buy the overpriced pork from this unscrupulous merchant? Sister Jing is the best in the world." Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He could also see from the information on the world channel that the food dividend was indeed coming to an end. "By the way, 80s, Sister Jing asked us to pass on a message to you. She said if you are near Jiulu Plain, you can find her at the bar in Caesar City. Her name is Tang Chujing." A sincere invitation? Su Yuan turned off the world channel. He wouldn't go. He only knew that he was in the Sunset Mountains. He hadn't heard of any other places. Su Yuan began testing the items he had bought from the auction house. He took out the goblin flute and then put it back in his backpack. It would be best to have someone test it first. Then, he took out the disguise mask, damaged, and casually called over a skeleton soldier to try it on. No human features could be seen. Then, Su Yuan put on the mask himself and stood in front of Guan Jinyi's knife. His reflection in the mirror was unfamiliar, as if he were not from this world. Satisfied, he removed the mask, took out the teleportation ring, put it on, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Teleporting within the territory was something Su Yuan felt was every boy's dream, and he had a blast playing it. Unfortunately, it can only be used within one's territory. However, the teleportation range will increase as the territory expands. Next, Su Yuan took out the concealment robe. The main function of this piece of equipment is to make one invisible. Although he knew there were ways to counter invisibility, once he put on the robe, his entire body vanished into thin air. He smiled and enjoyed the moment. A boy's happiness is that simple. However, Su Yuan didn't forget to test the equipment's functions. He discovered that these 2 pieces of equipment had no cooldown time and could be used indefinitely as long as he had enough stamina. This means that even after the newbie protection period ends, he will still be invincible, and the enemy will not be able to catch him at all. The combination of teleportation and invisibility is a perfect tactic with a very high margin for error. Then, he used the Night Parade of 100 Demons skill book. The world instantly became dark, cold, and deathly silent, before transforming into a controllable force. With a wave of his hand, illusory spirits began to swarm around him, like a procession of ghosts at night. I can control even more. His power seemed inexhaustible, and the number of his spirits was increasing, demonstrating his powerful control. As night fell, Su Yuan prepared to summarize the day's achievements and get some rest. At this moment, Guan Jini's suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, there is unusual activity in the southeast direction. This humble general requests permission to go and provide support." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan realized that southeast was Zhua Bufan's direction. Had he encountered danger while mining, or? "I'll go with you." Guan Jini's hesitated for a moment, but his lord, Su Yuan, didn't give him a chance. "Let's go." They rode off on their undead warhorses, marking Su Yuan's first departure from his territory. He has a town portal scroll in his backpack, a consumable item that can be used at any time to bring people back to their territory, no matter where or in what situation. In addition, he also has the Banner of Command. This equipment allows the Lord to connect with troops within a 2,000-meter radius, granting a 20% combat power bonus. Soon after, the battlefield came into view, revealing a gold mine ahead, but even more striking were the demon wolves. This demonic wolf was enormous and ferocious, surrounded by swirling wind blades, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Several skeleton soldiers surrounded it, but they still couldn't stop its movements. The demon wolf was extremely agile, so fast that even Su Yuan could only see its afterimage. Just as the demonic wolf was about to unleash its wind blades, Guan Jini's slashed down with his sword, piercing the wolf's forehead. The demonic wolf's massive body collapsed to one side. Slay a Tier 5 magical beast, the Storm Wolf King. Gain 160 experience points. Just then, a giant dragon suddenly leaped out from behind the gold mine. Su Yuan's eyes widened. This was a real dragon. However, the figure on the dragon's back was a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. The dragon circled in the air, its gaze fixed on Guan Jini's, who gripped his sword, ready to fight. The skeleton soldiers stood poised to attack, the atmosphere tense and fraught with danger. Su Yuan dismounted, donned a concealment robe, and held a return scroll, prepared to retreat at any moment. At that moment, the girl on the dragon's back yawned and gently stroked the dragon's neck. The dragon then flew to the other side of the mountain until it completely disappeared from sight. The skeleton soldiers began their operation, seizing the gold mine. A little girl on a dragon's back. Interesting, Su Yuan murmured as he walked toward the corpse of the Storm Wolf King. The cut on the Storm Wolf King's corpse was clean. Guan Jini's strike was precise and swift, killing the 5th-tier magical beast before it could even react. Su Yuan began collecting the Wolf King's carcass. Using the night parade of 100 demons to summon spirits, Su Yuan found a point of light and grabbed it, and the spirit of the Storm Wolf King emerged from its cocoon. At this moment, it was no longer a ferocious demon wolf, but a small wolf cub the size of a fist, looking bewildered. It seems that after becoming a spirit, its strength is reduced to 0, Su Yuan sighed. But it still has the potential of a 5th-tier magical beast, so it can be nurtured. The wolf cub was being pulled along by the spirits, and despite its fear, it did not resist. Su Yuan could not bear to watch any longer, so he dispelled the night parade of 100 ghosts and let the spirits take care of it. Then, he continued to collect the corpse of the Demon Wolf King. Obtain 2 pieces of Storm Wolf King meat. Obtain Storm Demon Wolf King Horn 1. Obtained Incomplete Storm Wolf King Hide 2. Obtain Sharp Wolf Fangs 2. Obtain Tier 5 Undead Core *1. Obtain Skill Book, Windblade. Skill books do drop when you defeat a boss, Su Yuan thought to himself. Last time he killed the Wild Boar King, he also got the Boar Charge skill book, but he couldn't learn it because it wasn't suitable for him. He tried to learn the Windblade skill, but failed because he lacked Wind Attribute Mastery. It's happening again. Su Yuan sighed and had no choice but to put the skill book into his backpack. He noticed that the 5th Order Undead Crystal Core was different from the previous low-order crystal cores. Tier 5 Undead Crystal Core, the energy core of the Undead base. One Tier 5 Undead Crystal Core can sustain the operation of the Undead base for 30 days and provides Mourning to all units within the territory. Undead units under the Mourning status gain 20% increased resistance to all status ailments. Non-undead units under the Mourning status have their resistance to all abnormal statuses reduced by 20%. Good stuff, I'll keep it. Su Yuan sighed and decided to preserve it. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers had successfully captured the gold mine. Zhua Bufin had disguised the mine entrance, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to spot. This gold mine was enormous, which could alleviate Su Yuan's gold anxiety and also offset the auction house's expenses. But the next question is, who will mine the cryptocurrency? After a moment's thought, Su Yuan decided to temporarily have Zhua Bufin guard the mine and send skeleton soldiers to mine it, even if it was less efficient. He planned to solve the problem once his lord level increased and the mine was closer to his territory. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to rest. Su Yuan yawned and decided to go back first. Giant Deer Plain, Caesar City, Rose Bar Basement. Tang Chujing looked at the simple map in her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. This is the only gold mine we found. She pointed to the location marked on the map, situated on the edge of the Giant Deer Plain, near the Sunset Mountains. It was a small gold mine, but its location was excellent, close to the stone bridge over the Grand Canal, making transportation convenient and the risk relatively low. Zhao Qinglong nodded in agreement. Rex disagreed. This gold mine is quite large, but it's guarded by third-tier magical beasts. Can we really take it down? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chujing replied. The problem can be solved if the Knights of Caesar City intervene. Rex scoffed. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If you can hide it, why would the Knights help you? Tang Chujing calmly replied. You don't need to worry about that. I have a way. Rick shook his head helplessly and turned to the World Channel. Suddenly, he froze. What tier of magical beast is the Storm Wolf King? Chapter 11. Don't be afraid. This place is full of dead people. Storm Wolf King? Tang Chujing suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the World Channel, only to see that the lords were discussing it frantically. 80s boss, is that you? Another new variety has been unlocked. Storm Wolf King meat sounds cool. 1,200 gold coins apiece? That's way too expensive. Holy crap, who bought Wolf King meat? That's incredibly extravagant. I also want to kill the Demon Wolf King. Where is he? Can someone knowledgeable please explain how strong this Wolf King is? Is it stronger than the Wild Boar King? Tang Chujing smiled bitterly. The Wild Boar King was no match for the Storm Wolf. She had already gathered information on the monsters around Caesar City. The Storm Wolf was once one of the 4 wind guardians of Caesar City, but after losing the protection of the wind god, it fell into the form of a magical beast, greatly reducing its strength. However, the Wolf King was still a 5th-tier magical beast. What? 5th tier? Zhao Qinglong and Lei Ku were shocked. They didn't expect anyone to be able to kill a 5th-tier magical beast. The difference in strength was too great. I suspect this kid's cheating, Rick said doubtfully. Absolutely impossible. We all traveled through time together. How could there be any differences? That makes sense. It might be a difference in team dynamics. Rick decided to bid on the Wolf King meat, and Tang Chujing also joined the auction, but she was too late. Wolf King meat not only satisfies hunger, but also boosts stamina and speed. Although undead don't eat, Su Yuan still put it on the exchange. Tang Chujing not only wanted to buy Wolf King meat, but also wanted to make contact with this mysterious, anonymous player. If he had a powerful organization behind him, she could discuss cooperation. If he was a lone wolf, even better. So she sent several messages on the World Channel, but received no response. She had no choice but to wait until late at night, but Su Yuan didn't notice the messages at all. The next morning, Su Yuan got up and, as usual, patrolled his territory, trained his troops, and gained experience. Bai Feng returned with his team, bringing back various wild fruits and vegetables, which greatly excited Su Yuan. But what's most surprising is that Bai Feng also brought back 2 indigenous girls. They were sisters, the older one about 16 or 17 years old, dressed roughly and painted, walking hand in hand with her younger sister. The younger sister, Kachi, was about 6 or 7 years old. Her eyes were bright, and she showed no fear as she looked around. They were being escorted by skeleton soldiers, who were carrying weapons on their backs, clearly indicating that they had just been captured. Su Yuan hadn't expected to bring back such straightforward natives. He could only hope they could provide useful information. Suddenly, the little girl stopped in her tracks, and her older sister asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Kachi?" Kachi pointed at the undead warhorse. "That horse is so beautiful." The older sister looked over and immediately turned pale. She saw the headless knight, Guan Jini's, and his powerful body and chilling aura sent shivers down her spine. "Is this hell?" Kachi asked innocently. "Sister Marino, what's wrong? You don't look well." Marino managed a weak smile. "I'm fine. Hold my hand." She knew that this boy was the true ruler of this place. The one who could control the dead was no longer human, but an apostle of hell, an incarnation of demons. As Su Yuan watched them approach, he coldly said, Relax, don't be afraid. This place is full of dead people. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 12. What strange dining etiquette is this? Su Yuan smiled, but the smile seemed particularly inappropriate amidst the surrounding horde of undead. Marino gripped Kachi's hand nervously, her palms soaked with sweat. She couldn't understand what she and her sister had done wrong, why they were being intercepted by a squad of skeleton soldiers. She couldn't understand why she and her sister had attracted the attention of this undead ruler, when they clearly had nothing of value. Marina was filled with doubt, but lacked the courage to speak, and could only hold her sister's hand tightly, letting things unfold as they would. Time ticked by, and Marino grew increasingly anxious. She hoped Su Yuan would do something, even just give them a quick death. However, Su Yuan seemed indifferent to them, showing more interest in the fruits and vegetables in the basket. Marino felt a surge of anger, realizing she wasn't as important as a basket of vegetables. Just as she was feeling uneasy, Su Yuan suddenly spoke up. Are you hungry? Why don't you eat something together? Marino froze, thinking she had misheard. Seeing the pot of vegetable soup, she realized that Su Yuan had actually invited them to dinner. Her heart filled with conflicting emotions, she hurriedly pleaded. I'll drink the soup, but please spare my sister. She's only 6 years old. Su Yuan looked at her in confusion. Why are you making me drink soup like I'm being tortured? Suddenly, Marino saw Su Yuan loosen his belt, and she was stunned. Is this the local dining etiquette? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Kachi pointed to the mushrooms in the pot and said, Big brother, these love-falling mushrooms are only used on the wedding day in our tribe. Su Yuan. Upon seeing Kachi's words, Su Yuan decisively poured out the pot of soup. Marina was stunned. Had she really misunderstood? Just then, Kachi ran up to Su Yuan and politely asked, Big brother, may I use these ingredients? Of course. Su Yuan nodded, and Keiki began to busy herself. Her movements so skillful, it was heartbreaking. The 6-year-old girl was already so independent, it was truly touching. While busy, Kachi said, the adults in the tribe have to go to work in faraway places every day and don't come back until very late. Kachi is already a big girl and has to take care of her younger brothers and sisters. Is your tribe far from here? Su Yuan asked. It will probably take half a day to walk, Kachi nodded. How many people are in the tribe? A little over 500, Kachi said. There aren't many kids like me. In recent years, the older kids have all disappeared. They used to take care of me, and now it's my turn to take care of my younger siblings. You must work very hard, every day? Su Yuan asked. Yes, older children should have a harder time. Kachi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Adults are really too tired. Everyone used to be happy, but in recent years, older children have gone missing, family members are away for longer and longer periods of time, and smiles are becoming less and less frequent. Su Yuan nodded, offered a few words of comfort, and then asked, besides the tribe, have you been to any other places? Kachi shook her head. No, but Sister Marino went there. Marino walked over and saw Kachi and Su Yuan chatting so naturally, and a sense of unreality welled up in her heart. When I was a child, I heard the legend of the wind god from a traveler. I once wanted to go to the city to see it, but the Sunset Mountains were too big and I got lost. Later, I was rescued by a hunter named Shang-Yin, which is a rather strange name. Marino began to tell the story. He taught me some hunting skills and medicine. Later, something seemed to happen in his country, which was related to the General Janice. He said that the general had been kind to him, and he could not stand idly by, so he told me to go back to the tribe first. Then I got lost again, Marino smiled. Fortunately, this time I had the skills taught by Shang-Yin. Although I encountered monsters, I eventually returned to the tribe safely. But the tribe has changed. Her tone turned uneasy. The older children have gone missing, strangers are visiting frequently, and the adults seem to know something, but they all keep quiet about it. Kachi is the oldest child in the tribe. I was afraid something would happen to her, so I stayed with her all the time, but I never expected. Something still happened. It seems I'm the one who invited you to be guests. Su Yuan smiled and handed Marino a bowl of soup. After Marino drank it, he served himself a bowl as well. As he sipped his soup, Su Yuan began to ponder. Based on Marino's account, he began to visualize the power distribution around the Sunset Mountains and also gained a general understanding of his own location. He realized that he was situated at the crossroads of two superpowers, besieged on both sides, in a complex situation. If Marino wasn't lying, then his location was likely to be caught in the crossfire between the two empires. The Sunset Mountains have complex terrain and are not easy to spot for the time being, but once exposed, the enemy may launch an attack quickly. He must take swift action to ensure his safety. Although the Sunset Mountains are mostly hilly and mountainous, the area I'm in is flat, making it easy to attack but difficult to defend. We must find a way to establish passes and outposts. Su Yuan pondered. Once we're exposed, the enemy can quickly press on. In addition, he wondered whether the country Shang-Yin was from was the Great Xia, and who was the general who guards the south that Shang-Yin mentioned. Without further hesitation, Su Yuan took out his teleportation ring and quickly arrived in front of Guan Jinese. General Guan, do you know a hunter named Shang-Yin? Chapter 13 Your new player protection mechanism has expired. My lord, I don't know him. Su Yuan wasn't too surprised. After all, Guan Jinese had lost most of his memories. Perhaps one day, when they set foot in that place, he would remember something. He activated the teleportation ring again, returning to Marino and Kaki. Could you help me draw a map of the area around Sunset Mountains? Marino was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. I can only give a general idea. After all, I often get lost myself. She noticed that Su Yuan cared a lot about the map, and she had an idea. I remember that the clan chief has a map at home. I can secretly make a copy for you. Marino looked at Su Yuan nervously. If the map is useful, could you grant me a request? Okay, I'll wait for your news. Marino breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had finally found some value. She instructed Kachi, when you get back, don't tell anyone about what happened today, okay? Kachi nodded obediently, and the two sisters continued on their way. However, they were unaware that Su Yuan was already remotely monitoring their every move. By phone, take some men and secretly follow them. Continue to monitor them after you find the tribe. Yes. Just as By phone left, Zhuo Bufin returned with his team. My lord, a crystal mine has been discovered near the gold mine. Crystal ore? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This was an essential material for upgrading a level 2 base. He had tried to buy it from the exchange before, but couldn't find it. Now, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, By phone then told him that there were traces of dragon activity near the crystal mine. It seems to be the dragon we encountered last night, Su Yuan pondered. Monitor it for now, don't rush to mine it. Although the dragon may have already left the gold mining area, caution is advised. Furthermore, with the increase in wild resources, the labor shortage is beginning to emerge. A tribe of 500 people should be able to mine quickly, right? As evening fell, the world chat became quiet. All lords were about to face the end of their newbie protection period, which meant that starting tomorrow, all lords would face this monster-infested world head-on. Some lords, seeing only one remaining peasant, were heartbroken. Others huddled alone in the town hall. Still others were filled with anticipation, preparing to face the unknown future. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. But Su Yuan was different. He still slept soundly. Drink today, for tomorrow we may die. Worry about tomorrow. Su Yuan's rhythm is about finding what suits him, rather than chasing after time. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Su Yuan awoke, thinking, I wonder if the Merino tribe has comfortable pillows. He routinely inspected his territory, trained his troops, and completed his daily tasks. When the world chat was opened, all lords received the following message. The new player protection period has ended. All lords, please prepare to integrate into this other world. The Abyss Passage is now open. Powerful lords are welcome to enter and explore for rich rewards. The entrance to the Abyss appears randomly, and an abyss erupts every 7 days. Abyss Eruption. Monsters from the Abyss will enter the mortal realm, lasting for 1 night. After 7 abyssal eruptions, the Abyss will enter a tidal period. The tidal period lasts for 30 days, during which the Abyss will be completely sealed off. 6 days, 16 hours, and 59 minutes until the first Abyss Eruption. Best of luck to everyone. The World Channel has once again sparked heated discussions. The Abyss? What's that? It looks like a very dangerous place. The Abyss is not the problem. A militia has surrounded my doorstep. There's no way I can survive. I found some guys with a squad of militia blocking my door. They've started banging on it. I'm doomed. Upstairs, are you still alive? You beast. You don't even spare your own kind. Insects, don't stand up for others. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Don't be swayed. We're not at the battle for supremacy stage yet. Survival is the most important thing. We have plenty of resources. It's too early to start fighting amongst ourselves. Unity is the only way out. Su Yuan watched the discussion, surprised that the aggressors and allies had actually started arguing, with both sides having their own arguments. But none of this bothered him. Instead, he took a closer look at the allies' remarks. Tang Chujing, I feel like I've seen this name somewhere before. Chapter 14 Accidentally Wiped Out a Lord? Su Yuan tried to recall who this person was, but couldn't remember anything, so he closed the world channel. 6 days and 16 hours, Su Yuan muttered to himself. Different lords reacted differently to the notification. Some worried about the disaster in the abyss, others were concerned about the monsters, while Su Yuan only saw the generous rewards. He planned to use the remaining time to improve his strength and make full preparations. Webtoon should be able to figure out the situation in both minds today. If there are no new discoveries, it means the dragon has left, and we can start mining. Although the new player protection period has ended, many lords may have fallen today due to insufficient resources, but those who survive will still possess a certain amount of resources. As the food bonus period ends, the resource exchange ratio will return to normal, and gold will remain a hard currency. Speaking of the base, Su Yuan recalled a function mentioned when he was repairing the base, the ability to change the terrain of the territory. He hadn't used it immediately because of the protection mechanism in place and his unfamiliarity with the surrounding environment. However, after learning from Marino about the unique geographical location of the Sunset Mountains and the removal of the protection mechanism, Su Yuan decided to try out this function. Arriving at the underground castle via the bioelevator, Su Yuan activated the transformation mode. He first used the withered vegetation to move the undead altar underground, then piled up mounds of earth on the surface and dug trenches. Underground, he began digging tunnels, placing a pile of bones inside, disguising them flawlessly. The evolved gray vegetation is extremely efficient, and in just half a day, the territory has undergone tremendous changes. Just as the renovation project was nearing completion, a tiny insect appeared in the territory. This insect was inconspicuous. It would go unnoticed in a crowd, but its appearance was particularly striking in the undead territory. The skeleton soldiers spotted the insect immediately, but before they could act, the withered vegetation preemptively struck. Crimson spikes pierced the insect's body instantly, killing it instantly. However, as the insect's body split open, a twisted spirit floated out. This soul was extremely ugly, as if pieced together from multiple fragments, exuding an aura of evil and madness. With the appearance of the soul, Su Yuan sensed that the surrounding spirits began to stir. 100 ghosts parade at night. Su Yuan immediately released the restrictions on the spirits, and they charged towards the spirit body like wild horses. Faced with the surging army of spirits, the spirit body froze, fear quickly replacing madness. Before it could even make a move, it was overwhelmed by the spirits. Slay the parasitic insects. Gained 1 experience point. Slay a Tier 1 Abyss Wraith. Gained 30 experience points. Gain energy *10. Should the altar be charged? Recharge the altar? Su Yuan was taken aback. When he summoned Guan Jini's before, the altar's energy was always 0. He didn't expect there to be such a way to replenish it. However, 10 points of energy was too little, so Su Yuan decided to store them for later use, as they might be more useful. I didn't expect this insect to come from the abyss. Su Yuan was slightly surprised. He had just received information about the abyss when a monster came to him on its own initiative. Just then, Guan Jini's walked over. My lord, I seem to vaguely remember this insect, Guan Jini's said. Oh, tell me more. Back when we were stationed at the border, this insect invaded in large numbers, devouring crops and livestock, and even injuring people. I led my troops to eliminate the pest. Killing it was not difficult, but after it died, it would hatch evil spirits. These evil spirits had no physical form, and only a bloodstained blade could harm them. I traced their source and entered a mountain ravine that I often went in and out of, but I lost my way. It was as if I had entered another world. I don't remember what happened after that. I only remember that my head fell there. His head fell there. Su Yuan pondered. Could it be that Guan Jini's had entered the abyss? The abyss is indeed dangerous. Even Guan Jini's lost his life there. However, the place he went to must have been deep within the abyss, since the vengeful spirits of this tier are not very strong. Su Yuan summoned Gao Yuan and instructed him to search for the entrance to the abyss. At the same time, a battle report also came from Webtoon's side. Kill farmers 3. Kill 5 militiamen. Slaying General 1. Demolition of Town Center 1. Gained 80 food, 160 gold, 360 wood, and 470 stone. Gained 210 experience points. Current experience 500/500. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Su Yuan ignored the upgrade information and asked with a puzzled look, did you take down a lord while mining, or? Chapter 15. My attempt to survive was exposed on the leaderboard. Shortly afterward, Zhuo sent a skeleton soldier to give a post-battle report. My lord, the enemy is trying to seize the gold mine, and we have launched a counterattack. Good counterattack, they demolished their town hall. But didn't they kill the lord? It seems that the other lord has not been found. Tell Zhuo not to fight again next time. Since you chased after him, you have to finish the job. Demolishing the town hall, but letting the lord go, is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Yes. Su Yuan's policy has always been to seek stability and avoid conflict as much as possible, but for enemies who covet his resources, he must eliminate them completely to deter others. Suddenly, an announcement popped up on the screen. Attention, lords! Rankings feature is now available. The rankings are divided into regional individual rankings and regional overall rankings. The information in the rankings helps in understanding the regional environment and increases the chances of survival. Rankings updated daily at 6 o'clock. Regional individual rankings are settled every 7 days, with generous rewards. The regional overall rankings are settled every 30 days, and the top 10 will receive additional rewards. After settlement, adjacent areas will be merged, and the area chat room function will be enabled. Best of luck to everyone. Su Yuan opened the world channel and saw that the leaderboard had appeared, and the chat area was bustling with activity. This list is so useful. It's given us little lords a powerful ally. Yeah, being in the same area and not far apart makes it easy to form alliances. Following a big shot means easy rewards. Haha, I just received a 200 gold subsidy. I feel like I'm saved. I've made a hunting trip with the top player in the region, so I'll never have to worry about food again. The goddess of serenity is in my area too. I'm going to cling to her coattails. Many people have emerged from their initial confusion, and the release of the list has clearly inspired many. However, there are also those who are unfortunate. The top player in our region is the one on the red name list. My fellow lords and I are all very panicked. We're asking for guidance from experienced players. You were doomed from the start. It's a bit of a disaster, but we can talk to the top player. After all, we can still rely on regional rewards to make a difference. Stop talking. Our number one player is a fanatic. He doesn't care about the rewards at all. He just wants to wipe us out. Please save me. One of the players suddenly suggested, why don't we team up and take down the number one player first? Holy crap, that's a brilliant idea. I understand. Su Yuan was just watching from the sidelines when he unexpectedly got caught up in this drama. Just a quick aside, has anyone seen the 80s-born Big Shot? Which region is the 80 level pro in? If he carries me, I'll just lie down and relax. Don't rush. The regional division is based on the average comprehensive strength. The results in 30 days will determine who is the strongest. However, Boss 80 is indeed quite powerful. There aren't many people who have killed 5th-tier magical beasts. Who knows who put the demon wolf meat on the shelves? Maybe it's not the 80-level veteran. The gold reserves of the 80s tycoon are also astonishing. After selling so much wild boar meat, he probably already has more than 10,000 gold. The list does not show the specific number of resources, so don't guess. I guess the 80s boss isn't an individual, but a team. Su Yuan looked at the discussions, smiling without saying a word. Then he checked the rankings. Region, Sunset Mountains. Gold ranking, stone ranking, timber ranking, crystal ranking, military strength ranking, red name ranking. These rankings can effectively show a lord's development and are indeed a good source of information. He glanced at the red name list and chuckled. The list is only being released after the newbie protection period ends. Are you afraid no one will make it onto the list? He continued scrolling through the lists and found that he was firmly in first place on the gold, stone, wood, and crystal lists. Especially on the crystal list, he was the only one on the list because the other lords had not yet started mining crystals. However, he was stunned when he saw the troop strength rankings. I'm not on the list. Chapter 16. Oh no, I've become an NPC giving out freebies. A brief outage. Su Yuan suddenly realized he had no troops. Guan Janice was a general and couldn't be ranked, and the skeleton soldiers were summoned creatures and didn't count as troops. His base couldn't produce units either. He had no barracks blueprints, and he was completely out of troops. It's a bug. Su Yuan stopped worrying about it and continued checking the red name list. The most prominent name on the list is Chao Zhan. Besides being listed in red, Chao Zhan is also marked as the bottom of all the lists. How could someone with neither resources nor troops end up on the red name list? Soon, Su Yuan understood. Chao Zhan's town hall had been demolished, all his troops had been wiped out, and his resources had been confiscated. The person who demolished his house must have been Zhuo. I never expected that the lair I casually demolished would be number 1 on the red name list, Su Yuan said, shaking his head. Chao Zhan was unlucky. He had messed with someone he shouldn't have. Next, he opened the regional chat room and found it deserted, with no one speaking. Just as he was wondering about this, a chat box popped up. Hey, are you there? If you are, reply quickly. It's very important. If you reply late, I might have to go to your grave. Visiting a grave? Su Yuan was a little curious when he saw that the other party's ID was Li Shaoling. Is there something you need? Wow, you're actually a real person? I thought you were some kind of NPC planted by the system for personal benefits. Huh. What are you haha about? Do you know that you're now a super fat sheep in the eyes of the Sunset Mountain Lord? How do you know? I ask you, how many farmers do you have? Not one. How many militia do you have? 0. Li Shaoling seemed stunned for a moment before continuing. I thought the system was showing a problem, but it turns out you really didn't have any. I don't understand. How do you have so many resources? You must have encountered a 5th-tier magical beast attack, right? Su Yuan was somewhat impressed by her ability to fill in the blanks. Indeed, I encountered a 5th-tier magical beast not long ago. I knew it. So what are you planning to do now? You have no troops to protect you, but you have so many resources. Other lords are already secretly plotting to divide up your resources. Oh, is that so? I'm not kidding you. They just messaged me privately. By the way, Chao Zhan was the most eager. He's a real scoundrel, always thinking about invading others. But he's in trouble. His militia encountered a powerful magical beast and were wiped out. Even the town hall was demolished. What a wicked man gets his just deserts. Then what is your purpose in telling me all this? Of course I'm here to save you. Why did you save me? Why? Do you need a reason to save someone? Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then asked directly, how do we save him? Even if you recruit farmers and train militia now, there won't be enough time. How about this? I'll protect you. I'll hold them off for you. And you should focus on building up your strength as quickly as possible. With so many resources at your disposal, you should be able to arm yourselves quickly. I'll try my best to buy you some time. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. How did they know where I was? Didn't you know? There's a small map in the upper right corner of the area chat room, marking the locations of all the lords. They should have already assembled and started heading towards you. I'm also on my way. I'm relatively close to you, so I should be able to get there before them and set up a defensive line. This will delay their attack as much as possible. I see, thank you. Su Yuan opened the mini-map and saw the locations of the other lords. He closed his eyes and began to recall the terrain and routes he had observed. If they have already sent troops, they will inevitably come this way. Very well, since you are so eager to see me, then come on. He positioned skeleton soldiers in ambush along the only route, then donned a cloak of concealment, picked up the dagger Marino had forgotten, and used his teleportation ring to travel directly to the edge of the territory, heading towards the Lord's army. Guan Jinese remained behind to guard against any potential attacks. In the Sunset Mountains, a troop is marching at full speed. The force consisted of 180 peasants, 60 militiamen, and 3 generals, a rather impressive number. The 3 lords were also among them. Although Li Shaoling believed the other 6 lords might participate in dividing the resources, in reality, only 3 lords sent troops. The reason is simple. Some lords dare not send troops, and most people know that the fewer resources there are, the less they will receive. Of the 3 lords, Chao Zhan was the most active. He had no troops of his own and could only rely on the other lords, becoming their black glove and using his red name to do dirty work. Brother Lei, why did you have to come all this way yourself? You could have just let me do it. Wuhan, don't give me that crap. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want me to go alone? You think you can control all the resources? Zhang Lei sneered. Haha, Brother Lei, you're joking. Once we've seized this Su guy's assets, I'll immediately put you in charge. Sunset Mountain Range will be your territory, and I'll just get a taste of the spoils, Wuhan said with a smile. You're smart to know what's good for you. Zhang Lei snorted coldly, then glared at Chao Zhan. Later, you'd better go all out and kill that Su guy. Don't let me see any blood. Chao Zhengang was about to respond when he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him and heard a cold voice. Oh, is that so? Then you'd better grip the handle tightly and don't pull it out, otherwise. The bleeding will be heavy. Chapter 17. Since we're already here, it wouldn't be right not to leave them alive, would it? Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. Before Wuhan and Chao Zhan could react, Zhang Lei had already fallen to the ground with a short knife stuck in his chest, his death extremely gruesome. The two had no idea where the attacker came from, and they didn't even know where the knife came from. I originally thought that with so many militiamen protecting me, I would be safe, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Wuhan broke out in a cold sweat and nervously shouted, "We don't know which great deity we've disturbed. Please give us a chance, we'll leave right away." Oh, weren't we supposed to be fighting for resources? It wouldn't be right to give up halfway, would it? The sound came from ahead, but no one was in sight. Wuhan's heart tightened, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He quickly replied, "Does the great god also want resources? There's a weak lord ahead with lots of resources. We can cooperate, eliminate him, and split the spoils 30/70ths, with you taking 90%. You want me to take my own resources and then give you a 10%? You're dreaming." Wuhan froze instantly, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. "You are Su Yuan?" Only then did he fully realize that he had just offended a terrifying being. Xiaojun was also terrified and turned pale. Although he was number 1 on the red list, it was all thanks to his militiamen. He didn't dare to confront Su Yuan head-on. Wuhan hurriedly knelt down and continued to beg for mercy. "Boss, I was really forced. Zhang Lei dragged me here. I am willing to hand over all resources. Please let me go." He knelt even harder, but he was looking in the wrong direction, and Su Yuan only saw his buttocks. "Kill you, and your resources will be mine too. I can contribute to the region. Give me a chance." Wuhan continued to pray, but Su Yuan's words made him realize that he had no chance of surviving. "You never intended to give me a chance, did you?" When Su Yuan sees the other party as an ant, how could he have any pity? Knowing he was doomed, Wuhan desperately rallied his men and fled in a frantic escape. "You're already here. Do you think you can leave without leaving your life?" Su Yuan sneered, and immediately ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. Thanks to the bonus from the Banner of Command, although the number of skeleton soldiers was small, their combat power was enough to overwhelm Wuhan's remaining troops. Although Wuhan tried his best to escape, his poor physical condition caused him to fall after only a few steps. A skeleton soldier caught up with him and pierced through his heart. As Wuhan lay dying, only one thought remained in his mind. What kind of monster have I provoked? He regretted not submitting to Su Yuan sooner. If they had cooperated earlier, he would definitely have had more resources after the regional merger and become a core figure among the lords. Xiaojun gave up on escaping and sat there waiting to die. Su Yuan looked at him and sneered. The poorer a person is, the more they like to pretend to be rich. The weaker a person is, the more they like to bully the weak. After saying that, he turned and left, completely ignoring the two good-for-nothings. Lord defeated, Zhang Lei. Gained 180 food, 1660 gold, 2140 stone, and 1280 wood. Reputation 20. Experience 210. Murder and arson bring wealth and power. Looking at the harvested resources, Su Yuan sighed. Zhang Lei is second on the resource list, with a solid financial background, but Wuhan has far fewer resources. From this harvest, Su Yuan could deduce the amount of resources the other lords possessed. Powerful lords have a lot of resources at their disposal, and although they lack blueprints, they can't spend them for the time being. But with the introduction of the ranking system, these resources can be used to cultivate loyal followers and bring more opportunities to themselves. He felt that this was also a form of angel investment. Once the lord dies, the resources will be consolidated, and the troops under his command will disappear. Zhang Lei and Wuhan's men failed to play their role and simply disappeared. In other areas, it's all about underlings begging their bosses to take them under their wing, but here, it's all traitors. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. With 3 less lords in the region, development will inevitably be hindered. Unless I can see some great opportunity, the rewards on the overall leaderboard will probably be lost. But Su Yuan didn't care. He had already made his decision. The rebels should have been eliminated long ago. He did not hesitate when killing Zhang Lei. In fact, he seemed quite adept at it. He knew exactly how to swing the knife, with the force and the point of impact perfectly in his mind. This feeling puzzled him, but he decided not to dwell on it, and continued his journey back to his territory. Upon returning to his territory, Su Yuan saw a mischievous girl peeking out from the edge. As she looked around, she muttered, "No way, the grass on the grave is already 2 meters tall." Chapter 18. This girl is easy to get along with. She'll really step up when needed. Whose grave are you calling 2 meters tall with grass? Why, Li Shaoling jumped in fright, several meters away, like a startled kitten. "Why do you walk so quietly?" she asked, her eyes wide. Su Yuan laughed and said, "I used a teleportation ring. I didn't walk, so of course there was no sound." Li Shaoling glanced at him a few times and breathed a sigh of relief. She was about 17 or 18 years old, not very tall, agile, energetic, and youthful. The 2-meter-tall, grayish vegetation is a distinctive feature here. It's stretching now, but it'll lie down soon. As for the grave, it's always been there. This place has always been a cemetery. Su Yuan explained casually. A cemetery? Your territory isn't a cemetery. Li Xiaoling asked in surprise. Starting with a grave, that's me, Su Yuan said helplessly. Li Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment. Would you like to sit in my tomb for a while? Su Yuan pointed to the gloomy passageway covered with gray vegetation and invited. Look, my tomb here is very spacious. No. Li Xiaoling quickly shook her head and took a half-step back. I'm not going. That's a real shame, Su Yuan sighed. Seeing how eagerly she came to help, Su Yuan thought to himself, this girl is really capable. She has guts in a crucial moment. But she didn't give him a chance. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get ready. Li Xiaoling looked into the distance. Those bad guys should be here soon. I'm not very good at fighting. I don't know anything about troop deployment or anything like that. You have so many resources. Capturing resource points shouldn't be difficult for you, right? You're definitely better at commanding than I am. So, I've decided to hand over command to you. I've also brought the militia I trained and the miners, hoping to buy some time. Li Xiaoling handed Su Yuan a rudimentary battle map. Why are you staring at me like that? Su Yuan asked seriously. You mean you brought all the militia and farmers with you? Yes. No one was left at home. Yes. Su Yuan was silent for a moment before asking. Have you considered what would happen if your home were attacked while you were away? Li Xiaoling was stunned for a moment, then cursed. Damn it. But on the bright side, at least you're honest, Su Yuan comforted him. You really know nothing about fighting. Li Xiaoling was speechless for a moment. After a while, she stomped her foot angrily. Whatever, they're here. I'll help you solve your problem first. If my home is gone, so be it. I can sleep on the streets tonight. Hey, I have plenty of beds here, but no pillows. Su Yuan reminded him. But that's not the point. You'd better go back to your post. Huh? What? I don't have any troops. With your troops alone, the chances of winning against several allied enemies are very low. If the defense line collapses, we're finished, Su Yuan analyzed. But if you go back to garrison, we'll at least have a way out. Even if this place falls, we can still make further plans. If you leave the rear empty and your home is captured, you'll really have to sleep on the streets tonight. Li Xiaoling pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense. What will you do if I leave? Su Yuan said earnestly. I have no problem here. Although there are no farmers or militiamen, there are other ways. A little thing in the cemetery? Is it a zombie? Li Xiaoling asked warily. Almost. Li Xiaoling's eyes widened. You didn't work in Western Hunan before you time-traveled, did you? Su Yuan coughed lightly. The town hall is not only a place to sleep, but also the foundation upon which a lord establishes himself. After some analysis, Li Xiaoling finally understood the importance of the territory and realized the risk of leaving her rear undefended, so she quickly withdrew. She breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the town hall hadn't been attacked. But as she calmed down, she couldn't help but wonder, what was the point of all this trip? At least I made a new friend, Li Xiaoling consoled herself. She gazed at Su Yuan and said, according to the law that good people are rewarded, he will definitely be fine. At this moment, Su Yuan was sorting through his spoils. First, there's the reward for reaching level 3. The territory expands further, and the gray vegetation covers the gold mine area, providing new footholds for building passes and watchtowers. Then my reputation increased by 100. Although the effect of reputation has not yet been discovered, according to information from the World Channel, the higher the reputation, the more generals and troops you can command. Finally, the building limit is increased by 1. With the design blueprints in hand, the infrastructure project can begin. The only downside is that this upgrade didn't unlock the new features of the World Channel, etc. Su Yuan thought about it and felt something was off. The ranking feature was launched right after he reached level 3. Could it be? No way. The whole server only updated because I leveled up 3 times. Su Yuan shook his head. Impossible. I don't have that much influence. Continue to check the rewards after defeating the Lord. The resources are naturally the most abundant. You can never have too many resources, Su Yuan muttered to himself. He manipulated the gray vegetation to arrive at the Undead altar. Upgrade to a level 2 altar by consuming 1,000 gold, 1,000 wood, and 1,000 stone. Upgrade. Upgrade. Seeing that he had enough resources, Su Yuan did not hesitate to upgrade. A cold light flashed, and the altar, carved by the craftsman, grew ever taller, exuding an aura of deathly stillness. Upgrade successful. Undead Altar, Level 2. The altar currently has 99/99 durability and 100/200 energy. Consuming 100 energy points allows for one summon. Proceed. Second summons. Su Yuan chose yes, without hesitation. Chapter 19. My generals are strange. One's brainless, the other's unhappy. Within the altar, the dark void remained unlit, yet eerie sounds emanated from it, seemingly pounding at the heartstrings, filled with fear and violence. Then, swarms of bats emerged from the void, their blood-red eyes gleaming with malevolence, gathering densely together and spreading out like a portal. A man emerged, bats landing on either side of him, transforming into black and red wings. He was bald, his skin deathly pale, his eyes large and lifeless, surrounded by blood-red eyeshadow. His lips were downturned, and his face was serious, giving him a very eerie appearance. Despite this, he wore a tailcoat with a meticulously chosen black bow tie, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. Congratulations on successful recruitment. You have obtained a hero-level subordinate, the Dreadlord. Dreadlord, Bulgal. Rank, Heroic. Character introduction, Bujar, a demon who walks between the abyss and the cracks of reality. Darkness is his camouflage, and fear is his synonym. He can easily melt even the strongest will and create countless nightmares that haunt the midnight hours. But he could not protect the one he loved most, and in the end, he fell into the abyss and became a ghost. Su Yuan thought to himself, the title Dreadlord really suits his face. He couldn't help but wonder if Bulgar's drooping mouth was natural or acquired. Bukar bowed deeply, his tone respectful. Supreme Lord of the Dead, the world trembles because of your existence. Fear is created in your hands. From this moment on, I will be your loyal servant, obeying your commands. Su Yuan nodded, indicating that he should dispense with the formalities. After becoming familiar with the summoning mechanics, Su Yuan was very satisfied with Bujal, believing that he could perfectly complement Guan Jinyi's shortcomings in direct combat and form a synergy. The defenses are stronger today, so I slept more soundly. Su Yuan yawned, signaling to Bugle to adjust to the new environment, before returning to the castle to sleep. In the middle of the night, Bujal silently landed next to Guan Jinyi's, gazing at the distant moon, his voice filled with emotion. I never thought I would see you here again. Guan Jinyi's turned around, as if sizing up Bujir, and said coldly, Do we know each other? Bugle paused for a moment, but quickly understood. It seems that some of your memories have been swallowed by the abyss. No wonder the feeling you give me has become much weaker. If he is truly an old friend, please forgive my negligence. Bujar smiled slightly. Old friend? You're overthinking it. But since you have no memory of it, there's no need to bring up the past. After all, it wasn't a pleasant memory. He sat down next to Guan Jinyi's. Like you, I have also lost something important. Guan Jinyi's asked, What is it? My wife's soul. Bugle's face was contorted with pain, and he became somewhat out of control when he spoke of his wife. Guan Jinyi's said firmly, Our Lord will lead us to conquer the abyss. Bukar responded, I firmly believe that the Lord's name will make all enemies tremble. The next morning, before Su Yuan was fully awake, he touched his neck and rubbed it, saying, I need to get a pillow. He woke up howling, too busy with his daily tasks to sleep in the castle. As soon as he returned to the ground, Su Yuan saw Guan Jinyi's and Bujir standing there like two door gods, their expressions cold, the chill on their necks, and their drooping mouths unusually conspicuous. One's clueless, the other's grumpy. Su Yuan muttered helplessly, noting that his generals were truly all unique. He began to patrol, train, perform daily tasks, and then open the world channel to check messages. At this point, the regional chat room was bustling with activity, and private messages kept pouring in. Su Yuan first opened his private messages and saw a message from Li Shaoling. The most frequent question was about the deaths of Zhang Lei and the other two. Their names are not on any of the lists, but you suddenly became the top of the red name list. I don't understand. One person, unarmed, actually killed 3 lords. She continued, How exactly did you do that? Su Yuan replied helplessly, It's not a bug, I really don't have any militia members. The moment those words were spoken, the entire chat room exploded. Holy crap, the number 1 on the leaderboard is alive. I actually met him in person. Big brother, help me. My only militiaman was killed by a black bear, and I only have 3 farmers left. Please, big brother, save me. I'd also like to ask for some resources. Li Shaoling emerged from her lurking state. Wow, You guys have no shame. You didn't say a word when those 3 bad guys were acting arrogantly yesterday, but now you're all running out to ask for help. Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 20 I wish to become the light on the Empire's path forward. Li Ziling's questioning silenced the entire chat room. After a long while, Chun Rue spoke up. We were also helpless. The gap was too big, and we really couldn't stop it. Lin Zixian chimed in. Yes, I don't have any militia. I'm willing but unable to do so. Please forgive me, sir. Zhou Mingkai bluntly stated. To be honest, I just chickened out and don't deserve your resources. It's all right, it's all in the past, I don't blame you. Su Yuan appeared very magnanimous. Wow, what a big shot. He's got such a big heart. That's what you call vision. Lin Zixian and Chun Rue immediately started flattering him, while Zhou Mingkai simply said, I'm sorry quietly. Su Yuan observed their reactions and continued. You can take over the resources of those 3 people. I will give you food and help you expand your farming. Holy crap, this guy is really something else. Why, I'm so moved. They'd give their lives, even their blood and brains, without hesitation. Li Shaoling, watching from the side, got goosebumps all over and was extremely embarrassed, but Su Yuan didn't seem to care and continued. However, I have a request. You have to give me half of the resources you mine every day. No problem. Don't even mention half. 82 points is fine too. Okay, then let's split it 82. Lin Zixian and Chun Rue were speechless. As expected of a big shot, they could only accept it silently. Zhou Mingkai volunteered. I'll give it 91 points. Okay, you take 9, I'll take 1. Su Yuan agreed without hesitation. Chun Rue and Lin Zixian discussed privately. Is Zhou Mingkai stupid or just too simple-minded? He was just saying it casually, but he actually took it seriously. However, Zhou Mingkai did not back down, stating, I am willing to advance for the Empire. Yeah, I'll wait for your good news. Su Yuan replied casually, but in his heart he thought this kid was a bit of a chunibu, a person with delusions of grandeur. Regardless, Su Yuan was happy to see someone take the initiative to contribute. After making these arrangements, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhonglei and Wuhan were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the regional resource list, respectively, and they had considerable resources at their disposal. He simply couldn't handle it on his own. With the abyss about to erupt and the allure of regional rewards, it's imperative to accelerate development. Recruiting Lin Zixian and others is also for this purpose. Surprisingly, he had only wanted to find free labor, but he ended up picking up a silly deer like Zhou Mingkai. This was a pleasant surprise. 2 days later, Su Yuan decided to personally go and investigate the situation. Lin Zixian and Chun Rue appeared loyal, but in private they were withholding resources. Fortunately, they didn't dare to go too far. A little suppression was enough. Zhou Mingkai was meticulous and carried out his promises completely, which was why Su Yuan valued him. As for Li Shaoling, she still disliked Lin Zixian and Chun Rue, and instead raised a wild boar cub in her territory, intending to train it to guard the house. The days passed peacefully, and Su Yuan casually made a palm leaf pillow, but felt it was still not very comfortable and decided to change it. Just as he was rubbing his neck and preparing to rest, the skeleton soldier who had followed by phone to monitor the tribe returned and reported, My lord, the people of the tribe are all very thin and weak, and seem to be suffering from some kind of mental torture, especially the young men, who have almost no fighting ability. However, due to their poor mental state, they are also not suitable as labor resources. Su Yuan frowned. Where are Kachi and Marino? That woman had tried to enter the chieftain's house many times, but each time she failed. The chieftain was very careful and always locked the doors and windows when he went out. As for the girl, nothing unusual was found. In addition, there is a dried-up well in the northeast corner of the tribe. The chief often kneels there, as if performing some kind of ritual. Every midnight, a thin, gray mist rises from the well, and occasionally a pale blue vapor can be seen. Upon hearing this, Bujal and Guan Jini's immediately exclaimed, That's the entrance to the Abyss Rift. Oh, Su Yuan was taken aback, then exclaimed excitedly, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chapter 21 Tears cascaded down like a burst dam. Su Yuan decided to delve deeper into the secrets of the Abyss. This time, he took Bujal with him, while Guan Jini stayed behind to guard the territory, and the skeleton soldiers continued to perform their respective duties. Suddenly, Buggle transformed into a demon 3 meters tall with a 5-meter wingspan, surprising Su Yuan. You're asking me to ride on it? It is my honor to be the Lord's vehicle. Su Yuan was surprised to find himself riding a demon. He was in a daze, wondering how someone who couldn't even afford a Wollongong Wong could have such a strange experience. Meanwhile, Kachi got up early to cook, but seeing her parents looking exhausted, she saw they left without eating anything. Watching the food she had prepared grow cold, Kachi felt a pang of sadness. She wiped away her tears, tidied up the leftovers, and prepared to reheat them for herself that evening. Then, she rushed to her neighbor's house. The adults in the tribe left for work before dawn, but the children were unable to care for themselves, and Kachi had to look after them every day. As soon as she stepped outside, she heard the assembly bell ringing. Knowing that something important must be happening, but she still decided to take care of her younger siblings first. Kachi. Marino walked out of the chieftain's house with a solemn expression and took Kachi's hand. Don't ask, come with me. They hadn't walked more than a few steps when 3 people blocked their way. The woman at the head of the group wore a gray robe, had a hideous face, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Which? Marino nervously pulled Kachi back, asking, Who are you? Her parents' voices called out. Kaki, Marino, come here. Her father came over and hugged Kaki tightly. Kaki was astonished. This was the first time her parents had been so close to her since children began going missing in the tribe. She finally couldn't hold back her sobs and felt her father's body tremble as he held her tightly. Marino tried to stop them, but suddenly felt dizzy, her legs felt heavy, and she couldn't move. Helplessly, she watched as her parents led Katie to the open space under the clock. The clan chief stood on high and announced, According to the legends of our ancestors, today we will select a pure child to offer to the Lord of Dreams, in order to pray for the Lord of Dreams' protection. His gaze lingered on Kachi. Kachi, you have earned this unparalleled honor. Kachi was a little confused, but hearing the congratulations from the parents around her, she felt that she might have become an important person. Maranko, purify the chosen child. The chieftain gave the order, and the father gently patted Kachi's back. Let's go home and take a bath. Kachi's eyes flashed with surprise, and her mother hugged her tightly. Mom will bathe with you too. Kachi, is there anything else you wish for? After washing up, Kachi felt incredibly happy and warm inside and out. She couldn't help but ask, Can you take a bath with me tomorrow too? Faced with her expectant eyes, her parents suddenly stopped and hugged her tightly, tears streaming down their faces. You have no tomorrow, child. The witch said coldly, You have been chosen to die. Kachi's heart sank. Die? Why? What did I do wrong? Kakin rushed to the witch, pounding her little fists wildly. Why? I don't want to die. I still have to take care of Ralph, Set, Capone. I want to see them grow up. I don't want to die. Because if you don't die, Ral will die. The entire tribe will die. Kachi stopped, her little fist hovering in the air, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held back her sobs. I'm a big girl now. The clan chief turned around, preparing to lead Kachi to the altar of the Lord of Dreams. Kachi, is there anything else you want to say? You can say it now. Tears in her eyes and a forced smile, Kachi gently stroked each child's head. Ral, sleep well and don't kick off the covers. Capone, eat well and don't be picky. Set, stop bullying your sister and learn to be grateful. Cambella, after I'm gone, you'll be the oldest child in the tribe, so take care of your younger siblings. The children nodded, while the adults all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Kachi. The chieftain put down his basket, and Kachi obediently crawled inside. She smiled and waved goodbye. Just then, wait a moment. Chapter 22. You know nothing about real fear. Marino stood in the open space, blocking the chieftain's path, her eyes weary yet resolute. Get out of my way, she shouted coldly. You're not even one of our tribes. Why should we listen to you? The witch sneered. Marino, stop fooling around. Come back. The Marinchas called out urgently, but Marino did not back down at all. Ever since the witch came to the tribe, strange things have been happening all the time. Haven't you noticed that the nightmares are brought by her? Marino said excitedly. Yet you use sacrifices to enhance her power, which is simply ridiculous. The tribe's people, however, still chose to believe that as long as they offered their children, they would receive the protection of the Lord of Dreams and have their nightmares dispelled. Anyone who obstructs the ritual, kill, the witch commanded, and the masked guards pounced on Marino. No one in the crowd resisted. Some even whispered, This woman is a real nuisance. Is she trying to kill us? Marino bit her lower lip, stood resolutely, no longer expecting her people to awaken. She took out a scroll of copied map, knelt down, and devoutly cried out, Great Lord of the Dead, I have completed your divine decree. Please protect me and Kachi. The tribe looked at her and thought she had gone mad. No one believed her. However, suddenly, boom, with a loud bang, a dark shadow fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, raising dust all around. Marino looked at the familiar figure and breathed a sigh of relief. She was saved. She then fell into a deep sleep. The tribespeople were so frightened that they scattered and fled. Monster, they screamed. When Bujar revealed his true form, everyone in the tribe was terrified and wanted to flee. Stop, the witch cried out hastily. This monster is the source of the nightmares. Don't be afraid. Its true form is weak, and the Lord of Dreams will protect us. Her words acted like a force of control, causing the tribespeople to stop retreating and begin to unconsciously move forward. The witch herself, meanwhile, pulled her 2 guards and fled backward. Kneel down, Bujar said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the tribesmen knelt down on the ground, unable to move. Sensing a great danger, the witch hurriedly tore off the iron chains binding her hands. A foul-smelling, gray-black spirit emerged from it, and the stench of decay spread, instantly causing those nearby to collapse in agony. Bujar remained unmoved, and with a slight flick of his wrist, snapped his fingers. Bang! The filthy spirit exploded instantly, splattering filth all over the ground. The witch, her face contorted and eyes wide, collapsed to the ground in agony, convulsing, and finally died in terror. Bukhar transformed back into human form, looked at the corpses and the filth on the ground, and calmly said, "You know nothing of true fear." He casually dealt with the witch and other dangers, then looked down at the tribal natives still lying on the ground. "My lord, I will go and clean up the rest of the trash," said Buggle. "No need. Keep them. I have a use for them." Su Yuan waved his hand in acknowledgement. He then activated the night parade of 100 demons, releasing the restraints. Soon, the filth at the scene was cleaned up. The wolf cub eagerly tried to eat, and even burped after finishing. Su Yuan bent down to pick up the map in front of Marino, glanced at it briefly, and then casually put it into his backpack. "I'll study it when I get back." At this moment, Bai Feng, who had been hiding in the shadows, stepped forward and greeted him. "Greetings, my lord. Tell me in detail what happened here." Through Bai Feng's report, Su Yuan learned how things had unfolded. The witch was using her nightmare powers to control the tribe, forcing them to make wrong choices, and even causing many to suffer mental breakdowns due to the nightmares. "No wonder they all have dark circles under their eyes and their eyes are bloodshot," Su Yuan said softly. Bai Feng continued. As for why the sisters were unaffected, the woman had a protective amulet, so the nightmare could only interfere with her temporarily. The girl was unaffected because she didn't eat the nightmare's contaminated food. Su Yuan nodded. "Let them continue to rest. Let's go check on the ancient well." The ancient well remained normal during the day, so Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He opened the world channel and waited for night to fall. When he entered the world chat, he saw that there were already 99 plus messages in the chat room. "Boss, the farmers you summoned with your food are really efficient. Much better than the ones we summoned ourselves. Thanks for the food allowance. I can now contribute to the regional rankings. However, there are too many farmers, and food is a bit scarce. Could you give me some more?" Su Yuan watched Lin Zixian and Chun Rue's conversation and calmly replied, "Want food? No problem. But first, give back the resources you've embezzled." Chapter 23 Willing to follow the Lord of the Dead to the death. Su Yuan's words startled Lin Zixian and Chun Rue. What's going on? How could he know about the withholding of resources? Could it be a false alarm? After some internal struggle, Chun Rue was the first to offer a sophistry. "Oh, boss, I didn't embezzle. I gave you 80% of the resources I mined, and I only kept 20% for myself. It's just enough to maintain our daily development. We really have no food left." "Boss, did that guy surnamed Zhou report you behind your back? That's a frame-up, a complete frame-up. You can't believe those slanderous words. Boss, please see the truth." Su Yuan remained unmoved and silenced the two of them with a single sentence. "I'll give you one more chance. Now, Lin Zixian, hand over the 10% of resources you withheld yesterday, and I can pretend nothing happened. As for you, Chun Rue, you dared to withhold 30% of the resources on the very first day. I must say, you're quite bold." These words left the two hypocritical sycophants speechless on the spot. How could a bluff be so accurate? The information Su Yuan revealed was as if he had witnessed them embezzling resources. Both men suspected that the farmers they summoned might be spies planted by the other beforehand. Chun Rue shuddered and quickly said, "Boss, I'll send the resources over to you right away. Please forgive me this time, okay?" However, Su Yuan completely ignored him. He assumed Su Yuan was busy and had temporarily left the chat room, so he waited anxiously. Soon after, Zhou Mingkai sent a message in the regional chat room. Brother Yuan, I found a new crystal mine. There's a tier 2 magical beast there. I used a little trick and lured it into the territory of another tier 2 magical beast at the cost of 2 farmers. When the 2 of them were fighting to the death, I snatched the crystal mine from behind. This tone practically screams, praise me, in the chat. Su Yuan was also very generous, not only giving Zhou Mingkai a lot of recognition, but also giving him 50% of the crystal mine's profits. This made Chen Rue and Lin Zixian extremely jealous. Private chats again. How dare this kid? I don't understand. Isn't he afraid of dying? There are so many magical beasts outside, and he only has a few dozen farmers who are completely useless in combat. There's no protection mechanism now. If they run into them, they'll die? How dare he go and clear the land? Is he really a fool? I'm speechless. When Zhang Lei and his gang tried to mess with Su Yuan before, he was such a coward. What's gotten into him these past few days? Why is he suddenly acting so reckless? No, I can't leave this kid alone. I need to figure out what to do. I just don't understand why I was discovered. Brother Lin, do you think he'll just kill me? I was blinded by greed. How could I not control myself? Chen Rue was truly filled with regret. Lin Zixian, a seasoned veteran, spoke with impeccable tact. I don't know what to do either. I'm also a criminal now, so even if I go up and say a few good words for you, it won't do any good. I can only wish you good luck. After closing the private chat, Lin Zixian quickly consolidated the resources at hand, not only returning all the 10% he had embezzled, but also adding an extra 50%. Although this top-ranked person is not very old, he is quite capable and his methods are unpredictable. It is no accident that he can sit in this position. After this experience, Lin Zixian completely gave up the idea of sitting in the town hall and extorting money by talking. He began to think that he should go out and get some exercise. Although he complained about Zhou Mingkai with Chen Rue in private chat, he knew perfectly well that Su Yuan liked people who got things done. If he wanted to survive under this big shot's nose, he had to show real results. Also, this revenue split is really tempting. It's hard not to be tempted. It was approaching evening, and the tribe gradually woke up. They felt as if they had a very bizarre dream in which a being who controlled demons rescued them from boundless darkness. The witch, whom they saw as their hope, was actually a complete villain. It was all just a lie she fabricated. But in any case, I slept very well. I don't know how long it's been since I've slept so peacefully. What happened? Why am I sleeping outside? I remember. It seemed like 2 people fell from the sky. That witch is controlling us. Yes, I remember now. I've been having the same nightmare every night. It's driving me crazy. Where's the witch? Is she dead? At this moment, Su Yuan and Bujal walked over slowly. Even though Bukar has regained his human form, he still has a tremendous visual impact. Someone had just managed to stand up shakily, but upon seeing him, they shakily collapsed back down. Pretend you're not awake. But many others had mixed feelings, unsure how to greet the 2 of them. At this moment, Marino was the first to step forward and kneel down in front of Su Yuan. Great Lord of the Dead, thank you for your mercy. Immediately afterwards, Maranko and his wife also knelt down with Caxi. Great Lord of the Dead, thank you for your forgiveness. Immediately, more and more people began to kneel and worship. Great Lord of the Undead, thank you for your salvation. A wake-up call. Su Yuan watched the scene with great interest. After the people's fervor subsided slightly, he spoke quietly. Mercy? Forgiveness? Redemption? Have you all got something wrong? The dead only bring death and destruction. Su Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of every tribesman with exceptional clarity. Are you ready to surrender your souls? With that, Su Yuan threw the short sword to the ground. Let me see just how high your resolve is. Without hesitation, Marino declared, I swear to follow the Lord of the Dead to the death. Su Yuan appeared as promised and saved Keiki. She had already made her decision. Then, she picked up the very familiar dagger and slashed her arm. With a casual wave of his hand, a drop of blood floated out and hovered above his palm. At the same time, Marino felt an invisible thread connecting her to that demon, as if the demon could decide her life or death with a single thought. The demon's blood sacrifice ritual. Upon seeing the blood floating in Bukar's palm, the tribesmen all instinctively began to retreat. I am willing to follow the Lord of the Dead to the death. However, to everyone's surprise, the one who stepped forward next to Marino was none other than the patriarch, Delove. I have been bewitched by nightmares, and have brought too much pain to my people. I am burdened with heavy sins that I cannot wash away even if I die 10,000 times. Let my soul be imprisoned forever. That way, I will feel a little better. Chieftain, D-Love's statement immediately triggered a siphon effect. I swear to follow the Lord of the Dead to the death. More and more people are donating their blood. For them, if Su Yuan hadn't thwarted the witch's plot, they would have become mentally twisted corpses sooner or later, tormented by endless suffering. This life was originally given to me by Su Yuan. Moreover, Su Yuan also indirectly saved the children in the tribe. That was the tribe's future and hope, which was almost destroyed by the hands of these foolish people. For this reason alone, even if Su Yuan is the source of the calamity, they will still follow him. From this day forward, we are all followers of the Lord of the Dead. I swear to follow the Lord of the Dead to the death. Su Yuan was very satisfied. Looking at the kneeling crowd below, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, this place will be a sanctuary for the dead." Chapter 24. High-level hunters often appear in the form of prey. In the southern tribes of the Sunset Mountains, people, filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe, sang and danced around the campfire. Smiles, which had not been seen for a long time, were on everyone's faces. Someone carved words on the stone. "Remember this day, the great Lord of the Dead freed me from my nightmare." At this very moment, Su, the great Lord of the Dead, owner of 500 followers and daily neck-rubbing expert, is sitting quietly beside the ancient well. He could already see a thin mist seeping from a crack in the ancient well. It is estimated that the entrance to the abyss will open soon. "Master, this is for you." Marino brought over a dinner she had prepared herself. Behind her followed the old clan chief, D-Love, who held a letter in his hand. "After that which took control of me, she lived in my house. During that time, a crow delivered a letter, but she had cast a spell on it, so I couldn't read its contents." Su Yuan gestured to Bujal. Bubble took the letter and glanced at it briefly, a crude form of mental interference. As he spoke, he swiped his thumb across the letter, making the blurry writing clear, and then respectfully handed it to Su Yuan. "My lord." Su Yuan took the letter and first glanced at the signature. "Do you know Sonia?" "That's the leader of the northern tribe," D-Love explained. "Snia is young and very ambitious. After becoming the tribe's chief, he launched a bloody purge against the other tribes in the Sunset Mountains and gradually annexed the surrounding tribes. Now, in the entire Sunset Mountains, only 2 tribes in the south have not yet fallen into his hands, and we are one of them." Su Yuan listened while scanning the contents of the letter. Since crossing the entire mountain range from north to south required traversing numerous treacherous terrains, and launching a large-scale attack would be time-consuming and exhausting, Sonia sent this, which in an attempt to directly defeat the D-Love tribe on a spiritual level. He almost succeeded. Unfortunately, Su Yuan intercepted it halfway. If Sonia knew that the fruits of her hard work and planning had been stolen just as victory was about to be won, she would probably faint on the spot. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Given Sonia's mad nature, even if she knew the witch had failed, she would definitely come back for revenge. In terms of direct combat strength, D-Love's side is definitely outmatched. "I have so many mines that I can't find anyone to operate. Now that I've finally got 500 workers, I can't let them just disappear like this. Going forward, since most of our miners will come from here, we will still need a certain level of defense. Furthermore, the geographical location of this tribe is perfectly positioned to form a pincer movement with the base, complementing each other and making it a very important strategic location. Coincidentally, there was another prop in my backpack that I had been wanting to test its effects on someone for a long time." Su Yuan immediately took out the goblin flute from his backpack and threw it to Marino. "If a tribe encounters an enemy it cannot defeat, it will sound the horn." "Thank you for your blessing, master." Marino immediately and carefully put the magic flute into her bosom. After making the arrangements, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the tribal chief. "D-Love, how much do you know about this well?" "This well existed before our tribe settled here, but it has long since dried up. I don't know much about its origin. Recently, the witch has been asking me to come here at midnight to perform the rituals she instructed me to follow." "Do you remember those steps?" "Now let's do it again." D-Love then replicated the ritual from memory. Su Yuan didn't quite understand it, but he felt that some of the movements were extremely strange. "Bugger, what do you think?" "My lord, if I may be so bold, this crudely made, low-level spirit-gathering technique is not worthy of being shown before you. It is an affront to your eyes and a desecration of the great divine power." Su Yuan actually sensed a hint of anger in Bujar's usually lifeless eyes. Bukar continued, Only the weak would attempt to offer their souls to the abyss using inferior spells in order to gain the spiritual power bestowed by the abyss. What should a powerful person do? Just as the question popped into Su Yuan's mind, the mist in the ancient well suddenly surged, and at the same time, wisps of pale blue water vapor drifted out. The instant the moisture appeared, Su Yuan could clearly feel the spirits around him becoming restless, all expressing an extremely eager desire. At this moment, Bujar also took action. He tore open the abyss rift with his bare hands. I also managed to clear out a few evil spirits that had drifted out. Then, using his body to block the turbulence in the misaligned space, he calmly bowed at a 75-degree angle. My lord, the gates of the abyss have been opened for you. Is this the abyss? Before Su Yuan was a vortex where reality and illusion intertwined, with specks of fluorescent light splashing out from within. His expression brightened, and he stepped into the abyss, facing the pale blue mist blowing onto his face. It went much more smoothly than I expected. Su Yuan stepped onto a meadow that emitted a faint blue glow. Thick frost and mist immediately rose from the ground, and an extremely cold aura swept over. But Su Yuan's discomfort only lasted for a second. Bugger arrived behind him. Bukar erected an invisible barrier, blocking out all the chill from the abyss. Su Yuan turned his head and found that behind him was still an endless expanse of fluorescent grass, as if the door he had come through had vanished into thin air. At the same time, he also sensed that beneath the churning frost and mist, in the grass, lurked many malicious eyes. But he didn't care at all. Those lurking in the shadows are excited, but the spirits surrounding me are even more excited. A rustling sound arose, growing louder and more frequent, and becoming increasingly fragmented. Finally, the demons and monsters lurking in the shadows could no longer resist and pounced on them all at once. A monster pieced together from 7 or 8 distorted human faces, a ghostly head dripping with bright red blood, an evil spirit with a long, scarlet tongue sticking out. Faced with these vicious abyssal monsters, Su Yuan merely raised his head slightly. You must be feeling really cooped up, right? We'll serve you food now. A night parade of 100 demons. The moment hundreds of spirits appeared, the monsters that pounced on them were all stunned. They had just thought this human was very enlightened, recognizing its basic role as food. However, they now realized that their food is themselves. The wolf cub shot out like an arrow, pouncing directly on the bleeding ghost head and biting it mercilessly. The ghost let out a hysterical scream. It was always the one biting people. Never did it expect that it would be bitten one day. But its wailing didn't last long, and soon Su Yuan's surroundings became silent. The spirits had begun to forage for food outside. Watching the wolf cubs rush out, Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Bukar is right. Only the weak offer their souls to the abyss in vain, pleading for its favor. And the strong. They all rushed into the abyss to grab it directly. Chapter 25 My wolf spirit has a unique art style. Slay a Tier 1 Abyss Wraith. Gain 30 experience points. Gain energy *10. Su Yuan had received no fewer than 10 similar messages. It could only be said that the spirits were very efficient at feeding. However, this one is a little different. Previously, after a kill notification appeared, the vengeful spirit's corpse would be devoured, but this time, the wolf cub brought over a semi-transparent ball. It's somewhat like a necromancer's crystal, but it contains a completely different kind of energy. A vengeful spirit crystal has been discovered. Should we collect it? Su Yuan immediately chose yes. Data collection successful. Obtained Tier 1 Spirit Core *1. Obtained 1 Tier 1 Spirit Crystal. Spirit Core? Spirit Crystal. Two things that had never appeared before immediately caught Su Yuan's attention. Tier 1 Spirit Core, randomly dropped by abyss monsters, common, contains spiritual energy, and can increase the combat power of spirit-type warriors after use. A mental-type warrior? Su Yuan glanced at Bujal, who was following behind him. At this moment, the wolf cub brought over another translucent sphere, but this time it was not a crystal, but a pure spirit core. Under Su Yuan's secret instruction, the wolf cub carried the spirit core to Bujal's front. Bujal remained unmoved. The wolf cub was forced to eat it. Bubble reluctantly accepted it, then threw it away with obvious disgust. Then the little wolf spirit suddenly rushed out and brought it back. It was still wagging its tail wildly in front of Bujal. Bujal. Su Yuan. Are you here to digest your food after dinner? How did the Storm Wolf King, which was perfectly fine, end up with such a distorted art style? I remember wolves don't wag their tails, right? Su Yuan quickly activated his mind, and summoned the wolf cub back to him. Taking the spirit core, Su Yuan murmured to himself. It seems this thing is too low level and has no appeal to Bugle. But among the undead under his command, only Bogle is a mental being. Forget it, I'll just dump it on the exchange. Su Yuan then looked at the spirit crystal. Tier 1 spirit crystal, randomly dropped by abyss monsters, rare, contains spiritual energy, can be socket into compatible equipment to charge the equipment. Equipment. Su Yuan immediately took out the concealment robe and tried to activate it, but it seemed he couldn't. Then he took out a disguise mask. This time, the spirit crystal emitted a faint light and embedded itself directly into the hole between the eyebrows of the mask. So this is how this hole was originally used? Su Yuan had previously thought this was a damaged entry effect. After checking the item information of the disguise mask, Su Yuan found that it still had the word damaged on it, but when he put it on, he felt a clear difference. He could catch very subtle sounds from the firefly grass next to him. No, it's not just the sound that's improved. Visibility has also increased. It felt as if my eyes could pierce through the thick frost and fog. Although the scope is still not large, it has improved significantly compared to before. My 5 senses have become stronger. As expected of a rare item, it's truly a fine piece. I'll take it. Su Yuan ate his soul along the way. Of course, the most essential parts were all reserved for Little Wolf Spirit. The fervent pampering of the spirits, the wolf cub's spirit body became more solid, and its body even grew larger. It can be said that they have grown very rapidly. During this period, Su Yuan also obtained 7 spirit cores and 3 crystals, one of which yielded a spirit source of extremely rare quality. Tier 1 spirit source, randomly dropped by abyss monsters, extremely rare, contains spiritual energy. When loaded onto a defensive structure, it can inflict mental damage on the structure's attacks. Even though he hadn't obtained any blueprints for the guard buildings yet, it didn't stop Su Yuan from secretly rejoicing. After all, for someone who, before transmigrating, could only get the guaranteed drop every time they spent 648 yuan on in-game purchases, the words extremely rare were enough to be a source of joy for the whole day. The rewards are generous, and they really didn't lie to me. It was worth the trip. Unfortunately, such huge gains are not sustainable. Although most of the creatures here are first-tier abyssal wraiths with little intelligence, they still know the basic principles of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. After the spirits devoured the food in a frenzied, sweeping manner, any vengeful spirit with a modicum of consciousness knew to run as far away as possible and never bother Su Yuan, this humanoid walking vengeful spirit extermination machine, again. Of course, in this abyss on the surface, there are also some vengeful spirits that are strong enough to stop all the ghosts, but these vengeful spirits are basically intelligent. When Bugger stands there, none of them dare to cause trouble. The spirits, in a way, took advantage of the situation. This journey through the abyss is almost over. The abyss can only be entered after midnight. Once daytime arrives, the abyss becomes extremely unstable. Staying inside any longer would be extremely dangerous. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to leave the abyss. Either find a disjointed space that connects to reality, or use a special teleportation device in the abyss. Su Yuan, on the other hand, chose the third option. Just have Bogle Tier open the abyss rift and walk out. It was nearing dawn, and Su Yuan, wearing a disguise mask filled with spirit crystals, could clearly sense that the frost and mist around him were rapidly receding, and all sorts of monsters had retreated into their sanctuaries. The fluorescent grass suddenly became eerily quiet. Su Yuan knew it was time to leave. Just then, Su Yuan suddenly felt a gentle breeze blow past his side. Based on his experience that night, Su Yuan was certain that there was no such thing as wind in the abyss. Everything here exists in a spiritual form. People here don't even need to breathe. The wind appeared very strangely. Su Yuan looked up, focusing intently, and gazed in the direction the wind was blowing. There seemed to be a willow tree there, emitting a hazy fluorescent glow, with thousands of ethereal threads hanging from its branches, both beautiful and strange. I clearly remember there was nothing in this area, just now. As Su Yuan approached the willow tree, he suddenly heard a song. The song was both real and illusory, ethereal and indistinct. Even with the mask containing the spirit crystal, Su Yuan could not hear the lyrics clearly, but he could clearly feel his mind finding peace. It's like a gentle breeze, pleasant and refreshing. In a daze, Su Yuan seemed to see a barefoot girl sitting on a tree. Her eyes were incredibly clear and ethereal, as if they had never been tainted by the filth of the world. The girl vanished in a fleeting glimpse. Only a treasure chest with wind pattern markings remained on the spot. At the same time, Su Yuan heard a seductive, alluring voice. Traveler from afar, please accept my gift. The path you have chosen is full of thorns, but the gentle breeze will guide you forward. If you wish to go further, then follow the wind. Before coming here, Su Yuan had heard some secrets about the abyss from Bujar. One of these is the treasure chest adventure. If I remember correctly, this is a very rare and serendipitous encounter, as treasure chests usually contain extremely rare treasures. Someone once successfully smuggled one out, which directly overthrew the empire at the time. Its power is self-evident. However, the Riddler girl does not appear in Bougainville's version. Su Yuan looked at Bujal. However, the demon seemed not to see the tree, nor the girl in the tree, nor the treasure chest left in front of him. On the contrary, the little wolf spirit circled the treasure chest twice, then looked towards the spot where the girl had just sat, a look of confusion in its eyes. At this moment, Su Yuan took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and reached out his hand towards the treasure chest. Requires 200 energy to unlock. Enable or disable. Choose yes decisively. Then I got a treasure map. Su Yuan. Where are these Matryoshka dolls? What kind of mind-boggling thing is it to put a treasure map in a treasure chest? You couldn't do this without suffering a brain hemorrhage at least 10 years ago. That's a pitiful 200 energy points. Wouldn't it be better if I summoned 2 more warriors? However, after calming down a bit, Su Yuan suddenly thought of another possibility. Considering the characteristics of the abyss, could it be that treasures cannot be brought into the abyss, so they are forced to use nested dolls? After carefully examining the treasure map, Su Yuan quickly made a discovery. Sure enough, the treasure was hidden in reality, not in the abyss. The bad news is that the map only has 4 words, City of Wind. Where's this? Chapter 26. What is a cheater? My lord, the passage out of the abyss has been opened for you. At this moment, the surrounding illusory space began to collapse, and a strong sense of dizziness swept over them. But Bujar remained standing in place, his position shielding him from all interference. Su Yuan didn't leave, and neither did he. Su Yuan tossed the treasure map into his backpack, looked up again at the boundless fluorescent grassland, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. According to the intelligence provided by Buggle, most abysses are unpredictable and fragmented, and some are even difficult to find basic footholds. Abysses like this, which are flat and have hardly been damaged, are very rare. Su Yuan guessed that the stability here was related to the girl he had just seen. It's a pity I didn't have enough time, otherwise I could have expanded the search area and seen if I could find her. However, this trip has been very fruitful and worthwhile. Su Yuan walked to the spatial rift that Bujar had created for him and took a step out. Then, the connection between the abyss and reality was severed, and it returned to nothingness. The vengeful spirits, huddled in the corner trembling with fear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's terrifying. I've never seen such a ferocious human being. He actually carries over 100 spirits with him. A high-ranking vengeful spirit in the shadows said. At first I thought he was food, then I thought he was taking a walk, and finally I realized. He was herding sheep. On the plains of Giant Deer, outside Caesar's city, in a small, dense forest, a lord's squad was locked in battle with a blood-dripping ghost head. A dozen militiamen rushed forward, but Gue too easily dodged them. A chilling laugh emanated from its gaping maw, as if mocking their incompetence. This guy, he's really troublesome. Only a blood-stained blade can harm it, and the scrap metal in the hands of the militia has negligible lethality. As long as you can inflict damage, you can slowly whittle it down to death, but this thing can heal itself by sucking blood. A dozen militiamen fought for half a day, and if it bites one of them to death, all their efforts were for nothing. If I had known better, I wouldn't have left so many people to guard the gold mine. This won't do. My militia are almost all dead. If this continues, we'll be wiped out here. Don't panic, everyone. This ghost head is a monster from the abyss. It gets greatly stronger at night. It's normal that we can't beat it. Dawn is coming soon. We just need to hold it off. Seeing that some people were having second thoughts, Tang Chujing quickly spoke up to reassure the troops. That's right, this Lord Squad is Tang Chujing's allied forces. After the list was released, Tang Chujing, who was already famous, immediately gathered a new alliance team, which included almost all the lords around Caesar City. With the injection of fresh blood, the allied forces were able to conquer small gold mines even without relying on the knights. In order to improve their ranking on the overall leaderboard, and to help the alliance develop better and faster, Tang Chujing has been leading several newly joined lords to mine all over the place these past few days. Everything was going smoothly until, on the way back to Caesar City, we unexpectedly encountered this ghostly thing that crawled out of the abyss. These newly arrived lords didn't have many troops to begin with, and some of them had been sent to guard the gold mines. Now, facing the ghost head, they were having a very difficult time. Even worse, a certain lord, oblivious to his own bad habit, sent out the only warrior in his team without even knowing the monster's strength, resulting in nothing more than a free kill. This further exacerbated the already insufficient combat strength. Fortunately, Tang Chujing had done her homework in Caesar City and knew how to deal with the abyss monsters. Otherwise, just one ghost head would have been enough to wipe out the entire team. Finally, the first ray of sunlight illuminated the earth. Under the sunlight, the ghost's movements became noticeably slower, and both its attack and defense capabilities decreased significantly. Tang Chujing seized the opportunity and gave the order for the militia to switch from defense to offense, finally defeating the abyss monster. Phew, my god, I'm exhausted. Go back now, I want to sleep. We actually fought this monster for a whole night. Are all the monsters in the abyss this terrifying? Who would dare to go there? The system makes it sound so appealing that the rewards from the abyss are plentiful. But even with plentiful rewards, you still need to be alive to claim them. Going to the abyss now is practically suicide. No one survives. Just when everyone was exhausted and thinking about returning to the town hall to rest, Lord Shui Yong discovered a translucent ball that had fallen to the ground. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly picked up the ball. I got excited after checking the information. A spirit core? This is something that only abyssal monsters drop, and it can even enhance the combat power of a spirit-type warrior. That's incredibly lucky. At this stage, no one can defeat the abyss monster. This thing is absolutely unique in the world. Wouldn't it fetch an astronomical price if sold on an exchange? Thinking of this, Shuiyang no longer hesitated, opened the exchange, and then froze. Spirit Core *8. Price, 80 gold coins / piece. Shuiyang. Who just said that facing an abyss monster would mean certain death? Spirit Cores now? At this very moment, although the sun had just risen, the World Channel was already buzzing with excitement because of the appearance of the Spirit Core. This price tag, this anonymous post. 80, is that you? Just when I thought he was about to disappear, he would always come back and slap me in the face. I've heard that only abyssal monsters can drop spirit cores. Is that true? Yes, and the drop of spirit cores is a probability event. Not every abyss monster will drop them. To get 8 spirit cores, you would have to kill more than 20 abyss monsters. More than 20? No way. That's terrifying. Is it difficult to kill more than 20? Is it that hard? Let me put it this way. I went mining with the second-ranked boss in the region, and we encountered a low-level vengeful spirit on the way. The boss immediately led his troops to attack it, and guess what? Now I've inherited the boss's entire estate. Even 1 is that terrifying? What about more than 20? Actually, none of you have grasped the key point. There are more than 20 vengeful spirits. Where are you going to find so many vengeful spirits to kill? Only the abyss. What? Could it be that the level 80 expert has already been to the abyss? Holy crap, level 80 is way too strong. What kind of cheater is this? Tang Chujing stared blankly at the messages on the World Channel, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. I was previously dissatisfied because my repeated attempts to win them over hadn't been reciprocated, but now it seems they really do have the right to do so. I overestimated myself. Just as Tang Chujing was muttering to herself, a knight came running over from not far away. Tang, the commander is looking everywhere for you. Tang Chujing turned around and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? The knight's expression was extremely solemn. Ominous signs are starting to appear in the city again. Chapter 27. One dares to fabricate, the other dares to believe. A city blessed by the wind god. Su Yuan unfolded the map that Marino had copied and examined it carefully. Beneath him were rapidly receding white clouds and Bukhar's broad, sturdy back. Having heard Marino mention the legend of the wind god before, Su Yuan returned to the tribe immediately after leaving the abyss to learn about the situation. Unfortunately, the people in the tribe rarely leave the Sunset Mountains and know little about the outside world. Even the map was left behind by a passing traveler. However, Su Yuan did not come away empty-handed. Because Marino had shown great curiosity about the legend of the wind god, a passing traveler had guided her that if she wanted to go to the city blessed by the wind god, she only needed to cross the Sunset Mountains, reach the plains, and then head east. Following this clue, Su Yuan found a city-state on the map. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be it. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to wait until the rewards for the first regional ranking were settled before setting off. After all, when facing the unknown world, every bit of strength gives you more confidence. My lord, we are almost there. Even during high-speed flight, Bujar's voice could still be heard clearly. Su Yuan nodded. The devil flight was exceptionally fast, truly swift as the wind, but if he had a choice, he would still prefer to ride Guan Jinyi's S-horse. Buggle swooped down and landed smoothly. As soon as Su Yuan stepped onto the gray vegetation, he immediately sensed the two visitors located at the edge of his territory. Bujar, you should rest for a while. Yes, my lord. Bujar stretched his body and then went to chat with Guan Jinyi's. This is also the fun he's discovered these past 2 days. Taking advantage of Guan Jinyi's memory not being restored, he's brainwashing him like crazy. They can conjure up all sorts of outrageous stories with ease. What Guan Jinyi's tearing apart a demon god with his bare hands. What undead warhorses single-handedly saving their lord. What a single strike splitting a person's soul in two. Su Yuan Wang, who was listening nearby, thought that Bujar was really too daring to make things up. Guan Jinyi's really did look quite serious. One dares to speak, the other dares to believe. That's absolutely amazing. However, there weren't many entertainment facilities in the territory, so it was fine for the two brothers to just sit there and chat. Ignoring the clueless and unhappy characters, Su Yuan activated the teleportation ring directly. At this very moment, on the edge of the territory, Lin Zixian sat on the ground, calm and patient, waiting quietly. After all, Su Yuan had promised him that as long as he returned all the resources he had embezzled, he would not be held responsible. Chen Rue, on the other hand, was not in such a good mood. His face was already ashen with worry. He was terrified of missing the best chance to atone for his sins, lest he anger Su Yuan and send him away in a huff. They immediately gathered the resources and sent them over. However, after waiting here all night, they didn't even catch a glimpse of Su Yuan. Several times during his journey, he tried to rush straight in, but was blocked by the protective energy shield. There was nothing we could do but wait. The wait was so agonizing. You know, this guy is really something. He has so many resources. Why doesn't he just recruit more farmers? There's not a single living person in the territory, and he can't even find someone to report to. Lin Zixian was about to reply, but after raising his eyelids, he immediately dismissed the idea and stood up abruptly. Holy crap! Why did you suddenly make such a big commotion? Are you trying to scare me to death? Chen Rue said irritably. How exactly did he find out that we were withholding resources? I've been thinking about it all night, and I still can't figure out what went wrong. The problem is that you don't know where I am. The sudden sound made the hairs on Chen Rue's body stand on end. Fuck you. I immediately came up with a beautiful 5-hit combo in my mind using C language. Chen Rue quickly turned around, his voice trembling as he cautiously asked, Big boss, why? Why do you walk so quietly? Walking silently? They didn't even leave. Lin Zixian could see clearly that Su Yuan had truly appeared out of thin air. Without any warning. What kind of unfathomable ability is this? Lin Zixian felt a wave of fear. If he had gotten on Zhang Lei's gang's pirate ship back then, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. With just this one trick of deflecting and leaping, the opponent could kill him without him even realizing it. If Lin Zixian had previously held a slight contempt for Su Yuan because of his age, he had now completely abandoned that immature thought. From that moment on, he had no other intentions. Such a being deserves only awe. It is beyond criticism and beyond speculation. Lin Zixian handed over the resources with utmost respect. Su Yuan didn't make things difficult for him, and didn't even ask for the extra 0.5% he gave. I, Su, am a man of my word. What I say is what I get. I won't take advantage of you. As long as everyone is willing to work hard, we can all develop very well. Lin Zixian, who had been navigating the social world for many years, had heard similar rhetoric countless times. The boss makes empty promises, that's standard practice. But when Su Yuan said it, it carried a certain credibility. Don't worry, brother Yuan, I will catch up with Xiaozhou. After saying those words, Lin Zixian felt as if he had become several years younger, and once again became that fresh graduate who had just left school and was still full of dreams for the future. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at him again. His way of addressing him had changed, and even his demeanor was different. I never imagined that my Sunset Mountains would be full of promising talents. After saying that, Su Yuan glanced at Chen Rue, who was staring at him expectantly, and murmured, Of course, there are exceptions. Lin Zixian left, but Chen Rui dared not move. But Su Yuan had no intention of paying him any attention and walked back to the center of his territory on his own. Chen Rui was on the verge of tears. After hesitating for a long time, he finally opened his private chat and asked Lin Zixian for help. Lin Zixian couldn't stand his nagging anymore. Brother, let me give you a tip. Go find Zhou Mingkai now and ask him to help you open a new mine. Learn as much as you can along the way, and then follow his example to open your own branch mine. Accumulate more resources to pay tribute, and Brother Yuan will most likely keep you around. The thought of having to ask the person he had previously mocked and ridiculed for help made Chen Rui feel aggrieved, but he had no other choice but to give it a try. Su Yuan took the bio-elevator to the underground castle base. During this period, the mining of both crystal mines went smoothly, and I now have 500 units of crystals, which is enough to repair the Undead base again. After this repair, the territory should be able to include that giant gold mine, and will be closer to Marino's tribe, which will be very beneficial for any strategic relocation and defense construction that may occur later. In addition, upgrading the base to level 2 is a prerequisite for the construction and upgrading of many buildings. Not to mention the other benefits. Approaching the castle base. The second level can be repaired by consuming 5,000 gold, 3,000 stones, 2,000 wood, and 500 crystals. Should it be repaired? Yes. The familiar cold light, the familiar craftsman. But whether it was just his imagination or not, Su Yuan felt that the number of craftsmen seemed to have increased considerably this time. Is it because the workload has increased? When the cold light dissipates. Undead base, level 2, Night Tomb. Base trait. At night. All units within the territory will receive Blessing of the Night. All invaders will be cursed with Curse of the Night, and all invaders will be inflicted with the abnormal status Corruption. Current status, normal. Current functions, remote attack, protective energy shield. Buff effect, 30%. Obtain qualification to construct Tier 2 buildings. The third level can be repaired by consuming 10,000 gold, 6,000 stones, 4,000 wood, 1,000 crystals, and 800 refined iron. Another new material has been added. Su Yuan silently memorized it, then moved swiftly and arrived in front of the altar. As the base is upgraded, the level cap of the altar naturally increases as well. Upgrade the altar to level 3, and then recruit more people. Just as Su Yuan was getting ready to fight, he discovered he couldn't find the upgrade option. Level 3 altars can only be built after the Lord reaches level 5. Su Yuan had no choice but to give up. Next, we need to rest well and prepare for the first abyss eruption tomorrow. Chapter 28. Men's Romance. What a load of rubbish. This pillow won't do either. Early in the evening, Su Yuan got out of bed, yawning and rubbing his neck. Then he threw the pillow he had casually taken from the tribe into another room. It's as hard as a rock, not even as hard as a palm leaf. Patrol the territory, train the soldiers, a routine. Then the night parade of 100 demons begins, and I walk a dog. I walk a wolf. Perhaps the little wolf spirit ate too much in the early morning and had indigestion, because as soon as Su Yuan woke up, it started fussing about wanting to move around. As soon as the restrictions were lifted, it darted off in a flash, followed by hundreds of anxious parents. The wolf cub dashed to the edge of the territory and was immediately drawn to a butterfly outside. After all, there wasn't a single hair in the undead territory, and it was rare for it to see any living creature, so it started chasing after the butterflies and frolicking around. The parents didn't dare disturb it either. They hid in the trees, in the grass, or even sank into the ground, silently surrounding the little wolf spirit and observing it from the shadows. Just spoil it. Su Yuan was also helpless. Perhaps it was because he didn't have much experience in raising pets. He had somehow managed to turn the Storm Wolf King, which was so majestic and fierce when they first met, into an adorable pet. His gaze back from the wolf cub, Su Yuan saw a familiar figure peeking out from the edge of his territory. You came to watch the sunset with me so late. Oh. Li Xiaoling turned around like a frightened kitten, puffing out her cheeks, and said with a hint of reproach, Why do you always scare me like this? Su Yuan expressed his innocence. I just didn't want to keep you waiting. Oh, Li Xiaoling nodded. Speaking of which, it seems like you know where I am every time I get close to your territory. How do you do that? Your territory is so big. It's probably because you're the kind of person who easily catches my attention, Su Yuan chuckled. Li Xiaoling, however, did not accept this explanation. You might as well say that we are telepathically connected. Let's not talk about that. What's that stuff in your chest? It's bulging. Oh, I had forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Under Su Yuan's curious gaze, a pig's head popped out of Li Ziling's collar with a pop. It insists on following me. Li Xiaoling took the wild boar cub out of her arms and put it on the ground. Perhaps because it had been cooped up for too long, the cub immediately began to charge forward. Then the little wolf cub grabbed him and pinned him down. The little wolf spirit curiously examined the clumsy little creature, sniffing it from all sides, and even licked the wounds left by its previous mischief. The little wild boar was so moved that it didn't dare to breathe. I remember that the wolf spirit could only encounter things that were also spirits before. I didn't expect it to be able to affect reality now. But then again, it absorbed all the essence last night, so it's normal for it to improve. Seeing that the two little ones were having fun, Su Yuan stopped paying attention and turned to Li Xiaoling, asking, "You didn't really come here to watch the sunset with me, did you?" "Of course not." Li Xiaoling shook her head, then took out two small hammers, each about the size of a palm, from her backpack. "Here, take these. I found this deep inside a mine next to my territory. Judging from the information, it's a weapon that only the Lord can use. It seems to have some kind of armor-piercing effect. I'm a girl, I can't use this kind of thing, so I'm giving it to you. Do you have your own weapon?" "No." "Then you'll give it to me?" "Anyway, I think it's definitely more useful to give it to you than to keep it for myself." Su Yuan took the small hammer. Field's Warhammer, produced by the only designated hammer shop in the Blacksmith Kingdom. Those struck by this warhammer will enter the fragile state, making them easier to defeat. Each attack inflicts a 10% armor penetration effect, stacking up to 6 times. A hammer is a man's romance. Women don't understand hammers. Iron-blooded madman Field. I think I know why you insisted on giving it to me. Su Yuan tried playing with it for a bit, but found it a little awkward to handle. It's a little too small. However, just as he had this thought, Field's warhammer suddenly became thicker and larger, and even its hardness increased. "You can do that." Li Xiaoling stared wide-eyed at the warhammer that had suddenly grown to be almost as tall as her. "This is much easier." Although the hammer has become much larger, the weight does not seem to have increased much, and it is just right at the most comfortable point for Su Yuan. The thickness and hardness are also just right. Su Yuan expressed his satisfaction. Seeing how skillfully Su Yuan was handling the hammer, Li Xiaoling was also eager to try it out. After Su Yuan finished his trial, she tried to use it secretly, but no matter how hard she tried, the hammer wouldn't budge. "Is this the same thing I sent out?" Li Xiaoling began to question the meaning of life. Fortunately, Su Yuan didn't leave her embarrassed for long. He took something out of his backpack and handed it to her. "This is a return gift." "Huh? A skill book?" Li Ziling's eyes immediately lit up. She had already learned from the world chat that skill books were extremely rare, and at this stage they could only be obtained from various world bosses and world bosses. Those are all entities that you can't afford to offend. I never expected Su Yuan to offer such a valuable item right away. "Pig charge? Is it for an inn?" "Oh, an inn is the name of that little pig." "Yes, I think it's good to give that pig some fighting power since it's so attached to you." Li Xiaoling beamed with joy and immediately called the little wild boar in back. Upon hearing its master's call, Anin felt as if it had been granted a pardon and quickly slipped away from the wolf cub's clutches. He snuggled into Li Ziling's arms and didn't want to leave. The outside world is terrifying. The pig is scared. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoling immediately used the Pig Charge skill book on Anin. A strange energy entered the little wild boar's body. Its eyes lit up, as if it had suddenly had an epiphany, and it felt its whole body filled with power. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and it felt like it was fine again. Fueled by her increased strength, Anin burst out of Li Ziling's arms, howling, and charged straight at the wolf cub, only to be pinned down again. This is a second time. Su Yuan and Li Xiaoling couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Then I'll head back first." Li Xiaoling picked up the tearful, aggrieved little piglet and waved to Su Yuan. "Yes, be careful. The abyss eruption is about to begin." As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, a light screen popped up in front of him. 1 hour until the first abyss eruption. This outbreak lasted 1 night. The outbreak locations in different areas will be released in 10 minutes. The abyss monster kill ranking will be available in 20 minutes. The kill ranking will affect the overall regional ranking score. Lords, please prepare yourselves. Chapter 29. It's hopeless. Rest in peace. As soon as the light screen appeared, Su Yuan and Li Xiaoling opened the world channel almost simultaneously. Any lord who has survived to this day knows that the world channel is a good place for information exchange. It has become a consensus to open the world channel as soon as a new hot topic emerges. What's going on? This is so sudden. I was just about to go to sleep, and now I'm being told I have to grind monsters. Why, yeah, me too. I didn't even have time to react. I wasn't mentally prepared, let alone physically prepared. I notified you 6 days ago to prepare for the abyss to erupt. What have you been doing? I can't help it. I'm a lazy person with chronic procrastination. I always put off copying my winter break homework until the very last day. Don't rush. Let's check where the monsters spawned first. Maybe they're quite far away, and someone else has already taken them all before they even get here. Su Yuan glanced at the time. 10 minutes had passed. The light screen popped up immediately. Your current location is the Sunset Mountains. The most recent abyss eruption point is Giant Deer Plains. The estimated abyss erosion rate is 12%, low erosion rate. Best of luck. That's strange. I was clearly in Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. So why is the outbreak point the extreme cold ice palace? And what is the erosion rate? What level is 6%? Brother, you should be secretly happy. A low erosion rate means that the location of this abyss outbreak is far away from you and you are basically unaffected. You have a high probability of surviving. As for me, with an erosion rate of 60%, whether I can live to see the sun tomorrow is up to fate. So does a 100% erosion rate mean certain death? Holy crap, 100%. Did you just fall straight into the abyss? I don't know either, but a crack has appeared at the entrance of my town hall. I can feel a deep blue mist churning inside, and it seems to have gotten a little bigger in this short time. Oh, I suggest we all observe 3 seconds of silence for him. You're on the verge of dying right here. No, experts, please give me some advice. I think I can still be saved. It's hopeless. Rest in peace. Give me your location. If you're nearby, I'll come and offer incense for you on the 7th day after your death. I suggest choosing a comfortable burial position. Silly child, what are you still asking? Hurry up and run. Experts, with an erosion rate of 32%, what are my chances of survival? I have 20%. Everyone's talking about the erosion rate. Mine is only 9%, so it should be fine, right? Li Xiaoling seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps asking Su Yuan a question. Don't worry, Sunset Mountain Range is a natural barrier. As long as the outbreak point is not in the mountains, it's basically safe. However, the abyss monsters are elusive, so it's always good to be cautious. Also, ordinary weapons are hard to kill the abyss monsters, but they can be effectively attacked after being smeared with blood. Wow, how do you know everything? Li Xiaoling blinked her curious eyes. She had always wanted to acquire this knowledge, but there was simply no way to do so in this mountain range. Furthermore, no one on the World Channel has mentioned it, indicating that very few lords are aware of this important information at this stage. I really don't know where Su Yuan found out. I have special channels for obtaining intelligence. Alright, I'll head back now. Be careful too. But you're so strong. I shouldn't need to worry about you, right? Yes, I have recalled all the subordinates who were stationed elsewhere. Su Yuan said goodbye to Li Xiaoling and then continued to quickly browse various information on the World Channel. Search, summarize, and integrate. After organizing the map, Su Yuan unfolded it and marked the Jiulu Plain. My location has only a 12% erosion rate, which means that the abyss eruption site is still some distance from the territory. But that doesn't mean it won't be eroded. It's best to be careful. Grinding in the shallow abyss, Su Yuan still maintained a sense of awe for the unknown. After all, he always remembered that Guan Zhini's head was cut off by a monster from the abyss. Never underestimate the enemy. Greetings, my lord. At this moment, Zhuo Bufin, Gao Yuan, and Bai Feng also led the skeleton soldiers who had gone out back together. Su Yuan nodded, signaling them to establish a curfew around the area. Then the regional chat room was opened. Unlike the World Chat channel, which was filled with bitterness, hatred, and compassion, the regional chat rooms were filled with sounds of relief. Zhou Mingkai, I've been so engrossed in mining these past few days that I haven't paid any attention to the time. If it weren't for the system reminder, I would have thought that the abyss outbreak wouldn't come for several more days. Fortunately, the erosion rate isn't high, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Zixian. Yeah, I was really startled when the light screen appeared. I heard that even the second-ranked players in other areas are no match for the abyss monsters. Someone like me would probably die if I ran into one. Chen Rue, what are you afraid of? So what if the erosion rate is high? We have Boss Su Yuan here, so we're not worried at all. Boss, you can definitely protect us, right? Su Yuan. The Sunset Mountains area is vast, and the terrain is complex. I can't possibly cover every corner. Weapons smeared with blood can effectively kill abyss monsters. Use the remaining time to prepare yourselves. Good. Lin Zixian and Zhou Mingkai spoke in unison, causing Chen Rue, who had intended to play the victim and ask for protection, to choke on his words. Su Yuan, who was in the base, took out his hammer, summoned Guanjinese and Bujal, and waited for the abyss monster to arrive. In Caesar City, Tang Chujing's alliance was filled with unease. It's not that I'm afraid of the abyss erupting. In fact, such outbreaks are not uncommon. Caesar City has stood here for many years and has a complete set of countermeasures. Players are very safe inside, and this is indeed the case under normal circumstances. But now Caesar City also exudes a dangerous aura. Tang, 2 more children have contracted that strange disease. In the fireplace room of the church, the Knights Guards kept reporting the situation to Tang Chujing. Tang Chujing wiped the sweat from her forehead and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't have time to glance at the guards and simply said, "Bring them to the church first and make sure they keep their distance from the other patients." As she spoke, she took the scalding hot medicine off the stove. "Give this to the first batch of children who have been sent here." Okay. The anxiety in the guards' eyes eased somewhat. A similar strange disease had broken out in the city before, and it was the traveler in front of me who intervened and saved the infected child. Hopefully, this time the medicine will cure the disease completely. Watching the guards leave, Tang Chujing was still uneasy. As a medical student, she knew that although the symptoms of this strange illness were very similar to the last one, the nature of it was completely different. This disease comes on very suddenly and is highly contagious. It must be contained as soon as possible. There is no time to lose, otherwise it could very likely lead to a human tragedy. The problem was, he was out of medicine. We need to find someone to go out and collect herbs immediately. However, the abyss will erupt in 5 minutes. Chapter 30. If I strike with this hammer, you might die. Inside the church, the 7 lords from around Caesar City sat together in a somber atmosphere. Everyone is aware of the current situation. Someone needs to step forward. But no one dared to take on this job. I don't understand. Why not let the knights go out to gather herbs? Shuiyang asked first. Zhao Qinglong shook his head. If the knights leave, who will maintain order in the city? Do you know what the consequences of a popular riot would be at a time like this? Then why don't we just ignore it? It's just a bunch of otherworldly people who died, not us. I don't have time to stand on my moral high ground and point fingers at you. I'll just ask you one question. How can you guarantee you won't get a disease? Shuiyang muttered under his breath. Well, even if we're going, we should wait until after tonight. The herbs that Sister Jing needs all grow in the Sunset Mountains, and the amount collected is huge. It will take at least 2 days to go and come back. Now is the time to race against time. Wasting this one night could lead to irreversible consequences. What can we do? There are abyssal monsters outside. Who dares to go out and gather herbs? One question stumped everyone. No one answered. Even though everyone knows that a hero is needed, no one dares to be that hero. After all, life is only once. Just then, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from the corner. Rex, what are you laughing at? I laugh at this group of ostriches. Even though they know the situation is very bad, they naively believe they won't be so unlucky as long as disaster hasn't befallen them yet. Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the lords all turned rather unpleasant. Rex is usually straightforward and will confront anything he doesn't like. Even Tang Chujing is no exception. Even though he is isolated by the lords, he still does things his own way. The lords in the alliance all disliked him and didn't understand why Tang Chujing would keep such a person in the team. But now, they seem to know why. Roasting a bunch of cowards, Rick put away his legs, which were propped up on the table, and stood up before someone uttered the classic line. If you're so good, then you do it. Tell Tang Chujing that I will bring the herbs back. If I die, do not erect a tombstone or hold a funeral. Just pretend I never came into this world. I don't like being pointed at and talked about after I die, and even praise is unnecessary. After saying that, Rick strode away from the church. He didn't even turn his head. At this very moment, on the Jilu plain, had planned to use this abyss eruption to rack up points and climb to the top of the regional leaderboard, suddenly chickened out when they saw countless ugly vengeful spirits pouring out like a swarm of locusts from the crack that had expanded to the size of a door. He immediately decided to leave the generals and militiamen behind to buy time, and then, without saying another word, he made his escape. Behind them, a round, fat man followed, panting and cursing as he ran. I don't know what you two are up to. I really believed your nonsense. This thing is something we can fight? Well, my 2 warriors are going to die heroically. How convenient. Shut up, you fatso, run. As long as you're alive, you can always make a comeback. Brother Chun is really screwed. He had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a demonic sword that greatly increased his damage against monsters in the abyss. With this sword, he killed several vengeful spirits. When the spirit core was listed on the exchange, it immediately received tremendous attention and popularity. The thought that he could easily kill monsters that even the top players in other regions struggled with spurred his vanity to swell instantly, coupled with all sorts of boasting on the World Channel. He immediately lost himself amidst the constant calls of Big Shot. He thought the monsters in the abyss were nothing special, and that this abyss outbreak was his chance to become famous and make a name for himself. But he never expected that there would be so many monsters in the abyss outbreak. Who can withstand this? I have to give gifts to everyone who comes. Are we just waiting to die if we don't run? The same scenario played out simultaneously near various abyssal eruption points. The world chat is filled with cries of despair. Countless unprepared lords lost their elite troops, which they had painstakingly developed over 10 days. However, there are exceptions. This is pitifully weak. Su Yuan looked at the half-human-sized eyeball that was pinned to the ground by the spirits and unable to move, and murmured softly, "This thing is even weaker than the monsters in the shallow abyss I entered last night. How weak is it? Even wolf cubs wouldn't eat it. Perfect, let's give it a try." Su Yuan picked up the sledgehammer and walked toward the bloodshot eyeball. Perhaps sensing the danger to its life, the big eyeball began to struggle frantically, but to no avail. The soul was pinned down by it. 80. Su Yuan didn't know why, but he just wanted to yell like that. It's as if swinging the hammer like this makes it more powerful. Bang! While ordinary weapons cannot harm vengeful spirits, Field's Warhammer is clearly not an ordinary weapon. With that hammer blow, Su Yuan finally understood what eye-popping meant. Oh, putting aside the filth on the ground, Su Yuan discovered that Field's Warhammer could not only inflict high damage on vengeful spirits, but also draw energy from them. After killing the giant eyeball, a blue dot lit up at the end of the Warhammer handle, like the starting symbol for an energy bar. This is interesting. Su Yuan glanced in the direction of the Jiulu plain and then made a decision. "General Guan, you guard the home. Bujal, let's go." "Yes, my lord." At first, Su Yuan was worried that the abyss eruption might unleash a powerful boss, but now it seems, it's just some lousy fish. If not now, when? Su Yuan's idea was very simple. Isn't our erosion rate low? It's alright, if the abyss doesn't come looking for me, I can go to the abyss. Su Yuan rode the demon, wielding his great hammer. He killed every wraith he saw along the way, accumulating points and charging his warhammer at the same time. Where else could you find such a win-win situation? "I'm so bored." In the regional chat room, Li Shaoling was grumbling. "I see on the World Channel that many people have encountered abyss monsters, but why haven't I encountered one after waiting for most of the night? Grandma, you'd better watch your mouth. Don't make us make any promises you can't keep." Chen Rue said fearfully, "It's good that there are no abyss monsters. I want to live a few more days." "Do you think it's because we're too far from the outbreak point? That's why the monsters can't get here." Zhou Mingkai guessed. "Wait a minute. I saw that even with a 3% erosion rate, they encountered a lone one. Our situation, isn't this a bit too abnormal? Could it really be that the Sunset Mountains have a special terrain, a natural barrier that isolates them from the outside world?" "Very likely. They probably never imagined that it wasn't that no monsters were coming, but rather that the monsters simply couldn't get through." At this moment, Su Yuan had transformed into a demon knight, wielding a giant hammer and galloping forward. "The vengeful spirits of the abyss, you. Don't run away." Chapter 31. Have you ever seen a hammer strike that falls from the sky? Wearing a hood and pulling up his collar to cover the lower half of his face, Rex secretly slipped out of the city while everyone else was busy dealing with the strange disease and the outbreak of the abyss. The energy shield of Caesar City is very large, and there are 4 watchtowers inlaid with spiritual energy around it. The firepower coverage range is 1 kilometer, and any abyssal monster that gets close will be killed on the spot. Even outside the city, safety is still temporarily guaranteed. Rick walked along the base of the city wall to the edge of the watchtower's coverage area, then crouched down and whistled 3 long and 1 short whistles. Soon, a brown-haired female gorilla, taller than a human, swung out of the forest. Her agile and nimble figure dodged the automatic attack of the watchtower, then picked up Rex, kicked off the city wall, and the ape and man shot out like a sharp sword, directly passing through the watchtower's coverage area and landing steadily. Rick flipped over and straddled the mother gorilla's back, gently stroking her brown fur. "Linda, if I die, don't worry about me. Take the herbs and go find that woman you hate. Then, Forget about me. The mother gorilla let out a very dissatisfied howl, as if to say, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you to death. Rex smiled but didn't say anything. He simply took out a dagger, a quiver, and a longbow from his backpack. Without hesitation, he slashed his own arm, covering the dagger and arrows with blood, then concealed his aura, his eyes beneath the hood cold and filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the large eyeballs floating not far away had spotted them and were rushing towards them. Rex held his breath, drew his bow, and with a slow exhale, the arrow shot through the air. When the blood-stained arrow touched the blood-red eyeball, a wisp of smoke rose, and it pierced through the eye, the immense force pinning it to the tree. Walk! Rex knew that the abyss monsters were extremely troublesome, and with his current strength, he could not eliminate them immediately, so he could not linger in the battle. Linda ran very fast, but on the vast plains, there was nothing to hide behind. She was too conspicuous and was quickly spotted by the abyssal monsters. Rex kept a straight face as he continued to shoot arrows. After an arrow pierced through a filthy, dark, vengeful spirit, another blood-red eyeball rushed up. Rex reached for the quiver behind his back to draw an arrow, but found nothing. He decisively drew his longbow, raised his dagger, and stabbed at the charging monster. But what followed was an increasing number of monsters. Linda stopped in her tracks, pounded her chest with her fists, and let out a deafening roar. The roar had a mental interference effect, causing all the abyssal monsters around it to freeze in their tracks. Taking advantage of this opening, it successfully escaped with Rex. We'll be at the stone bridge soon. Rick clenched his fist. Once you cross the stone bridge and enter the hilly area, you'll be in Linda's territory, where you can easily shake off your pursuers. Unlike on this plane, where our advantages cannot be fully utilized. However, there were simply too many abyssal monsters, surging in one after another, making it impossible to break through. Moreover, unlike the previous blood-red eyeballs and pitch-black spirits, this batch of monsters also included stitched-up human faces and blood-dripping ghost heads. Even stronger, Rex spotted a weak point in the abyss monster horde and tried to break through, but after several attempts, he failed each time. Instead, the pursuers behind him closed in, and he was about to face a dilemma. Damn it, I was so close. Rex made a quick decision. Linda, you go. I'll distract them for you. Without me as a burden, you can run even faster. The female gorilla didn't say anything, but slapped him across the face. In just a short while, their only way out was also blocked. Besieged on all sides, surrounded by a group of abyssal monsters, Rex actually smiled. Linda, I told you to run earlier, but you didn't. Now you can't run even if you want to. Roar. Is that so? Fine. Let's see who dies first. Rick gripped the blood-stained dagger tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with a burning passion for life, but he had no regrets. I also want to live, but someone has to die. Since that's the case, let the flower of life bloom brilliantly one last time. Rick took a deep breath and charged out with a death wish. However, just then, a loud whooshing sound came from above. Following closely behind was the tearing of air, the demon's wings, and a figure standing on the demon's back, wielding a giant hammer. Good aggro generation. The monsters are grouped up just right. Su Yuan leaped into the air, descending from the sky like a meteorite. In his hand, the field hammer, now brimming with energy, shone with a dazzling blue light. Let me see your true power. The sledgehammer was raised high, and lightning began to crackle across its dark surface. With the momentum of his fall, Su Yuan slammed the warhammer down hard. Boom! A thunderous explosion swept across the plains, and countless bolts of lightning crackled across the Julu plain like a spider web. Penetrate. All the abyssal monsters were annihilated in this intense energy. Even have time to let out a scream. In the blink of an eye, only countless filth and charred marks remained at the scene. What the hell is this guy? Rick stared blankly at everything that was happening before his eyes. If Linda hadn't reacted so quickly, picking him up and leaping into the air, and using her body to shield him from the massive energy surge, he would probably be a charred corpse by now. Withstood the attack, even though it only grazed the edge and caused extensive burns, but she gritted her teeth and carried Rick away at full speed. That hammer, another hit, and I'm dead. Meanwhile, Rex was still in a daze, his mind filled with the image of the boy descending from the sky and delivering the decisive blow. Who is this guy? Su Yuan hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder. The energy bar lights lit up instantly. With the mass death of the abyss monsters, the energy that had just been consumed was immediately replenished. No built-in CD, but can be refreshed infinitely. That feels so good. Su Yuan was practically grinning from ear to ear. These low-level abyss monsters are all power banks. At the same time, eliminate ordinary vengeful spirits. Gain 10 experience points. Gain energy *1. Eliminate the first tier vengeful spirit. Gain 30 experience points. Gain energy *10. Eliminate tier 1 wraiths, special. Gain 100 experience points. Gain energy *20. Obtained 1 spirit core. Obtain skill book, spirit sword technique. Current experience points, 1000/1000. Congratulations on leveling up to level 4. Current experience points, 2000/2000. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. A series of messages on the light screen made Su Yuan exclaim, "Wow! Have I found the secret to wealth? We need to farm as much as possible while the abyss is active." Without even bothering to check the specific reward details, Su Yuan headed straight for the wide-open abyss gate. The low-level vengeful spirits, upon seeing him, scurried frantically back into the doorway as if they had seen a ghost. They came here to wreak havoc on humanity, but they never imagined that the human world would be so dangerous. How could Su Yuan possibly let them go? He was about to charge straight into the abyss gate and wreak havoc. Just then, a humanoid vengeful spirit suddenly appeared and blocked the doorway. When Su Yuan saw the face of the humanoid vengeful spirit, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Zhonglei. Chapter 32. The ancestors' coffin lids are about to burst open. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Yuan regained his composure. He didn't swing the hammer rashly, but instead created space and immediately summoned Bulgur. Before Su Yuan could even speak, Bujar rushed over the moment he sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to unleash his power, the entrance to the abyss was suddenly shut by an unknown force. The atmosphere suddenly shifted from tense and confrontational to one of bewilderment and uncertainty. Looking at the vast plains and the star-studded night sky before him, Su Yuan was filled with questions. Wasn't it supposed to last one night? Why is this even allowed to leave work early? My lord, it is my fault for not doing a good job. Buggle took the initiative to apologize, saying that if he had arrived earlier, he would not have let the other party seal off the space so easily. Su Yuan waved his hand. Unexpected, it has nothing to do with you. In any case, tonight's gains have been enormous. Knowing when to stop while you're ahead isn't necessarily a bad thing. Is that vengeful spirit Zhonglei? The face looks a lot like him, but he doesn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Although it looks human, it has no human thoughts. Or perhaps, she simply lost all memories of her life? If that guy really is Zhonglei, then it means that even people who traveled from another time can still fall into the abyss after death. According to Bulgur, the shallowest abyss is most closely connected to reality and is more likely to influence it, while the deeper the abyss, the more difficult it is to break down the barrier between illusion and reality. But once this barrier is breached, the consequences will be unimaginable. Judging from the strength of the monster tonight, this vengeful spirit that looks so much like Zhonglei should be in the shallow abyss. Maybe I'll still have a chance to meet him. Su Yuan put away his warhammer, no longer thinking about the abyss, and instead looked at the city-state in the distance. If I remember correctly, according to the map that Marino copied, there are 3 cities on the plain of giant deer. This direction, this location, should be the Wind City I'm looking for. Su Yuan noticed the city while they were still in midair. From the outside, its defense system is very complete. Under the moonlight, the 4 watchtowers stand like loyal guards at the 4 corners of the city. In the central area, some exposed holes can be seen. These are the entrances to underground caves. These can be used as emergency shelters or as bunkers if needed. The scene inside the city was not very clear, and there were large-scale mental interference spells. Su Yuan didn't dare to let Bujar take action rashly. Firstly, he didn't want to alert the enemy, and secondly, he didn't know if there were any particularly powerful and ruthless characters in the city. What if someone I can't afford to mess with suddenly appears? Wouldn't that be like walking right into a trap? After all, a city that has stood here for so long must have something to rely on. To be on the safe side, let's organize today's gains first, and then we'll talk about it after we get the regional leaderboard rewards tomorrow. As for now, it's time to let the wolf cubs out to clean up the battlefield. As soon as Su Yuan landed, the little wolf spirit seemed to sense something and became unusually active. If it weren't for a group of parents holding it down, it probably would have already rushed out and been running around wildly. Once Su Yuan released the restraints of the 100 Ghosts Parade, the parents couldn't hold him back anymore. The little wolf cub shot off like an arrow, turning into lightning and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan even saw glowing wind patterns on it. Don't rush, there's plenty of late-night snacks. Do you think you, a wolf, can finish all of this? Outward complaints. Su Yuan was secretly delighted. He could use skills on this now. It was worth feeding him so much essence. His progress has been rapid. But before Su Yuan could be happy for long, he realized that the little wolf spirit didn't seem to be rushing out to eat. Its goal is very clear, the City of Wind. What's going on? Su Yuan was completely baffled. This wolf spirit lose control the moment it sees Wind City? However, although the wolf spirit was very excited, it only circled the perimeter and did not even enter the range of the watchtower. It's not that it's afraid of being attacked. In fact, at its current speed, the watchtower's attacks can only hit its afterimage at most. But it just wouldn't dare go in. Su Yuan saw in it a sense of, the closer one gets to home, the more timid one becomes. It's a pity you can't speak, otherwise I would really like to hear your story. Seeing the little wolf spirit's hesitation and reluctance, Su Yuan promised it. Don't worry, I will definitely take you in for a look soon. A woo. The wolf spirit howled at the sky, rubbed against Su Yuan's trouser leg, and then ran towards a solitary grave not far from the main city of Wind Capital. He then began digging frantically in the soil. Su Yuan followed behind and looked closely. The inscription on the tombstone in front of the burial mound read, Guardian of the Four Winds, Tomb of the Storm Wolf King. Su Yuan looked at the little wolf spirit, then at the tombstone. Good heavens, you're digging up our ancestors' graves. If the Wolf King knew this from beyond the grave, he would probably be driven to his death by filial piety. However, Su Yuan quickly realized something was wrong. When Wolf Spirit dug up the soil, he found that there was no trace of the Storm Wolf King in the tomb. Instead, there was a rag doll with hair of different shapes wrapped around it, and several black needles stuck in the hair. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Bujir, what do you think? This must be a curse from a sorcerer, Bogle said calmly after examining it. It's not some sophisticated spell. Seeing the little wolf spirit's worried expression, Su Yuan ordered, break it. Yes, my lord. With a slight lift of his finger, an invisible force pulled out the black needles. With another flick of his finger, all the black needles were driven into the ground, and with a gust of wind and a burial of soil, they disappeared. The little wolf spirit cheered and ran to Bujar, wagging its tail wildly. Bubble took a step back without making a sound. Dawn was approaching. The first abyss eruption after the entire population traveled through time is nearing its end. It's a time of joy for some and sorrow for others. Some people are back to square one. Some lose everything, some achieve great things and reap rich rewards, and some will never see the rising sun again. Of course, there were also a few people who were extremely alert and waited all night, only to find. What a waste of time. There were no abyssal monsters at all. If it weren't for the cries and wails on the World Channel, Li Shaoling would have doubted whether the abyss had actually erupted. Looks like we're the chosen ones. This Sunset Mountains is truly a wonderful place. I'm going to settle down here for the rest of my life and never leave. Chen Rue beamed with joy. Of all the lords of Sunset Mountain Range, he had the fewest troops, the lowest strength, the weakest defenses, and was the most fearful. But now all that was over. Just because we're alright doesn't mean those abyssal monsters won't target others. Zhou Mingkai saw things very clearly. There's no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is helping you carry the burden. We must always have reverence for life. Oh right. You're a favorite of the big boss now. Whatever you say is right. Chen Rue thought this in his heart, but dared not say it out loud, and could only agree. Bored, Li Shaoling casually opened the Abyss Monster Kill ranking. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Take one more look. This time she confirmed it. The top spot on the Abyss Monster Area Kill ranking, Sunset Mountains. What happened? Chapter 33. You might not believe it, but we got first place without even trying. A large question mark appeared on Li Xialing's small head. Is there a bug in the system? Or is it that there are two places in this world called Sunset Mountains? There shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? But she really couldn't understand why she could get first place just by sitting in front of the town hall counting stars. I don't understand. Li Xiaoling feels that some of her perceptions may need to be rebuilt. At this moment, Chen Rue also inadvertently opened the Abyss Monster Kill ranking. Then he was completely stunned. He rushed to the regional chat room and shouted with his arms raised. We are number one. What? EDG won the championship. Zhou Mingkai, who had been feeling sleepy, suddenly perked up. You can watch live streams here? Chen Rue? Is this conversation on the same channel? Lin Zixian was also baffled. You guys stayed up all night. aren't you sleepy? Why are you making such a racket instead of sleeping? Take a look at the Abyss monster kill ranking. What's so interesting? We haven't done anything. We're bound to be at the bottom. What's the point of looking at others looking so glamorous? Holy crap. Lin Zixian. Are we number 1? How did you do that? Zhou Mingkai also checked the leaderboard. You guys were secretly fighting monsters behind my back. We'd like to, but our strength doesn't allow it. Look at the World Channel. Everyone's talking about us. The group was instantly wide awake and all turned on the World Chat. At this point, all sorts of speculations were circulating on the World Channel. Even though they had just finished a fierce battle, the players showed no signs of taking a break and continued to discuss the matter enthusiastically. Where is this Sunset Mountain range? It's amazing. Sunset Mountains doesn't sound like a very prosperous place. The mountains are rugged and treacherous, and there are many fogs, poisonous creatures, and wild beasts. It should be difficult to develop there. The analysis upstairs makes sense, so this further proves that everyone in the Sunset Mountains is ruthless. Quickly, are there any experts from Sunset Mountains who can share their experience? Faced with all the praise and inquiries on the World Channel, the 4 lords of Sunset Mountain all tacitly kept quiet. Even Chen Rue, who was most eager to show off, restrained himself. There's nothing I can do, you're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Our first place was purely achieved by lying down. It was all fluff and no substance whatsoever. We'd like to share our experience, but first, we need to have experience ourselves. Everyone in Sunset Mountain Range pretended to be dead, and the other lords, seeing that they couldn't extract any information from them, simply shifted their focus. Don't just focus on the first place, okay? Isn't the second-ranked Extreme Cold Ice Palace strong? Just by looking at the name, you can tell that its geographical location and climate conditions are even worse than the Sunset Mountains. The fact that people could take second place shows how strong it is. The third-ranked Divine Marquis Mansion is also very strong. The fourth paradise, Xianing Village, is also quite nice. The fifth-ranked Shrine Town is probably teeming with experts as well. The player lords analyzed the top 10 regions one by one, and occasionally someone from these regions would come out and show off, but when it came to the most important monster fighting experience, they all tacitly kept quiet. It seems that each region has its own unique secret techniques, which it is unwilling to reveal easily. By the way, do you guys think the 80th generation Big Shot might be in one of these top 10 areas? Possibly. He's a master who can go into the abyss to fight monsters, so he must have a way to deal with the abyss monsters. Among the people in the top 10 regions, is there anyone more handsome than Daniel Wu who can reveal some inside information? Who exactly is this 80s Big Shot? Looking for an 80-level expert to show up. The bottom row is filled with copy-pasting +1 people. Perhaps annoyed by the constant barrage of comments, one of the lords of the Frost Palace spoke up. That's enough. Don't over-glorify anyone. The abyss monsters aren't that hard to kill. If our second and third rank players return from their voyages, it's still uncertain who will take first place tonight. Wow, it's the big boss of the Ice Palace. I'm in awe. What? The second and third ranked players from the Extreme Cold Ice Palace didn't participate? Wow, that's incredible. Great. That's a real master. That 80s kid is just a clown who hides his face and doesn't dare to show his face. I recognize you upstairs. You've been getting really frustrated because you haven't been able to get any food from the 80-level boss several times. Just one more thing. If I remember correctly, Jing's region should be Caesar City? It seems she wasn't on the list. Oh right. Now that you mention it, I realize that not only is Caesar City nowhere to be seen in the first 10 miles, but it's not even in the first 50 miles. I scanned the top 100 and didn't see it. Could it be a total wipeout? So don't be too superstitious about one person's strength. Whether it's 80 or Sister Jing, they are just more famous. Their real strength may not be that great. At this moment, Tang Chujing was extremely busy and had no time to respond to the various speculations on the World Channel. Her original plan was to compete for a spot on the Abyss Monster Kill ranking, but plans changed, and the upheavals in Caesar City left her with no energy left to compete for the ranking. The number of patients in the city is increasing. At first, only children were infected, but now even some adults are experiencing symptoms such as weakness in the limbs, fatigue, fever, and dizziness when exposed to light. She went to great lengths to prevent the patients in the church from getting any worse. But it only means it stopped getting worse. There is absolutely no hope of a cure. Although she consulted many books in Caesar's City, mostly on pharmacology, and combined them with her clinical experience and theoretical knowledge, she came up with a preliminary treatment plan in her mind. However, Even the most skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Without medicine, everything was in vain. She heard the news that Rick had gone to his death alone, but there was nothing she could do but pray for him in church. I have done my best. Now, all I can do is wait. Tang Chujing interlaced her fingers and placed them on her chest, hoping that Lei Ku would return alive and bring the dawn of life. Just then, a guard from the Knights of the Order entered, his expression incredibly excited. Tang, you're amazing. The children in the church have stopped having high fevers, and their complexions are gradually returning to normal. The priest said that the evil spirits within them have been expelled, and they will recover completely with just rest. Looking at the guards whose faces were full of joy and respect, Tang Chujing felt as if she were in a dream. Are you cured? How is that possible? She rushed to the church rooms where the patients were being housed and checked them one by one. There's been some improvement. Tang Chujing exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that the mechanism for producing antibodies in the bodies of people here is more advanced? Wrong. Tang Chujing suddenly frowned. Only the children who were sent later have a chance of recovering. Although the earliest batch of infected children have also improved, they are still not out of danger. Just as she was examining the child closely, a wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the first child to contract the disease, and then a dark, gray diamond-shaped mark emerged. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Chujing's heart skipped a beat. The Curse of the Forsaken? Chapter 34, The Score on the Desolate Plain, first eliminates the correct answer. Tang Chujing did after entering Caesar City, and what she continues to do to this day, is to immerse herself in the library and frantically absorb knowledge. Today, she probably knows more about their continent than many of the original inhabitants of this other world. Therefore, she knew very well that the way this curse manifested was definitely the work of the Forsaken. They were a group of wandering spirits, born sorcerers, whose every wisp of energy surged for the purpose of casting spells. Thanks to their unparalleled talent, their curses often have a distinct personal style and are very difficult to break, even for low-level sorcerers. As far as Tang Chujing knew, in Caesar City, only Archbishop Sith of the Church and Rubik, the honorary professor and magic instructor in the Mage Association, had the ability to break curses. However, even these two might not be able to guarantee that they could purify a curse cast by the Forsaken. But at the same time, she was very certain that this diamond-shaped mark would only appear when the cursed object was removed, which was the essence of the Forsaken spells. Even if the cursed object was destroyed, the previous curse would still continue to take effect. Of course, even so, the situation is much better than before. As long as the curse only causes illness, there are still ways to deal with it. Who is secretly helping me? While Tang Chujing was making wild guesses, the real protagonist had already led the souls who had finished cleaning up the battlefield back to the base and went straight to sleep. 8 hours later, Su Yuan opened the regional chat room while rubbing his neck. The chat room contained discussions from 8 hours prior among Li Shaoling and her 3 companions regarding the Abyss monster kill ranking. This includes various speculations, including but not limited to system bug theory, meteorite theory, a passing dark destroyer theory, and the extremely absurd Abyss monster getting struck by lightning upon leaving the Abyss theory. Of course, Li Shaoling also proposed the idea that Su Yuan single-handedly took the first place amidst a vast army, but this idea was immediately rejected. Even Chen Rue, the most outwardly ardent supporter of the source material, wouldn't dare to praise it this much. Because the absurdity of this matter is comparable to a monster from the Abyss getting struck by lightning when it goes out. Even the latter is somewhat believable. Lin Zixian accidentally saw a fleeting flash of lightning on the Julu plain last night. I admit, Su Yuan is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to kill so many Abyss monsters by himself, right? Even if we assume he is really that strong, his territory is in the mountains, and it's a basin at a very low altitude. If he wants to go to the Julu plain, he would have to cross the entire Sunset Mountain range, which would take more than a week to go back and forth. It's impossible for him in terms of time, unless he can fly. Finally, everyone agreed that the meteorite theory was more reasonable. After all 4 of them felt the earth shaking violently during the night. Although it lasted for a very short time, it was the real deal. Lin Zixian, whose territory was at a relatively high altitude, saw the charred marks and still lingering black smoke on the Julu plain. After a heated discussion, everyone concluded that the Abyss monster was killed by a meteorite from outer space. Since the location of the death was very close to Sunset Mountain, The kill points were all counted on Sunset Mountain. A true case of winning without lifting a finger. Meteorites are really useful. No wonder so many novelists like to use meteorite escape techniques. Su Yuan couldn't help but complain. However, he also knew that when people face things they cannot understand, they can always have wild ideas and then hypnotize themselves. This is the body's self-protection mechanism. The Emperor's golden hoe belongs to that category. Of course, the most crucial point is that none of the four had the ability to cross the Sunset Mountains in a short time and therefore could not get a close look at the scene. Otherwise, they would never have come to such an absurd conclusion. But Su Yuan didn't intend to explain. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. After closing the regional chat room, Su Yuan began to organize his gains from the previous night. He first initiated the night parade of 100 demons, summoning the little wolf cub. Having enjoyed a sumptuous feast last night, the little wolf spirit has grown increasingly solid, and its aura has become much stronger. Su Yuan rubbed the wolf cub's head, then took out the Wind Blade skill book from his backpack. This skill was originally the Storm Wolf King's signature move. Since Su Yuan had just seen wind patterns appear on the little wolf spirit yesterday, he decided to teach it this skill. The skill book was used, and a beam of light appeared on the wolf cub. The little guy's eyes lit up as if he had opened a door to a new world, and he immediately began his journey of leveling up his proficiency. Wind blades flew back and forth in the territory, but Su Yuan ignored them and continued to search for his spoils. Because I killed so many abyss monsters last night, I jumped 2 levels directly, from level 3 to level 5. Congratulations on becoming a level 5 lord. Gain 500 reputation. Building limit increased by 1. World channel feature unlocked. Aside from the fixed reputation and the increased building capacity, the most noticeable change is the evolution of the gray, withered vegetation beneath your feet. From its initial grayish-white appearance to its slightly reddish tip, and now, the entire extended portion has become blood red and is exceptionally sharp, exhibiting a clear aggressiveness. In addition, the direction of territorial expansion has also changed. The gray vegetation has moved from the ground to the ground, making it not only more concealed, but also enhancing the observation range. Countless red tendrils act like antennae, constantly receiving signals from all directions. Previously, Su Yuan could only monitor movements within the territory, but now he can extend that monitoring to 3 kilometers beyond the boundary line. Combined with its concealment by being buried underground, Su Yuan could very well discover the enemy's territory before they even see it. The only drawback is that it can attack air units. However, judging from the fact that the gray vegetation stabs the parasitic insects and the grave grass that Li Shaoling encountered during her first visit, it is only a matter of time before the gray vegetation evolves into an anti-air capability. This was a solid and reliable firewall within his territory, and Su Yuan placed high hopes on it. Next is another new world channel feature activated when you upgrade to level 5, the Abyss Black Market. With his experience in exchanges and auction houses, Su Yuan was already very skilled at operating the system. Upon opening the world chat, you'll immediately spot the new Abyss Black Market button below the Timespace auction house. Like auction houses, the black market also has time limits. This time, there are 3 days and 18 hours left until the end. Unlike auction houses, the black market does not directly offer goods. Welcome to the Abyss Black Market. Note, this black market only trades Abyss items. Note, this black market offers the exchange of all Abyss items. All Abyss items. Everything. Su Yuan keenly grasped the key point, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Please enter the Abyss item you wish to redeem. Looking at the information on the screen in front of him, Su Yuan typed it in without hesitation. Guan Jinyi's head. Chapter 35 Redefining Weakness. This exchange requires 5 Abyss World Cores. Is it really possible to change it? Su Yuan had only intended to try it out, but he never expected that there would actually be a possibility of exchanging for it. It seems that Guan Jinyi's head was indeed left in the Abyss. But what is the core of this Abyss world? Whatever it is. Su Yuan closed the exchange interface and then entered Abyss World Core. If we can peel it away layer by layer, and finally use the spirit core to pay for everything, then it will be very simple. However, the Abyss Black Market did not leave this loophole for him to exploit. Please enter the specific name of the Abyss world. Bukhar, how many abysses have you been to? My lord, I can't remember. I am a demon who wanders between the abyss and the rift between reality. I often find myself entering a new abyss as soon as I open my eyes. Then do you know the names of a few abyssal worlds? My lord, I am so sorry. I am too weak to explore the forbidden secrets of the abyss. Bukar appeared very sad, as if he regretted not being able to help Su Yuan. Su Yuan was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected that the name was a taboo in the abyss world, and that even Bugger couldn't touch it. It seems that trying to find Guan Jini's head directly through the black market is not a viable option in the short term. But apart from Guan Jini's head, he didn't seem to know what else was worth exchanging for. My understanding of the abyss is still too shallow. Let's put it aside for now. There are still 3.5 days left. Maybe I'll know what to exchange for soon. Su Yuan temporarily shut down the abyss black market. I glanced at the leaderboard while returning to the world chat. The abyss monster kill ranking will be settled together with the regional ranking at 8 p.m. 6 hours left. Su Yuan closed the world channel and then summoned Zhuo Bufin and the other two, instructing them to lift their guard and continue the work they hadn't finished. He also specifically instructed them to report back immediately if they discovered any iron ore. Awoo. As soon as Zhuo Bufin and the other two left, Su Yuan heard the little wolf cub howling. Turning to look at the source of the sound, I saw a flying insect that had already been pierced through by the wind blades, cut in two, and was beyond dead. The little wolf spirit had just learned a new skill and was worried about not having a living creature to practice on, so this was like walking into a trap. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but Su Yuan still carefully examined the dead flying insect. Since no strange or vengeful spirits broke out of the body, it shouldn't be a parasitic insect. That's strange. My territory is so lifeless, and normally snakes, insects, rats, birds, and beasts all avoid it. What could be so crazy that this little flying insect would run here to seek its death? Just as Su Yuan was frowning in thought, he noticed several insects circling around the territory through the gray vegetation. However, they couldn't fly, and they were immediately pierced by the bright red, sharp tip of the gray vegetation the moment they were discovered. Even those hidden in the soil are no exception. Interesting. Su Yuan certainly didn't think that these obviously abnormal insects were just tired of living. Clearly, like his gray and withered vegetation, they had some kind of ability to collect information and obtain intelligence. Is someone deliberately spying on me? Or perhaps, they just happened to stumble into their own territory while gathering intelligence? Regardless of the reason, the other party has successfully caught Su Yuan's attention. Bujar, can we find the manipulator behind these insects by using the residual spiritual energy on them? My lord, this manipulator is very careful and has not left any traces. However, I can use the corpses of these insects to teach him a lesson. Then let's greet this friend who dares to spy around my territory in a friendly and cordial manner. Yes, my lord. In a small valley on the north side of the Sunset Mountains, a vanguard squad from the Snow Country is resting. The team was very simple: a scout mage, an accompanying healer, 2 magic scholars, 12 knights, and a knight commander. Their mission was simple: to find the fastest route across the Sunset Mountains. Lebu, is it ready yet? My stomach is growling. The boy in the white magic robe clutched his stomach, staring longingly at the pot of soup in front of him. It'll be ready soon. Snake meat takes a long time to cook. Another boy, also dressed in a white magic robe and called Lab, stirred the pot with a spoon and muttered softly, "Strange, I saw a lot of wild boars last time I came, but there aren't any this time." Both are magical scholars from the Snow Country of Ornado, and they are undergoing their graduation trials at the academy, serving a full year in the Snow Country's border guards. I didn't expect to be sent out on a mission so soon after I reported for duty. The two, who were used to eating rich and delicious food, were not used to eating military rations and had to make do with what they had on hand to satisfy their appetites. Karen, I heard the Ash mercenary group has already made their move. At our current pace, will we be able to catch up? What if by the time we reach Caesar City, it's already a mass grave? The Ashes are used to being barbaric. They never follow the plan. They just do this to satisfy their bloodlust. It's disgusting. Don't they even think about what use a dead city is? Karen said, curling his lip. He was the son of a baron on the border of the Snow Kingdom and knew some secrets. Caesar City's geographical location is extremely important. It can serve as a springboard for us to enter the giant deer plain. The Snow Kingdom's resources are almost exhausted, and with the snow god's sudden disappearance, the climate has become increasingly worse in recent years. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, betting the future of the Snow Kingdom. We absolutely cannot afford to lose it. We must find a passage as soon as possible to provide a reliable route for the main force behind us. Rab looked into the distance with some worry. I don't know if the scouts we send out will be able to complete their mission successfully. I hope they won't be discovered by the natives here. Karen, however, remained calm. Don't worry. Archmage Kevin is the most powerful reconnaissance mage on the border. His ants are incredibly elusive, and he even once managed to infiltrate the Great Xia Kingdom's palace for 3 years. How could a group of mountain natives possibly find him? Not far in front of the two, the scout mage Kevin was drawing a map. A huge white cloth was placed in front of him, and he kept waving the pen in his hand, but his eyes remained closed. His gaze had already connected with the ants and insects sent out in all directions, and he was constantly integrating the visual information he had acquired into his mind, which he then materialized onto the white cloth in front of him. He needed to master the terrain of the entire Sunset Mountains in the shortest possible time and select the most suitable route for the army's march. Kevin's skillful maneuver put Rob at ease. Indeed, with such a powerful reconnaissance mage, we're sure to complete the mission. But just as Rob finished speaking, he noticed Kevin's hand holding the pen suddenly pause, and then he showed a pained expression. Kevin, what's wrong? Knight Commander Oliver noticed something was wrong immediately and rushed over to check. But Kevin raised his hand to stop him from getting closer. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, Run, there's an extremely terrifying being here. Chapter 36, No-Brainer and Unhappy, plus a Madman. Kevin was actually horrified, but his face twisted involuntarily, unable to produce any expression within the realm of human comprehension. He is enduring some kind of immense mental torment. Being able to speak at all is already a sign of extremely strong willpower. Kevin couldn't understand why. Even though he had severed contact with the ants the moment he sensed something was wrong, and they couldn't possibly have tracked him down, he still suffered a tremendous mental shock, especially the indescribable fear that accompanied it. This person is absolutely terrifying. All personnel on high alert. Oliver was a very experienced knight commander. Although he had not sensed any danger so far, the sight of the scout mage lying on the ground convulsing wildly was enough to tell him something. He made a decisive decision and issued the order. All members of the knights, stay behind with me to cover the rear. The rest of you, get out of here immediately. Oliver drew his knight's sword from his waist, took out a bottle of blue-black potion from his cloth bag, and gulped it down. This is a rare potion that sacrifices life for power. He wouldn't normally use it even when encountering a 5th-tier magical beast, but Oliver judged that it was necessary to activate his highest combat power form now. Hadn't taken the potion now, he might never have had the chance to inflict such a severe injury on Kevin without him even realizing the danger. As he threw away the vial, Oliver's muscles immediately swelled, his eyes became bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead, putting him into a state of emergency readiness. The 12 knights around them were also on high alert, holding their breath and watching their surroundings with extreme vigilance. Every sway of the grass and trees made them tense. Run! Lab reacted quickly, and together with Karen, they grabbed the still unresponsive medical officer and ran away without even having a chance to taste the freshly cooked snake soup. After the sorcerer and the healer had run some distance, Oliver gestured for the knights to retreat in an orderly fashion. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings warily, then quickly approached Kevin, who was lying on the ground grimacing. He pulled Kevin onto his horse and then retreated rapidly without lingering for a moment. Su Yuan, who was in the territory, was unaware that his casual greeting had caused such a commotion. All his attention was now focused on the altar in front of him. I've reached level 5, and I can finally start my 3rd summon. Upgrade to a level 3 altar by consuming 2,000 gold, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, and 500 crystal. Upgrade. Su Yuan checked the various resources in his backpack and then selected yes. The familiar cold light came on. When Su Yuan last repaired the base, he felt that the number of artisan souls seemed to have increased. This time, upgrading the altar, the feeling was even more direct. Not only had the number of artisan souls increased, but other professions had even appeared, such as a painter with a soul, a writer with a soul. The painters painted various strange patterns on the altar, adding to its mystery and solitude. And the writer, he is indeed a writer of profound insight in every sense of the word. Su Yuan couldn't understand his writing at all. He recruited Guanjinese and Bujier in succession. The former stared for a long time with his non-existent eyes and finally concluded that his head had been cut off, and he had no memory of it. Su Yuan is increasingly convinced that losing his head is a perfect excuse. Fortunately, Bujal was quite reliable. My lord, this must be the language of the ancient gods, the language used to record history. I have heard historians from many places say that this language is imbued with divine power, and the history recorded in it will not be altered. Why is the language of the ancient gods appearing on the altar of the dead? Su Yuan muttered to himself. Bugger, do you know the ancient divine language? Bulgul shook his head. The language of the ancient gods can only be mastered by humans. Those chosen by the ancient gods know this language from the moment they are born, but I am a demon, and no matter how high my linguistic talent is, I cannot decipher it. Su Yuan nodded and didn't ask any further questions. By this time, the cold light had dissipated. Upgrade successful. Undead Altar, level 3. The altar currently has 99/99 durability and 200/300 energy. Consuming 200 energy points allows for one summon. Proceed. Su Yuan. Why has the price gone up? Is there inflation in the underworld? However, Su Yuan, who had just defeated a large wave of abyss monsters, had plenty of energy and didn't care about this small increase. He immediately selected yes. This time, an extremely dazzling white light shone from the altar, but this white light did not bring the blazing hope, nor the reassuring gentleness. Instead, it revealed a sense of madness and restlessness, and within this white light, there was also a faint trace of blood. As the white light dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from it. Without the awe-inspiring appearance of Guan Jini's or the grandeur of Bujal's arrival, this figure simply walked silently out of the altar. What makes this person even more different from Guan Jini's and Bujier is that he looks perfectly normal and good-looking. Her long, golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her features were delicate and three-dimensional, making it impossible to tell whether she was male or female, but that didn't stop her from being very beautiful. He wore a spotless white trench coat, but inside, various shocking knives were embedded. A pair of pristine white gloves, perfectly fitted, but beneath them, countless crimson wounds could be seen. A perfectly natural smile graced his almost flawless face, but the words that came out of his mouth were filled with extreme morbidity and madness. Praise be to you, great Lord of the dead. I will stitch together every beating heart in the world as a gift for your ascension to the throne. Congratulations on successful recruitment. You have obtained the hero-level subordinate, Blood Shadow Doctor. Blood Shadow Doctor, Njia. Rank, Heroic. Character Introduction. Angel, the hero of the Kingdom of Skadi, the nemesis of incurable diseases, the terminator of 12 plagues, the savior of 30 million people, the timekeeper of life's countdown, the supreme god of the medical world, and a sinner sent to the gallows, an evildoer purified by karmic fire. From being filled with praise to bearing infamy, only a layer of the king's prejudice separates them. From the moment he was reborn from the scorching flames, Anja stepped into a sea of blood. Madness was his motto, and eeriness was his synonym. Until he fell into the abyss, Anja had completely abandoned his soul. The only thing he cherished was the blade inside his white robe. Su Yuan stared at Njia, who was standing in front of him with outstretched arms and eyes blazing with fervor, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Great, after brainless and unhappy, I've attracted another lunatic. Chapter 37. Isn't it normal for subordinates to act strangely? Is it really that hard to find a subordinate who is both mentally and physically sound? However, Su Yuan only muttered a few complaints at first, but it didn't take more than 2 seconds for him to realize how good it was. When he saw Anja's medical attributes, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. Sai, what can I do? I'm the Undead Lord. Isn't it normal for my subordinates to act strangely? Violent output, mind control, medical support, it has it all. The team's combat power has been greatly improved, and the balance has been further perfected. Su Yuan suppressed his joy for the time being. The abyss burst generated so much energy that after charging the hammer, there was still a lot left. Continue the summoning. Summoning failed. Summoning limit reached. Please upgrade the altar to level 4. Su Yuan. Is there such a saying? However, upon closer reflection, Buggle was summoned at altar level 2, and indeed only one warrior was summoned for each level up. I checked the materials required for the upgrade. Upgrade to a level 4 altar by consuming 3,000 gold, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,000 crystal, and 500 refined iron. More refined iron. Repairing the undead base requires refined iron, as does upgrading the undead altar. This is indeed a resource that is both urgently needed and difficult to manage. Su Yuan rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. He had basically explored all the unknown areas around his territory. If there were any iron mines, they would have been discovered long ago. According to information shared by other people in the region, they also do not have any iron or resources. I doubt there are any iron or mines in the Sunset Mountains. Even if there is iron ore, there is still a processing process required to turn iron ore into refined iron. As it stands, none of the lords in the Sunset Mountains, including myself, possess this technology. Su Yuan opened the World Channel and browsed for a while, only to find that no one was discussing the topic of refined iron. Based on the normal pace of development, we should be in a period of crystal shortage right now, while refined iron has not yet entered the public eye. Su Yuan tried sending a message requesting to purchase refined iron. It only sparked 2 discussions. Refined iron? What is that? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Then they were quickly submerged in the complex flow of information. People are clearly more concerned about what they can use right now. For example, spirit cores. Su Yuan glanced at it, but didn't understand why the demand for spirit cores had suddenly increased. However, he was too lazy to ask. He simply opened the exchange, listed all the spirit cores that had been leaked last night, and then left the World Channel. Still anonymous. Priced at 800. What? Professional ethics? A businessman's professional ethics is that he has no ethics. Although Su Yuan wasn't a hoarder, he knew that having a large reserve of resources was an effective way to deal with various disasters. If you have the opportunity to save money, you should definitely do so. Since we can't get refined iron from the lords, we can only consider getting it from the natives. Selling fine iron in the City of Wind. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 generals. Anja, Master, it is my pleasure to serve you. And Jia clenched his fists, knelt on one knee, his face still burning with fervor, but his behavior was very proper, which reassured Su Yuan a bit. Su Yuan took out the map that Marino had copied from his backpack and handed it to him. Go to the cities marked on the map to gather information, and pay special attention to the goods sold in various shops and the garrison forces within the city. Su Yuan paused for 2 seconds, then added, focus on reconnaissance and try to avoid fighting. Yes, Master. Anja took the map, examined it carefully, and then confirmed the location. Even now, Su Yuan felt he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the wrong people. After all, whether it was Guan Jini's or Bujier, their appearances, if not masterpieces, were certainly quite disappointing. Based on this alone, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to stroll casually through the streets of the Windy City, let alone visit various shops and check in. As for Njia, although her profile and eyes are crazy, at first glance, she doesn't seem any different from a normal person. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. But then Su Yuan realized that he might have been a little too optimistic. After putting the map away, Anja pulled a delicate little knife from inside her trench coat, then bit off the glove on her left hand, revealing fine scratches all over her fair hand. Anja's eyes, however, held a look of fascination, as if she were admiring these crimson wounds a work of art. The knife slid gracefully across the wound, leaving another one. He raised his head slightly, his face showing no pain, but rather immense satisfaction. Blood flowed from the tiny opening, dripping down until it landed on the shadow beneath Anja. Immediately, the shadow seemed to come alive, writhing wildly and even climbing up Anja's ankle, enveloping him completely in less than 2 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the crimson color began to spread, while the shadows began to shrink. Anja felt as if he were standing in a blood-red shadow swamp, with countless hands pulling him down from below. As he sank, the area of the blood shadow continued to shrink, until Anja was completely engulfed, and the blood shadow completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in an open area outside Caesar's city, where there were no obstructions, a cluster of shadows appeared on the ground. At this very moment, on the World Channel. Looking to buy spirit cores. Anyone selling spirit cores? Looking to buy. Are there any spirit cores left to sell? I need them urgently. Quick, look at the exchange. Someone has listed over 100 spirit cores. A group of lords' eyes lit up immediately, and they clicked into the exchange with great anticipation, only to exit one by one cursing. Damn, 800 each? Are they even letting people live? Exactly. Soul cores are the most basic drops from abyssal monsters. They'll definitely become commonplace in the future and won't be worth that much money at all. This price is outrageous. How can they profit from war like this? Although they grumbled and complained, they still had to buy what they needed to buy. There's no way around it. It's a side effect of the abyss eruption. After last night's great battle, all the lords have entered a period of rest and recuperation. For many normally developing lords, as long as they know that blood can suppress vengeful spirits and then band together and fight to the death, they can basically survive the first wave of abyss outbreak. But problems also arise. In the fight against abyssal monsters, most lords are unable to kill them instantly and find it difficult to implement targeted tactical arrangements. This leads to a situation where, once the number of combatants on both sides increases, a protracted battle is easily formed. A protracted battle means that many people will get hurt. This wouldn't normally be a big problem. People can just rest and recover from injuries. However, the loyalty of those bitten by vengeful spirits is visibly decreasing. Furthermore, the behavioral patterns have already shown early signs of madness. Fortunately, one lucky person accidentally discovered that swallowing a spirit core could eliminate these symptoms. As a result, spirit cores were immediately snapped up, and their prices soared. Soon, ordinary lords could no longer afford it. However, the rising price of spirit cores has forced lords to make a new choice/remake. I'm not buying anymore. I'm just opening a new one. After all, instead of spending a lot of money to buy a spirit core, it's better to just execute the crazed militiaman and then train a new one. Anyway, recruiting a peasant only costs 5 units of food, and upgrading them into a militia doesn't consume many resources. However, while peasants and militiamen could do this, military commanders could not. The appearance of each general almost always requires a certain amount of luck. It's not something you can just train for. Therefore, even though the price of spirit cores has skyrocketed, many lords have no choice but to accept it reluctantly. There's no other way. Time waits for no one. If we buy it too late, we'll lose our prized possession. However, many people felt cheated after buying it, and then went to the World Channel to complain. That scoundrel is a real scoundrel. He's hoarding so many spirit cores. He's definitely doing it on purpose to drive up the price, and then dump them. Exactly, unlike those 80s generation big shots who have remained 80 and never changed their original aspirations. I used to say that the 80s tycoon was a shrewd businessman, but now I realize that he is actually a genuinely kind-hearted person. Why, the first day without 80-year-old, I miss him. Su Yuan had no idea that his casual listing would cause such resentment among the various lords. At this moment, he was watching the afterglow of the setting sun and waiting for the ranking rewards to be calculated. Only 10 minutes left. Chapter 38, I am not talented, but I am the top of the 5 lists. As the deadline for the rankings approached, the amount of cursing and complaining on the World Channel decreased significantly. Every lord eagerly awaits the distribution of rewards. For ordinary lords, dealing with the monsters that erupted from the abyss consumed too many troops and resources, and they urgently needed to replenish them. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive the next abyss eruption a week later. For powerful lords, this is also an important step for them to rise to a higher level, further consolidate their position, and even widen the gap between themselves and other lords. In each region, almost everyone was enthusiastically discussing the ranking rewards, speculating about what rewards they would receive, and what rewards the top 2 on each leaderboard would get. Meanwhile, the lords ranked lower couldn't help but complain to each other, sighing with regret. It's impossible not to feel jealous when the reward is actually handed out. However, the Sunset Mountains were peaceful and serene. In just 1 week, everyone has a clear understanding of their own position and has set short-term goals. Furthermore, the abyss eruption had no effect on Sunset Mountain Range at all, so the ranking rewards were practically freebies for them, and they didn't need to rely on this job at all. Their mindset is different from that of lords in other regions. In this harmonious atmosphere, a message popped up on the light screen. Regional individual rankings have been finalized. Ranking rewards are being distributed. The rewards have been sent to your inventory. Please check, lords. Time remaining for the next regional ranking settlement. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Without saying a word, Su Yuan immediately opened his backpack and found 5 treasure chests inside. I chose one of them. Top spot in the gold ranking region, reward chest. Upon opening, you can choose one of 5 rewards offered by the treasure chest. Enable. Is it a choice of rewards, not a fixed reward? Su Yuan rubbed his chin. If that's the case, then he definitely can't do anything reckless. He didn't rush to open the treasure chest, but instead focused his attention on the World Channel. The moment the news of the reward distribution was announced, the entire World Chat channel went silent for over 10 seconds. After that, the speeches erupted like a geyser. What rewards did everyone else get? I'm only ranked 3rd on the stone list, and I chose the Evolution Potion, which seems to directly promote a militiaman to a warrior general. Did I lose out or gain something? I made a fortune. I made a huge fortune. I regret not choosing this one. I was so greedy and picked the Knight Barracks design blueprint, fragment 1/4. But look what happened. None of the other 5 chests gave me any blueprint fragments. I'm so frustrated. The highest ranking chest was a complete waste of paper. You're lucky. Upstairs, at least you only opened one. I stupidly opened 3, and now I have 3 worthless pieces of paper. Damn it. Brothers, don't rush to choose items. I've discovered a bug. After opening the treasure chest, when you get to the item selection screen, don't select anything. Just close your inventory, and then reopen it, and you can choose again. No, what's the point of this? Of course it's meaningful, because then you'll know what items are available in each treasure chest. That's right. This way, we can preview all the items in the 6 treasure chests before making a selection, avoiding the awkward situation that happened on the previous floors. Holy crap, why didn't you say so sooner? Damn it, I should have consulted the World Channel first. Now I'm holding 3 pieces of worthless paper in my hand, and I'm kicking myself. To all you top-ranked players in your respective regions, here's a friendly reminder. Whatever you do NOD choose equipment. What? There's equipment too? I didn't see it. That's something you can only get from the top-ranked chests on each leaderboard. It's extremely rare, but it's a total trap. I'm the top-ranked player on the lumber leaderboard in our region. After opening the chest, I saw how incredibly cool and awesome the equipment's effects were, and I was immediately tempted. I chose it, and then, that's a set bonus. The combat power increase from a single piece of equipment is negligible, almost negligible. It's not even as beneficial as upgrading a militiaman into a general. And to complete a set, you need to collect 5 pieces. In other words, you need at least 5 top-ranked units. Is it really possible for anyone to do that? The top 3 in our region in terms of overall strength are basically all ranked number 1 on different resource lists. This is normal after the formation of regional alliances. After all, the resource allocation around each person's territory is different. Under the premise of not invading each other, it is impossible for one person to dominate the resource ranking. Many so-called number 1 and number 2 rankings are actually based on comprehensive strength, and the ranking of military strength has the greatest weight. However, this theory only applies to other regions. The Sunset Mountains are the complete opposite. Su Yuan's troop strength rankings are completely blank, but he's number 1 in every resource ranking. People in other regions might have to hold back on resource rankings to maintain their position, and wouldn't even dare to upgrade buildings. But Su Yuan didn't have such concerns at all. Not to mention that they have a large number of resource mining areas and a labor force far exceeding that of ordinary lords. The resources sent by Lin Zixian and others alone are enough to firmly occupy the top spot on the list. Equipment? That might be a good option. The various restrictions mentioned on the World Channel do not apply to Su Yuan. I am unworthy, but I happen to be the top scorer in all 5 categories. Following the experience summarized by predecessors on the World Channel, Su Yuan first opened all 5 treasure chests to check them out. After confirming the available items, he chose the equipment without hesitation. Congratulations. You have obtained the Moonlit Battle Helmet. Congratulations. You have obtained the Moonlit Chest Armor. Congratulations. You have obtained the Moonlit Cloak. Congratulations. You have obtained the Moonlit Leggings. Congratulations. You have obtained Moonlit Dance Steps. Indeed, as that person said, each piece of equipment is of very limited use when taken out alone, but when put together, they can activate a set effect that can be described as top-notch. Moonlight Series Set Effects. Blessing of the Moon. Under normal circumstances, combat power is increased by 20%. When bathed in moonlight, combat power is increased by 100%. Moon's Protection. Under normal circumstances, it isolates all detection spells. When bathed in moonlight, it grants immunity to all mental attacks and increases physical defense by 50%. Moon Goddess's Blessing can withstand 1 fatal attack. It must be said that this set of products is simple, direct, and extremely effective. Wearing this is like having an extra life. For this reason alone, this set is definitely worth choosing. However, on the other hand, all those construction blueprints were from the human race, so Su Yuan couldn't use them even if he exchanged them. Aren't there any blueprints for building the undead? At that moment, a light screen popped up in front of him again. The rewards for the Abyss Monster Kill ranking have been distributed. Please check your inventory. As soon as Su Yuan opened his backpack, he immediately decided to light incense for his little mouth and enshrine it. It's probably been blessed. This time there was no choice of treasure chests. Instead, they were given ready-made ones. Undead Crypt Construction Blueprints. Good job. Time to mass-produce units. Chapter 39. Thanks to our Lord for giving us new life. Consuming 200 gold, 200 wood, and 200 stone is required to construct a necropolis. Construct now. The moment Su Yuan chose yes, the familiar cold light shot into the sky once again. The soul of a craftsman, the soul of a painter, the soul of a writer. All three are present. I thought the higher the building level, the more craftsmen would need to be summoned. As the cold light faded, the crypt of the dead was revealed in its entirety. The 6 upside-down stone pillars resemble the 6 legs of a spider lying on the ground, embracing the entrance to the crypt that emits a ghostly green light. A ring of incredibly sharp animal bones encircles the entrance, and if you listen closely, you can even hear eerie wails and whispers of the dead from within the crypt. However, Su Yuan didn't take a close look at the appearance of the cave. Relying on his abundant resources, he directly upgraded the newly created cave again. Upgrade the necropolis to level 2 by consuming 1,000 gold, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 500 crystal. Upgrade now. The craftsmen who had just lain down were dragged out to work again. After completing the level 2 cave, Su Yuan wanted to upgrade it, but the conditions did not allow it. Upgrading to level 3 Undead Burrow requires 500 fine iron. Su Yuan had no choice but to put his upgrade plan on hold for the time being. Let me see what types of troops are available. A level 2 necropolis can summon 3 types of undead units. The most basic is the ghoul, which only requires 5 units of gold to summon. The more advanced necropolis assassins and necropolis demons require 50 gold and a tier 1 abyss core. This. Su Yuan quickly opened the exchange to check how many spirit cores he had listed left. Very good, not one left. Seriously, officer? They're that popular even at 800 each. Su Yuan was speechless, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. It's a minor issue. The abyss erupts once every 7 days, not to mention the abyss rifts that appear randomly from time to time, providing plenty of opportunities to loot spirit cores. Since we can't summon tier 2 units for the time being, let's just max out the ghouls. Others consume food by massing troops, but I'm just burning money by massing troops. Although the food boom is over, 1 unit of gold can still easily buy 5 units of food at this stage. However, considering that ghouls can sustain themselves through battle and do not need to prepare food in particular, in the long run, they are guaranteed to make a profit. Besides, Su Yuan didn't care about this expense. He had plenty of money and could do whatever he wanted. Soon, 100 ghouls appeared in front of Su Yuan. He wanted to recruit more, but unfortunately, the current maximum number of troops that can be commanded has been reached. You can continue to recruit more troops after increasing your reputation. 100 might not sound like a lot, but in reality, it's the limit that lords can currently maintain in terms of troops. The ghoul unit description also mentions the necromantic conversion trait, meaning they can create familiars through killing. Furthermore, ghouls are ranked higher than militiamen. Unlike the Iron Wolf Guards summoned by Guanjinese, the ghouls behave more like animals. They crawl on the ground, move forward on all fours, and are smaller in size, but also more agile. Their teeth are very hard, enough to crush the skulls of wild beasts, and their claws are also very sharp, making them adept at ripping out hearts with their bare hands. Their bodies are not very intact. Most of them are quite dilapidated, but their will is extremely firm. My lord, thank you for giving us new life. Loyal to my lord. Endless death is beckoning. War, war. We, the dead, must advance. Blood-soaked corpses crown us. The infectious roars echoed in my ears. It must be said that ghouls are truly an excellent group of soldiers. From the moment they are born with a full morale buff, making them the best choice for charging into battle. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. When Bai Feng and the other 2 return, we can expand their military strength again. The ghouls filled the originally empty territory a little more, which made Su Yuan feel safer, but he hoped that he could have more power in his hands. Improving reputation and upgrading barracks levels. These can all be put on the agenda. Currently, the former is the fastest way to farm the abyss, while the latter only requires obtaining refined iron. The building upgrade is now complete with all the high-quality iron. Su Yuan looked towards the direction of Wind City, hoping that Njia could bring good news soon. While other lords were focused on the ranking rewards, Tang Chujing didn't even feel like opening her inventory. She stood in the center of the church, with only Zhao Qinglong by her side. However, the church was surrounded by guards in full armor. At the front of the church, on the prayer altar, Lord Ron of Caesar City casually flipped through a gospel, speaking softly as if to himself. God says, be patient in affliction, be strong in nothingness, and the gospel will surely favor every believer. At this point, Ron suddenly looked up. Do you think he's right, Don? Lord of the city, I am merely a healer. To interpret divine pronouncements, you should consult Bishop Sith. No, no, no. You are not just a doctor. You are also a hero of Caesar City. Ron closed the book in his hand, stood up, and had an ambiguous smile on his face. I just did what I was supposed to do, and I don't deserve such praise. This isn't a question of whether you can bear it or not. It's just the way things are. We all know that you've spent a lot of energy and effort on the plague in the city these past few days, and you've achieved good results. As the city lord, I'm very grateful for everything you've done for Caesar City, but some people may not think that way, such as the relatives of those children who have already died. Tang Chujing looked puzzled. As far as I know, no one should have died yet. No, some did. Just now, some children suffocated and died because they couldn't breathe due to their illness. Others couldn't bear the pain, picked up knives, and stabbed themselves in the heart or slit their throats. Tang Chujing looked at Ron calmly as he spoke in disbelief. She knew that seriously ill patients had no capacity for self-determination, let alone, how could a group of children who were only 2 or 3 years old possibly end their own lives? At this moment, the guards around the perimeter began to tighten their formation. Tang Chujing took a step back. What do you mean by this? Caesar City in this way, but there is no other way. In order to give the people an explanation, someone needs to take on this responsibility. And aren't heroes always ready to sacrifice themselves? Where is Luke? I need to see him. Tang Chujing knew very well that although Ron was the city lord, the real power in Caesar City was Luke, the Grand Master of the Knights. You mean that old-fashioned, stinky uncle? He's probably playing hide-and-seek with my men right now, leading his knights. A young man with pointed ears and purplish skin walked out of the room where the patients were kept, and blood was still dripping from the dagger in his hand. Night elves? No. Corrupted blood elves. You're Munom, the leader of the Ash mercenary group? Upon recognizing the person's identity, Tang Chujing's heart sank rapidly. Chapter 40. As long as the other party doesn't fight back, it's not considered a struggle. Tang Chujing was wondering why Ron, who was usually a lone commander, suddenly had so many guards under his command. Now she understood. The city lord of Caesar City had actually colluded with the infamous Ash mercenary group. In fact, she had already sensed something was wrong. Luke had also reminded her that there had been signs of activity by the Ash mercenary group around Caesar City recently. However, she had already completed most of her plans in Caesar City, and she was unwilling to withdraw now. In addition, she was too confident and believed that she still had great value at this stage. She thought that even if the Ash mercenary group really caused trouble, the knights and the city lord would do their best to protect her. However, to Tang Chujing's surprise, the appearance of the Ash mercenary group was actually orchestrated by City Lord Ron. She couldn't understand why the lord of a city would do something so cruel to the city's residents. Is it all just to compete with Luke for power? But Tang Chujing also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. I'll buy you some time. You should leave quickly. Zhao Qinglong whispered in Tang Chujing's ear. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape. As he spoke, he took out a shield that resembled a tortoise shell from his backpack and rammed it into the guards behind him, clearing a path for Tang Chujing. However, just as he was urging Tang Chujing to run, a figure appeared in his field of vision like a ghost, landing right behind Tang Chujing. Zhao Qinglong watched helplessly as the other party thrust the dagger in his hand toward Tang Chujing's neck. At this critical moment, a white figure suddenly rushed out from the corner of the church. Clang! The gleaming dagger was intercepted mid-air by a black scythe. But the opponent reacted quickly and skillfully, immediately changing the way he held the dagger, and using the momentum of the clash of weapons, he directly sliced horizontally along the inner edge of the scythe. The girl wielding the scythe reacted quickly, but her arm was still cut. In just one glance, she knew this was no match for her. After clearing away the obstacles in front of her with a wide sweep of her scythe, she immediately turned around and hugged Tang Chujing. Hold me. Zhao Qinglong was quite taken aback when he saw the girl, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages except for the upper half of her face, suddenly appear before him. Little Nine? So you can talk? Wait, aren't you the Lord? Zhao Qinglong felt that his intelligence was not quite up to par. I'll explain this to you later. Let's run. As soon as Tang Chujing finished speaking, Xiao Jiao had already carried her out of the church window. Zhao Qinglong followed closely behind. The figure holding the dagger immediately followed. A chase ensued in Caesar City, with 3 people escaping. Ron strode to the window and peered out, his face grim. He turned and loudly berated the church guards. Are you all incompetent? How could you not notice such a big guy hiding in the corner? That girl is no ordinary person. Neither the scythe in her hand nor the shoes she wears are treasures that ordinary people can afford. It's not surprising that she carries something that can conceal her aura. Munam wiped the blood off the dagger. However, her own strength is too weak. She can't run very far with just her equipment. Chris, on the other hand, is a strong man who can take down a 5th-tier magical beast single-handedly. It's only a matter of time before he kills them. I hope it's as you say. Ron took a deep breath. Is there enough time? What if those savage snow country people get the better of us? Don't worry, I started the plan 10 days ahead of schedule. Right now, the Snow Kingdom's army is probably still thousands of miles away, gazing at the sunset mountains that lie in front of them and worrying. Munam laughed. But are things all right on your side? Will the Scatty royal family suddenly come and cause trouble? Humph. Once the Snow Kingdom's army moves, both Great Xia and Scatty will have to be on high alert and won't have time to deal with us. Besides, Caesar City is a city protected by the Wind God, and its subordinate relationship with Scatty has long been nominal. That Mad King is eager for Caesar City to fall so that he can have a pretext to reclaim lost territory, and then take the opportunity to purge all the Wind God's followers in the city. As expected of a tyrant, but unfortunately, this time, whether it's the new king of the Snow Kingdom or the tyrant of Scatty, they will all perish in our hands. Munam's eyes gleamed with a crazed light. Once the sacrificial ritual is completed, the great Lord of Plague will unleash his divine power and give this sorrowful world a new life. That's a story for later. Right now, I just hope that woman who has the ability to cure the plague dies soon. Now that things have come to this, Ron doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Split up and run. After leaping out of the church window, Tang Chujing immediately made the right decision. Zhao Qinglong knew that following Tang Chujing would only add to his burden. After agreeing to exchange information via the regional channel, he retreated into his shell and charged off in another direction at an even faster speed. However, Chris didn't even glance at him. In the mercenary's eyes, Tang Chujing was the only prey from beginning to end. Run towards the east gate. I've left 2 generals there to provide backup. Even after the unexpected turn of events, Tang Chujing's mind remained very clear. Xiaoju nodded, but her speed gradually slowed down, and bright red blood began to seep out from under the bandages. Don't push yourself too hard. Tang Chujing looked at Xiaojiu with concern. Doctor on the gallows when I was very young. I have a lot of experience in this area. The logic is completely unrelated. It's just Xiaojiu imposing a psychological suggestion on herself. Gritting her teeth, more and more blood seeped from her body, but Xiaojiu didn't care and just kept charging forward. But this life-threatening running style didn't last long. When the east gate of Caesar's city finally came into view, she stumbled and fell to the ground. By then, the bandages on her body were completely stained red. She struggled to stand up again, but froze the moment she looked up. Not far away, a white trench coat, long golden hair, and an exquisitely beautiful face. Xiaojiu thought she was seeing things, but she still instinctively wanted to say the name. Install. Shu. A stunning figure passed by her, a white-gloved index finger resting on her lips. In that moment of hesitation, Chris, who was not far behind, leaped up and caught up. As a professional assassin, he didn't waste any words and drew his dagger to stab. However, even faster than the dagger was the speed at which his life slipped away. Laugh. In the blink of an eye, countless cuts appeared on Chris's body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Before the dagger could fall, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Behind him, Anjo walked with a calm gait, his body still pristine white, without a single drop of blood on it. Suddenly, Anjo stopped and fell into deep thought. By the way, it seems that Master instructed us to avoid fighting as much as possible. He didn't fight back, so it shouldn't count as a fight, right? Chapter 41. I really just wanted to survive, but my strength wouldn't allow it. I don't think I've been lying in the abyss for more than a few years. How come the little girl from back then has grown up so much? Anja murmured to herself as she walked toward the center of Caesar City. He found the manor where Pierce, the president of the Caesar City Merchant Guild, lived without much effort. The president of the Chamber of Commerce is connected to powerful nobles and common merchants, and also has special intelligence channels, making him the best person to gather information. At that very moment, Pierce was raging in the hall. A bunch of useless idiots. Can't you even hire one person? Several servants explained tremblingly. The church is surrounded by guards. They won't let us in. Get out of my way. Pierce ignored their explanations. He looked at his son, who was critically ill and in pain, on the sofa, pounded his thigh hard, then put on his coat and decided to go there himself. But before he could even take a step, his butler, Bowen, brought bad news. Sir, many people have died in the church, and the doctor is missing. Ron is now searching for her throughout the city, and Chris of the Ash Mercenary Group is also hunting her down. I'm afraid she's not going to make it. Pierce was struck dumb and immediately burst into a tirade. Ron, what a bastard. A son of a bitch. It wasn't just the doctor who couldn't survive, his own son did too. He knew that no one in Caesar's city could cure this strange disease except for that traveler, but even that only hope had now vanished. Pierce looked at his son, whose breathing had become weak, and felt as if his heart was being torn apart, yet he was helpless. In an instant, he seemed to have aged decades. Do you need any help? The sudden sound in his ears startled Pierce, instantly rousing his previously scattered mind. Who are you? How did you get in? Tingwei. Where is Tingwei? Anja casually found a sofa and sat down. I'm a doctor. Doctor. The fading light of hope was rekindled at this moment. However, Pierce was ultimately a shrewd businessman, and he remained wary, wanting to test the stranger in front of him first. But what he didn't know was that the moment he started to place his hopes on the other person, he had already become Anja's puppet. Anya's eyes gradually filled with blood, and under their gaze, Pierce's wariness vanished instantly, replaced by unwavering trust. The number of blood servant slots is very limited, so you should feel honored to be one of them. In the Sunset Mountains, Su Yuan, who had gotten up early, stretched his stiff neck, inspecting the territory and training the soldiers. Complete the daily tasks once. Then, following international practice, the World Channel was opened to gather intelligence. Hey guys, I have a question. Are there any cities near your area? If so, have there been any large-scale troop buildups in those cities recently? Holy crap, bro, where are you? I've learned that I'm in a place called Daxia, and it's on the border. Because the cultural background is quite similar to ancient my country, I've been making friends with the border guards by selling my knowledge as a storyteller. I've seen them recruiting soldiers recently. Me too. I'm not in Great Xiao, and I don't know exactly where, but the people here tend to have Western features, but the conscription is a real thing. Recruiting soldiers at this time? This is terrifying. Could it be that we've been discovered? Come on, don't overestimate yourself. With our current strength, they wouldn't even give us a second glance. As for being a transmigrator, we'd just be seen as crazy people spouting nonsense. Unless there's a real conflict of interest, what empire would care about a nobody from the mountains? Exactly. Even if those behemoths wanted to wipe us out, it would be as simple as snapping their fingers. They wouldn't need to recruit any more soldiers. Nonsense. Our region lost a lord just last night. It was the city that sent troops to wipe them out. The few surviving lords are now discussing joining forces to avenge our brothers. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. The natives here developed city-states and kingdoms amidst various powerful magical beasts. You'd better think carefully, or you might end up not only losing your revenge, but also dragging us down with you. Looking at the various comments on the World Channel, Su Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the Lord's strength increases and his territory expands, he will inevitably attract the attention of the major empires of the other world, and a great war will be inevitable. Especially their own undead units, which are probably the first targets to be eliminated. We must make full preparations before the outbreak of war. Although my strength has improved a lot since I first transmigrated, I still can't let my guard down. We still need to start more construction projects as soon as possible and develop in all aspects. Su Yuan glanced at the World Channel again and discovered that some territories had attracted the attention of not only the city administrators of the surrounding cities, but also other things. At first I thought that starting near a town was a perfect start, as I could mooch off resources and intelligence, but now it seems like it's an unlucky start. If I'm not careful, I'll be the first one to be wiped out. I really envy those who start in the wilderness. At least they don't have to worry about their personal safety. Come on, you think it's safe just because it's in the middle of nowhere? Bullshit. The worst guy in our area had his base raided by goblins last night. Goblins are too damn tough. How badly did they survive the abyss eruption? You think goblins are weak? You'll see when you meet one. 5 or 6 militiamen are no match for a single goblin. Don't even mention it. The second-ranked player on our region's troop strength list just received his reward last night and was excitedly planning to go out and continue mining when, lo and behold, a bunch of goblins came knocking on our door. If he hadn't sent out his distress message quickly, and if the lords of us hadn't joined forces, we probably would have finished carving the monument by now. By the way, after one night, he's now ranked 7th on our region's list. Truly tragic. That's strange. Why hasn't this happened before? Are you stupid? If an alien base suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of your house, wouldn't you investigate it first? Who would just grab weapons and start fighting right away? If an alien base were to actually land on my doorstep, I'd definitely run away as fast as I could. That's you. Monsters generally have a sense of territory and won't easily abandon their lair. No, the magical beasts are the ones we encountered before. They lack intelligence and act solely on instinct. Even the high-level ones only have a slight understanding of human nature. But goblins and the like are clearly different from these beasts. They are a race. They might even have their own kingdoms. Guys, stop talking. The militia I sent out to scout just reported that a group of goblins is coming with weapons. What should I do? What do we do? Quickly call for reinforcements. Find the top-ranked soldier in your region. Hurry, these alien races are bloodthirsty. Any delay, and we might lose our lives. Having just experienced a baptism of the abyss, the lords from all over the world have to be on high alert again and begin to deal with the various variables in the other world. The road to survival in another world really requires a lot of vigilance. I have to be careful too. As Su Yuan was reflecting on this, a row of information appeared in front of him. Eliminate 10 goblin guards. Gain 300 experience points. Gain 100 reputation. Eliminate goblin priests *2. Gain 200 experience points. Gain 80 reputation. Defeat the goblin king *1. Gain 500 experience points. Gain 1000 reputation. Looking at his suddenly soaring reputation, Su Yuan fell into deep thought. Chapter 42 Su. Opening a treasure chest inevitably leads to a nested doll situation. Source. In the Sunset Mountains, inside a hollowed-out goblin lair, an adventurer team is surveying the site. Someone's one step ahead of us, Gwen. Riding on her wand, the mage Lilia pouted, extremely dissatisfied. I was the one who started it all, whether it was killing the goblins or finding the treasure chest. Why did it turn out like this? For the first time, I had hope of advancing to the gold rank, and the possibility of completing an A-rank quest. Two happy things coinciding should have been double the happiness, right? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Exactly. We wiped out almost all the goblin guards, and then someone else managed to get the kill. It's so frustrating. Great Shield Knight Moron was also very annoyed. It's all because the Goblin King is too cunning. He managed to evade several ambushes. There are signs of undead activity here. What? The squad members all widened their eyes, but they knew that their captain, Drake, was an extremely skilled scout mage and would never make a mistake. Lilia had begun to tremble uncontrollably. The dead? No way. Could that legend be true? Are they coming back? Drake shook his head. I don't know either, but we'd better get this news back to the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible. Greetings, my lord. By phone, Gao Yuan and Zhua Bufan rarely returned to their territory together. This time, he brought back a big gift for Su Yuan, a treasure chest. My lord, during our exploration, we discovered a goblin lair. After issuing a stern warning, the enemy not only refused to surrender, but also dared to bare their teeth at us. So we taught them a lesson. Su Yuan. A lesson learned? You've completely exposed their hometown, haven't you? No wonder their soldiers led by Guan Janice. They all taste exactly the same. This is a treasure chest found deep within a goblin's lair. Please take a look, my lord. Several skeleton soldiers carried the treasure chest to Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't rush to open the box. Instead, he first focused his attention on the 52 Iron Wolf guards. You've all advanced. Without exception, all 52 Iron Wolf guards had their pupils ignited with nether fire. Everyone gave Su Yuan a feeling that was more than one level stronger. Moreover, most importantly, there is a strange bond between the Iron Wolf guards. When they all advance to the next level and stand together, the aura they exude is far greater than before. Especially the 3 junior commanders, who were the first to advance and are now at the highest rank, not only have their pupils burned with nether fire, but even their arms are now engulfed in flames. Under the leadership of the 3, the combat power of the entire Iron Wolf Guard soared, and even Buggle couldn't help but glance at them slightly when they appeared. Reporting to my lord, thanks to your blessings, all members of the Iron Wolf Guard have reached the 2nd rank, and the 3 of us have even reached the 3rd rank. Good. Su Yuan cheered inwardly. I love stories where characters can level up on their own by defeating monsters. These Iron Wolf Guards were a real surprise. Each one was like a brick, able to be moved wherever needed, undaunted by hardship or fatigue, and capable of self-repair and self-iteration. They truly refreshed Su Yuan's understanding of the word summoned creature. While we're still in this good mood, let's open a treasure chest to celebrate. However, recalling his unpleasant experience opening boxes in the abyss before, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The Goblin King's secret treasure. Enable. Su Yuan immediately chose yes. A dazzling light flashed, and after the opening effect dissipated, what came into Su Yuan's view was a pile of gold and silver treasures and a crystal-clear blood jade. Boundary jade, a type of jade nurtured by the blood and essence of royalty chosen by the gods. It is an essential material for crafting legendary equipment and can also be used in the mysterious shop, unlocked at level 8. At the same time, Su Yuan also discovered yet another treasure map. This is outrageous. Why do people in this world like nesting dolls so much? It's one thing that the abyss has a special nature, but why do treasure chests in real life also have this kind of weird operation? Then take another look at the location marked on the treasure map. Isn't this the Sunset Mountains? Wait, could it be that they haven't had time to dig yet? That is indeed possible. Judging from the location, it seems to be north of the Sunset Mountains. It will take some effort to get there from the territory. Just as Su Yuan was confirming the route, a bloody shadow appeared within the territory. And Jie's figure slowly came into view, and then she knelt on one knee. Master, the information has been gathered. Get up and tell me. The city's name is Caesar City, belonging to the Kingdom of Skadi, but due to some special historical reasons, it is not under the kingdom's jurisdiction. The city lord is just a figurehead, and the real administrator is the captain of the Storm Knights. However, the city lord, who has been sidelined these past few days, seems to be getting restless. Su Yuan nodded. What about refined iron and defensive forces? There is refined iron for sale in the city, but it relies on external trade and has no independent source of iron or mature processing technology. Su Yuan summarized it in one sentence. Dependence on imports. As for the defensive forces, the knights are currently not in the city, so the defenses are at their weakest. Anja explained each point in great detail, which shows the effort he put into gathering intelligence. This is a good time. Su Yuan was not one to hesitate. Upon hearing Anjie's report, he immediately decided to set off. General Guan, I entrust the territory to you. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost. Bugger. My lord, I am at your service at any time. Su Yuan first took out a disguise mask from his backpack, put it on, then took out the moonlit set, and finally took out the fully charged field warhammer. Only after he was fully armed did Su Yuan give the order. Let's go. This time, Anjie did not choose to use the Blood Shadow escape, but instead boarded the demon flight with Su Yuan. During the journey, Su Yuan suddenly asked, are there any people in the city worth paying attention to? There is a corrupted blood elf, but he is well hidden and ordinary people cannot find him. Flickered in Anja's eyes. Blood elf's blood has unique healing properties, and the corrupted ones are even more delicious. Su Yuan's cheek twitched slightly under his helmet. The blood elf's blood doesn't seem to be used for healing in your area. It's more like a beverage. With Buggle's super fast flight, Su Yuan and his two companions quickly arrived at the east gate of Caesar City. Then I saw a long queue of people entering the city. As soon as the abyss erupted, merchants and farmers from all directions flocked into the city. Of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with Su Yuan. Pierce and his men were already waiting at the city gate. As soon as Su Yuan arrived, he was immediately taken away by the Chamber of Commerce. Even though Bujar's appearance was extremely reactionary, no one dared to stop him. With the knights absent, the hastily drawn guards had no courage to provoke Pierce. And so, amidst the envious gazes of a crowd, an undead lord swaggered into Caesar's city. They weren't checked at all, not even questioned. Chapter 43. Just because I glanced at you in the crowd. At this sensitive time, almost all lords regarded the city as a monstrous beast and avoided it like the plague, but Su Yuan, with two subordinates, strolled leisurely through the streets of Caesar City. The only problem is that it attracts a lot of attention. It's estimated to be around 300%. On average, everyone has to look back 3 times. Su Yuan was also helpless, after all. Their group was simply too conspicuous. Anja and Bujal's appearances were completely opposite. One was stunningly beautiful, while the other was actually human. The visual impact of them standing together is truly overwhelming. It's hard not to attract attention. Of course, Su Yuan himself wasn't much better off. It shimmers with a metallic sheen under the sun. Add to that the red cape that flutters in the wind behind you. And while it looks cool, it's also quite bizarre. Such a combination is probably only seen once every 800 years, which has certainly opened the eyes of the people of Caesar City. Of course, They could only steal a few glances from afar. No one dared to get close. Not to mention Bogle's face, which was impossible to look at directly. Pierce, who was leading the way, alone made everyone hesitate. The Chamber of Commerce president personally greeted them. What kind of powerful background must that be? Even some onlookers began to speculate whether this mysterious person, completely covered in black armor, was a relative of some duke, or even a member of the Scatty royal family. The same speculation also arose in the minds of the Ash mercenary group members who were secretly observing. On the second floor of the church, Ron looked very unwell by the window. His brow hadn't been furrowed all day. Hughes, go and find out what they're up to. At Ron's instruction, a scout mage went to the window. Who was skilled at manipulating ants and insects. Hughes' medium was fire. He took a kerosene lamp from his backpack, lit it with a fireball spell, and then placed it in front of him, pointing it at Su Yuan on the street. While flames don't have the wide range of detection that ants and insects possess, their precision is very high, allowing Hughes to glean a great deal of information from the flickering flames. However, this time he failed. The carbon steel helmet seemed to block all his means of detection, like a thick wall blocking his way, making it impossible for him to see anything. If that were all, it would be fine, but when he tried to withdraw the spell from Su Yuan, he was shocked to find that he could not withdraw it no matter what. At the same time, Bujar glanced in this direction. In an instant, Hughes sensed a tremendous life-or-death crisis. He had never so desperately wanted to sever his connection with the flames, but he couldn't. Can't even blink. To everyone's astonishment, the flames in front of Hughes suddenly twisted wildly. Then, like a dragon opening its bloody maw, swallowed the stunned Hughes whole. Daisy. Munam reacted the fastest, immediately calling out the name of the only water-type mage in the mercenary group. Daisy, clearly flustered, mispronounced the incantation 3 times before finally managing to extinguish the fire in her frantic efforts. However, only a charred corpse was left at the scene. Damn it, another bunch of troublesome people. Ron squeezed his fingers so hard that he dented the church windowsill. Munam's face was even more gloomy. In just one day, he had lost 2 of his key generals. He watched as Su Yuan and the other 2 were about to disappear from sight, and took a deep breath. Let's leave these 3 people of unknown origin aside for now, and we don't need to look for Chris's killer anymore. Now, let's focus all our energy on the ritual arrangements. We must complete the sacrifice before the knight's return. Su Yuan stood in front of the bulletin board next to the bar. He saw many missing person notices, indicating that many children had gone missing in the past 2 days. In addition, several wanted posters also caught his attention. Those were clearly East Asian faces, which seemed out of place in this exotic place. Are they all lords? Su Yuan murmured to himself. It seems that the cities in this other world are indeed not very friendly. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from behind. Turning to look, one could see a child being held in the arms of a young woman. The child seemed to have caught a cold, coughing incessantly and looking listless. Su Yuan had seen the same thing several times along the way, not only with children, but also with some adults. Occasionally, he could even hear some other strange sounds through the enhanced senses brought about by the disguised mask equipped with spirit crystals. However, these people were all far away, and the sounds he heard were rather indistinct and unclear, so Su Yuan didn't take them to heart. Led by Pierce, the group checked directly into the manor. In addition to the manor's butler, maids, and gardeners, Su Yuan was also greeted by Willett, a merchant from Caesar City who sold fine iron. All the fine iron currently for sale in Caesar City has been brought to the courtyard for your inspection. Su Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately went to the courtyard to check. The 2 wagons were filled with fine iron, which gleamed black in the sun. Without any hesitation, Su Yuan swept them all into his backpack. Wherever his hands passed, the refined iron vanished without a trace. Willett stared, completely mesmerized. He thought to himself, no wonder he's a big shot that even Pierce respects. He had never seen such methods in his entire life. Su Yuan checked his backpack and found that he only had 500 units of refined iron. How come there's only so little? That's 2 whole carriages. Isn't this requirement for the quantity of refined iron a bit excessive? Willett quickly apologized. I'm very sorry. Since Caesar City doesn't have a high demand for refined iron, our reserves are too small. However, after receiving a notification from Chairman Pierce, we have increased our procurement efforts. It's just that the city that processes refined iron is a bit far from here, so it may take 3 or 4 days. Su Yuan nodded. It's okay to wait, as long as we can get it. Future building upgrades and construction will definitely consume a lot of refined iron, so we must have a stable supply chain of refined iron. At the foot of the Sunset Mountains, the Chun brothers, or rather, the three brothers now, were picking at a few bananas on the ground. That was left here by a female gorilla who hadn't finished eating, and the three starving people stumbled upon it. What a damn bad luck. I used to have no worries about food and drink, and I could even kill a few abyss monsters occasionally and exchange the spirit cores for resources at the exchange. But I was never satisfied and ended up not even having enough to eat. Would it kill you to say less? At least we're still alive, and anything is still possible. You two idiots, don't bother me while I'm eating my banana. Brother Chun, I'm talking to you, stop shaking. Who's shaking? I didn't move at all. The three of them suddenly realized something, and quickly looked up. A large army carrying snow-white flags was seen rushing towards the Julu Plain, bypassing the Sunset Mountains. What the hell? Chapter 44. This plan would make even a dog shake its head. The Sunset Mountains are 1,700 li to the north. Longji Snow Mountain. Heavy snow has sealed off the border. Arthur Morgan, the great general of the snow country's borders and the Night King, stood atop a snow-capped mountain, his hands clasped together and resting on the hilt of his great sword, which was embedded in the snow. Behind him stood a fair-skinned, refined, and easygoing young man. But beside this refined young man were two fierce and brutal snow leopards. The plan has succeeded. The vanguard of 3,000 knights has bypassed the Sunset Mountains and entered the giant deer plain. The young man opened his slightly closed eyes and could see the reflection of the Sunset Mountains in them, but he returned to normal in an instant. Arthur nodded slightly. He also had his own methods for obtaining battlefield intelligence, and the information he had gathered was indeed consistent with what the young man, named Zheng Guangqian in front of him, had said. Turning around, his gaze lingered on the two polar snow leopards for a moment. The fourth-tier magical beast is inherently brutal, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, often causing casualties among the people of the Snow Kingdom. At the beginning of the new king's reign, he organized 3 hunts against it, but this thing is extremely fast and highly alert, and all of them ended in failure. Unexpectedly, in Zheng Guangqian's hands, these ferocious beasts became as docile as kittens. Shifting his gaze to the deceptively frail-looking young man, Arthur calmly said, "You have indeed demonstrated considerable value." When Arthur received news that the Ash mercenary group had disregarded the alliance and launched an operation without authorization, he was both angry and helpless. After all, the Snow Country was the passive party. In desperation, he could only order the army, which had not yet been fully mobilized, to set off immediately. However, the Sunset Mountains along the way are an insurmountable barrier. Just then, Zheng Guangqian and his group appeared with the token of the extreme cold ice palace. They went directly into the military tent and offered a solution that made all the Snow Kingdom generals suspect they had been tricked, bypassed the Sunset Mountains. If the Sunset Mountains were so easy to navigate, would we need your suggestions? It's important to know that the Sunset Mountains and the Julu Plain are separated by a grand canal. Simply bypassing the Sunset Mountains isn't enough. We also need to consider how to cross the canal. Then Zheng Guangqian came up with an extremely outrageous solution. Freeze the canal and walk across it directly. How outrageous is this plan? Even Arthur's dog shook its head when it heard it. Ice-type mages in the Snow Country, but to freeze the canal and then safely carry thousands of troops across it, that is undoubtedly a fantasy. But the truth is, this incredibly absurd plan actually succeeded. Arthur had no idea how these guys who suddenly appeared out of the Ice Palace managed to accomplish this task, which seemed impossible to him. But there was no denying that they had done the Snow Kingdom army a great favor and might even have influenced the course of the entire war. We are also trying to survive. After all, the resources of the Snow Kingdom are too scarce. If we don't expand outward, we will run out of resources. Zheng Guangqian looked into the distance. The biggest difficulty has been resolved. Now, we just need to wait for the valiant soldiers of the Snow Kingdom to bring good news. However, he was unaware that, because the generals at the front did not initially believe they had the ability to freeze the canal, they had no choice but to send out 2 teams to attempt to cross directly from the interior of the Sunset Mountains in order not to miss the opportunity. Lin Zixian, whose territory had the highest altitude and the widest view in the Sunset Mountains, was the first to notice the anomaly. He quickly ordered his generals and militia to form a defensive formation, and then immediately opened the regional chat room to inform others that the otherworldly army had entered the Sunset Mountains. No way. I was just laughing at those unlucky guys getting ravaged by the natives in the world chat, and now it's happening to me. Shinrue was on the verge of tears. Why did he have to be so quick to speak? It's all over. It's all over now. Don't panic. This isn't a question of whether to panic or not. I ask you, has any of you ever fought in a war? In peacetime, there's no such opportunity. At most, I've played some strategy games. So, what do you think our chances of winning are if we face an army from another world in a real, hand-to-hand combat? Probably less than 10%. Be more confident and remove the maybe part. By the way, why didn't Yuan-ji say anything? The big boss is very busy and probably didn't notice. No, we have to tell him this. Zhou Mingkai made a quick decision. I'll go to his territory to find him. Li Shaoling, I'm going too. Shinrue, then I'll go too. Notifying him is secondary. The main thing is to feel at ease with him. Lin Zixian, I won't go for now. My territory is on high ground, so I'll keep an eye on the enemy's movements for you. The real-time information exchange in the regional chat room is our biggest advantage, so we must make good use of it. Wait, Shinrue, they're heading your way. At this very moment, in the Undead base, Guan Jini's suddenly turned around, gazing at the Jilu plain for a long time as if with non-existent eyes. He then spoke in a resounding voice. The Jinese army, heed my command. You shall depart immediately to aid our lord, without fail. Yes. Zhou Bufin paused before leaving. General Guan, within the territory. Guan Jini stood with his sword drawn, declaring, Here, I alone am enough. In Caesar City, Su Yuan was sitting on the sofa in Pierce's living room, studying the treasure map he had opened from the Abyss treasure chest. Since the refined iron is still on its way, we might as well use the spare time in between to get our hands on the treasures of the Wind City. Because the map Marino copied was too general and crudely made, lacking many details, Su Yuan had Pierce send over a more detailed map, specifically drawn for Caesar City. Upon comparing the two, he immediately discovered the key. The treasure is hidden in the basement of the Knight's headquarters. The Knight's headquarters is usually heavily guarded, but now the main gate is wide open and there are no guards left. The barrier that isolates outside things is completely useless in Bulgar's eyes. The three of them arrived at the basement with almost no effort. The entire basement was very empty, with only a statue standing in the center. The statue is also damaged, as it appears to have been vandalized. However, Su Yuan could still vaguely make out some outlines, which were somewhat similar to the girl he had met in the Abyss. Just as Su Yuan approached the statue, the treasure map in his hand suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and the statue seemed to sense it and lit up with a corresponding dazzling light as well. A sudden gust of wind swept through the empty, dark basement. Su Yuan's body moved uncontrollably toward the statue. The moment he touched the statue, the world he saw suddenly changed. Chapter 45. Who dares to stand against me with a sword drawn? In the eyes of Bujal and Anja, when Su Yuan touched the statue, it was as if he had fallen into a calm body of water. As ripples spread out around him, he disappeared completely. Immediately afterwards, a barrier of storms rose up, about to seal the statue inside. Both reacted with lightning speed, reaching out their hands almost simultaneously, but Bujar's longer reach allowed him to block the wind wall a step faster than Ange. However, the raging wind, like 1,000 sharp blades, sliced open the demon's fingers in an instant. Blood was gushing out, and the finger bones were exposed. But Buggle seemed to feel no pain. He stared with his copper bell-like eyes, his facial muscles twitching, trying to tear the wind barrier apart. But in the end, he still couldn't defeat the miracle. Click! His knuckles flew out, dripping with blood, and Bulgal could only watch helplessly as the wind barrier took shape. At that moment, Su Yuan's voice came from the statue. Stay at the entrance, don't come in. Hearing this, Bujar finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anja glanced at the demon's severed finger. Need any help? Need not. Buggle shook his hand, and instantly, new fingers grew out. Anja silently tucked the knife back into the inside of her trench coat, a hint of regret on her face. Northwest of the Julu plain, in a dark and dense forest, Luke, the leader of the Storm Knights, raised his knight's lance high and thrust it towards the source of the curse before him, the Forsaken. The knight's lance, blessed by the Archbishop, is extremely lethal to low-ranking undead. The Forgotten Ones, floating in midair, let out a mournful howl. The knight's lance pierced her illusory body, and the blessing power within it was purifying her soul. In no time, this low-ranking Forsaken vanished like snow exposed to the sun. Only a wisp of smoke remained in midair. Munham, To even find the Forsaken, a remnant of the last era, I must say, the corrupted blood elves are indeed quite capable. However, the undead should stay in the dark abyss. Caesar's city is not a place for you to run wild. As soon as Luke finished speaking, several squad leaders of the Knights Order led their respective squads to bring good news. All members of the Ash mercenary group who had scattered and fled have been captured. None have escaped. Everyone's face was beaming with the joy of victory. He had once again upheld the peace of Caesar's city. Luke nodded to each member of the Knights, indicating that he would reward them upon returning. But halfway through his scan, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Genos, Warren, what are you two doing here? We discovered the Ash mercenary group's trail, so we tracked them all the way here. Didn't I tell you to stay in the city and keep watch? But boss, we haven't received any orders. Luke frowned. Where's the messenger? Where's Bell? The Knights exchanged glances and shook their heads. We haven't seen him since the day before yesterday. I remember. He was called away by Ron. Lookington sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered everyone to return to Caesar's city. Sunset Mountains. 1,000-strong snow country task force is trekking through mountains and rivers. Commander Theodore stood on a moss-covered rock, looking at the map spread out in his hand with a worried expression. The map was only half drawn, missing the most crucial part. When the reconnaissance team that was initially sent out returned, everyone looked panicked. The scout mage Kevin was unconscious, and the knight commander Oliver was in a brief refractory period after taking a potion that stimulated his potential, making him unable to communicate. As for the other young boys, they couldn't even speak properly, and the only clue they provided was that there was a terrifying being in the Sunset Mountains. Nonsense. The legend of the Storm Wolf King hidden in the Sunset Mountains has long been known and spread to several surrounding countries. This is why, despite the abundance of monsters in the Sunset Mountains, few adventurers venture there. But we cannot stop moving forward just because of danger. For the survival of the Snow Kingdom, no matter how difficult or dangerous, we must go. Unfortunately, while the former commander-in-chief thought this way, Theodore, who was sent out, did not. He had only been married for a short time and hadn't even had children yet when he was urgently transferred to the front lines. Although many soldiers regarded him as a hero, and his heroic deeds were widely circulated in the army, he knew in his heart that he had made them up to impress girls. In some true stories, the teammates were very helpful, and the person was just lucky enough to claim credit and reward the teammate after the teammate's sacrifice, and then embellish the story to create a heroic image for themselves. When it came time to lead troops into battle, Theodore was incredibly panicked. Not to mention that the battle map is gone now, and standing at the foot of the mountains, he can't even tell which way is which. After much deliberation, Theodore decided that his own life was more important than the survival of the empire, so he ordered the entire army to rest on the spot and sent 2 soldiers ahead to scout. Before long, the scout brought back a native. The native was named Dotata, and he claimed to be a man from Snea, the leader of the northern tribes, who had come specifically to guide the Snow Kingdom's army. Dotata first showered Theodore with praise, making Theodore very happy, before getting down to business. Given the general's current position, instead of traversing the entire Sunset Mountains, it would be better to take the small path from the south. There's a stone bridge right there, making it easier for the team to cross the canal. Besides, there are many untapped resources in the south, although there are 2 tribes entrenched there. 2 tribes? How strong are they? One of them is based in a cave, with a small population, and is not worth mentioning. The other one is led by a chief named D-Love, and his tribe has about 500 people. The men are all skilled hunters, which is a bit troublesome. Theodore was immediately relieved to hear this. It's just a local tribe of 500 people. If I lead my troops there, wouldn't that be an absolute crushing victory? Moreover, he also captured the key information in Dotata's words, resources. Why does the Snow Country need to conscript soldiers? Isn't it just that domestic resources are about to run out, leaving them no choice but to expand outwards? If I could capture a resource point in the Sunset Mountains, wouldn't that be a great achievement? I can't believe I've stumbled upon something that offers huge rewards with minimal risk. Looks like I'm really lucky. Theodore smugly daydreamed for a while, then immediately ordered the entire army to launch an attack, heading straight south. Dotata led the way, with Theodore leading his army close behind. Before long, the 2 arrived at a mountain hollow. At this moment, Dotata suddenly stopped. Strange. I clearly remember there should be a lot of wild boars in this area. And this ground, why is it covered in mold? Theodore urged, whether there are wild boars or not doesn't matter, whether the ground is covered in hair or not doesn't matter either. Let's get going. Time is of the essence. I want to take all the resources here. Just as he finished speaking, a soldier's scream suddenly came from behind him. Theodore jolted, but before he could turn around, another horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Undead warriors, swords drawn, stand ready. Anyone who trespasses on this territory shall die. Chapter 46. This is the reality for ordinary players. South side of the Sunset Mountains. Another advance force, which set out with Theodore but chose a different direction, marched at breakneck speed with virtually no stops, covering almost twice the distance of Theodore's force in the same amount of time. But they still hadn't made it out of the Sunset Mountains. They were lost. And, filled with resentment that had nowhere to go, he barged into Chun Rue's territory. The battle has begun. One of Chun Rue's generals led more than 50 militiamen and more than 30 farmers in a desperate resistance. In such a short time, he had already lost nearly 10 farmers. It has to be said that Lam Chien was really crucial. If he hadn't been watching the Snow Kingdom army's movements from his elevated position and promptly notified Chun Rue, the situation would have been even worse. Warning by Lin Zixian, Chun Rue abandoned the idea of going to find Su Yuan. While preparing himself mentally, he ordered his generals and militia to quickly collect stones, prepare the golden elixir, and defend key positions. Although time is very tight, being prepared is always better than being unprepared. Even if the golden broth was only half prepared and its effect was greatly reduced, it would still be excellent to discuss these otherworldly soldiers. Using the complex terrain of the Sunset Mountains and the narrow entrances around the territory, Chun Rue managed to temporarily hold off the Snow Country's special task force with less than 100 men. But this is clearly not a long-term solution. Farmers were dying every minute. In such a battle, farmers were clearly just cannon fodder. Fortunately, the militia took over. If it weren't for Su Yuan's help in achieving stable and rapid development, the fact that he wasn't affected by the Abyss outbreak, and the fact that he even got a free reward from the leaderboard, Chun Rue probably wouldn't even be able to muster 100 farmers, let alone 50 militiamen. Encountering an alien army would result in a complete rout. However, even with militia filling the vacancies, the enemy's numbers were simply too great, and their equipment was superior, making the disparity in hardware between the two sides too vast. The militiamen could only manage to knock down 1 or 2 people by throwing stones, while the enemy, protected by armor and helmets, charged forward and slashed with their swords. The militiamen were no match for them. 3 of the 5 passes on the high slope where Chun Rue's territory is located have fallen in a short period of time, and the militia are on the verge of collapse. Another fierce Snow Country warrior broke through the pass and immediately spotted Chun Rue, who was hiding in the back. Without saying a word, he strode over and slashed at him with his sword. Chun Rue had never seen such a scene before. Just watching his farmers and militiamen fall one by one, with all sorts of flesh and blood flying around in front of him, made him feel nauseous. The strong smell of blood in the territory almost made his brain stop thinking completely. As the Snow Country warrior's saber came slashing down, he didn't even have time to instinctively dodge. Puff! The military knife slashed straight into the flesh, and blood flowed down the blade. Chun Rue's only warrior stood up to protect his master in the face of danger, using his own body to block the blow for him. He even used his physical strength to clamp the blade between his fingers and pull out his sword to kill the attacker. But soon other Snow Country warriors caught up and hacked at him with their blades. However, this sole warrior never retreated a single step. He braced his long sword against the ground, using his broken body to absorb all the blades, standing tall until his death. He didn't let the lord behind him suffer any harm. Chun Rue stared blankly at the general blocking his way until the warm blood splattered on his face, finally activating the fighting spirit in his bones. "I'll fight you to the death." Chun Rue roared, his bloodshot eyes seemingly mixed with a warm, moist heat. Just then, a hand grabbed him from behind. Lin Zixian's voice came through. "Are you crazy? Don't you value your life? Let me go? I want to die with them." "Screw you." Lin Zixian slapped Chun Rue across the face. "You're just a 9 to 10 office worker. What fighting ability do you have? Going up there to get yourself killed." The slap brought Chun Rue to his senses. He knelt on the ground and wailed. "No one in my life has ever done this for me. Why, Lin Zixian wanted to comfort him, saying it was simply a general's duty and responsibility, but the words wouldn't come out. In the end, he could only pat Chun Rue on the shoulder. This is a data-driven world. Perhaps he still has a chance to be reborn. During their conversation, the situation on the battlefield had already been reversed. Unlike Chen Rui, who was at the bottom of the rankings in the region, Lin Zixian woke up earlier and developed faster. He not only had more than 80 militiamen under his command, but also got a bunch of low-level weapons and armor for free when the ranking rewards were distributed. His team's strength was far superior to Chen Rui's. The scene, he immediately ordered one of his generals to lead half of the militia to block the breach, while another general led the remaining militia to surround and kill the Snow Kingdom soldiers who had stormed into the territory. With Lin Zixian's fresh force joining the battle, the Snow Country Task Force's offensive was effectively contained. We should be able to use the terrain to our advantage and temporarily repel them. For a while, Lin Zixian came to a conclusion in his mind. But not long after he drew this conclusion, he saw two magic scholars dressed in mage robes begin chanting behind the Snow Kingdom army. This is bad. Lin Zixian hurriedly ordered his generals and militia to disperse, but it was too late. Two magic circles suddenly condensed in midair, and in an instant, ice spikes rained down from the sky. The militiamen, unable to avoid the blows, were all smashed in, suffering severe head injuries and heavy casualties. Under the protection of the two warriors, Lin Zixian and Chen Rui managed to retreat to the eaves of the town hall. This can't go on. After the militia guarding the pass were repelled, the Snow Kingdom army charged forward again, and it looked like they were about to capture Chen Rui's territory. However, to the Snow Country commander's surprise, at this desperate moment, the enemy not only did not flee, but instead led their entire force out. A desperate counterattack? Wrong. The screams coming from behind sent a chill down the spine of the Snow Country commander. Zhou Mingkai led his troops in a surprise attack from the rear. As the third-ranked region in overall strength and the second-ranked region in troop strength, he managed to collect 4 fragments of barracks blueprints when the ranking rewards were distributed, and with his abundant resources, he had amassed a large army. 100 mountain opening warriors, each 2 meters tall and incredibly strong, swung their fists, as big as casserole dishes, and smashed them all over the foreheads of the Snow Kingdom soldiers. That was an unstoppable force. The Snow Country commander never expected anyone to attack from behind, and was caught completely off guard and stunned. The two sorcerers reacted quickly, immediately changing direction and beginning to chant incantations, hoping to stop Zhou Mingkai's group from advancing. However, just as the two were about to finish chanting, a wild boar suddenly rushed out from the side. These past few days, Inen has been practicing her pig charge technique diligently so that she can take revenge when she encounters the wolf cubs again. As the saying goes, focus on one thing, and you'll reach the pinnacle. Now, it charged out, fast as lightning, leaving afterimages in its wake, and with great momentum, it directly pierced through the two magical scholars. Chapter 47 We're playing Sekiro, they're playing Yuzu. The arrival of Zhou Mingkai and Li Shaoling brought the entire battle to a close. The Snow Country Task Force was thrown into disarray by being surrounded from both sides and suffered repeated defeats. Zhou Mingkai wanted to pursue her, but Lin Zixian stopped him. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. Although they have been defeated, they are not fleeing in disarray and still retain the ability to fight back. Lin Zixian pointed to the mountain opening warriors. They were brave and powerful in battle, but they also suffered many casualties under the counterattack of the Snow Kingdom army. Furthermore, almost all of Chen Rui's men had been killed in action, and his own troops had also suffered heavy losses. Pursuing them rashly would be too risky. Zhou Mingkai had no choice but to give up. In fact, Lin Zixian's judgment was very correct. Their victory was mainly due to the terrain, coupled with the fact that the Snow Kingdom army had come from afar and was exhausted without rest. If they had faced each other head-on, even if they had 10 times the number of troops, the lords would not have been a match. Chen Rui threw away the blade in his hand and collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained. He expressed his gratitude to everyone with utmost sincerity, a stark contrast to his previous sycophantic behavior. Chen Rui also sincerely apologized to Zhou Mingkai, admitting that he shouldn't have gossiped behind his back. Zhou Mingkai didn't care about these details. He was only focused on one thing. As long as we follow Brother Yuan closely, we will all have a bright future. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Su Yuan hadn't shared the resources with them and provided them with food to keep the farmers busy, greatly accelerating their initial development, they wouldn't have been able to fight the alien army to a standstill at this point in time. At this moment, Lin Zixian's general reported a very important piece of intelligence. He learned from a prisoner from the Snow Country that there were 2 special task forces entering the Sunset Mountains, and the other one's route happened to pass through Su Yuan's territory. Upon hearing this news, Chen Rui, who had just been lying on the ground, immediately jumped up. Does Brother Yuan know about this? Li Xiaoling shook her head. There has been no response in the regional chat room, and he doesn't reply to my private messages either. Yuanji's territory is in a mountain valley, with flat terrain and no narrow passes like here, making it easy to attack, but difficult to defend. This is very bad. Lin Zixian's expression was extremely solemn. He knew Su Yuan was strong, but no matter how strong he was, at this point in time, he couldn't possibly be stronger than the four of them working together, right? The four of them barely managed to repel the alien army thanks to a combination of favorable timing, location, and human factors. So what about Brother Yuan? Thinking of this, Lin Zixian, who had just experienced a fierce battle, did not care about resting and hurriedly summoned his men to rush to Su Yuan's aid. The other three moved even faster than him. The four men led their men on a frantic race, heading straight for Su Yuan's territory. Then they were dumbfounded. When they finally caught a glimpse of Su Yuan's territory, the four of them were completely dumbfounded. Countless otherworldly soldiers were strung together like candied hawthorns by the barbed, withered vegetation, their blood dripping from the tips and staining the edge of the open space red. A tall and mighty warhorse, burning with eerie blue flames, galloped back and forth through the army. Any of the otherworldly soldiers who were touched by the eerie blue flames were immediately engulfed in flames and turned into skeletons in an instant. Not to mention, on the warhorse, there was a headless general with a chilling aura emanating from his neck, wielding a large sword and charging into the alien army, as if it were empty. With a swift slash of the broadsword, the enemy's head will surely be taken. What does it mean to be a tiger among sheep? What does it mean to have corpses strewn across the field? What does it mean to be able to hold off 10,000 men? That's it. Good heavens, one person chasing an entire army. Lin Zixian was completely shocked. Is this Yuan Ji's warrior? Zhou Mingkai stared wide-eyed. This style is completely different from ours. We're playing Sekiro, they're playing Muzu. This is not a game at all. What others consider hellish difficulty is just a beginner's tutorial here. Lin Zixian and the others gained a deeper understanding of Su Yuan once again. At the same time, I am even more convinced that Zhou Mingkai is right. As long as you stick with Su Yuan, everyone has a bright future. By the way, where's Yuan go? To be honest, even Su Yuan himself couldn't say where he was. After merging with the statue, it's like entering a completely independent alternate dimension. Underfoot were thick stone slabs, and all around were solid stone walls. In this square stone palace, the only thing that could catch his attention was a stone platform in the very center. A emerald green, rhomboid crystal floated on the stone platform. It had a texture similar to jadeite, but it was even more translucent than the finest jadeite, and it radiated a sacred glow. Su Yuan carefully looked around, and then took out the animal bones and teeth he had collected earlier from his backpack. He first threw these things onto the stone slab in front of him, and after confirming that no mechanism was triggered, he moved step by step to the stone platform. The moment he approached the stone platform, the rhombus-shaped crystal floating in midair suddenly fell down. Su Yuan instinctively reached out and caught it. Scattered eyes of God, wind crystals imbued with divine power, which can be used to view relics left behind by the gods. Relics of the gods. Does text count? Was the ancient divine language that the soul rider had written on the altar when it was being upgraded. As if it had guessed what he was thinking, the stone platform in front of him suddenly began to shake, and layers of thick lime mixed with fragments of stone slabs were shaken off, revealing the inscriptions inside. As these words came into view, Su Yuan seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, and almost subconsciously associated them with the ancient divine language. Without much thought, he immediately equipped the Eye of God in his hand. Really, the ancient divine language, which was originally obscure and difficult to understand, became more approachable. However, perhaps because the Eye of God was incomplete, Su Yuan was like a child just learning to read, only able to barely decipher the meaning of a portion of the characters. However, even a few isolated words still had a huge impact on Su Yuan. The gods have fallen from beyond the realm, have descended and been summoned. The era has been restarted and is now reviving. This, Su Yuan unconsciously filled in many things in his mind. In particular, words like outside the realm, descend, and summon made it hard for him not to think of himself and the entire Lord community. At this point, the last few characters at the end of the stone slab were fully revealed. This time, Su Yuan read them all aloud without any difficulty. They will eventually return, bringing with them cataclysmic disasters. The whispered words stirred up a storm in Su Yuan's heart. Before he could fully process what was happening, the entire stone palace began to shake violently. A massive boulder is falling, and this alternate dimension is about to collapse. Chapter 48, must be something I'm doing wrong. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered, and Su Yuan lost his balance. The eye of God, a gentle breeze surrounded him. At this moment, gently supported by the breeze, he did not plummet downwards, but instead drifted involuntarily in midair. Perhaps even saying, in midair, isn't quite accurate. Su Yuan realized that he had left the stone palace space, but had not returned to the basement of the knight's headquarters. The surroundings were chaotic, and the air felt viscous. Gradually, Su Yuan saw a pale blue mist appear. The entrance to the abyss. Before I could even take a closer look, the opening emitting a pale blue mist was left behind. Then, a new entrance to the abyss has appeared. Is this place, the rift between reality and the abyss that Bulger spoke of? How strange. Su Yuan suddenly felt a burning sensation under his helmet mask, and the spirit crystals embedded in it were turning to ashes at a visible speed. At the same time, countless strange words suddenly entered my ears. It seems that someone is watching me in the dark, and there is more than one. But perhaps due to the effect of the moonlit night set, these hidden observers seemed unable to see through their own strength and dared not show themselves rashly. Soon, a vortex gate appeared. Su Yuan could already see the reflection of the knight's headquarters basement in it. My lord, master. As soon as they stepped out of the statue, Bujal and Anye came to greet them. After nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the several extra corpses in the basement. They tried to attack us with poison gas, Bujar explained. Unfortunately, he accidentally poisoned himself to death, and Jia added. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly beneath his battle helmet. He would never believe that these people had come here specifically to commit suicide. What's wrong? Is the feng shui good here? Do you know which faction they belong to? Bujar was speechless for a moment. They died too quickly. I didn't even have time to ask, and Jia looked away and muttered to herself. I didn't expect that a group of people who released the poison would have such low resistance to it. Remember to pry open someone's mouth before you kill them next time. Su Yuan gave a word of advice, then walked over to the corpses to see if he could collect any samples. If a body is found, should it be collected? It actually works? After collecting the data, Su Yuan immediately confirmed the identities of the individuals. The emblem of the Ash Mercenary Group? I think Anja mentioned this organization when she gave her report before. It seems that it was a partner that Lord Ron of Caesar City found to launch a coup. But what exactly is this Shadow Church crest? Strangely, 2 identity documents were found on a corpse. Su Yuan made a note of it for the time being, and then walked out of the basement. Pushing open the doors of the knight's headquarters, Su Yuan glanced at the streets of Caesar City, then silently closed the doors again. I must be doing it wrong. He carefully checked his surroundings and confirmed that he was indeed at the knight's headquarters. Then the door was opened again. Did I wander onto the wrong set? Su Yuan looked at the ashen-faced, limping, and listless pedestrians on the street, like zombies, and a stack of question marks appeared on his forehead. Bujar, how much time has passed since I entered the statue? My lord, it has been less than half a day. Su Yuan frowned. Less than half a day? How did Caesar City end up like this? Cough, cough. A familiar coughing sound came, and it was very frequent. Su Yuan carefully examined these people and found that they all exuded an unusually incongruous feeling. After some thought, I finally discovered the source of this unease. I had seen these people before when I came to the Knights. Back then, they were all full of energy. Even the old ones were vigorous and showed no signs of discomfort. But now they all seem to have contracted some serious illness. How can a perfectly healthy person suddenly fall ill and become very seriously ill? Sick. Isn't this a perfect match for my major? Anja, what do you think? Master, if you wish, I can instantly create a plague several times more terrifying than this. Su Yuan. Is that what I meant? Wait a minute. Plague? How did the city, which was perfectly fine, suddenly become infected with the plague? And even if it's a plague, the speed of its spread is just too frightening. My lord, there is a tremendous spiritual fluctuation in the city. It seems that someone is performing some kind of soul-sacrificing ritual. All those who are sick are sacrifices. Bukhar revealed the secret in one sentence. Anja added, containing the plague is a prerequisite for the sacrifice, and the sacrifice will also cause more people to contract the plague. Su Yuan looked around, and, good heavens, someone was planning to massacre the city. Anja, master, I am ready to obey your commands at any time. Find the source of the plague and nip it in the bud. Yes. Bugger. My lord, I await your command. Find the mastermind behind this. I have to ask him face to face what grudge he holds against me. Su Yuan looked at the devastated street, his voice icy cold. He's going to destroy the iron supply point I just took over. Inside the church, Munam's face was ashen. Didn't I tell you not to provoke those 3 people anymore? Why did you act on your own? The mercenary group members shuddered. It was Ron's order. Don't you know who's in charge? Why should you listen to him? Normally, Munam would give Ron's name some face, but at this crucial moment of the ceremony, let alone a mere name, he would curse Ron himself even if he were standing there. We didn't listen, but Mok led the way and carried out the order, so the others followed suit. Mok. Munam narrowed his eyes as he carefully recalled the scenes of Ron and Mar's private interactions over the past few days, and felt that his team might need to be cleaned up periodically. However, the most important thing now is the sacrificial ceremony. As long as the ceremony can be completed successfully, all losses will be made up for, and the reward will be 1,000 times greater. As he watched the giant magic circle gradually emerge in the center of Caesar's city, a flame of hatred ignited in Munam's eyes. Soon, I will be bathed in the divine grace of the Plague Lord. At that time, I will make those arrogant blood elves who once regarded me as an outsider and expelled me from their race pay a bloody price. Munam gritted his teeth and made a fierce vow. But just as he finished speaking, a pure white figure suddenly appeared above the giant magic circle. Holding a small knife in his hand, with a fascinated look in his eyes, he gently cut open his own arm. A drop of blood suddenly fell. It dripped right in the center of the sacrificial circle. At the very moment the two touched, the sacrificial array began to reverse. What? How is that possible? Munam stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The sacrificial array that I painstakingly set up over so long, using countless resources and methods, and finally managed to take shape, was actually purified by a single drop of blood? But before the shock in his heart could fully surface, a figure that seemed completely out of place appeared on the church altar. The demon spoke without any expression. Congratulations. You have earned the honor of meeting the Lord of the Dead. Today's update will be quite late. I'm heading home from Shenzhen, but I forgot to get a nucleic acid test and am stuck at the high-speed rail station. I'm getting a test now and waiting for the results. I'll send the results via mobile phone once I find my seed, but it might be a bit late. I hope you won't mind. Feel sorry. Is chapter 49 reasonable? The sudden appearance of Bujar in the church caused Munam's purple ear tips to instantly fill with blood. This is a trait that blood elves possess when they unleash their potential. Although Munam once loathed his race and disdained using his innate talent, the intense life-or-death crisis made him temporarily set aside his prejudices. Right from the beginning, he remembered this man. If my judgment is correct, Hughes died tragically at his hands. The image of that menacing fire dragon remains vivid in my mind. A fire mage? Munam stared warily at Buggle, his mind racing. If he's only good at controlling fire, I'm not without a chance. Blood elves are also very popular right now. He had painstakingly built a sacrificial array, but it was reversed by someone dripping blood, and he was holding back his anger with nowhere to vent it. But Munam is, after all, the leader of Ashes. He's not a brainless idiot to have survived with such a notorious reputation. The opponent was able to appear here without my knowledge, so their strength must be considerable. Just in case, I should let others test their strength first. However, after Munham called out the names of several of his men, he received no response. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that all the Ash mercenary group members around him were still in the same submissive posture they had been in when they were being reprimanded, completely motionless. What did you do to them? My lord only invited you, so I took the opportunity to clear out the irrelevant people. Buggle snapped his fingers lightly. Who looked like clay sculptures or wooden statues, collapsed to the ground like puppets with broken strings. This unpredictable and mysterious method sent Munam's heart plummeting. He knew he had made a big mistake in his judgment. Not a fire mage. This is an extremely rare mental ability. Moreover, this kind of method is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary mental mage. This outfit, that signature eyelid and mouth, could it be? Munam suddenly realized something. But he could hardly believe that the person whose name had surfaced in his mind was now standing right in front of him. That legendary demon, the raider of the Snow Kingdom princess, the undertaker of 16 heroes, the walking fear, the silent calamity, the eternal king in the rift between the abyss and reality. and now they're standing right in front of me. Divinely judged by the 12-winged seraphim 30 years ago. How did I end up here? Myeonam couldn't reach a reasonable conclusion, but he knew very well that whatever reason Bugle had for being there, his fate was sealed the moment he appeared. To avoid mental torment, Myeonam voluntarily gave up resisting. I'll go with you. To be honest, he was also very curious about what kind of being could make the legendary demon worship it as its master. In Caesar's city, a black cat lurked in a corner, watching everything that happened in the city. Its cat's eye was connected to Ron, who had already retreated hundreds of miles outside the city. What kind of method is this? Ron, hiding in the dark forest, witnessed the entire process of the sacrificial array being reversed through the reconnaissance spell he left on the black cat. The sight of Njia with her sickly eyes in midair dealt a devastating blow to his no longer childish heart. He never imagined that the sacrificial array, which he had painstakingly opened after deceiving the knights, driving away the travelers, and eliminating all interference, would end up like this. That's all. Is this reasonable? Wait. This person's attire. The image of the mysterious trio he had seen by the church window suddenly flashed into his mind. At the time, he only thought the man in white was excessively handsome and didn't think much of it. But now, after the sacrificial array was reversed by the dripping of blood, the door to his sealed memories was suddenly pushed open. A name that once resounded throughout Skadaya awakened his old nightmares. How could it be? How could it be him? Has he been resurrected? Or was he never really dead? Why is he here? Is he here to take revenge on me? Ron was terrified and immediately cut off his connection with the black cat, as if Anya would follow his gaze and stab him if he hesitated for even a second. After casting 3 calming spells on himself, Ron finally regained some composure. No, I was just a nobody back then. He probably didn't even know I existed. Ron kept giving himself psychological suggestions, but he still couldn't stop trembling. At that moment, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly twitched, and then a black shadow with only a human-shaped outline stood up, its face close to Ron's, and said in an extremely mocking tone, "The dignified lord of Caesar's city, a holy member of the Shadow Church, is actually afraid of a mere healer? Yes, and the church, I am a devout believer, the Lord of Shadows will protect me." Ron seemed to have grasped at a straw, but his face quickly turned panicked again. But I messed it up. The sacrificial ritual failed. Foolish. This sacrificial ritual is to summon the Lord of Plague. What does it have to do with you? Ron was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized. That's right. The ritual was destroyed halfway through. The parts 1 modified hadn't even had a chance to be revealed yet. Nobody knows that this is just a sacrifice ritual of the Shadow Lord disguised as the Plague Lord. That's right. You haven't failed at all. You just haven't found the right opportunity yet. There are still 2 months until the church's celebration, and you still have a chance to show your loyalty to the Lord of Shadows. Ron let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at Caesar's city in the distance. He knew that Myeonam's plan had failed, and Luke wouldn't be long. No, he might have already discovered the deception. Even with the mandate from the Skadi royal family, he certainly couldn't remain the city lord. But he didn't care. These are necessary sacrifices for the great Lord of Shadows. Although he could no longer return to Caesar's city, his official background still existed in reality. He has an advantage that ordinary people do not have, the right to speak. His words were more likely to be heard by those in higher positions, and more likely to attract the attention of the Skadi royal family. In Ron's mind, a crazy plan gradually took shape. If the tyrant knew that the person he once most wanted to kill had been resurrected. Thinking of this, Ron's lips curled into an unusually sinister smile. He seemed unaware that the dark shadow in front of him was also grinning. Luke led his knights at breakneck speed, nearly running his warhorse to death. Caesar's city came into view in the distance. But at the same time, he also saw the Snow Country Vanguard army, surging in like a tidal wave, with an imposing momentum. Chapter 50 for the protection in my heart. One after another, snow-white warhorses gallop across the green grassland. Those are white-maned horses unique to the Snow Country. They have extremely strong endurance, each capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, and are also extremely resistant to the cold, allowing them to move freely in the icy and snowy landscape without any hindrance. In comparison, Luke and his companions' warhorses were far inferior. After pursuing the Forsaken and the Ash mercenaries, and then galloping back to Caesar's city, the Storm Knight's warhorses were so exhausted that they could barely run. In this terrible situation, they unexpectedly ran head-on into the Snow Country's elite cavalry. 3,000. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Hello, yes. On the way back, Luke had the Night Scout mages activate the Eye of Surveillance, left in Caesar's City. All members of the Knights witnessed the horrific scenes in Caesar's City. Clearly, during their absence, Caesar's City had become an altar of the evil god, plagued by curses and rampant disease, a veritable hell on earth. I don't even know if I can hold on until I get back. It faces both internal and external troubles. Moreover, neither side can resolve the issue. This is undoubtedly despair opening the door to despair itself. Despair has reached its peak. Every member of the Knights felt immense guilt. If they hadn't acted recklessly, things will never get to this point of no return. Luke kept a straight face, but he didn't harshly reprimand his men because he knew it would be pointless. Saying anything now will not help. And the only thing I can do is risk my life. Everyone has it. Luke's loud voice made the Knights, who were mired in deep self-blame and despair, raise their bowed heads. Answer me loudly. Why did you join the Storm Knights? Everyone was a little confused, seemingly not understanding why Luke would ask this at a time like this. Warren, the youngest but most talented member of the Knights, spoke first, for the glory of Caesar's City. To inherit the will of the Wind God. To protect my family, so that we may never again suffer the oppression of tyrants. To offer my blessings to this wonderful world. For a brighter tomorrow. More and more people spoke up, and their voices grew louder and louder. The atmosphere within the Knights instantly transformed from deathly stillness to high morale. Very good, Luke shouted. Warren, as the Grand Master of the Knights, I entrust you with one last task. Yes, Commander. Warren's eyes were filled with determination. He was ready to accept his fate. Return to Caesar's City as quickly as possible and rescue as many uninfected people as you can. Warren was stunned. Commander, I said, this is the last order I give as the commander. But, go quickly. Yes, Commander. Warren fought back, tears welling in his eyes, leaped off his horse, and immediately activated acceleration, stealth, sprint, and potential burst. With the help of a series of skills, his speed was so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up. They easily evaded the watchtower's attack. He nimbly flipped over and entered Caesar's City. As expected, the watchtower has been captured. Luke wasn't surprised. He watched Warren disappear behind the city walls and spoke softly. I will do everything I can to buy you time. Then, he loudly announced. From this moment forward, the Storm Knights disband. After saying that, he spurred his horse and charged out, charging alone into the 3,000-strong Snow Kingdom army. He is not Guanjinese, nor does he possess the undead warhorse. All he had was a heart that wanted to protect Caesar's City. With the Storm Knights' indomitable will, Luke charged into the midst of a massive army. Then, they were overwhelmed by the cavalry of the Snow Country. Why did you join the Storm Knights? Luke seemed to see the dignified old commander, riding his unruly steed, stopping in front of him when he was only 13 years old. I think, even though the Wind God is gone, Caesar's City still needs someone to protect it, and I happen to want to protect something. The old regimental commander's wrinkled face instantly contorted with rage. Are you kidding me? How can you speak of such an important responsibility so lightly? A long-lost smile appeared on Luke's tired face. Old man, I'm not joking, I really just did it out of interest, but I think I did alright, right? Even if I didn't do well, that's all I can do. I hope when we meet again, you'll praise me a bit more and stop wearing that sour face. Just as his eyes were about to close, Luke heard the sounds of close combat and the roars of the knights behind him. Seriously, they've already disbanded. Genos, who was lying beside him, coughed up blood and laughed as he said, You said yourself that this was the last mission for Warren. Do you think we're stupid? Disband? That doesn't count at all, okay. However, before he could finish speaking, Luke had already closed his eyes. Munam looked at Su Yuan, who was shrouded in the all-black moonlight suit, with an extremely unnatural expression. He wanted to catch a glimpse of the person who controlled the demons, but to his surprise, the other party seemed to have no intention of meeting him at all. Indeed, what right do I have to look directly at such an existence? The fact that they were willing to summon me instead of simply eliminating me is already a great honor. Munam was very nervous. He didn't know why the other party had called him here. To be honest, he didn't think that setting up a small sacrificial array would have any impact on such a being. Putting everything else aside, just look at that demon, Buggle. With a casual stomp, the power is probably greater than 3 sacrificial magic circles. Throughout the journey, he racked his brains, unable to figure out what he had done to offend the other party. Hughes is spying? The fire dragon that could turn on its owner has already brought this matter to an end. If this person really loses their temper because of this, then they won't even be able to wait for the ceremony to start. They'll just have to stand here and wait. He couldn't understand it, and the more he couldn't understand it, the more afraid he became. Munam's current condition. Well, let's put it this way. It's like a primary school student who hasn't done anything wrong, but is called to the teacher's office. I was both cautious and terrified, frantically trying to recall what I had done these past few days. The atmosphere remained awkward. Since Su Yuan didn't speak, Munam didn't dare to say anything either. We eagerly awaited it. To be honest, even if Su Yuan had just given him a quick death, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state. In the presence of someone who can control demons, even breathing becomes a luxury. Munam is going completely crazy. And Su Yuan. At this moment, he was looking at all the messages in the regional chat room, feeling utterly exasperated. Damn it! How come my house was robbed just because I went out? Chapter 51. Some people have always had a flexible moral bottom line. Through the regional chat room, Su Yuan was able to gain some understanding of the battle situation within his territory from a distance. Guan Jinese is as reassuring as ever. Moreover, judging from Zhou Mingkai and others' descriptions, the gray vegetation has evolved again. Both the appearance of barbs and the increase in length greatly enhanced the territory's defensive capabilities. Su Yuan pondered. However, this only applies to some ground units and low-flying objects. If it's something like a dragon, the effect will probably be greatly reduced. We still need to deploy some watchtower-like structures with self-defense and counterattack capabilities, especially anti-air capabilities. The pass also needs to be addressed. After all, although Guan Jinese' unreasonable personal strength allowed them to wipe out the intruders without any real danger, the disadvantages of the territory's terrain were also fully exposed. This time the opponent was weak, but that doesn't mean every opponent we encounter will be so weak. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. The issue of defensive fortifications must be taken seriously. If you can set up several passes and barriers, how could the other side possibly swagger into your territory? No blueprints? No problem. We can build them ourselves. When Su Yuan saw the defensive watchtowers at the four corners of Caesar City, he had a similar idea. We still need to find a way to recruit a few skilled craftsmen. Regardless of the combat strength of his three generals, in terms of construction talent, probably none of them are reliable. Before we can get our hands on the design blueprints, we still need to poach the people from the other world. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan was about to close the world channel when his gaze suddenly stopped on the exchange. He had discovered refined iron. 200 units, each unit priced at 100. Su Yuan was just about to buy it when he discovered that the item was no longer available. Just as he was about to exclaim, he discovered that the item had been restocked. 200 units, priced at 90 per unit. How come it's getting cheaper and cheaper? After a moment's thought, Su Yuan understood, no one had this need at this stage. Received from asking about refined iron on the world channel. It's normal that other lords don't care about this material at all, and no one is interested in it. In no time, the refined iron was taken off the shelves again. Then it was put back on the shelves at a price of 80 gold per unit. It seems this seller is very short of money. So Su Yuan stopped being in a hurry. After a series of maneuvers, the other party finally fixed the price at 50, and then remained silent for a long time. It seems like it's open for business. They held the mindset that they would sell if they could, and if they couldn't, so be it. At this moment, Su Yuan made his move and instantly destroyed all the refined iron. I didn't stay anonymous this time. If he really needed money, he would have contacted me on his own initiative. Su Yuan muttered something to himself, then closed the world chat. Only then did he turn his attention back to reality. From the moment he entered Caesar City, Su Yuan was entangled in all sorts of trivial matters. I don't know why, but all I wanted was to find a stable source of refined iron. Is that so difficult? These incidents, one by one. He glanced at Munam in front of him, and then remembered Ron, whom Anya had mentioned in his report. This tiny Caesar City possessed to have two such brilliant talents as you two? It's really impressive that you didn't turn this small town upside down. You're the leader of the Ash mercenary group? Upon hearing those words, Munam immediately shuddered. God knows how long he had been waiting to hear those words. From initial anxiety and unease to eager anticipation, and now to utter exhaustion. In just over 10 minutes, Munam has imagined countless scenes of human warmth and coldness in his mind. Probably no one could have imagined that the Ashbringer, who once turned the whole of Skadi into a mess, and the Blood Elf who had never set foot in the academy, would one day be punished by being made to stand in the corner. The Great Lord of the Undead. At this point, Munam paused for a moment. Although he remembered what Bogle had said when he first appeared, and knew that the person in front of him was the Lord of the Undead he had mentioned, the word undead was a complete taboo in Skadi. Since the end of the last era, the undead race has completely disappeared from the stage of history. No one knows the specific reason, and this part is missing from the recorded history. Later generations have made many speculations, but the most widely accepted one is the undead catastrophe theory, as if this race is inherently inseparable from the word disaster. Those who advocate only the outcome have even produced a lot of strong evidence to prove that the extinction of the undead was a historical choice, which was correct and beyond question. Subsequently, the undead who survived the great cataclysm of the previous era were also subjected to large-scale sieges and purges. Coupled with the inhuman nature of the Skadi tyrant and his various acts of tyranny, the undead have become a truly shameless existence. To be honest, Munam didn't really believe that there could be a Lord of the Dead in this era. If it exists, it should be in the abyss. However, he always had a flexible moral bottom line. He could accept things that others could not, as long as they could be used for his purposes. The Forgotten Ones are a good example. At the same time, he also possessed flexible beliefs. A person who had just initiated a sacrificial ritual for the Lord of Plague turned around and began praising the Lord of the Dead. It has to be said, this is very Munham. Su Yuan listened to a string of compliments, but his heart remained unmoved. Chen Rue had heard similar praise countless times. He was tired of it. Then, Munam offered to follow the Lord of the Dead and become His Majesty's most loyal follower. To demonstrate his worth, he meticulously recounted all his misdeeds over the years, including village massacres, guild robberies, child trafficking, and even the recent Caesar City Grand Ceremony. Munam used these examples to showcase his unparalleled talent and ability in committing inhuman acts. Definitely be a plus in the eyes of the Lord of the Dead. As expected, after such painstaking self-recommendation, the Supreme Being before him gave him strong affirmation. "You're so eager to follow me?" Su Yuan's face beneath his battle helmet held a hint of amusement. Munam quickly pledged his loyalty. "I would offer my soul to you." "Very good. Then so be it." As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, he immediately started the night parade of 100 demons. The sudden appearance of the spirit made Munam even more alarmed, but also secretly delighted. He truly is the Lord of the Dead. With this powerful backer, how could he not avenge his blood feud? Munam was lost in his daydreams of his impending revenge until all the spirits rushed forward. Before he could even utter a cry, he was swallowed up by the soul, and soon only his eyes remained. Under Munam's gaze, which was filled with both fear and confusion, Su Yuan spoke calmly. "The most direct way to get someone to serve me is to become an undead. You have achieved your wish." Chapter 52 clearly isn't some serious card. A body has been found. Should it be collected? Yes. Obtained Ash Mercenary Group Leader's Badge *1. Obtained Blood Core *1. Obtained Acacia Residency Passport *1. Obtained Refined Gauntlets *1. Obtained Deerhide Leggings *1. Obtained Serrated Dagger *1. Obtained Crimson Boots *1. Obtained Scarlet Catgirl Mansion VIP Card *1. Received a Men's Club Membership Card *1. Received Abyss Invitation Letter *1. Su Yuan counted the spoils in his backpack. Compared to the Moonlit Night set, all the equipment is just scrap metal. Just throw it on the exchange. Badges and passports. These forms of identification aren't very useful to me right now, so I'll keep them for now. Ignoring the 2 VIP cards that clearly belong to some respectable establishment, Su Yuan focused his attention on the Blood Core and the Abyss Invitation. Blood Core, a unique blood crystal unique to Blood Elves, used to activate special spells exclusive to Blood Elves. Abyss Invitation, Tier 1 and Invitation from the Abyss. Upon use, you can randomly enter an abyss of the corresponding tier. I'll have something to do when I get back. Su Yuan hadn't forgotten that summoning the level 2 troops in the cave required a large number of spirit cores. The Abyss eruption will have to wait another 5 days. The thought that the alien army was already showing signs of invading their territory made them want to speed up the troop production process as much as possible. Obtaining a spirit core as soon as possible has only benefits and no drawbacks. After closing his backpack, Su Yuan began to organize the intelligence he had just obtained. Thanks to Munam's survival instinct, Su Yuan learned a lot of important information from him that he did not yet know, which is one of the reasons why he let this notorious mercenary leader, who was still self-satisfied, talk at length. Skadaya? Su Yuan murmured the name of the country. If I remember correctly, it seems to have been mentioned in Anja's profile. It seems that Anja has some kind of intricate connection with this country. Besides this, Su Yuan was also quite concerned about the harsh environment of Skadi. Plagues, riots, marches, assassinations, scenes I'd never seen before this world were commonplace here. Of course, human factors account for the majority. Munham had just mentioned several riots and assassinations he had orchestrated when he was eager to demonstrate his worth. The people here seem to always derive pleasure and strength from these abnormal daily activities, and this pandemic is no exception. It's not Munham who's gone mad. It's the whole of Skadi. No wonder Caesar's city wanted to exist independently. What puzzled Su Yuan was that such a country, with such internal turmoil and chaos, could still possess a vast territory, and even no neighboring country dared to covet it. According to Munham, this is mainly thanks to the king who was known as the tyrant. Su Yuan remembered clearly that when the king of Skadi was mentioned, Munham was half sarcastic and half fearful. This world is really complicated. No sooner had Su Yuan finished speaking than Njia appeared in front of him. And with great enthusiasm, he delivered some good news. Outside the city, the Snow Kingdom's army was rushing in. Master, the people of the Snow Country are all of Highland blood, and their blood has many uses. If we could meet a member of the royal family, that would be wonderful. Anja seems to have already started planning to build a blood bank. Su Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily beneath his battle helmet. My mouth might really be blessed. We were just saying that no neighboring country dares to attack us. Can't a person have some peace and quiet? Su Yuan was speechless. Why did everyone want to push their own iron supply points into a corner? A woo. The little wolf cub seemed to sense something and howled in the direction outside Caesar's city. Learning the wind blade skill, it only managed to cut down a small flying insect, which was like using a laser cannon to kill a mosquito. It felt completely unsatisfying. It was just about to test its skills, but the other spirits couldn't stop in time and were sent away by Munam's pleasure. The little wolf spirit was itching to practice, so naturally it wouldn't let go of this opportunity to hone its skills. Moreover, Su Yuan could sense that it really didn't want that group of hostile people to get close to Caesar City. Perfect timing. These repeated messes have really gotten to me, and I'm getting really angry. Su Yuan silently gripped the hammer handle. I need to find a chance to vent. Back in Caesar's city, Warren suppressed his grief and kept reminding himself that he must complete the last task assigned by the commander brilliantly. Even though Caesar's city is now a living hell, even though their former home has been overrun by plague, even though they know they are powerless to stop the tragedy from continuing, they will still do everything in their power to save those who still have a chance to survive. When crossing the city walls, Warren was fully prepared mentally, and he also brought with him the necessary awareness and courage to face the unknown. But upon landing, the scene before him caused his brain, which had been simulated countless times, to suddenly freeze. Inside Caesar's city, the people are safe and sound. Even when faced with the overwhelming force of the Snow Country army, many people picked up weapons and prepared to defend themselves. The Warrens were stunned. He considered all possible scenarios, but this was the one he hadn't taken into account. The surveillance system made a misjudgment? Wrong. That scene was absolutely real, as evidenced by the magic circle that still exists in the center of Caesar City. But the scene before us is real. No one would be so bored as to create such a detailed illusion for such an insignificant little knight. This feeling, a restoration spell? Warren flew to the side of the huge magic circle. It really is a healing spell. But I clearly remember that in the eye of surveillance, this location is occupied by a sacrificial array. Could it be? A shocking idea arose in Warren's mind. Someone had reversed the sacrificial circle. He was the most talented knight in the Storm Knights, capable of understanding spells in almost all conventional fields. That's why he was absolutely certain that the person who could do that was terrifyingly strong. If it were me, let alone reversing the sacrifice array, I would find it very difficult to even understand the sacrifice array. After all, there is a river between understanding and mastering, and an ocean between mastering and being proficient. As for such miraculous skills, there is an insurmountable chasm between them and being proficient. Looking around, he saw one figure after another, desperately trying to find the benefactor who had saved Caesar's city from its dire straits, but to no avail. If only we had more time. After scanning the area and finding no target, Warren dared not continue searching. The Snow Kingdom army was just outside the city, and the crisis was not over yet. He quickly turned around and decided to regain control of the watchtower first. Just as he leaped into the watchtower, intending to eliminate the Ash mercenary group members hiding inside, he suddenly discovered 3 figures standing atop the city wall. Chapter 53. This place is under my protection. What kind of monsters live in the Sunset Mountains? As Rex cautiously made his way onto the stone bridge, he recalled the scene he had witnessed on the stone wall not long ago. A long, dragon-like army of otherworldly beings marching rapidly along the winding mountain path before storming into a lord's territory. He thought the lord was doomed, but things turned out completely unexpectedly. Not only did the lord survive, he successfully defended his territory, winning the battle to protect his land against an alien army of vastly superior strength. Thanks to Linda's agility, he was able to hang on the stone wall and watch the entire battle through the cracks in the rock. The fearless spirit of the Lord himself and his generals and militia deeply moved Rex, but what surprised and even envied him even more were the other lords who arrived at the crucial moment. Look at other regions, where people risk their lives and go to great lengths for each other in times of crisis. Then look at our own region, where plague is rampant, we're in dire need of medicine, and no one is gathering herbs. He never saw the lords of Sunset Mountains promoting their organizations on the World Channel, but the lords around Caesar City were all jumping around more and more excitedly. So, is this the difference? A pang of sadness welled up in Rex's heart. He could see that the lords of Sunset Mountain usually went their own way and only joined forces when something happened. But this did not prevent each of them from developing very well. Even the weakest lord held a large army. The extremely brave and burly soldiers led by the reinforcements were a type of soldier he had never seen before. And that wild boar, it made Linda shudder. Looking back at the lords around Caesar City, they used to stick together every day, full of ambition at every meeting, boasting about how many resources they had acquired, how many militia they had trained, and how promising their future was. Now, they've all disappeared. What's even more infuriating is that these guys who used the name of joining the Caesar City Alliance to develop themselves ran away without even saying goodbye after learning that something bad was about to happen in Caesar City. If Xiao Qinglong hadn't left a message in the regional chat room after escaping danger, Rex would still be unaware of the huge changes that had occurred in the city. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the herbs he had gathered back to his territory first and then make further plans. Caesar City, but this trip wasn't a complete waste. Anyway, Scatty is a plague-ridden place, so the herbs in my backpack won't be hard to sell and can even become new startup capital. As they quickly crossed the stone bridge, Linda, who was beneath Rick, suddenly stopped in her tracks and even trembled as she shrank back. Rick's heart jumped instantly. Even in the most dangerous environments before, Linda had never shown any obvious fear. He quickly looked up and immediately saw the familiar hammer and the lightning crackling on it. In Caesar City, almost everyone was prepared to fight to the death, even to the point of perishing. In a way, we have to thank Minam for this. After all, compared to the helpless plague and sacrifices that left us only to wait for death, the Snow Kingdom army's slaughter at least offered the possibility of resistance. Having faced death once, none of us have anything to fear anymore. Especially when the news of the knight's heroic sacrifice came from the temporary scouts on the watchtower, everyone's fighting spirit reached its peak. No one backed down. Even if the city falls, we must fight in the streets until the very last moment. But before they could set up their defenses, news came from the watchtower that 3 figures had rushed out. Upon hearing the news, the people all thought they had misheard. 3 people? Outside are the Snow Kingdom's army, numbering at least several thousand, and all of them are cavalry. Even the knights could only leave them momentarily stunned, so what could 3 people possibly do? Rushing out at this moment, wouldn't that be suicide? Several middle-aged men shook their heads, marveling at the youthful vigor and paying tribute to them. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who steps forward at a time like this is a hero. However, not long after, news came from the lookout tower again. The Snow Country cavalry have been stopped. If it weren't for the incredulous tone and trembling voice of the scout, everyone would probably think he was crazy. But now, people are all rushing towards the city gate. They wanted to see for themselves how these 3 people had managed to do it. When the people of Caesars reached the city gate and looked out, they realized that even though they had prepared themselves mentally, they had still underestimated the sight that came into view. At this moment, the cavalry directly in front of the Snow Country were drawing their bows and releasing a volley of arrows. To serve as the vanguard, they were already the elite of the Snow Country's cavalry, And these frontline cavalrymen were the elite of the elite, each one a master of mounted archery, who had always been able to strike first in past battles. But this time, their arrows failed to penetrate the enemy's defenses. With a mere wave of his hand, Bugle instantly erected a barrier with his vast spiritual power. The moment those arrows touched the mental barrier, they were all stuck in the mud, unable to advance any further. Then, Ange's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Snow Kingdom's army. All 16 blades inside his trench coat were removed and floated around him, forming a ring. With a gentle swipe of his white-gloved hands, the blades around him shot out, mercilessly reaping the lives of the cavalrymen. Ange stood amidst the vast army, like an elegant conductor, playing a song of slaughter with her blade. Seeing that things were not going well, the knight commander in charge immediately took a magic potion, and after his strength surged, he thrust his spear at Ange. Puff! Blood spurted out. The knight commander who launched the attack probably never expected that he could succeed so easily. But he also did not expect that after he succeeded, the other party's stunning face showed no pain at all, but instead revealed infatuation and infatuation. The bleeding continued to increase. The knight commander finally realized something was wrong. The spilled blood was flowing towards him like a living thing, running down his lance. In his horrified gaze, he saw signs of corrosion already appearing on the knight's lance, forged from fine iron, in his hand. At the same time, the shadow beneath Ange's feet seemed to be activated by the blood, instantly swelling several times in size and enveloping all the surrounding cavalry shadows. The cavalrymen who were covered by shadows suddenly lost control of their bodies and began to attack the other Snow Country cavalrymen around them. Ange, all alone, threw the entire left flank of the Snow Country cavalry into chaos. There are already signs of collapse. At this moment, everyone hoped that the commander would step forward quickly to take control of the situation. However, the commander was barely able to protect himself and had no time to attend to the battle situation around him. At this moment, all he could see was a massive hammer crackling with lightning, growing infinitely larger. At the same time, a detached voice accompanied by lightning also arrived. This area is under my protection. Invaders will die. Chapter 54 5,000 against 100. The advantage is mine. Intense lightning exploded across the giant deer plain, just as spectacularly as when the abyss erupted before. Within a large fan-shaped area in front of Field's Warhammer, no one survived. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and the power of the thunder was still terrifying. Faced with this violent energy, the Snow Country Knight was as fragile as a low-level abyssal wraith, easily shattered. However, this is limited to areas within the strike range. Su Yuan could clearly feel that the lightning on the hammer had a strong restraining effect on the abyss monsters, and even had a built-in target acquisition mechanism. One blow from the hammer can hit one person and then trigger a chain reaction that affects many others. However, this effect does not apply to humans. Although its destructive power is still extremely high, it does not have a chain reaction effect. In addition, Su Yuan also discovered a problem. The ultimate skill's recovery time was too long, and it could not be charged by killing non-abyss monsters. When the abyss erupted before, he was wiped out in one combo, so the effect wasn't so obvious. But this time, he had a real experience of it. By the time the Snow Country cavalry charged over from outside the radiation zone, he had barely managed to lift the warhammer that had been smashed to the ground. The opponent clearly saw this as well, wanting to gain a cooldown advantage. But these Snow Country knights clearly didn't understand their opponents. Just as they were about to rush towards Su Yuan, the spirits erupt. They've all come out in full force. A night parade of 100 demons. The Snow Country knights didn't even have time to react before they were pounced on by the spirits, and their souls became delicious food for the spirits. The little wolf spirit let out a long howl, glaring angrily at the intruders. Wind patterns on its body lit up, and in an instant, a gale condensed, wind blades took shape, and shot out, slicing across. Even the thickest armor can be easily broken through. At this moment, the Snow Country cavalry behind realized that this was actually a suicidal charge. They were even more terrified after seeing the iconic wind blades. Storm Wolf King, the former guardian of the winds of Caesar's city, a powerful magical beast blessed by the gods, enjoying divine grace and bathed in divine favor. Even after retreating into the Sunset Mountains, he remained infamous and no one dared to provoke him. Who exactly is that person wielding the warhammer? How can they command the Storm Wolf King? Now they know that things are hopeless. This kick has really hit a brick wall. If they continue to waste time here, The only outcome will be total annihilation. Unfortunately, the commander, who had been overconfident and wanted to lead the charge to boost morale, had already died. The entire vanguard had lost its footing and was unable to make precise deployments. Commanders of each squad had no choice but to give orders and lead their respective squads to scatter and flee. Their only thought now is to retreat as quickly as possible and rendezvous with the main force following behind. The main force includes the Snow Country hero Torna, the Archmage Cinda, along with magic scholars and mages of various schools, making them more suitable than the knights to deal with this kind of opponent. Being cavalry and riding white-maned horses, they were indeed fast. After a rapid retreat, they soon spotted the infantry column, which was the backbone of the main force. However, just as the knight commanders of each squad were overjoyed, thinking they could lead their troops to safety, they were shocked to find that the infantry column was in an even worse situation. A squad of skeleton soldiers, accompanied by hundreds of ghouls, suddenly charged out from the side and plunged into the infantry ranks, beginning a frenzied slaughter. The Snow Country infantry consisted of dozens of columns, totaling nearly 5,000 men. In theory, they should have had an overwhelming numerical advantage, and defeating a normal 100 or so men would be a piece of cake for them. What they encountered was precisely the abnormal one. The dead are not afraid. The dead never tire. The undead did not retreat. But humans cannot do that. Faced with a ghoul that charges straight at you without the slightest hesitation, very few people can remain calm. Most will feel fear. Fear is the emotion that the dead are most willing to devour. By the time the infantry column commander realized what was happening and ordered his troops to converge and meet the enemy, it was too late. The necro-conversion effect has been activated. The familiars created by the ghouls have joined the battle and are beginning to create even more familiars. The undead strategy is to fight to sustain themselves through war. The so-called advantage in troop strength is a joke in the face of the undead. Even worse, ordinary, unblessed blades are completely ineffective against the undead. In the eyes of the ghouls, these weren't Snow Country infantry, they were a buffet. Fortunately, the infantry commander was not so reckless. He was still alive and quickly made the right decision, to retreat. There's nothing to say. This battle is pointless. The best course of action is to retreat and proceed directly to Charon. Infantry cannot retreat as easily as cavalry. In order to buy time for retreat, a squad of infantry must be left behind to provide cover with shields. Fortunately, the ghouls' minions are mostly mindless zombies that only know how to slash and bite randomly, making them an excellent shield. However, with a sword cry, a sword aura lashed through the air, cleaving the shield and the person in two. It's been a while since I used it, and I'm still getting used to it. But the quality of these Snow Country people's weapons is just too poor. Byphone casually threw away the iron sword that had broken after only one use, and picked up another one from the ground. The second sword energy was suddenly unleashed. But this time it didn't work. An incredibly thick ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking the sword energy in midair. The combat techniques of the Great Xia Kingdom? What happened? How did the warriors of the mighty Great Xia Kingdom become like this? Archmage Sin stood in the rear, pointing his staff, and the thick ice wall instantly transformed into countless ice spikes, crashing down on the ghouls' minions. Beneath the barrage of ice spikes, the weaker members of the family were quickly riddled with holes, completely losing their ability to fight. Sin then changed his spell, and under his chanting, a gigantic magic circle that blotted out the sky appeared in midair. Huge ice crystals emerged from the magic circle. Then it crashed down. Ice burial. Even from a distance, you could feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from the ice crystals, coupled with an almost suffocating sense of oppression. If they were really hit, all the ghouls would be reduced to a pile of broken bones, and even the Iron Wolf guards wouldn't be able to withstand it. The key issue is that the ice crystals cover such a large and wide area that there's no way to escape. At this critical moment, the demon's figure appeared in midair. Bubbles spread his arms out to the sides, as if he were pulling out a large net. Then, his bat wings vibrated, and a vast amount of spiritual power suddenly surged out, solidify into substance. It collided violently with the falling ice crystals. The mental fluctuations distorted the space around them and shattered the ice crystals completely. Broken ice crystals scattered down like snowflakes falling. Sin was completely unconcerned that his fatal blow had been deflected. From the moment Bujar appeared, his gaze was fixed firmly on the demon. At the same time, the old fears returned. Chapter 55. Please remember my terrible lapses of virtue forever. Not only Archmage sinned, but also many elders in the rear army, including the nearly 60-year-old commander-in-chief Kazan. All had a memory they never wanted to recall in their lives involuntarily surface in their minds the moment they saw Bulgur. That was a disaster for the Snow Country. The man before them was a recurring nightmare for their generation. But what puzzled them was, this demon should have been dead. So how could he suddenly appear here? Of course, now is not the time to ponder this question. They saw everything. The ghouls and skeleton soldiers, Anya behind them, and the dark figure wielding a warhammer. One Bukhar was troublesome enough, but now these powerful enemies of unknown origin are on the list. Kazan and Sind exchanged a glance, both seeing the budding intention to retreat in each other's eyes. Kazan, as the commander-in-chief, immediately ordered a retreat. Wait, Commander! The Snow Country hero Torna, who was accompanying the army, was still a young man who had not experienced those dark years. In addition, he had just inherited the title of hero and was full of fighting spirit. Naturally, he was unwilling to let it go and was thinking about getting revenge. Kazan saw through his thoughts at a glance and immediately shut Torna up. I am the commander here. You only need to carry out orders. But so many of us died. Execute the command. Kazan's eyes widened, and a hint of anger appeared on his deeply lined face. He knew, of course, that many people had died, but he also knew that if the fighting continued, even more people would die. If we don't retreat while the Snow Kingdom army still has the ability to fight, it won't be so easy to retreat when it's already in complete disarray. Even if they manage to escape this calamity, how will the remnants of the army resist the covetousness of other countries? Preserving strength might only mean losing one battle, but if you gamble everything, you might lose the entire Snow Kingdom. Although Torna was very indignant, he was forced to accept the decision after being persuaded by several veteran players around him. Immediately, the Snow Kingdom army reorganized its remaining cavalry and infantry, and then began an orderly retreat. Sin once again erected a thick ice wall, keeping all the Iron Wolf guards and ghouls out. At the same time, keep a close eye on the demon in midair to prevent it from suddenly launching an attack. In fact, Bugle had no intention of pursuing them. For him, the Snow Country was just a place of sorrow. The person he cared about most was no longer there. There's no point in going. Moreover, he wouldn't act on his own without Su Yuan's instructions. Bugle turned around, and Bai Feng and the other two had already arrived in front of Su Yuan with a group of Iron Wolf guards and ghouls. After a series of courtly formalities, Su Yuan told them to return to Sunset Mountain Range first. Although he trusted Guan Jini's, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to leave only one person in such a large territory. Fortunately, neither skeletons nor ghouls have a fatigue system. They won't feel resentful because they're being bossed around. Just consider it as going out to find something to eat. The Snow Country army withdrew, thus bringing a great battle to an end. Although it started strong but ended weakly, Su Yuan was indeed exhausted. Once the adrenaline stopped, I felt exhausted. As the Lord of the Undead, I actually feel tired. Su Yuan made a rant. But then again, he's never been in such a fierce fight before. If he hadn't held the trump card of the Return Scroll, which allowed him to escape if things went wrong, he wouldn't have been so reckless as to fight this battle. But in terms of the results, well played. Kill 1 Snow Country cavalryman. Gain 35 experience points. Gain reputation, *20. Kill 1 Snow Country infantryman. Gain 30 experience points. Gain reputation, *10. Current experience 5,000/5,000. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Current experience 10,000/10,000. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. After this battle, Su Yuan's level skyrocketed to 7.5, and it seemed he would soon be able to unlock the mysterious shop in the World Channel. What surprised Su Yuan even more was that as his level increased, the individual equipment attributes of the Moonlit Knight set also increased. From an initial, negligible boost, to now, every piece of equipment can increase your combat power by 1%. All 5 items together result in a 5% improvement. Moreover, this effect will continue to strengthen as you upgrade. I knew it. It's just not fair that the top-ranked player's treasure chest would be full of junk. All I can say is, this was a huge profit. In addition, there is a significant increase in reputation. After the 2 waves of battles against the goblins and the defeat of the Snow Kingdom army, Su Yuan's reputation has skyrocketed from 2,000 points to 20,000 points. Once we get to the abyss and farm enough spirit cores, we'll mass-produce another wave of troops. After this encounter with the Snow Country, Su Yuan realized the importance of troop strength. Don't be fooled by how fierce the ghoul was just now. It was because they weren't prepared and were caught off guard. If the Snow Kingdom soldiers had blessed their weapons beforehand, it would have been a completely different story. Also, while ghouls are useful, they are ultimately a melee unit that charges forward, excelling at direct confrontation. They are not well suited for other strategic deployments. It's important to understand that not every battle involves a head-on confrontation. If they encounter a commander who lacks martial ethics, ghouls will mostly be left with no choice but to passively take the beating. Most importantly, Su Yuan was quite looking forward to the performance of the Crypt Assassins and Crypt Demons. Of course, the increase in reputation doesn't only bring good news. Congratulations on surpassing 20,000 reputation points. Your title has been updated to a rising star in the Sunset Mountains. Your rapid rise has already attracted the attention of some people in the shadows. Emerging talent brings both opportunities and dangers, something Su Yuan was well aware of long ago. This merely confirmed my suspicions. In order to cope with any unexpected situations that may arise at any time, we still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan collected another wave of spoils. Although Jia was reckless and didn't leave himself any intact items, the sheer number of enemy troops meant that after a sweep, he still managed to gain some valuable assets. Throw it all into the exchange. The damaged item is priced at 80, while the intact item is priced at 800. Still anonymous. After doing all that, he closed the world chat and walked over to the group of corpses. Just by looking at their clothes, you can tell they are not soldiers from the Snow Country. Judging from the items we just collected, they should be the Storm Knights, the guardians of Caesar City that Eng mentioned earlier. Even without witnessing their battle firsthand, Su Yuan could still imagine the scene of them fearlessly charging towards the Snow Kingdom army to protect the city behind them. I'm sorry, although I know it's very impolite. After all, even the capitalists from before I transmigrated wouldn't do something like making dead people work overtime. But, whether you like it or not, the future harmony and stability of Caesar City still depends on you. In short, remember my terrible lapse in judgment. Su Yuan extended his right hand. A parade of 100 demons. Chapter 56 Hero? I wouldn't even be a dog. The summit of Longji Snow Mountain. On the snow-covered ground stood a white jade tea table, upon which lay a set of blue and white porcelain tea utensils, where Zheng Guangqian was performing a tea ceremony. 2 snow leopards lay lazily on the ground, idly grooming the fur on their paws. At that moment, a small teleportation array suddenly lit up on the open ground not far away. An eastern face, like Zheng Guangqian's, emerged from among them. You're really in high spirits, aren't you? Are you having such a leisurely time just staying in the back? The newcomer was none other than Su Linking, the second in command of the Extreme Cold Ice Palace, and the other member of the duo negotiating with the Snow Kingdom. He was only responsible for transporting the army across the border and did not directly participate in the battle. After the transport was completed, he returned to the Snow Kingdom. With your help, freezing the canal won't be difficult for those ice mages. It's almost a certainty that the Snow Kingdom's army will safely enter the giant deer plain. What do I have to worry about? Aren't you afraid they won't be able to take Caesar's city? You underestimate the strength of the Snow Kingdom's army. Zheng Guangqian poured a cup of tea. Caesar City is located on a plain, without any natural geographical barriers. Its defenses consist of only some unusable small bunkers and 4 watchtowers. As for the defensive forces, they are even less worth mentioning. Zheng Guangqian handed the brewed tea to Su Linking. As long as Scatty does not send troops to support us, it is undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with the knights in the city alone. Su Linking nodded and added, You're convinced that Scatty won't send troops, right? No, they will send troops, Zheng Guangqian said with a smile. But, after Caesar City has fallen. Given that tyrant's nature, there's a high chance he'll do it. Su Linking shook his head. You guys who play tactics have dirty minds. After saying that, he stopped discussing the war with Zheng Guangqian and directly opened the world channel. This is his daily source of joy. Seeing other lords living in misery and misery gives him a great sense of satisfaction. There's a saying that goes something like this. Human joys and sorrows are not shared, but one person's happiness can always be built on the sorrow of others. This time, however, no one was crying on the world channel. On the contrary, one lord proudly boasted that he had conquered a small village next to his territory, which amazed the other ordinary lords. At a time when everyone avoids indigenous people like the plague, lords who dare to venture out of their own territories to expand are truly brave warriors. He immediately received all sorts of praise. Su Linking just smiled. Such trivial matters did not interest him at all. If the lords of the Frozen Ice Palace wanted to, they could start from the edge and slowly gnaw away at the enemy, potentially annexing the entire Snow Kingdom. But that was risky and time-consuming. In addition, the Snow Country was resource-poor and the land was barren. Even if it were conquered, the losses would outweigh the gains. This was a poor choice for the lords who were in a period of rapid development. Therefore, after some discussion, everyone finally adopted Zheng Guanqian's suggestion to cooperate with the Snow Kingdom, expand outwards, and divide up the resources. After watching for a while, Su Linking found it boring and was about to close the World Channel when he noticed that the chat content suddenly changed direction. Wow, who is this? Why are they suddenly putting so much equipment up for sale? This price tag. Could it be that the legendary 80s generation is making a comeback? An 80 gold breastplate. Even though it's damaged, it's really useful to me right now. Yes. The combat effectiveness of an equipped militia is completely different from that of an unequipped militia. Now I finally have a chance to raid a gold mine inhabited by second-tier magical beasts. Why, I'm so touched. 80 is such a kind soul. This is a godsend for us lowly lords. Su Linking frowned. So many damaged suits of armor. Where did he get them? At that moment, Arthur Morgan suddenly appeared. Both Zheng Guanqian and Su Linking saw a gloom on the face of this great general of the Snow Country. Zheng Guanqian immediately stood up, a bad feeling rising in his heart, and Arthur did not keep him waiting long, soon confirming his thoughts. The Snow Kingdom army has been defeated. As soon as Su Yuan, along with Bujar and Anja, entered Caesar City, they were immediately greeted with the highest level of courtesy and welcome. Even Pierce, who had led the men out of the city gate to greet them, was lifted up and tossed into the air. Su Yuan and his two companions were hailed as heroes of Caesar City. Bards in the city have begun to compose and sing songs about the heroic deeds of the three men, so that the future of Caesar City will remember their great achievements. Many hot-blooded youths repeatedly replayed in their minds the scene of the three charging into the midst of a massive army and defeating the Snow Kingdom's forces. I don't know who started it. Welcome, heroes of Caesar's City. Heroes return in triumph. The calls for heroes grew louder and louder, and the people welcomed the three men back with the most sincere emotions and the most enthusiastic words. Hero, this is the first time I've heard that title. Bulgar's fierce expression seemed to soften a bit. It doesn't seem so bad. Anja remained expressionless. The higher they are lauded when they are given the title of hero, the harder they fall from grace. So-called heroes are nothing more than tools to be sacrificed when necessary. A hero? I wouldn't even be a dog. Su Yuan continued walking without stopping, directly entering Pierce's manor. He was not interested in the adoration of the people of Caesars. For him, keeping Caesars intact had only one purpose from beginning to end, to maintain the supply of fine iron. Of course, this is only a short-term goal. Looking at the bigger picture, not only refined iron, but any scarce materials needed for future building upgrades can be obtained through Caesar City as trade system. Su Yuan's idea was simple. He wanted to turn this place into his own trading port. Although the Lord Exchange serves a similar purpose in some ways, Su Yuan still prefers to have multiple channels, especially supply chains that he controls, so as not to be controlled by others and fall into a passive position. Pierce soon brought good news. The refined iron you requested has arrived. Oh, Su Yuan seemed quite surprised. Didn't you say it would take at least 3 days? Pierce explained. That's how it was originally, but for some reason, a teleportation array that had been abandoned on the outskirts of Caesar City was suddenly reactivated, so the time was shortened by more than half. Actually, the deliver man arrived a long time ago, but given the situation before, he didn't dare to enter the city rashly. Su Yuan nodded, indicating that Pierce could now proceed with the acquisition of all the refined iron. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. A teleportation array that had been abandoned for a long time was suddenly repaired at this sensitive time. It doesn't seem like a coincidence at all. Looking up in the direction of the kingdom of Skadi, Su Yuan couldn't help but recall the notification that had popped up earlier. The people hiding in the shadows are probably about to make their move. Chapter 57. What haven't I seen? This is something I really haven't seen. Su Yuan's analysis and speculation are correct, but not entirely correct. The fact that the long-abandoned teleportation array was restarted at such a sensitive time was certainly no coincidence, but the other party wasn't targeting him, at least not initially. Of Caesar City, at an angle to the dark forest, lies a small transit station, or perhaps a roadside inn. Not long ago, Members of a Skadi Kingdom intelligence team who had secretly entered the giant deer plane through the repaired teleportation array were all lying in wait here. As evening approached, a carriage sped up and stopped in front of the stables next to the inn. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a merchant wearing a top hat and a bow tie stepped out. However, he was very cautious and even somewhat obsequious. Although he was wearing the clothes of the master, he acted like a servant. Instead, the coachman sitting in front reined in the horses, got down, and casually took off his dusty coat, revealing an exquisitely crafted lining. He then tossed a few gold coins to the merchant behind him. Take the money and go. The clothes are yours. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The merchant immediately picked up the gold coins from the ground and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Watching the businessman leave, a middle-aged man walked out of the hotel entrance. Saipan, aren't you going to throw away the used gloves? That's not like you. What nonsense are you talking about? Saipan, having removed all his driver's attire, spoke calmly. Am I that kind of person? The partners I choose always take the money and leave satisfied. And then they all died suddenly the next day? How can you blame me? Just like him, Saipan pointed at the merchant who was so excited about a few gold coins that he was practically invisible. It's not reasonable that he would dare to walk alone at night and be attacked and killed by a monster that suddenly appeared. Yes, this is the Saipan I know. The middle-aged man, Rum, smiled. Tell me about the situation. Why did it take you so long? Saipan entered the hotel room, casually conjured a fireball to light the fireplace, then sat down on the sofa, pouring coffee into his cup as he said, When I arrived outside Caesar City, the Snow Kingdom's vanguard was already at the city gates. How is this possible? They shouldn't have arrived so quickly. I don't know what method they used to be able to cross the Sunset Mountains in such a short time. If I can contact the mole buried there someday, I must find out the truth. So, Caesar's city has fallen. Saipan took a sip of coffee and shook his head. You might not believe it, but the Snow Kingdom army was driven away. The knights? Are they really that strong? No, the knights were almost completely wiped out, but 3 people who suddenly appeared saved Caesar City. How many people? 3. Yes, you heard right. Just 3 people. Rum's eyes widened in shock. The barrage of information was truly overwhelming his brain. My expression was exactly the same as yours when I first heard the news. To be honest, as a hidden blade of the Skadi royal family, Saipan prides himself on the rich experience he has gained over the years. What hasn't he seen? Until today, when he entered Caesar's city, something I've never seen before. Who were these 3 people? I don't know. Saipan shrugged. I've been hiding outside the city and didn't witness the battle firsthand. All the information I got came from the people of Caesar City. I heard that the 3 people live in Pierce's estate. I tried to investigate them under the guise of trading fine iron, but they were very well hidden and did not give me the opportunity. Saipan paused, then spoke again. However, it wasn't a complete loss. At least, judging from the descriptions of the people of Caesar City, one of those 3 people looks very much like the doctor who was executed by His Majesty 9 years ago. Wasn't he rescued by the 9th princess? Rum asked, puzzled. Saipan shook his head. I heard he died in the end. After all, he was someone His Majesty had his eye on, so this ending was to be expected. Let's not talk about that. The problem now is, Caesar City hasn't fallen, so what should we do with the plan? If we can't reasonably recover lost territory, His Majesty will probably be furious. It's alright. Those 3 people didn't leave Caesar City before. They were probably just travelers passing through. Once they leave, everything will become incredibly simple. Saipan leaned back on the sofa, looking very relaxed. The knights are gone. We are now Caesar City's only support. As long as we cause them a little trouble, they will naturally take the initiative to seek us out. While Saipan and Rum were devising new plans for Caesar City, Drake led his adventurer party to the nearest adventurers guild. A grand celebration ceremony is currently being held in the guild, celebrating the birth of yet another diamond-level adventurer. As soon as Drake walked in, everyone who was drinking looked at him and laughed, some shouting, Drake, you've got another scratch on your helmet. He didn't answer, but said to the bartender, give me a vial of low-level recovery potion, and also find Guild Master Natsu Trek for me. After speaking, he laid out 9 gold coins. They deliberately raised their voices in jeering. You must have been tricked by the Goblin King again. Lilia waved her wand, clearly annoyed, and said, you're all just making sarcastic remarks. What sarcastic remarks? I personally witnessed you lying in ambush in the stinking ditch for 3 days, only to find nothing. Little witch, why don't you just join my team? What's the point of following someone who only hunts goblins all day? How can killing goblins be considered meaningless? Lilia argued loudly. They may not be strong, but they are incredibly cunning, brutal, and lecherous. You are all adventurers, so of course you are not afraid. But what about the ordinary people? Drake reached out his hand to stop Lilia from continuing. He walked to the center of the room, and once everyone's eyes were on him, he spoke loudly. Today we won't talk about goblins. I'm just here to tell you some news. We're in a goblin lair. Traces of the undead have been discovered. These words sobered up many adventurers. Drake, are you serious? Upon hearing the word undead, almost everyone's face showed unease. Could it be a remnant from the previous era? Drake shook his head. Impossible. After the great cataclysm, the undead from before have been marked with the holy seal of judgment. In a head-on battle, they would never be a match for the Goblin King. What is the basis for your conclusion? The basis for this is, I know more about goblins than any of you here. This reason, that's truly irrefutable. So, you mean, the dead have reappeared? Drake nodded heavily. We must notify the presidents of adventurers' guilds in various regions as soon as possible and ask them to gather heroes in the shortest possible time. The severity of the undead resurgence far exceeds the disaster brought by the Demon King. In the Snow Country, Zheng Guangxian listened to the news brought back by Kazan and Sind, his brows furrowed. Dead demons have risen from the dead, and the undead are joining the battle. These were undoubtedly variables that shouldn't have occurred in his plan, but what he didn't understand was, can a single demon and 100 or so low-level undead really have such a significant impact on the battle? Kazan sighed. You are not one of us. You haven't experienced the dark years dominated by fear. That demon was a calamity for the entire Snow Kingdom. However, compared to that, the resurgence of the undead is even more worrying. I can say with absolute certainty that the fighting strength of that group of undead is definitely not the power that could have survived the great cataclysm of the last era. Su Linking was a little confused. What's wrong with the resurrection of the undead? The resurgence of the dead signifies the weakening of the power of the old gods, the imminent birth of new gods, and the beginning of a new era, as well as the end of the old era. Sin's eyes held a hint of gloom, and the way an era ends is usually the arrival of a great cataclysm. Su Linking's words were still somewhat ambiguous, but Zheng Guangxian had already caught the despair in the words of several natives from another world. However, unlike these otherworldly beings, he hadn't been brainwashed by his ancestors and didn't believe that the trajectory of fate was so simple. Since you say the resurgence of the dead is the root of everything, then why not just prevent it from resurrecting? Zheng Guangxian said loudly. If we suppress the undead in their infancy, everything will be solved. At this moment, Su Yuan was unaware that so many people were thinking about him. He has already returned to the Sunset Mountains territory on the Devil Flight. He held in his hand 2,000 units of refined iron that he had just acquired. Adding the 700 units of refined iron previously purchased from the exchange and the first one provided by Pierce, it's barely enough for my current needs. First, we took a bio-elevator to the underground. They arrived at the undead base. The third level can be repaired by consuming 10,000 gold, 6,000 stones, 4,000 wood, 1,000 crystals, and 800 refined iron. Should it be repaired? Su Yuan immediately chose yes. This time, Su Yuan directly equipped himself with the Eye of God. He wanted to see if the Soul Rider would leave behind some kind of special information during the base repair process if he reappeared. After all, the inscriptions he saw in the statues left a deep impression on him. He felt that if he could decipher all the ancient divine languages, he might be able to uncover the truth behind this time travel someday. Ancient divine language did indeed appear on the repaired third layer of the castle. But these ancient divine languages were unlike those written on the stone tablets in the statues. He couldn't understand a single word of them. Even though some of them are quite similar to those on the stone slab, they just don't have that same feeling of sudden enlightenment and understanding that you get from the statues. Su Yuan guessed that the Eye of God must have limitations. The God's Eye, Wind, in my possession should only be able to view the relics left by the Wind God. Moreover, due to its incompleteness, even the relics left by the Wind God cannot be fully seen. As for the ancient divine languages within their own base, they will most likely require other divine eyes to decipher them. The cold light dissipated. The castle, now restored to its third floor, has begun to show glimpses of its former glory. Undead Base, Level 3, Necropolis. Base trait. Regardless of day or night, it will apply the enhanced status, Rampage, to all undead units within the territory, while also inflicting the abnormal statuses Curse and Corruption on all invaders, and increasing the soul strength of all friendly units within the territory. Current status, Normal. Current functions, Ranged attack, Energy shield. Buff effect, 40%. Obtain qualification to construct Tier 3 buildings. Consuming energy will recharge the base. Once recharged, ranged attacks will inflict the mental tier effect. Current energy, 0/1000. The 4th level can be repaired by consuming 15,000 gold, 8,000 stones, 6,000 wood, 2,000 crystals, 1,600 refined iron, and 500 black iron. Another new material has been added. Su Yuan checked the base's attributes and filled it with energy without hesitation. Anyway, there's still some energy left from the last abyss eruption. Then he planned to upgrade the cave and altar first. Upgrade to a level 4 altar by consuming 3,000 gold, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,000 crystal, and 500 refined iron. Upgrade. Upgrade failed. Building a level 4 altar requires a lord level of 8. Su Yuan. This scene seems familiar. I should have known this lousy system would target me. Of course, this was a veritable Versailles for Su Yuan. There were plenty of other lords whose town halls weren't even at level 2 yet. Enough resources to upgrade buildings before reaching a certain level. While others would carefully spend their gold, you simply can't find another person as extravagant as Su Yuan. With the altar upgrade failing, Su Yuan also lost interest in upgrading the dungeon. Upgrading it wouldn't produce enough spirit cores to spawn troops. It's better to wait until I've farmed the abyss and collected all the soul cores. With that thought in mind, he took out the invitation to the abyss from his backpack. However, Su Yuan still kept a watchful eye before using it. What if I get trapped inside as soon as I use this thing, and I can't bring my men with me? Although judging from the results of the first abyss outbreak, it seems that one should be able to handle a tier 1 abyss on one's own. It's always good to be prepared. Bugger. My lord, is there anything I can use to protect myself in the abyss? As far as I know, these kinds of items are very rare, and I don't know much about them. But Chinook crystals seem to be able to play a certain role. Su Yuan immediately opened the world channel, intending to try and obtain the spirit energy crystal that Bulger had mentioned through the abyss black market. However, the first thing I saw was a private message. Boss, do you need any more refined iron? If it's a large quantity, I can give you a 20% discount. Su Yuan glanced at the newcomer's ID, Lu Yufa. He thought for a moment, and then gave his reply. Do you have any black iron for sale? Chapter 58 confirms it. This guy is definitely a big shot. Unlike most transmigrated lords, Lu Yufa's main activity after landing was not searching for resources or expanding his territory, but doing business. Coincidentally, he arrived in the land of blacksmiths. The iron ore content here is so high that it exceeds the standard. It also possesses the most advanced iron ore smelting and forging technologies. It can be described as an arms processing plant for several neighboring countries. He also works part-time crafting equipment for adventurers. Many renowned pieces of equipment originated here, such as Field's Warhammer. This also created a strong commercial and trade atmosphere in the land of blacksmiths. Lu Yufa, who was a salesman before his transmigration, is perfectly at home here. He monitored the Lord's commodity demands through the world channel, and upon discovering suitable business opportunities, he immediately purchased them from the shops of the blacksmith kingdom and then sold them through the Lord's exchange. Similarly, he transmitted the demands of the blacksmith kingdom's citizens through the world channel and then used the exchange to satisfy them. Simply put, it means using the convenience provided by the system to become a reseller. Lu Yufa wasn't a combative person. He just wanted to make some money as a middleman and then live a peaceful life. He was living a pretty comfortable life, but recently he has clearly sensed something was wrong. Prices are soaring. Spends his days browsing various products and is very price sensitive. In just a few days, the prices of various goods in the blacksmith kingdom have increased by 10% to 15%, and the upward trend continues. This is definitely not an inflation problem. In fact, the same thing is happening in the Lord's exchange, and the price increases are even more dramatic. The price of food has risen from a low of 3 units of gold to 10 units of gold. He, who frequently monitors the world channel to gather demand information, has also noticed that more and more people are complaining that wild animals in their territories are becoming increasingly difficult to hunt. Some even complained that the lords were too bloodthirsty, and that all the wild animals in the world were being hunted down. But Lu Yufa felt that things weren't so simple. The way prices were rising kept reminding him of words like war and the end of the world. So he began to sell off large quantities of his goods for cash, while also hoarding basic necessities such as food. But he soon discovered a problem. The goods were hard to sell, especially the refined iron. Living in the land of blacksmiths, Lu Yufa was well aware of the value of refined iron. Here, the manufacture of every piece of equipment required the participation of refined iron, which could even be used as a general equivalent. Demand for refined iron in the future, so he stockpiled it in advance. But what he didn't expect was that the Lord's development speed was so slow. Surprisingly, no one seems to have this need right now. The ever-increasing food prices intensified his anxiety, leaving him no choice but to lower prices and sell off his stock. Even so, they only managed to get one buyer. He didn't even know if the other party genuinely needed the product or if they had simply made a mistake and bought the wrong thing. But with no other option but to try anything, he still took the initiative to contact the buyer. However, to his utter surprise, the first thing the other party asked was, "Do you have any black iron for sale?" It's confirmed, this guy is definitely a big shot. It should be noted that the grade of Xian Tai is even higher than that of Jing Tai. At a time when other lords didn't even need refined iron, this party actually specifically requested black iron. One can imagine how fast their development speed was. Lu Yufa's breathing quickened involuntarily. His businessman's intuition told him that he had to take this person seriously. It would be best if they could reach an agreement, but even if the agreement fell through, he still had to leave a good first impression. "I don't have any Xian Tai right now, but if you need it, I can procure it for you immediately. Minimum order of 500 units. DM me once you've got them." 500 units of black iron. Lu Yufa secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. That would probably require several horse-drawn carriages. Is the demand really that high? Just how far has this big shot named Su Yuan gone? He originally thought the other party might just need Xian iron to forge some equipment, but now it seems they want to use Xian iron to build a house. The key issue is that I'm afraid I won't be able to get that quantity in the short term. He bought all the refined iron I listed in one go, and now he wants so much black iron. This shows that his resource reserves, at least his gold reserves, are very abundant. He's definitely a top player. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity to establish a connection with them slip away. After much deliberation, Lu Yufa finally decided to take a gamble, to provide the other party with the phenomena he had observed as intelligence in order to seek their recognition of his value. Oh, prices are skyrocketing. Could war or disaster be on the horizon? Su Yuan rubbed his chin, then closed the chat window and opened the exchange. A quick glance revealed that food prices were indeed rising. Meanwhile, many lords on the World Channel are complaining about the recent food shortage. It's ridiculous. Before, when we couldn't beat wild boars, we had to buy food. Now that we can beat them, we still have to buy food. I wonder where all these wild boars, bison, wild goats, and other wild animals have gone. It seems like there were quite a few of them a while ago. Yes, it's the same in our area. A week ago, we could hunt 3 bison a day, but now it's difficult to even hunt one a day. Is it possible that you've killed all the bison? Impossible. There are 3 vegetarians in our area who haven't hunted many wild animals, and a large number of wild animals have disappeared in the past few days as well. In fact, everyone is afraid of provoking something like the wild boar king, so they have controlled the quantity very well. There should be no situation of exhausting the resources. Looking at the various comments on the World Channel, Su Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Something unusual must be going on. Animals' intuition can sometimes be remarkably sharp. Perhaps Lu Yufa's guess is correct. It's possible that some disaster might actually happen. Opening his backpack, Su Yuan saw it was full of wild boar meat and a small hourglass hanging on it. He took out 3/4 of it, intending to make it into smoked and cured meat for storage. Although compared to other lords, their food consumption was negligible. Afterwards, feeling the pressure, Su Yuan clenched his fists, realizing he needed to accelerate his strength improvement. I originally planned to rest for one night before going to the Abyss, but now it seems there's no time to lose. Open the Abyss black market and enter Chinook crystal. It really can be redeemed. Moreover, it only requires 5 spirit crystals and 1 spirit source. Su Yuan exchanged 5 spirit energy crystals in one go. Chinook crystal contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. When used, it can form a spiritual energy barrier around the user, blocking some of the attacks from spiritual entities. After changing, Su Yuan summoned Buggle and then placed his hand on Buggle's shoulder to use the Abyss invitation. Chapter 59. This man is too extraordinary. This is a low-lying depression with several dilapidated thatched huts sitting on it. looking as if no one has lived here for a long time. Just then, a group of 3 people emerged from a hole in the ground inside the thatched hut. They looked panicked, glancing back every now and then as they ran, afraid that something was following them. After running quite a distance, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I don't need to breathe in this godforsaken place. Otherwise I reckon with my constitution, I'd probably burst my lungs from all that breathing. The speaker was a handsome man dressed in a style reminiscent of ancient Chinese fashion. His name was Xiao Jingyu, and he was also a lord, but he happened to be cosplaying when he transmigrated. I really don't understand. What's wrong with you guys that makes you want to grind monsters in the abyss? Do you think you're so awesome? I have to admit, successfully suppressing the monsters erupting from the abyss gave me a false impression. I never imagined the real abyss would be so terrifying. The 2 who spoke in succession were Chen Xian, a woman in her early 20s, and Huang Kai, a young man who was also very young. They were all dressed in ancient costumes, but not as cosplayers. Rather, they had changed into them after time traveling to facilitate social interaction. That's right, all 3 of them are lords of the Great Xia Kingdom, and their area is the Divine Marquis Mansion. When the Abyss erupted before, the Divine Marquis Mansion took 3rd place on the Abyss Monster Kill ranking. This achievement was unparalleled and gave the lords of the Divine Marquis Mansion great confidence. This was the fundamental reason why they dared to venture into the abyss after discovering the randomly spawning entrance. But once inside, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't damage the monsters at all. Unlike fighting in reality, everyone in the abyss is in a spirit form. In other words, self-harm here only drains soul energy, not health. Without blood, you can't enchant weapons. Unenchanted weapons are completely ineffective against abyssal monsters. Fortunately, Xiao Jingyu brought in a mental-type warrior, so the group wasn't entirely without offensive capabilities. Unfortunately, their starting point was too outrageous. All 3 of them looked towards a magnificent castle in the distance, inside which was a splendid palace. And they had just experienced a life-or-death moment inside. Before entering, everyone was full of confidence, and no one considered the possibility of being eliminated immediately upon landing. However, after entering and seeing the surrounding environment, everyone gasped in shock, wishing they could plunge into the vortex that was about to disappear and immediately return to reality. Good heavens, I'm surrounded by vengeful spirits. It wasn't one of those crooked, tattered Frankenstein's monsters, but a humanoid vengeful spirit. They were all dressed in standard uniforms, just like an army. The fatal mistake was that, before entering the abyss, the young, impetuous, and overconfident Huang Kai, in a fit of adolescent delusions, roared, "Follow me into the abyss, turn it upside down, and take the enemy general's head from among 10,000 troops." In the Great Xia dynasty, this would be no different from shouting that he wanted to assassinate the emperor and then rushing into the imperial guard. That's considered making a big fuss and dying. The hairs on all 3 of them stood on end. Fortunately, although Huang Kai often talks nonsense, he is quite adept at handling emergencies. He immediately took out a teleportation talisman from his backpack, activated it, and instantly teleported Xiao Jingyu and Chen Xian over the wall. Afterwards, with the help of Xiao Jingyu's generals to clear out some small fry, and with the help of Chen Xian's special reconnaissance tools to search for the exit, the 3 of them escaped all the way here. Unfortunately, in order to buy time for their escape, Xiao Jingyu's generals were killed in the castle. After walking for a while, Chen Xian suddenly frowned. The compass just now showed that the exit of the abyss was over here, but now it shows that the exit of the abyss is on the other side. Could it be that there's something wrong with your compass? The fog around us is getting thicker and thicker. This is not good. Xiao Jingyu grabbed the amulet on his chest, which already had tiny cracks. Chen Xian and Huang Kai's protective charms are similar. All 3 knew that once the amulet broke, the dense fog in the abyss alone would be enough to cause them serious trouble. But the bad news didn't stop there. They could sense that many low-level vengeful spirits were lurking in the thick fog, eyeing them menacingly. In the past, the 3 of them would not have been afraid of these evil things, but now they were on someone else's home turf, and their warrior was gone, and their protective talisman was about to give out. If they ran into them, they would have a slim chance of survival. Chen Xian could only quicken her pace. "We're almost there, just hang in there a little longer." As she ran, she called out to encourage herself and her 2 teammates. At this time, more and more vengeful spirits appeared in the shadows, all surrounding them, waiting for the amulet to lose its effectiveness so they could have a feast. Chen Xian looked down and saw that the cracks in the amulet were like a spider web. When she looked up, she found that her two teammates had suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Jingyu? Huang Kai. Before she could make a move, an unusually sweet voice rang in her ear. Why make life so tiring? Let go of your weariness and immerse yourselves in boundless joy. A graceful figure appeared alongside the sound. With just a cursory glance, Qin Xian felt ashamed of her own figure, and the four words bouncy and smooth unconsciously came to mind. Beneath the very limited amount of fabric, large swaths of snow-white skin were exposed, making it incredibly alluring. Add to that her stunningly beautiful face, especially her captivating eyes, and even Qin Xian, being a girl, found it hard to resist. Fortunately, the Divine Marquis's mansion recently acquired a batch of tranquilizing talismans, and she spent a lot of money to buy one, which she carries with her at all times. At this moment, this talisman played an exceptionally crucial role. As a refreshing breeze rose, Qin Xian quickly shook her head, breaking free from that abnormal state. Only then did she see the girl's true appearance. That face was still absolutely stunning, beautiful in a sexy, alluring, and seductive way. Her figure was still stunning, which made Qin Xian's feelings of inferiority resurface. But the horns on her head, the heart-shaped tail on her back, and the wings spread out on both sides told Qin Xian that this was definitely not an ordinary girl. Although she appeared in the abyss, she was neither a vengeful spirit nor a human. A succubus. The succubus lady seemed quite surprised as she sized up Qin Xian, but quickly ignored her and focused her gaze on the two men behind her. Qin Xian wanted to help, but she was in dire straits herself. The talisman was completely shattered. The extreme cold surrounding him and the dense fog that concealed the monsters of the abyss would soon engulf him completely. Not to mention, there's also this obviously malevolent succubus. However, the abyssal monsters hidden in the shadows did not immediately pounce. Instead, they seemed to shrink back in fear. Even the succubus stopped advancing, and the alluring light in her eyes vanished instantly. She then disappeared into the thick fog, while keeping a wary eye on the distance. Qin Xian didn't know what had happened. All she knew was that now was the perfect opportunity to escape. They frantically shook the two bewitched men awake, and the three of them immediately ran in the direction indicated by the compass. Before she touched the exit, Qin Xian looked back and saw a dazzling bolt of lightning leaping merrily in the gradually dissipating fog, and a voice full of complaints. Why are there so few abyss monsters this time? Can't we get more? There aren't enough to farm. Chapter 60. Listen to this. Is it even human language? Is this even human language? Qin Xian was terrified, fearing that a monster from the abyss would suddenly rush out of the thick fog and stuff her into its mouth as a midnight snack. Meanwhile, some ungrateful guy was complaining that there weren't enough monsters to spawn in the abyss. Brother, there's a castle ahead, and lots of monsters. Ouch! You're about to lose your life. What are you talking about? No sooner had Huang Kai finished speaking than Xiao Jingyu kicked him into the vortex in front of him. Before leaving, Qin Xian couldn't help but look back one last time. The jet-black armor, the red cloak billowing behind, the massive warhammer crackling with intense lightning, and the surrounding energy field that seemed to isolate everything. The frigid fog couldn't get close to him at all, and the monsters in the shadows all cowered in the corners. He wandered through the abyss as easily as strolling in his own backyard. Is this guy a lord? That one glance made Qin Xian question the meaning of life. Why is he able to walk so recklessly in the abyss? What is an energy field? The succubus? Just now. Why is it that as soon as this guy appeared, all the demons and monsters in the abyss started playing hide and seek? The abyss monsters that had previously been ferocious and nearly driven him to his doom now seemed like mere underlings before the king of hell in front of this figure. If the effects of the heart-cleansing mantra hadn't yet worn off, Qin Xian would have thought she was still in a bewitched state of delirium, which was why she saw such an unrealistic scene. Sometimes, suddenly realizing your own weakness isn't a bad thing, but not being able to find a way to become stronger after recognizing it is nothing short of torture. Filled with doubt and bitterness, Qin Xian left this abyss. A dozen seconds later, a figure carrying a sledgehammer appeared where she had left. Am I just hallucinating? Su Yuan stopped and looked around, but did not find anyone else. However, the vortex in front of him did catch his attention. The exit? It seems they've already left. However, finding an exit isn't so bad. At least it provides a clear escape route. Unfortunately, Su Yuan's guess was correct. Using the Abyss invitation letter could not bring others into the Abyss together. However, upon realizing this, Buggle immediately placed a mental imprint on Su Yuan, which could be used to resist powerful mental attacks. To be honest, at the beginning, Su Yuan was quite uneasy and his actions were relatively restrained. He only tentatively released his soul spirit to explore the way. Later, while exploring, they accidentally wiped out all the abyss monsters in the vicinity. Su Yuan was furious. The hammer hadn't even been charged yet. So he stopped restraining himself and began to let himself go in the abyss. Then, following the abyss eruption, the abyss monsters here also felt the careful care from the great hammer. After Su Yuan finally managed to fully charge Field's Warhammer, he looked around but couldn't find a target to unleash his power. The abyssal monsters here were clearly of a higher level than those he had encountered when he first entered the abyss or during the abyssal eruption. They not only know how to run and hide, but they also hide in a very scattered manner. Seeing the thick fog in the distance, I thought I had found another helpful monster to gather, but who knew that the moment I showed my face, both monster and I were wiped out. Am I that scary? Speechless, Su Yuan could only hold on to his thunder strike for the time being. Then he strode towards the castle in the distance. Bujar's spiritual imprint suddenly flickered, and Su Yuan felt as if someone was spying on him in the thick fog, but this feeling quickly disappeared, and the spiritual imprint only flashed once. Gathered all the scattered souls back to his side before continuing on his way. Not long after he left, the thick fog behind where he stood suddenly distorted, and the figure of the succubus Sophia gradually appeared. However, her expression was very strange, as if she was trying her best to suppress some kind of emotion that was about to erupt in her body. Damn it! Why does he have such powerful spiritual energy? Bounce back at me with its charm. I can't take it anymore. I can't control myself. Oh. The succubus's face and her body convulsed involuntarily. Sophia never imagined that she, a succubus, would one day be seduced by a human man in such a way. This is a disgrace to the race. After a while, Sophia stood up, wiped the stains from the corner of her mouth, and a strong murderous intent appeared in her still hazy eyes. Kill him. Only by killing him can I return to normal. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already arrived in front of the castle. He could see some of the castle's interior through the wide-open city gates. Frankly speaking, apart from the overall dark color scheme, this place feels no different from a real town street. It has even become more prosperous. So much so that Su Yuan once wondered if he had unintentionally walked out of the abyss. Su Yuan only felt relieved when a giant gecko with 3 distorted human faces charged down from the city wall. He was indeed still in the abyss. I feel that the architectural style here is somewhat similar to that of Caesar's city. With a sideways swing of his hammer, Su Yuan smashed 2 of the gecko's 3 heads off. Inadvertently, he discovered another characteristic of the field hammer. Although he didn't unleash the overflowing energy within the warhammer, the gecko struck by Field's warhammer still suffered damage from the lightning, and the effect is outstanding. It's not stuck yet. Unlike releasing thunderous energy, this simple hammer swinging poses no burden to Su Yuan, nor does it involve a prolonged stalemate. It under control? Only now did Su Yuan feel that he had finally found the correct way to use the field hammer. Charge, enchant, gather monsters, unleash, ultimate attack. That should be the process. Unless you can immediately refresh the energy bar after using it up, encounter a boss, or face an emergency, you can keep the field hammer at full energy to maintain your strongest combat form. To prove his point, Su Yuan began swinging the 18 spirit-slaying hammers on the castle's main street. 1 hammer blow for every small vengeful spirit. The leaping arc of light occasionally brought a loud bang or 2. It feels amazing. Su Yuan was even a little obsessed. The wraiths in the poor castle saw the giant hammer in Su Yuan's hand, as if they were pigs seeing a butcher's knife. They just couldn't understand how things had completely reversed. In the same location, they were the ones chasing 3 people just moments ago. While experiencing his new discovery, Su Yuan observed his surroundings. Strange. Why are all the ones coming to me ugly monsters, while those humanoid vengeful spirits just stand there? They don't pounce on me, and they don't run away. Vengeful spirits here had a faint fluorescent glow on them. Whenever the leaping lightning was about to touch them, it was always neutralized by this fluorescent light. Moreover, these humanoid vengeful spirits showed no hostility whatsoever towards his arrival. A tiny bit of gratitude in their eyes. Chapter 61 is all. According to the information provided by Bulgal, the abyss is generally fragmented and full of strange and unpredictable elements. But the 2 people I've encountered these past 2 times seem to be outcasts from the abyss. They are extremely stable and show no signs of falling apart. Especially this one in front of him, although its overall space is much smaller than the endless fluorescent grassland last time. Su Yuan had only been here for a short, while when he saw the blurry boundary between it and the real world. There are also several twisting vortexes leading to the crack. The main components of the entire abyss are the castle and the depression outside, but it genuinely has a sense of being real. This castle has shops, bars, and even adult entertainment venues. Each shop has its own owner, and apart from the lack of customers, everything is exactly the same as a real town. However, Su Yuan soon realized that something was wrong. These people, let's just call them people for now, they seem unable to step outside their respective business areas. It was as if an invisible cage was binding them in this narrow space. On the contrary, those crooked, stitched-together monsters can freely enter and exit every area. After realizing that its current strength was no match for Su Yuan, a fleshy monster with 8 human faces on its body immediately rushed towards the pharmacy owner next to it. The dim fluorescence emanating from the pharmacy owner prevented it from advancing further, but the faces on his body stretched their necks and devoured it from all angles. The dim fluorescence could only block the monster itself, but it couldn't obscure the human faces. Amidst a series of silent roars, the pharmacy owner was completely swallowed up. Then, another human face appeared on the fleshy monster's body, which looked exactly like the pharmacy owner. The expression on its face gradually changed from initial bewilderment to the same ferocity as the other faces. No wonder they looked grateful when I killed those monsters. As Su Yuan murmured, the large ball of flesh suddenly became restless. It seemed that the humanoid vengeful spirit it had devoured had given it a great stimulus, directly causing it to enter a berserk mode. Its body began to swell, and its originally slender blood vessels burst, making it look extremely ferocious. The oldest of the 9 faces suddenly opened its mouth, and at the same time, an invisible sound wave rippled outwards. All the humanoid vengeful spirits around instinctively covered their ears, their faces showing expressions of pain. However, Su Yuan is perfectly fine. Bujar's mark didn't light up. Only the position formed by the Chinook crystal caused a slight ripple. That's it. Su Yuan gave the opponent no more room to cast spells. He took a step forward, swung his hammer, and struck the soul with a single blow. The heavy impact struck, and every face beneath the warhammer contorted in pain, the lightning crackling on the field warhammer seeming to scorch their broken souls. The fleshy monster let out a shrill scream, and after writhing for a while, it exploded. The pharmacy owner, who had just been absorbed, seemed to retain a sliver of consciousness. He was the only one among the 9 faces who had detached himself from the ferocity, revealing a look of relief. Defeat the Tier 2 Wraith, Special. Gained 200 experience points. Gained 50 energy. Obtained 1 Tier 2 Spirit Crystal. Obtained Skill Book, Blood Devour. Su Yuan glanced at it briefly, and then looked away. This should be the first abyss monster I've encountered that can use skills. Although the opponent failed to even break through his basic defenses, it did significantly broaden his understanding of the abyss monster species. Su Yuan realized that he needed more attack methods. He immediately opened his backpack and pulled out the skill book, Spirit Sword Technique, that he had obtained while farming monsters in the abyss. He had tried it in real life, but it showed that he did not meet the learning requirements. He did not know whether he could use it successfully in a spiritual state. This time, instead of the not meeting the learning requirements screen, a new task appeared. Prerequisite quest for Spirit Sword Technique. Level 1, find a Spirit Sword, or enter the Abyss Sword Tomb. It's obvious at a glance that it's unusable at this stage. Su Yuan then took out the skill book he had just acquired, Blood Devour. This time, the learning requirements were not met. Well, the last-minute cramming plan has fallen through. Su Yuan closed his backpack and looked around again. Although some abyssal monsters can still be seen sporadically, they all maintain a safe distance, and few dare to come close and seek death. On the contrary, those humanoid vengeful spirits were all bowing to him, seemingly expressing their gratitude. Speaking of which, can't these people talk? Based on previous encounters with abyssal monsters, they shouldn't be mute. Even that big meatball just now let out a howl before it died. And that old man's face that emitted sonic attacks. But upon closer reflection, it seems that only the old man had a tongue in his mouth among the 9 faces. The other faces, including the swallowed pharmacy owner, had empty mouths. There was nothing inside. Even when he was being swallowed up, he didn't make a sound. Did someone cut off the tongues of these spirits? Or, did they lose their tongues before becoming spirits? Su Yuan rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, feeling that this abyss was becoming increasingly mysterious to him. Then he made a new discovery. The spirits he released cleaned up the filth that had burst out of the fleshy spheres, but none of the 9 human faces moved. The little wolf spirit only let out two woo sounds, with a hint of grief. It seems that these dead, humanoid vengeful spirits have some kind of connection with it. Su Yuan took a deep breath and decided to continue walking forward. He had a gut feeling that he could find the answer he was looking for in that magnificent palace. Before dawn arrives, let's hurry and see if we can uncover the truth hidden behind this abyss world. After Su Yuan left, the humanoid vengeful spirits on both sides of the street all clasped their hands together, as if they were silently praying for him. The palace gates are guarded by two figures comparable in size to Guan Jin's riding version, a three-headed hellhound and a centaur axeman. But unlike the abyssal monsters outside, they did not have ferocious human faces on their bodies. Furthermore, they didn't seem like vengeful spirits to Su Yuan. To be precise, it's not entirely a vengeful spirit. It's a state that's both real and unreal. Of course, the most important thing is that these two guys seem a bit strong. This was the first time Su Yuan had felt a pang of fear when facing an unknown enemy since he started grinding in the abyss. However, to his utter surprise, just as he was about to reach the city gate, the two gate gods knelt down at the same time. And then he said something that caught Su Yuan completely off guard. Lord Field, welcome. Chapter 62, You're still so taciturn. It must be said that the moonlit night set is indeed very useful. For example, right now, if Su Yuan wasn't wearing the moonlit night set, these two goalkeepers would never have mistaken him for someone else. Not only were his appearance and figure concealed, but his detection was also blocked. At least 3 detection techniques would have scanned him. So the question is, what should a real Field do in this situation? Fortunately, someone soon came to help Su Yuan share the burden. Come in quickly, it's dangerous outside. That monster is about to awaken. A gentle female voice rang out from above, sounding as if it had a built-in loudspeaker. However, Su Yuan could tell that the voice was full of exhaustion. There was also a hint of worry and anxiety for himself. But he quickly composed himself and adopted a dignified tone. Guard the gate, and don't let anyone in. Yes, Your Majesty. The two guards responded respectfully, then stood on either side, clearing a path into the palace. Queen? Monster? Su Yuan's doubts grew, and with these doubts in mind, he entered the palace. Although one could tell from the outside that the palace was extraordinary, the luxury inside still exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. As you enter the archway, you are greeted by rows of neat white jade pillars that support the dome that hangs high above. Each pillar is adorned with artistic carvings. Among hundreds and thousands of stone pillars, no two depict the same scene twice. All around, there were crystal-clear jade and glass artifacts, all crafted into various magical beasts that Su Yuan had never seen before, standing lifelike in the palace. In addition, there are fountain jets rising and falling, forming a strangely harmonious combination with the white jade pillars and emerald glass, giving people an unparalleled sense of beauty, a sight that Su Yuan had never seen before in his life. In particular, the stark contrast with the somber exterior color scheme makes this place stand out even more. This was the second time Su Yuan had the illusion that he had suddenly returned to reality while in this abyss. And it was precisely because he knew this was not reality that he was even more shocked. It's important to understand that building a palace of this scale and quality in the abyss is far more difficult than in reality. Moreover, even in reality, such a project would be enormous. We really should let Bujar come and see for ourselves. Su Yuan murmured to himself. Not long ago, Bukhar stated that it was impossible for massive structures to exist in the abyss because resources there were far too scarce compared to reality. Most importantly, there was virtually no manpower available to exploit. As Su Yuan walked forward, his gaze suddenly fell on those murals. At first glance, the carvings seemed artistic, but upon closer inspection, Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. These are all images of various forms of torture. Cut off the nose and ears, pierce the fingers and dig out the heart. All of this made Su Yuan's scalp tingle. Even the 10 cruelest tortures of the Qing dynasty, such as dismemberment by 5 horses and slow slicing, would probably not rank here. What's most suffocating is that these brutal scenes were brazenly carved on the stone pillars. And using such an artistic approach, it's almost like showing off one's achievements to others. Among these, the most frequently occurring phrase is tongue cutting. The images of the humanoid vengeful spirits he had seen outside the palace unconsciously surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Then, the queen's voice rang out again. In recent years, Weitzman's temper has gotten worse and worse. He has probably gone completely insane. Under his tyrannical rule, The number of victims in the kingdom is increasing day by day, and this place is no exception. Many people were thrown in while they were still alive, and then dragged their blood-covered bodies. They were controlled by puppeteers to work, and even if their bones were broken, they couldn't stop. Without exception, all of these people eventually died in boundless despair, becoming wandering souls here. Even so, they could not find liberation. They were kept captive and became nourishment for those man-eating monsters. The queen's voice was filled with pity, but also with helplessness. I have dispersed my power, trying my best to protect every one of my people. But there are too many of them, and too many of those monsters. I can no longer guarantee that my people will not be devoured by the monsters here. I don't know if it's the decline of my power or the strengthening of the palace's seal, but now I'm completely trapped here. Even getting out is a luxury. I can only watch helplessly as they are devoured and turned into new monsters. Do you know? This is torture for me. Torture. Damn torture. Seemingly having suppressed her emotions for too long, and finally having someone to confide in, the queen's emotions suddenly became extremely agitated, even somewhat hysterical. But after venting, she returned to calm. You're still so taciturn. The queen's voice softened, but I'm really happy that you came to see me. You know, over the years, I often think back to those days when we were adventurers. We crossed the Sunset Mountains together, ventured into the Forbidden Abyss together, faced dragons together, defeated goblins together, watched the sunrise together, and looked forward to the sunset together. Although I always complained that your weapon was ugly and didn't match your appearance at all, you always just smiled and never held it against me. Su Yuan subconsciously glanced at the description of field hammer. At this moment, her gentle voice became somewhat choked up. Those days were truly wonderful, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can no longer adventure with you. Perhaps, from the moment I was sent into the Scatty Palace as a tool for a political marriage, everything was already destined. Beneath the helmet held a complex expression. Su Yuan never expected that his trip to the abyss would turn out to be so unexpected. A tiny bit of expectation mixed in with it. Unfortunately, the real field was not here. A brief silence. Circle for transporting items appeared in front of Su Yuan. A bright green rhombus-shaped crystal and a dagger wreathed in black mist emerged from it. This is a legacy left by the wind god, a treasure that Weitzman has always dreamed of. I probably won't last much longer. Take it with you, and don't let it fall into the hands of that madman. As for this dagger, it was given to me by Lady Helleman when I got married. I never understood its purpose before, but after arriving here, I discovered that it can absorb the resentment of the dead. Although this is just my guess, I think that with it, it might be possible to kill that so-called immortal madman. The Eye of God. As for this dagger, before Su Yuan could examine the surroundings closely, the light suddenly dimmed, as if the daytime had turned into the dead of night in an instant. At the same time, a huge black shadow loomed over this abyss world. The monster has awakened. Chapter 63, saying no with the mouth, but the body says yes. So far, Su Yuan's knowledge of abyssal monsters is limited to the low-level vengeful spirits that died tragically under his hammer. Even the giant gecko and the fleshy ball that could use skills that he encountered before were just minor characters used to fill in his encyclopedia. But at this moment, Su Yuan finally realized what exactly this so-called monster was. You can't see the other person's whole appearance at all. You can only see a dark shadow looming over your head. And this is only a small part of the monster's body. In other words, this monster itself is larger than this world. The overwhelming sense of oppression gave Su Yuan the illusion that he was like a rare figurine trapped in a glass case. And now, the mischievous kid from next door was coming over. Watchdog. These three words unconsciously surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. As Bujal mentioned before, these are special beings in the abyss, whose function is similar to that of the Cerberus and Centaur axemen at the palace gates, but whose power is much greater. They can almost dominate any life in the abyss under their jurisdiction. In fact, the watchdog itself isn't necessarily that strong. When Bulgul was traversing the rifts, he dealt with quite a few of these annoying things. But there's one prerequisite. It must be within a crack. Once you enter the abyss under the watchdog's control, you are truly at their mercy, like fish on a chopping board. The battle between the two sides will instantly be pulled into two completely unequal levels, which can be described as a dimensional reduction attack. Furthermore, each watchdog is endowed with a special ability within the abyss they guard, greatly enhancing their combat power. I guess the ability of this thing in front of me is gigantification? Su Yuan quickly considered countermeasures in his mind. The queen urged me to enter the palace before, so she must be confident that she can deal with the guard dogs in the palace and provide me with protection. And this watchdog clearly has some kind of invisible limitation. It often falls into a deep sleep, and its activity time is extremely limited. If I can wait until it falls asleep again. Su Yuan shook his head. This was just an ideal situation. The watchdog had just woken up, and who knew how long it would stay active. On the contrary, he had to leave before dawn. Otherwise he would most likely be crushed to death by the spatial shock when reality and illusion collided. Time is not on our side. I know where the exit is, and there's a clear escape route. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Let's take a gamble. If all else fails, there's always the return scroll as a lifesaver. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan no longer hesitated. He put away the Eye of God and the resentment dagger, then turned and walked out of the palace. Just as I reached the door, a dim fluorescent light suddenly shone from my body. Su Yuan stopped in his tracks, raised his hand, and waved. Then he stepped out of the palace. The watchdog seemed quite wary of the hellhound and the centaur. Even after Su Yuan left the palace, it refrained from making a move until Su Yuan walked out of the castle. Just as Su Yuan completely exposed himself in the depression, a huge black shadow descended from above with unparalleled pressure. The protective field formed by the Chinook crystal collapsed and disappeared the moment it came into contact with it. But as the glow on his chest lit up, a pale yellow protective shield appeared, helping Su Yuan intercept the heavy blow. Su Yuan kept running, sprinting at top speed. But as the distance from the palace increased, the queen's power within her weakened until the already dim glow disappeared completely. The dark shadow in midair attacked again. This time, Su Yuan could vaguely make out the outline of a claw. A parade of 100 demons. The little wolf spirit took the lead, passing through the gaps in the claws, circling around the black shadow, its body formed by wind blades, and then it shot out. Hundreds of spirits followed closely behind, frantically tearing at the dark figure. In an instant, the filthy blood scattered, and it seemed as if blood rained down from the sky. An angry roar came from overhead. Clearly, the spirits' attacks were effective, but, while attacking the watchdog, they were also bound inside its body, making it difficult for them to break free for the time being. At that moment, another paw slammed down. Just at this critical moment, Su Yuan suddenly smelled a soft fragrance, and then felt his body lighten, and he quickly escaped the attack range of the dark figure. Looking up, I saw the succubus's delicate, flushed profile. Sophia bit her lower lip tightly, her body temperature so high that her fair skin flushed red. She cursed in her heart over and over again. We've already done that. The charm effect should have worn off long ago. But why? Does my body react involuntarily as soon as I see him? Could it be that the powerful mental energy amplified the allure? Sophia, you're here to kill him. You're here to kill him. What are you doing? Although similar thoughts kept echoing in her mind, her hands simply wouldn't obey her commands. They just wanted to stay wrapped around the man in front of her. Su Yuan looked at the girl in front of him with great curiosity. Judging from their appearance, they should be from the demon faction? Why would she? Could it be because of Bukar's mark? It seemed to be the only possibility. After all, Su Yuan couldn't imagine why a demon he had never met would step forward to save him under such circumstances. Go in that direction, Su Yuan said. Although this demon lady was much slower than Bugle, she was still far more powerful than his own 2 feet. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the exit they had previously memorized. However, what I remembered as the exit was actually empty. The vortex that was originally there had vanished without a trace, as if it had been stolen. The exit from the abyss is not fixed. This situation is extremely rare. In his entire life, Bukar had only encountered it 7 or 8 times while walking through various abysses. But he himself had encountered it on his 2nd time entering the abyss. Su Yuan almost had a mental breakdown. However, he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it, and quickly regained his composure. Looking up at the gradually enlarging black shadow, a fierce glint flashed in Su Yuan's eyes beneath his battle helmet. Since we can't leave through the normal exit, let's just rush into the crevice and confront the watchdog head-on. Sophia flapped its wings, increasing its speed to its maximum. She knew that from the moment she got involved with this man, she had become the target of his watchdog. Once she was on the pirate ship, there was no getting off. She could only try her best to see if she could find a glimmer of hope. It's fast, it can break through. Just as Sophia felt a little more at ease, the dark shadow in midair suddenly expanded to twice its original size, completely enveloping her in the shadow of death. The little succubus frantically accelerated, her blood flowing rapidly throughout her body, her skin temperature rising sharply, and even the sweat on her skin began to evaporate. Even after becoming a steampunk princess, she couldn't escape the shadow's reach. It's over. Sophia was filled with despair. However, just then, a mark that looked incredibly familiar appeared on the man in front of her. Immediately, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted forth. Chapter 64. 007 just wants to lie down. The violent mental energy was like countless extremely sharp and rapidly spinning invisible blades, which shredded the watchdog's huge claws inch by inch before it could even react. A furious roar filled with pain echoed through the sky. The ground began to tremble, the void began to shake, and space began to distort, as if it was not just the watchdog that was injured, but the entire abyss. All the monsters in the abyss huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. In a battle of this level, even the slightest aftershock could be fatal to them. To these monsters, Su Yuan might be more like a monster. The little succubus stared in disbelief at the rain of blood falling from the sky. She couldn't believe that someone could have seriously injured her in the abyss guarded by the watchdog. Moreover, that mark, that familiar feeling. Sophia was quite certain that she had seen this unique mark somewhere before, but perhaps because it was so long ago, or perhaps because she was too young at the time, her memory was a bit blurry, and she couldn't remember the key details. But she was certain that this was the work of the devil. This demon must be of a very high rank. Back or even indirectly strengthen them with just a mark is simply an unheard of and unseen method. Moreover, this mental power has become so strong that it is not just a mental confrontation, but can be condensed into a substance and can even cause great damage to real things. It's truly breathtaking. However, Sophia couldn't understand why such a powerful demon would plant a protective mark on a human. The succubus lowered her head. I suddenly understood. That shows this devil has excellent judgment. Su Yuan felt that the way this suddenly appearing devilish lady was looking at him was a bit off, but now that things were at a critical juncture, he knew he shouldn't get bogged down in such trivial details. The mark of Bukhar has been inspired. Although it dealt a heavy blow to the opponent, it failed to inflict a fatal injury. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. In the field of watchdogs, achieving this level is already quite remarkable. Next, there's only one word: charge. Sophia, transformed into the steam girl, is undoubtedly flying at the cost of her life, and in this state, her speed is indeed extremely fast. Just over 10 seconds later, the crack interface that Su Yuan had discovered during his earlier exploration was already within reach. The watchdog was enraged and wanted to intercept them again at this last moment. However, the demonic mark inflicted irreversible damage on it, greatly weakening its power. The spirits that had been restrained by it seized the opportunity, broke free of their restraints, and launched a fierce counterattack. While she was preoccupied with her own problems, the succubus had already led Su Yuan out of the abyss and into the rift. Sophia felt dizzy, which was normal when entering a rift from another dimension, even for her older sister Connet, who was a candidate for the new Demon King. But to her surprise, the humans in front of her did not seem to have encountered this problem. He burst out of the abyss and into the crevice, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he continued to charge forward, swinging his sledgehammer without stopping. Wait, he doesn't have wings, so how can he move freely in the cracks where there's no foothold? Su Yuan was unaware of the string of questions in the succubus's mind. The moment he entered the rift, he locked onto his target, a mouse no bigger than the palm of his hand. What appears to be an invincible being that blots out the sky in the abyss is actually nothing more than a cowardly rat who hides its head and tail and only dares to bully the weak by taking advantage of its dimensional advantage. To call you a watchdog is an understatement. The sledgehammer crackled with intense lightning within the dark fissure, unleashing a torrent of energy. With a piercing scream, the watchdog rat was smashed to pieces, its body and soul utterly destroyed. He died on the spot. Their ashes were scattered. Eliminate the soul-eating demon rats. Gain 300 experience points. Obtained Tier 3 Spirit Core *1. Obtained 1 Tier 3 Spirit Crystal. Obtained Tier 3 Spirit Source *1. Gain Energy *100. Obtained Abyss Recorder *1. A new Abyss Rift Coordinate save point has been generated. The Abyss Map feature is now activated. Obtained Abyss Building Construction Permit. Damaged, 1/4. Congratulations, you've revealed a corner of the real world. The sudden stream of information left Su Yuan somewhat stunned. He planned to study the newly unlocked items slowly after returning to his territory, but that last sentence left him feeling unsettled for a long time. A corner of the real world. Su Yuan turned around, wanting to find the abyss he had just entered. But just like the situation he encountered after the statue collapsed last time, the entrance, which emitted a light blue mist, rapidly collapsed behind him. Almost unconsciously, I had already walked a very, very long way through the abyss and the rift. Su Yuan frowned. Strange. Why didn't I have this feeling of passing through the crack when I attacked that demonic rat? Do I need a reference point to fix my coordinates? Is the same principle true for recorders and recording points? Su Yuan had many questions in his mind, but before he could think about them carefully, his figure had already appeared in the territory. The positioning is exactly the same as when using the Abyss invitation. My lord, master, Bujal, Guanjinese, and Anja all came up to pay their respects. Among them, the most enthusiastic was Bogar. He could sense that the mark he had applied had been activated, and that he had failed to kill his opponent. This must be an extremely difficult enemy. A sense of unease naturally arose in my heart. But now, Su Yuan appeared before him unharmed. Bukar could only sigh, truly worthy of being called his majesty. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, then took off his moonlit suit, put away the field warhammer, and silently returned to the castle. He'd get some sleep first. I've been working nonstop for 2 days. I'm so tired. I'll check the loot tomorrow. We'll dig up the goblin treasure map again tomorrow. The underground cave will be upgraded tomorrow. The soldiers will be deployed tomorrow, of course. At this moment, Su Yuan was like a corporate slave who had worked overtime so long that he could only take the last subway home, and he had no mood to deal with anything else. 007 agents just want to lie down now. Oh right, I don't think I had a chance to thank that devilish lady yet. I didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. At this very moment, within the abyss rift, Sophia floated in place, completely bewildered. She only saw a dazzling flash of lightning, and then, Su Yuan was gone. Will we meet again? But I don't even know where he lives. Oh, I don't even know his name. I'm such a big idiot. For the first time since birth, Sophia doubted the purity of her bloodline. If this gets out, won't the succubus be utterly humiliated? Wait, what was my original purpose again? The succubus fell into deep thought. The royal palace of Skadi. The man on the throne suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, and an indescribable expression appeared on his sinister and terrifying face. There was a chilling smile, a hint of brutal excitement, and even a tiny bit of inexplicable anticipation. Someone killed my beloved pet. Oh, this damned bastard, you're amazing. Finally there's a new rebel. Amazing. Wonderful. Be honored. Your corpse will forge my legendary life. Chapter 65. Occasionally, you can be a European. I woke up from a nap. The fatigue of the past 2 days has been completely wiped away. It feels so good. But Su Yuan still deeply regretted not taking a pillow from Caesar City. Next time you trade for fine iron, remember to grab one while you're at it. Su Yuan rubbed his neck as usual, then scrolled through his daily routine, inspecting the territory and training subordinates. Although the experience gained from these daily tasks is almost negligible to me now, the habit has been formed, and it doesn't take much effort. Of course, this only applies to him. Su Yuan, surrounded by withered vegetation, could not even imagine how much effort other lords would have to expend to patrol their territories. As their territories expanded, those lords without mounts had long since given up on patrolling their territories, a time-consuming, laborious, and low-reward daily task. Almost all lords believed that daily tasks were merely a small perk used in the early stages to help them level up quickly and have a stable start. After you get past the beginner stage, you can give it up. However, while inspecting his territory, Su Yuan suddenly noticed a small patch on the edge of the territory that was not covered by the gray, withered vegetation. He immediately used the teleportation ring to get to the scene. A prompt immediately popped up on the light screen. A suspicious location has been discovered. Should we begin excavation? Without saying a word, Su Yuan immediately started working on the gray and withered vegetation. Soon, a stone with many sharp edges and irregular shape was dug out. Boundary stone, a special stone that falls in a land favored by the gods and has been formed over thousands of years. It is an essential material for crafting legendary equipment and can also be used in the mysterious shop, unlocked at level 8. Woohoo! This thing seems to be the same type of item as the boundary jade obtained when we wiped out the goblin's lair. Nice one. Su Yuan quickly put it into his backpack. It seems that daily patrols of the territory are still very important, especially after upgrading the base and expanding the territory. Giving someone a little surprise now and then can really lift their spirits. It's a pity there were too few monsters in that abyss yesterday, and they basically ran away as soon as they saw me, so I didn't get much experience. Otherwise, I would definitely be level 8 by now. Su Yuan glanced at his experience bar. I've already reached level 7, the maximum level. I just need to kill a dozen more wild boars to level up. However, it seems like we haven't seen wild boars much lately, and not only wild boars, but other wild animals are also rarely seen. Su Yuan couldn't help but recall the speculation about war and disaster that Lu Yufa had told him before. Let's see what others are saying. Open the world channel. Brothers, family, don't be afraid of what I'm about to tell you. We are lords. We are not afraid. Just tell us. I just went outside and saw a big tree that could walk. Okay, I admit I'm a little scared. And then? What happened? Nothing has happened yet, but I'm afraid it will suddenly rush over and turn me into its nourishment. Hey bro, take a closer look and see what kind of tree it is. I'm a biology student. I can help you analyze it. Give me a break. In this godforsaken place, a fireball is about to hit your face. You're trying to talk to me about science. Well, I think we could try using fire. Don't even try. You'll regret it. Don't ask why. I'm already on my way. Oh right. This tree is not only impervious to water and fire, but also has incredibly high attack power and a very wide attack range. My level 2 Town Hall's protective shield couldn't withstand a single slap from it. That's all I have to say. Everyone, take care of yourselves. I'm making my escape now. Wait, are you two from the same area? No, don't ask. This strange tree has appeared in front of my house too, and I'm panicking. I don't know what to do. Is there anyone out there who can help me? A solution would be greatly appreciated. There was a long, drawn-out wail on the World Channel. The topic of discussion really got Su Yuan on his toes. A strange tree that suddenly appeared? Could the mass disappearance of wild animals in various places be related to this thing? Su Yuan asked in Jie and Bujal, but did not obtain any valuable information. However, both of them mentioned one point, that at the end of an era, there are always some abnormal phenomena that occur. It seems I'll have to look up some information next time I go to Caesar's city. Although Su Yuan didn't particularly enjoy reading before his transmigration, he knew that books could indeed help him quickly understand everything. Of course, that's a story for later. The most important thing right now is to continue to strengthen our own capabilities. Whether it's war, disaster, or the end of the world, as long as you have power in your hands, you have the confidence to cope. First, we arrived at the front of the cave. I plan to mass produce a wave of minions first. Of course, before that, the cave needs to be upgraded. Consuming 3,000 gold, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,000 crystal, and 500 refined iron will upgrade the Undead crypt to level 3. Upgrade now. Craftsman, get to work. Su Yuan, who was already extremely familiar with the process, had even prepared 2 divine eyes in advance, but the ancient divine language written by the Soul Rider was still undecipherable. It seems the writing on the undead structures can't be deciphered using the divine eye left by the wind god. But that doesn't matter, since Su Yuan didn't have much hope anyway. After building the level 3 crypt, a new unit, the gargoyle, was immediately unlocked. The good news is that summoning this thing only requires a 2nd-tier spirit core. The bad news is, summoning this thing only requires a 2nd-tier spirit core. Su Yuan looked at the only 5 2nd-tier spirit cores in his backpack and sighed helplessly. In any case, now we finally have an air force. First, he summoned the 5 gargoyles, and then Su Yuan maxed out the reputation threshold for the crypt assassins and crypt demons. It seems that higher-tier units take up a larger share of reputation compared to lower-tier units. Back then, with 2,000 reputation, I could summon 100 ghouls. Now, with 20,000 reputation, I can only summon 50 crypt demons, 20 crypt assassins, and 5 gargoyles. To gain more troops, we need to increase our reputation. Like ghouls, crypt demons, and crypt assassins are ground combat units. However, unlike ghouls, crypt demons have ranged attack capabilities, while crypt assassins possess assassin-specific abilities such as stealth, burrowing, infiltration, and backstab. They are considered special operations forces. Gargoyles are even stronger. They are a group of aerial fighters with self-healing abilities. They have a strong ability to stay airborne, are fast, and can land immediately after disengaging from combat, absorbing the life force of surrounding living things to recover from their injuries. Of course, the new unit's weaknesses are also obvious. Both the Crypt Demon and the Crypt Assassin are relatively weak in direct confrontation. One needs to be kited while the other needs to be killed in one hit. Otherwise, they can easily be overwhelmed in a head-on fight. As for gargoyles, their attack range is very limited. and once they land, they lose all mobility and offensive capabilities, making them easy targets. Having learned all this, Su Yuan began to ponder. Although each of the three troop types has its own weaknesses, they can complement each other. With the right combination, the undead are very strong. Next up is the Goblin's Treasure. Chapter 66, Isn't it normal for someone to be under the bed? The northern edge of the Sunset Mountains, in the opposite direction to the giant deer plain. Gillipaw, an instructor at St. Annio Magic Academy, is leading a dozen students on an extracurricular practice. Whether you plan to become adventurers, join the city defense force, or even become apothecaries, you will inevitably have to deal with nature, and spending the night in the wild will be commonplace. Harsh weather, powerful magical beasts, and unpredictable emergencies can all bring your fragile lives to an end. So, watch carefully and learn well. For example, here, this is a primeval forest, with withered pine needles scattered on the ground. They're soft to the touch, making them perfect as a bed for wilderness survival. As soon as Gillipaw finished speaking, a head suddenly popped out from under his feet. The students who were nearby were so frightened that they took 6 or 7 steps back in one breath. What's the panic? Isn't it normal for someone to be under the bed? As he spoke, Gillipaw had already conjured a fireball in his hand. If the person beneath him made any further moves, he wouldn't mind giving them a free perm. But upon seeing the other person's face clearly, Gillipaw instantly lost control of his facial expression. Teacher? 5th-tier Archmage Cagelo's gaze drifted behind Gillipaw, where he vaguely heard a fat student encouraging himself. I must do this once too. It seems your students, like you, have some issues with their teachers. Cagelo brushed aside the pine needles used for camouflage and crawled out of the soft soil. As he brushed off his sleeves, he casually waved his hand, extinguishing Gillipaw's small fireball in the process. Gillipaw quickly apologized, while also voicing his doubts. Teacher, didn't you go to the Great Rift Valley to fight the Black Dragon? How come you're here? I've been urgently recalled by the Adventurers Guild, Cagelo said succinctly. Take your students and go back quickly. The Sunset Mountains have now been designated as a highly dangerous area, and there's even a trend of it becoming an extremely dangerous area. Just hearing those words sent a chill down Gillipaw's spine. What's been happening in Sunset Mountains lately? Even the team tasked with hunting the Black Dragon has been recalled? When Gillipaw realized that his teaching plan included a segment on spending the night in the Sunset Mountains, he felt a chill run from his heels to the top of his head. Fortunately, he met Cagelo. Otherwise he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Without hesitation, Gillipaw immediately led his students away from the Sunset Mountains. How come you're still so clumsy even after becoming a teacher? Can't you even say goodbye properly? Ketro watched Gillipaw's departing figure, shook his head, and then took out a piece of gold paper. He gathered magic at his fingertips, wrote down today's observation report on the paper, then rubbed a ball of fire and lit the gold paper. Once it has completely turned to ashes, the information recorded on it will appear on the Adventurers Guild's original copy. As the Sunset Mountains were gradually shrouded in thick fog, Ketchero's expression turned serious. I smell necromancy. This is not good. I hope the other teams can arrive soon. If we can gather 3 hero teams within 3 days, we might be able to nip this calamity in the bud. Unbeknownst to Cagelo, who was talking to himself, a reddish-brown mushroom had sprouted where the group of students had just been. On the other side, just as Gillipaw led his team into the territory of the Snow Country, a female student clutched her stomach and left the group under the pretext of needing to use the restroom. After escaping everyone's sight, the girl named Sharina immediately organized the information she had gathered through the mushroom eavesdropping device, then opened the regional chat room and shared everything she had seen and heard over the past few days with the other lords of the Frost Palace. In the Church of San Annio, a border city in the Snow Country, Zheng Guanqian, who was 1/3 chief of staff, 1/3 diplomats, and 1/3 hostages, finished reading the information in the regional chat room, tapped the table in front of him with his right index finger, and fell into deep thought. So, the undead aren't in the Deer Plains, but in the Sunset Mountains. Su Linking closed the chat room at the same time, his brows furrowed. These past few days haven't been easy for the two brothers either. If the Snow Kingdom army successfully captures Caesar City, then everyone can naturally continue to sit together happily, looking to the future and dreaming of the stars and the sea. But the fact that they can still sit here and chat is a result of Arthur's best efforts to protect them. It's a good thing Arthur didn't listen to you and organize some undead extermination army. Otherwise a bunch of people would be strolling around the Deer Plains now, and we would have to take the blame for that. No, if only we had a team in the giant Deer Plains right now. Zheng Guangqian sighed, a hint of melancholy on his face. The Adventurers Guild has already made a move, at least 3 heroes. That's dragon-slaying power. It's definitely a big investment. If we can seize this opportunity, cooperate with them, and take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate the undead, to take down Sunset Mountain Range in one fell swoop, then it would be perfect. What do you mean? Are there many resources in the Sunset Mountains? 1 on the Abyss Monster Area Kill ranking. Sunset Mountains. Su Linking suddenly realized. Zheng Guangqian nodded. Resources are secondary. The key is to take this opportunity to eliminate the biggest competitor. It's really a pity. However, the Adventurers Guild is also a good pawn. If we can guide it a little, we might be able to use it to do our dirty work. Zheng Guangqian looked at Su Linking. Does Hualien have a reconnaissance-type warrior who can use invisibility and stealth? She wanted to train him to be an assassin. It's not important. Just tell Hualien that I need to borrow her warrior to help guide the way to the Sunset Mountains. Why don't you go yourself? I am afraid of women. After sending the private message, Su Linking laughed and said, maybe we don't even need the Adventurers Guild to take action. Think about it. They're in the Undead Circle. They're a calamity that even the Grand Magisters and Night Kings of the Snow Kingdom fear. I don't believe the Lord of Sunset Mountain can get along with a bunch of calamities. In fact, Su Yuan can not only coexist with natural disasters, but also direct them to do their work. With the 3 ghouls digging away with all their might, Su Yuan managed to collect a treasure chest without much effort. A lost treasure chest has been discovered. Open it. Su Yuan chose yes, without hesitation. Gained 2 eyes of surveillance, 2 eyes of detection, and 2 eyes of true sight. Eye of surveillance can only be used within the territory. After use, it grants vision of the territory at any time. Eye of Reconnaissance can be used anywhere. After use, it grants vision of a radius of 3,000 meters around the location. True Sight can be used anywhere. After use, it grants vision of a radius of 1,000 meters around the location and also reveals invisible and stealthy units within that area. Su Yuan clapped his hands. Got it. 1 home security camera, 1 outdoor security camera, and 1 X-ray camera. Chapter 67 Miracles in the History of Human Biology. The Eye of Surveillance is undoubtedly a good thing. It compensates for the shortcomings of the gray and withered vegetation, allowing it to keep track of the situation within its territory even when it goes out. This is to avoid a situation like last time, where Guanjinese had already killed all the invaders, but I still had to find out through the regional chat room. Most importantly, it's impossible for another lord to happen to be passing by every time. With that in mind, Su Yuan planted a surveillance eye in his territory. At the same time, he also planted an eye of true sight in the northern part of the territory. The terrain in the north is flatter and more vulnerable to invasion than in the south. Furthermore, the appearance of the Eye of True Sight also confirmed Su Yuan's previous guess. This world does indeed have anti-stealth devices against stealth. I'll have to be more careful when I wear the invisibility robe in the future. I can plant the Eye of Reconnaissance there next time I go to Caesar's City. The Sunset Mountains have now been largely explored, and Caesar City will become Su Yuan's bridgehead for outward expansion. After doing all this, Su Yuan opened his backpack and began to check the loot he had obtained in the previous abyss. Abyss Recorder records the coordinates of the abyss. After entering a rift, the recorder can be used to locate the exact position of the coordinates. Note: if the abyss completely collapses, the recorded coordinates will also disappear. At this moment, a dim spot of light flickered slightly on the recorder. This should be the location of the Queen's Castle. However, since I am still in reality, the pointer on the recorder is erratic and cannot give an accurate direction of travel. Abyss Building Construction Permit, fragmented, 1/4. Collect 4 fragments to obtain the complete Abyss Building Construction Permit, after which you can build unique Abyss buildings. Like the Queen's Palace? That castle. Let's turn our attention to the Abyss map. This is a new feature that appears in the world chat after killing the watchdog. Su Yuan opened it, only to find it completely dark, with only 2 small areas lit up. It was the fluorescent meadow and Queen's Castle that I had visited before. However, the map does not have any labels. Bukhar said that the name of the abyss was a taboo that even he could hardly touch. Of course, the icon features alone are enough to distinguish them. The grassland and the castle are quite easy to differentiate. Looking at the map, the area of the fluorescent grassland is comparable to 10 Queen's Castles. Even in the abyss, the Queen's Castle is probably considered miniature. Finally, there was the dagger filled with resentment. There is no special description of this dagger. It has only one name, Blade of the Abyss. When the queen sent it over before, Su Yuan could feel the intense resentment emanating from it even from a distance. They were like ferocious ghosts baring their fangs and claws. However, once I got the hang of it, those resentful feelings actually subsided quite a bit. Just like when you get your hands on the field hammer. As soon as you have the idea of wanting to control it, the weapon in your hand immediately becomes incredibly compliant. I don't know if it's a special bonus from the Undead Lord. The queen said it could be used to kill that so-called Immortal madman. If I'm not mistaken, the Immortal madman she's talking about is the same person as Weitzman, right? When Su Yuan uttered the words, Weitzman, he clearly saw Anja, who was playing with the blade not far away, suddenly pause. Anja, Master, do you know who Weitzman is? I've heard a little about it. Who is he? The king of Skadi. Oh, what do you think of this king? A specimen perfectly suited for medical research. Anger paused. Both his brain and his cells are miracles in the history of human medicine. No, biology. Su Yuan recalled Njia's biography. It seemed that he and the king of Skadi had a rather significant grudge. Considering his previous experience in the abyss, this king is probably not a wise and benevolent ruler. Speaking of which, there is a subordinate relationship between Caesar City and Skadi, but when the Snow Kingdom's army invaded, Skadi did not send troops to support them. Considering the humanoid vengeful spirits seen in the abyss and the carvings on the stone pillars, it seems that this king was very keen to watch his people die in pain and torment. With such a terrible personality, after learning of the Snow Kingdom army's defeat, I'm afraid he might personally get involved. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan decided not to wait for the next transaction and immediately planted his scouting eye in Caesar City. Just as he had the thought of going to Caesar's city, the teleportation ring on his hand suddenly lit up. Su Yuan felt a blur before his eyes, and when the scene reappeared, he was already in Caesar City. Wow! Su Yuan looked at the teleportation ring on his hand, quite surprised. How did you do that? Isn't teleportation only allowed within your territory? But the doubt in my mind did not last long. When Su Yuan heard the bards praising him, the craftsman erecting his statue, and the people kneeling before his statue, swearing oaths, and establishing their faith, he immediately understood. This place has become its promised land. To confirm his thoughts, Su Yuan activated the teleportation ring again, sending himself to Marino's tribe. Just as I had thought, this place was now part of my territory. It's just that I didn't have the idea of coming here before, so I didn't notice it. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to jump between the 3 territories repeatedly using the teleportation ring? Even with more territory in the future, the teleportation range can be expanded. Now we're truly invincible. Su Yuan was overjoyed. No, calm down. There might be some kind of barrier here that can seal off space and disable teleportation. We can't be careless. Even so, this new discovery gives Su Yuan more room to maneuver. In the future, when encountering various emergencies, there will be another escape route to choose from. With a single thought, Su Yuan teleported back to Caesar City. Since it's so convenient, I don't need to wait for the trading time. I can go to the library in Caesar City to look up information right now. Whether it's the Abyss or Skadi, I have too many questions that need to be answered. Before Su Yuan could even step through the doors of Caesar City Library, a furtive figure suddenly approached him. Hey buddy, new face, first time in town? This was a thin man, quite unattractive, perhaps only remotely normal compared to Buggle. His ears were slightly pointed but not long, suggesting he might have half-goblin blood. Seeing Su Yuan's wary expression, the thin man moved closer and lowered his voice, saying, Have you heard of the Scarlet Catwoman Mansion? It's a great place. If you don't go, it's like you haven't been to Caesar City. Come on, I'll show you around. Chapter 68, Strange Knowledge Increased. Su Yuan looked on with suspicion. Scarlet Cat Lady House. The name itself suggests it's not a respectable place, so naturally, we must firmly refuse an invitation from someone of unknown origin. Lead the way. Well, but then again, now that Caesar City has become my territory, I naturally need to experience the local customs and culture, all for the sake of better management. That's right, that's exactly it. The thin man's face broke into a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. My name is Sala. What's your name, buddy? Field. You look a lot like someone from the Great Xiao, but your clothes don't seem to match. Mixed race. Oh, that's the most popular group at the Scarlet Catgirl Mansion. I heard there are several mixed-race people like you who don't have to spend any money there and can even make a profit. Su Yuan paused slightly. Are you sure they went there to spend money? Or to work? Haha, Mr. Field, if you're interested in that, I can introduce you to the Macho Club. The Catgirl Club doesn't hire male waiters. There's absolutely no need for that. After navigating several nooks and crannies, climbing over 2 walls, and entering an underground passage, Su Yuan finally emerged from the narrow, dark alley. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is directly below the streets of Caesar's City. The overall structure is very similar to that of Caesar's City. Although sunlight cannot penetrate, the magical chandeliers hanging along the street illuminate the place brightly. Su Yuan could already see the dazzling array of snack stalls on both sides of the road, as well as the rows of shops behind them that couldn't be openly displayed. Compared to the conventional Caesar's City, this place is much more vibrant. Next to a snack stall, a burly green-skinned orc was performing a roast suckling pig in 3 bites, but accidentally poked a skewer into his nostril, causing his dwarf friends next to him to burst into laughter. Beside them, another unrestrained female orc was drinking with a blue-scaled merman. However, she didn't realize that with each drink, the blue-scaled merman could quickly expel the alcohol through the mucus secreted from his scales. In the end, the female orc was no match for him, and, after getting drunk, was carried by the merman into a small inn next door. Even more shocking, a succubus is publicly kissing a handsome young human, the tip of her heart-shaped tail bobbing rapidly up and down. That's the succubus's excitement. Sala offered a timely, seasoned explanation. Strange knowledge has increased. With just a quick glance, Su Yuan could tell that this small underground world was a genuine community of racial harmony. Young people from different races, regions, and countries walk on the streets. They have no deep-seated grievances, no sense of superiority, and no hierarchy of contempt. They chat and laugh, happy and carefree. It feels like here I can finally let go of all the worries and anxieties of reality and live the life I want to live. It feels like stepping into the city's nightlife. For adults, only the nighttime belongs to themselves. Su Yuan quickly scanned the surroundings, getting a general idea of the situation. I never imagined that there was such a hidden world beneath Caesar's City. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Their territory had expanded again. It's not just about scope, but also about functionality. It seems that Caesar's City holds a greater place in this world than I had anticipated. This is Caesar's City, Sala exclaimed from the side. Although it is nominally part of Skadi, it is actually an independent city. It is not bound by any country. It is full of tolerance, understanding, vitality, and freedom. You'll love it here, Field. After saying that, Sala walked to a row of vending machine-like things next to the street entrance. However, instead of snacks and drinks, it contained badges. Suddenly he turned around, looking slightly embarrassed, and said, buddy, did you bring any money? 2 gold coins will do. We need to get the permit to enter the city that never sleeps first. Sala pointed to the badge inside the machine. Su Yuan knew that the other party had not approached him because they were willing to help. He pretended to reach into his pocket and then took out 2 gold coins from his backpack. This is the currency of the Kingdom of Skadi, which I obtained from peers. Gold mined from gold mines cannot be used directly within Skadi. Tossed one to Sala and took the other to another vending machine. I put it into the coin slot on the right side of the machine. Immediately afterward, a magic circle lit up and an emblem of the city that never sleeps popped out automatically. The managers here are a group of guys wearing fox masks who call themselves the Fox Guards. They are very strong and can change their appearance. They lurk among the passers-by, so be careful, Sala explained as he walked forward. However, as long as you wear the badge and don't cause trouble, they generally won't bother you. Su Yuan nodded without speaking, but in his heart he was thinking, could the damaged disguise mask be repaired here? I only have this one piece of equipment that can hold spirit crystals right now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it will look after it's restored. As soon as you enter the city that never sleeps, you are immediately greeted by young women dressed in various revealing outfits. But Sala didn't stop. Most of these self-employed street vendors are shady. Don't be fooled by the fact that some of them are elves or succubi, and they're incredibly enthusiastic and sweet-smelling when they're soliciting customers. But once you've paid, you'll find that these lovely ladies are only there to attract customers. The real service is provided by a different group of people. You've never seen a female orc whose arms are thicker than my thighs before. It's quite an experience. At this point, Sala couldn't help but shudder. Su Yuan also admired this guy. With that physique, he probably couldn't even step on the accelerator while driving a big truck. It must have been really difficult for him. Compared to other places, Scarlet Catgirl Mansion is a truly conscientious place. Although it's a bit pricey, it's absolutely worth it. Under Sala's expert guidance, Su Yuan gradually left the brightly lit entrance area and entered a predominantly hazy area. There are no dazzling streetlights here, only quaint little shops with pink light signs hanging everywhere. "Master, would you like a maid coffee?" The elf lady, dressed in a maid outfit, extended a warm invitation with a sweet smile. "Wouldn't plain coffee be too bitter? How about adding some sweetened milk?" The succubus lady, dressed in a cowprint outfit, had seductive eyes and was making every effort to show off her unique advantages. It's fortunate that the use of charm spells is strictly prohibited here, otherwise the guests would definitely have been snatched away by succubi. The air was thick with the smell of hormones. Looking around, Su Yuan saw that all the shops were doing very well, but the place with the highest customer traffic was undoubtedly a 3-story building not far away. Above it, the signboard of the Scarlet Cat Girl Pavilion flickered with an ambiguous, hazy light. Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He spotted a rather familiar face among the guests. Where have I seen him before? I remember now. It was on a stone pillar in the Queen's Palace. Chapter 69. Delicate and soft body, easily pushed down. To be honest, if the carvings on those stone pillars weren't so exquisitely detailed, with every single hair clearly visible, Su Yuan wouldn't have been able to connect the man in front of him so quickly. But this man was clearly not Weitzman. He was just a perpetrator. In fact, those stone pillars not only had many victims, but also many executioners, and some executioners even became victims themselves. Su Yuan was impressed by this man for 2 reasons. Firstly, he occupied a lot of space in the media, and secondly, his appearance was unusually different from the other perpetrators. For example, right now, he was wearing a bowler hat, a single gold-rimmed spectacle over his right eye, a meticulously tied red bow tie, an exquisite tuxedo with a spotless lining, and a very expensive cane in his right hand, which was covered in a white glove. He seemed completely out of place in the scene. Anyone who saw him would think he was a well-mannered and refined gentleman, and would find it hard to imagine that he would commit such a heinous atrocity. This is probably what people often call a hypocrite. Exactly. He looks all respectable, but he can't control the nonsense in his head. Sala chimed in. But even if someone like him came to the Catgirl Pavilion, he would be treated like a VIP. Look, everyone is vying to get close to him. Indeed, 7 or 8 catgirls had already surrounded the man. Well, when I first saw these petite and adorable cat-eared girls, I was quite amazed. Their cat ears were both lively and obedient, their faces were rosy, their eyes were charming, and their bodies were so delicate that they seemed like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. In particular, they were born with an innocent expression that other professionals did not have, like a cute little girl who had been bullied, which could instantly arouse a man's instinctive protective instinct. It has to be said that this kind of appearance and posture really hits some people's XP system. All I can say is, it's torture. But that's only true at first glance. If he had a choice, Su Yuan would still prefer to find a succubus. Let the professionals do it. After all, no matter how innocent or youthful a catgirl's appearance is, or how strong her first love feeling is, she has long since entered the adult world. And that is indeed the case. Although catgirls are extremely deceptive in appearance, they are still very real inside. They do this job because they want to associate themselves with rich people as much as possible. The man in the top hat clearly came from a wealthy family and was very generous. However, the tyrannical gentleman ignored all of them and walked straight into the building. "Brotherfield, let's go in too." Sala was already getting impatient. But Su Yuan walked even faster than him. It wasn't that he was attracted to the catgirl's beauty. He simply didn't want to lose track of his target. The fact that a perpetrator under Weitzman's command had suddenly appeared in his territory was quite intriguing. "Hey buddy, relax, just enjoy yourself here." Sala, of course, knew nothing of this and assumed that Su Yuan was visiting for the first time and was somewhat unable to control himself. As the two walked forward, Sala greeted each catgirl warmly, even able to call out each of their names accurately. In a sense, Su Yuan genuinely admired this guy. Perhaps sensing his companion's gaze, Sala explained, "Brotherfield, you don't know, these catgirls are all unfortunate souls." Su Yuan thought it was just another attempt to vindicate a fallen girl, but Sala's words surprised him. Actually, catgirls also belong to the beastman race, but they are a very small number of mutants among the beastmen. They do not have the strong physique of beastmen, nor do they have the innate fighting talent of beastmen. In fact, it can be said that they have almost no fighting ability. They are delicate and weak, and are more prone to illness. The earliest catgirls basically did not live past the age of 3. Due to their weak physique, catgirls were unable to hunt, work, or even reproduce, and were once a marginalized group in the orc tribe. In the eyes of normal orcs, They were just a bunch of trash who could not create value but wasted food. So, those guys who only had muscles but no brains really threw catgirls away like trash. Without the protection of their people and lacking the ability to survive, the fate of abandoned catgirls is predictable. Until a merchant from the Snow Country found an abandoned catgirl. After learning about the catgirl's various characteristics, he immediately seized the business opportunity. Thus, after succubi, another race highly adapted to the sex industry was born. More and more catgirls found a way out, got rid of the death scythe that had always hung over their heads, and were able to grow up to adulthood with careful care. Their physique was also improved to a level that was sufficient to adapt to the intensity of their work. You think this is the end of their tragic fate? No, this is just the beginning. There are different grades of catgirls. Purebred catgirls are more beautiful and more popular with customers, but they are also more prone to disease. Many purebred catgirls are born with serious comorbid diseases, some of which will torment them for life. However, in order to satisfy customers, merchants from all walks of life have abandoned hybrid catgirls and frantically bred purebred catgirls. This process only lasted for 3 years, but in this process, the number of catgirls who died was more than in the previous 30 years. They don't care about the catgirls' feelings at all. They only care about money. Sala concluded by saying, the catgirls of today are purely commodities. They are merely tools for the bosses behind the scenes to make money. Su Yuan felt complicated after hearing this, but he was also puzzled. Why did you bring me here? Noticing Su Yuan's questioning gaze, Sala explained, each catgirl has performance targets. If they fail to meet them within the stipulated time, they will be whipped and beaten at best, and subjected to various cruel tortures at worst, or even tortured to death. So you're helping them? Sala spoke righteously, his shadow appearing longer under the lamplight. I was just doing what I could, a tiny little thing. Su Yuan. This is the first time I've seen someone make visiting a brothel seem so righteous and honorable. However, Sala's words also made Su Yuan fall into deep thought. No matter what, Scarlet Catgirl Mansion is an industry located within its own territory, and some issues do need to be taken seriously. Of course, that's a story for another time. The most important thing right now is to figure out the purpose of that gentleman thug's visit to Caesar City. But the man quickly led a catgirl into a room on the 3rd floor and disappeared from Su Yuan's sight. Don't bother looking, we can't get up there with our status. Sala pointed to the 3 floors. The 1st floor has booths for poor adventurers and stingy people who can't afford to spend money. The 2nd floor has private rooms for people with a little money. As for the 3rd floor, those are luxury suites. To get in, you not only need money, but also a VIP card. People like us can only get on the 2nd floor at best. VIP card? Is this the one you mean? Sala. Chapter 70, is this a bud? This is a touch. Sala stared wide-eyed at the VIP card in Su Yuan's hand. He once boasted that he had the eyes of a madam, able to know the true nature of any person, regardless of gender, with just one glance. And this young man in front of him, he was almost 100% certain, was definitely a virgin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to approach him. However, who has a VIP card for Scarlet Catgirls? Is this a chick? This is touch. Oh no, I misjudged it. Master who has walked through countless flowers without a single petal clinging to him, having already returned to simplicity and authenticity. I've been showing off my limited skills in front of others for so long, only to find out that I'm the clown myself. At that moment, Sala began to deeply doubt his own judgment. Just then, Su Yuan spoke up. I'm going to the 3rd floor. Do you want to come with me? No, I'm fine staying on the 1st floor. Sala was startled and immediately made up an excuse to refuse without thinking. But he regretted it immensely after refusing. That was the 3rd floor I'd always dreamed of, and I just missed it like that. Su Yuan ignored him and planned to hurry up and book a room. Honorable guest, please choose your catgirl. As soon as Su Yuan took out his VIP card, he immediately felt the enthusiasm of the catgirls. Some catgirls even reminded him that he could choose a few more to share the fun. The group of poor adventurers around them were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Let's choose her. Su Yuan had no intention of lingering here, so he directly ordered a kitten girl who was curled up in a corner, burying her head in her arms, with only her 2 animal ears showing. He felt that this catgirl was relatively quiet, and right now he needed a character who could be beautiful on her own without bothering him. But as soon as he made his choice, the catgirl beside him, whose eyes had been so charming, looked surprised. Even the curator was stunned for 2 seconds. Honorable guest, that's a mixed breed catgirl. She's the one. The little ears twitched as it cowered in the corner, but the hands that were hugging its knees tightened even more, and the head buried even deeper in its arms. Compared to other catgirls, her clothes were very simple, even a bit too simple. They were patched up. Moreover, it was clearly not well taken care of, and the whole thing looked dusty and grimy. Su Yuan approached and saw the collar around the catgirl's neck, which was engraved with her name, Iluka. Gently extending his right hand, Su Yuan took the initiative to hold the catgirl's hand. The moment his index finger touched hers, he felt a slight tremor, but she quickly stopped trembling and obediently took his hand. Iluka bit her lower lip and mustered her courage to raise her head. "Your eyes are very beautiful." Su Yuan praised her, and then led her into the suite on the 3rd floor. He didn't realize that his casual compliment had caused the catgirl behind him to have her heterochromatic eyes filled with a hazy mist and a long-lost light. The suite is fully equipped with a variety of snacks and treats, including popping candy and jelly, as well as alcoholic beverages. Of course, normally these things are mostly not meant to be eaten. But now, they've all gone into Iluka's little belly. There was no other way. She was just too hungry. If she didn't eat something soon, she might not be able to hold on much longer. Su Yuan was happy to have her eat on the side. After entering the suite and locking the door, he put on a disguise mask and embedded a spirit crystal in it. Although the Catgirl Mansion suite has excellent soundproofing, the enhanced hearing, amplified by the spirit crystal effect, is enough to penetrate even thick walls. However, Su Yuan underestimated one thing. The enhanced hearing is not directional. In an instant, all sorts of decadent music surged in, making Su Yuan blush and his heart race. He could only force himself to calm down and then begin to filter out the noise one by one. In the end, all that remained was the conversation between the two suites closest to them. In the room on the right, the person speaking is a drunkard, boasting about himself. "I am the best sheriff in San Antonio in the last 30 years. I have caught at least 800, if not 1,000, criminals. By day, I fight crime. By night, I fight crime. In my dreams, I commit crime. Come on, darling, arrest me." That's not it. Then shift your attention to the other side. "Raoul, why aren't you staying in the capital? What are you doing here?" "I've come to deliver a message to you on behalf of Lord Saipan of the Dark Division." This is it. Su Yuan heard the sound of the other person placing their cane. Strange, I clearly saw him bring a catgirl into the room. But why did I hear two men's voices? The Scatty royal family's black gloves? I've heard there have been quite a few assassinations in cities recently. Were they the ones who orchestrated them? It's just a routine purge of resistance forces. Aren't there more civilian casualties? Necessary sacrifices are a condition for maintaining stability within the kingdom. Excuse my bluntness, but if things continue like this, the resistance forces in Scatty will only grow stronger. You don't need to trouble yourself with that. Tell me, what are Saipan's plans this time? It's not a big operation, just to cause some minor trouble for Caesar City, and we'll need the Fox Guard's cooperation. I'm warning you, don't go too far. Why are you in such a hurry to refuse, Lord Sasaki? Think about it carefully. The Fox Guards are also guardians of Caesar City, and their contributions to Caesar City are no less than those of the Knights. Why should the Knights steal all the limelight and reputation? This is our oath with Lord Wind God. The Wind God is long gone, and besides, in terms of lineage, you should be descendants of the Thunder God. There's no need. I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. Ahem. In short, the Knights are gone now, and the only remaining defense force in Caesar City is the Fox Guard. As long as you don't make a move, our plan can proceed smoothly. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you. Then you can make your heroic appearance, save Caesar City from disaster, be revered by all, and replace the Knights to take control of Caesar City. Wouldn't that be better? Replace the Knights? Control Caesar City? I think I'd rather be your puppet, wouldn't I? You can't say that. There's a saying in the Great Xia Kingdom. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a good minister chooses a good lord to serve. Does Lord Sasaki really want to stay in this dark underground place for the rest of his life? What I do is none of your business. Let me tell you clearly, Foxguard is Foxguard. It will not replace any force, nor will it become a puppet of any force. I have no interest in being a hero of Caesar City. Do whatever you want. As long as you don't enter my territory, even if you cause a huge upheaval, it has nothing to do with Foxguard. Wow, that's interesting. The Ash mercenary group's bodies were barely cold when the Snow Kingdom's army pressed in. And just as the Snow Kingdom's army withdrew, trouble was brewing again. Caesar's city ever finally calmed down. You all want to take over my territory? Are you tired of living? Chapter 71 feels like something's not quite right. A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, but he was not a reckless man. He would not make a move rashly before he understood the extent of his opponent's strength. Moreover, based on the dialogue, it appears that this gentlemanly thug named Raoul has other employers behind him. It would be better to play the long game and catch the big fish, giving those who dared to covet Caesar's city a profound lesson. Of course, fishing is one thing, but you can't let the fish bite you. We need to give the people of Caesar's city a warning. Su Yuan removed his disguised mask and was just about to take action when he heard a timid voice in his ear. Owner. Iluka was very nervous. I'm afraid I might do something wrong. She had overheard some training courses for purebred catgirls, so she knew some basic etiquette and that the greatest purpose of catgirls was to satisfy customers. If you upset a guest, you will be severely punished. At the very least, it's the kind where the skin is torn and the flesh is ripped open. Su Yuan turned around and saw unease filling those ruby blue eyes, along with a look of exhaustion. This bed is quite comfortable. Why don't you rest for a bit? Huh. Iluka was somewhat at a loss. She didn't know what went wrong, but something was definitely wrong. The procedure after entering the room shouldn't be like this. But she was really tired. She hadn't slept for 3 days straight in order to take care of her sister, who was also a mixed-breed catgirl. As soon as my head hits the pillow, my consciousness becomes blurred. Iluka had a dream in which everyone mocked her bloodline and her heterochromatic eyes, but she was no longer as lost and self-conscious as before. A warm word she had never heard before was like a spring of life flowing into her parched heart, giving her the strength to break free from this dark swamp. Owner. Pierce Estate, in the main hall. Please, President Pierce, let me see that person. Warren, the only remaining member of the Knights of Favonius, was entrusted with a heavy responsibility during the Snow Country invasion, but ended up playing a minor role. He was now pleading and piously hoping that Pierce could introduce him to the 3 city-protecting heroes who had single-handedly repelled tens of thousands of Snow Country troops. But Pierce shook his head. That person is an extraordinary being in a superior position. I am only able to exercise power on behalf of the Supreme Being because of his grace. You don't need to beg me. Unless that person is willing to show himself, no one can help you. A bitter look appeared on Warren's face. After a slight hesitation, he decisively took out the most precious treasure he had inherited from the captain and that he possessed, the scattered god's eyes. He knew that ordinary treasures would not arouse the interest of those in power. Only the blessings left by the gods could possibly make that great person appear. Although doing this was somewhat unfair to the wind god, he couldn't care less about that in order to protect Caesar City. Warren released his grip on the Eye of God, and the scattered Eye of God naturally floated in midair. Great Lord, hear my voice. I offer you this sacred crystal. I beg you to descend. The moment he finished speaking, a figure shrouded in carbon steel armor suddenly appeared on the hero statue in the hall. He stood high above, his red cloak billowing behind him, exuding a powerful sense of oppression the moment he appeared. Welcome, Your Majesty. Pierce quickly knelt down and bowed. Warren immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet the gaze of such a figure. At this moment, Su Yuan's face, hidden beneath his helmet, was beginning to tense up. Damn it. I clearly remember this spot being an empty lot. Who the hell put a stone statue here? Barely maintaining his balance, Su Yuan jumped down, glancing briefly out of the corner of his eye. Behind him were 3 stone statues, representing himself in his moonlit outfit, as well as Buggle and Ange. The spot where I was standing just now happened to be right next to Bukhar's shiny, bald forehead. No wonder it was so slippery. Turning his gaze back, Su Yuan immediately saw Warren kneeling and the Eye of God floating in midair. In addition, I happened to hear a faint echo when I landed after the teleportation. After a moment's thought, Su Yuan roughly understood what had happened. He ignored Warren, who was kneeling on the ground and extremely nervous, and went straight to the Eye of God. Is there a third one of these? Logically speaking, if you only have 2 eyes, where should you put the third one? Eye of God into his backpack. He was surprised to find that the 3 eyes of God had automatically merged together. Complete Divine Eye, wind a crystal imbued with divine power. It can be used to view relics left by gods and to activate spells left by gods. You can do that. I wonder if the full version of gods I can decipher more ancient god languages. However, the statue space in the basement of the Knights' headquarters collapsed, and Su Yuan didn't know where to find similar documents. The Eye of God for now. Only then did he turn his gaze to Warren. He had done his homework long before Njia informed him of the existence of the Storm Knights Order. Knowing that this is a highly talented all-rounder, especially skilled in stealth tracking. Sensing Su Yuan's gaze, Warren became even more nervous, and a sense of fear involuntarily rose in his heart, as if the person in front of him could crush him at any time if he wanted to. But the courage that surged in his chest overcame his fear. Warren raised his head and said with utmost sincerity, "Supreme Ruler, please, protect Caesar's city." Su Yuan. "I'm protecting my own territory. Why would I need to ask for help?" However, seeing Warren's sincere and expectant look, Su Yuan simply went along with him and continued the conversation. "I have heard that this is a city blessed by the wind god." A dark glint flashed in Warren's eyes. The wind god has been gone from Caesar for a long time. His voice was low, as if filled with nostalgia, yet also tinged with resentment and a slight melancholy. Suddenly, Warren raised his head, his voice rising in intensity. "Please protect Caesar's city. I am willing to give everything for it." He knew very well that the destruction of the knights was nothing short of adding insult to injury for Caesar's city, which was surrounded by powerful enemies. Whether it's the Snow Country, which has been temporarily repelled and could make a comeback at any time, or Scatty, which has not yet launched an attack, but has been secretly eyeing the city, or those hostile alien tribes, they will probably all be eager to make a move after hearing that Caesar City has lost the Knights' defensive force. The danger of the nest being overthrown is imminent. However, due to limited capabilities, it was impossible to organize an effective defensive force in a short period of time. In order to defend Caesar City, seeking help from the powerful being before them is the only option at present. Su Yuan watched with great interest as Warren took the oath before him. "In that case, I'll give you a chance." Chapter 72. Give it to me. If you want to ask for help from others, you must first be prepared to do so. If you're unwilling to do something yourself and always expect others to do it for you, then you'll eventually become a slave to laziness. I don't need such a leader. Warren placed his right hand on his chest. "I'm willing to offer my heart to Caesar's city." Su Yuan stared into Warren's eyes, which held fear of the unknown, but even more so, the courage to uphold his beliefs. "Very good." Su Yuan opened his backpack. He needed to confirm the location of the gentleman thug first. He took out the Eye of Detection, but then thought that this place was now his own territory, and he should use the Eye of Surveillance instead. But just as he was about to use the Eye of Surveillance, a light screen popped up in front of him. "A surveillance system has been installed in this territory. Shall we proceed with its conversion?" It already exists? Does that mean I can just take it and use it?" Freebie hunters are ecstatic. "I only have one Eye of Surveillance left, so I'll save it if I can." Su Yuan immediately chose yes. Immediately, he felt himself establish a connection with the Eye of Watch in Caesar's city. With a thought, the entire city of Caesar came into view, as if he had a god's eye view. Moreover, it can be moved around freely, zoomed in and out, making it even better than electronic eyes. At that moment, Warren, who was kneeling below, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just a moment ago, he felt his connection with the Eye of Surveillance in Caesar City severed. He suddenly looked up at Su Yuan in front of him, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. What kind of tactic is this? To think that they could seize control of the Eye of Surveillance right before my eyes, in such a short time. Most importantly, he didn't even notice the slightest fluctuation of magic. This is absolutely unbelievable. Is this the power of domination? Warren was deeply shocked, but at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. He had found the right person. If such a being can protect Caesar's city, what is there to fear? I must do my best to earn his approval. Warren had just made up his mind when Su Yuan gave him a task, to track down a man wearing a top hat and leaning on a cane at the east gate. This will be the first step in you giving your heart to Caesar's city. Yes. Although Warren was filled with doubt, he trusted the judgment of the Supreme Being. After a response, Warren went into stealth mode. Just as his figure was about to disappear into the shadows, Warren revealed a long-lost smile. Indeed, following orders suits me best. After Warren left, Su Yuan woke up Pierce, who was still kneeling. After listening to a briefing on the current situation in Caesar City and its surrounding areas, Su Yuan nodded slightly. It seems that the operation of Caesar City has not been affected by Munam's sacrificial ceremony and the invasion of the Snow Kingdom army. Intercepted both of them halfway through. The Snow Country army didn't even get close to the city gate. At most, the knight's order would be sacrificed. However, Su Yuan, who personally awakened them from their long slumber, knew very well that these guys were still guarding Caesar City, and still doing so 24/7, only in a different form. Then, Pierce had his servants bring out 3 chests of gold coins. Su Yuan had previously given him 1,000 units of gold to smelt. These are newly minted gold coins, still bearing the brand new logo of the Merchant Guild. Skadaya allows the Merchant Guild to mint coins, but the gold reserves and mining rights are entirely in the hands of the royal family. When Pierce produced 2 cartloads of gold, the members of the Merchant Guild were stunned. Pierce himself remained remarkably calm. What was a little gold compared to an unparalleled and great being? Look at you, so unsophisticated. Pierce was stunned when he saw Su Yuan casually wave his hand, and all 3 boxes of gold disappear. I'm sorry, I haven't seen enough of the world. Then, Su Yuan activated the teleportation ring and disappeared instantly right under Pierce's nose. Back to the 3rd floor room of the Scarlet Catwoman mansion. Master, welcome back. Huh? Talking in your sleep? Looking at Aluka's adorable profile as she slept, and listening to her indistinct yet sincere words, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It's like dragging your tired body home after a long day of work and seeing your little kitten waiting for you at the door. I did feel healed in that instant. Su Yuan took out 10 gold coins, placed them beside his pillow, and then left the room. At this moment, Raoul, who had already walked out of the east gate, was in a good mood. He was unaware that he had made a grave mistake. He had been secretly plotting to seize Caesar City right under the ear of the Lord of Caesar City. Similarly, he didn't notice that there was an inconspicuous shadow staring intently at him from behind. Meanwhile, in the Scarlet Catgirl mansion, a catgirl was now sitting in the spot where Raoul had originally been. But unlike other catgirls, she wears a fox mask. Lord Sasaki, are you really not going to consider that man's suggestion? Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, instantly turned icy. Ayaka, do you also want to persuade me? No, I just feel that, given that tyrant's nature, even if we stay out of it, we might not necessarily have a good ending. Tell me your thoughts. Manhwa said slowly. Either join them, or don't let them into Caesar City. Sasaki stood up and sheathed his sword again. It is the knight's duty to protect Caesar's castle. We have something we should protect. But the knights are gone. If those wolves break into Caesar's city, whether they can even get in is another matter. Ayaka, don't you find it strange? The knights who govern Caesar City are gone. But has the city's operation been disrupted? Has the crime rate increased? Have the people started to live in fear? No, people are living better than before. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of a recent rumor. Manhwa thought for a moment. It seems like dancing fairies have appeared in Caesar City. They always manage to return all the stolen goods to the people, and the criminals also inexplicably fail during their crimes, as if their bodies are controlled by fairies. Now the rumors about fairies are everywhere, and criminals all keep their distance. The crime rate in Caesar City has not only not increased, but it's almost zero. Fairies. Sasaki remained noncommittal. Whether they are fairies or something else, in any case, Caesar City is not as fragile as it seems. In fact, it might be even more impregnable than when the knights were there. After listening to Sasaki's words and thinking about the various recent events, Ayaka couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sunset Mountains. Just as Ketchiro was about to write his observation report for the day, the scout Mage Layton, who was hiding in the tree, suddenly sounded the alarm. An ancient of War of the Night Elves has been discovered at the 8 o'clock position. What? Upon hearing this news, all the team members, including the brave Roman, emerged from their hiding place. Cagelo frowned. As far as I know, the nearest Night Elf tribe is more than 3,000 miles away. How come their offensive weapons are here? At this moment, Layton spoke again. No, that's not the ancient tree of war. That's the tree of calamity. Chapter 73. Sorry to bother you. Farewell. The tree of calamity? As soon as Layton spoke, the expressions of Cagelo and the others became serious. In contrast, they would much rather see the Night Elves' offensive weapons. It's not that the tree of calamity is stronger than the tree of war. In fact, in terms of combat power alone, the former doesn't even qualify to water the latter. But the appearance of the tree of calamity symbolizes the coming of a great catastrophe. The undead, plus the tree of calamity. It seems this era is indeed coming to an end. Humphrey, the Great Shield Knight, furrowed his thick eyebrows, his eyes filled with worry for the future. What should we do now? Go and take it down. The only woman in the party, and also the youngest adventurer, was the evangelist Mello, dressed as a nun. She clutched the silver cross to her chest, her eyes filled with a determination to purify the world of all its impurities. Roman shook his head. Besides being a harbinger of the great cataclysm, the tree of calamity is also a troublesome curse. Although killing it is not difficult, it will become very troublesome if one gets tainted by the curse. Let a team with an archbishop or high priest handle it. Oh. After a dozen seconds, Mello's reflexes suddenly kicked in. Wait. Roman, were you just saying you were disgusted with me? Roman pretended not to hear. Actually, we can look at it from a different angle. The appearance of the Tree of Calamity here may not necessarily be a bad thing. What if it starts fighting with the undead in the Sunset Mountains first? In fact, the Tree of Calamity was indeed not far from the edge of Su Yuan's territory. The appearance of this strange species is completely unexpected. It often happens when a tree in the forest mutates at some moment, gaining the ability to survive without soil, and thus begins a long, aimless journey. Generally speaking, it's like this. Tree of Calamity seems to have its own ideas. It seemed to automatically ignore all the scenery along the way, with only Su Yuan's territory in its eyes. However, after catching sight of the withered vegetation within its territory, which had already evolved 3 times, the Tree of Calamity suddenly stopped its advance. Then they quickly returned the way they came, never stopping for a moment. It's even faster now, on the Julu Plain, towards the Sunset Mountains. Why am I so unlucky? The fat man wailed as he ran forward frantically. Honestly, since following Brother Chun, this is the first time in his life he's seen any hope of successfully losing weight. First he was crippled by the Wild Boar King, then surrounded by abyss monsters, and just when he finally caught his breath, he was being chased by a strange tree that suddenly appeared. Every single time is a race against time. Every time, it's a frantic, life-or-death sprint. He's never run this fast when he's chasing after his goddess. The fat guy was speechless. He was a lazy bum who drank sugary drinks every day before he transmigrated. But in this godforsaken place, he was forced to become a marathon runner. What sins did I commit in my past life to have to encounter such a jinx? The most terrifying thing is that this jinx still has a disdainful expression on his face. Is it that scary? You're even speaking Mandarin now. Chun Gu was completely unconvinced. I don't think that strange tree is moving very fast. Even if we can't beat it, can't we just run away? I dare not say anything else, but in terms of escape experience, Brother Chun, you are indeed unparalleled. Even the lords of Sunset Mountain would probably have to admit defeat. Hearing his companions complain, Chun Gu quickly reassured everyone. At least we're lucky. Born into trouble with the Wild Boar King, greed knows no bounds, and when the abyss erupted, he didn't run away, almost ending up in his grave. He barely escaped with his life, and now he has to starve until dawn. He thought he could catch his breath, but it looks like he's about to die. The fat man was furious when he heard this. You call this good luck? Exactly. Look how angry she made the fat guy so much that he immediately started reciting a limerick. Calm down. You too. Look at it from a different perspective. We've faced so many life-or-death situations, and we're still alive and well. Aren't we lucky? As soon as he finished speaking, another walking tree emerged from the Sunset Mountains in front of him. Chun Gu. Brotherfield, you've been taking quite a while. Soon as Su Yuan walked to the first floor of the catgirl shop, he saw Sala sitting at the bar waiting for him. This fallen catgirl became much more humble. She was too embarrassed to ask for the money back and even offered to pay the bill for him. What? Suddenly rich? Su Yuan joked as he took the pitcher of beer Sala handed him. Sala said with a bitter expression, Don't make fun of me, brother. I'm just trying to apologize. He initially thought Su Yuan was an easy newbie to fool, until the latter pulled out a VIP card, and he realized he had tricked a big shot. Scarlet Catgirl's mansion isn't something you can just get with money. You also need a certain background and solid financial resources. People of that caliber could kill you 7 or 8 times over with just a few words. Sala dared not lie any further. Now he only hoped that Su Yuan would let him off the hook because he had treated him to a meal and not hold it against him. But in reality, Su Yuan didn't care about these trivial matters at all. He was now more interested in Sala himself. You're a businessman? Sala waved his hand. Half of him is a shrewd businessman. He'll make do with what he has, and he'll barely be able to make ends meet. Like the Catgirl Mansion aren't places that people who just want to make a living can visit often. What do you sell? Sell whatever makes money. So you mean, you have many sourcing channels? And a wide variety of goods. What do you want to do? Sala suddenly had a bad feeling. This time, the hole I dug might bury me. It's nothing. It's just that I might need to buy some materials from you in the future. Su Yuan thought for a moment. Refined iron, black iron, and the like. Based on previous procurement experience, peers can only provide a very limited amount of refined iron, which is unlikely to meet the needs of the territory, which is in a period of rapid development. Needless to say, Black Iron is even more so. In addition, Su Yuan also considered Caesar City's current special position. It wouldn't be surprising if it were subject to economic sanctions or trade blockade one day. Furthermore, there has been no movement from Liu Yufa's side for half a day, so it's probably impossible to count on him in the short term. Therefore, opening as many supply channels as possible is always a good idea. Refined iron, black iron. Salah's face showed a hint of difficulty. Is it difficult to handle? Not really. It's just that place, the land of blacksmiths. Salah hesitated. But then, remembering that he had lied to others first and fearing retaliation, he gritted his teeth and took a big gulp of wine. Since you want it, I'll do my best to get it for you. How much do you need? Give me 10 carriages of each. Puff. Chapter 74. Why do I never encounter such good things? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. While apologizing to the bartender cat girl who was wiping her face, Salah put down his draft beer and looked at Su Yuan with an expression as if he had been stabbed in the butt. Dude, are you trying to build an iron tower? He knew the man before him was no ordinary person, and he was prepared to take on large orders. But even so, he still hadn't expected the order to be this big. Is this a family of iron-eating beasts? You don't need to know what I'm doing. Just tell me, can you get this quantity? Su Yuan calmly placed the draft beer on the bar. He didn't intend to drink a drop of this beverage that was prepared out of his sight. Salah seemed conflicted, but finally nodded. Give me a week, and I'll deliver the goods in a week. You name a place for the transaction, and I'll have someone come to you. Considering the potential dangers Caesar City may face recently, Su Yuan plans to set up more trading points. Be flexible and adaptable to unforeseen circumstances. Then let's go to Silver City, south of Caesar City. I have some assets there, which can guarantee the safety of the transaction. As he spoke, Salah took out a silver-white badge. You can have your people take this Salon Merchant Guild badge to the Salon Mansion in Silver City to find me. Salah breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw Su Yuan accept the badge. He didn't dare stay any longer, so he slipped away under the pretext of preparing materials. Su Yuan did not leave immediately, but sat at the bar for a while longer. During that time, I observed various comments on the World Channel. More and more lords are discovering strange trees that can walk. He also learned that this strange tree was actually cursed. In some areas, the lords united and worked together with great effort to finally defeat a strange tree. However, within minutes, the militiamen and generals who participated in the battle began to turn red all over and suffer from unbearable itching. Farmers with low resistance even had spores and saplings growing on their bodies. Fortunately, the lords were decisive and acted swiftly, immediately executing the cursed peasants. Otherwise, these farmers would probably all become vegetative state patients before long. The militia were in no better shape. Although they showed no signs of becoming vegetative, they were weak in their limbs, empty in spirit, listless, and completely incapacitated. Even the warriors with high resistance have fallen into a state of high fever, their strength greatly reduced, and it is unknown how long it will take for them to recover. After scanning the World Channel, Su Yuan discovered that, apart from those lords who had settled in cities, almost everyone stationed in the wilderness had encountered this cursed strange tree. He immediately activated the surveillance he had left in the territory, but found no trace of the strange tree, nor any signs of foreign intrusion within the territory. I took another look in the regional chat room and found that Zhou Mingkai and others were also discussing this strange tree that could walk, but most of them were just guesses and conjectures. Only Lin Zixian, with the wide field of vision provided by the terrain, had occasionally caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a cursed tree. But after he sent a message in the regional chat room, and the entire army went on alert, the strange tree never appeared again. He even wondered if he was seeing things. Strange, the Sunset Mountains should be a desolate wilderness, so why aren't there any strange trees? To be honest, Su Yuan was quite looking forward to getting one, since it looked like a wild boss and might drop some good stuff. Then he saw a lord complaining on the World Channel that he didn't know how unlucky he had been in his past lives, that he had run into 2 strange trees in a row. Su Yuan expressed his envy, saying, "Why can't I have such good fortune? Oh well, what's meant to be will be, and what's not meant to be, you can't force." Caesar City is planned. There is a magic circle at the entrance of the library that uses an identity verification technique. You need to show your resident identification to pass through. Su Yuan immediately took out Munam's travel passport. Beep. Welcome, VIP member. This guy really does have members from all over the place. It did provide me with great convenience. As Su Yuan muttered to himself, he entered the library of Caesar City. Caesar's city has 7 floors and looks like a tilted Rubik's Cube from the outside. The interior layout here is very concise and simple, with bookshelves of all categories clearly displayed. You can also easily find the floor where the book you need is located by using the magic words that float in midair. It also comes with a precise navigation system, providing an excellent user experience. Su Yuan had a very strong sense of déjà vu after using these civilian facilities in Caesar City. It's probably just my imagination. After muttering something to himself, Su Yuan headed towards his goal, information related to the Abyss and Scatty. After scanning through the search results, Su Yuan found that there wasn't much valuable information. Regarding Scatty, he automatically filtered out information about local customs and tourist guides, focusing instead on the introduction of the royal family and the composition of various powerful departments. One thing that particularly interested him was the biography of King Wiseman of Scatty, a great emperor with outstanding achievements, unparalleled benevolence, compassion for his subordinates, diligence in governance, and beloved by his people. Of course, everyone knows this is pure nonsense, but it does mention the king's proudest ability, immortality. An assassin once broke into the palace to kill the sleeping Weitzman, but after stabbing him 17 times in vital areas, the awakened Weitzman killed him on the spot. Even more outrageous, at the beginning of Wiseman's reign, Scatty had a regional conflict with the Snow Kingdom. To stabilize morale, Wiseman personally led the army into battle. However, the Snow Kingdom's army, having received intelligence from insiders, ambushed him halfway. With his entire escort wiped out, he single-handedly withstood the frost baptism of 3,000 Snow Kingdom mages and miraculously escaped unscathed. Is this even human? The more Su Yuan looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed. But unlike the previous string of obviously fabricated descriptions, the following events were indeed true. King Scatty's immortality was common knowledge known to almost every citizen. This is also the reason why he was able to hold onto the throne for so many years despite his tyranny. Moreover, Su Yuan also learned that although Weitzman was a tyrant, he was not a foolish ruler. Under his rule, the territory of Scatty expanded almost every year. Thanks to the constant border skirmishes, Scatty's nobles and upper-class power holders made a fortune from the war, even taking the opportunity to sell slaves and engage in various gray and black transactions, becoming incredibly wealthy. These people are also loyal fans of Weitzman. In a sense, beneath that brutal and brainless exterior lies a set of imperial tactics. Su Yuan put away the books about Scatty and then turned his attention to the books about the Abyss. Compared to Scatty, there are very few books about the Abyss. After all, it's really hard to gain practical experience in that kind of place. And many people don't intend to understand it. Most people never have the chance to enter the Abyss in their lifetime. That's why the books about the Abyss here are covered in dust. Just as Su Yuan opened one of the dusty books on the subject, he made an extremely unexpected discovery. This is the language of the ancient gods. Chapter 75. Look, the child is so excited. The strange characters that appeared on the paper in front of him immediately caught Su Yuan's attention. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something was amiss. The text in this book is indeed the language of the ancient gods, but it differs from those I have seen before. In short, it lacks a touch of divinity. Whether it's the stone slabs and the statues or the buildings in the territory, the inscriptions on them give off an aura of vicissitude and vastness. The inscriptions left by the wind god are accompanied by the buff of gentle breezes, while the ancient divine language on the undead buildings is filled with deathly wailing. Their characteristics are very obvious, and you can tell at a glance that they are the handwriting of the gods. The interlayer pages in the book don't have this feeling. The text above is very rigid, as if it were copied verbatim. However, it is indeed an ancient divine language, and it requires the eye of God to decipher. With the complete divine eye on, the meaning of the words in Su Yuan's eyes immediately became clear. The eye of God has become complete, or because the ancient divine language in the book is of a lower level, but this time I was able to read the entire book without any obstacles. This is a historical document. Su Yuan suddenly remembered what Bujar had said before about the world being a historical recorder. This is a group of people who were born with the power to use the language of the ancient gods and are burdened with the mission of recording history. From birth, they are blessed by the ancient gods, possessing stronger bodies, longer lifespans, and even special resistance to abnormal states than others. However, they are also restricted by the ancient gods. They can never lie. The chosen historians are almost always unable to have spouses, let alone have children. The subconscious implanted in their minds will motivate them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of historical recording. Because the language of the ancient gods cannot be altered, and the recorders must be honest, the historical documents of this world are all genuine historical facts, without any trace of embellishment or alteration by the victors. It greatly helped Su Yuan understand the truth of this world. From the moment he connected the contents of the stone tablet with his own transmigration in the statue's space, Su Yuan had the idea of exploring the truth. Therefore, collecting historical documents is an essential process. However, he is currently in a stage where he is willing but unable to do so. He must first strengthen his power and ensure his own survival before he can gradually collect documents and uncover the truth. In addition, historical documents can help us better understand the structure of the world, including the true nature of various countries, the real past of some important historical figures, and precautions for various regions, and so on. It's much more useful than consulting materials written by others. After all, this thing is all about realism. Today's trip to the library was a pleasant surprise. This Abyss data book contained a total of 7 historical documents. Su Yuan glanced at them, and then put them all into his backpack. He would take a closer look when he returned to his territory. Then, he began to scan the library. The synthesized divine I could connect with the carriers that recorded the ancient divine language, essentially acting as a detector. But even after searching the entire library, Su Yuan only found 12 historical documents. The information recorded is very limited. Su Yuan was slightly disappointed, but it was better than nothing. After carefully collecting all the pages, Su Yuan didn't linger and immediately activated his teleportation ring to return to his territory in the Sunset Mountains. Upon returning to his territory, Su Yuan couldn't help but let out a soft eh. Using the vast range of perception provided by the gray vegetation, he discovered that many strange little things had appeared in the 4th week. Last time it was insects, this time it's leaves. It's not normal for a few leaves to suddenly keep drifting into your territory when there's no wind. Su Yuan immediately equipped himself with the moonlit set to block all detection, then called on Bugle and headed towards the edge of the territory, in the direction from which the fallen leaves were drifting. My lord, this is a high-level mental energy fluctuation. This scout mage is much more powerful than those rookies we've encountered before. Upon hearing what Bujal said, Su Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Caesar's city even arrived. Their own doorstep was already under surveillance. My lord, may I have this scout mage all to myself? Bugle pleaded earnestly. He had been asleep in the abyss for too long, and when he came out, he only encountered some insignificant people. Some of his skills had gradually become rusty, and he desperately needed a whetstone. Su Yuan turned to look at him. Although Bujal's downward mouth made him look extremely ferocious, Su Yuan could sense that he was actually quite happy. The feeling was like finding a really fun toy. Go for it. Yes, my lord. The bat spread its wings and soared into the sky. Su Yuan returned to his territory to reorganize his troops. Order all your undead to a state of combat readiness. Su Yuan trusted Bujier and knew of his extraordinary abilities. He was willing to give him a stage to showcase his talents. But just to be on the safe side, he still had to prepare a plan B in case the other side had a large number of people or was hiding some unexpected expert who could defeat Bujier. In that case, he could provide timely support. At this very moment, at the junction of the Sunset Mountains and the giant Deer Plain, beside the canal, there was a simple little tent set up, with a campfire in front of it, and the second team of heroes who had arrived were sitting around the fire. Only Roman's normal hero squad. This team has a rather bizarre overall style. This can be seen from what they eat. The meat roasting over the campfire is not animal meat or poultry, but dry branches and rotting leaves. If Chun Gu and the other two were here, they would definitely be able to tell at a glance. Isn't this the tree of calamity that is chasing them? A delicious curse. I haven't tasted it in so long. Beside the campfire, near the tent, a mage, his entire body shrouded in a gray magic robe, his face obscured, strained his hoarse voice, staring expectantly at the scorching leaves before him. Beside him, a round, fat man was also staring at the branches on the grill, his small eyes filled with a perverted look, and drool constantly dripping from the corner of his mouth. He seemed unable to speak, only making woo-woo sounds, which greatly displeased the Dark Queen with half her face ruined beside her. You fat pig, can you stay away from me? Beside her was a child who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old, except that only his head was human, while his body below the neck was entirely spider-like. At this moment, He was asking the Dark Queen beside him with an innocent and naive expression. Sister Slowfin, do you think there might be good people among the dead? I heard they protected the peace of Caesar City from the Snow Kingdom army. Huh? Pearl, do you know how annoying you are? Why are you asking such pointless questions again? Dark Queen Slowfin seemed very impatient. Let me tell you. Yes, that's right. They are good people. Even the most heinous criminals are good people in front of us. Upon hearing this, Pearl's innocent face suddenly contorted into a chillingly excited expression. That's fantastic. I love killing good people. Chapter 76 can be down to earth, but not Abbott-like. The Plague of Jetigal. The nickname of one of the 2 Dragon Slayer level hero teams registered with the Yedigar Adventurers Guild. It's easy to see from this nickname that this hero squad doesn't do anything related to heroes at all. The good deeds he has done since becoming a citizen are too numerous to list. No specific examples are needed. Ever since this strangely styled team of heroes appeared in Yedigar, the crime rate in the entire Yedigar has skyrocketed, the resident disease rate has skyrocketed, the frequency of bizarre events at night has skyrocketed, and there have even been 3 large-scale plagues within a year. The people of Jetigar were filled with resentment and wished they could expel these people from Jetigar. But as a small country nestled between Scatia and the Snow Country, Yedigar is not entirely free to choose its own path. A Dragon Slayer level hero team is rare even in major countries, and in Yedigar, they are treated like treasures. It was only thanks to the status of these 2 hero teams within the Adventurers Alliance that Yetigale could barely maintain a presence on the continent, preventing it from being completely powerless unless it be wiped out by the tyrant next door one day if he was displeased. Of course, the Jetigar disaster also has its merits. They don't act like divas like other hero teams. They'll take any job as long as the money is right. Thus, Yedigar quickly mastered the correct use of this hero squad, sending them out to other areas. Go and wreak havoc on other countries. Initially, many weak and declining nations warmly welcomed the imported heroes. After all, dragon-slaying level combat power is a trump card that major powers keep hidden and would not easily lend out. Yedigar, on the other hand, did the opposite, which was incredibly down-to-earth. But soon, these weaker nations discovered that things were far more complicated than they had imagined. Once upon a time, there was an unknown little country that was frequently harassed by an evil dragon. So it spent a lot of money to invite the disaster of Jetigar. And guess what happened? This small country endured 10 years under the claws of a dragon, but couldn't even last 10 days against a hero. A kingdom that even dragons couldn't destroy was annihilated by a hero. Faced with the repeated outrageous actions during the Jetigar disaster, people gradually realized, this isn't a team of heroes. This is practically a walking catastrophe. You can be down to earth, but you can't be from the imperial court. However, the disaster of Jetigal also made it famous. While smaller nations kept their distance from them, this eccentric team of heroes also came into the view of major powers. The surrounding major powers are also very willing to use this underworld mercenary force to deal with some issues that are difficult to handle openly, that ordinary heroes find difficult to handle in unexpected ways. Although it will leave behind a mess, it is not difficult for a major power to clean up the mess. In the presence of a major power, the disaster of Jetigar will be somewhat restrained. Of course, no major power would be so foolish as to invite them to be stationed permanently, and they don't like to be bound by the rules and regulations of a major power. Thus, this quirky team found its own delicate balance in a complex world, belonging to Jetigar, yet wandering all over the world. This time, they received another big order to exterminate the undead in the Sunset Mountains. The group was complaining about the long journey and the fact that none of the surrounding countries offered accommodation, forcing them to endure the elements. However, as soon as they arrived at the Jalu Plain, they saw 2 trees of calamity. The pent-up frustration in my heart vanished instantly. The delightful picnic began. While waiting for their meal, the scout mage Shillian and the group began to explore the Sunset Mountains. Shillian, have you forgotten that one of the precautions given by the Snow Country is that scouting spells are prohibited from being used indiscriminately? A hoarse voice rang out, but the face beneath the gray magic robe remained turned toward the grill, as if the reminder was just a casual remark. Compared to his companion's violation, the food on the grill was more of a concern. Artesh, shut your filthy mouth. Don't you know that scout mages are forbidden from interfering with each other during reconnaissance? After saying that, Shilling returned to his focused exploration. After all, cursed leaves are not common. For Shilling, who uses leaves as a medium and curses as a means, the branches and leaves of the Tree of Calamity are the perfect reconnaissance tools. We should make the most of it before the curse effect disappears. God knows how long it will be before I feel this perfect connection again. Before Shilin was a cloud of black mist, into which his consciousness was immersed. 13 different curses were contained, 10 of which he could control at will, while the other 3 were still in the process of being tamed, including the curse of the Tree of Calamity that he had just acquired. With each additional curse, the accuracy of his detection spells would increase by a level. This is also his greatest asset. Among all media, leaves are already considered extremely inconspicuous. In addition, ordinary countersurveillance spells detect magical fluctuations, and after replacing the magic spell with a curse spell, it becomes even more difficult to be detected by ordinary countersurveillance spells. Therefore, when he sensed a mental force sweeping across the medium, Schilling didn't pay much attention, nor did he sever the connection with the medium like Kevin did. He even had the leisure to argue with Artesius. However, just as he was sinking his consciousness back into the black mist, preparing to extract information from the medium, he suddenly discovered that another figure had appeared in the black mist he was investigating. Schilling's alarm bells went off instantly, and he went into a state of high alert. A spiritual entity? Who are you? He asked the question, but he didn't give the other party any time to respond. He directly manipulated a curse in the form of a strange mist around him to invade the other party. Before the other party could react, the curse coiled around them, entered their body, and began to ferment. Grayish, black lines gradually appeared on the figure's body, and wisps of black energy emanated from it. A faint smell of blood could even be detected. Not a spiritual entity, but a physical entity? Schilling frowned. How could a physical entity enter his consciousness space? However, a physical object is better. The effects of the curse will be more pronounced. The once tall figure was now emaciated beyond recognition. The rising black mist seemed to be constantly taking away his flesh, his blood, his bones, and his life. Only when the figure was about to be evaporated into a pool of blood by the black mist did Xylan reveal a strange, eerie laugh. You seem quite strong, being able to directly intrude into my consciousness. Shilin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. I love collecting the soul fragments of the strong. Die, perish, become sacrifices to my cursed creations, and then be used by me. Schilling was in a frenzy, trembling with excitement at gaining another powerful soul. However, at that moment, the pool of blood that was about to spill onto the ground suddenly twisted and twitched, and then mysteriously disappeared. Schilling's eyes widened. A hallucination? Using questions to distract the opponent and launch a surprise attack? A good strategy, but unfortunately, Bujar's figure gradually came into view behind Schilling. You're too weak. Chapter 77. This curse is amazing. The sudden sound behind him made Xylan's heart skip a beat. Every hair on his body stood on end instantly. Almost instinctively, he tried to pull his consciousness out of this space. However, he failed. We can't get out. Schilling's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered anything so bizarre. This is my own consciousness space. My own consciousness is trapped in my own consciousness space. Is this possible? Is this reasonable? Is this even possible for a human to do? When Boogle's arm pierced through Shiren's body, and when Shiren saw the wings unfolding behind the man in front of him, he suddenly realized the other party was indeed not human. Demon. Oh. Bogle withdrew his demon claw, which still bore a remnant of his spirit, while Shiren's figure appeared at the other end of the consciousness space. Body, he condensed, became a little more illusory. If this happened outside, this blow could crush his heart. You are indeed much stronger than the weaklings I've encountered before. As he spoke, Bogle put the remaining spirit in his hand into his mouth and chewed it a couple of times. The taste is alright, but it smells a bit. Did they put too much curse on it? Comment on the taste of his soul as if it were a dish. Even Xylan, who took pleasure in collecting the souls of powerful individuals, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What's with this too much salt vibe? That's a curse. Shiren knew very well that when he abandoned traditional magic spells and turned to the embrace of cursed spells, his body and even his soul had already been completely dedicated to the curse. In this space, besides the 13 curses, there is a 14th curse, himself. He himself is a collection of curses. Moreover, in terms of strength, it surpasses those 13 curses. If any fool were to devour Shillin's body or soul, they would most likely be tormented by the curse, suffering unbearable pain, and then watching their life slowly come to an end in a bone-deep despair. But clearly, the demon before us is not among them. He was like a gourmet, not only uncorrupted by the evil curses, but he purified them all with his mouth. This is the most bizarre, yet simplest and most brutal way of eliminating a curse that Xylan has ever seen in his life. At the same time, he realized that the horror of the demon in front of him was far beyond his imagination. A Demon King level being? Shilin was both shocked and puzzled. But I remember, there's no one like you among the new generation of Demon King candidates? They've already started choosing a new Demon King? Bulgul cracked his neck, his face revealing little emotion. That kid Grony hasn't even had a chance to settle in before he's been ousted? Grony? Upon hearing the name, Xylan shuddered all over as if in a stress response. The Dark Lord's fame still resounds throughout the entire continent. That is the darkness that haunts countless people's midnight dreams, a shadow that can never be erased in their lifetime. If it hadn't suddenly disappeared 10 years ago, the demons in the spatial rift would most likely have already achieved racial unification and begun their invasion of the real world. Even though he wasn't a demon, Shirin knew that Grony had a very high reputation within his clan. Almost no one dared to disrespect him or call him by his name directly. Even in private, they would respectfully address him as Lord Demon King. But the man in front of him said the name without any emotion, and even called him boy. What is your relationship with the Dark Lord? It doesn't matter. BJUR remained expressionless. He's just my son. Shilling. His first reaction was that it was impossible. I've never heard of the Night Demon King having a father before. The demons all say that he is a Demon King born from the void, a genius who has the potential to ascend to godhood and become a demon god. It must be a rhetoric trap deliberately set by the opponent to intimidate me. Shilling quickly adjusted his mindset, while a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Your Excellency, do we have any grudge against you? As Shilling spoke, he secretly mobilized all the controllable curses. How ridiculous. Buggles seemed to want to give a mocking smile, but the drooping corners of his mouth only made him look distorted, though the contempt in his eyes was extremely obvious. I still vividly remember how excited and agitated you were just now. Did you have the same question in your mind at that time? Of course, there are far too many insects that dare to offend me, and whether I kill them or not is entirely up to my mood. But you. Bukhar became indifferent again. It is no longer as simple as offending me. For attempting to spy on my lord, you are guilty beyond redemption for this one crime alone. Upon hearing this, Shilin suddenly understood. You're from the Sunset Mountains. At this moment, he was already cursing the Adventurers Guild that issued the quest to the bone in his mind. They just say there are undead here, but how come they can't see such a huge demon? They even said the undead here are just beginning to appear, and their ranks are still very low. But damn it, demons at the Demon King level have already appeared. After venting his frustrations, Shilin had to be on high alert, knowing that this was an inevitable battle. If I hadn't been trapped here, I could have had so much more room to maneuver. Asking a scout mage skilled in curses to fight a demon of the Demon King level 1-on-1 is really asking too much of a question. Shilling's best fighting style is to first detect the enemy's strength and movement trajectory, and then use the information he has to ambush them. But this battle completely deviated from his usual template. The opponent gave him neither the opportunity to probe, nor did the terrain offer him any advantage to unleash his old cunning techniques. However, as the scout mage of the Dragon Slayer hero squad, he naturally possesses a unique set of trump cards. Just as he was talking to Buggle, a thick, fog-like curse quietly spread out, and now the two of them were surrounded by a hazy mist, obscuring their vision and blocking their senses. Let's stall for as long as we can. Shilling now only hopes that his teammates will notice the anomaly and break the blockade from the outside. In fact, the other team members also noticed something amiss. The spider, like Boy, Perrer, possessed superhuman eyesight and was the first to notice something was wrong. Look, Uncle Shilling is sweating. Has something happened to him? Huh? Hey, Shilling, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The hot-tempered older sister, Sloven, was about to kick him. Shoo, Artisu raised his index finger, directly interrupting the spellcasting. Don't you know that scout mages are not allowed to be disturbed during their reconnaissance? Chapter 78. My teammates are all scum of the earth. Why hasn't anyone come to help me yet? Even amidst the thick fog, Shilin was still in a sorry state. The dispersing thick fog could be considered his trump card, a unique move for both offense and defense, especially the curse effect that interferes with the five senses, which was a debuff tailor-made for a cunning old fox like him. It could produce unexpected effects even without cover. This tactic had been almost invincible before encountering Buggle, but this time it hit a brick wall. Simply put, Bukart doesn't need the five senses at all. Moment a sharp mental force pierced through the thick fog and locked onto Xylan. This cunning old fox knew he was doomed. At the same time, he also realized one thing. The opponent's forte was not swallowing curses whole, but mental bursts. Mental magic is an extremely difficult high-level technique to master, and this demon's control over mental power has reached a level of perfection. Schilling desperately wanted to escape, but he couldn't. This is supposed to be my own personal space, yet I feel absolutely no sense of control over it. On the contrary, the demons on the other side can easily move through it, and even change the structure and shape of the entire space. In this kind of spiritual confrontation, Schilling was no match at all. He had used every trick in the book, unleashing every curse he knew, and employing various combination techniques. He even broke through in the heat of battle, gaining control of another curse. But it was all in vain. In the face of absolute power, there was no difference between an ant and a slightly stronger ant. Faced with a tremendous life or death crisis, a surge of madness welled up in Shilin's heart, and he decided to risk his life and fight to the death. Summoned all the curses back to his side. At this moment, these curses seemed somewhat weak. In the face of that terrifying demon, even the highest level shadow curse was completely suppressed. Shilin looked at the curses surrounding him. They were all things he had gradually cultivated from a small ball of resentment. You are like children I raised myself, so. Shilin's face instantly contorted into a ferocious expression. Now is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves and repay the debt of your upbringing. Destroy, shatter, all of you become my power. He crushed all the curses in one go, and with each curse that exploded, his aura grew stronger, and at the same time, he became more and more inhuman. Only when his eyeballs turned completely red, the whites of his eyes turned completely black, an uncontrollable, eerie smile appeared on his face, and dark patterns appeared all over his body, did Shilin's self-enhancement end. At this point, he had become a complete curse. They've completely gone berserk. He used magic to hide his last remaining sense of self deep within his soul, which was also his only remaining hope. As long as those guys realize something's wrong and unite, they'll have a fighting chance even against the Demon King. I might still survive. After giving himself a mental suggestion, Shilin's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, completely surrendering control of his body to the curse. Outside the black mist space, the members of the Jeddigar Disasters squad had already surrounded Shilin. Shilling's health was deteriorating, and he was acting very strangely. They were neither blind nor stupid, so they naturally wouldn't just sit idly by. But H and the others also encountered a thorny problem. They didn't know how to wake Shirin. In their eyes, Shilin was like someone caught in a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. He was covered in cold sweat. His face was contorted, and he was in pain. But he kept his eyes closed the whole time, and even though Slovin had broken 2 of his ribs, he still didn't wake up. Would it be better if we put him on the fire to roast? Peral offered a very childish suggestion. Arts immediately agreed. The scent of the curse is almost wafting out. Roundy wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, while Slowfin had already drawn the leather whip from his waist. In fact, Schilling made a big mistake from the very beginning. He believed that the blockade came from the outside. But in reality, Buggle didn't actually seal off this space of consciousness. What he sealed off was Shirin's consciousness. From the moment Shilin saw that figure, he had already fallen into the illusion that Bugger had prepared for him, completely losing himself in the vast and boundless spiritual world. All his struggles seemed like child's play to Buggle, and Buggle only needed a single thought to kill him. Bang! Just as Slowfin's whip was about to fall, the black mist space in front of Shilin suddenly exploded, and a strange gray-black mist spread out. All the squad members nimbly dodged the impact of the explosion, each staring warily at the misty area. I thought it would be a great toy, but who knew it would end up being so boring? A voice devoid of emotion came from the mist, and as the mist dissipated, the demon's figure was revealed. But what truly shocked them was not Bujar's towering figure, nor the demonic wings that had unfurled behind him, but the human figure he held in his hand. Or perhaps, it couldn't be called human. That is, a cursed spirit, primarily composed of consciousness, formed from a mixture of various curses. As he uttered this conclusion, Slowfin's eyelid twitched involuntarily. This thing was extremely disgusting, but also extremely terrifying. And this very cursed entity, which sends chills down one's spine at a single glance, was being held by the neck by the demon with one hand, suspended in midair, barely clinging to life. This guy. is at least a Demon King level. Paral abandoned her previous innocent demeanor, and the veins on her once delicate face gradually became bulging as if she were facing a formidable enemy. The others, ignoring the scorching branches and leaves, drew their weapons, ready to face any battle that might break out at any moment. You could have lived a little longer, but alas, Buggle paid no attention to the members of the hero's party around him. A toy without a soul doesn't even deserve to be trampled on. With that, Buggle tightened his knuckles, and the terrifying cursed spirit in his hand instantly transformed into a burst of filth, scattering across the ground, never to rise again. At the same time, Shillen's body convulsed, and the expression on his face finally froze on the pain of facing infinite fear. The other team members all looked solemn. They had suspected something when they first saw the cursed aggregate, and now that Shiren had completely lost his vital signs, it confirmed their suspicions. Just then, a sharp and unstoppable black light suddenly surged out from the tent that had been propped up. They cut off Bukar's right arm. Master Brave? Chapter 79. This hero is utterly despicable. All eyes were drawn to the tent, their expressions varying degrees of shock. Buggle had a section of his arm cut off, but his face remained expressionless. He was just a little puzzled because he hadn't found anyone in the tent when he scanned it with his mental power. Methods to isolate detection? As Bujar murmured, a loud voice also came from inside the tent. You killed our scout mage. I'll settle this score with you. Buggle shook his shoulders, and a new arm grew out. He even shook it to get used to it, and it seemed no different from before. Then he looked at the tent again, seemingly waiting for the other person to finish speaking. I will definitely remember that. The moment the words fell, a figure shot out of the tent like an arrow, but the direction was completely opposite to where Bugger was. I knew it. Only then did the expressions on the faces of the Jatigal Disaster squad members finally return to normal. This is the squad leader they know, Fred, the record holder for the 100,000-meter race in Yedigar, a dragon slayer who has never accepted a mission above diamond level since his encounter with the evil dragon, good for nothing but running away from home. You think you can get me to fight the Demon King by paying me for low-level undead? Are you kidding me? Fred ran incredibly fast, and he spoke with great conviction. This was a perfectly legitimate escape. What? That Demon King killed the scout mage in the party? What does that have to do with me? The scout mage is such an overused class. We can just hire one more. Besides, that guy was originally recruited as emergency rations. When the other team members saw Fred running away with the bucket, they all used their own methods to follow him closely. He seemed to have seen it all before and was quite adept at it. It only took 2 breaths for the area around Buggle to be cleared of adventurers. When it comes to escaping skills, Chun-Gu and the other 2 would all be ashamed and bow their heads in shame. The tense atmosphere suddenly collapsed completely. They couldn't handle it if they just gave it to Bujal. To be honest, during his years as the Demon King, he wiped out countless hero teams, but this kind of art style is truly the first time I've ever seen one. One can only lament that each generation of heroes is worse than the last. Paral was the most agile in the group, barely able to keep up with Fred's speed. Hero, are you really not going to fight that demon? I'd really like to see you in action. What? You expect me to go and die? Fred sneered, his face saying, you're dreaming, and his pace increased rather than decreased. Paral immediately followed up. But even if you run like that, you might not be able to outrun the demon. It can fly. Why should I outrun the devil? I only need to outrun you. Paral. Of course, Bujar did not actually intend to pursue them. On the one hand, these people are as slippery as eels, and if they cannot be confined to a closed space, they will be difficult to kill. On the other hand, he looked at his right arm. Wisps of black smoke were rising from there. Although the severed arm has grown back, it was clearly still somewhat affected internally. That hero, he was indeed very fast, but his strength was also truly formidable. My lord. Bujar suddenly turned around and bowed. Su Yuan removed his concealment robe, revealing his figure, and stared at Bujal's arm, which was emitting black energy. It's just a minor injury, my lord. There's no need to worry. Without saying a word, Su Yuan threw out a bottle of red potion. Buggle had just killed Shillen, leveling him up to level 8 and unlocking the new World Channel feature, the Mysterious Shop. This advanced healing elixir was purchased there, costing 1,000 gold per bottle. Bujar quickly caught it. After seeing the object in his hand clearly, his bulging eyes became even more horrifying. This is red dragon blood. Alex, the Red Dragon Queen, is known as the Dragon of Life. Her blood possesses extremely powerful healing abilities, capable of reviving even the most severely wounded and dying warriors. Bukhar's face looked increasingly ferocious and cold, but his heart was burning with excitement. Just because I suffered a minor injury, the Lord actually produced such a divine medicine of this caliber. I vow to follow the Lord to the death, forever and ever. Su Yuan nodded calmly, but he was quite surprised. Perhaps because he leveled up too quickly, no one had bought the items in the mysterious shop yet. There were 50 bottles of advanced healing elixir, available for a limited time and in limited quantities. Moreover, they did not require rare currencies such as boundary stones and boundary jade, but were only in gold. Since he had plenty of money, Su Yuan immediately bought them all. Just then, Bulgal was injured. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to test his skills? So he threw out a bottle, wanting to test the effects of the secret medicine, but he didn't expect it to excite Bulgal so much. Temporarily setting aside his overwhelming emotions, Su Yuan focused his gaze on the pile of cursed mixture on the ground. He had just been standing on the edge of the Sunset Mountains, using the moonlit suit to shield himself from detection, the concealment robe to hide his figure, and the disguise mask to enhance his vision, monitoring the battle situation throughout. The moment Su Yuan saw Bulgal's arms severed by the black light, he was already prepared to have his generals lead the undead army into battle. But to his surprise, the other party, who was speaking righteously just a second ago, turned around and ran away the next moment. Looking at the scout mage lying on the ground, his body still warm, Su Yuan felt sorry for him. So, he decided to make the most of him. A night parade of 100 demons. The moment Bujal crushed the cursed spirit, Su Yuan sensed that the spirits surrounding him were showing an intense desire to devour it. At this moment, Su Yuan released his control, and hundreds of souls surged out, instantly cleaning up the filth on the ground. After 3 campaigns against the Abyss monsters and the interception of the Snow Kingdom army, Su Yuan's 100 ghosts are now trending towards becoming 1,000 souls. After cleaning up the pile of cursed remains on the ground, these spirits underwent significant changes, more than any of the previous times they had been devoured. They were all enveloped in a trace of curse aura, and due to the spiritual nature of the soul itself, their compatibility with the curse would reach a peak, and they could even use the power of the curse directly without the aid of curse incantations. Next, all you need to do is nurture them slowly until these curses grow stronger, and the souls under your command will become an extremely terrifying fighting force. Su Yuan withdrew his soul and then began to collect information from Shilin's body. Obtain proof of residency in Yedigar *1. Obtain 6 cursed leaves. Obtain cursed spells, from beginner to burial *1. Obtained wind spirit emblem *1. Obtain golden eye *1. Obtain magic logbook, master copy *1. And a whole bunch of other miscellaneous equipment. Leaving aside the equipment for the moment, Su Yuan turned his attention to the props, especially magic logbook, master copy. Each master copy contains 100 pages of recording paper. Information written on the recording paper using magic will be simultaneously displayed on the master copy. When Su Yuan saw this, the first thing that came to mind was a fax machine. Very good, the communication device between Caesar City and Caesar City is in place. Chapter 80 Reckless driving leads to tears from loved ones. In fact, when Su Yuan gave Warren the mission not long ago and instructed Pierce to pay attention to the movements of unusual people near Caesar City, he had already discovered the limitation of lacking communication tools. Lords can communicate with each other through world channels and regional chat rooms, but there is no channel for instant communication with their subjects. Even with the eye of surveillance, it's only one-sided observation, and it carries a great deal of uncertainty. It cannot guarantee that it can keep track of the situation in Caesar City at every moment. The invention of the magic record book solved this problem perfectly. If any emergency occurs in Caesar City, Pierce can contact him using the record sheet, and he can then confirm the situation through the eye of surveillance so that he can respond immediately. In particular, the master copy of this notebook has a built-in reminder function. It will immediately alert you whenever information from the child copy is transmitted. A standard tool for high-level reconnaissance mages, and is also the foundation for many forces' pre-battle preparations and information gathering. Now that it's in Su Yuan's hands, the management and integration of his territories can be accelerated considerably. It can be said that it came at a very opportune time. Then turn your attention to the Golden Eye and the Wind Spirit emblem. Golden Eye, an eyeball crafted from pure gold. It is a core component of a certain building block and can be used to activate a mechanism within the Buttalack Palace. Offering it 30 gold coins unlocks Insightful View, allowing you to easily see through traps set by thieves below level 5. Wind Spirit Emblem, a small and exquisite emblem containing a spirit blessed by the wind god. Wearing it grants a slight speed boost for a short period. This is a small piece of equipment that everyone gets during the Scourge of Jetigal. It makes you run fast. It's also very useful for me. Su Yuan really needed such an accelerator. When he encountered the watchdog in the last abyss, he realized that he had shortcomings in speed and agility. If it weren't for the unknown but kind-hearted demon lady, he would probably have lost the return scroll as his trump card. Su Yuan immediately tried it out. That's incredibly light-footed. Doing. Su Yuan looked at the wild rabbit he had accidentally run over and killed, then glanced at the words minor improvement in the description and fell into deep thought. A wild rabbit. Are the wild beasts starting to appear again? Su Yuan turned his head to look at the branches and leaves that were roasting over the fire. It seems like I finally understood. He immediately opened the exchange. The price of food had risen to 60 gold per unit. The beggars have reappeared in the world chat, and the situation is even worse than when I first transmigrated. The reason is quite simple. The people under his command also need to eat. There was no food before because we couldn't defeat wild beasts. Now there is no food because we can't find any wild beasts. Peasants at the beginning, which lord has survived to this stage, doesn't have some troops. Those with dozens of militia are considered to be at the bottom of the military strength ranking. Every day, you have to manage the food, drink, and daily necessities of dozens or even hundreds of people as soon as you open your eyes. Who can stand that? The key point is, if you don't give them food and water, their loyalty will drop. At this moment, the world channel was filled with cries of despair. Guys, do you have any food left? 5,000 gold for 100 units. Please save the child, give me some food. I feel the militiamen are looking at me more and more strangely. If I don't get any food soon, I'll become their food. +1. My neighbor hasn't cooked for 3 days, and the militia has rebelled. I haven't been given food for 2 days either, and I don't even dare to check the loyalty level now. Are you all out of your minds? We've already experienced a food crisis. Don't you know how to stockpile food in advance? Clear land for farming. Raise pigs. Livestock. What have you all been doing? Give me a break. How many people would even think of these things? And even if they did, how many could actually do them? Do you think farming is easy? Raising pigs is simple? And animal husbandry is even more complicated. I have a friend who lost 9 sheep in 3 days of herding. He was so regretful. Exactly. 9 years of compulsory education didn't teach us how to farm. Can't you learn on your own if you weren't taught? Can't you ask the locals around you? I don't believe there aren't villages, herders, and farmers around you. To put it bluntly, you're just lazy. Fine, you're so great, okay? If you're really that awesome, then hurry up and put the food on the shelves. What's the use of just talking nonsense? Show us some real results to be convincing. You're dreaming. If you just looked into the market conditions in the surrounding cities, you'd know that food is a real scarce resource right now. Not only at the Lord's Exchange, but everywhere. Food prices are skyrocketing. A great famine is clearly on the horizon. I'd be crazy to give away the food I have. His words caused the entire world channel to freeze for 2 seconds. Then once again, cries of agony filled the air. Are you even human? You're buying food that costs 60 gold each in a flash. Why weren't you grabbing it this fast when it was 3 gold per unit? Is there anyone kind enough to put some more food on the shelves? I'll pay 70 gold per unit. Clearly, the food in the exchange was sold out, and almost no new food items are available. Suddenly, someone shouted in the world chat. Holy crap, who the hell put up 1,000 units of food? Even though it costs 80 gold, it's incredibly generous at a time like this. If my gold reserves weren't already depleted, I would have bought it immediately. Level 80 gold? That's a level 80 boss. See that? This is a real big shot. The guy upstairs who's just showing off should go to sleep. So what if he's a big shot? At this point in time, if he doesn't hold on to his food, how dare he put it up for sale? He'll realize his mistake when he can't spend his money. This statement immediately drew a flood of warm greetings. In everyone's eyes, Su Yuan was like a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering, and he couldn't tolerate others pointing fingers at him. That guy wanted to retort, but he had reached his limit for speaking, so he could only stand at attention and take the flak. In a fit of frustration, he shut down the world chat. Everyone had their fill of roasting, the tide turned, and they started making all sorts of suggestive remarks about Su Yuan again. I love you, 80s boss. You're my dream girl. Don't fight me upstairs, I'm a girl. Opposites are only for procreation. True love lies between people of the same sex. Boss, come fencing. How can you be sure that 80 Balak is a man? What if she's a cute girl? Big-breasted cute girl. Su Yuan. He quickly turned off the increasingly bizarre world channel and happily accepted 80,000 gold coins. Another significant financial boost for him, who had recently spent a large sum of gold to purchase advanced healing elixir. The concept of sustainable development has already been proposed. Although this person is being heavily criticized right now, once this food crisis is over, more and more people will surely understand the same principle. After 2 food crises, the Lord should have learned their lesson. It will be difficult to find such a good opportunity to make money again next time. In the future, there should be many lords in agriculture and animal husbandry. As long as there is no large-scale locust plague, epidemic, or famine, the possibility is not high. Taking all these factors into consideration, Su Yuan sold off 90% of his food stock this time, including the cured and smoked meats he had previously made. After receiving a tip from Lu Yufa, he began a large-scale buying spree and stockpiling. Su Yuan deserves much credit for the current high food prices. He's a seasoned dealer. This is what it means to pump and dump. After obtaining a large sum of money, Su Yuan opened the mysterious shop. I have to say, this feature that unlocks at level 8 is really useful. The items sold inside are all rare. Even the life-saving artifact, Return Scroll, is available, but it requires 1 boundary jade. With 1 Return Scroll still in hand, Su Yuan decided not to buy it for the time being. You can buy other more valuable things with the boundary jade. For example, Spirit Tower design blueprints. Su Yuan had wanted to build defensive structures for a long time, such as passes and watchtowers. He had been dreaming about them. Now we finally see hope. However, purchasing this item requires 2 boundary jade. I only have 1 left now. The good news is that, judging from how the first one was obtained, getting more shouldn't be too difficult. Killing royalty will grant you world jade. There seem to be quite a few royalty in this world. Of course, the mysterious shop also contains all sorts of other rare items. Shadow Cloak, Sage's Cloak, Teleportation Scepter, Guardian Ring, Fountain of Life, Dragon Power, Archangel's Sword, Klein's Escape Dagger, and so on. Unfortunately, the item used to exchange for these treasures. I've never even heard of it. Fortunately, these treasures are all permanent items, and you can unlock them gradually. Items that can be purchased with gold are limited in quantity and for a limited time. Besides advanced healing elixir, there are also transforming dust, purification potion, magic potion, etc. Previously, Su Yuan didn't have that much money, so he only bought the most useful-looking advanced healing elixir. Now that he has money again, he simply emptied the store. Anyway, there's still a considerable surplus. Meanwhile, in Xianing Village, 108,000 miles away. Ever since the auction house incident, Shunlang realized the importance of leveling up, staying up all night every day to level up. His dark circles were almost as bad as a panda's. It was enough to make even the King of Scrolls cry. I've finally reached the crucial level 8. Shunlang's excitement was palpable. He eagerly opened the world channel, found the mysterious shop button, and pressed it with anticipation. Then, grasp. Looking at the rows of sold-out items in front of him, Shunlang had a damn it in his mind that he didn't know whether he should say or not. Who is so uncivilized? At least leave some for the kids. Lang Ji's mentality completely collapsed. To test the duration and durability of the Wind Spirit Emblem, Su Yuan did not take the demon flight home, but instead set off on foot. Finally, after killing 3 rabbits, 2 bison, and a wild horse, Su Yuan finally found the correct way to control the Wind Spirit Emblem. At the same time, he also discovered another function of the Moonlit set, shock absorption. If it weren't for the Moonlit Knight set constantly helping to absorb shock and reduce force, plus providing damage immunity, given my high rate of being involved in traffic accidents, my small frame would probably have fallen apart long ago. Upon returning to his territory, Su Yuan yawned. I'll look at the historical documents tomorrow, and those people targeting me. I need to start investigating them tomorrow as well. As he was thinking, Su Yuan pulled out a pillow he had casually taken from a room on the 3rd floor of the Scarlet Catwoman mansion and leaned his head against it. That feels good. Outside Caesar's city, in a dark, dense forest, a tree of calamity crashed down. But upon closer inspection, you'll find that it's not dead at all. On the contrary, it's very active, plucking off its own branches and leaves, and then spreading them out on its lying trunk to form a comfortable cushion. Well done. A girl floated down from the sky and landed on the cushion that had been laid out by the tree of calamity. Faced with the girl's praise, the tree of calamity swayed its sparse branches and leaves, like a well-behaved pet being patted on the head by its owner. "Little Anna, have you discovered something?" As soon as the girl sat down, the void beside her distorted, and then a magic circle lit up, from which a hunched figure leaning on a peach wood staff emerged. "Uncle Gossman, I heard some really funny things." Anna, sitting on the tree of calamity, put her hands on her hips, her beautiful ruby eyes filled with undisguised laughter. Fred and his gang are natural comedians. Even their banter during their escape was so funny. Anna laughed happily, while Gossman looked serious. For you to be able to spy on them so brazenly, the scout mage in their team is most likely already run away. At this moment, a female warrior with a broadsword on her back and a very powerful figure walked over. She frowned slightly. Although this group is indeed very good at running away, they are not weak. If they hadn't encountered a tough opponent, they wouldn't have retreated so decisively. "Do you know who they're fighting? Or who's chasing them?" Anna shook her head. "I only saw how disheveled they were when they ran away, but the little rabbits on the plains told me some information. A guy covered in black armor with a red cloak swaying behind him killed his companion with the blessing of the Wind Spirit emblem." The Wind Spirit emblem? Could this be the person who killed Shilin? That's not necessarily true. I also overheard Slowfin and H's conversation through the other little cuties on the plains. It seems they encountered a powerful demon. To be able to kill Shilin while everyone from the Scourge of Yedigar was present, and to force them to evacuate, this is probably not just a powerful demon. At least at the Demon Lord level, the broadsword warrior Rebecca analyzed. But none of the current Demon Lord candidates can achieve that. Could it be Grani's back? The moment the idea popped into their minds, the entire team shuddered. "Anna, go and inform Roman that the original plan is temporarily put on hold, and that we must inform the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible. Should we wait for Fred and the others to share the information they have before making a decision? You expect those guys to share intelligence? They'd probably be happy if we just blindly rushed into the Sunset Mountains and then watched us make a fool of ourselves." Lien, the lord of the extreme cold ice palace, is using stealth and invisibility to cautiously advance into the heart of the Sunset Mountains. They were about to enter the core area of Su Yuan's territory. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, its nose almost touching his. Even though her face was absolutely stunning, it still caused great intimidation to the Beijing Film Academy. What terrified him even more was the extremely frightening words spoken beneath that stunningly beautiful face. "Your shadow is nice. Can I borrow it for a few days?" Chapter 81. Grandma. If you kick me like that, I might die. The heart of the student at Beijing Film Academy plummeted. Although he is an extremely rare, exceptional warrior, much stronger than ordinary warriors, he also has greater potential and may even become a legend or hero in the future. However, its specialties are stealth and invisibility. Lord Hualien's training direction is also towards developing a shadow assassin, and it is still in its growth stage. Many combat skills still need time to be honed. Suddenly encountering such a dangerous individual whose identity, strength, methods, and even gender were unclear, it would be a lie to say that the Beijing Film Academy was not nervous. After all, before setting off, the Lord had repeatedly instructed me to avoid battle as much as possible, and that returning unharmed was the most important thing. What he couldn't understand was that he had been very careful. Even when he was in stealth and invisibility mode, he still moved very lightly, very slowly, and very cautiously, and he shouldn't have been discovered even when face to face. As an intelligence operative who came all the way from the snow country, Beiying never imagined that Su Yuan had already planted a true side-eye here. That's exactly what we need to guard against, someone skilled in stealth and invisibility. Beiying had no idea that no matter how careful he was, and Jie could still see his every move clearly. Of course, the current situation didn't allow Beiying to think too much. In a single exchange, he had already drawn his dagger. Where's my dagger? Your knife is quite nice, but unfortunately, my pockets are full." Under the incredulous gaze of the Beijing Film Academy, Jie placed the index finger of his left hand, gloved in a pristine white glove, against the tip of his usual dagger, then tightened his grip on the hilt with his right hand. Ting! With a sound of metal breaking, the blade made of fine iron was snapped in two. The crucial point is that the Beijing Film Academy had no idea when the other party had taken the dagger that was always close to their body. In other words, if the other party wanted to cut their own kidney, wouldn't that be easy? The Beijing Film Academy instantly realized that the two sides were simply not on the same level. Almost instinctively, the Beijing Film Academy turned around and ran. However, as he turned around, he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his legs. But the stunning white figure didn't move at all. He just looked at him with a beautiful, yet slightly sickly smile. The gaze gradually shifted downwards. Beiying felt a chill run down her spine. Her gaze followed the other person's eyes downwards, and she couldn't help but gasp. The one restricting her was not someone else, but her own shadow. As a master of stealth, Beiying is most familiar with shadows, which are his best companions. But, at this moment, this once best partner revealed a sinister side. He began to wrap his arms around Beiying's ankles, little by little, while Beiying, like a reindeer trapped in a swamp, was unable to move or even make a sound, and could only be completely swallowed up by his own shadow in endless fear and despair. The next morning, Su Yuan got out of bed, rubbing his aching back. We also need a mattress. After stretching comfortably, Su Yuan quickly went through his daily routine. It has to be said that with the addition of crypt demons, crypt assassins, and gargoyles, the soldiers' morning training sessions have become like a military parade. It has a full complement of ground troops, special forces, and air forces. They took turns demonstrating their signature skills to Su Yuan. Some of the fancy moves are practically a performance. The undead are quite the troublemakers. Of course, when it comes to creating amazing things, you have to look to Anja. Su Yuan had no idea where he got the shadow from, and he was just playing boxing with it. Anja, master. And Jia clenched his right fist in front of his heart, knelt on one knee, and awaited instructions. Su Yuan took out a page from the magic logbook, pulled out 20 sheets of paper, and handed them to Njia. Send this to Pierce. He originally intended to send Buggle, but considering that Buggle had just fought yesterday and was injured, he instead assigned the task to Ange. Yes, master. Njia took the record sheet, carefully put it away, and then activated the blood shadow technique, disappearing without a trace. After Njia left, the shadow lay prone on the ground again, blending into the shadows of the surrounding stones, making it impossible to discern anything about it. Su Yuan ignored it and took out the historical documents from his backpack. He plans to upgrade the altar after he finishes reading the historical documents. Once the fourth warrior is summoned, we will begin exploring beyond the Sunset Mountains. Especially those guys who are lurking in the shadows and spying on me. You better not let me catch you by the tail. As Su Yuan murmured to himself, he had already equipped himself with the complete divine eye, and then opened the book in his hand. In the snow country, King Arthur Morgan listened to his men's report with a blank expression. He was numb. He felt he had heard enough bad news during this period, but he didn't expect that there would still be a constant stream of follow-ups to torment his already numb nerves. Arthur, Kazan, the former commander-in-chief of the Snow Kingdom Army, also had a furrowed brow. The commander who came to report was the captain of one of the 2 task forces he had sent into the Sunset Mountains. The intelligence they reported was, the task force was besieged in the Sunset Mountains. But the ones besieging them were not undead, nor monsters, nor warriors from other races, but humans. Moreover, they are not the savages known to live in the Sunset Mountains, but humans with uniform clothing, uniform behavior, and who look very much like an army. Of course, their numbers are small, but their combat power should not be underestimated, especially the 2-meter-tall giants who suddenly appeared midway through the battle. Each of them is strong enough to lift a cauldron, and their physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. However, what is puzzling is that the opposing commander doesn't seem to have anything special about him, and could even be described as somewhat weak. It's hard to understand why such a commander could lead such a powerful army. No one from the other team has returned yet. 9 times out of 10, we've run into the spirits of the Sunset Mountains. Arthur sighed. They're probably all buried in the mountains. The two remained silent for a few seconds. Arthur suddenly said, the description of those commanders just now reminded me of those 2 lads who came to us before. After saying that, he went straight to the residence where Zheng Guanxian and Su Linking were staying. At this very moment, inside his residence, Su Linking was being chased all over the yard by a little girl. Grandma, Beiying's death was truly an accident. I didn't want it either. Hey Su, I'll give you 2 choices. Either give me back your rare level warrior, or let me kick you a couple of times to vent my anger. Su Linking darted away very quickly. Kick him twice? You kick it twice? That's going to kill me. Time Su Linking had ever witnessed a transmigrator brutally beating up a native after he transmigrated was when this girl, named Hua Lian, appeared before him. She has such a gentle name, And she's petite and cute. So why? Can she be so violent? That small body concealed a power he could not comprehend. Su Linking could only take off running, darting behind Zheng Guangqian. Say something. The idea came from Zheng Guangqian, but now the instigator hasn't said a word, and has even turned his head to one side. Old Zheng, explain this to her clearly. I can't do it. Why? Fear of women. I'm fucking. Chapter 82 has some content, but not much. Arthur's arrival made things much easier for the two men in the yard. Lian had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it. She could only suppress it for the time being. Zheng Guangqian ushered Arthur into the room and slammed the door shut. Su Linking, who followed closely behind, almost got a bad experience. Just as Su Linking was about to knock on the door, he saw a petite figure walking towards him from not far away, and only then did he realize what was happening. Zheng Guangqian, you banana, you bastard. Lian alone, leaving aside the horrific scene outside. Inside the room, Arthur told Zheng Guangqian some of the information he had just received. Having held a high position and seen countless people, he believed that the young man before him was quite intelligent, just unlucky. At this time, Suiwo was in need of manpower, and he didn't mind giving Zheng Guangqian a few more chances. But the prerequisite is that this kid can do something beneficial for Snow Country. What do these people have to do with you? Arthur asked bluntly. We come from the same place, but we have no ties with each other. On the contrary, we are in competition with each other. We would be very grateful if you could uproot them. Zheng Guangqian's words were actually quite rude, like rubbing salt into a wound. But Arthur only told him that the task force had found traces of the Lord in the Sunset Mountains, without telling him that one of the squads had been wiped out. This led to a misjudgment in Zheng Guangqian's analysis. Being able to top the Abyss Monster kill ranking and repel the Snow Kingdom army shows that this group does have some skills, but not many. Zheng Guangqian pondered. He had read the introduction to the Sunset Mountains and knew that the terrain there was extremely complex. If the Lord of the Extreme Cold Ice Palace came, he could very well leave the entire team of 1,000 people there by relying on the complex terrain. After all, the task force didn't even have high-level archmages. It consisted only of magic scholars and ordinary soldiers, so its combat strength wasn't very high. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind clashing with the Lord of the Sunset Mountains. The sooner such a high-potential competitor is eliminated, the better. However, there was one thing that bothered him quite a bit. If the Lord of Sunset Mountain only had this level of combat power, how could he have survived until now under the noses of the undead? Speaking of the dead, Zheng Guangqian had already learned from Cielina in the regional chat room about the Adventurers Guild's new decision to withdraw the hero team from Sunset Mountain and reconsider their options. The fact that this decision was made indicates that events have progressed beyond the Adventurers Guild's initial expectations. The undead have likely grown to a considerable size and cannot be dealt with by a few teams of heroes alone. Sunset Mountains, it really is an unfathomable place. Zheng Guangqian murmured something, and the continuous stream of messages made him give up the idea of taking the initiative to attack Sunset Mountain Range. Of course, the idea of a confrontation still exists, but he prefers to fight on his home turf or wait for the right opportunity to lure the enemy out. Caesar's City. With a charming smile, Anja spoke softly to a group of children on the street, their eyes filled with longing. If you call me hero sister again, I'll sew your little mouths shut. The children quickly made a zipping motion near their mouths, then dashed to the wooden barrels at the bar entrance, craning their necks to gaze at Anja from afar. She's so cool. She's so beautiful. What do you think she does? He must be a doctor, right? I want to be a doctor when I grow up. Angie ignored the kids and headed straight for Pierce's estate. But halfway there, he suddenly stopped, his index finger, gloved in white, pressed against his lower lip, and he turned his head slightly to look at a small clinic on the side of the street. At this very moment, in the clinic, the mixed-breed cat girl, Aluka, pleaded anxiously with the doctor before her. Please, Mr. Sanchez, please save my sister, she's just a child. In Aluka's arms was a mixed-breed cat girl with heterochromia, who looked no more than 3 or 4 years old. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was breathing with difficulty, her face showing great pain. Sanchez shook his head with great reluctance. This is beyond my capabilities. I will pay. Please save her. Aluka pleaded again, while pulling out a gold coin from her patched pocket, the only money left after Su Yuan had taken his cut of the 10 gold coins he had given her, which was also her entire fortune, and placing it on the table. Sanchez pushed the gold coin back. The companion disease of catgirls has always been a difficult problem in the medical field. Even doctors who serve the royal family cannot guarantee a cure. In addition, your sister has not received nutritional supplements for many years. It is a miracle that she has survived until now. After saying that, Sanchez also sighed. He was truly powerless. Even those purebred cat girls, who were like cash cows and had been meticulously cared for since childhood, would die if they fell ill. Streamed down Aluka's face. She had been abandoned by her parents when she was young and met her sisters, who were also hybrid cat girls, during her most difficult time. They saved their own lives. They gave themselves courage, strength, and hope through their optimism, resilience, and love. They are my true family. But as the comorbid illness progressed, these kind and lovely people left him one by one. And now, his last remaining family member is leaving him, and he will once again face this malicious world alone. If she could, Erica would gladly give her own life to give her sister a new life. I'm willing to give everything I have. Is there anyone who can save her? Aluka cried out in anguish, but not a single doctor in the clinic stepped forward. Her tears were filled with deep despair. It surged forth, dripping. Is there really no one who can cure this disease? Yes, there are. A white figure suddenly appeared on the table, picked up the gold coin with slender fingers, and her elegant figure instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hero. After a brief moment of astonishment, all the doctors in the clinic stood up respectfully. I don't like this name. Anja flicked the gold coin with her thumb. You can call me by my real name, Anja. Aluka stared blankly at the white figure that appeared in front of her. Before she could react, the figure had already caught the falling gold coin and started walking away. I'll accept the treatment fee. Bring her to Pierce's estate. After Aluka left, Sanchez and the others came to their senses, and at the same time, they all muttered that name. Angia, etc. Anja. Suddenly, a name that only existed in historical documents and textbooks popped into Sanchez's mind. Chapter 83, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. Caesar's City, Pierce Estate. Looking at the tall, luxurious house in front of her, Aluka still felt a sense of unreality. She had passed by here before, but never imagined that she would be able to come in one day. In her view, this place was a completely different world from the one she lived in. The flowers and plants in the courtyard are meticulously maintained by the gardeners, and you can even see a fountain that sprays water to the accompaniment of music. Everywhere exudes a fashionable, sophisticated, and elegant aura, which clashes sharply with my own tattered clothes. As a result, Aluka had to be careful with every step she took, for fear of breaking something. Until I followed Anja into the hall. Before the treatment, I have a question for you, Anja suddenly said, holding the gold coin that Aluka had taken out earlier in her hand. Where did you get this gold coin? This was given to me by my master. Owner. He was a very kind guest, Aluka gave a brief description of Su Yuan's appearance. Anja seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder the gold coins have the Master's aura on them. After confirming Aluka's identity, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Your name is Aluka, right? Yes, Lord Ange. Have you ever thought about doing something for the Master, who gave you a new life? Aluka nodded vigorously. She wanted to, very much so, and she knew very well that if it weren't for the 10 gold coins Su Yuan had given her, she wouldn't have had the confidence to walk into the clinic with her sister today. Not to mention meeting in Jia. But she quickly lowered her head again. What's the point of thinking about it? My partner was also sick, but we were relatively lucky and managed to survive until now. Even the most basic housework, like cleaning, laundry, and cooking, is hard and strenuous to do. Anyone else can do it better than me. What use is Aluka like this? Actually, you have a real talent for being a shadow assassin. Shadow assassin? Aluka raised her head somewhat blankly. No one had ever mentioned this word to her before. In her world, there is no life, only survival. She had already exhausted all her energy just to stay alive, and she didn't have the extra energy to understand or observe the world. But at this moment, just hearing those 4 words made her feel as if some switch had been flipped in her body. A feeling etched into my DNA welled up inside me. People only know that cat girls are delicate and frail, but they overlook the fact that Beastman's blood also flows in their veins. I just happened to capture a shadow instructor last night. Anja gently pulled out a small knife. After I remove the ailment from your body, I'll have him teach you. Sunset Mountains, within the territory. Many of the papers in Su Yuan's hands had yellowed, and the years had left very obvious marks on them. Fortunately, the paper imprinted with the ancient divine language also contains a trace of divine power, making it extremely difficult to destroy. Otherwise, these historical documents probably wouldn't have survived until I saw them. He had already read through all the historical documents in his hands. Although most of the information was not useful to him at the moment, and could only be temporarily noted, some of it did catch his attention. Su Yuan flipped out the 2 pages again and read them carefully. One of the apostles who descended from beyond the realm led the declining human race to rise step by step, driving out all the alien races around this place. After living in peace and tranquility for 3 years, the apostle named this place Giant Deer Plain and established a new kingdom on Giant Deer Plain, named Skadaya. Although this passage is short, it contains a great deal of information. Su Yuan vaguely realized something. Then there was another page. Compared to the yellowish color of the previous sheet of paper, this one appears whiter and cleaner, indicating that the time point is relatively later. The information recorded on it is also quite explosive. Wisman, who had already become the crown prince of Skadi, was deemed an ominous sign by the witch. At the same time, his mother, Queen Shelley, was found to be impure. King Helen III was furious and threw both Queen Shelley and Crown Prince Wisman into the Abyss altar. 3 days later, Weitzman returned from the Abyss and seized the throne by murdering the king. A loving father and a filial son are examples of this. Watching this scene again, Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. However, he also keenly gleaned some crucial information. Weitzman had been in the Abyss for at least 3 days. Based on my own experience farming the Abyss's structure is extremely unstable, especially during the short period between the end of night and the arrival of dawn. The collision between reality and illusion is very intense, and staying inside could very likely result in being crushed to death. This is also why Su Yuan had to leave when he first entered the Abyss, even though he was still eager to continue. But Weitzman seems unaffected. A person who can stay in the Abyss for 3 days must be extremely careful. Judging from the plan proposed by that gentleman thug Raoul, Skadi has already set his sights on Caesar City. Even if it's not Weitzman standing behind him, Weitzman, as the one who controls Skadi's power, will eventually get involved in this showdown. Even if we take a step back and assume that we are developing and expanding our territory, we will inevitably have to deal with this king of Skadi sooner or later. Early preparation and knowing yourself and your enemy are always the right things to do. Furthermore, this record doesn't seem to mention Weitzman's immortality. Su Yuan stroked his chin, analyzing carefully. If he had this ability before, he wouldn't have waited until he came out of the Abyss to seek revenge. Clearly, Weitzman wasn't immortal from the start. He must have awakened his abilities in the Abyss, or he simply acquired them in the Abyss. The secrets of the Abyss are becoming more and more numerous, and there is an extreme lack of information about the Abyss in reality. Even Bugle, who has walked through the rifts and entered countless abysses, cannot provide accurate and reliable information. There are even many taboos in the Abyss that he cannot touch. Su Yuan rubbed his temples. If you do the math, the second Abyss eruption is just around the corner. The last time felt like a beginner's tutorial. The monsters in the Abyss were incredibly weak, not even in the same league as those he had encountered after entering the Abyss. I wonder if there will be any improvements this time. Su Yuan was also concerned about the tidal period that the Abyss would enter after the 7 Abyss eruptions, as mentioned in the system's previous notification. After all, even Bugle didn't know about this thing. Whatever, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's make all the necessary preparations first. Su Yuan put away the historical documents and was just about to upgrade the altar to summon a new general when a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Warning: due to a recent surge in the number of vengeful spirits, the environment of the Abyss has changed. After the 3 abyssal eruptions, the Abyss will enter a tidal period. Note: the Abyss tidal period lasts for 30 days, during which the Abyss will be completely closed. 5 hours, 18 minutes, and 37 seconds until the second Abyss eruption. Chapter 84. None of my generals have the right art style. The sudden appearance of the information startled Su Yuan, especially the final countdown prompt. 5 hours, 18 minutes, and 37 seconds. Su Yuan had been working day and night for several days in a row, so he couldn't quite remember the time, but no matter what, it shouldn't have been this fast. Opening the world chat, sure enough, all the lords were cursing the inhuman game developers. They didn't even give us an announcement, and then suddenly they're telling us the Abyss is about to erupt? Exactly. If there wasn't a logout option, I'd uninstall the game right now. The second Abyss eruption. Hopefully, this time we can surpass the last ranking. Come on, my greatswords are itching for a fight. Those who can still make lighthearted jokes are mostly regional lords who made it into the top 20 of the list during the first Abyss outbreak, or have made a huge breakthrough in the past few days, greatly increasing their development speed and planning to make a name for themselves. They are simply Versailles. Meanwhile, the lords who had previously ranked low and had barely developed during this period were suffering greatly. Is that all? We've been starving for almost 3 days, and the loyalty of my militia and generals is almost at its limit. And now you're telling me the abyss is about to erupt? It's over. Our region just joined forces to deal with that strange tree, and now our main combat force is all under a curse, so we can't deal with the abyss monsters at all. Upstairs +1, it's the same in our area. We just heard that as long as we dealt with the strange tree, wild beasts would reappear around us, and we could get food again. So we all joined forces and killed that tree, thinking that the curse would only last for 2 days, and we could get through it, and then we could prepare for the abyss eruption. But I didn't expect. The abyss eruption happened earlier than expected. Who isn't like that? Our region was ranked 27th last time, and this time we'll probably struggle to even make it into the top 50. You guys are still concerned about rankings? I'm only worried about my life. Although I have enough to eat and wear now, and my army is strong and well-equipped, I feel like my life is as fragile as a candle in the wind. Get the people upstairs out and execute them within 5 minutes. I second that proposal. It seems there is indeed a discrepancy in the timing. However, Su Yuan's mindset is different from that of the other lords. On the one hand, his understanding of the abyss was far ahead of others. He knew that the abyss was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and that the high-level monsters inside were extremely terrifying. On the other hand, he desperately needs the spirit cores provided by the abyss monsters, since these are the foundation for his army building. Never mind that. Let's call in reinforcements first. Su Yuan closed the world channel and arrived at the altar, which had already been upgraded twice. Speaking of which, other lords should prioritize upgrading their town halls. After all, even my undead base still displays gained qualification to build tier 3 buildings when it's repaired to level 3. In other words, if the base isn't upgraded first, then other buildings shouldn't be able to be upgraded either. However, the altar doesn't seem to be included in this category. Thinking back carefully, I realized that I always upgraded the altar before the base. The altar has always been 1 level higher than the base. Furthermore, the altar upgrade is only linked to my level, and has nothing to do with the base level. Su Yuan didn't know why this was happening. It seemed that the trajectory had already shifted when the Undead altar design blueprint appeared in his backpack. But in any case, this is good news. So far, at least, it's good news. Upgrade to a level 4 altar by consuming 3,000 gold, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,000 crystal, and 500 refined iron. Upgrade. Su Yuan immediately chose yes. This time, the changes that occurred after the altar was upgraded caught Su Yuan off guard. Wisps of light blue mist began to rise from the bottomless black hole in the middle of the altar. Having already entered the abyss twice, and even traversed the rift twice, Su Yuan was naturally familiar with it. Entrance to the abyss. Upgrade successful. Undead altar, level 4. The altar currently has 99/99 durability and 300/400 energy. Consuming 200 energy points allows for 1 summon. Proceed. Consume 200 energy points to randomly open a gate to the abyss. Open now. Consuming 400 energy points allows you to open a designated abyss gate. Open now. Su Yuan never expected that such a change would occur after the altar was upgraded to level 4. The historical document he had just read involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. The enraged king Helen III, who threw Queen Shelley and Crown Prince Weitzman into the abyss altar. Abyss altar. Su Yuan looked at the 3 warriors he had summoned. Apart from Guan Jini's, both Bujior and Anja had the words fallen into the abyss in their descriptions. Guan Jini's head also fell into the abyss. It could be said that these 3 people pulled themselves out of the abyss through the altar. The undead altar. Could it be the passage between reality and the abyss? Or is it a door that can open the abyss? To confirm his thoughts, Su Yuan immediately performed the 4th summoning. The deathly light shot into the sky once again, this time mixed with extreme cold. By the end of the summoning ritual, ice shards were floating all around the light, and snow suddenly began to fall in a small area around the altar. As the dim light gradually dissipated, a hazy figure slowly emerged. At this moment, whether it was a ghoul, a cave demon, a cave assassin, or even a gargoyle, they all felt a tremor in their souls. If it weren't for Su Yuan's presence, the suppression from the level of life itself would have made them all submit to this figure. Finally, the ghostly light disappeared, and a new warrior emerged from the altar. It was an emaciated, skeletal humanoid creature, with withered muscles clinging tightly to exposed bones. Its eyes had long since decayed, but its deep red pupils still gleamed with a chilling light in their empty sockets. He was draped in a robe that had once been very luxurious, but was now tattered, with azure flames dancing on the skeletons that were no longer covered by flesh. This image. It has to be said that, in terms of appearance alone, this is the warrior he has summoned that is closest to an undead among all the warriors he has summoned. That is what Su Yuan thought at this moment. But the next second, a flurry of ice shards and snowflakes swirled down, each one clinging to the withered body. Then, to Su Yuan's increasingly shocked gaze, a slender figure holding a dark blue staff, wearing a light blue cloak and a bright blue crown appeared before him. At the same time, a rather pleasant voice rang out. "I'm sorry, my lord. I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to put on makeup." Chapter 85. Humans have limits, unless they transcend humanity. Is this makeup? Or did you redo it? Honestly, even plastic surgery can't achieve this effect. To be fair, the girl in front of him, let's call her a girl for now, was definitely stunning in appearance. Of all the people Su Yuan had met since his transmigration, only Injia could slightly outshine her. To the succubus, it's hard to say who will win. Her figure is also top-notch, and with the light blue lace-trimmed stockings, especially the fair and tender skin that is just revealed, she can be described as the epitome of absolute territory. But her previous image had already deeply penetrated Su Yuan's heart, making it impossible for him to look directly at this seemingly youthful and flawless young female mage. At that moment, Su Yuan truly understood the definition of a pink skull. Congratulations on successful recruitment. You have obtained a hero-level subordinate, the Lich Princess. Lich Princess, Kaylin. Rank, Heroic. Character Introduction. Kaylin, a runaway princess of the Snow Kingdom, the Snow God's last disciple, the pinnacle of ice magic, a carefree optimist who loves food, beautiful scenery, and small animals. She hates power struggles and royal blood, including her own. On her 18th birthday, she voluntarily leaped into the abyss to explore deeper magical truths. This introduction, compared to the three people who were full of bitterness and hatred, he was truly refreshing and unconventional. And to willingly leap into the abyss. Is this even possible? Still in the pursuit of truth. It's bigger now, and the scope of our thinking has broadened. This was probably the only person from the abyss whom Su Yuan had ever met who did not harbor resentment. Unfortunately, her appearance was the most disappointing. Besides that, there was another point that Su Yuan was very concerned about. Kaylin, my lord, are you the Snow Kingdom princess? When the words Snow Country Princess were uttered, the first person to react was not Karen, but Bulgur. But Bujal only glanced at it before looking away and continuing to boast to Guanjinese. That was true 120 years ago. 120 years ago, wouldn't he be 138 years old this year? Looking at that youthful and beautiful face, Su Yuan didn't know how to ask any further questions. However, Karen was very straightforward and continued the conversation. In order to explore the truth of magic, I gave up the title of Snow Kingdom Princess and entered the abyss alone. During my journey through the abyss, I suddenly realized that humans have limits, unless they transcend humanity. So you've given up on being human? That's right. I offered my soul to the Lich King and became a lich with eternal life to continue exploring the true meaning of magic. Wait, didn't the Lich King report this to you? Su Yuan. First, I need to know who this Lich King you're talking about is, right? Kaylin suddenly continued on her own. I was reckless. You are the supreme lord of the undead, ruling over billions of undead. At that time, I was just an insignificant Ninth Order Archmage. It is perfectly reasonable that I did not meet your expectations. Great. Grandfather wasn't even born 120 years ago. Karen continued. But I'm not the same person I used to be. I'll show you my worth. Su Yuan nodded. 120 years ago, you were already quite strong to be able to walk in the abyss with a human body. The abyss wasn't as chaotic back then. I'm sorry, I got a little carried away by your praise. Su Yuan noticed a blush creeping onto Kaylin's pretty face. I was somewhat taken aback. You're a 138-year-old monster. Why do you blush when I praise you? Before your great power, I am as insignificant as a speck of dust on the stars. Kaylin's eyes held a fervor and reverence comparable to Anja's, making Su Yuan feel somewhat uneasy. Her appearance was truly deceptive. To calm himself, Su Yuan shifted his gaze to the altar behind Kaylin. Upgrade to a level 5 altar by consuming 5,000 gold, 4,000 wood, 4,000 stone, 2,000 crystal, 1,000 refined iron, and 500 mystic iron. Mysterious iron. Now the same situation has arisen again. Upgrading the base, the dungeon, and the altar all require Xian iron, but I don't have the corresponding resources. Of course, Su Yuan can't be blamed for this. Through research and historical document study over the past few days, he has learned that 90% of the world's iron ore comes from the land of blacksmiths. The simplest and most efficient way to obtain iron ore and various iron ore derivatives and processed products is to purchase them from the kingdom of blacksmiths. But I don't have that channel right now. The only window for foreign trade is Caesar City, but the speed of importing goods is not impressive, and the quantity is not very large. If you want to gather enough goods to upgrade the 3 buildings, you will probably have to import them 3 or 4 times. This is only the amount of Xian iron required for one upgrade. Considering that even more Xian iron would be needed in the future, Su Yuan was in a real bind. We can only hope that Sala can give us a surprise. Of course, there is another way to go. Buy it from the Lord in the land of blacksmiths. Speak of the devil and he appears. Sir, I have prepared the refined iron and black iron you requested. Refined iron is 40 gold per unit, totaling 1,000 units, and black iron is 60 gold per unit, totaling 500 units. This is the limit that the lords in this region can gather. Is this acceptable? Su Yuan immediately replied. Put it on sale. To be honest, Su Yuan was a little disappointed. After so long, they've only managed to acquire this little bit of resources. It just goes to show that the lords of the blacksmith kingdom are incompetent. To upgrade buildings, we also need to consider international trade. But in reality, the lord of the blacksmith kingdom did his best. After all, they are individuals, not cities or countries. Apart from lords like Lu Yufa who have become well-known merchants, it would be easy to arouse suspicion if the demand for others were too high. At this very moment, in the land of blacksmiths, a group of lords are gathered around Lu Yufa, waiting to divide the spoils. It must be said that this land of blacksmiths is a magical country. It is rich in iron or resources, but has very little gold resources. As I said before, it depends on international trade. Lu Yufa readily agreed and immediately distributed the gold according to the proportion of resources contributed by each lord. The lords who received their share of the money exclaimed, "Great! We've finally found a sugar daddy." For them, who were not very good at business and had scarce gold resources, life was really tough. They had to tighten their belts every day and dared not recruit too many soldiers. The lords here have iron ore as their most abundant resource, but the key issue is that they can't even sell iron ore on the lord's exchange. They finally found someone who was shopping like crazy, which solved their immediate problem. This guy is so rich. What do you think if we could just give him? Lord Wang Zhan made a throat-slitting gesture, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Does that mean we no longer need to worry about the gold issue?" Upon hearing this, the other lords all cast their gazes as if offering condolences to the mentally ill. Chapter 86, 18 years and 1,440 months. Wang Meizi, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, is no good. Wang Zhan, listen to my advice. You can't stop taking your medicine. No, Brother Wang, calm down. Everyone's counting on you for a living. You can't just smash your bowl after you've finished eating. Lu Yufa quickly stopped him. Wang Zhan wasn't originally that belligerent, but after the first abyss eruption, he seemed to have gained some strange power, and his personality changed, making him want to solve problems with force at the drop of a hat. The key point is, his troop strength ranking isn't high, and his generals aren't particularly strong, so it's unclear where his confidence comes from. This is just how others perceive him. Lu Yufa, a well-informed businessman, knew very well that 2 caravans on the transport route had been robbed a few days ago. Rumors circulated that it was the work of greedy goblins in the surrounding area, but he discovered that Wang Zhan had listed a lot of equipment on the exchange that day. Of course, ordinary caravans can't afford good guards. If they are truly ruthless and unafraid of being besieged by neighboring countries and adventurers' associations, then even without many soldiers, they may still succeed in robbing. To Lu Yufa's surprise, a shipment of gold convoys from the Great Xia dynasty was robbed yesterday. According to the regulations of the Longmen Escort Agency of the Great Xia Kingdom, gold escorts must be escorted by at least 2 Xian-level martial arts masters. A Xian-level martial artist, whose strength is comparable to a gold-level adventurer and a third-tier mage. Their fighting strength is top-notch. Wang Zhan's small force definitely can't take them down. But then he saw that Wang Zhan had put up a lot of rare items, mostly talismans from the Great Xia Kingdom. This left him somewhat uncertain. To be honest, Lu Yufa was really afraid that Wang Zhen might act impulsively and cause trouble for Su Yuan. Refined iron, or even black iron at this stage must be strong. He was still afraid of the worst-case scenario. What if Wang Zhen really got beaten up? After all, this is the kind of person who can even rob a golden dart. However, he thought again that even if Wang Zhen had such intentions, he didn't have the means. For one thing, did he even know where Su Yuan's territory was? If it's far away, how could he fly over there? With this in mind, Lu Yufa felt relieved. But he didn't notice that as Wang Zhen finished distributing the money and turned to leave, a ripple suddenly appeared in his right eye, and at the same time, he uttered 4 words. Sunset Mountains. Having received the resources, Su Yuan first tried to upgrade the altar again. As expected, it failed. Building a level 5 altar requires a Lord level of 10. Let's upgrade the base first. Upgrade failed. Insufficient materials. Su Yuan. My 500 units are mysterious. Huh. How did it become 499? Su Yuan took all the black iron out of his backpack and carefully counted it. Huh. Karen suddenly came to Su Yuan's side, staring at the pile of black iron. Tracking spell? But it's so low level. This structure must have come from a goblin wizard? Tisk, more than 100 years have passed, and the goblins' magic spells haven't improved at all. They really are a bunch of greedy ghosts who only know how to amass wealth. You've noticed quite a bit. That's right. Even though a self-destruct spell was added inside, and the carrier was destroyed, it still couldn't escape my eye of truth. Sorry, I got carried away again. Karen's cheeks flushed slightly, making one want to gently touch her head, which was hanging low in shame. But Su Yuan ultimately did not reach out. After all, she is an 18-year-old and 1,440-month-old girl. Putting that aside, Su Yuan was generally quite satisfied. Unlike Bulgul's nonchalant statement that it's not some sophisticated technique, and his brute force mental crushing, Kylan was not only able to see the broken technique, but also to analyze and reconstruct it, interpret its structure, and provide more information. It's true that everyone has their own area of expertise. A goblin. Su Yuan rubbed his chin with his right hand, his eyes slightly narrowed. Is it possible to reverse track? It should have been possible before it was destroyed, but now, Karen shrugged, indicating that she was powerless to do anything about it. Su Yuan nodded without saying much. He had only asked casually and didn't care if he couldn't track it down. The goblin tracking spell ended up in this shipment, and asking Lu Yufa would most likely not get him the answer he wanted, and might even alert the enemy. Since that's the case, let's just wait and see. He had already set up the tracking techniques. He didn't believe the other side wouldn't take further action. By phone. Greetings, my lord. I will obey your commands. Su Yuan made a copy of the detailed map he had obtained from Pierce, and handed it to Bai Feng along with 2 pages from a magic logbook. You select 20 of the best Iron Wolf guards, and I will assign you 2 gargoyles as aerial reconnaissance support and firepower support. Set off immediately and explore outwards towards the Jilu Plain. The boundary is 100 miles. Report any discoveries to me immediately. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Bai Feng had already ignited the nether fire behind his head and entered the 4th tier. Moreover, he had acquired a lot of equipment in the previous battles, and with the time he had spent honing his martial arts skills from his previous life, his combat power had greatly improved. Su Yuan could confidently entrust him with the task of going out to explore. At the same time, it was also to test the waters in advance, to see if they could swindle out some cowardly scoundrels hiding in the shadows who were plotting against them. Bai Feng accepted the order and left. Su Yuan adjusted his own state and waited for the second abyss eruption. Lord Saipan, extremely unstable spatial vibrations have been detected. The Research Institute has warned that there may be large-scale abyssal activity tonight. We suggest you enter the city early. Lord Rum has already returned. In the farmhouse in the countryside, the waiter was giving a report to Saipan. I understand, you can go back now. Saipan waved, and the waiter bowed and left. About 10 minutes later, a gentleman wearing a top hat and leaning on a cane came up to him. Please sit down. After bowing, Raoul sat down on the sofa that Saipan had designated for him. My lord, after my earnest persuasion, that arrogant dwarf has agreed to our demands. The fox guards will not appear in public, much less antagonize the warriors of Skadi. Who told you we were going to send troops to Caesar's city? Raoul was taken aback, then quickly apologized. It was a slip of the tongue. It should be no matter what happens in the city, the fox guard will stand by and watch until the people of Caesar City have no choice but to beg Scadia for military support. Are the gloves ready? Everything is prepared as you instructed. 2 goblin tribes, 1 goblin tribe, and many magical beasts and orcs infected by the rotten mother tree. We guarantee that we can tear through Caesar's defenses and make those heretics wish they were dead. In the end, they will only be able to wag their tails and beg for mercy from us. Very good. Saipan stood up, picked up his coat from the coat rack, and then patted Raoul on the shoulder. You've worked hard too. Get some rest here tonight. For the sake of the Empire, this is all we should do. Raoul smiled, and was about to get up to see Saipan off when he found that his butt was stuck to the sofa, and he couldn't get up no matter what. His smile froze abruptly, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Lord Saipan, what is this? Saipan seemed not to listen to Raoul at all. He put on his coat and top hat, and while tidying himself up in front of the full-length mirror, he casually said, The Institute said there will be an abyss riot tonight. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Good luck. Chapter 87. Let me enjoy the experience alone. I have rendered service to His Majesty. I have shed blood for the Empire. You cannot treat me like this. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. Raoul shouted loudly, but his body was firmly restrained by the deadly spell on the sofa, unable to move an inch. Saipan, who was already dressed and had opened the door halfway, stopped what he was doing. This is His Majesty's intention. The door closed again, leaving only Raoul standing there, stunned. No, this isn't real, Your Majesty. Your Majesty won't abandon me. Your Majesty. After Saipan had completely left, about 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly jumped down from the roof beam. Tell me, what is your plan? When will you launch an attack on Caesar City? Tell me, and I may save your life. Warren was completely hidden in the shadows. He wouldn't let Raoul see his face, even though the other man was already like a fish on a chopping board. A chill ran down his spine as soon as he overheard Raoul and Saipan's conversation. This Raoul has an extremely strong sense of counter-surveillance. He wanders around, stopping and starting, taking many detours and being very careful. If I hadn't been a long-time tracker and sneaker operator, I would have developed patience long ago and might have really lost him. As it turned out, the stealth mission was a great success. The information they received truly surprised Warren. At the same time, he admired Su Yuan immensely, as expected of a supreme being. A casual gesture led to such a significant discovery. Now, all we need to do is pry open this person's mouth. But at this last and most crucial step, Warren ran into trouble. He lost his mind. He just kept repeating words like, Your Majesty, loyalty, and wouldn't listen to Warren's questions at all. Warren gritted his teeth, tore off a piece of fabric from his clothes, covered his face, and then went forward to examine the sofa where Raoul was sitting. Fifth order binding spell. Warren was having a bit of a headache. Although he was known as a jack of all trades, his main skill was tracking and stealth. He could see the binding spells cast on the sofa, but he didn't have the ability to remove them. Looking at the already dark sky outside, and remembering what Saipan had said before leaving, Warren took a deep breath and then lifted the entire sofa, along with Raoul who was strapped to it, onto his shoulders. With one step, he could already see the crack that had appeared in midair, and the pale blue mist seeping out from within. This is the outskirts of Silver City, nearly 130 miles from Caesar City. I hope I can make it back in time. Sunset Mountains, within the territory. There are only 10 minutes left in the countdown. At this final moment, Su Yuan opened the regional chat room. Since he had already done all the necessary preparations, he might as well have some free time. Lurk in the regional chat room. Zhou Mingkai. Brothers, what do you guys think about this abyss eruption? Chinrue, how do you watch it? Just lie down and watch it. Lin Zixian. Yes, this time we'll definitely choose a more comfortable position, so we won't be as worried and scared as last time. After witnessing Guan Jinyi's single-handed defense of the pass, the group rejected their initial meteorite theory. With such a fierce general, what need would they have for a meteorite? They firmly believed that even if Guan Jinyi were alone, he could fight his way in and out of the abyss 7 times over when it erupted. Everyone now agrees that last time they won entirely thanks to Su Yuan carrying them. And there are plans to lie down again for the first time. However, one person had a slightly different opinion. Li Shaoling, aren't you really going to consider doing your part? We're all lords of the Sunset Mountains. It's not right for us to always rely on Su Yuan to carry us around, is it? That's right. We can't let Yuan Ji shoulder everything alone. Brother Yuan has done so much for us. It's time for us to give back a little. Then, shall we do our part? Give it your all. I'd also like to test my combat prowess as a newly promoted general. To be honest, ever since the last battle, I've really been looking forward to fighting alongside you all again and joining forces to fight the enemy. I'm so glad I could bring Yuan-gu along this time. To be honest, I'm really curious to see just how terrifying the fighting force under Yuan-ji's command is. Everyone says they're going to lie down and relax, but in reality, they're all incredibly motivated and eager to contribute to the region. Li Shaoling only started it, but she couldn't hold back anymore. Su Yuan couldn't help but smile, then sent a message. The waters here are too deep for you to handle. Let me do it. Holy crap. Yuan-gu has come back to life. Brother Yuan, have you finally remembered your account password? I guess Yuan-gu has always been there. He just doesn't show up. Seeing that the topic was gradually going astray, Su Yuan had no choice but to send another message. Let me enjoy the experience all to myself. Okay, whatever Brother Yuan says goes. Brother Yuan, go ahead and kill. I'll just watch from the sidelines. I promise I won't interfere, but you can't stop me from shouting 666th. Are you really alright? Don't push yourself. Although the four of them didn't say it aloud, they were all determined to rush to Su Yuan's aid as soon as possible should he encounter any danger. Su Yuan didn't say anything more and let them go. The time has come to the last 5 seconds. Everyone was fully prepared, ready to face the abyss's eruption in their complete form. But Su Yuan suddenly sensed that something was not quite right. I remember the last time the abyss erupted, someone in the world chat said that they saw the abyss rift gradually opening up a dozen minutes before the eruption. But this time, there seemed to be no sign of the abyss rift appearing around. Bugger. Su Yuan took a ride on the Devil Flight and circled around, but found nothing related to the abyss. Opening the panel, it no longer displays the recent abyss outbreak points and erosion rate, as it did last time. As the countdown ended, people in the world chat channel began to hurl insults and lament. But the Sunset Mountains. Calm as still water. I should have realized something was wrong sooner. Su Yuan then realized the problem. There were no monster spawn points around him. Could it be that he went too far last time and developed a psychological trauma from the abyss? Regardless of the reason, the focus should be on solving the current problem. Su Yuan needs experience, reputation, and spirit cores. We've finally waited for this abyss eruption. We can't just let it slip away. Anja Kylan. My lord, you too head northwest. Kill as many abyssal monsters as you encounter until dawn. Yes. He and Bujar headed southeast. I also brought along the remaining 3 gargoyles. Other units can't fly, and crossing the Sunset Mountains would be too slow, so they'll stay with Guan Janice to guard the base. They finally managed to catch a lone vengeful spirit on the outskirts of Caesar's city. After easily eliminating the enemy, Su Yuan quickly identified the nearest abyss spawn point. That's the direction of Silver City? Chapter 88 The Man Who Became Withdrawn and Reclusive in the Abyss. Caesar's City. Volunteer teams, spontaneously organized by the public, are guiding farmers and migrants from outside the city to seek refuge in the city. This is a tradition started by the Storm Knights. Although the Knights are gone now, the tradition has continued. The moment the city's alarm system sounded, the volunteers who usually help the Knights evacuate people and manage the refugees gathered together and carried out the evacuation and refuge process in an orderly manner, following the usual procedures. The farmers cooperated very well, and from time to time they were able to help communicate and explain to the displaced people, making the whole process go very smoothly. Caesar City is not particularly large. It still manages to encompass all the surrounding residents through efficient use of space. Despite the surge in population, everyone is doing their job in an orderly manner. Even though the alarms of the abyss's eruption had resounded throughout the city, people still managed to maintain order and obey regulations. Especially when they saw the 2 familiar figures outside the city clearing out the abyss monsters, their sense of security grew even stronger. However, in Bian City, more than 100 miles away, the scene was completely different. Caesar City, which is located on a plain and has almost no natural barriers. Silver City has moved from a plain to a hilly area and, taking advantage of its geographical location, has dug a moat about 200 meters wide and 12 meters deep. At this time, crowds of refugees and farmers who had not yet entered the city were gathered at the city gate. Under Weizmann's tyranny, purges occurred almost weekly in Skadi, with officers frequently killing innocent people to claim credit and plundering their wealth. Many of these displaced people were relatives of innocent victims, forced to leave their homes and struggle for survival. They had escaped from the butcher's knife and still had a sliver of hope, but now the terrifying abyss gate gradually appearing in midair, along with the tightly closed gates of Silver City, blocked even that last sliver of hope from the outside. And those farmers, unlike the refugees, although they work in the fields and live outside the city, are registered residents of Silver City and are real citizens. At the farmers' insistence, a city gate guard agreed to ask the city lord for permission to open the city gate for them as soon as possible. Time passed second by second, but the guard who went to ask for permission never appeared again. Even if the farmers shouted themselves hoarse, they received no response. These unarmed people were trapped outside the city and had no choice but to face the terrifying monsters of the abyss. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the back of the crowd. People thought it was a monster from the abyss attacking, but later they discovered it was just a demonic hound. The demon hound was only a first-tier magical beast, but its charge into the refugees was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Moreover, this demonic hound is extremely brutal and highly aggressive. In such a short time, it has killed 3 people and injured 7 or 8 others. It darted all the way to the city gate, looked up and barked twice. Suddenly someone in the city shouted, "That's Duke's dog." Then, the city gates, which had remained tightly closed and which people had pleaded with for a long time without being opened. The demon hound nimbly slipped inside, and the city gate, which had just been slightly ajar, was about to be closed again. But how could the refugees let this opportunity pass by? They surged forward, desperately trying to squeeze into the city gate. Everyone knew in their hearts that staying outside meant certain death. This was the only way to survive. However, sometimes, that glimmer of hope seems so close, yet that closeness is also an insurmountable distance. The guards on the watchtower immediately launched an indiscriminate attack. Sharp arrows pierced the air, and refugees and farmers fell one after another, but people still rushed forward one after another. Until the bodies piled up on the drawbridge, until the blood stained the river red, until the moat dried up. They were not torn apart by the claws of the abyss monsters, but their bodies were pierced by the arrows of the Silver City guards. In the chaos, several young people quietly left the group of refugees. As they slipped away, someone cursed, "Shuiyang, did you scheme against me?" "No, I was in the city during the last abyss outbreak, and it was really safe. Not a single abyss monster could get in. You call this safety? If we'd been any slower, we'd all be riddled with bullets. I don't know if we'll see any abyssal monsters, but we're definitely almost at the bridge of helplessness." I don't know what happened. Entering Caesar's city went very smoothly. Shuiyang almost burst into tears. After realizing that Munam was about to take action, he immediately fled from Caesar City and then joined the forces in Silver City. The lords around Silver City were naturally very happy to accept such talented individuals who were assigned to Caesar City but came to Silver City seeking refuge. They did not have a ranking. They can also be used as free labor and vanguards. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Shuiyang had no other choice. He could not return to Caesar City, nor could he associate with the other lords in the area he had sold out. He was also not at ease living alone, so he could only seek refuge with Chao Meng, the leader of Silver City. His idea was to first build good relations with the lords around Silver City, so that once the regions were merged, he would naturally become a part of Silver City. Therefore, when the abyss erupted earlier than expected, he unhesitatingly shared his survival strategies from his time in Caesar City, entering the city and seeking the protection of the native inhabitants. As long as you're in the city, the abyss eruption won't affect you. But what he didn't expect was that Silver City would be so difficult to enter. These damn nobles, they let even dogs in, but they won't let us in. You said it yourself, they're dogs. What do we do now? Several lords around Silver City all looked at Chao Meng, the regional leader. Chao Meng also frowned, looking very troubled. How did you survive the last abyss eruption? Shuiyang suddenly asked. Chao Meng glanced at him and said calmly, I actually have a way to lure away the abyss monsters, but I need a sacrifice. This sacrifice doesn't need to have any other abilities, it just needs to be fast. Last time we were lucky enough to catch a tier 3 rogue, and he lured away the abyss monsters. Where is that 3rd tier thief? The other lords looked at him like he was an idiot. Guess why sacrifices are called sacrifices? Shuiyang thought for a moment, then took out a small radar-like device from his backpack. A 3rd tier thief will suffice, right? You don't necessarily need a 3rd tier thief, as long as you can run fast. Shuiyang nodded and immediately used the fixed point detector in his hand. This thing is extremely rare. He found it by chance while digging for treasure on his way to join Chao Meng. Its function is very simple. It detects all units, including stealth and cloaked units, within a 3-kilometer radius of the point of use. Such reconnaissance tools, capable of detecting stealth, can often prove surprisingly effective in a major battle. It is quite valuable. Unfortunately, this thing is a disposable item. But now that the abyss has begun to erupt, and abyssal monsters could strike at any moment, Shui Yang can no longer hide anything in this life-or-death situation. This won't do, he's too slow. This won't do either, he's in Silver City. This? No, he's already injured. This, it's him. Shui Yang saw an exceptionally agile figure. Even while carrying a sofa, he moved with incredible speed and agility. Warren. He recognized the member of the Storm Knights, his savior. When he first traveled through time, he accidentally entered a dark and dense forest and was almost sucked dry by plants infected by the rotting mother tree. It was Warren, who happened to be on a mission there, who saved him. Isn't he the guardian of Caesar's city? What's he doing here? However, Shui Yang's surprise lasted only a second before he put on a smile. Is saving me once not enough? Now you want to save me a second time. Shui Yang told Chao Ming Warren's location without hesitation. 5 minutes had passed since the abyss erupted, and looking up, one could see pale blue mist floating in the air. Some fast-moving abyssal vengeful spirits had already arrived nearby. In order to sneak into Silver City, the group didn't bring any warriors with them. They were really going to get entangled with the abyss monsters. The consequences are unimaginable. Chao Ming immediately took out the item, Taunt Mark, from his backpack. Taunt Mark creates a mark at a designated location, which will then automatically mark the nearest humanoid unit. The marked unit will gain a Taunt Aura for 3 hours. Taunt Aura attracts all hostile units within a 5-kilometer radius. After the Taunt Aura dissipates, the marked unit's internal organs will rapidly wither, and its blood will be drained, offering it as a sacrifice to the sin of pride. Similarly, this is also a disposable item, and Chao Ming only has 3 of them. Each use reduces the remaining supply. But he still immediately placed the mark at the location Shui Yang had given him. On the outskirts of Bian City, beside the shallows of Xingguang Lake. Warren carried the sofa, and Raoul on the sofa, moving with incredible speed. It must be said that this versatile member of the Knights is quite something. He can use low-level wind magic in combination with his ranger skills to minimize resistance and speed up his progress. After all, he knew time was running out, and he couldn't afford to waste it. But as he ran, he suddenly heard a scream from above. Then I heard a series of cursing and swearing. Damn it! Damn it! A curse! How could there be a curse? Saipan, how could you be so cruel? I will never let you go. Even if I fall into the abyss, I will never let you go. Warren had no idea what was going on. What had happened to this mentally challenged man who kept muttering, Your Majesty? But he didn't dare stop to check the situation. It had taken quite a bit of effort to maintain this speed. He doesn't have the time or the energy to restart. The only option is to keep running like crazy. But he soon realized something was wrong. Why are all these vengeful spirits gathering this way? Warren ran along the shallows of Starlight Lake in order to avoid the center of the abyss eruption as much as possible, while relying on the purifying water of Starlight Lake to intimidate the abyss monsters and buy himself enough time to escape. However, the shallows have now become a gathering place for monsters from the abyss. What kind of delicious souls are in this Starlight Lake that could draw so many vengeful spirits here despite the purifying power? No, they're not coming for Starlight Lake. They're coming for me. After running for a while, Warren finally realized that all these abyssal monsters were chasing after him. Moreover, a constant stream of abyssal monsters were pouring out from all directions, relentlessly pursuing and intercepting him. It's poisonous. Warren has seen countless abyssal anomalies in his life, but this is the first time he has encountered something like this. He was completely baffled. He didn't know what the problem was, but he knew that he had no choice but to keep running. In the current situation, stopping would mean certain death. But there were too many monsters in the abyss, and they were surrounding me from different directions. Now Warren couldn't help but regret choosing the shallows as his escape route, one side of which led to Starlight Lake, directly cutting off his escape route. Not far away, there is a wooden bridge spanning both ends of the lake, at which point I will have no choice but to walk down the same path. This time, the abyssal monster that has appeared is quite unusual. At my current speed, I simply cannot shake off the pursuers behind me. Once I step onto the wooden bridge, I will inevitably be forced into a deadly situation where I can neither advance nor retreat. Warren gritted his teeth and used a basic levitation spell to throw Raoul, along with the sofa, into the lake. He planned to first break free of his restraints, increase his speed to its maximum, shake off the group of troublesome abyssal monsters, and wait until dawn before returning to find Raoul. After all, he had levitation magic, so he wouldn't sink anytime soon. Now I can only hope that the purifying water of Starlight Lake can restrain these grievances. What's going on? Warren was just about to take off running when he suddenly realized that all the pursuers behind him had turned around. So the person being chased by the Abyss Monster wasn't himself, but Raoul on the sofa? ZZZ. When the Abyss Monster's body touched the water of Starlight Lake, it immediately showed a pained expression and made a sound as if it were being burned. Its spirit also became more ethereal. These vengeful spirits, who usually avoid the power of purification, are now rushing into Starlight Lake like they've been injected with adrenaline. The people of Warren were stunned. Is madness contagious? But he was also very anxious. His most pressing question had not yet been answered. He painstakingly carried Raoul, sofa and all the way from the farm to here, not so that he could become a midnight snack for the Abyss Monsters. Surging in, and he could only watch helplessly as they rushed into Starlight Lake. However, just then, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. The demon swooped down, and along with it, that familiar figure also fell. Bathed in moonlight, the moonlit night set's amplification effect reaches its maximum. A figure as black as ink leaped down from the sky, its red cloak fluttering wildly, and its warhammer, Thunder Serpent, swung in motion. I'll accept this generous gift. Under Warren's watchful gaze, amidst the dazzling flashes of blazing lightning, Su Yuan, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, brought down his hammer. Doin. This hammer blow. The world is peaceful now. Chapter 89. I had no choice before. Now I don't want to be human. In all his years, Warren had experienced over 300 abyssal anomalies, but he had never seen anything like this before. One person, one hammer, one move. Amidst the dazzling lightning and crackling explosions, the surging lake water became the backdrop for that figure. In particular, the starlight reflected on the lake and the crescent moon shining behind it complement each other perfectly. This image, both violent and beautiful, perfectly embodies the concept of violent aesthetics. This is the power of domination. Warren was deeply shocked. He had never seen anyone who could single-handedly plunge into hundreds or thousands of abyssal monsters and wipe them all out in an instant. Such methods, clearly transcend the comprehension of ordinary people, secured this level of protection for Caesar's city. Amidst the shock, Warren couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. I, Warren, have no regrets in dying. And Su Yuan, under his helmet, was practically grinning from ear to ear. He likes this kind of weird thing where someone helps him gather things up in advance. Pang! The hammer slammed down. Then you can enjoy watching the lightning chains leap wildly among the abyssal monsters. That feeling. It's incredibly stress-relieving. This time, the abyss eruption was much stronger than the last one. Ordinary vengeful spirits that hadn't even reached a certain rank jumped directly to the second rank. And there were even some at the third rank. No wonder the World Channel was filled with cries of gloomy clouds gather over the vast land. Please give us a way out. Even those third-tier abyss monsters couldn't withstand a single blow from Su Yuan. Once fully charged, the field hammer is the bane of abyssal monsters. Its unleashed, ferocious energy can wipe them from the world almost instantly. Slay the Tier 2 Abyss Wraith. Gain 120 experience points. Gain energy *40. Obtained 1 Tier 2 Spirit Core. Slay the Tier 3 Abyss Wraith. Gain 180 experience points. Gain energy *60. Obtained Tier 3 Spirit Core *1. This single blow earned Su Yuan nearly 80,000 experience points, leveling him up to level 9.5. They also gained a lot of energy, which they could save to power the buildings within their territory. In addition, there are nearly 2 82nd tier spirit cores and more than 50 third tier spirit cores. Once we get back, we can launch a massive Air Force attack. They even prepared for the next unit after the crypt was upgraded. However, after a brief moment of joy, Su Yuan also sensed something was amiss. Why weren't there any special monsters among the abyss monsters we killed this time? If I remember correctly, there used to be about one elite monster marked with the word special for every 200 abyss monsters. Second-tier special monsters alone can provide 200 experience points and 100 energy points, more than ordinary third-tier monsters. In addition, the most important point is that they drop skill books. The previously revealed Spirit Sword technique opened a prerequisite quest that I didn't know where to start, and the subsequent Blood Devour was temporarily unusable. Su Yuan could only pin his hopes on this abyss eruption, hoping to get a skill he could use like Night Parade of 100 Demons. But things didn't go as planned. Not only did they fail to find any usable skill books, they even stopped farming elite monsters altogether. I suspect the Abyss is targeting me. Lord. As Su Yuan muttered to himself, Warren rushed over and knelt on one knee with eyes full of reverence and loyalty. Thank you for your guidance, which allowed me to expose the rats hiding in the shadows and bring the conspiracy against Caesar City to light. A task to this versatile knight. After listening to Warren's words, Su Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze to the lake. He had been so focused on the Abyss monster that he hadn't noticed a man-portable sofa floating in the middle of the lake. It has to be said, Raoul was really lucky. When Su Yuan's hammer came down, there were more than a dozen vengeful spirits clinging to him. The violent lightning did not strike him directly, and the swirling lake water helped to dissipate much of the impact. In addition, the increased destructive power of the warhammer was only effective against spirits and not humans, which allowed him to barely escape with his life. His soul, which had been half-eaten by the Abyss monster, was also weakened, and his spirit was not as excited as before. After calming down and with the passage of time, Raoul gradually woke up from his initial self-hypnosis. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, and this was especially true for him, as an executioner. In fact, he had already seen far too many abusers meet unbearable ends, and many were even worse off than the victims who died at their hands. Furthermore, the positions of the executioner and the victim were frequently switched. This is Weitzman's perverse sense of humor. He knew very well in his heart, he always had. But he always harbored a sense of wishful thinking, always believing that he would be the special one. The fact that he was the only one among all the executioners of his time to have survived to the present day further solidified Raoul's resolve. However, it turned out that Weitzman wasn't unwilling to kill him. It was just that the time hadn't come yet. Or perhaps, we simply overlooked him. When he remembered, his death notice arrived as expected. Having figured everything out, Raoul's face showed a look of despair. He was still strapped to the sofa, now reclining at an angle, looking at the three people watching him from the shallows by the lake. Suddenly, he grinned. Kid, didn't you want to know our plans for Caesar City? Warren immediately perked up his ears. This was what he cared about most. Burst into laughter immediately after piquing Raoul's curiosity. Dream. Raoul spat viciously into Starlight Lake. I hate Saipan. I hate Weitzman. I hate all of Scatty. But that doesn't mean I need to tell you their plans. What? You can be my tool for revenge? Ridiculous. What's the point of revenge if you don't do it yourself? I've been a dog my whole life, bossed around my whole life. Why should I have to obey other people's wishes before I die? I'm going to be myself for once. No one can pry my mouth open unless I tell them. Su Yuan stared at the roaring Raoul, his face beneath his helmet expressionless. Bugger. My lord. Let him know what other people's wishes really mean. Yes. Warren had just been anxious and agitated by Raoul's refusal to comply, fearing that the other party would take the secret and fall into the abyss, causing Caesar's city to suffer a catastrophic disaster. However, Buggle soon made him realize that there is no mouth that cannot be opened, only a crowbar that is not strong enough. Chapter 90 What kind of deity did I shake? Buggle easily got Raoul to reveal the truth. Faced with the demon's vast spiritual power, Raoul's willpower was simply no match. Not to mention that even his soul is incomplete now. What a vicious plan. Warren had already guessed something when he overheard Saipan and Raoul's conversation from the roof beam. But hearing Raoul reveal everything still sent chills down his spine. If we hadn't known beforehand, Caesar's city could very well have become a goblin's money bag, a goblin's cave, an ogre's restaurant, and a parasite of the rotting mother tree. Warren was glad that he had discovered the other party's ulterior motives in time. There is still time. We can make preparations after returning to Caesar's city. Most importantly, I have this important person by my side. Su Yuan, standing beside Warren, was not particularly moved. He wasn't very sensitive to the racial terms used in these other worlds. Of the 4 races Raoul mentioned, he had never seen 3 of them before. The only one he had ever dealt with was the goblin, who had simply bared his teeth at the Iron Wolf Guards, and his home was gone. However, Su Yuan would not be complacent just because he had easily defeated his opponent. Moreover, behind this simple appearance, there was the shadow of Scatty's dark forces. This is a formidable opponent. These people are extremely cautious, like a rabbit with multiple burrows, and they almost never get their hands dirty, making them very difficult to track down. As for documents and materials, needless to say, ordinary textual materials would be destroyed, and because they always wore gloves when doing things, and immediately threw them away after achieving their goals, and could all cause accidental deaths. Therefore, Their presence is rarely seen in the documents recorded by historians. According to Raoul, the Skadi Dark Division is also known as the Ghost Hand. It is a mysterious and powerful organization, serving only the Skadi royal family. They wielded immense power. One wrong move, and you could be taken advantage of. It's easy to defend against a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Su Yuan didn't want to be constantly watched in the dark and then suddenly attacked from time to time. Perhaps this invasion plan targeting Caesar City is an opportunity. My lord. While Su Yuan was deep in thought, Buggle brought another piece of news. Raoul was cursed. A super-level curse that even a priest at the archbishop level can't lift. The person who cast the curse is very strong, and it is difficult to trace the source using ordinary methods. However, this person's style of magic is so distinctive that I only need to take one look to know who the person who cast the curse is. Oh, the sin of pride, one of the 7 sins. Buggle scratched his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. My former subordinate. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan didn't react, but Warren, who was standing to the side, was quite frightened. The 7 deadly sins? The 7 deadly sins under the Demon Lord's command? Then wouldn't the person in front of me be? Warren stared wide-eyed, speechless. What kind of miracle worker did I just summon for Caesar City? Before he could even process his astonishment, Buggle had already begun to apologize. My lord, it is my fault for failing to discipline them properly. Please punish me. Su Yuan waved his hand. He wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. After lying in the abyss for so long, Buggle naturally couldn't control his former subordinates anymore. But Su Yuan did not reduce the punishment, and Buggle felt increasingly guilty. At his insistence, Su Yuan agreed to let him use the curse on Raoul to impose a small punishment on the sin of pride. Raoul was on the verge of death. Half of his soul had been devoured by the abyss monster, and he wouldn't survive the night. Bukhar branded a spiritual mark on him, which could be considered as forcibly prolonging his life until the end of the aura of mockery. During this process, Su Yuan also discovered that Raoul was a monster-gathering device. In the eyes of those abyssal monsters, he was as dazzling as a lighthouse on the sea at night. They flocked to him like moths to a flame. Su Yuan simply decided to wait and see. In the end, they even simply stood the warhammer upright, turning it into an electric mosquito swatter. There was a series of crackling sounds, followed by a barrage of kill notifications flooding the screen. AFK farming experience is considered to be doing this. It wasn't until Raoul's curse took effect that Su Yuan reluctantly left the AFK spot to find new prey. At the very moment the curse struck Raoul, thousands of miles away, at the bottom of a volcano, in an underground cavern, a scarlet eye suddenly opened. It contains both pain and excitement. The painful part was the backlash of mental energy mixed in with the curse spell. The exciting part was this spiritual power, its Lord, Buggle. Inside the Silver City, at Duke's manor, the demonic hound that had previously killed several people was now gnawing on bones that the chef had carefully prepared, while on either side of the table sat Duke, the owner of the manor, and Saipan and rum from the Skadi's Secret Service. They enjoyed fine steaks and foie gras, sipped expensive red wine, admired the beautiful moonlight, and chatted leisurely. The Lord of Silver City was only fit to stand aside, like a servant who could be summoned at any time. As for the guard who came to petition him on behalf of the people, he didn't even get through the manor gates. While kneeling and pleading for his orders, he was bitten to death at the entrance by the demonic hounds that entered later. I heard there have been large-scale demonstrations in several surrounding cities recently, and members of the Freedom Wings were involved. Duke started the conversation, but his tone was neither heavy nor serious. Rather, it was as if he were having fun. Your Grace, please rest assured, the riot of the ignorant masses has been suppressed and will not affect your daily life at all, Rum replied with a professional smile, offering a very official response. Duke then asked, won't there be a lot of refugees? Please rest assured, Your Grace, we have dealt with similar situations many times. I can assure you that after tonight, all the refugees will be properly resettled. In a farm on the outskirts of Bian City, thousands of refugees and farmers gathered here. They had recently witnessed the bloody tragedy at the city gate, and many were still reeling from the horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. For them, it will become a shadow that will be difficult to erase from their minds for the rest of their lives. Especially the farmers, who watched helplessly as the guards who were supposed to protect them in times of crisis ruthlessly reaped the lives of their fellow travelers. If they hadn't been so fast, they would have become sandbags that caused the moat to stop flowing. In comparison, It might be more acceptable for people to let the monsters of the abyss devour their souls. Wait a minute. Where are the abyss monsters? These people were initially terrified, but after regaining their senses, some of them immediately realized that something was wrong. It's almost midnight. Even if they crawl, the abyss monsters should have crawled here by now, right? After all, this place isn't too far from the opened abyss gate. But why haven't we seen a single abyss monster yet? Filled with doubt, some of the bolder individuals cautiously ventured out of the farm, only to witness a scene that made them question the meaning of life. A figure shrouded in black armor was wielding a warhammer crackling with lightning, frantically hunting down the abyssal monsters around him. The gate to the abyss not far away, closing rapidly. Chapter 91: A single blow to shatter one's worldview. The gates to the abyss closed by themselves? It was only the middle of the night, and there were still at least 2 hours until dawn. Not to mention the refugees. Even Warren had never seen the abyss gate close prematurely. On the contrary, Su Yuan remained very calm. After all, it wasn't the first time he had driven the abyss to despair. However, unlike last time, after witnessing the watchdog, Su Yuan had matured considerably and would no longer take risks for the sake of momentary pleasure, such as prying open doors. Slay the Tier 2 Abyss Wraith. Gain 120 experience points. Gain Energy *40. Obtained 1 Tier 2 Spirit Core. Gained 40 reputation. Su Yuan was a little puzzled. How did he suddenly gain an extra item? He seemed to have gained reputation when killing abyss monsters before, but that was a long time ago. He even thought that reputation was a scarce resource. There were few other ways to obtain it besides leveling up. Until they stopped the Snow Kingdom's army. That was the time he gained the most reputation. He gained reputation for almost every enemy he defeated. It was thanks to that battle, along with the reputation gained from the Lord's level upgrade, that Su Yuan was able to recruit more advanced troops after the dungeon was upgraded. Suddenly, Su Yuan sensed something and glanced around at the refugees and farmers hiding in the fields, at the bottom of the low slopes, and behind the scarecrows, watching him. My first gain in prestige was after I saved the Merino sisters. Based on the timing of his previous reputation gains, Su Yuan suddenly had a bold guess. He immediately activated the Wind Spirit emblem and began his journey of chasing the wind outside Silver City. Although the gates to the abyss have been closed, some abyssal monsters still remain here. After the aura of mockery disappeared, they all scattered and went off to forage for food. Those refugees and farmers exposed to the moonlight in the wilderness were undoubtedly their best prey. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. But Su Yuan is never reasonable. The Wind Spirit emblem was activated. Su Yuan transformed into a humanoid walking vengeful spirit crusher, leaving no trace of life wherever he went. That night, countless refugees and farmers outside Silver City remembered this cool-looking figure wielding a giant hammer. Su Yuan's thoughts were confirmed. Reputation was not gained by killing abyssal monsters, but rather by the fact that the act of killing abyssal monsters was witnessed and revered by the people, thus earning reputation. This reverence, once it reaches a certain level, will transform into fanatical faith, after which those who possess the faith will automatically become its subjects. In other words, the more people one has, the higher one's prestige, the more troops one can control, the more territory one can expand, and the more people one can have. It is a closed loop. This system is indeed fine for ordinary lords. But Su Yuan felt something was off. He was the lord of the undead. It should be a different development process. But even now, Su Yuan has not found a way to expand his army that is unique to him. The undead's followers are too weak in combat, and he still needs to increase his reputation to recruit high-level troops. Su Yuan guessed that it was because a certain key building had not yet been constructed. However, he wasn't worried because he had already found a way to quickly gain reputation. In a way, we have to thank Weitzman, whose inhumanity led to an explosive increase in the number of refugees in Skadi. These refugees will become the source of his prestige. In just half an evening, even with the Abyss Gate closed, Su Yuan had already gained nearly 10,000 reputation points. There's no way around it. The population base is there, and just like in Caesar's city, as word spreads, one's reputation will grow, and naturally, one's prestige will increase accordingly. With the reputation gained from leveling up during this period, Su Yuan has now accumulated over 68,000 reputation points. His title was changed from a rising star in the Sunset Mountains to the Lord who rules the Deer Plains, which naturally attracted more covert attention. My lord, leave these refugees to me. Warren volunteered. The Knights of the Covenant period, so he was very familiar with it. Su Yuan nodded. He first entered Caesar City. He discovered that it had the same problem as his own territory. It was easy to attack, but difficult to defend. This city, situated on a plain, was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and relying solely on the defensive watchtowers at its four corners was simply not enough. If it weren't for the blessing of the Wind God and the Knight's loyalty, they probably would have been abandoned long ago. Now that the Wind God has disappeared and the knightly order in name only is gone, those who covet Caesar's city are naturally getting restless. The Scatty Dark Division is just one of them. To prevent any potential problems, Su Yuan had long ago conceived the idea of expanding outwards and building a defense system. But that would require a large amount of labor and raw materials, and Caesar City has too many transient people, and the local residents all run their own small businesses, so there are very few unemployed people, making it difficult to conscript them. Now, this group of refugees can not only enhance his reputation, but also serve as a valuable human resource supplement to his expansion plan. Su Yuan naturally couldn't refuse such a win-win situation. In the blink of an eye, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Dawn breaks. The refugees finally breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Su Yuan, who had saved their lives, while also expressing their gratitude to Warren for running around and working hard for them for most of the night. It must be said that the skills Warren honed at Caesar City played a significant role. After only a short period of reorganization, he had already organized the refugees into groups and selected some educated people who knew how to communicate to assist in management. In addition, since everyone had survived the ordeal, they had a life or death bond with each other and could understand each other even if there were minor frictions. Under all these circumstances, a new order was quickly established. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was preparing to return home, suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on a small group within the refugee column. These people, several Silver City lords, including Chow Meng, felt a sudden tightness in their chests and their hair stand on end, as if they were being watched by a demon. "Boss, is that terrifying being sizing us up?" someone asked, trembling. To be honest, those guys were really unlucky last night. Normally, once the taunt aura is activated, a well-organized retreat would be possible. But no one expected that they would run into the rotting mother tree halfway through the retreat. They were nearly scared to death on the spot. They could use the taunt mark to escape from abyssal monsters, but encountering the rotten mother tree meant they'd have a hard time even leaving a whole corpse. The group quickly scurried to the nearest farmland and stared at the field mouse for more than 20 minutes, not daring to breathe loudly. Heaven knows why that old demon tree wasn't staying put in the dark forest, but instead wandering around the outskirts of Silver City in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the rotting mother tree seemed to be in some urgent matter and didn't care about them at all. The lords, who had narrowly escaped death, dared not head towards their territories and could only hide until dawn. Then they saw Su Yuan using the abyss monsters as experience points. That guy almost shattered their worldview with that hammer blow. After traveling for so many days, this was the first time they had ever seen that abyssal monsters could be killed in such a way. "Are you playing whack-a-mole here?" The group unanimously agreed that the person wielding the sledgehammer must be at least a diamond-level adventurer. It could even be a dragon slayer-level monster. Putting everything else aside, you can tell from that set of equipment that it's quite valuable. He's definitely a big shot. The key point is that he is also an extremely responsible and mission-driven leader who, with only a hammer, travels among the vengeful spirits and protects thousands of refugees. Such characters can only appear in various classic and enduring legends of heroes. So they quietly slipped back into the group of refugees. Without the aura of mockery, being alone was tantamount to suicide. But to their surprise, not only did the other party rescue the refugees, they also began to organize the refugees to migrate. Chow Meng and the others were almost in tears. "Boss, you're too kind-hearted. But we don't need it." Several people wanted to leave, but seeing how cooperative everyone else was, they wondered if it would be too abrupt for them to stand out from the crowd. The thought of the tragedy that occurred in front of the city gate last night sent chills down everyone's spines. They couldn't fathom the thoughts of these otherworldly beings, so they could only follow the crowd. At least that way they wouldn't make mistakes. However, the sudden appearance of Bujal beside Su Yuan put immense psychological pressure on them, especially his bulging, bulbous eyes, which sent chills down their spines. "It's all right, don't panic. This fierce-looking fellow is obviously the hero's subordinate. The hero is strong and kind-hearted, so he definitely won't let him do anything reckless." Chow Meng shared his analysis, which reassured the other lords around him. Shuiyang nodded vigorously. "I know that organizer. He's a member of the Caesar City Knights and a good person. That's what he said, but he was actually very puzzled. How could this person still be alive? Didn't I tell Chao Ming his location? Logically, he should have already been sacrificed. Could it be that the hero helped him break the curse? Will he discover anything suspicious? Shuiyang shook his head. Anyway, the mocking mark was released by Chao Ming, so even if it was discovered, it had nothing to do with him. I have a bad feeling about this. This person is way too strong. Do you think our identities as time travelers have already been exposed? Don't scare yourself. Let's follow the refugee group first, and then slip away when we find a chance. In fact, Su Yuan had already seen through their identities as lords. After all, in the eyes of otherworldly beings, they might be able to find excuses like travelers or wanderers of the great Xia. But in the eyes of lords who are also transmigrators, it is all too easy to identify their kind. Unless, like some undead lord, his entire body is shrouded in armor that blocks detection. Watching the migrant caravan gradually disappear into the distance, Su Yuan rubbed his chin. They should be the lords near Silver City. Speaking of which, I might need to trouble them with something in a couple of days. It would be best if we could control them directly. Thinking of this, Su Yuan first called out to Bujal. Bubble stated that he could easily erase their memories, but because these people had never received any mental training, their mental bodies were too fragile, and they were likely to become idiots after being impacted by his mental power. That won't work. I still have a use for them. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan called Warren over again. He first gave a brief description of the appearance and clothing of the lords, and then ordered, when arranging accommodations, separate these people, and also pay close attention to their movements. Warren's mind raced with thoughts. The last time Su Yuan had him follow Raoul, he uncovered Scatty's shocking conspiracy against Caesar City. This time, he needs to be extra careful again. Could it be that these people also intend to harm Caesar City? Warren immediately became extremely alert. He decided that once he got back, he would keep these people under close surveillance. We must not give them even the slightest opportunity to go out and exchange intelligence. After giving his instructions, Su Yuan returned to his territory in the Sunset Mountains. Warren, on the other hand, continued to organize the migration of displaced people. During this process, many farmers also came from their respective farms. Most of them still had families to support, and they shouted that they wanted to abandon darkness and embrace the light. We've finally seen the ugly faces of those nobles. Since they don't care whether we live or die, we will no longer pay them grain or taxes. You saved our lives. We don't have any other skills, but we can feed a city. From now on, our food and our taxes will all be yours. They had no choice before, but now, times have changed. Faced with the farmers' high enthusiasm, Warren readily accepted their invitations. Unlike the refugees, these were all farm owners who brought their own assets and means of production. With their participation, the problem of feeding the refugees who had just been taken in was largely solved. In Silver City, a farmer who hadn't had time to escape was caught in a church, stripped naked, tied to a cross, and forced to confess amidst the sharp crack of whips. Under his confession, Rum, whose face was grim, quickly learned everything that had happened the previous night. Those refugees didn't die. Rum gritted his teeth, as if the person he had just rescued was his father's killer. That's really surprising, Saipan said, shrugging. The abyss of turmoil has always been their most comfortable glove. They can kill without leaving a trace and then distance themselves from the crime. This is why, despite weekly purges and the influx of refugees, Scatty has not seen a large-scale rebellion. The erupting abyss and the tightly locked city gates together extinguished any sparks that could have become a force of resistance in their infancy. But this time, they clearly miscalculated. Completely black, draped in a red cloak, wielding a hammer. Is there such a hero? I'm not entirely sure, but we can inquire with the Adventurers Guild. If there is one, we'll have to have a serious talk with this righteous hero. Following the inquiry from the dark side, the Adventurers Guild within Scatty immediately launched an internal investigation. When the announcement was sent to Hellenberg, it caught the attention of a brave squad. Sister Rebecca, Uncle Gozman, come quick. Doesn't the person mentioned in this announcement look familiar? Is it the one who ran over and killed a hare on the Jalu plain? Isn't he with demons and the undead? Why would he be? Anna tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild of a remote border town, having just completed a diamond-level mission, Ike was drinking at the bar when he saw the announcement, and his eyes widened in shock. Field. Chapter 92. What falls from the sky isn't necessarily a pie. It could also be a discus. As Ike stared blankly at the announcement, A scream suddenly rang out from this inconspicuous border town. The adventurers nearby sprang into action at the sound, and soon someone who had been peering at the door spoke up. "They're from the Shadow Church." "Is that a shadow beast kept by the church? How dare they openly assault someone in broad daylight? Where's the sheriff?" "The one that got bitten to death was." "In broad daylight, under the clear sky. Is there no law or justice left?" "Hey buddy, don't just stand there indignant. Go out and get him." "What are you talking about? I'm just doing this for money. If I'm not being asked to do anything, I can only talk. The disaster of Jetigal is in dire need of someone like you." "Don't talk nonsense. The disaster of Yedigar is a Dragon Slayer level team. After all, him, they might not even look at him." The group of adventurers chatted amongst themselves, but not one of them went out to stop the atrocity. Seeing this, I couldn't help but shake his head. The adventurers who once risked their lives for justice and their beliefs have now become so profit-driven. Perhaps influenced by the announcement, images of his adventures with his team members resurfaced in Ike's mind. Back then, Field was a man who hated evil and was determined to eradicate injustice with a single blow. "So many years have passed, but you haven't changed at all," murmured to himself. Ike pushed open the doors of the Adventurers Guild, and the annihilation spell, radiating a terrifying aura, took shape in his hand. Looking at that slightly thin figure from behind, the other adventurers all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this uncle who claims he doesn't get up early for nothing, never meddles in other people's business, and only came to this remote town to retire? 2 days after the announcement, Rum and Saipan had received no fewer than 30 letters of recommendation. They were all adventurers wielding large hammers, ranging from gold to diamond rank. This is likely related to the content of their inquiry. The main point of the inquiry was that the adventurer did not report the mission in advance within Skadi, but the announcement specifically mentioned that the adventurer fought bravely against the abyss monsters and protected the lives and property of the people of Skadi. Any Adventurers Guild leader with a brain could see that this was a veiled compliment disguised as criticism. In this day and age, it's commonplace for adventurers to carry out cross-border missions. To save time, acting first and reporting later is the basic practice. The reporting can be done later, but the achievements are real and greatly help to enhance the reputation of the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, many adventurers associations, even if it's just for show, will still bring out a big hammer, just in case the other party is blind and chooses it. Of course, this is just a dream. Rum forced himself to read through all the profiles of the suspected individuals, then angrily slammed the letters onto the table. None of them matched. I should have known better than to use such a high-sounding excuse. Then what should we use? We can't exactly question him about why he saved the people of Skadi, can we? Saipan also seemed somewhat helpless. He knew very well that the person from last night could not possibly be any of the people mentioned in these letters. At this moment, an investigator came to report that all the refugees who had been rescued earlier had been moved to Caesar City and had been properly resettled. Rum scoffed at this. Caesar City? How interesting. They didn't interfere this much when the knights were around, but now that the knights are gone, they're meddling even more? Saipan, on the other hand, had a furrowed brow. He recalled the information he had gathered when he disguised himself as a groom to trade refined iron in Caesar City. At that time, he had focused all his attention on the person who resembled Ange, but now, upon hearing his subordinate's report, another figure suddenly popped into his mind. This hammer-wielding man was among those who saved Caesar City. It seems my previous judgment was wrong. These 3 people are not just passing travelers. Saipan suddenly relaxed his furrowed brows. Seeing is believing. Very well. Let's take advantage of this recovery plan to find out more about you. Presumably, the person who could repel the Snow Country army wouldn't be bothered by a few alien tribes, but Saipan didn't care either. They're just gloves anyway, so I can just throw them away after I'm done using them. I still have plenty of backup plans. Sunset Mountains, within the territory. 2 days later, Su Yuan now has 30 gargoyles in his possession. When there's nothing else going on, these gargoyles stand on the ground like stone pillars, which is extremely deceptive. Before obtaining the Spirit Tower design blueprints, they also conveniently served as territorial outposts. Since there were so many, Su Yuan didn't feel bad about using them all. At the same time, he also discovered a new use for the cave assassins. Since the burrow assassins can burrow underground and become invisible, Su Yuan had them work in 2 shifts, one above ground and one underground, when there were no special assassination missions. When their invisibility time was up, they would burrow underground, successfully taking on the role of gatekeepers for the territory. There are also the cave demons. Although their names contain the word demon, they are not of the same race as Bulgur. Their mother is a spider, and they are all experts in the web. Su Yuan arranged for them to hang upside down in various hidden corners to secretly guard their territory. As for the ghouls, Su Yuan dispatched them all to replace the original Iron Wolf guards. If you observe Su Yuan's territory from the outside, it looks like a $0 shopping mall at first glance, but in reality, try it and you'll die. After assigning tasks to his subordinates, Su Yuan called Kylan over. This girl has been sullen ever since she went out and came back. I don't know what happened to them. Having nothing else to do, Su Yuan decided to fulfill his duties as a boss, to give his subordinates some psychological comfort. Although Kylan had spent 120 years traveling through the abyss, all her energy was devoted to the search for the truth of magic, and her mind was as pure as that of an 18-year-old girl. Su Yuan didn't need to say much. He simply used the same rhetoric he'd learned in his university mental health class, and Kylan immediately started talking. My lord, I have been wandering the abyss for 120 years. A full 120 years. Su Yuan had expected her to say something like, you've missed out on so much beauty in this world. But in reality, why haven't the magic spells here improved at all? Are all the archmages these days just sitting around doing nothing? They're all so complacent. How infuriating. If I ever find out who the current Grand Magister of the Snow Kingdom is, I'll send him straight to the abyss for further training with a single death ice storm. Su Yuan looked at the furious Kylan and thought to himself that it was a pity. If we had summoned her earlier, we probably could have easily boosted our reputation when the Snow Kingdom army invaded. After venting her frustrations, Karen breathed a sigh of relief, and her mood immediately brightened. Before long, he ran up to Njia and started talking about what he had seen and heard on the way, as well as all sorts of gossip that arose from it. On the other side, Guan Jini's was also having a lively conversation with Bujal. Su Yuan realized that Bujir was a complete Guan Jini's fanatic. In his words, Guan Jini's life story was like a wish-fulfillment novel. Guan Jini's listened with great interest, and even frequently urged for more updates. Even so, it had no effect whatsoever on his memory recovery. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, and then opened the world channel. Although 2 days have passed, the fervor surrounding the Abyss outbreak has not diminished at all. After all, the rankings will be finalized today. The hot topic among the lords was precisely the Sunset Mountains. Am I seeing things? Sunset Mountains really isn't on the list? Or is there something wrong with the list I'm displaying? Your list is displaying correctly, but I don't see Sunset Mountain on the list either. Not only are there none in the top 10, there aren't any in the top 100. Alas, it seems they have fallen. Does the guy upstairs have any inside information? How can you be so sure? Isn't this obvious? Just compare it with the other top-ranked regions from the last time the results were released, and you'll see. The Extreme Cold Ice Palace remains second, the third is the Divine Marquis Mansion, the fourth is Xianing Village, and the fifth is the Shrine Town. See? Those who ranked high before are still ranked high this time, while Sunset Mountain didn't even make the list. Doesn't that say something? I thought they were a group of big shots, but it turned out to be just a flash in the pan. Oomph, it's better that they're gone. Last time I asked about the strategy, not a single lord in this area spoke up, as if they were afraid I would steal their secret techniques. A bunch of stingy people, they deserve to be wiped out. The comment upstairs is morally blackmailing people. It's their freedom to say what they want. In any case, respect for the deceased is paramount. Caesar City, which was once famous, didn't even make the list during the 2 Abyss outbreaks. It's probably completely hopeless now. It seems that only the Extreme Cold Ice Palace and the Divine Marquis Mansion are the strongest and most stable. Su Yuan was not surprised by this. When he found that there was no indication of the Abyss outbreak point in his light screen, he had a vague guess that the Sunset Mountains might be removed from the rankings this time. Although I don't know why this is the case, that's just how it is. However, he was prepared. Su Yuan checked the time. There were still less than 3 hours until the ranking rewards were settled. It's about time. Equipped with the Moonlit Night set, Su Yuan teleported to Pierce Manor in Caesar City with a thought. Warren, who had received the news long ago, had been waiting there for a long time. My lord, I have followed your instructions and detained those people separately for a day. Su Yuan nodded. Let's go. At this very moment, the discussion in the world chat is still ongoing. By the way, where did this number 1 ranked Silver City come from? Yeah, I've never even heard of it before. I know that. Last time they were ranked just behind our region, 79th. Holy crap, 79 straight to number 1? Did they pay for this? He must have had some kind of extraordinary encounter. Otherwise the improvement wouldn't have been so terrifying. Caesar's city, the Silver City lords, who were being held separately, were rolling their eyes. What a bizarre encounter. Oh right, there really was a hammer adventure. If it weren't for that figure wielding a warhammer, they would have had absolutely no connection with this number one. Of winning without lifting a finger is really great. Wouldn't it be great to get first place for free? The lords of Silver City were filled with excitement at the thought of the rewards they would soon receive. Who would have thought that such a lavish gift package would just fall into their laps like that? It's like a pie falling from the sky. But they soon realized that a windfall isn't always a good thing. It could kill someone. Qin Fan, the lord of the Silver City region, had a deep understanding of this. Just as he was getting excited, the door to the interrogation room was opened. That familiar figure reappeared in his field of vision. Honestly, if it weren't for the interrogation equipment, Qin Fan would probably have knelt down and called him Dad on the spot. Was considered one of the worst lords in the region, and if he hadn't met this big shot, he would never have been able to be associated with the word number one in his life. However, his illusions were quickly shattered. You're not from this world, are you? Bang! It felt like I'd been punched in the temple. The very first sentence hit the nail on the head, instantly breaking through the defenses. Qin Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't know where he had given himself away or how the other party had seen through him at a glance. Of course, that's not the point. The key question is, what does the other party plan to do after they learn that she is an alien? The figure shrouded in black armor gave him an immense sense of oppression. He couldn't see the other person's face at all, let alone their expression. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, back, armpits, and elbows, and the immense fear in his heart left Qin Fan at a loss. He couldn't help but recall the information he had seen on the World Channel before, about lords being wiped out by the city administrators of surrounding cities after their identities were exposed, and his mind went blank. But after a brief period of silence, I started having uncontrollable wild thoughts again. Finally, unable to bear the immense pressure in his heart, Qin Fan spoke tremulously. You. Why would you ask such a question? Because other people revealed your information to me in order to survive. Qin Fan was slightly taken aback, and then cursed the traitors several times in his heart, but he quickly realized what was happening and immediately opened the regional chat room. After some questioning, all the answers I received were negative. This hero probably just sensed something was wrong, but he has no evidence. He's bluffing you, don't fall for it. Haha, these stupid otherworldly beings want to play the prisoner's dilemma game, but they don't know that we can communicate online. There's no dilemma at all. Hold on, brothers. We got first place in our region this time. We'll be rich once we get out here. Yes, hang in there. We all have a bright future. Seeing the lords in the regional chat room encouraging him, Qin Fan's panicked heart calmed down a lot, and he even had the courage to slightly raise his head and steal a glance at the other person's face, even though he couldn't see anything. My esteemed hero, I am truly just a wanderer from the great Xia dynasty who happened to be passing by. Please don't listen to those people's nonsense. With his mind at ease, Qin Fan spoke much more fluently. He waited confidently for the other party to ask the next question. However, the figure just sat there, showing no intention of asking any further questions. The two remained locked in this stalemate for over 20 minutes until Warren pushed open the door and brought in another lord from Silver City. They then led Qin Fan out. Qin Fan was completely dumbfounded. No sooner had he left than the interrogation room door closed, and the second lord to be interrogated sat down. Then Su Yuan dropped a bombshell. The planet you lived on before was called Earth. Chapter 93. No comparison, no harm. The chat room in Silver City was deathly silent. A chain of suspicion has formed. To be honest, it was much faster than Su Yuan had expected. I only used a small amount of information to make them wary of each other. In the end, these people are not a monolithic group. With the slightest external force, they will immediately fall apart. After Qin Fan, Su Yuan interrogated the other lords as well. It was called an interrogation, but it was actually just a sit-in. Even so, starting with the second lord, they all couldn't withstand the pressure and readily told Su Yuan everything he wanted to know. This includes their division of labor and ranking within their territory, as well as everything that happened on the night of the second abyss eruption. Of course, they weren't without their doubts about Su Yuan's identity. Especially when the second lord sent the information that Su Yuan said the word Earth to the regional chat room. Some people immediately suspected that Su Yuan might also be a transmigrator. But Chao Ming immediately rejected this conjecture. Not to mention whether the transmigrator lord has the strength to wipe out the abyss monsters single-handedly at this stage. The final ranking alone is enough to explain the problem. If this person is a lord, would he be ranked first in Silver City? During the first Abyss outbreak, an experiment was conducted where lords who killed Abyss monsters across regions still had their points counted towards the original region. Therefore, it was a foregone conclusion that a traitor had appeared in the group. Once they knew someone had spoken up, there was no point in continuing to hold on. In order to survive, they naturally said everything they could. They even went so far as to smear others. As the regional leader, Chao Ming was naturally subjected to a lot of criticism at this time. The designated scapegoat is Yes. Of course, the most tragic one was not him, but Shui Yang. Ungrateful wretch, who had been a master at betraying his allies in Caesar City, didn't need Su Yuan to nudge him. As soon as he entered, he started bombarding Su Yuan with gossip about the Silver City Lord. To be honest, if Su Yuan had known about this traitor earlier, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. However, after learning that Shui Yang was not the Lord of Silver City, Su Yuan had no intention of wasting any more words with him and directly fed him to the Soul Spirit. This guy was saved by Warren, and then he actually tried to kill his savior. He sold out his teammates without hesitation in order to survive, so Su Yuan had no reason to keep him around. When Shui Yang, who had completely lost his vital signs, was dragged out, it shocked the lords of Silver City. Seeing the resources and equipment that had been dropped on the ground, the lords of Silver City were all terrified and turned pale. While everyone else was panicking and at a loss, Chao Ming was the first to step forward. He took out everything from his backpack without reservation, just hoping to save his own life. The investment leader is obvious. Other lords followed suit. In such a life-or-death situation, even the rarest items and resources were insignificant compared to their own lives. Had completely filled the knight's basement. Especially the various treasure chests after the leaderboard rewards are distributed. Based on my experience of killing that person just now, if I kill you, all these things will be mine too. Give me a reason to keep you alive. Keep us here. We can contribute more resources in the future. Yes, we come here to make offerings every 3 days. In order to save their lives, everyone frantically pledged their loyalty. Su Yuan had no intention of killing them. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Top spot on the Abyss monster kill ranking this time, so he could use it as a shield and bait. Caesar City are the ones interacting with them, while the Sunset Mountains will gradually fade from public view. If handled properly, I can develop steadily for a while longer. However, Su Yuan did not agree immediately. Instead, after leaving the group waiting for an hour, he brought Bujal back to them. While agreeing to their conditions, they also made them sign a blood sacrifice pact with Bugle. Only then were the baits released one by one. Return to territory. Su Yuan has gained a great deal this time, including his own 6 first-place rankings, and now also first in troop strength rankings. He has a total of nearly 50 treasure chests. It's a pity that the list of fine iron and black iron hasn't been released yet. Otherwise I could have gotten 2 more treasure chests. Tonight, I'm probably going to open so many treasure chests my hands will be sore. But when Su Yuan decided to explore the contents of the treasure chest, as he had done last time, he couldn't help but curse. This time the treasure chest reward was random. However, the final unboxing result was alright. The top-ranked treasure chests yielded 7 items that Su Yuan could use. 4 of the items were fragments of design blueprints. After piecing them together, Su Yuan obtained the Ghost Graveyard design blueprints. The other 3 items are the Anti-Mage Ring, the Healing Ointment purchase voucher, and a very strange energy orb. Anti-Mage Ring, the Ring of Roger Maginot, the public enemy of mages. Originally just an ordinary ring, it underwent a slight change after following its master in defeating tens of thousands of mages. When worn, it reduces magic damage taken by 30% and increases resistance to curses caused by magical spells by 20%. Healing Ointment purchase coupon, a rather ordinary promotional tactic. Use it to unlock the ability to purchase Healing Ointment in the mystery shop. As for the final bead, the item information displays as A. This puzzled Su Yuan greatly. Not even a name? Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of his character information, and he was momentarily stunned. This is... Su Yuan discovered that when he held the energy bead in his hand, a new column appeared in his character information. Status, virtualized. Etherealization, Lord of the Undead's innate skill. Currently at 10% etherealization level, grants immunity to 10% physical damage. Note that the more undead you command, the higher your ability to become ethereal. When your etherealization reaches 100%, you will be immune to all physical damage. Status, Life Drain. Life Drain, Lord of the Undead's innate skill, allows him to absorb the life energy of all living beings to repair himself. Current absorption rate is 5%. Note that the more undead your subordinates command, the higher the absorption rate. Status: Forced Calm. Forced Calm. The Lord of the Undead's innate skill, which forces the user into a calm state when experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. This is physical immunity and vampirism, and it has the effect of a tranquilizer. Su Yuan loosened his grip on the energy bead slightly, and these states immediately disappeared. It seems that the changes in my body are indeed inextricably linked to this thing. Although I don't know exactly what it is, it's still a significant improvement for me. It's like a buff that can be stacked at any time. With the anti-mage ring and etherealization, I now have a certain reduction in physical and magical attacks, further enhancing my survivability. It's simply wonderful. However, almost all of his good luck was used up on the largest treasure chest. The second treasure chest on the leaderboard only contained a boundary stone that was somewhat presentable, and he didn't get anything useful from it. The rankings below that point were even less of an improvement for Su Yuan. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan posted the information about these items in the regional chat room to see if anyone needed them. Considering the overall regional rankings, it's still necessary to strengthen the other lords as well. After all, although these things are of little use to him, they are still different from the scrap metal that was previously listed on the exchange. Given the current development speed, other lords in the region might find them useful. In fact, Su Yuan overestimated Zhou Mingkai and his group. That's not just a possibility, it's extremely useful. Yuanji, you're amazing. How did you get so much equipment? And fragments of design blueprints for various buildings. I was initially annoyed that I failed to kill the Abyss monster and was removed from the list, but now, I feel good. Since you've shared, I'll follow suit. These are the item information I have, not only from opening chests, but also from previous adventures and treasure hunting. Once Su Yuan started, Li Shaoling followed suit, immediately energizing the other three. They all brought out their collections. It's clear that no one wants to take advantage of others for nothing, and everyone wants to contribute. Thinking of the Silver City lords who had collapsed at the speed of light, and then looking at his own group, Su Yuan could only say, it is truly not easy to achieve this. This is a sign of genuine mutual recognition. However, what they had was really nothing special. None of it caught Su Yuan's eye. Sorry, I take back what I just said. Qing Xiao, Quasi-Spirit, sword, one of the 24 peerless swords forged in the Kingdom of Blacksmiths. It was once the personal sword of Luo Qinkayu, a sword fanatic of the Great Xia dynasty. Luo Qinkayu, searching for his close friend, took the sword into the abyss and disappeared afterward. This sword has been tempered in the abyss for many years and has reached the quasi-spirit sword level, only one step away from being forged into a spirit sword. This sword. Su Yuan immediately noticed the last sentence in the introduction. Only one step away from forging the spirit sword. He also has a prerequisite quest for the spirit sword technique, which requires him to find a spirit sword or enter the abyss sword tomb. Upon seeing this azure sky weapon, one naturally wouldn't want to miss it. I dug this up in some remote corner. Do you want it? Here you go. Looking at Li Xialing's comments, Su Yuan could only sigh and say, this must be what a lucky person looks like. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately found Li Shaoling, took the azure sky sword, and threw all the items that Zhou Mingkai and the others wanted to Li Shaoling. After that, Li Shaoling took the things Su Yuan had given her and the other three people and started taking what they needed. Su Yuan, meanwhile, prepared to return to his territory and build the ghost graveyard. Just as he was about to close the world channel, a private message popped up. The letter was from none other than Lu Yufa. Boss, a friendly reminder. Be extra careful around your territory lately. If you can sneak into a city, that's the best option. Quite a few lords around me have been ambushed. Ambushed? Who ambushed you? Goblins and goblins. Boss, I know what you're thinking. Based on previous experience, these two races are indeed quite weak in combat. But this time is different. They've evolved. I'm not just being paranoid. You can check the world chat to see for yourself. Su Yuan opened the world channel and immediately understood that Lu Yufa's concerns were not unfounded. Many lords were already lamenting their experiences of having their bases raided. I opened a chest and found a barracks blueprint, which I was really enjoying, when suddenly I heard a loud boom, followed by an earthquake-like shaking. A huge hole was smashed in the roof of the town hall. My first instinct was to activate the energy shield, and then guess what I saw when I peered through the doorway? I saw a goblin catapult. Good heavens, the stones it threw were bigger than me. Luckily, I activated my shield quickly, otherwise my barracks would have been destroyed before I even built them. However, I feel that the protective shield won't last long. Some of those goblins even ride dragons. It really stunned me. Now I just hope that the support from other lords in the area can arrive soon. Dude, I'm in a similar situation to you, except that it wasn't goblins who ambushed me, but goblins. Let me tell you, you'd never guess that the goblins I encountered actually knew magic. I don't even know what kind of mutated goblin this is. Now my two warriors, one is covered in ice and moving slowly, and the other has a large area of burns all over his body, a terrible sight. I'm hiding in the town hall watching the contrast between ice and fire outside, and I'm panicking. After reading these comments, Su Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Following the walking cursed tree, goblins and gnomes have mutated again? The mutation rate in this world is way too high, isn't it? He suddenly remembered the rotten mother tree that the Silver City Lords had mentioned before. I've heard that people are prone to mutations after being infected by this stuff. Could it be a problem with the rotten mother tree? However, unlike ordinary lords, Su Yuan always had plenty of energy and didn't need to turn off the protective shield to save energy, so he wasn't worried about his base being raided. Wang Zhan, who lived far away in the land of blacksmiths, was also not worried about his home being robbed. He wasn't worried about his house being robbed. In fact, he was even thinking about robbing other people's houses. Inside his backpack lay a piece of paper, Goblin Covenant. In exchange for offering 99 gold coins to the Covenant each day, he can gain control of any goblin tribe in any region, excluding royalty, with a maximum of 200 goblins. This prop looks incredibly powerful, but it's actually a complete ripoff. It can't be stopped. Once the alliance is successfully concluded, Wang Zhan will have to pay 99 gold coins every day until his death. If he fails to pay on any day, it will be considered a breach of contract, and Wang Zhan will be hunted down by the goblins for the rest of his life. What the blacksmith's kingdom lacks most is gold mines. To raise the money, he really risked his life, even resorting to robbing gold convoys. But he also knew that he couldn't mess with the indigenous people too much, otherwise he would be doomed if they came to attack him. Therefore, he set his sights on the lords who were also time travelers. Especially those wealthy people who spend lavishly are prime targets for him. His previous words were not just empty talk. However, Wang Zhan held back a bit. After all, he remembered that during the last Abyss outbreak, the Sunset Mountain area was #1 on the Abyss monster kill list, so its strength should not be underestimated. However, Sunset Mountain range was nowhere to be found in the top 10 of this list. This greatly boosted his confidence. At this time, the goblin has mutated. It's like heaven is helping me. Wang Zhan could almost see chests full of gold beckoning to him. Chapter 94. Why send so much stuff when you're already here? At the edge of the Sunset Mountains, an inconspicuous rock suddenly trembled. Immediately, a mechanical arm emerged from below, lifting the entire rock and revealing the pit beneath. Following closely behind, 6 or 7 mechanical spiders crawled out one after another, each about half the height of a person, with the goblin, the pilot controlling them, sitting in the center. The goblins here seem to be more developed, and their technology is more advanced. When Wang Zhan, far away in the land of blacksmiths, found the goblin tribe closest to the Sunset Mountains and successfully entered their field of vision, even he, as a transmigrator, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In those interconnected underground caves, there were many ingenious little gadgets, including machinery, gears, and even small factories. Moreover, the technical sophistication is no less than that of the land of blacksmiths. It must be said that goblins are indeed a very fascinating race, bearing many labels: misers, greedy devils, and scrupulous merchants. It's mostly satirical, but few people realize that these green-skinned dwarfs are very clever and capable. There was once a saying that goblins were just underdeveloped goblins, and goblins would often mock their little brothers, believing that they, like themselves, were at the bottom of the two-legged food chain. However, the goblins soon proved with their actions that although they may share the same ancestor as goblins, they are now completely different species, possessing the same cunning nature as goblins. Unlike those lazy people, they also have active genes in their bodies. This allows them to quickly put their ideas into practice. However, sometimes the means to achieve one's goals are not so honorable. Sala is a good example. He wanted to help the cat girls, so he did it immediately. Then, in order to help more cat girls, he tricked and deceived others to join him. This guy is only half goblin. For some unknown reason, this ancient race has yet to develop a complete technology tree. Their inventions always seem to be stuck in a vicious cycle, making it difficult for them to experience large-scale technological breakthroughs, let alone a technological revolution. As a result, some members of the tribe even abandoned the path of technology and turned to magic as a means of cultivation. This goblin tribe in the Sunset Mountains was the most technologically advanced of all the goblin tribes Wang Jun had seen in recent days. Not only did they possess various mechanical armors, but they also had powerful landmines and bombs. Those goblin tribes that could only build catapults were simply not comparable to them. Wang Jun was overjoyed. The fact that the country of blacksmiths could become a proxy arsenal for various countries meant that we were still in the era of cold weapons. These things are clearly beyond the scope of this version. After witnessing the various offensive weapons in the pit, he completely forgot about magic. His stereotypes from his previous life made him extremely enthusiastic about all kinds of gunpowder products, and he even had the idea of using this goblin tribe to conquer cities and territories and unify the world. And this big fat sheep in the Sunset Mountains will become his first stepping stone. I hope you're still alive, because I still need to get my military budget from you. With such a powerful team under his control, Wang Jun's confidence swelled to an unprecedented level. Under his remote command, the Goblin Mechanical Squad made no attempt to conceal their advance, charging forward triumphantly, seemingly wanting to kick anyone they disliked. It didn't take much effort for the Goblin Squad to reach the outer perimeter of the scouting spell marker that Wang Jun had noted down. Strange, why haven't we seen the town hall or the militia guarding it yet? Another thing that puzzled Wang Jun was that the outside was full of lush vegetation. So why did it all disappear here? What are these withered plants on the ground that look grayish-white and like they've been filtered through a black and white photograph? Although I had many doubts, I was already here, and my destination was right in front of me, so I couldn't back down now. Anyway, let's go take a look first. However, the moment this well-equipped goblin squad stepped into the area covered by the gray vegetation, a look of horror appeared on everyone's face. Even Wang Jun, who was thousands of miles away and had only connected remotely through the Goblin Covenant, instantly sensed that something was wrong. He felt as if his body was withering away at an incomprehensible speed, not aging, but withering away, as if all the blood and energy in his body were being drained away. Eerie sounds echoed in their ears, seemingly real yet unreal, seemingly near yet far, occasionally interspersed with an exceptionally shrill wail that sent chills down their spines and made their heart race. With just a cursory glance, he saw the words curse, elegy, and soul tear appear on his status bar. Wang Jun wanted to immediately sever the connection with the goblin, but he was shocked to find that his consciousness could not be separated from this short body. To his utter surprise, the gunpowder squad he had placed so much hope in fell to the ground before they could even throw their bombs. And they all slit their throats, killing them instantly. The blood flowed all the way to his feet, but Wang Jun had no idea where the killer was. Only a blurry shadow could be seen flashing by in my field of vision. Looking at those mechanical spiders that seemed exceptionally trustworthy, they were all now firmly locked to the ground by spider webs formed from spiritual energy, unable to move. The controller above fared even worse. He was splashed with venom that seemed to come from nowhere, and his entire body immediately began to fester. The horrific sight made Wang Jun want to vomit his dinner from the night before. He was terrified. He never imagined this place would be so terrifying. His previous confidence was shattered, and now he had only one thought in his mind: run. Running all the way to a stone pillar, Wang Jun immediately ordered the goblin commander to hide behind the pillar. While nervously observing the surrounding situation, he tried every means to pull his consciousness away from the place. However, before he could make a move, the stone pillar beside him suddenly moved. Wang Jun was so frightened that he almost wet his pants on the spot. Fortunately, the commander had a low-level earth dragon beneath him, which could fly at low altitudes, though not for long. But getting out of danger for now should be enough. Just as Wang Jun was thinking this, he discovered the stone pillar in front of me spread its wings. The twisted pleasure of hurling helpless prey from midair and catching it, which might be considered gargoyle-like, is that in the process, the consciousness residing in the prey's body truly collapses. If he had the chance to choose again, he would never come here again. How boring. I thought I could finally have some fun, but it turns out to be just a bunch of weak goblins. Karen's face was full of disappointment. Su Yuan was also speechless. He had made preparations in advance, even planning to let the opponent in before concentrating his superior forces to surround and kill them. But he didn't expect that the opponent wouldn't even come in, but would just brush against him outside and disappear. Before the four generals even had a chance to make a move, the soldiers had already wiped out the invaders. My lord, I have just detected a spiritual entity that descended through a mysterious spell, located in the land of blacksmiths. The land of blacksmiths, does it have precise location information? I originally wanted to spare that vessel's life and slowly lock onto it, but unfortunately, the other party's willpower was too weak, and it collapsed directly. Bugle couldn't understand how someone with such poor willpower could use a technique like consciousness descent, which requires extremely high mental strength from thousands of miles away. Su Yuan saw the pursuit intent in Bujal's eyes, but considering the long distance and the loss of the specific coordinates, he figured that even if he put in so much effort, he might not get the better of it, so he temporarily suppressed the idea. He went to the goblin corpses and began to collect them. By this time, the commander had been thoroughly tormented by the gargoyles, while his mount lay on the ground, curled up in a ball, trembling. This is the dragon ridden by the goblins? A bit chubby, and a bit ugly, but also kind of cute. To be honest, this thing in front of me is nothing compared to the colossal dragon that blotted out the sky that I had seen before. It's more like a lizard with wings than a dragon. Earth Dragon. Su Yuan had learned about this magical beast from various documents and materials. Strictly speaking, they are not exactly orthodox dragon descendants, but they are related to dragons in some way. However, the purity of their bloodline is basically negligible. However, it has strong endurance, high speed, and excellent load-bearing capacity, making it very useful as a means of transportation. It is 3 to 4 times more efficient than a regular horse-drawn carriage. With that in mind, Su Yuan decided to keep it for the time being. Su Yuan also accepted all the landmines and explosives produced by the goblins, just in case they came in handy later. After doing all that, Su Yuan began to follow the trail the goblins had taken to their location. To be fair, he had to thank Wang Zhen. If this guy hadn't made such a big fuss when he came, leaving a clear route, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to track him down. Su Yuan found the underground passage hidden under the rocks without much effort. With a wave of her hand, Karen conjured up a dozen magic circles that flashed simultaneously, and a staircase made of ice appeared out of thin air, extending all the way into the depths of the cave. Descending the stairs, Su Yuan quickly arrived at the goblin's lair. To be honest, the level of precision here surprised him a little. It felt like stepping into another world. Putting everything else aside, the underground structure alone is something that ordinary people couldn't have built. Su Yuan was also forced to study a few courses in engineering mechanics and structural mechanics. Although he spent most of his time slacking off in the back row, he still absorbed some basic knowledge in order not to fail. Now, he can basically match up the set of questions. This place doesn't look simple at all. Su Yuan subconsciously thought of the underground world of Caesar City, which was similar to this place. He even wondered if the underground world of Caesar City was built by goblins. But then he thought again, why would I talk about science in a magical world? However, as he ventured deeper into the field, Su Yuan realized that he had drawn his conclusions a bit too early. He discovered a number of design drawings and analysis reports, all of which contained legitimate calculation processes. However, some of the basic data differed from my own understanding. This should be a law unique to this world. I never expected that such a tiny goblin would have such a clever mind. It truly broadened Su Yuan's horizons. Of these alien natives, there are no traces of goblins here anymore. Bugle used his mental power to explore the entire cave and then gave his judgment. Su Yuan believed in Bujar's intelligence-gathering abilities, and this was quickly proven true. Deep inside the cave, there is a teleportation magic circle that has just been used. However, a corner of it was destroyed by a timed bomb that detonated late. My lord, does it need repair? Karen asked, somewhat eager. Although I have hardly ever actively learned other schools of magic, I am quite confident that I can master this level of spell instantly. Unfortunately, Su Yuan didn't give her that chance. He didn't know where the other side of the teleportation array connected to, and using it rashly would involve too many uncertainties. For goblins who revere technology, their last resort for survival is magic. I wonder if this counts as a kind of unconventional humor? Of course, being able to detect something was wrong in such a short time and decisively abandoned the underground cave that they had been cultivating for many years to start a business. It has to be said, these goblins are quite something. However, due to the tight schedule and hasty departure, the goblins could only take what they could carry, leaving behind a great deal of treasure. Su Yuan accepted everything without hesitation. Putting aside all the gold and silver treasures, what caught Su Yuan's eye the most was the boundary jade nurtured by the blood of royalty. Now I have 2 boundary jade. Su Yuan immediately opened the mysterious shop and spent 2 boundary jade to purchase the Spirit Tower design blueprint. Once we return to our territory, the Ghost Graveyard and the Spirit Tower can be built together. Although he didn't know who was controlling the goblins to launch the surprise attack, Su Yuan sincerely thanked them. "You're welcome to come. Why bring up so many old things? Tell me, it would be so embarrassing if I didn't accept them." But the good news doesn't stop there. After Su Yuan emptied the goblin treasure vault, he suddenly discovered a stone slab embedded in the wall. "Is this written in the language of the ancient gods?" The last time I saw a similar stone slab was in the idle space in the basement of the Knights of Favonius. The Eye of God. But this time, even the complete Eye of God couldn't decipher a single word. Isn't this the relic of the Wind God? Just as he was thinking this, the Divine Eye, which he had just equipped, suddenly sensed something. Su Yuan looked in the direction it indicated and saw a bright yellow light shining through a pitted rock wall. The cracks in the rock wall were getting bigger and bigger, and the light was getting brighter and brighter, as if something was about to break through the wall. Bang! With a loud bang, a bright yellow light shot through the air like an arrow released from a bow. The target is Su Yuan. Bugle immediately unleashed a vast amount of spiritual power, but the spiritual barrier he had erected was easily sliced through the moment it encountered the light and shadow, just like butter being cut by a hot knife. Kylan waved her staff and quickly reinforced the defense. In an instant, 9 ice walls rose from the ground. Even when the landmines buried there by the goblins were detonated, they had no effect on the ice walls, and not even a single ice shard was splashed. However, when faced with that beam of light, the 9 ice walls were as thin as 9 sheets of paper, easily pierced through. At this moment, Bujal tried to use his body to block Su Yuan, but it was already too late. The bright yellow light pierced through all obstacles and was only 1 step away from Su Yuan. Just then, a gentle breeze suddenly emanated from the divine eye worn by Su Yuan. Like soothing a raging child, the gentle breeze is as tender as a mother's caress. Then, the light and shadow stopped instantly. The sudden breaking caught everyone off guard. Su Yuan was finally able to see its appearance clearly. It was a bright yellow rhombus-shaped crystal, identical to the previous Eye of God except for the color. Scattered Eyes of God, rock crystals imbued with divine power, allowing one to view relics left behind by the gods. A new divine eye? Su Yuan saw the item information that appeared before his eyes and suddenly realized something. He wanted to put on the geosite immediately to see the contents of the stone tablet, but the geosite seemed very unwilling to cooperate. Chapter 95. Well done, don't do it again next time. This little thing has quite a personality. Su Yuan looked at the eye of the rock god floating in front of him and couldn't help but feel curious. He could feel a very distinct repulsion emanating from this small, rhomboid crystal. Does he seem to have some kind of strong dissatisfaction with himself? But this was only their first meeting. Su Yuan didn't know what the problem was. Fortunately, a gentle breeze was lingering around me, which gradually made the bright yellow rhomboid crystal reluctantly accept my control. Luckily, I collected the eye of the wind god first. As Su Yuan murmured to himself, he had already equipped the scattered eyes of God, rock. At the same time, the writing on the stone slab gradually became clearer. However, just like the stone slab in the statue space before, Su Yuan, who only possessed a scattered divine eye, could only decipher a portion of the text on it. However, unlike the wind god slab, the scattered contents on this slab didn't provide Su Yuan with any valuable clues. It mainly told the story of engineering principles. No wonder he's the rock god. He has a firm grasp on the civil engineering aspect. These goblins are likely able to possess such powerful manufacturing capabilities and an industrial base because they receive divine inspiration from the rock god. So it dislikes me because I drove away the goblins here? While his suspicions remained unconfirmed, Su Yuan made another discovery. Like the wind god slab, this slab also has a line of small, easily readable text at the bottom. Their wrath burned mountains, evaporated oceans, annihilated life, and awakened us. Su Yuan immediately thought of the small words on the wind godstone tablet. They will eventually return and bring down a world-destroying catastrophe. So this is after their return? And who are them? After making some wild guesses, Su Yuan still couldn't come up with an answer that could convince himself. We still have too few clues to deduce a reasonable truth. We need to speed up the collection of historical documents. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan tried to take the stone slab away. However, the stone slab seemed to be surrounded by some kind of invisible barrier. isolating it from all magical spells and immune to all physical excavation, making it impossible to shake. Recalling the terrifying power of the Eye of the Rock God that even Bulgul and Kalin couldn't withstand, Su Yuan could only sigh and give up his plan to take the stone tablet away. The methods of a god were beyond his current ability to deal with. After thinking about it, Su Yuan decided to start with the overall picture. Kalin, seal this place off and don't allow anyone to enter. Kalin nodded, and after the group left the goblin cave, she immediately waved her staff and chanted. Touch of extreme ice, dance of phantoms, condensed frost, fleeting streams of light, all erupt from the well of heaven. Ice and snow kings slumbering in the abyss, white stars, heed my call, transform into the frost of the cold moon, freeze. All things. The staff in Karen's hand burst forth with dazzling light, and in an instant, a massive magic circle, comparable to the body of the dragon before, appeared in midair. Beneath this magic circle, 13 different magic spells shone brightly, illuminating the entire Sunset Mountains as if it were daytime. A pillar of light pierced through the sky, connecting the center of 13 magic circles, and finally landing above the goblin cave. In an instant, nearly a third of the Sunset Mountains were shrouded in ice and snow. At first glance, it looks like the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. Su Yuan was stunned. He had asked Kylan to seal off a goblin pit, and she had directly changed the topography and climate of half of the Sunset Mountains. However, on the other hand, this operation did achieve its purpose. Under the thick snow, the rock that could have served as a landmark was no longer visible. If he hadn't been standing here and hadn't gone far, Su Yuan probably wouldn't even know which way the entrance to the goblin pit faced. In addition, a violent icy wind and a curtain-like barrier were placed around the cave entrance, serving as both a protective barrier and an illusion. Even if someone gets lost like Marino and wanders around aimlessly, they won't be able to get in. Super-level magic? I haven't seen that in a long time, Buggle said with regret. In my time, there were already very few great sages, and now they are probably even more desolate. Thinking back to how the commanders of the Snow Kingdom's army were only Grand Magisters, Buggle couldn't help but sigh. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly as he listened. Based on the numerous materials I've consulted, great sages can be considered to be at the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and super rank magic is extremely rare. Anyone who can use super rank magic is a great sage, but a great sage may not necessarily possess super rank magic. Most importantly, there's a really troubling aspect to super level magic. It requires the power of a god, must be chanted, and if the chanting goes wrong, it's considered blasphemy against the gods, resulting in an instant backlash and death. This girl actually used such an outrageous technique without hesitation. Karen even chuckled to herself. My lord, how was my appointment? The sealing was done well. It must not be done again next time. Su Yuan was speechless. None of his subordinates were normal. Oh. Seeing Su Yuan's expressionless face, Kylan quickly put away her smug expression, wrapped her hands behind her back, and nervously twisted her index fingers. My lord is just worried about you. After all, super-level magic is too risky. Bujar offered timely words of comfort, and Karen nodded as if she understood. A girl who had been a recluse at home for 138 years suddenly going out and starting to socialize. By the time they returned to their territory, it was completely dark. Su Yuan, who never gets caught up in the competition, naturally had no intention of working overtime late into the night. He lay down on the castle bed and went to sleep. We'll talk about the Spirit Tower and the Ghost Graveyard tomorrow. After Su Yuan fell asleep, Bujal suddenly approached Anjia. Doctor, could you please help me? Anja, who was chatting gossiping with Kylan, raised her head slightly and immediately saw the demon's shoulder emitting black smoke. Huh? What happened? Why did it suddenly get so serious? Despite saying that, Anjia did not show any surprise on her face. Instead, she seemed somewhat excited. Buggle did not answer, but only asked, can it be resolved? Of course, but there will be a little trouble. Consider it a favor I owe you. Buggle did not use the secret medicine given to him by Su Yuan. In his view, this was an affirmation of his loyalty by the Supreme Being, a symbol of honor, and a trump card to save his life. There was no need to waste it on a mere minor injury. He had hoped to rely on the demon's powerful regenerative abilities to tough out Fred's curse, but as time went on, the cut on his shoulder not only failed to improve, but worsened. He only sought help from Anja when he could no longer suppress his worsening injuries with his own powerful mental strength. Do you need an operating table? I can make one for you, Karen volunteered. Buggle looked at Ange, who pulled a small knife from inside his pocket. No need. He first gently cut open his arm with a knife, and the blood flowing over the blade purified all the filth clinging to it. After disinfection, Anja cut a gash in Bujal's shoulder, following the spot where the black smoke was rising. The moment the wound opened, the muscles on the demon's arm suddenly twitched, and then a fleshy ball proliferated wildly at the wound, transforming in the blink of an eye into a monster pieced together from several distorted human faces. It's enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. But Anja remained incredibly calm. He raised his hand and pierced the balloon-like swollen tumor with a single stab. A pool of pus and blood immediately flowed out, emitting a foul odor that made Kylan frown, pinch her nose, and take 3 steps back. Anja remained unmoved as he examined Buggle's flesh and fascia. The curse has spread deep into the body, attaching itself to the bones. To cure it completely, the curse needs to be removed from the bones. It might be a bit painful, so I personally suggest that you get anesthesia. Buggle waved his hand. No need, just come directly. As he spoke, he nodded toward Guan Jini's. Brother, I once heard a bard sing a legend that said the great General Jini's of the Great Xia Kingdom was shot in the arm by a poisoned arrow. Afterwards, a famous doctor scraped the bone to remove the poison. During this time, his subordinates covered their faces and dared not look directly at him, but he remained calm and composed, still playing chess and eating and drinking without changing his expression. The doctor called him a god. Look at my posture, doesn't it look a bit like yours back then? Guan Jini's touched his non-existent head. I can't remember much. In his words, Anja had completely removed the curse. Buggle shook his arm, and new flesh grew back intact. He stretched and moved around, and found that the discomfort was indeed gone, just like before when he was in the Sniper Warriors squad. He nodded with great satisfaction. A demon's body, how enviable. Anja spoke while wiping the blade. Bujal thanked him, while Anja waved his hand and said, just remember the favor you owe me. You might have a chance to repay it soon. Looking toward the capital of Skadi, a look of infatuation appeared in his eyes, but then that infatuation turned into madness and morbidity. The summit of Longji Snow Mountain. King Arthur, Grand Magister Sind, and representatives of the Frost Palace, Zheng Guangxian and Su Linking, stood together, gazing into the distance. The viewpoint is in the direction of the Sunset Mountains. Lord Sind, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Relying on his previous preparations and the timely acquisition of the second wave of Abyss Burst rewards, Zheng Guangxian found a deeply hidden snowfield and successfully helped the Snow Kingdom open up a new territory module, temporarily alleviating the resource crisis. He also escaped from his semi-hostage state and regained his voice. What? Do you think I'm getting old and my eyesight is failing? Sin said with absolute certainty. That's definitely a super-level spell. I swear on the honor of a Grand Magus. Zheng Guangqian's eyes reflected the scene of a third of the Sunset Mountains, the snow-covered landscape making it seem like he was in a snow country, indeed quite different from before. But a question lingered in his mind. Could this be done by magic? How powerful must the caster be? Sind, standing to the side, was still sighing. Super-level magic. It's almost lost. As far as I know, the only great sage still alive is that old guy from Skadi. Our Snow Kingdom should have had a great sage too. But unfortunately, that brilliant princess, sigh. If only that incident hadn't happened back then. A super-level magic suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains. Who could have done it? And what was the reason? Arthur was not sentimental. He valued the present situation more than his past regrets. Could it be related to the dead? Su Linking voiced his conjecture. The reclusive sage, for the sake of world peace, secretly took action and eliminated the root of the chaos. Zheng Guangqian rolled his eyes. You've been reading too many novels, haven't you? Surprisingly, this fantastical conjecture was agreed upon by Sind and Arthur. Zheng Guangqian was speechless. The snow-covered area was still a long way from the very center of the Sunset Mountains. Super-level magic for some special purpose. After all, this kind of magic has an extremely low margin for error and is used even less frequently. Even great sages would not use it lightly. Moreover, if it were truly to end the calamity and eradicate the undead, then the other side should have already spread the message through various means. Otherwise, it would only lead to more wild speculation and stir up people's unease, which would be counterproductive. Some things can be accomplished and kept secret, but others cannot. He couldn't believe that someone of the caliber of a great sage wouldn't have thought of this. I need to find an opportunity to take a look at the Sunset Mountains. 3 days ago, Zheng Guangqian would never have had such thoughts. After all, he had just made the decision not to go to someone else's home turf and provoke the Lord of Sunset Mountain. But as the Abyss monster kill ranking was updated, his thoughts changed. The removal of Sunset Mountain from the list perfectly confirmed his previous reasoning. How could a lord who couldn't even wipe out the Snow Country task force possibly survive under the noses of the undead? The next morning, Su Yuan sat up in bed, rubbing his aching back. After inspecting his territory and training his troops, he opened the world channel as usual. Then I received a message from Liu Yufa. Boss, a new batch of goods may be delayed. We have a lord here. He's gone mad. ? We don't know what happened. He suddenly went crazy and kept muttering nonsensical things like shadow, assassin, venom, moving pillar. Su Yuan seemed to understand something, then replied, all right, then I'll wait a couple more days. By the way, if you have any connections, could you bring that lord to Caesar City? I happen to know a doctor who might be able to help him. Liu Yufa quickly expressed his gratitude, still thinking to himself. Boss Su Yuan is such a good person. Chapter 96. You've been enhanced. Hurry up and deliver it. The private chat interface with Liu Yufa. Su Yuan checked the world channel as usual. There don't seem to be many trending topics lately. The topics of discussion are still the rewards and rankings of the second Abyss outbreak, with occasional requests for items to buy. A rare moment of calm. The Sunset Mountains have gradually lost their relevance for discussion. After all, people's patience has been worn down by the rapid pace of information updates in this era. Moreover, the rapidly rising Silver City is clearly more talked about. The general public loves this classic underdog story. Of course, Su Yuan still managed to glean some noteworthy information from the numerous casual remarks. Are there any lords near Mount Gaia? Please take me in. I know this place. It's on a small island called Badly. The closest and most powerful country there is Sakurajima. You can ask the lord there for help. One last question. You've only just survived the second Abyss eruption, so why are you asking for shelter? Has there been a split within your region? No, we didn't split up. We were completely wiped out. The lords were stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen the words total annihilation. That's not right. Badly is a very small island with no garrison. The savages on it. Given your strength in surviving 2 abyssal eruptions, you shouldn't be unable to defeat them. Could it be that you encountered a migrating dragon? Your guess is not exactly right, but it's not even close. We experienced a volcanic eruption. There are indeed quite a few volcanoes in the waters near Sakurajima, so it's normal for them to erupt. No, this is absolutely not normal. I studied volcanoes before I transmigrated, and I've witnessed plenty of volcanic eruptions since arriving in this wretched place. But this one is completely different from the previous ones. It's like it was caused by humans. I even saw a dark shadow leap out of the crater and fly over my head during the eruption. This conclusion has left the lords in the world chat in a state of turmoil. Is this some kind of crazy move? When a volcano erupts, do you emerge from the crater? What kind of magical realism scene is this? The power of this world still deserves our respect. After Karen displayed her great sage-level strength, Su Yuan couldn't help but have a tiny bit of thoughts about easily defeating Skadi. But after the appearance of the Eye of the Rock God, he temporarily suppressed the restlessness in his heart. I am not strong enough. There are still people in this world who can control themselves. One must never act recklessly. After seeing this message, he became even more determined in his mind. Let's start by developing our territory. Using the Spirit Tower design blueprint, Su Yuan immediately used the teleportation ring to arrive at the edge of the territory, a location he had already chosen. There was already a prototype of a watchtower there. If he hadn't obtained the design blueprint, he would have built it himself. This saves a lot of trouble. The construction of the Spirit Tower does not consume many resources. For the initial construction, each basic resource only requires 80 units. The familiar craftsman reappeared. This time, Su Yuan wore a complete Imo eye in one eye and a scattered GOI in the other, using a double filter, but he still couldn't decipher the Soul Rider's words. Perhaps due to the low material consumption, the Spirit Tower was built the fastest of all the buildings. In just over 10 seconds, a towering trapezoidal cylindrical tower appeared in front of Su Yuan. The Spirit Tower has an outer shell nested with a skeleton, exuding a cold and deathly aura. This exoskeleton is so hard. Su Yuan tried it out, and ordinary swords could only leave a shallow scratch on it. And this exoskeleton could even repair itself. Even the goblin catapults probably couldn't do anything about it. Place a spiritual source to activate spiritual energy attacks. Su Yuan put in a spirit source without hesitation. Spiritual source refilled. Current energy 0/1000. Charging the Spirit Tower adds a wound-tearing effect to Shinnik attacks. Su Yuan immediately recharged. Then they had the gargoyle catch an unlucky python for their experiment. The giant python, as thick as half a person and over 10 meters long, was taken away by the Spirit Tower's 3 sets of equipment. There weren't many external injuries. This was a direct annihilation at the soul level. The attack frequency is very high, and it also has a soul-tearing effect. In addition to its function, the Spirit Tower also serves another purpose, to gather spirits. Unlike ordinary watchtowers, Spirit Towers are not filled with soldiers, but with vengeful spirits. It is itself a container for vengeful spirits, and can also be used as a seal. Moreover, after absorbing vengeful spirits, the attack effect of the Spirit Tower will be enhanced. Su Yuan was very satisfied, and then built 12 more. They transformed easily attacked, but difficult to defend territory into an impregnable fortress. We'll build a few more in Caesar City someday to strengthen its defenses. After completing the Spirit Tower he had been longing for, Su Yuan began to build the Ghost Graveyard. The initial resource consumption of the Ghost Graveyard is the same as that of the Undead Altar, but the upgrade requirements are much more exaggerated. Just reaching level 2 already requires Mystic Iron, and in addition to Mystic Iron, there is another new material, Fluorescent Stone. Although only one is needed, this thing is not common and cannot be bought in ordinary shops. Su Yuan could only make a note of it for now. There are currently 2 options within the Ghost Graveyard. Bone Enhancement consumes 5,000 gold and 50 tier 1 spirit cores. Increases the defensive capabilities of ghouls and the outer walls of the Spirit Tower by 20%. Research time, 24 hours. Spiderweb Enhancement consumes 10,000 gold and 100 tier 1 spirit cores. Increases the Abyss Demon stickiness by 20%. Research time, 36 hours. There's a series of questions waiting to be unlocked. It seems that the Ghost Graveyard is also a branch of the tech tree, but it only improves the base stats, unlike the Necronomicon, which can grant units new abilities. Su Yuan activated both Skeleton Enhancement and Spiderweb Enhancement, but his spirit cores were almost depleted. The second Abyss outbreak mostly consisted of Tier 2 Abyss monsters. The first tier spirit cores are exhausted. We need to find a way to get some goods from the Abyss. Su Yuan thought of a new function for the altar. But I don't know the specific name of the Abyss, so I can't use the specified function. Randomness is out of the question. The lesson of the Watchdog incident is still fresh in Su Yuan's mind, and he has no interest in courting death. After much thought, I decided to put that idea aside for now and see if I could get another low-level Abyss invitation, or if I was lucky enough to stumble upon an entrance, or maybe I should just take Bulgle to the Abyss Rift to look for it. The moment the thought popped into Su Yuan's mind, a strange feeling arose in his heart. It's a magic logbook. Su Yuan immediately took out the mother plant from his backpack. A line of writing quickly appeared. My lord, when we explored Snow Hill Ridge, we discovered a bandit's lair. After clearing out the bandits, we triggered some kind of barrier inside. There is a treasure chest inside the barrier, and I have now had it surrounded. A treasure chest. Su Yuan couldn't help but recall his 2 previous mind-numbing unboxing experiences. But unboxing is like drawing cards, it's addictive. The less they sell, the more I want to try again. Su Yuan immediately summoned Bujar. When Karen heard that the place they were going to was Snow Hill Ridge, she volunteered to go with them. Su Yuan readily agreed. Let's push the timeline back a little. In the Adventurers Guild of San Anio, a border city in the snow country, a silver-level team had just finished a mission to help an old lady find her dentures when Lena, the scout mage in the team, fell ill and went home alone to recuperate amidst the concerned farewells of her teammates. But in reality, Lena didn't go home at all. She turned back and left the city halfway through her journey. It is extremely dangerous for a silver-level scout mage to wander alone in the wilderness. Karina, however, had no such worries. She had generals and soldiers to support her. That's right, Lena is Sharina, the lord of the Extreme Cold Ice Palace. Her overall strength in the Extreme Cold Ice Palace is considered to be in the lower tier, consistently ranking in the bottom 3 on various lists. Even so, her development speed is enough to crush ordinary lords, and even in some areas where the development speed is not so fast, she can surpass the top spot. However, she is not in other areas. Even in the Frigid Ice Palace, Sharina remained an insignificant figure. The tasks assigned to us were all low-level and strenuous manual labor. How could a girl endure being surrounded by students and adventurers every day, exposed to the sun and rain, plus the terrible climate of the snow country? Fortunately, I still have a chance to turn things around. During her extracurricular practice with Gillipaw, she accidentally discovered a bandit's den and planted many scout mushrooms there. That very day, she saw the bandits carrying a lot of gold, silver, and even all sorts of strange equipment and props into the village, and she was extremely envious. Unfortunately, her strength was still too weak at that time, so she could only observe from the sidelines. However, along with the rapid development of the extreme cold ice palace as a whole, her own strength has also been significantly improved. Especially after the reward settlement of the second Abyss outbreak, she obtained a trump card, the Potential Burst Potion. This thing can directly upgrade a superior level warrior to a rare level warrior. Rare level warriors have a very high potential. Through systematic training or combat upgrades, they can grow to a level comparable to platinum level adventurers and 5th tier mages. In addition, Sharina also received a new recruitment voucher for a new unit. You can recruit Snow Mountain warriors from the barracks. This is a 2nd tier excellent unit, just like Zhou Mingkai's Yellow Turban warriors. Although she could only recruit 30 Snow Mountain warriors due to limited resources, it was enough when paired with rare level generals. Not to mention, this general also has the Battle Cry skill, which can increase the attack power of friendly units by 5% and awaken the fighting spirit of his troops when launching an attack. Don't be fooled by the limited increase in attack power. The accompanying fighting spirit is a divine skill. Fight fearlessly unless ordered to do so by the Lord. In other words, they will not lose their loyalty or desert in the face of battle due to fear caused by witnessing the death of their comrades. This is an absolutely fantastic assist for Cielina. After all, loyalty has always been a major concern for all the lords. Everyone was afraid that their subordinates would defect in the face of battle. That would be absolutely terrible. However, the war cry also has a side effect. Once defeated, when the soldiers leave the battle frenzy state, their loyalty will be reduced by double. But Cielina couldn't care less about anything else. This was her hope for a comeback, and she couldn't let it slip away. Moreover, with such powerful generals and troops, dealing with a band of robbers is more than enough. During this time, she had already gotten a pretty good idea of the bandits' strength by scouting the mushrooms. The most powerful among them are only silver-level adventurers, at the level of 2nd-tier archmages. Moreover, the quantity is extremely limited. Our side's combat strength is absolutely overwhelming. With great confidence, Cielina didn't act or have any tactical plan. She just led her people in a charge. However, to her utter surprise, when her Snow Mountain warrior swung her broadsword at the bandits easily parried it. On the contrary, when the bandits counterattacked, the Snow Mountain warrior's round shield was unable to withstand the sharp blade, and he was cut in two along with his shield. Even rare-level warriors can only deal with ordinary bandits. The bandit leader made a move and immediately tore a bloody gash in his muscular biceps. Only then did Cielina realize that something was wrong. This gang of robbers had been hiding their true strength all along. She never imagined that the leader of this bandit gang would actually be a scoundrel. They always exercise restraint in their actions, which gives the Adventurers Guild and surrounding countries the illusion that they are not that strong. The forces sent out to suppress them at that time will naturally not be too powerful. After wiping out the encirclement team, they realized they were being watched by the Adventurers Guild and neighboring countries, so they immediately packed up their buckets and ran away, moving to a new base to continue their work. Thanks to this cunning, this gang of bandits has managed to survive until now. This team is really strange. They're like adventurers, but not quite. Like an army, but not quite. Who exactly are you people? The bandit leader demanded an explanation in a stern voice. But no one answered him. Once the Snow Mountain warriors and generals enter a state of fighting frenzy, their eyes are only on battle. They may feel pain and slow down, but they will not back down. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the consequence of recklessly charging in was annihilation. Sharina hid behind a large rock outside the mountain stronghold. Fortunately, she had a way to conceal herself and save her life. When she saw that things were not going well, she immediately left the point of attack, which saved her life. She could have used her status as a lord to awaken the Snow Kingdom warriors and make them escape, but she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, not daring to make a sound or even supervise the battle at close range. All they could do was watch helplessly as their newly acquired rare-level warriors and Snow Kingdom warriors perished in the village, all thanks to the scout mushrooms they planted. Sharina's body was trembling uncontrollably. She was completely terrified. She had no idea who could possibly deal with such a terrifying group of bandits. Just as that rare-level warrior fell, a sword aura suddenly struck. With a single strike, he severed the bandit leader's head. Chapter 97. Some people are born in Rome. Some are born to be beasts of burden. Sharina had just loosened her grip on her mouth and was about to catch her breath when she saw this shocking scene. Instinctively, she covered her mouth again, nearly dislocating her jaw in shock. As she stared wide-eyed, a sense of doubt arose in her mind. Sword energy? This doesn't seem like the fighting style of the Snow Country people. Could he be a martial arts master from the Great Xia Kingdom? Or perhaps the Ronin of Sakurajima? As she was guessing, a group of men dressed in black, wearing straw hats and face masks, had already squeezed into her field of vision. Cialina. This outfit makes it impossible to tell where you came from. She even suspected it was another group of robbers double-crossing her. Just as she held her breath and concentrated, the men in black had already sheathed their swords. Only corpses remained in the village. Sharina's eyes widened even more. This speed, isn't it a bit too fast? The bandits quite a bit of effort to wipe out their generals and soldiers, so how come this group wiped out the bandits in such a short time? Just how strong are they? When she saw those men in black looting the treasure, Cialina's heart was bleeding. I was here first. Then I think of the rare warriors who sacrificed themselves, and the Snow Mountain warriors who were recruited with all the resources at my disposal. It hurts so much. It's heartbreaking. But she also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. Time was of the essence, and the surrounding crisis did not allow her to waste her time here. She became even more nervous when she saw the leader of the men in black pull out a golden record sheet and start calling for reinforcements. The person in this hand only has a page, which means that the person he summoned is of a higher rank than him. How terrifying must the superior of a gang of bandits who can wipe out their strongest fighting force in an instant be? Cialina didn't dare to even think about it, and quickly and quietly slipped away. Having endured too much stimulation, she was already so frightened that she was somewhat delirious. As she took a step, she stepped on a fallen tree branch, making a crisp sound. Who is it? Bai Feng, who had just finished sending a message to Su Yuan, immediately unleashed a sword aura in response to the sound. The sword energy, accompanied by a fierce wind, shattered the rock into fragments, but no one was found behind it. Bai Feng seemed to sense something unusual, like a spatial technique. However, he was neither a mage nor did he understand spells. He was merely an Iron Wolf guard who knew martial arts and could not deduce anything from the empty air. Soon, Su Yuan and Bujal arrived at their destination. I noticed Bai Feng and the others' attire at first glance. Bai Feng explained that this was a tradition of the Iron Wolf Guard. Unlike before when they were just mining in the Sunset Mountains, this mission involved crossing the borders of other countries, so they had to be careful at all times and avoid revealing their identities if possible. They used to dress up or something, but now that's not an option, so they just keep it simple and direct. Su Yuan let them go. Reporting to my lord, someone was spying on us in the shadows just now. They fled immediately after being discovered. It seems that the other party knows spatial magic. Oh, where did you escape to? Take me to see it. Su Yuan and Kylan arrived at the spot where Cialina had been standing, and Kylan immediately noticed something. It's a small-scale teleportation spell, and it's a one-time use one. Let me experience it. Karen closed her eyes, and all sorts of magical elements around her immediately surged towards her. She raised her hand and gently wiped the air, and a dazzling magic circle appeared immediately, with a very complicated teleportation incantation printed on it. The location is in Santano, in the Snow Country. Should we go there? Su Yuan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then gave up on the idea. Anyway, I'm just here to get a treasure chest. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. I'm not going to stay here for long. Of course, the main reason is, going to the Snow Country is too much trouble. Bai Feng quickly informed Su Yuan about the surrounding situation. Upon learning that the village was backed by a cave and had a secret passage, he immediately ordered Bujal to fly to the other end to block it, just in case they could catch a big fish. The bandit stronghold had been cleared out, and as soon as Su Yuan entered, he saw a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, as well as some low-level items and equipment. Some of these were originally the bandit leader's trump cards to save his life, but unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to use them before his head rolled. Su Yuan looked down on these things, but Cialina, shivering in her blankets at San Antonio's house, was extremely envious. She went through a lot of trouble, sacrificed so much of her fighting strength, and even used her trump card to save her life. That trump card was her most valuable item. Although it could only teleport a single person and the distance was very limited, making it incomparable to Su Yuan's teleportation scroll. it was still equivalent to a life. After a flurry of impressive moves, the score was a dismal 0-5. Not only did they lose both their wife and their army, but they also gained absolutely nothing. Seeing others reap the rewards of victory makes me so jealous, so incredibly jealous. But what could she do? She was just a minor lord who had been in this world for less than a month. How could she compare to the natives who had cultivated for decades? Until Karen spoke. My lord, this is a third-tier sealing technique. It's not difficult to break. Just touch it lightly with your index finger like this, and it will break. What? Lord? Upon hearing these 4 words, Cielina completely lost her composure. This person is a lord like myself? Those men in black were his soldiers. Soldiers who can use sword energy. It must be at least a tier 3 rare grade item, right? Etc. In other words, this guy didn't even use any generals. He just wiped out the bandits who had wiped him out with a single wave of troops. Speedrun is still the way to go. Cielina suddenly felt the vicissitudes of life. While all roads lead to Rome, some people are born in Rome. And some people are just born to be beasts of burden. Sister Cie's mental state completely collapsed. While Cielina was feeling utterly hopeless, Su Yuan in the village was happily opening a treasure chest. Then he lost all will to live. Opening treasure chests is definitely not my forte. After opening the treasure chest with great anticipation, Su Yuan found that there was still a stack of papers inside. This time it's not a treasure map, it's a diary entry. Who keeps a diary if they're a decent person? It's not even as good as a treasure map. Since we're already here, let's open it and take a look. This revelation completely baffled Su Yuan. The diary records all trade dealings with officials at various levels of the Great Xia dynasty. This group of people had only been in Suekiyuling for less than 3 months. For the previous 5 years, they had been hanging out in Daxia. Furthermore, he had interests with many officials of the Great Xia dynasty. As long as they paid the protection fee, they could rob as much as they wanted without anyone interfering. In fact, when they couldn't find their target, there were even people who would deliver intelligence to them. Collusion between officials and bandits. They're in cahoots. If Guan Jini's, a founding hero, were to see this, how heartbroken he would be. Su Yuan sighed and casually put the diary into his backpack. Then he let out a soft eh. In the past, treasure chests would disappear automatically after being opened, but this time the chest remained. Su Yuan immediately began to examine him carefully. He then discovered that the treasure chest contained the real treasure. It is made of pure gold and inlaid with various gemstones. It's dark under the lamp. Su Yuan immediately collected the treasure chest and quickly reaped a pile of gold and rare gems. One gemstone caught his attention, a dim fluorescent stone. Upgrading a ghost graveyard to level 2 requires 1 fluorescent stone. The dull fluorescent stone is the basic material of the fluorescent stone. Fluorescent stones can be obtained by having artisans polish and process them. In addition, Su Yuan also discovered a historical document while taking stock of the spoils of war. What excited him most was that he found a line of text in the lower right corner of this historical document. This chronicle is held in the Tianhua Museum. Finally, we've got the right direction. The museum must contain a lot of historical documents. If I can find it, I'll be one step closer to uncovering the truth. But Karen immediately poured cold water on him. If I remember correctly, this museum is on the 5th step of the abyss. The abyss that Su Yuan entered the first 2 times was only a shallow surface, which was relatively easy to enter and not even the first step. The 5th step, that was already in the near center of the abyss. The monsters inside are extremely powerful. Furthermore, each of the abysses beyond the 4th tier has its own guardian. Not some low-end watchdog, but the true ruler that exists in the abyss. The more I learn about the abyss, the more uneasy I feel. Su Yuan composed himself. Although the goal seemed somewhat unattainable, at least he had a direction. As long as you proceed step by step and develop steadily, you will eventually break through the fog and find the answer you want. Now, we need to upgrade the dull fluorescent stone. Just then, the magic logbook reacted again. It's a message from Pierce. Supreme and great being, Your Majesty, there is unusual activity outside Caesar City. It seems that those in the shadows are about to attack Caesar City. Su Yuan activated his surveillance eye and saw that, as expected, the city was under martial law and ready for battle. Isn't this on the way? He made a decisive move, immediately calling Buggle back, taking Kylan with him, and turning directly towards Caesar City. Meanwhile, the Iron Wolf guards, after seeing Su Yuan off, resumed their exploration mission. Su Yuan left. A female gorilla and a hooded human man arrived outside the bandit stronghold. He was accompanied by a girl wearing glasses. Like, should we go in and take a look? Luo Fifei, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, stood on tiptoe at the entrance of the village and peered around, looking somewhat eager. What does your alarm say? Ever since Munam initiated the sacrificial ritual, those lords who were good for nothing but running away went their separate ways. Rek abandoned the Caesar City region and took Linda into the dark forest, intending to live in seclusion until his death. Unexpectedly, the rotting mother tree that had been dormant in the dark forest suddenly awoke, doubling the area of infection overnight. Rek nearly perished there, but at the critical moment, the lords of Snow Hill Ridge happened to pass by and used dozens of militiamen as bait to lure away the infected pursuers, saving him. So, in order to repay this debt of gratitude, he temporarily joined the Snow Hill Ridge camp. The woman in front of him, Luo Fifei, was a special scout from Snow Hill Ridge. She has a prop, a danger alarm. It will sound an alarm and flash its lights whenever it encounters a powerful enemy. Previously, when the lords of Snow Hill Ridge intended to wipe out these bandits, the alarm sounded a warning and flashed a red light. Red indicates that the opponent's strength far surpasses that of one's own. The lords immediately realized all those seemingly insignificant bandits here were actually cunning old foxes. They deliberately concealed their strength. Knowing this, the lords would avoid this place whenever they passed by. Even after receiving the second-ranking reward, Luo Fifei's alarm still went off bright red when she passed by. But this time, the alarm didn't sound or light up, which was quite surprising. The two of them certainly didn't believe that their strength had increased dramatically in their sleep, but they were very curious about what had happened. Luo Fifei raised the alarm in her hand to indicate that there was no sound at all. After assessing the surroundings, Rick and Linda were the first to enter the bandits' lair. But after taking only a couple of steps inside, Linda immediately showed signs of fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Rick immediately stepped in front of Linda to block her. As far as he knew, there was only one person who could cause Linda to develop these PTSD symptoms. However, after waiting for a long time, no attack came, and the alarm in Luo Fifei's hand still did not respond. The alarm isn't working, which means the person is gone. Rick stepped back and patted Linda on the back. He hadn't expected that just a trace of residual scent would frighten Linda so much. They've all been killed. The bandits here. Luo Fifei put on a pair of rather high-tech monocles and said somewhat listlessly, "The treasure has also been looted." Suddenly, she paused for a moment, then took out a magnifying glass from her backpack. After carefully examining the scene, she raised an eyebrow. "This person is a lord." Rick's hand, which had been clapping lightly, suddenly froze in midair, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The lightning, encrusted hammer, and the figure wielding it that night flashed through his mind once again. He's actually a lord? The person who started hunting hundreds and thousands of abyssal monsters when everyone was still struggling for food. Was he a lord? Rick felt that his world of perception was crumbling. Wait, if he's a lord, doesn't that mean he's already brought the map all the way here? Rex quickly instructed Luo Fifei to notify the lords of Snow Hill Ridge to take refuge in the regional chat room. Why? Luo Fifei was still a little confused. Leiku was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That person is simply a walking thunderbolt. His strength is terrifying to the point of being suffocating. Run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Chapter 98 The Storm Knight's Only Light. Warren walked out of the Knight's headquarters with a heavy heart. He used to say that he was too weak, that he couldn't handle this or that. But now he knows that was just an excuse he made for himself in his subconscious. Ultimately, it was because he was afraid of taking responsibility. But who isn't afraid? When I was your age, I took over the command of the regiment from the old man. Warren recalled the words that Commander Luke had said when he first joined the Knights. I was terrified at the time. I was just a young kid with no talent. What if the Knights fell into my hands? Wouldn't I become a sinner for all time? But I also know, Caesar's city needs the Knights, and the Knights need a Grand Master. No one is born with ability, but if you deny yourself without even trying, you are underestimating yourself. Surviving a brush with death by the shallows of Starlight Lake, Warren has bid farewell to his former self and stepped onto a higher level. Looking at the peaceful and tranquil Caesar's city before him, Warren took a deep breath. Caesar's city countless times, but this was the first time he had participated in the city's attack and defense as the organizer who coordinated everything. Looking back, the once bustling and lively headquarters of the Knights Order is now deserted and quiet, with no one else in sight except for himself. I wonder how the commander and the others are doing in the other world. Warren gave a knightly salute to the statue of the first knight standing inside the Knight's Order. Then, resolutely, he turned and walked out the door. As long as I am here, the Storm Knights will remain the guardians of Caesar's city. Behind Warren, blurry figures slowly emerged, clustering around the statue of the first knight, gazing upon this sole light of the knightly order. Caesar's city only have livelihood professions and major in livelihood skills. But even without combat professions or combat skills, they still spontaneously gathered together, willing to risk their lives for Caesar's city. Even the migrants and farmers who had just moved here joined the ranks. The reason is simple: they truly consider this place their home. In Caesar's city, they felt a long-lost sense of respect, understanding, and acceptance. Sir Knight, I studied martial arts for a few months and can be considered a semi-martial artist. I would like to join the frontline combat team. A robust young man with a red ribbon tied around his forehead volunteered. And me, I can use a bow and create poison gas traps, so I can be considered half a wanderer. I am a magic scholar, although I was forced to drop out of school after only learning a little bit due to my family's poverty. I have been practicing every day, and now I can cast fireball without chanting. We're just passing adventurers, so count us in. Since Warren brought the news back to Caesar's city, there have been people volunteering to fight for the past few days. Everyone wants to contribute to this city that makes them feel a sense of belonging and is as warm as home. Warren was moved, but he still cautioned. The enemy we face is no small matter. Fighting on the front lines could cost you your life at any moment. We are not afraid. Yes, we're not afraid. I'd give my heart for Caesar's city. No one knows who started it, but the cry of willing to give up my heart for Caesar's city rose like waves, one higher than the next. This knightly oath is now deeply etched in the hearts of all the people of Caesar's city. Come with me. Warren was not a hesitant person, and immediately led these people into the bunker that had been prepared in advance and the trench that had just been dug. Many warriors who had joined the fight a couple of days earlier had already arrived at these battle sites. Warren led the new recruits to join forces with them, and after reiterating the battle plan, they took their positions and waited for the enemy to arrive. Soon, the first wave of invaders came into view. This is a goblin squad. Their primary role was to operate catapults to smash open the gates of Caesar's city. That was the ostensible explanation. But Warren, who knew the enemy's plan, was well aware that this wave of goblins was just a smokescreen. After all, if the city gates of Caesar's were so easy to breach, how could they have survived to this day? The opponent's real trump card is a group of ratmen buried underground. Like the Catgirl, they are also a variant of the orcs, except that their orc bloodline is purer and they possess an extremely strong innate skill, digging holes. The ratmen are all experts at digging tunnels. It only takes 10 minutes to dig a 1-kilometer tunnel, and it's fast and accurate. The goblins were just a cover. The ratmen were the real killer. Once these rats get into Caesar's city, the defenses will be breached from the inside. At that point, there would be no need for the goblins' catapults to break down the gates. The ratmen inside would simply open the city gates to welcome the alien tribe's entourage into the city. However, all of this is based on the premise that Warren is completely unprepared. Bang! From Caesar's city, tearing up the grass and sending up a huge pile of mud mixed with a rat's tail. Sakurahima's detonation tag? Rum, who was watching the battle from afar in Silver City using a scouting spell, frowned upon seeing this scene. Then, more and more explosions rang out, and more ratmen perished under the violent outpouring of energy. Where did they get the explosive tags? What you should be concerned about is how they knew about the ratmen. Saipan's brow furrowed slightly. Caesar's city's response was brilliant. It was as if they had anticipated the attack. The ratmen's sneak attack had been thwarted, but instead of fleeing, the goblins launched a charge. Strange. Given the intelligence of goblins, they shouldn't be behaving this way. But the battle had already begun, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Holding their breath, as the local elven squad charged to the front of the trench, the valiant warriors of Caesar's city immediately sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and hacking their way in. Physical condition and short in stature. They mainly rely on large machinery for combat, but in this short and extremely close range, the advantages of large machinery are difficult to utilize. In a face-to-face, one-on-one duel, they would struggle to even defeat ordinary humans, let alone these warriors with combat professions and skills. The new fighter went up and threw 2 punches, smashed the goblin on a small chainsaw to the ground, then lifted the machine, which was half a person's height, and slammed it down. The fellow who claimed to be only half a knight-errant was even more formidable, drawing his bow and unleashing a precise three-shot combo, all hitting the bullseye. Needless to say, the adventurer party, with the shield knight holding up his large shield, immediately creates a barrier. The mage chanted a spell and waved his staff, causing the thick earth beneath to immediately recoil and bury the green-skinned dwarves alive. Then 2 more goblin squads were wiped out. Warren hadn't expected this group to be so fierce. Before the bunkers, which served as the second line of defense, even had a chance to fight, they had wiped out the invaders. Actually, it was thanks to the advance notice that many people who were just passing through were able to stay in Caesar City temporarily. Of course, the main reason is the city's inherent character, which makes these adventurers and travelers willing to protect it. However, even after recruiting so many powerful individuals, Warren's expression remained grave. He had sensed something was amiss from the very beginning. Alien tribes that came to attack Caesar's city looked strange no matter how you looked at them. They seemed to lack self-awareness, and their every move was like a pre-programmed sequence. In fact, these alien tribes had a very good grasp of the rhythm of their attacks, with each move linked to the next. If Warren had not made preparations in advance, he would likely have already suffered a crushing defeat. But precisely because their actions were so mechanical, once their rhythm was disrupted, they immediately turned into suicidal charges. Upon closer inspection, Warren finally noticed something was wrong. Beneath these invaders from different tribes, there were no normal shadows. Beneath their feet was a constantly writhing, pitch-black shadow. The Shadow Church? Warren's eyes narrowed sharply. This was information that Raoul hadn't told him. In fact, Raoul himself was unaware that the Shadow Church had a role in this matter. There are plenty of gloves in the shadows. Saipan never prepares just one plan. The moment he realized that the Ratman's surprise attack had been foiled and was unlikely to be effective, the Scatty's mastermind activated his backup plan. The goblins and ghouls that were slaughtered were merely pawns he used to test the waters. Only after he had assessed the strength of these defenders and worn them down did Saipan reveal his true colors. Laugh. Suddenly, a sharp ice spike sprouted from the previously empty ground, piercing right through the heart of the fighter who was riding on a goblin and beating him up. Huge boulder burning with raging flames, emitting terrifying heat, and trailing a trail of black smoke suddenly crashed down from the sky. Danger! The Great Shield Knight quickly pushed aside the female sorcerer beside him and raised his great shield to block the meteorite. Deformed his shield, and his entire arm melted under the intense heat, leaving charred marks on his bare bones. Flames poured down, and even though his teammates quickly rescued him using teleportation techniques, he still had large areas of burns all over his body, a sight too painful to behold. My sister has been lonely for too long, and she finally came out to find some fun. But how come your third-tier shield knight is so fragile? The sound was strange, piercing, and unusually sharp, making it unpleasant to listen to. And accompanying the sound was a fiery red figure. She wore a golden hair ornament and heavy red eyeshadow. Thin fabric tightly wrapped her hot body, but her skin was not smooth. It even had fiery red scales. She sat sideways on a magic wand floating in midair. A dark blue figure also floated in midair alongside her. The two are virtually identical in appearance, except for their colors. The Ice Witch and the Flame Witch. Warren immediately ordered everyone to retreat. He never expected to encounter an enemy of this caliber. These two guys are already considered top-tier fighters in the Dark Forest. However, just as everyone was moving backward, a new enemy appeared. Behind the Witch Sisters floating in midair, a three-headed stone giant, as big as a small mountain, suddenly appeared. With each step they took, Warren could feel the earth tremble. Rock Giant. He had no doubt that this thing could smash the gates of Caesar's city with a single slap. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are extremely exaggerated. Neither the bunkers, serving as the second line of defense, nor the watchtowers, the last line of defense, were of any use to these guys. You all need to get out of here right now. And you? Before the people around him could finish their questions, Warren rushed out. He knew very well that if these guys were allowed to get close to Caesar City, it would be a catastrophe for Caesar City. We can't let them get past. At least we have to stall until that important person arrives. Warren gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. He is actually very afraid of death, a fear that began when he first carried out a mission and has continued to this day. After each mission, he felt stronger and his anxiety and unease lessened. After capturing Raoul and escaping, he felt he had faced all the fears of the world. Yet, at this very moment, he was still genuinely afraid. A fear stemming from humanity's instinctive reverence for death. But whether it was his first mission or now, he has never backed down. Alongside fear lies courage. It is a love for Caesar's city and an undying faith in one's heart. Sneak. The Jilu Plain offers a wide field of vision, and since you're constantly exposed to the enemy, the probability of a successful stealth maneuver is actually quite low. But he is Warren. He is the only light of the Storm Knights. The moment Warren activated his stealth ability, dozens of blurry, ghost-like shadows suddenly appeared around him. They created a bizarre, distorted space, causing Warren to suddenly vanish in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, Warren's figure appeared behind the Ice Witch. Assassination. The short knife in his hand was thrust out from an extremely tricky angle, and a normal person would be killed instantly, without even having time to react. Unfortunately, the witch was no ordinary person. The dagger pierced her body without any suspense, but an extreme chill quickly invaded, freezing the blade and the wound, and also freezing Warren's body. Warren quickly dropped his knife and fled, while the witch pulled the blade from her body without bleeding much. Soon, a new scale grew and covered the wound. I underestimated the witch's power. Warren had originally intended to at least severely injure one of them first, but the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. After all, he had never been deep into the dark forest. In that brief moment of distraction, a solid prison made of ice locked him inside, completely sealing off his movements. Your courage is commendable. As a reward, I'll make you one of my collectibles. Clusters of ice began to spread upwards from the soles of my feet. Warren knew his body was gradually losing temperature in that extreme cold. When you smell the scent of death, when death is truly about to arrive, the fear and dread in your heart turn into tranquility. Commander, everyone, I fought to the very last moment. I didn't disgrace the knights. Warren never imagined that he would be able to smile in the final moments of his life. But that smile gradually turned into bitterness. Unfortunately, I still couldn't protect Kai. Suddenly, a slightly languid voice interrupted him. Hey, saying your last words so early isn't a good habit. Chapter 99, so you call yourself the Ice Witch? The sudden sound in his ear jolted Warren awake. But something felt off. Why was it a rather pleasant female voice? Was that dull sound because of the helmet? Turning his stiff neck slightly, Warren saw a delicate young girl's face. Fair-skinned and charming, radiating the innocence of an 18-year-old. Could this be the appearance of the Overlord beneath his carbon steel armor? Is the Lord a girl? It's kind of pretty. Oh. However, the blush that rose on his cheeks could not stop the spread of the ice. Warren felt a tightness in his neck and was afraid that he would suffocate in a minute before he even froze to death. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I were a little stronger, could have delayed a little longer, and had been hit a tiny bit later, then I should have been able to survive, right? But in this state, even the most supreme being cannot save them now. Just as the thought crossed Warren's mind, he suddenly heard a crisp sound of ice crystals shattering. The force that had been gripping his throat suddenly vanished. How? Warren greedily inhaled the icy air. He could even see the white mist he exhaled as he gasped for breath. He raised his frozen hands, breathed on them a few times, and then quickly covered his throat. The chill had barely subsided when Warren immediately felt a burning pain in his throat, as if it were on fire, making it difficult to speak. But his gaze still unconsciously fell on that beautiful figure. The deadly ice that nearly killed her was treated like a toy in her hands, manipulated at will. Ice shards swirled around her, like a crystal-clear, shimmering ribbon weaving back and forth. The witch sisters in midair were also watching this figure. The Ice Witch, in particular, had a very unfriendly look in her eyes. She was about to freeze the clown who dared to stab her to death, when a little girl suddenly appeared and ruined her plans. You seem to be having a lot of fun. The Ice Witch's voice was so cold it seemed to conjure frost. All that ice was nurtured by her own primordial magic, bit by bit, and now it was being shattered and carelessly played with. This was an absolute disgrace to her. This ignorant little archmage thinks he's so great just because he knows a little bit of ice manipulation magic, and he's showing off in front of the real Ice Queen. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce, and her entire face became unusually ferocious. It is because those ice crystals contain her original magic that she can control them at will. Even ice shards can be restored in an instant and then turned into deadly weapons. This overconfident little mage doesn't realize he's playing with fire and getting burned. Die! The Ice Witch screamed extremely fiercely. Warren's heart clenched, as if the ice shards would suddenly form a sharp ice blade and pierce the girl's heart at any moment. Under Warren's tense and worried gaze, half a minute passed. Nothing happened. Oh no, the ice shards did move. They floated into the air, towards the direction of the ice witch. Sometimes they're arranged in an S shape, sometimes an AB shape. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The scene was quite awkward at one point. The ice witch's eyes widened, her blue eyeshadow practically kissing the tips of her ears. She desperately tried to unleash her primal magic, but the ice shards didn't even flinch at her. This was something she couldn't understand at all, because she could clearly feel that her original magic was still attached to those ice shards. She had the ability to manipulate them. But they just won't listen to me. Instead, they danced joyfully around the girl. Stop playing, let's end this. The familiar, muffled sound hidden beneath Warren's helmet suddenly rang out. The moment the voice fell, the girl immediately put on a serious expression. Yes, my lord. Karen extended her slender, jade-like index finger and gently tapped it towards the ice witch. Click. A strange sound suddenly appeared in the air, as if something had been frozen solid and then cracked open. The ice witch suddenly sensed something and looked down in disbelief. It was a ground covered with shattered ice crystals. That's my own body. At that moment, the ice witch suddenly realized the reason she couldn't control the ice shards wasn't because her magic was cut off, but because the ice had transformed from the enslaved to the master, and they were no longer under her control. This is the ultimate ice control technique. They can even manipulate the ice element within their own bodies. Who exactly are you? After asking that question, the ice witch's head turned into icicles, smashed to the ground, shattered into ice shards, and was blown away by the wind, completely disappearing into the world. The flame witch had no time to react. Her sister, who had just been fierce but was actually weak, had suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving not even ashes. Just because that seemingly incredibly young girl touched it lightly? This. Are you kidding me? The development of events was completely beyond her comprehension. However, in that split second, the Fire Witch, relying on her years of experience lurking in the dark forest, made the most correct decision. Seeing that things were not going well, they ran away immediately. However, the moment she turned around, she was greeted by a pair of scarlet eyes. A face as pale as paper, messy hair, scarlet eyes and lips, slightly pointed and thick ears, and a pair of jet black horns. An eerie atmosphere permeated the air. Although the man was merely floating in midair and constantly checking his compass, never actually glancing at the Fire Witch, he still made the woman, who had just lost her sister, feel extremely dangerous and threatened. A tremendous sense of crisis is looming. The already somewhat hysterical Fire Witch didn't have time to think and immediately started waving her wand. Ah! She immediately let out a piercing scream, gathering all her magic power and crushing a pendant on her chest. Flame-like magical energy surged forth, and the witch's appearance aged considerably in an instant. However, these sacrifices allowed her to unleash her ultimate magic, Flame Impact. Hurricane Blaze, without needing to chant, without reservation. The menacing flames, accompanied by a whirlwind, rose from the ground with terrifying power to annihilate, devour, and burn everything, hurtling towards the figure in midair. It enveloped him in an instant. The scorching heat caused all the surrounding grass to lose its vitality, and the scorched ground even began to crack. Even from a distance, the volunteer citizens of Caesar City could still feel the heat wave hitting them. It's hard to imagine how high the temperature must be right at the center. Is this the power of the Fire Witch? That's terrifying. However, the figure within the fiery hurricane remained motionless. He stood there, like someone warming themselves in a winter fireplace. The scene fell into extreme silence once again. On the vast plain, it seemed as if only the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard. After a brief pause, the figure seemed to finally feel uncomfortable and frowned slightly. Strange. It should be nearby, but why? Oh, here. A hint of excitement appeared on the man's pale face. The moment he finished speaking, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly unfurled from his back. At the same time, the fiery hurricane vanished and disappeared. It looked like, while spreading its wings, it incidentally extinguished a fire. The instant those crimson wings appeared, Saipan in Silver City immediately severed his reconnaissance spell. Rum was watching the image projected onto the magic circle with bated breath, when suddenly the signal went down. What are you doing? Saipan silenced the furious Rum with just 4 words. The sin of pride. On the Julu plain, Pride's crimson eyes were fixed on the witch, and his blood-red lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was utterly terrifying, completely overshadowing any semblance of friendliness. If one day you can raise the temperature of the flames to be higher than the lava during a volcanic eruption, then you might be able to hurt me. The Fire Witch has completely lost her ability to think. She was trembling all over. The pressure from the person in front of her was stronger than ever before. However, judging from what he said, it seems he didn't intend to kill me here. The witch seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly manipulated her wand, trying to fly out of this terrifying place. However, the Sin of Pride only said half of what he said, and the second half was, "Unfortunately, you no longer have that chance." As Pride's words fell, a rose pattern suddenly appeared on the Flame Witch's face. She could feel all the flesh and blood in her body being absorbed by the pattern, and her life force was draining away at an alarming rate, but there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't even speak. She could only watch helplessly as her body dried up, shriveled, and rapidly withered away. Then, amidst immense resentment and fear, he completely lost consciousness. The Fire Witch's corpse crashed to the ground. It was called a corpse, but in reality, nothing was left except for a single, vibrant rose blooming on the lush green plain. Then, after blooming its most beautiful flowers, the rose began to wither away. It revealed an amber-colored gemstone inside. The Sin of Pride removed it, and then slowly walked towards Warren. "Be careful, my lord. Don't come any closer." Out despite the excruciating pain. But the people of Caesars marched forward with unwavering steps. They didn't believe they could stop the Sin of Pride. They simply didn't want Warren to face the powerful and terrifying enemy alone anymore. Warren was frantic. He wanted Karen to run, but he could no longer speak. He tried to twist his body, but his body had reached its limit and he couldn't move. The Sin of Pride is fast approaching. At this moment, Warren was more desperate than ever before. Faced with such a terrifying man, I probably don't even have the right to become cannon fodder. He could only grit his teeth and wait for death to come. But what he got was a completely unexpected scene. To Warren's astonishment, the Sin of Pride, who had approached, suddenly placed his right hand on his heart and knelt on one knee. "Lord Bukar, Candamine pledges his loyalty to you and welcomes your return." At the same time, he also presented the freshly picked amber as a gift. This situation completely baffled Warren. After a frantic search of his memory, he finally came to his senses. He thought he had just heard the voice of the Overlord. With great effort, Warren twisted his stiff neck and finally saw that standing to his side was the Supreme Ruler and his subordinates. And this terrifying demon, who emerged unscathed from the Flame Witch's fiery hurricane and even absorbed the witch's ashes in a single encounter, was actually a subordinate of the Overlord. If Warren weren't completely immobile, his chin would definitely be loosening the soil on the green grass plain right now. If he's like this, then the people of Caesar City must be even more so. In some more extreme cases, the eyeballs look like they're about to separate from the orbital wall. Travelers and adventurers who had not participated in the Snow Country invasion before, and who had only stayed temporarily out of a sense of justice and love for Caesar City, were so shocked that they could hardly speak. Suddenly, a bunch of ABA monsters appeared on the scene. Is this reasonable? Neither Su Yuan nor Bujal paid any attention to these people. Bujar first bowed to Su Yuan at a 75-degree angle, and only after receiving Su Yuan's consent did he speak. "I am no longer your king." Of Pride, Candamine remained kneeling. "You are not their king, but you are my king. The election for the new king is about to begin, and I am willing to assist you in ascending the throne again." Upon hearing this, Bugle frowned. "You've betrayed your former master." "No, I did not choose any of the candidates. They are not worthy to be my king." Candamine's bloodshot eyes held a fanatical, almost obsessive reverence. "No one but you is worthy. Not even Grony." Bukar looked at the sincere Candamine, but could only respond with a silent reply. Su Yuan nodded to Kylan, who immediately understood. A barrier that blocked all detection enveloped Bukar and Candamine. No matter how close the person is, they can't hear a single word. A moment later, Bukar used his mental power to break through the barrier and walked out with a somewhat distraught Candamine. After coming out, Candamine gave Su Yuan a deep look. That scrutinizing glance made Karen very unhappy. She was about to make a move when she was stopped by Bugger. Perhaps sensing a strong sense of crisis, in just a short while, Candamine flapped his bat wings and flew away quickly. He didn't even dare to turn his head back. At Su Yuan's instruction, Kylan erected another barrier to prevent detection. She immediately asked, "Hey, little devil, what do you mean?" Amid Karen's questioning, Bubbles stopped bowing and knelt down, saying, "I have overstepped my bounds. Please punish me, Lord." Su Yuan turned his back and said nothing. Karen, holding an ice whip, lashed it down mercilessly at Buggle. Su Yuan couldn't bear to look at her bloodied and mangled back any longer, so he told Karen to stop. "Go back and find Njia, ask him to bandage you up." After saying that, Su Yuan stepped out of the barrier and led Warren and the others back to Caesar City. Karen sighed. "Why are you doing this? He's disrespectful to the Lord, and you won't even let me teach him a lesson? He is a talented man, and the Lord will need him in the future. Believe me, he will think it through. The Lord is the supreme being, and it is his honor to serve the Lord. At that time, I will make him personally apologize to the Lord." Chapter 100. The Supreme Ruler will be forever remembered in the river of history. When the witch sisters perished, Saipan severed the reconnaissance spell. The rock giants also disintegrated, as if some core that sustained their movement had been instantly removed. Meanwhile, in the dark forest on the other side of Caesar's city, an ordinary-looking tree dissolved into a puddle of mud without any external interference. Then, a figure grew out of the mud. Initially, he was a boy who looked no more than 10 years old, but after a slight pause, the boy suddenly turned into mud and sank down. When he came out again, he was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. At first, the middle-aged man looked rather dull, as if even expressing the most basic emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness was difficult for him. But before long, he adapted to his new body. After sculpting his face, he adjusted his voice, giving off a smart and capable vibe. Then he sculpted his own outfit, dressing up as an adventurer from the past, before stepping out of the dark forest. He whispered as he walked, "You caused the deaths of so many of my brothers and sisters, Saipan. You have to give me an explanation." At this very moment, in Silver City, Rum was pacing back and forth, appearing unusually uneasy. Things didn't go according to plan at all. Twice. The plan was aborted due to 2 mishaps during execution. When he first received this mission from the Dark Division, he thought he had hit the jackpot. He was surprised that such a good opportunity to earn merits had been snatched up by someone as insignificant as himself. But now it seems that Caesar's city is nothing more than a giant trap. It looks incredibly tempting, making you want to take a bite right away, but once you actually put your mouth on it, you realize that it's covered in thorns. Rum is going crazy. Back then, I confidently declared that I would take Caesar City within 2 months, but now that half the time has passed, I haven't even touched the city gates. If I can't complete the task within the time limit, given His Majesty's temperament, I'm afraid I won't even be able to leave with a whole corpse. How could the sin of pride be here? Rum gritted his teeth. Saipan remained calm. You should be concerned about that suddenly appearing mage girl. She's the real troublemaker. That demon was just looking for something and happened to be passing by. Don't talk nonsense when you're not the one suffering the consequences. Rum was extremely annoyed by Saipan's calm demeanor. Already panicked, he abandoned all pretense of gentlemanly conduct and shouted, "Don't think you're safe just because I'm taking the main responsibility. Let me tell you, if we fail to complete the mission, you'll die before me." "You're too excited. Never mind." Saipan put down his coffee cup and went straight outside his residence. He was certain that Candamine's arrival was an accident, and that the sin of pride had no motive to help Caesar's city. Instead, it was Karen who caught his attention. The gruesome death of the ice which kept replaying in his mind. To be honest, this was the only method he had ever seen in his life. I have to say it's an amazing skill. It's hard to estimate her strength. Aside from the snow country, there are very few mages who cultivate ice and snow as their primary element, and even among the ice mages of the snow country, very few can control ice to this extent. Saipan lacked templates and data, making it unable to make accurate judgments. If she was only good at controlling ice or had some kind of innate connection with ice, then it just means she was talented. The ice which just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and died a bit unjustly. But what if she relied on strength instead of talent? Thinking of this, Saipan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Is there really anyone in the world who can do that? Even the great mage Sin from the snow country probably couldn't, right? Of course, besides Kylan, Saipan also noticed the figure wearing carbon steel armor. From the butler in a suit who exudes a terrifying aura and the title of ice-controlling girl following behind him. This person is undoubtedly the most important one among all the characters who have appeared in this incident. Even though Saipan already knew of his existence through descriptions from the people of Caesar City and through previous investigations, he still felt immense pressure when he actually came into view. Simply put, it's unfathomable. It is something that cannot be understood in any sense. It is impossible to detect him using surgical techniques, analyze his facial expressions, or even obtain basic information such as his appearance, height, weight, etc. I saw him, but it was no different than not seeing him at all. The last person Saipan wants to encounter is someone as enigmatic as this. The greatest terror lies in the unknown. It was precisely because of the unknown that Saipan revised its plans and changed its goals. The sin of arrogance had ruined his plans, but Saipan had already seen a glimmer of hope for a roundabout way to save himself. 2 consecutive defeats are enough to show that Caesar City is far from as vulnerable as it seems. Both the initial intelligence and the subsequent arrangements went terribly wrong. If you force things at this point, you'll only sink deeper and deeper into trouble, unable to extricate yourself. Let's leave this tough nut to someone more capable. What I need to do now is prepare my achievements in advance so that I can protect myself if I get implicated by that idiot. Saipan's thinking was very clear. The person under the carbon steel armor was as unfathomable as a mystery, but the sin of arrogance was an old friend. After all, Saipan was able to rise to power by using this devil to eliminate all his rivals. He was well aware of Candamene's strength, but at the same time, he also knew his weaknesses. It's time to throw away the used gloves. In Caesar's City, the defeat of a powerful enemy once again boosted everyone's morale. People sang and danced in the streets, praising the supreme and great being. Especially after those who were there in person shared the story by word of mouth, Su Yuan's popularity was once again pushed to its peak. It was hard for anyone to imagine that his subordinates alone could so easily kill the witch. That's a witch. A witch that strikes fear into the hearts of all. In contrast, although the Snow Kingdom's army was large in number, it was still in the human stage, and those who had not witnessed the great battle firsthand could hardly imagine the strength of Su Yuan and his men. All we know is that they saved Caesar's City. But when they heard the news that the witch had been instantly killed, they were all completely convinced. It's like saying, someone can take down dozens of strong men, and everyone will just think that person is awesome and a monster. But if someone can blow up a cruise missile with one punch, wouldn't you bow down and worship? What kind of god is that? Now, the word hero is no longer enough to describe him. Caesar's City began to truly regard him as a god. Who protects Caesar's City? Poets composed poems on the spot, and newspaper reporters worked through the night to write them down, resulting in a series of hymns and eulogies that leaped off the page. At the edge of the crowd, where people were clinking their glasses, near a corner, stood an old man with a pipe in his mouth. He watched all this with a smile, then took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began to record what he had seen and heard that day, in the language of the ancient gods. After tonight, the supreme ruler of Caesar's City will be forever remembered in the annals of history. Inside Pierce Estate, Su Yuan paid no heed to the commotion outside. Even though the songs of praise had filled the entire city, he remained focused on his original purpose. However, Pierce brought him bad news. There were no craftsmen in the city who could process fluorescent stones. Processing fluorescent stones is a highly technical job, requiring at least a third-tier life profession template and extremely high-skill proficiency to be competent. Joseph, the only one in the city with this skill, went to Silver City not long ago, and then, he never came back. Pierce explained, but he does send letters to his family every week. The postman is the son of the Chamber of Commerce manager, and we mentioned it when we had dinner together not long ago. Is it possible to find out about his current situation through his family? Rest assured, Your Majesty, leave it to me. Pierce made the arrangements, while Su Yuan began to review the battle that had taken place on the Jilu Plain not long ago. He overheard several key words from the adventurers around him: Dark Forest, Rotting Mother Tree, Shadow Church. In addition, there is the Scatty Secret Service hidden in the shadows. This tiny city of Caesar's so special that it can attract so much attention at the same time, etc. Hidden in the shadows. A flash of inspiration struck Su Yuan, reminding him of historical documents he had read before. The Scatties were very good at setting up schemes in secret. They rarely got their hands dirty, but they always managed to achieve their goals through pairs of gloves. Perhaps, these forces are not independent of each other. Unfortunately, I have too few historical documents and lack access to them, so I cannot further understand the composition and background of these forces. However, it's not like we're completely without direction. I haven't found a way to get to Scatty's dark side and the Church of Shadows yet, so I'll put them aside for now. But this dark forest, isn't it right next to Caesar's City? Judging from the adventurers' previous discussions, the witch sisters were already considered top-tier combatants in the Dark Forest, so this place shouldn't pose much of a threat to them. Just as Su Yuan was thinking this, a broom suddenly flew past the open window. Karen had changed into a cooler, more refreshing outfit and was now testing her flight around the manor, adjusting her magic hat. She hadn't ridden a broom in a long time and couldn't resist having a good time. Why not use the staff if you have one? When Kylan flew into the hall and landed in front of him to pay her respects, Su Yuan asked. Karen tilted her head. Fairy tales are all about brooms. Su Yuan. You weren't childlike at all when you smoked Bulgaria. Kylan. My lord, do you know what a rotten mother tree is? I know. It's the embodiment of the Dark Forest. I heard about it even before I entered the abyss. His face stiffened beneath the helmet. Does that mean this thing has been alive for at least 120 years? However, for a tree, reaching this age doesn't seem to be a difficult thing. The key question is, if the rotten mother tree had already developed consciousness 120 years ago, then in the past 120 years, to what extent could it have increased its strength? Speaking of which, the reputation of the rotten mother tree wasn't very good back then. The Snow Kingdom even sent a special operations team to join Skadi's dragon hunter Olakang in entering the Dark Forest to hunt down the rotten mother tree. The final result was that the Dark Forest was almost completely destroyed, the rotten mother tree was nowhere to be found, and the Snow Country also suffered heavy losses. The special operations team was almost completely wiped out, leaving only Captain Medela and Archbishop Medler, who had lost a leg. Both of them were infected with a very serious curse. After returning to the Snow Country, Medela fell seriously ill and did not survive for more than 3 months. I heard that his death was very tragic. Madler was slightly better and passed away a year later. Before he died, he kept telling his successor that if the rotten mother tree reappeared, then never provoke it again. Oh, and there's also that dragon hunter, Olakang. He was probably the one who lived the longest, but I heard he fell seriously ill after returning to Skadi. The man who could once fight dragons single-handedly could no longer even hold a gun properly. As for whether he survived in the end, I don't know. Anyway, even though he was sick, he was still stubbornly alive when I jumped into the abyss. Su Yuan's face twitched involuntarily beneath his battle helmet. That was 120 years ago. So, the top combat power of the Dark Forest doesn't include the rotting mother tree? Since it's so outrageous, why not just exclude it? I was careless. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Su Yuan's back. Fortunately, Karen provided crucial information in time. Otherwise, if they had recklessly ventured into the Dark Forest, the outcome would have been very uncertain. Taking out the energy bead without an item name, Su Yuan immediately regained his composure under the effect of forced calm. I need more information about the rotten mother tree. Su Yuan gently stroked his chin. If he remembered correctly, the testimonies of the Silver City Lords seemed to mention that the rotten mother tree walked across the giant deer plain on the night of the second abyss eruption. The direction is Silver City. Just then, Pierce also brought news about Joseph. This poor gem craftsman was noticed by Duke of Silver City and forced to stay there to process various gems for Duke. According to Joseph's family, the letter contained coded messages left by Joseph. Huh? A gem craftsman would leave a secret code? What kind of code? Karen immediately became interested. Pierce replied earnestly, help me. Huh? Doesn't he work for the Duke? His personal safety should be guaranteed, right? I don't know what happened either, but the code is genuine, and Joseph's family is doing everything they can to get help. How do you plan to save them? This time, it was Su Yuan who spoke. They posted a bounty at the bar, and a team of 2 gold-level adventurers and 2 silver-level adventurers accepted the commission. They will go to Silver City to negotiate with Duke. With the Adventurers Guild backing them, they will at least have the opportunity to talk. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Pierce, can you get an adventurer's emblem? It's possible, but we can only get silver grade ones. That's enough. Su Yuan instantly removed his moonlit night outfit. Pierce immediately knelt down and bowed his head, not daring to meet the eyes of the Supreme Being. After donning the disguise mask and altering his appearance, Su Yuan immediately turned to look at Kylan. Do you have any other makeup options? Speaking of this, Karen is no longer sleepy. Yes. Mature women, lowlies, innocent yet alluring. My lord, which type do you desire? Chapter 101, A Massive Social Disaster. Caesar's city is drunk tonight. Of course, some people also suffer from insomnia. For example, Joseph's family. The city's jubilant scene stood in stark contrast to their worries and anxieties. In fact, Caesar City has once again withstood the attack of those with ill intentions, and even defeated the notorious and powerful Witch Sisters. This will surely make the city famous and deter the villains. As longtime residents of Caesar City, they are also proud of this achievement. But the distress messages from their loved ones prevented them from laughing heartily like ordinary people, raising their glasses high to celebrate this joyous victory. They just hoped Joseph would come back safe and sound. Their barely suppressed anxiety and worry were also noticed by a greatsword warrior with fiery red hair not far away. The next morning, for people gathered at the entrance of the bar. My head hurts so much. Captain, isn't it a bit inhumane to wake someone up so early? Amidst the complaints of a man and a woman, the team leader, a gold-rank adventurer known as the Lava Greatsword, Ruger, clapped his hands with a hearty smile. Headaches after a hangover are normal. A little morning exercise will make it much better. After a hangover, you should get some rest. We're not monsters like you who can be refreshed after just 1 hour of sleep. All right, let's begin our morning exercise. Follow me. Hey, are you even listening to me? Caesar City, a muscular man with fiery red hair, thick eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a slightly smiling mouth was leading the race. He carried a very large greatsword on his back, but even during weight training, his speed and pace were very stable, and his spirits were exceptionally high. In contrast, the 2 men and 1 woman following behind him all looked as if they had just been drained dry by the rotting mother tree. Huff, huff. Damn it. After this job, I'm quitting the group and going back to my hometown to get married. Harrant, who was second in the pack, cursed as he finished the 3 laps. Graham, who was third in line, rolled his eyes. You've been saying you want to quit since last year. Why the hell are you quitting? Why the hell are you getting married? I don't even have a girlfriend yet. How? You're both gold-rank adventurers, so why? Is there such a huge difference between you? The only girl in the group, Servina, who was running at the very back, collapsed next to the wooden barrel. As a new member of the team, she was clearly not yet used to the team culture of getting up early to do things. Thinking back to the last time she woke up breathless, it was the last time. She ended up in prison for 3 years for puncturing a naked man's appendix. Well, she was quite lucky. After all, she aimed for the heart. If she hadn't stabbed the wrong spot, she would have spent at least 20 years in prison. In that case, that disgusting man wouldn't have died mysteriously in a motel bed 3 days ago. Please, do you think the association's standard for judging gold rank is physical fitness? Harrant said irritably. Besides, you want me, a scout mage, to compete with a sword warrior in terms of physical strength. After catching their breath, the 3 looked up and saw Captain Ruger talking to Lady Dalliman, who had issued the bounty the day before. They should be about to set off. Servina nimbly leaped into the hotel room where the group was staying, and then several packages were thrown out of the window. Be careful, I have several glass dolls inside, Graham said, carefully catching the doll while expressing his displeasure at Servina's rudeness. A small head poked out from the window. Why does a priest who believes in the holy light carry around so many catgirl dolls? Servina shouted this, instantly making Goreem the center of attention. This is practically a massive social media disaster. Graham felt like his head was about to explode, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into right then and there. Just as Ruger finished packing his luggage, he walked over. Set off, etc. Ruger suddenly stopped, leaving the 3 people behind him somewhat puzzled. Following Luger's gaze, they saw Hank, the vice president of the Caesar City Merchant Guild, standing not far away. Beside Hank were 2 other people, a young man in his mid-20s and a young female mage with an eye patch over her right eye. The young man was thin, with a high black bun on his head. His face was cold and expressionless, and a very conspicuous scar added a touch of ruthlessness to his wooden expression. He was wearing a cloth shirt and had a long sword tied around his waist, making him look like someone from the Great Xia. I apologize to both of you, but Silver City has suddenly implemented several new entry restrictions recently. Now, in addition to a travel passport, outsiders also need a Silver City visa to enter. We can relax the requirements for adventurers, but at least 1 gold-rank adventurer with more than 3 years of experience must lead the team. And our capabilities are limited. We only have silver rank. Even from a distance, Harrant and his 2 companions could hear the conversation on the other end. Given that guy's personality, it's unlikely he would. Sure enough, before Servina could even finish speaking, Ruger had already gone to meet her. If you don't mind, you can come with us. I knew it. Serena covered her face with her fingers. This overly enthusiastic captain always liked to do silly things to help others. Why would you recruit random people into the team if there's no benefit to it? That's hard to say. Harrent rarely gave an affirmation when Ruger offered a helping hand. Hank is the vice president of the Merchant Guild. Even he treats those two silver-level adventurers with great courtesy, which means these two people are quite important. Servana thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Adventurers from the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed very rare. After all, both Daxia and Sakurajima have their own systems completely independent of the Adventurers Guild. Unless they are officially registered, very few people from Daxia register with the Adventurers Guild. Could he be a young master from a prominent family of some great figure in the Great Xia dynasty, traveling around the world? I don't care who they are, I just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Who was in a state of social paralysis, had no interest in analyzing these trivial matters. Su Yuan, whose appearance had been altered by a disguised mask, looked at Luger, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Since Silver City is the outermost defensive line of Scatti besides Caesar City, and a duke also lives there, its defensive capabilities should not be underestimated. Unlike Caesar City, that's the real territory of Scatti, and there's a guy who might cause some trouble. Furthermore, I am not yet clear about the exact combat strength within the city, so a direct assault would be the worst possible choice. And if it's unknown whether anti-stealth devices are installed there, the stealth robe can also be banned. So, apart from that, the only other ways Su Yuan could think of to enter Silver City were to sneak in with a caravan or use his status as an adventurer. The former is difficult to implement. Silver City recently imposed a trade blockade on Caesar City. Caravans from other places are hard to find in a short time, and even if you do find them, they may not be able to cooperate. Useful as the adventurer identity, which allows you to enter and leave the country at any time to carry out missions. But Hank's words made Su Yuan frown again. Silver City isn't a large place, but it has a lot of rules. He did have a Munam residence passport with a Silver City visa, but this thing could only be used to fool the formulaic identity recognition array. If he encountered manual verification, he would be exposed immediately. After all, he was a notorious mercenary leader. A bad reputation is still a reputation. In a place like Skadaya, a bad reputation might be more easily recognized than a good one. There are probably quite a few people who recognize him. Su Yuan didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Just as Su Yuan was considering how to solve the problem, the answer came to him. It's like someone conveniently provided a pillow when you're sleepy. Su Yuan readily agreed. Although this guy was a bit too enthusiastic, his eyes were still very sincere. Even if the other party is hiding a knife behind their smile, Su Yuan is not afraid. After confirming today's itinerary, Su Yuan returned to his territory last night and prepared a few trump cards. Urged on by Graham, the group quickly left the city and set off on the path leading to Silver City. It must be said that the members of this team are all very talkative. Ruger is an enthusiastic and exceptionally responsible captain, while the others each have their own unique characteristics, especially Graham and Servana, who are simply two clowns. It's quite interesting to listen to their daily banter. Harrent, along with Ruger, fulfilled his duty as a gold-rank adventurer, mentoring newcomers. After walking for half a day, these two chatterboxes had already taught me a lot of skills for wilderness survival and how low-level adventurers should deal with high-level monsters. That's truly sharing everything. Of course, Ruger's actions were due to his personality, while Harrent's were to attract Karen's attention. This guy's gaze kept drifting towards Kylan, and even Su Yuan, who had never been in a relationship, could see right through his little scheme. But Karen didn't respond at all to his flirtatious advances. Fortunately, there was no response. If there had been, Harrent's small frame might not have been able to handle it. However, to be fair, through this adventurer team, Su Yuan really expanded his knowledge in many areas. From the perspective of a fellow traveler, one can more personally experience the world inhabited by adventurers at the bottom. Almost all of them are struggling at the bottom of the pyramid, taking on low-level jobs such as finding pets, unclogging drains, and keeping company with elderly people living alone and children left behind by their parents in order to make a living. But at the same time, they are also striving. They will seize every opportunity for battle and adventure, constantly improve themselves, and keep advancing until they accumulate enough strength to become dragon slayers or demon kings. Unfortunately, 99% of people spend their entire lives without achieving these two ultimate accomplishments. Unless they have a stroke of luck, most adventurers' peak achievement in their lifetime is probably only reaching the gold rank. This reminded Su Yuan of himself before he transmigrated. He had always aspired to attend a top university, but in the end he only got into an ordinary second-tier university. I always aspired to win a scholarship, but in the end I could only barely pass the courses. Without a stroke of luck, I probably would have spent the rest of my life in endless 996 work schedules. But the serendipitous encounter still came. This time travel has given me the possibility of choosing another life. Right here, let's leave a lasting mark on our lives. Before we knew it, it was already evening. With the two lively characters creating a fun atmosphere, Su Yuan didn't feel bored at all during the journey. The group has now skillfully set up the tents, and sizzling meat is grilling over the campfire. Su, here, this is for you. It tastes great sprinkled on meat. Su Yuan took the small bottle from Servina, smelled it slightly, sprinkled it on the meat, and took a bite. Isn't this cumin? So this is called cumin. Servina exclaimed in realization. As expected of a young master from a prominent family in the Great Xia Kingdom, he is indeed very knowledgeable. You don't know what it's called? Su Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Could this be a difference in regional culture? No. The key point should be, why not just give it a name? But Servina said in a serious tone, this is a condiment created by the wind god. The wind god has already given it a name. Anything that has been given a name is considered a divine object. We cannot change its name without permission, otherwise we will incur the punishment of the gods. So I usually only use it and don't call it by its name. It wasn't until you said its name just now, and everything was still fine, that I was sure it was called cumin. At this point, Servina suddenly paused. If you didn't know that the wind god had already given it a name, then how do you know its name? Su Yuan ignored Servina's question. At this moment, he was already overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information contained in those two short sentences, and his head was starting to throb. According to Servina, there shouldn't have been any cumin in this world originally, but the wind god created it. They even named it Xiren. A bold idea slowly took shape in his mind. The wind god, could he also be a time traveler? Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled the historical documents he had read before. Apostles from another realm descended upon this land, leading the waning human race to rise from the fields, sweeping away all other races, and establishing a kingdom on the Great Deer Plain, naming it Skadaya. The wind god was once the guardian deity of Skadi, but later disappeared for various reasons. Su Yuan murmured to himself, but his doubts only grew stronger. If the wind god is a time traveler, then what about the other gods? Etc. That's not all. Not only the origin of gods, but also name. Servina just said that if you say the wrong name of a condiment that has been named by the gods, you will be punished by the gods. I had received similar information from Bugle. That was when the Abyss Black Market opened. I wanted to exchange for Guan Jinyi's head, which required 5 Abyss World Cores. To exchange for Abyss World Cores, I needed to know the specific name of the Abyss. And at that time, Bugle made it clear that his strength was too weak to uncover the secrets of this level. At that time, Su Yuan didn't quite understand the meaning of that sentence, but considering what Servina had just said, could the Abyss also be the work of the gods? Chapter 102 The Strange Sound That Appeared Suddenly. The sudden influx of information and a flurry of memories filled my head to the brim, and the tension and excitement of seemingly uncovering the truth created an overwhelming feeling of bloating that made it impossible for me to concentrate and restricted my thinking. Secretly taking out the energy bead, under the effect of forced calm, Su Yuan gradually recalled more details. If the barefoot girl I encountered when I first entered the abyss was the wind goddess, then she was the catalyst for all my subsequent actions in Caesar's city. She chose me to help Caesar's city through this crisis, which means she can't get involved herself. She was trapped in the abyss. The wind god went from protecting the entire Skadi to merely protecting Caesar's city, and then to being unable to even personally protect Caesar's city. There must be some hidden story behind this. In terms of sheer power, the gods are still very strong, and even the ruins they left behind retain their great power. Su Yuan had not forgotten the wind wall that severed Bogle's finger bone in the knight's basement, nor the rock eye that even Kylan could not make pause. Undoubtedly, the wind god still exists, and his strength far surpasses that of anyone he has ever seen. But it still cannot escape from the abyss. It seems the abyss is not as simple as I thought. However, there was still one thing Su Yuan couldn't figure out. What truly motivated him to explore the outside world was the resources needed within his territory, which at the time was refined iron. The wind god's treasure map can only serve as an external factor with some influence, but it cannot become the true core driving force. Caesar's city on time. Group transmigration system. Su Yuan felt as if he had grasped something, yet also as if he hadn't. Just then, Harrent, the scout mage in the group, suddenly made a shush gesture. At the same time, a light mist began to appear all around. The fog grew thicker, causing visibility to drop sharply. Even the burning campfire could not illuminate the increasingly hazy surroundings. If it weren't for the absence of pale blue water vapor, everyone would have thought they had stumbled into an abyss. Serena, who was originally expecting Su Yuan's reply, immediately became alert and disappeared into the shadows after a brief exchange of glances with her teammates. The thief girl began her stealth operation. Everyone else found their positions and assumed fighting stances. Ruger drew the great sword from his back, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, and bent forward, wary of any movement around him. At the same time, he also subtly implied that he wanted to protect Su Yuan and Kylan behind him. The tent is surrounded by defensive spells. You two go in first, and we'll take care of the outside. Through conversation, Ruger learned that both of them had only recently become adventurers. He was very worried that the two of them might get into trouble due to their lack of combat experience. At the same time, she was also afraid that being distracted by taking care of the newcomers would prevent her from fully dedicating herself to the battle. After all, the fact that they dared to launch a sneak attack on a road that had been cleared countless times by the Adventurers Guild and the Scatty army shows that the other party was either ignorant or fearless. But regardless of the type, the newcomer is unlikely to be a friendly foe. We must be fully focused and in top form to fight this. However, Su Yuan did not intend to get up, but instead reminded him. You are 2 o'clock ahead of you. Luger's grip on his sword tightened suddenly. He glanced at Su Yuan with some surprise, as if he wanted to ask, how did you know? But he didn't waste any words and directly swung his greatsword to strike. He chose to believe Su Yuan. Gua, accompanied by a scream that was not human, and the sound of blood gushing out. Ruger clearly felt that he had indeed struck something. Right rear. Rising at an alarming rate. Luger unleashed a spinning slash, and the steam rising from the greatsword swirled around him. Laugh. It was as if a scorching blade had sliced through a water bag. The intense heat instantly evaporated the blood on the blade. Fortunately, we seized the initiative. As Graham watched the blood spill into the mist in front of Ruger, his tense nerves relaxed slightly. As a priest, his biggest fear was that the team's key combatants would be wiped out before they even had a chance to show their power. As long as Luger can kill the opponent, with himself as the logistical support, the battle will be won. However, Graham was too hasty in his decision. Reality quickly slapped him in the face. Just as he lowered his guard, a sudden gust of mist swept in, separating him from the others. At the same time, several dark figures rushed out of the mist. Before Graham could react, he was knocked to the ground by these strange-looking things. This is, Graham stared at what was in front of him, his pupils shrinking. But before he could speak, another small black shadow pounced on his face, sticking to his head like a suction cup. Immediately, something resembling octopus tentacles emerged from the thick fog, wrapped around his ankles, and dragged him straight into the fog. Graham tried to struggle, but felt as if all his strength had been drained, leaving him limp and powerless, completely unable to obey his commands. He opened his eyes wide in terror, feeling as if he were being dragged along like a sandbag, with no idea where he was being taken. Don't be afraid, open your eyes. Suddenly, a strange sound rang in my ears. It sounded familiar, but Graham just couldn't remember where he'd heard it before. Open your eyes? My eyes are open, aren't they? Graham widened his terrified eyes, but it was to no avail. Are all priests this stupid? The voice continued to ring in my ears, but the words it spoke were not pleasant to hear. Wait a minute. Priest. Yes, I am a pastor. In his extreme panic, Graham almost forgot his identity. Although he couldn't move his hands and feet, he couldn't even use the most basic blessings. However, unlike other combat classes, priests have their own unique methods. He quickly recited the prayer from the Codex of Divine Grace in his mind, while simultaneously clearing his mind of all distractions as the high priest had taught him in class, and listening to divine grace. As his emotions calmed down, Graham suddenly felt that the world around him had undergone a complete transformation. The disgusting thing that had been clinging to him and confining him had all disappeared, and he was still behind the campfire, about 5 or 6 meters away from the tent, surrounded by a hazy mist, while his teammates were still in their original positions. Who just called me? Why does the voice sound so familiar? Graham's gaze swept over everyone, including Su Yuan and Kylan, who had just joined the team, but he couldn't match the voice with the one he had just heard. That's strange, I think I've forgotten someone. At that moment, Servina appeared beside him. The female thief was not in good condition. She was panting heavily, her hair was disheveled, and the veins on her right hand, which was gripping the dagger, were bulging and trembling slightly, clearly indicating that she had been through a fierce battle. "Are you alright? I've been calling you. Why didn't you respond?" Graham then noticed a black, snake-like line on Servana's left arm, slowly spreading along her veins. It's obvious they're under a curse. He stopped thinking about the strange sound and quickly cast a purification spell on Servana. At this moment, Luger, who had basically cleared away the fog monsters on the other side with Su Yuan's help, also came to the side of Golem and Servana. "What happened? I used the shadows to try and penetrate the fog to find the manipulator behind it, but I was hit by something halfway through, which caused my stealth to fail and forced me to retreat." Servana added, "The monsters in the fog are all blurry. You can only make out their outlines, like clusters of shadows with only their shapes." The Church of Shadows. Ruger and Graham spoke in unison. This is a group of guys who can really cause trouble. Plagues, sacrifices, evil rituals, their influence is everywhere. It has almost become synonymous with disaster. "Why would the Shadow Church be here?" Graham asked, slightly puzzled. "There's nothing special about this path. The strength levels within the Shadow Church vary greatly, so the people we've encountered this time shouldn't be particularly difficult to deal with." Ruger looked at Graham. "And you? What did you discover just now?" Recounted his ordeal, Ruger and Servana both realized a crucial point. The fact that they targeted you immediately shows that your presence will cause them a lot of trouble. It was indeed a small team, and Graham understood immediately. He spread out the gospel in his hand, and as his prayers began, the surrounding fog seemed to churn and retreat. Seeing that it was effective, he immediately increased his efforts. "Holy light, please dispel evil, cleanse the defilement, and pierce through this thick fog." Suddenly, the gospel shone with a blinding holy light. In an instant, the hazy mist that had blocked the view and surrounded the area dissipated. The numerous monster corpses inside were exposed. "Is that a swamp frog?" Luger was just muttering about how he felt like he'd chopped off a water bag, when it turned out he'd slashed open the venom sac of the swamp frog. "But there are no swamps or ponds here, so how could there be swamp frogs?" Servana asked, puzzled. After examining the corpse, Ruger said softly, "It must have been controlled by the shadow." Besides the swamp frog, there were some other miscellaneous low-level monsters. These low-level monsters are normally difficult to harm experienced adventurers, but the combination with dense fog makes all the difference. Especially with poison, you're in the open while they're in the shadows. You can easily fall victim if you're not careful. Thinking of this, Luger couldn't help but nod his thanks to Su Yuan. "If it weren't for this friend from the Great Xia dynasty, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed after killing so many low-level monsters in that environment." Meanwhile, Servana, having put away her dagger, patted Harrent on the shoulder. "What's wrong with you? Seeing that you're slacking off while we're fighting?" Look in Servana's eyes, Harrent was speechless. "You should know that a scout mage needs a medium to cast spells, right? What does this have to do with you sitting here daydreaming?" "I just finished preparing the medium, and the team leader has already finished." Servana couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had just witnessed that every time Su Yuan reported a location, Luger would unhesitatingly swing his sword and slash, quickly clearing out the low-level monsters in the surrounding area. The two worked together seamlessly, hitting exactly where they were told, showing no signs of it being their first collaboration. "You, a gold-rank scout mage, are no match for a silver-rank swordsman?" Harrent curled his lip. "You don't understand reconnaissance mages at all." That's what he said, but he was also very curious about how this silver-level swordsman could determine the enemy's location so accurately. Could it be a unique method from the Great Xia dynasty? Or something like that. I've heard that this mysterious thing is only possessed by the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. This silver-rank adventurer in front of me really be? Thinking about this, Harrent dared not think any further. The royal family of Great Xia. That could be described as the most mysterious royal family in the world. So mysterious that for nearly a century, people have only heard of it in legends, and no one has ever seen the real person. If he is truly a member of the Great Xia royal family, then having such abilities is perfectly normal. Whether it's chi or anything else, it's far superior to my level as a third-rate detective mage. In reality, Su Yuan's method of positioning was very simple, crude, and unpretentious. Using his eyes. Unlike the adventurers who are practically blind when they come into contact with this thick fog, Su Yuan is wearing a disguise mask. He only needs to fill it with spirit crystals to immediately gain clear vision. After all Although this fog looks somewhat similar to the thick fog of the abyss, the two are completely different in nature. One is in the sky, and the other is on the ground. The reason Su Yuan was able to remain calm and composed by the campfire, without moving an inch, while Lu Gu and the other three were on edge and holding their breath, was because he could see through everything. I'm not panicking at all. Why would the Shadow Church ambush us here? While collecting materials from the monster, Servina asked a question. Is it possible that they were just drawing lots randomly, and we just happened to be lucky enough to win? Heron's answer made sense. After all, this group of people never reasoned when they caused trouble. Just then, Graham suddenly discovered a dead body. This man's attire? He's a priest from the Church of Shadows. What? Graham's words surprised both Servina and Heron. They had been relieved that, although they had encountered the Shadow Church, the other side had not sent any particularly powerful people. But looking at it now, it was a bit too early to draw conclusions. The priest, that's basically platinum level, or even near diamond level combat power. If I had made a move, I wouldn't be alive today. What's going on? How could a priest from the Church of Shadows suddenly die? His body was so cold, and there were water stains around him. It looks like he froze to death. A priest froze to death? Servina and Heron were both terrified. This is a level of strength they could never have imagined. Who could have made the move? They didn't notice that as their thoughts raced and they made various guesses, Graham's behavior became somewhat strange. The moment he saw the priest's body, he felt a voice in his mind. He has a pocket watch in his pocket. Go, take it, and don't let anyone see it. That voice sounds incredibly familiar. That's the sound I heard when I was dragged into the thick fog. That is my own voice. Chapter 103 Great. It's a curse. Let me take a look. As a priest, Graham had a natural restraint towards the followers of the Shadow Church. Despite its name, the Shadow Church is actually a full-fledged terrorist organization. Their belief in the Lord of Shadows is in complete conflict with the doctrines of the Holy Light Church. Currently, the Holy Light Church appears to be stronger overall and poses a certain challenge to the Shadow Church. However, the Shadow Church is elusive, with its mission sites hidden and its followers scattered everywhere, like rats, making it almost impossible to completely eradicate. As the priest in the group, there was nothing wrong with Graham examining the corpse of the Shadow Church priest. After turning the body over twice, Grimm concluded, it was indeed frozen to death. It was already dead before I used holy light. As he spoke, he tucked a pocket watch, which he had been hiding in his palm, into the inside of his coat. Ruger and the others did not notice anything unusual about Graham. Servina and Heron were still guessing which kind passerby had saved them. Is there anything you want? Luger laid out all the spoils of war, allowing Su Yuan to choose whatever he wanted. You're welcome. If you hadn't told me the enemy's location, we wouldn't have one so easily. To be honest, Su Yuan didn't really care about these things, but he could sense that the spirits around him were very interested in one of the magical beast's hides. So he took the piece of animal hide. Be careful, this is cursed. Ruger warned hastily. He even considered calling Graham over to give him a cleanse. Fine. Su Yuan didn't care at all. This was the curse he wanted. The spirit that was beside him flashed by and devoured the cursed object on the animal's skin completely. It's gone now. Seeing Su Yuan calmly putting away the animal hide, Heron, who was sitting back down in front of the grill to get his dinner, almost stuck his hand into the fire. He quickly rubbed his eyes. That's right. The curse on the animal hide has disappeared. How did you do that? Heron had just seen several hazy spirits appear on Su Yuan's arm. But it was only for a fleeting moment. He wasn't even sure if he had seen things correctly. After all, compared to instantly removing a curse, the idea of a spirit residing in a body is even more inconceivable. Ruger laughed heartily. Su, that's amazing. You're the most interesting silver rank adventurer I've ever met. Captain, you've really shown your discerning eye for talent, Servina joked from the side. If Ruger hadn't taken the initiative to bring these two into the team, tonight would probably have been a very dangerous night. After exchanging a few more words, Luger and the others arranged the night watch order, and then gave Su Yuan and Kylan a separate tent before they went to sleep. Sitting in the tent, Su Yuan opened the world channel. Although Heron and the others guessed that this encounter with the Shadow Church was a random event with an extremely low probability, the actual situation was not so. Lords are already recounting their tragic experiences on the World Channel. Have you ever encountered a living shadow? What living shadow? Can shadows be alive or dead? I understand what you mean. To be honest, I just saw someone from another world being controlled by their own shadow. I was so scared that I blew out the kerosene lamp on the spot. and now it's pitch black. Ahem, have you ever thought about it, that the darkness is the greatest shadow? Don't talk nonsense. If that were true, the world would have been finished long ago. My brothers and I in the area just saw those strange shadows. I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is that all of these shadows have physical forms, and ordinary weapons can also damage them. The bad news is, you might lose control of your weapon or even your body before you even touch them. Holy crap, this is outrageous. Does that mean this thing is invincible? Not entirely. While these shadows are troublesome, most of them have a limited range of movement. Generals and troops with ranged attack capabilities can kite them. In addition, I have discovered their fatal weakness. Please explain in detail, sir. However, the conversation ended there. Brother, you write novels, right? You're very adept at ending chapters with abrupt cuts. There are 3 types of people I hate most in my life. First, those who can't count. Second, those who only say half of what they mean. Damn it, you're all talented. I hope you get crushed by a dragon soon. Looking at the numerous messages appearing on the World Channel, Su Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Clearly, the Shadow Church has pulled off a major operation this time. It is blooming all over the world. But the problem is, nobody knows what they're up to. Su Yuan read through a few more messages carefully, and then suddenly realized something. Those who spotted the shadow all said things like lost control of their bodies or lost control of their weapons, and no one reported any deaths. Let's recall the adventurer team's experience. Graham said he was dragged into the thick fog, but the other party did not kill him. Servina was only cursed in the thick fog. She was not killed outright. Even if Karen hadn't secretly killed the priest, Ruger's team shouldn't have suffered any casualties. Because the other party's purpose from the beginning was not murder, arson, robbery, or sexual assault, but rather, control over their bodies. Su Yuan didn't know much about the Shadow Church, but from the limited information he had, he could tell that they were a group of genuine madmen. Why do these people want control over other people's bodies? Although he had occasionally heard of this organization, he had rarely clashed with its members, and Su Yuan did not believe that he had the ability to keep up with the ideas of a group of lunatics. However, now that we've encountered it, we'll naturally be more wary of it. If members of the Shadow Church obstruct him while he is developing his territory and searching for historical documents, Su Yuan will not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. It's getting late, let's get some rest. This was the first time Su Yuan had slept anywhere other than his territory in Caesar City. However, with Karen, who didn't need to sleep, watching over him, he still slept soundly. Meanwhile, Graham, who was keeping watch by the campfire outside, was staring blankly at his own shadow cast by the firelight. The shadows trembled with the flickering of the flames. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Took out the pocket watch he had secretly hidden and examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual. He himself couldn't understand why he had followed the voice's instructions and taken the pocket watch for himself. Speaking of which, that eerie voice, which seemed to be another version of myself, has never appeared again since then. Graham even suspected that his own greed was at play, and he was deliberately giving his brain an excuse to hoard valuables. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the hands of the pocket watch, which had been moving normally, had stopped moving. Chapter 104, A Person Who Plays the Lazy, A Soul Who Plays the Lazy, Playing the Lazy in This Life to Eternity. In the City of Silver, in the Saipan residence, beneath the artificial hill in the courtyard, there is a very hidden basement. The basement was luxuriously decorated, suggesting it was once a place where nobles indulged in pleasure. At this moment, on that large bed, which was even more luxurious and comfortable than the soft bed on the 3rd floor of the Scarlet Catwoman mansion, lay a man, but he was not served by a maid, but by a dark shadow. If you look closely, you'll see another shadow that has already formed behind the man. It stands beside him in a way that clearly doesn't conform to the laws of light and shadow projection, and its face has already shown some angular features, just like the man's. Creak. The basement door was pushed open, and Saipan appeared at the doorway. Ron, ID is dead. The man on the large bed sat up abruptly. The shadow serving him didn't have time to dodge, and the tray in his hand was knocked away. However, neither the tray itself, nor the wine glasses on it, nor even the wine that was already floating in the glasses fell. Instead, they were all caught in the shadow and hung in midair. It then returned to the servant's hands. What happened? Even from a great distance, Saipan could smell the stench emanating from Ron's mouth. The former lord of Caesar City now looks like a disheveled vagrant, but Ron seems to like this new style, and Saipan doesn't care. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a fact that the church lost a priest, all thanks to your meticulous planning. Ron could tell it was sarcastic, but he didn't care. The person is already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Ron grabbed 2 handfuls of his messy hair. He wasn't a core member of the church to begin with, but he was lucky that his shadow suddenly awakened, which attracted the attention of the church's higher-ups. One of the bishops thought highly of him and even replaced him with the person in charge of the Deer Plains area from Saipan. In order to make the festival a success, he specially assigned a priest to help him. But to his utter surprise, the top-notch henchman sent by the bishop failed miserably on his very first mission. How am I supposed to explain this to His Holiness the Bishop? Ron was really overwhelmed. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. Saipan stood at the door, waiting for Ron to give his next course of action. On the one hand, he really didn't want to be in close contact with someone with bad breath, and on the other hand, Ron had just arrived and taken away his command, and now he had angrily sent away a priest. Unless he had his head caught in a door, he would never take the initiative to stand up and help Ron with his plans. Ron's mind is a complete mess right now. He has been devastated ever since the Caesar City sacrifice plan failed. Of course, this is not his fault. He had originally planned a great show, but no one in the upper class of Scatty paid any attention to him. A puppet city lord, a figurehead, was not even as good as a sheriff in the eyes of those high-ranking nobles. Ron soon realized that he had misjudged his influence in the country of Scatty. Having lost the trust of the nobles, he became numb and simply started selling directly. But then, his shadow underwent a strange change, and as a result, he transformed from an unknown nobody in the Shadow Church into a promising talent favored by the bishop. Unfortunately, even with the attention of the Shadow Church's upper echelons, Ron was already a slacker. After taking over power in Saipan, he directly became the Fountain Commander. This tiny basement, without conducting any research, he just issues orders based entirely on his own assumptions. This resulted in the tragedy. What to do? As Ron was anxious and at a loss, the shadow of himself behind him suddenly leaned close to his ear. Silver City is a melting pot. The sins here are far more delicious than those in Caesar City. Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Although the plan fell through halfway through last time, it was not exposed. I can just go to another place and repeat the same trick. When he entered the city, he only briefly surveyed the living conditions of the people in Silver City. Even so, he could tell that the happiness index of the people here was incomparable to that of Caesar City. Both its crime rate and mortality rate far surpassed those of Caesar City. Isn't this exactly the nutrient that the Shadow Lord loves most? Saipan. Ron reached inside his dirty, rumpled clothes and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper, which he handed to Saipan. The latter held his breath and endured the discomfort to take it. The materials above need to be obtained within 3 days, understand? A sacrificial ceremony? Saipan remained expressionless. What you're doing will provoke a strong backlash from Scatty, and that terrifying man might even take action himself. That's where your help comes in, Ron said with a grin. You are His Majesty's eyes and ears. As long as you don't see, hear, speak, or ask, His Majesty is far away. So how would he know what's happening in this remote little town? Duke. That useless nobleman. Just keep him under control. Don't worry. Just do as I say. There won't be any problems. Saipan didn't say anything more, and simply took the paper and walked out of the stinking basement. Everyone in this organization is crazy, Saipan muttered as he walked. Including myself. Early the next morning. Beside the tent on the path from Caesar's City to Silver City. Graham, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep at all last night? Servina asked curiously. Graham waved his hand, but suddenly felt nauseous and ran to a tree to vomit. He was fine when I switched shifts with him last night. What happened? Heron also seemed quite puzzled. Graham took out his water pouch and took a sip of water. I'm fine. I just suddenly have insomnia. What happened? I don't know either. There's just something buzzing in my head. I tried using a purification spell, but it didn't work. Maybe I'm sick. Can you still walk? Okay, let's hurry to Silver City. Maybe seeing a doctor will help. The group set off again. Su Yuan walked at the back of the group, looking at Graham, who was being supported by Harrant, with a scrutinizing gaze. With the enhanced senses provided by the disguise mask, he could clearly hear abnormal sounds emanating from Graham's body and see subtle changes on the surface of his skin. It was as if something was hidden inside his body, drawing nourishment from him. The symptoms are somewhat similar to the rose that Canamine planted, but the effects are worlds apart. It can be seen as a weaker version. Graham shouldn't die anytime soon, but the problem now is, how did he get infected? Kalen, Was anything unusual last night? Do you really want to say it? Speak up. What's there to hesitate about? Your snoring is a bit loud. Su Yuan. Chapter 105 May the Wind God Deceive You. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had arrived at the shallow shore of Starlight Lake, where he had previously persecuted Raoul. We're very close to Silver City now. From a distance, he saw Silver City guards in standard armor patrolling the road. With the enhanced vision from the camouflage mask, he could also see many transport workers pushing wooden carts back and forth behind the soldiers. Bundles of burlap sacks down the low slope. Some of the burlap sacks weren't tied tightly and opened as they rolled down, revealing their contents. That is, what came into Su Yuan's view was a withered arm, with dried bloodstains still clinging to the blackened knuckles. Looking in the direction the sacks had rolled down, Su Yuan was shocked to find that the shallows of Starlight Lake were piled high with sacks. Or rather, it was piled high with corpses. Vengeful spirits seen during the second eruption of the abyss. The only difference is that the main body has changed from abyssal monsters to corpses. Su Yuan frowned slightly, as if he had entered a mass grave, which made him feel physically uncomfortable. However, perhaps due to the characteristics of the Lord of the Dead, this discomfort quickly dissipated. As they got closer, Ruger and the others gradually saw the tragedy that had taken place on the beach. Servana's body twitched slightly. Even though she had stabbed a disgusting man to death without the slightest remorse not long ago, the scene was still too shocking for her. Harrant, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. Starlight Lake has purifying power. By piling up corpses here, they can prevent plagues and some kind of uncontrollable chain curse. The last time we came to Silver City, it was even more outrageous. Right, Captain? Ruger remained silent. He didn't want to answer the question. Graham chimed in. Every time there's an anomaly in the abyss, a large number of refugees and farmers blocked outside the city gates are killed by abyssal monsters. It's become a common occurrence. The indifference of the transport workers and guards also corroborated this point. This is indeed something they've become accustomed to doing. But Su Yuan's brows furrowed even more. It's understandable that others might have such thoughts because they don't know what happened on the night the abyss erupted, but I was a direct participant that night, the one who was wielding a sledgehammer and hunting down vengeful spirits all over the outskirts. Even the refugees and farmers he unintentionally saved are now living peacefully and prosperously on the outskirts of Caesar City. You're telling me these corpses were caused by the eruption of the abyss? You're kidding me. A small number of casualties before I arrived. The scale couldn't possibly be this large, right? The shallows of Starlight Lake are almost full. Far exceeds those who were rescued on the night the abyss erupted and then migrated to Caesar's City to settle down. Moreover, judging from the reactions of Ruger and the others, the number of corpses processed this time should not be much different from before. Is it possible that the abyss eruption was just an excuse? It is a shield used to cover up certain evil deeds. It also serves as a fig leaf for Silver City. Regardless of whether the abyss erupts or not, the death rate in the city is extremely high. But if that's really the case, how did Silver City manage to retain its people? Sala is still doing business in Silver City, doing business in this kind of environment. This half-goblin seems to have some skill. My curiosity about Silver City grew stronger. But Su Yuan's gaze lingered on a corpse not far away. To be precise, it should be the sand beneath the body. As the corpse fell and slid outwards, the sand beneath it was also knocked away, revealing a pitted seashell to the average person. In Su Yuan's eyes, the pitted and uneven parts of the seashell were precisely what attracted his attention. Ancient god language. Su Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still maintained his steady pace and did not show the slightest abnormality. At the same time, he secretly took out the complete wind god eye, a place where starlight converges. The ancient divine language inscribed on the seashell is like a meaningless statement. However, the moment Su Yuan put on the Enmo eye, he made a new discovery, a little sprite with transparent wings. She was only the size of a palm, leaping and dancing in the air, seemingly attracted by the wind god's eye, and began to fly towards this side. Su Yuan observed the expressions of the others, including Kylan, and none of them seemed to be acting strangely. Clearly, they couldn't see the elf. The little sprite flew back and forth beside Su Yuan, then flew to a shallow beach dozens of meters away from the wooden bridge, seemingly guiding him there. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan found an excuse to let Luger and the other three go first, and he would follow later. After the four had walked away, he asked Karen to stay by his side before following the elf to the shallows. Stepped into that area, his wind god eyes sensed something, and a gentle breeze suddenly caressed him, enveloping him completely. Immediately afterwards, they found themselves walking toward Starlight Lake. With each step Su Yuan took, the originally calm lake water would recede a little to both sides. Even Karen, who was watching from not far away, was secretly astonished. She could freeze an entire lake with ease, but she couldn't make the lake water split into two sides, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. As expected of the Lord. Ignoring the admiration that appeared on Kylan's face, Su Yuan looked at the water-patterned steps that cascaded down like a waterfall, hesitated for a moment, and then resolutely began to descend the steps. On both sides were surging waves, and there was nothing else in sight except water. Just then, a hazy halo appeared in front of Su Yuan. As I took that first step, the world before my eyes suddenly opened up. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a palace. For some reason, Su Yuan kept having images of the Dragon Palace from the 1986 TV series, Journey to the West, pop into his mind. It bears some resemblance to this one. However, what greeted him was not the Dragon King of the East Sea, but a figure composed of water ripples. She appeared to be a woman in her early 20s, but her body blended seamlessly with the surrounding lake water. Traveler from afar, guided by the wind god, we meet here. I am the embodiment of Starlight Lake, and by the wind god's decree, I offer you a signpost for your lost journey. At that moment, Su Yuan felt the abyss recorder in his backpack suddenly shake. He quickly took it out. Immediately, the recorder showed that there was only one marker for the Queen's castle, but at that moment there were two. Su Yuan immediately opened the world channel and selected Abyss Map. As expected, in addition to the Queen's castle and the fluorescent grassland, another new area was lit up. Unfortunately, this area is on the first step. Chapter 106 The Riddler, Get Out of Gotham. After reviewing the map information, the Starlight Lake in front of me presented another crystal. Unlike the consumable resources mined from crystal mines, this crystal is crystal clear, and a rotating drive core can be seen inside. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared on the crystal. A girl's face gradually appeared on the light screen. Just like the otherworldly creature I saw when I first entered the abyss. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly, but fortunately your growth rate has exceeded our expectations, so there's still time to salvage the situation. Unlike her previous pretentious attempt to appear profound, this time the girl started off with a string of plain language. But the riddlemaker's nature remains unchanged. However, she quickly offered an explanation. I know what you're looking for, and I know what you want to know, but I can't tell you. There's nothing I can do. That's just the rule of this world. Aren't you a god? Shouldn't you be the one to set the rules? Perhaps because they had met so many times, and because he frequently used the wind god eye, Su Yuan was able to remain indifferent to the girl's appearance. Unfortunately, when Su Yuan was questioning the exit, the screen image became blurry as if it had been interfered with by some external signal, and there was also a strange tearing sensation. The other party obviously didn't hear him. That guy's awake again. Ugh. One last thing. Beneath the fountain in Silver City lies a stone chamber containing a key to the Abyss Gate. Only by passing through the Abyss Gate can you ascend the stairs, where the truth you seek awaits. I'll be waiting for you on the first step. I hope I haven't been forced to advance by the time you arrive. After he finished speaking, the image distorted and then disappeared. Rule. Su Yuan murmured those two words. The suddenly lit-up map module did give me a clear goal. But Su Yuan didn't intend to just follow the established procedures. Even though the girl, who was probably not the wind god, spoke in a very urgent manner at the end, it did not affect Su Yuan's decision. I will definitely go to the abyss, and I will definitely seek the truth. But Su Yuan had his own ideas on how to do it. He then turned his gaze to the Starlight Lake avatar in front of him. Do you know where there are historical documents nearby? Or other places that record the language of the ancient gods? Traveler from afar, everything you wish to know can be found under the guidance of the wind god. At this point, the consciousness avatar of Starlight Lake suddenly paused. The woman's face was slightly contorted, as if she were enduring some kind of immense pain. Then she spoke again. I hope you can grant me a request. Tell me about it. Please, help me clean up those sources of water pollution. The woman's face was filled with pleading. Su Yuan recalled the corpses he had just seen abandoned on the shallows, some of which had even been pushed into the lake. It seems that even with its purifying power, Starlight Lake is struggling to withstand such abuse. If you can provide valuable intelligence, we can consider it. Suddenly, the water in front of him surged rapidly. Then, a small crystal box slowly appeared from the chest of the avatar. This is a detailed map of the area around Starlight Lake. I have marked the places where historical documents and ancient stone tablets may exist. Su Yuan took the box, pulled out the map inside, and glanced at it. There are 5 such places in Silver City alone. Yes, the transaction is successful. Su Yuan put the map into his backpack. If I can truly gain something from the marked points, then I will naturally help Starlight Lake solve its problems. Unlike his journey there, which required climbing steps, Su Yuan rode the wind and returned on the waves. He never expected that he would experience the joy of surfing in a lake. Back at the shallows, Su Yuan called out to Kylan, immediately equipped himself with the wind spirit emblem, and began to run at full speed. He thought he would catch up with Luger and the others when he reached the gates of Silver City, but he didn't expect that he would see the adventurer team lying on the roadside before he had gone very far. Ruger knelt on one knee, his hands clasped together, leaning on his greatsword. A gruesome wound above his right temple was constantly oozing blood. Servina and Harrant were also seriously injured, curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Needless to say, Graham was already listless and extremely tired, and at this point he simply fainted. All of their luggage and belongings were gone. What happened? Su Yuan immediately took out 3 bottles of healing ointment from his backpack. This is a new item in the mystery shop that can be unlocked using a voucher obtained from the leaderboard treasure chest. Each bottle costs 10 gold coins, and there is no limit to the quantity. Su Yuan bought 10 bottles to keep on hand, hoping to find someone to test their effects. Now is the perfect opportunity. We've been ambushed by bandits, cough. As soon as Luger opened his mouth, he coughed up a pool of black blood. Clearly, in addition to the external wounds, he was also afflicted by a curse. Su Yuan then took out another bottle of purification potion. Although Luger felt embarrassed, he knew that now was not the time to refuse. Upon receiving the ointment and medicine from Su Yuan, Luger's expression faltered. This luster. The treatment ointment is a clear, light red paste, while the purifying agent is a light blue liquid with a refreshing minty scent. To Luger's surprise, neither the former nor the latter showed a trace of impurity. Regardless of the drug's effectiveness, its purification capabilities alone are astonishing. At least, none of the potions provided by the Adventurers Guild can reach this quality. Even the highest grade ones contain some impurities. Could this be something secretly developed by the great Xia royal family? He actually gave it away so selflessly. Ruger felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He didn't say much. The highest respect for such a treasure is to use it where it's meant to be used. After applying the treatment ointment, the pain in the wound was immediately relieved, and a cool sensation spread through the body, even relaxing the tense body that had been strained from the battle. While feeling comfortable, the wound that was still bleeding actually began to scab over. The effects of this medicine. Ruger's gratitude deepened. This is an extremely rare ointment. However, this ointment can only heal external wounds. The internal curse remains a problem. He then drank the purifying medicine. Feeling of heat and suffocation that had been building up in my chest began to dissipate. After the potion circulated through his bloodstream several times, Ruger clearly felt that the curse within him had been completely removed. Is Chapter 107 really serious? Thank you so much. Ruger, Harrant, and Servina all paid the highest respects to Su Yuan. They knew all too well that without Su Yuan, they might have died twice already. Moreover, given their current soul strength, they probably wouldn't even qualify to fall into the abyss after death. At the same time, the 3 were also amazed by the miraculous effects of the treatment ointment. With just a little bit applied, their injuries showed significant improvement in a short period of time. However, Graham remained unconscious, and after unsuccessful attempts to wake him, Servina let him go. After all, he probably does need to rest. As long as he's still breathing, he's fine. All 3 carefully put away the healing ointment. For them, this gift undoubtedly greatly increased their margin for error in their dangerous adventurer careers. Ruger took the lead and took out all the gold coins he had on him. Consider this ointment as something I bought. Even though I know this amount of money is definitely far from enough, but at least it will make me feel better. Su Yuan looked at the open money bag, which contained at least 30 gold coins. If I run out of money, I could make a fortune by reselling medical ointments, right? Thinking this to himself, Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "Let's hurry into the city." My intention was simply to test the drug's effects. Money didn't matter. The most important thing now was to enter Silver City. Then, take the opportunity to investigate the markers given by the Starlight Lake Avatar and the key to the Abyss Gate beneath the fountain. Harrant carried Graham on his back, and the group continued their journey. Su Yuan glanced at the devastation at Starlight Lake and silently began to walk. After walking for a short while, the city gate of Silver City came into view. Although several days had passed, Su Yuan could still smell a faint scent of blood around the moat thanks to his heightened senses. Someone died here not long ago, and judging from the spreading smell of blood, the scale is not small. Su Yuan was puzzled, because neither the guards at the city gate nor the scene inside the city seemed abnormal, and it did not look like a massacre had occurred. However, considering the scenery by Starlight Lake and what Harrent had said before, perhaps it's not that massacres haven't happened, but rather that they've happened so many times that everyone has become numb to it. With Luger and Harrent, two gold-level adventurers who had been registered for more than 3 years, leading the team, the group entered the city without being questioned much. However, Su Yuan still attracted a lot of attention. After all, the disguise mask was still damaged and had limited effect on modifying his appearance. The hideous scar was simply too conspicuous. Of course, this is the perception after using spirit crystals to enhance their effects. If, like at the beginning, one can't even tell a person is wearing it. Even with Luger and Harrent's guarantees, the guards might not let him in. Once you enter the city, the first thing you'll look for is an inn. Harrent is a regular visitor to Silver City. He used to come to Silver City to make a living before joining this adventurer's party. Back then, he was a lowly guard in a caravan. Let me tell you, there's a trick to finding a hotel here. Look at those middle-aged women soliciting customers near the carriage stops, talking a mile a minute about discounts, special offers, and calling you pretty young lady. Don't choose them. They're all scammers. Demon jump. Su Yuan felt his vocabulary suddenly expand. It's like a pretty young girl luring you into a room, and then when you're itching to get intimate, a bunch of cannibals suddenly burst in. Under the pretext of harassing their sister, they just pin you down, beat you up, and then start robbing you, calling it compensation for their sister's emotional distress. You know so much about this. You must have gotten a lot of beatings, Servana teased from the side. Go away, you don't know anything. Harrent rolled his eyes and continued. Also, be careful of those women who are dressed up in fancy clothes. Anyone who is blinded by lust and follows them into the small room will at least pay the price of a kidney. Serena, clearly a first-timer, was already clutching her lower back, even though she was a girl. Ironically, unlike Caesar City, Silver City does not allow the opening of catgirl shops, or even the operation of succubi. Any transaction involving sexual intercourse is illegal. However, these touts openly appear on the streets, and even use the gimmick of sexual intercourse to conduct organ trafficking. The funny thing is, if a victim reports the case to the police department, it's uncertain whether the organ trafficking gang will be caught, but the person who reports the case will definitely go to jail. Even an attempted transaction is a crime. Harrent spread his hands. I don't know if this counts as a kind of dark humor. We've arrived. This is one of the few proper inns in Silver City. Led by Harrent, the group soon arrived at a minimalist hotel located in a secluded spot. The innkeeper was a charming man in his 30s, standing behind the bar with a book open in his hand. Su Yuan glanced at the book cover. A guide to evaluating women of different races. Yes, that's serious. Harrent greeted the shop owner like an old acquaintance, then walked over with a bunch of keys. There are no deluxe rooms here, only the same suites. Would you like to choose one? After casually picking up a key, Su Yuan bid farewell to Luger and the others, saying, from here on, let's each go our own way. Okay, Su, it's a pleasure to travel with you. This is our adventure team's beacon. With it, you can go to any adventurer's guild and get quests from us unconditionally. Luger was clearly still thinking about repaying Su Yuan's kindness. If there's anything we can help you with, please feel free to contact us anytime. Su Yuan took it and saw that it was a golden badge containing a special technique, with 2 words engraved on it, Greatsword. Okay. After putting away the beacon of the Greatsword adventure team, Su Yuan led Kylan into the room. The first thing Karen did upon entering the room was to erect a barrier to isolate herself from all external interference and prying eyes. Once the protective measures were in place, Karen immediately said, My lord, that shopkeeper has been watching you the whole time. I know. Su Yuan had actually noticed something as well. Although his attire as a Daxia person and the hideous scars on his face drew a lot of attention along the way, the innkeeper's gaze was different from those of the curious onlookers. It was more like he was looking at his inner self. Or perhaps you see a reflection of someone else in yourself. And that is indeed the case. As Su Yuan's figure disappeared behind the door, the man at the bar put down the book he was holding. A hint of reminiscence flickered in his deep eyes. At the same time, he softly uttered 2 words, Qingxiao. Chapter 108 Young people should read more serious books. That shop owner seems to have some kind of strange energy. I can feel that subtle fluctuation. It seems that as long as someone uses a detection spell, he can immediately detect it. Reported her discovery to Su Yuan. This also indirectly suggests that she is not good at directly assessing the shop owner's capabilities. Su Yuan lowered his head and pondered. Parent is the kind of person who likes to flirt, but he's not a bad person at heart, and he values the relationships between team members so much that he won't lead them into trouble. Of course, no matter what, one must guard against greed. It's not impossible that one might harbor malicious intentions because one has taken out a miraculously effective healing ointment. Let's proceed according to plan. After mentally preparing his defenses, Su Yuan put the innkeeper's concerns aside for the time being. If the other party really has any intentions towards you, they will definitely take action later. As long as you are mentally prepared in advance, it is not difficult to retaliate. Unfold the map taken from Starlight Lake. Su Yuan first located the fountain. The fountain in Silver City was very unique. Legend has it that it contained water magic left by Sebastian, a former archmage who is now a great sage. It is a key object of admiration, observation, and research for many water magic mages. In addition, its design itself is also of great artistic value and aesthetic appeal, making it a famous tourist attraction. All of this information was obtained from the walls of the hotel corridor. Let's go out and scout out the location later, see if we can find any useful clues. The girl who resembled the wind goddess only told me that there was a stone chamber beneath the fountain, but didn't say how to enter. If they really can't find the entrance, then they'll have no choice but to smash the fountain open. If the spell left by that great sage allows for this operation anymore, there will definitely be a lot of people around famous tourist attractions, and it's not advisable to force your way in during the day. After much deliberation, Su Yuan decided to first collect the historical documents. The goods on Sala's side should be almost ready, and there's also the upgrade of the fluorescent stone. The latter also has to trouble Joseph, who is trapped in Duke's house. Let Rouge and the others try their best with Joseph first. If that doesn't work, I'll ask for more people. Before the agreed-upon deal with Sala. Before then, I can make the most of the time to acquire all the historical documents I can gather. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan went straight out. The first location marked on the map is a bookstore in the south of Silver City. Silver City doesn't have a large library, only small bookstores. When Su Yuan arrived at the location, he found the bookstore owner playing cards with several cannibals. Strangely enough, in Caesar City, especially in the underground districts, Su Yuan saw quite a few intelligent races, including ogres, but very few of them. Silver City is the opposite. There are almost no other races besides humans here, but there are an unusually large number of cannibals. Judging from the appearance of these blue-skinned giants, they have long been integrated into the social system of Silver City. Jeff, how come your shabby shop still has business? The ogres sitting around the table immediately winked at the bookstore owner as soon as they saw Su Yuan and Kylan. The shop owner, with a pipe in his mouth and a fiercer-looking appearance than a cannibal, seemed out of place in the bookstore's environment. He also looked amused. In this world, robbery, theft, prostitution, human trafficking, isn't any of these faster ways to make money than studying? Then why do you still run a shop? Su Yuan looked inside the shop, where the books were neatly arranged and spotless, clearly indicating that it was regularly maintained. For you fools. The shop owner waved his hand. I'm in a good mood today, so book rentals are free, with no time limit. Take whichever book you like. Also, let me remind you of something. As Su Yuan stepped into the shop, the old smoker spoke again. Take the book and leave immediately. Don't linger, and don't do anything stupid like leaving a gold coin out of sudden kindness. There are more than 30 cannibals living in this alley, but only the 3 of them like playing cards more than robbing. Thank you for reminding me. As Su Yuan entered the store and put on the complete wind god eye, he immediately sensed something. Breaking through the heavens? This title, this content. Su Yuan, his face flushed, quickly stopped reading and flipped directly to the layer containing historical documents. In the library of Caesars, this time the historical documents seem to have been embedded into the book by some special technique. It cannot be removed directly. Kalen, can you undo this spell? This, although it is a very common embedding spell, because its target is the ancient god language, I am powerless to do anything about it. Su Yuan nodded and didn't blame Kylan. Having experienced so much, he could see that the gods were clearly beings of a higher dimension, and everything related to them possessed characteristics that transcended all things in the world, making them difficult to deal with using ordinary means. Left with no other choice, Su Yuan had to take the entire book with him. Although the shop owner had given him a heads up, and he wouldn't have felt any pressure taking it, Su Yuan left behind a bottle of purifying medicine out of basic respect for knowledge. Lu Gu had told him that it could clear the throat, remove phlegm, stop coughing, and dispel blood stasis. I imagine the heavy-duty smoking gun will come in handy. As we stepped out of the bookstore, the owner's eyes were still glued to the deck of cards in his hand. He merely glanced at the bookshelves outside the store before saying, "You're so young, read more serious books. Don't treat this bookstore like a catgirl parlor all day long." Unable to explain, Su Yuan could only walk out with a dark expression. But before he had taken more than a few steps, he felt many unfriendly eyes staring at him from all around. Without the protection of the moonlit suit, all sorts of malicious probes came rushing in. However, the other party seemed quite wary of the bookstore owner and did not choose to make a move immediately. Instead, after turning 2 street corners and completely fading out of the bookstore owner's sight, those fierce figures, comparable to adult orcs, emerged from the shadows. The fangs around its mouth gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, and its rough, tough skin resembled a pair of boxing gloves covering its fist, which was as big as a clay pot. Ogres dislike using weapons. In their view, their own fists are the strongest weapons. These muscular, simple-minded blue monsters had absolutely no intention of communicating. They attacked without hesitation. After all, they could still loot the people even if they killed them. They never do anything that requires brainpower, like kidnapping. Living in Silver City, the cannibals' main source of income is robbery. Unfortunately, due to their limited intelligence, they lack the ability to identify and screen potential robbery targets. It's common to run into a brick wall. For example, this time, Chapter 109. Who is this ruthless and hardcore person? Damn it. These blue-skinned monsters are so troublesome. Away from Caesar City, in the opposite direction from Silver City, the lords of the Snow Hill Ridge region were scrambling to deal with a disturbance caused by a group of ogres that had suddenly appeared. This race possesses terrifying power comparable to, or even surpassing that of orcs. Even Linda, who was using all her strength, could barely withstand their attacks, and that was with the help of a new support skill that Rex had learned. The other lords fared even worse. To date, the main fighting force under the Snow Hill Ridge lords is still the militia. Aside from Rec, of the 7-person team, only 2 have barracks, and only 1 has a rare level unit. The militia, who were not known for their strength, were no match for the cannibals' punch. Even warriors, unless they are physically trained, would find it difficult to confront ogres head-on. Luo Fifei suffered because of this. Using her detection abilities, she found the cannibal's weakness, the back of its neck. Unlike other places where the skin is tough like armor, this skin can be easily pierced by ordinary blades, which can even penetrate the spine and instantly incapacitate the opponent. So she ordered her bayonet, wielding warriors to flank and attack from behind. However, since the ogres were all burly men over 2.2 meters tall, while this warrior, whose main characteristic was being small and agile, was only 1.65 meters tall, the huge height difference made it impossible for him to easily touch the back of the ogre's necks. Just as it was forced to leap into the air to launch its attack, the ogre turned around and slammed its fist down. One punch broke 3 ribs. Not only did he fail to incapacitate the opponent, but he himself became unable to rise again. This thing's danger warning rating is only green light. Another lord turned green as he watched his militiamen die madly. Fortunately, the ogres were just a bunch of brutes, with no other means of attack besides charging around. After sacrificing some of the militia, Lo Fifei and the others finally figured out the fighting style of these blue-skinned giants. They found a glimmer of hope. But everyone knew in their hearts that even if they won in the end, the process would inevitably be extremely brutal. If we can get these guys to run into that troublemaker that Rick mentioned, we might be able to give him a head surgery if he's caught off guard. Rick shook his head. That person is very strong. These ogres are no match for him. That's not necessarily true. What if we unexpectedly capsize in a ditch? In the alleyways south of Bian City, Su Yuan seemed oblivious to the fists raining down on him from all sides. He maintained a steady pace as he walked forward, even managing to glance at the historical documents tucked inside the book. Those figures who rushed forward, leaped up, and attempted to smash someone's head with a single punch, all stopped in midair. Transformed into giant popsicles. Ogre Limited Edition. Many facial expressions hadn't even had time to change, clearly indicating that the freeze had been completed in a very short time. Really quick frozen. Bang! All the ice blocks in midair crashed to the ground, shattering the ogres inside into dust, just like the ice witch. Su Yuan continued studying his book, never once glancing at the cannibals. Karen followed closely behind, and she hardly made a move. Dealing with these behemoths was even easier than dealing with the ice witch. Not even a light touch is needed. The moisture in the surrounding air and the sweat secreted on the other person's skin can automatically freeze and melt under her elemental affinity. The enemy was too weak to even warrant her personal intervention. Bookstore owner Jeff's hand holding the cards trembled slightly, and he almost dropped the pipe in his mouth. I actually misjudged it. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a pang of regret. I should have taken a few gold coins from him. What's wrong? The three ogres he was playing cards with all looked at him with curiosity. Jeff glanced at them, then tossed his cards aside. For twos. Give me the money. Give me the money. The three cannibals all cursed their bad luck, one of them scratching his head and saying, I still have a 2 here. When do you ever get 5 twos in a deck of cards? He didn't figure this out until he gambled away all his savings. This document is really troublesome. Su Yuan had already packed the books into his backpack as he walked out of the alley. Due to the effect of the embedding technique, the text of historical documents and the content of novels are mixed together, as if the original text has been overprinted. It is very difficult to distinguish them. He could only wait until he returned to his residence to think about it carefully. Of the remaining 4 locations, 3 are bookstores that are all quite similar. However, compared to Jeff, the shop owners seemed rather perfunctory. The bookshelves were covered in dust, and there were all sorts of worm-eaten holes and damp pages everywhere. Fortunately, the paper used in historical documents is blessed by the power of the ancient gods and is not affected by these external factors. Su Yuan had no desire to interact with the shop owners. He simply took the items and left. Along the way, they inevitably encountered cannibals several more times. The result, naturally, was a bunch of broken ice. The last place is the fountain. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to take it when he entered the stone chamber below the fountain after he had scouted the location. Tomorrow, we'll first go to Sala to get refined iron and black iron, and then we'll scout out the location. Looking at the setting sun on the horizon, Su Yuan realized it was getting late and decided to go back to the hotel to rest. This minimalist-style hotel has no sign, and you can't find it unless you're introduced by someone you know or a repeat customer. Even so, the occupancy rate is still quite high. Especially as evening approaches, many short-term renters who went out to work during the day return to the hotel. With a quick glance, Su Yuan noticed people of all kinds of attire, from adventurers to bricklayers, from those in their 50s and 60s to those in their 17s and 18s, people of all ages and professions. But there were no cannibals. Based on what Su Yuan had seen and heard in the past half-day, Silver City was a city where humans and ogres lived in racial harmony. Aside from upscale venues and the residences of important figures, cannibals can be seen almost everywhere else. It's important to know that this hotel is located in a very remote area, and based on past experience, the more remote the place, the more cannibals there are. But it's not here. Not only is it not here, but it's not within a 3-kilometer radius of the hotel. It was as if the cannibals would die instantly if they stepped into this area. Of course, even here, cannibals still appear frequently as topics of conversation. Since it was a hotel lobby and during mealtime, there was no need for anyone to deliberately lower their voices. Even without activating the disguise mask's properties, Su Yuan could still hear various discussions. Have you heard? What? A serial killer has appeared in Silver City today. I thought it was something new. With the security situation in Silver City, a serial killer appears every now and then. I'm used to it. You don't know this, do you? This serial killer is not like those scum who only dare to bully the weak. What's different? He specializes in killing ogres. As soon as the rough-looking man who downed his draft beer in one gulp finished speaking, the once noisy hotel lobby instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some people couldn't believe it. Are you sure you didn't slip up? I swear to my great-grandmother, the information is absolutely reliable. I saw with my own eyes the cannibal's flesh being gnawed on by wild dogs. Or rather, it couldn't even be called flesh. It was practically meat scraps. Now that you mention it, I do recall that there were indeed far fewer ogres today. I didn't see a single one of those ogres that I was supposed to encounter in the alleyways on the way back. Who is this hardcore ruthless guy? So fierce and tough. Those blue-skinned monsters who were used as tools of the aristocracy for their rule, who usually acted as the dogs of those filthy nobles, have finally been punished by the gods. In these people's minds, a serial killer is synonymous with a cannibal. But the news I received today is that the cannibal has been killed? This is indeed big news. I don't know which brave warrior did it, but all I can say is, well done. I am willing to be called an unsung hero. Let's raise a toast to this unknown hero. There were many people responding in the hotel lobby. The clinking of glasses was a constant sound. Little did they know that the person they were talking about just thought they were being too noisy. Back in his room, Su Yuan ordered a steak delivered to his door and began organizing historical documents. In particular, the page number embedded in the novel's text consumed a great deal of his energy. It wasn't until 3 hours after dinner that we finally managed to decipher the entire document. The result is gratifying. This is an extremely rare piece of Abyss data. It clearly records the level division of each Abyss, as well as the monster illustrations and strengths distributed in different levels. It really helped me a lot. The only drawback is that this information only records up to the first level. The recorder clearly stated that he was too weak to explore the deeper abyss beyond that. Based on the records in this historical document, and combined with the series of popular science explanations given by Bugger, Su Yuan has basically figured out the abyss he entered twice before and the scale of the two abyss eruptions. Both the fluorescent grasslands and the Queen's Castle are shrouded in dense fog, and monsters hide within it. That fog acts as a buffer between the abyss and reality, and any abyss shrouded in fog can only be considered a shallow abyss. Monsters in the shallow abyss are no higher than the 3rd tier, but due to the characteristics of the abyss, their true strength is comparable to the 4th tier or even some 5th tier adventurers with weaker physical strength in reality. If we exclude special beings like watchdogs, this type of abyss is still within the range that platinum-level adventurers can handle. Of course, this assumes that the weapon is already blessed, or that there are other ways to deal with it, such as mental spells or magic powerful enough to shake the soul. In addition, there is the deep abyss. That's the world starting from the first step. The deep abyss is separated from reality by layers of shallow abysses, and the two sides can hardly affect each other. The monsters inside are very powerful, but they can hardly get out. Similarly, people in the real world basically can't get in either. However, in the present world, there are many rumors about the deep abyss, and they are all extremely tempting, such as the secret to becoming a god is hidden in the deep abyss. As long as you open up one step, you can obtain power comparable to a god, and the second step and above all contain extremely terrifying power. Even a little bit of it is enough to destroy the world. Because of these rumors, many heroes, after slaying dragons, have ventured into the abyss in search of power. However, the vast majority of them returned empty-handed, at most wandering around the shallow abyss for a couple of rounds, not even knowing which way the gate to the deep abyss opens. A few lucky individuals found the door, but were left with no key to open it, and could only sigh in vain. The recorder was undoubtedly one of the luckiest of the lucky. He not only found the door, but also obtained the key. We have successfully entered the first tier. However, the deep abyss is extremely twisted, and even the lowest level, the first step, is unbearable. The historian frankly stated in the article that he only stayed on the first step for half a day, and he felt that neither his mind nor his body could bear the immense pressure that was imposed upon him. If he hadn't been incredibly lucky and found the exit at the critical moment, returning to the shallow abyss, he wouldn't have needed the monsters in the first tier to intervene. The constant pressure emanating from his surroundings alone would have been enough to drive him insane. Having learned this information, Su Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tianhua Museum is on the 5th floor. This a place even a human can go. Su Yuan felt a slight wavering in his heart. The truth is important, but life is more important. If you can't find out the truth about why you came to this world, you might have trouble sleeping, but if you lose your life, then you really have nothing left. At that moment, Su Yuan really wanted to give up collecting historical documents, give up exploring the truth of time travel, give up the idea of entering the deep abyss, and just be a peaceful and honest Lord of the Dead. Develop your power well, expand your territory indefinitely, and completely transform this world into your own domain. This goal seems much more credible. But when I was about to give up the idea of entering the deep abyss, I felt a sense of emptiness, like a ship at sea that had suddenly lost the guidance of a lighthouse. It seems that the abyss has a mysterious attraction for him. It's as if that's where I belong. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll do my best to handle what I can right now. As for the deep abyss, I can consider it when I have more strength and more information. Having made up his mind, Su Yuan then looked at the other 3 historical documents. All 3 are historical records of the area around Silver City. One of them particularly caught Su Yuan's attention. On September 11th, the 50th anniversary of the founding of Scatty, Silver City passed the act to eliminate discrimination against residents of other races. On that day, all races residing in Silver City, including ogres, dwarves, gnomes, elves, and succubi, took to the streets. People cheered and celebrated this wonderful era. How ironic. Chapter 110, A City That Makes You Sigh. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the blinds and fell on the edge of the bed. Su Yuan rubbed his neck, yawned, and sat up. The food at this hotel was pretty good, but the bed was really hard. Maybe it's because I'm used to the pillows from Mikomiya. Looking out, the sunlight was warm and gentle, but a faint smell of blood permeated the air. If it weren't for the smell, Su Yuan wouldn't have woken up so early. Through the window, the victim's body could be seen lying in the dark alleyway directly below the back of the hotel. Two heads peeked out from the bottom floor. It looks like no police officers will come to take them in. They'll probably become a feast for stray dogs. This is the third one, right? I saw two when I came back from my night shift. The bodies were gnawed beyond recognition. If it were more than 10 years ago, I probably would have thrown up on the spot if I saw that scene, and I wouldn't have been able to recover without having nightmares for several nights. But now, I don't feel a single ripple in my heart. Me too. These days, people dying is commonplace. If it weren't for the fact that I can't get entry permits to other cities and I don't have the ability to survive in the wild, I would have gotten out of this man-eating iron cage long ago. Wait, something's not right. That doesn't look like a human corpse. When the wild dogs tore open the thick, oversized coat, the two people discussing it were shocked to discover that the dead man was actually a cannibal. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Ogre killer. Last night, the cannibal killer's fearsome reputation spread throughout Silver City, becoming a topic of conversation for many. In a city rife with cannibals committing murder, arson, and other crimes, the cannibal killer is undoubtedly a figure comparable to Robin Hood. When those two shouted out that title, their eyes even had a long-lost gleam. Su Yuan frowned. This kind of death definitely wasn't Karen's doing. Is someone starting to copy crimes? No, it's not even imitation crime. It's entirely using this trend as cover to take revenge on cannibals. Based on what I saw and heard yesterday, it seems that the ordinary people in Silver City all hate the ogres, and the two sides are even completely hostile to each other. I don't know how many residents' families have died because of the ogre's brutal nature. However, for some reason, the public has consistently restrained this hatred. The deaths of those cannibals yesterday were like opening a floodgate of hatred, igniting a torrent of rage in the hearts of those whose loved ones had been slaughtered by the cannibals. They seemed to have received a call to action and immediately began to act. We need to speed up the progress of all matters. Sir, breakfast has been prepared for you in the kitchen. Would you like it brought up? The waiter's words outside the door interrupted Su Yuan's thoughts. Bring it up. I must say, this hotel does a really good job in terms of food and service. Especially when Su Yuan saw the steamer of Xylon Bao, soup dumplings, and the soy milk and fried dough sticks served alongside them. This is a special breakfast prepared by our boss, who personally cooked for you. We hope that you will feel at home here. Su Yuan thanked him and accepted the tray. I thought to myself, this shop owner is quite talented. Su Yuan only began eating after Kylan used her identification technique to determine that the food was normal. I dipped the fried dough stick in soy milk and took a big bite. That unique taste instantly evoked his memories. Su Yuan did indeed feel like he was coming home, but this home was not the Great Xia. We ate and drank our fill, and the timing was just right. It's time to go find Sala. As soon as Su Yuan walked to the bar, he saw the innkeeper staring intently at him. To be precise, he was staring at the sword at his waist. Actually, he had already noticed it when he entered the hotel, but at the time Su Yuan thought it was observing him. He didn't expect it was just noticing his sword. It seems the shop owner is quite interested in this Azure Sky sword. It was past working hours, and the hotel was full of people who had just returned from their night shifts to sleep. The once bustling lobby was now deserted. With no one around, Su Yuan simply and openly took the Azure Sky sword from his waist and placed it horizontally on the bar. You seem quite interested in it. Instead of answering directly, the shop owner turned around, opened a locked drawer at the back, and took out an oil painting. My name is Tangia. My great-grandfather accidentally fell into the abyss when he was very young, which almost led to the extinction of our family bloodline. At the critical moment, a swordsman from the Great Xia saved him. He was a painter who wanted to capture the portrait of his savior and pass it down through generations, hoping that one day he could help his benefactor or his descendants to repay this immense debt of gratitude. But for some reason, After leaving the abyss, my great-grandfather could never recall the swordsman's appearance. He only remembered the sword the swordsman carried. Tanjia presented the framed oil painting in his hand. The image drawn above is none other than Su Yuan's Azure Sky Sword. Oh, I didn't expect there to be this connection. Su Yuan was also quite surprised, not expecting that the other party was so interested in him because of this. Sir, if you need anything, please feel free to come to me. I will do my best to serve you. Su Yuan tucked Qin Shao back into his waistband. This was indeed an unexpected bonus. However, it seems that I don't have any use for Tanjia for the time being. I'd be happy if I could eat a few more meals of traditional food from my hometown while I'm here. Stepping out of the hotel, Su Yuan headed straight for the Salon Chamber of Commerce. But unlike yesterday, there were noticeably more sheriffs patrolling the streets of Silver City, and guards could occasionally be seen. At the same time, through the effects of the disguise mask, Su Yuan could also sense that some unusual beings had infiltrated the crowd of people coming and going. It seems that the successive deaths of the ogres have attracted the attention of Silver City. How ridiculous! Su Yuan's enhanced five senses allowed him to hear people talking nearby. Countless tragedies have occurred in Silver City over the years, and the number of deaths is immense. People die in Silver City almost every day, but have those nobles taken any responsibility for these deaths? No. Now look what's happened. It's just a few ogres dying, and they're making such a big fuss about it. I even suspect this city was built for cannibals. Hearing these words, Su Yuan could indeed understand their feelings. Just from the smell of blood he caught when he entered the city, and from what he saw and heard while collecting historical documents, he knew that there were indeed many dead in Silver City. Many even perished at the hands of cannibals. However, the Public Security Bureau made no comment on this. They went about their work as if it were commonplace, showing utter indifference to human life. But now, after the cannibal incident, a complete state of emergency has been immediately imposed. They also deployed guards and higher-ranking combatants mingling in the crowd. This city is really interesting. Su Yuan shook his head, didn't linger any longer, and continued walking towards the Salon Mansion. But halfway there, he saw that familiar figure. Chapter 111. You might not believe it, but it was the one that started the conversation. What came into Su Yuan's view was Sala, a regular at the Catgirl Mansion, who had half-goblin blood and called himself a shrewd businessman. Of course, with his unremarkable height and striking appearance that automatically draws attention, standing in a crowd is basically like a drop of water falling into the ocean. But it also has its own unique symbol, Catgirl. The first thing that caught Su Yuan's attention was a young Catgirl. In a place like Silver City where Catgirl shops are forbidden, the appearance of a Catgirl is already quite eye-catching. Coupled with her beautiful appearance and slender body, almost every man will turn his head to look at her, at least twice. It was by following this Catgirl that Su Yuan discovered Sala leading her ahead. However, he did not immediately go up to make contact with Sala. Instead, he observed his surroundings as he walked towards the Salon Guild. This place is crowded and noisy. It's not a good place to do business. To be fair, Sala did have some influence in Silver City. After he showed his Merchant Guild badge, many vendors on both sides of the street would nod to him. The patrolling sheriffs would also give him friendly looks, and even the guards would give him face. No wonder he would bring himself to this wretched place to make the deal. However, there are times when this identity badge doesn't work. Woof! With a bark, a swift black shadow burst out from the shadows around the corner and pounced straight at the young Catgirl. Sala's eyes widened. The wild dogs in Silver City were getting more and more arrogant. I heard that a lot of cannibals have died recently. Is it because they ate the flesh and blood of cannibals that their brains became like those idiots? With that thought in mind, Sala had already pulled the Catgirl behind him and was about to kick this dog that had appeared out of nowhere. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and quickly stopped his right leg from kicking out. Demon dog. Sala never expected that what rushed out of the shadows was not a wild dog, but the demon hound kept by Duke. However, he stopped in time, but the demonic hound showed no sign of slowing down its attack and bit him. Gentlemen. The Catgirl gasped in surprise as she stared blankly at Sala standing in front of her, using his arm to block the demon hound's sharp fangs. In all her life, she never imagined that someone would shield her from harm, especially someone who was the boss, who spent a fortune to bring her home. In her upbringing, the boss was everything. He was the meaning of her life. The doctrine clearly states that in an emergency, even at the cost of one's own life, one must not allow the boss to suffer the slightest harm. In fact, most of the customers who come to the Catgirl shop only use them as tools, and tools are meant to be discarded, especially in emergencies. But now, Sala's actions, however, overturned her understanding. Su Yuan, who witnessed this scene from not far away, was also quite surprised. He initially thought Sala was just a lecherous businessman who was only interested in swindling money and had simply used a guise to make a quick buck. However, he never expected that his feelings for the catgirl were genuine. Judging from the speed and reaction he showed when he stepped forward, if he really wanted to hide when he spotted the demon hound, he could have dodged it without a doubt. Karen also gave her assessment. "My lord, shall we make a move?" Su Yuan shook his head. "No rush. A first-tier demonic hound is nothing special, but he noticed Sala's change in expression just now. It's likely that someone of higher status than Sala is behind this demonic hound. Of course, there is another point. Although Sala was bitten, he is not seriously injured. The demon hound's fangs were indeed incredibly sharp, capable of easily biting through a person's throat, but Sala hadn't been in Silver City for long. Having risen to his current position, he was well aware of the dangers of this place. Therefore, the protective measures are quite comprehensive. He bit right into the arm guard. Sally's arm guards were made of refined iron, more than enough to defend against first-tier magical beasts like the demon hound. Not to mention that this demon dog was kept at home. Even though Duke did not restrict it and allowed it to cause trouble everywhere, it was still far inferior to the extremely harsh living environment in the wild. This means that its weapons and skills for survival are far inferior to those of its wild counterparts. Simply put, it means your teeth aren't strong enough. That bite, landing on the refined iron, truly stunned the dog. Sala was completely unharmed, but the demon hound trembled from its teeth all the way down to its tail, its fur standing on end. "Guard!" Sala shouted. Immediately, guards from Silver City approached. But they looked at Sala, then at the Duke's hound, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. "I have no intention of offending the Duke, but this is a residential passageway, and according to the laws of Silver City, pets should give way to pedestrians." Sala looked at the guards. "Please pull it away." The guards looked at each other, and while the logic made sense, no one dared to take the job. The demonic hound biting the arm guard became even more ferocious. With the aura of a duke, this demonic hound, which has always been known for biting wherever it goes and no one dares to provoke, has never suffered such humiliation before. A puff of hot air escaped from its nostrils, its eyes revealed bloodlust and rage, and its sharp teeth suddenly bit down harder. Bang! Under Sala's incredulous gaze, the demon dog's teeth broke off and flew away. A woo! The once extremely arrogant demonic hound was now slumped to one side, blood gushing from its mouth, looking utterly miserable. Wowree! Sala was dumbfounded. He never expected things to turn out this way. Not to mention him, the onlookers, including the sheriffs and guards, were also completely bewildered. The Duke's dog broke its own teeth by biting someone. What is this? Just then, a servant dressed in the attire of a nobleman appeared. She was a woman in her early 30s with deep nasolabial folds and thin lips. She pushed her way through the crowd, pointed at Sala, and said to the sheriff and guards, "Take down this criminal who dared to attack the Duke's beloved dog." These words immediately caused a stir among the surrounding crowd. Everyone's not blind. They all saw the dangerous scene just now. It was clearly the dog that started it. Sala's actions can at most be considered legitimate self-defense. Moreover, he didn't make any aggressive moves from beginning to end. He merely raised his arm to protect his vitals. That demonic hound deserved its fate in this state. Someone immediately stood up to refute this. However, what awaited this righteous speaker was a sharp dagger. Chapter 112 The artificial hero pushed to the forefront. No one could have imagined that this servant of the Duke's household would dare to commit violence in broad daylight. And simply because the other party stood up and spoke a fair word. Anger spontaneously rose in people's hearts. Although everyone knows in their hearts that Duke is the biggest cancer in Silver City, and his evil deeds over the years are too numerous to count, before that, they will at least put on a show and do a good job of appearances. Brandished a knife at a completely innocent citizen in broad daylight, someone who could even be described as a hero. They've completely abandoned all pretense and shamelessness. However, no matter how much he cursed the maid's shamelessness and the Duke's inhumanity in his heart, he could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade drew closer and closer to the righteous one. Just then, an unusually urgent voice suddenly appeared. It's as if something has been frozen. Immediately, they saw the sharp knife in the hand of the vicious servant shatter into pieces as it touched the body of an innocent person. This bizarre and visually striking scene left everyone wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. The level of surprise was comparable to seeing a demon hound's teeth break. Especially the friends and family of the person who was ambushed, they only knew that this guy was toughened up by reality, but they never expected him to be this tough. The maid's fierce expression turned to terror. On the one hand, she could clearly feel that the knife in her hand had not touched the other person's body at all, but had shattered on the ground. This bizarre scene caught her off guard and was hard to understand. On the other hand, compared to this visible horror, the maid Melina had something even more terrifying, the injury of the demon hound. She never imagined that such a thing would happen while she was watching over the demon dog. You have to understand, she only managed to get this lucrative and easy job by becoming that perverted butler's mistress. But if something happens to the demon dog during her tenure, the consequences will be far more tragic than being toyed with by that pervert. The moment she saw the demon hound dart out in front of her, a dangerous thought immediately flooded her mind. Although she had been very careful in monitoring the hound, it was too fast for her to catch up with, and she couldn't get it to truly obey her commands. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the Duke's pets were practically untouchable in Silver City. Who would dare to provoke them? Indeed, no one dared to provoke it. Sala, who was bitten, didn't make a move from beginning to end, and didn't even show any intention to attack. But to her surprise, the demon hound actually broke its own teeth and bled profusely. She knew that even if the demon hound brought all of this upon itself, the Duke wouldn't care. If she didn't give an explanation, things would definitely get worse. Fortunately, Melina also knew that whether the argument was reasonable or not was not important. What mattered was that it had to satisfy the Duke. That led to what happened next. Her surprise attack on that outspoken person was a desperate act born of desperation. Having received little education growing up, Melina naively believed that as long as she intimidated the onlookers, they wouldn't dare to speak out, and she could shift the main responsibility onto Sala. After all, as long as the guards took him down, they could just kill him, and then there would be no way to prove anything. But the sudden shattering of the blade completely thwarted her plans. Melina stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do for a moment. Just then, a group of guards, better equipped and more orderly, marched over. A figure riding a tall horse stood before them. He was dressed as a knight, but possessed an even greater air of sharpness and majesty than a knight. Lord City Lord. Someone immediately recognized the newcomer. The others also bowed in greeting. The Lord of Silver City? Su Yuan was curious. Judging from the expressions and attitudes of these people, it seemed that in this strangely distorted city, the City Lord was quite respected. Sean dismounted, nodded slightly to the bowing crowd, and then waved his hand. Take them down. At his command, the City Lord's guards immediately rushed forward and subdued Melina and the demon hound. Openly disrupting city order, take him away. Melina was terrified and tried to say something, but the moment the guard lifted her up, he stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth, and she could only make mmm sounds. Before the demonic hound could even resist, it was injected with some kind of drug and immediately became like a dead dog and was dragged away. Then, another guard walked up to the man who had just been nearly stabbed by Melina and to several other onlookers. Please come back with us. It's just routine. The City Lord will investigate everything thoroughly. Among the public officials in Silver City, this attitude can be considered very good. Although it was troublesome, the people didn't say anything and were willing to cooperate with the work. Sally, you're coming too. Sean clearly knew Sala. His tone and demeanor were different from how he addressed others. Lord City Lord, please allow me to go back and treat my wounds first. Sala raised his arm, which was covered in blood. Of course, it was mostly the blood of demonic hounds, but he used that to make up a reason to get away temporarily. Sean nodded. Okay, but in case you run away, I'll have to send someone to follow you. He immediately called out a guard. Manhwa, this task is entrusted to you. No one thought the City Lord's handling of the situation was inappropriate. On the contrary, most people applauded it. Only when the City Lord personally intervenes in Silver City can one feel a sense of security. Many people choose to stay here because they value Lord Sean's character. Unfortunately, the City Lord has too many affairs to handle on a daily basis and cannot often stand up to uphold justice. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sean, accompanied by guards, led the prisoner away. The remaining people inevitably engaged in another round of discussion, but many of them still offered sincere praise and admiration for the City Lord. Even Karen couldn't help but say, "It's truly rare to find a City Lord like this in such a dark city." How do you know? Karen blinked. He can enforce the law impartially. Even the Duke's pets and servants are no exception. Doesn't that count? If he were truly so impartial and selfless, so beloved, and even in control of his own military forces, capable of challenging the Duke, then, under these circumstances, the fact that Silver City is in such a sorry state is absolutely his responsibility. Su Yuan's voice was indifferent. But if that's not the case, then this matter becomes even more terrifying to think about. Although Karen is old, she still has the heart of a child. However, she was still a member of the royal family and had received a good education since childhood. She had also been exposed to a lot about the art of rulership. Even though she had forgotten some of it over the years, she could still remember most of it after Su Yuan reminded her. Immediately, her expression turned serious. In contrast, the residents of Silver City, who had lived in misery since childhood, had received almost no systematic education and lived in a reality fabricated by others, were completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Whether this city lord is deliberately pushing and pulling to centralize power, or is a puppet deliberately pushed to the forefront by the nobles to play the bad cop, we can basically judge by what Sala did afterward. Su Yuan was very fortunate that he had received a good education and accumulated a lot of knowledge. In addition, he had learned a lot of history both before and after his time travel. Have been deceived by Sean's simple pretense, just like these ignorant people. He saw the expressions on the faces of the people and sighed inwardly. It's like discovering an oasis in the desert and drinking from a spring when you're about to dehydrate. However, few people know that this is actually like drinking poison to quench your thirst. However, this is not something I should be concerned about for the time being. He continued to follow Sala at a leisurely pace. After the latter entered the Salon mansion, it was another 10 minutes or so before Su Yuan entered the Chamber of Commerce. Sala entered the mansion and, under the pretext of treating his injuries, asked Manhwa to wait outside the room. Upon entering the room, he immediately began devising a plan of action. Others may not know Sean's true nature, but he knows it very well. That was another dog owned by the Duke of Duke. Sean was merely an illusion deliberately created at Saipan's suggestion to stabilize the rule of Silver City and win over the scattered hearts of the people. He was a man-made hero, a false hope. Such people are easy to befriend, and you can receive some favors in public. You can even take advantage of their connection with Duke, the actual controller of Silver City, to do good for you in small matters. But if something really happens, you absolutely cannot expect Sean to stand up for justice. Moreover, it's obvious to everyone that there is no justice in Silver City. The so-called justice is nothing more than a means for nobles to gain benefits. When Sala saw the demon hound's teeth break, he knew he had already stepped halfway into the abyss. Given Duke's twisted personality, he wouldn't care whether Duke was the vice president of the Salon Merchant Guild or how much trade loss his execution would cause Silver City. These things were utterly insignificant compared to his beloved dog, or rather, his face. In any case, the main source of income within the territory has long since ceased to rely on taxation. After all, how can taxation be as quick as robbery? Those cannibals are government-sponsored thugs and robbers. They're a bunch of brainless idiots. They'll do anything for a little something, and if they gain anything, they'll be squeezed dry in no time by despicable means. Rather, the reason Duke chose ogres from among more than a dozen races was precisely because of this. A shipment of goods will be transported to Caesar City in a little while. You should hide in the cargo wagon and keep quiet. Someone will pick you up when you arrive in Caesar City. Sala gave instructions to the cat girl behind him. The kitten girl looked at his blood-soaked arm with great concern. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's just an excuse for me to get away, Sala said, taking off his arm guards. The cat girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her entire arm was intact. Before Sala pushed her into the secret passage, she asked with a hint of worry, Master, aren't you coming with me? The entire defense force of Silver City is watching me now. Staying with you will only increase the chances of us being exposed. It's better to evacuate separately. Sala comforted him. Don't worry about me. I have my own way. The cat girl nodded. You must return safely. I will be waiting for you in Caesar City. After seeing the cat girl off, Sala felt a weight lifted from his heart. He then used some magic notebooks in the house to send out some information. After getting everything sorted out, he found some gauze, wrapped it around his arm to make a show of it, then opened the door and went to find Manhwa. Let's go see the city lord. It was almost impossible to break free from Sean's control in Silver City, Sean's home turf. Since that's the case, it's better to expose yourself, attract attention, and give the cat girl a better chance of escaping successfully. To avoid being judged myself and implicating an innocent person. Of course, Sala did not completely give up. He would willingly hand himself over, which was also a gamble. After all, today, I have a deal with that mysterious powerful figure. I hope the people he arranges are of high caliber, Sala prayed silently. In addition, he also had to hope that the other party wouldn't break their promise. I'm sorry, sir, you need to make an appointment to see Vice President Sala. Without an appointment, we cannot arrange a time for you. It has to be said that the people in the Chamber of Commerce are much more civilized than those on the street. Even the receptionists are very polite. But Su Yuan still didn't like hearing that. Just then, a young man with blonde curly hair came to greet them. Etc. Deacon Winster, you. Winster raised his hand to interrupt the receptionist's question, then looked directly at Su Yuan. Sir, are you looking for Teacher Sala? May I ask why you are here? He owes our boss a batch of goods. Winston immediately understood, but out of caution, he still asked one more question. Who is your boss? Field. Upon hearing the name, Winster finally breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around, he immediately walked towards a reception room. Please follow me. After entering the reception room and taking his seat, Winster quickly took out a letter, or more precisely, a page of magical record paper. There was a lot written on it, but one sentence in particular made Su Yuan smile. I may die today, but I will keep my promise. The wagons transporting refined iron and black iron have already set off and will arrive in Caesar City soon. My dear Winster, please convey this message to Mr. Field in Caesar City. I have fulfilled his request, and I hope he can take care of that poor cat girl for me. Under Winster's pleading and urgent gaze, Su Yuan stood up after reading the contents. Kalen, let's go. Where to? The Duke's Manor. Chapter 113 emphasizes doing whatever one pleases. The Duke's Manor. Su Yuan's words nearly scared Winster to death. When the deacon of the Salon Chamber of Commerce received Sala's notification, he was already mentally prepared and knew that Lord Field was an extraordinary strongman. However, he never expected that the other party would go straight to Duke as soon as he accepted the invitation. Brother, are you just subordinates sent by Lord Field to make contact? Is this some kind of extreme behavior? With a slight concern, Winster wiped the sweat from his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, offered his suggestion. Actually, it would be simpler to start with Lord Sean. I like to solve problems at their source. After 2 days of investigation, Su Yuan has gained a general understanding of Silver City's defenses and system. Knowing your enemy and yourself makes many things much simpler. Seeing that his advice was useless, Winster had no choice but to follow suit. To prevent any unexpected changes from going unnoticed by the Chamber of Commerce. His heart was pounding wildly. He was in a state of panic. But there's no other way now. The Chamber of Commerce can't step in for Sala. Even if they intervene, it will most likely be useless. We can only place our hopes on these 2 men sent by Lord Field. The city of Bien is divided into the upper city and the lower city. The lower city is basically a slum, with only a few places like the central street being relatively clean and tidy. Ogres rarely come here, and at the end of this area lies the upper city. There are no obstacles to entering the lower city from the upper city, but to enter the upper city from the lower city, one needs to be checked at every level and requires a letter of introduction from a nobleman or proof of identity. Winster was very uneasy. He didn't know how these 2 outsiders were going to get into the upper city. He certainly didn't know how. In fact, only Sala and the president of the entire Chamber of Commerce are capable of entering the upper city. When he looked up to see what tricks the 2 would use, he was astonished to find that they hadn't used any tricks at all. He just swaggered in like that. None of the magic circles that could identify individuals, isolate those of unknown origin, or even directly kill intruders lit up. Do they have special identification badges? The magic circle has suddenly stopped working. Quickly, find a mage to repair it. It seems not. However, to be able to disable a magic circle without anyone noticing, that's quite an impressive skill. None of the people Winston knew could do that. The shouts coming from afar and the gradually gathering guards made Winster realize that solving the identity recognition array was only the first hurdle, and there were still many problems to come. He quickly found cover, avoiding the patrolling guards' line of sight, while also trying to give a warning. Where are they? The great Xia swordsman had vanished from sight. What happened? Winster was certain that just seconds ago the other person was not far in front of him, but now it has vanished without a trace. How did you do that? Before he could figure this out, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. The girl's follower actually sat directly on the magic wand and flew into the air. The no-fly zone in the upper city? Was it also destroyed? And isn't this a bit too blatant? Are they afraid the guards won't see them? To be able to use levitation magic to control a wand and move it back and forth freely, one must be at least a 5th-tier archmage. But even a 5th-tier archmage is somewhat outnumbered and outmatched by a group of well-equipped and professionally trained guards. What if they were caught and captured? Okay, there's no way we can catch up. Winster immediately understood. The guards had clearly spotted Karen in midair, but the ground beneath their feet had inexplicably frozen over. They shouted "No flying" as they took off to give chase, banging on the ground as they went. They fell in all sorts of ways. It looks painful. Upon seeing this, Winster stopped hiding and quickly emerged from behind his cover to follow. He had a strong premonition that Teacher Sala might be saved. It must be said that the map provided by Starlight Lake was really useful, directly marking the exact location of Duke's residence, saving Su Yuan a lot of trouble. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Duke's estate covers such a large area that it cannot be left unmarked. Whoa! Even after removing his concealing robe, Su Yuan could see the magnificent and imposing manor from afar. In comparison, Pierce's manor is probably less than 1/6 the size of Pierce's, and even slightly inferior to the headquarters of the Knights of Caesar City. This is actually the Duke's private residence? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it another castle in Silver City. Knowing that he had committed numerous evils and had enemies everywhere, Duke's manor was even more heavily fortified than Silver City. Equipped with the Golden Eye, Su Yuan could spot no fewer than a dozen traps with just a glance, and these were all the work of thieves. However, to him, both Silver City and this place were as fragile as paper. Kylan danced through the air like an elf, casually rewriting defensive magic arrays and trap spells wherever she went. Those crudely made ones that didn't meet her standards were destroyed on the spot. It emphasizes a free-spirited and straightforward approach. The various traps, densely packed like landmines in a war zone, were all clearly exposed before the Golden Eye, and Su Yuan easily walked through the minefield. Winster followed cautiously. He had heard of the traps in the Duke's courtyard and walked with trepidation. At first, he wanted to warn Su Yuan to be careful of traps, but seeing the other party's leisurely demeanor, he immediately swallowed his words. Clearly, these things that were extremely terrifying in his eyes were nothing to this man. But then something even more awe-inspiring appeared. This is no longer a place for you. Along with a voice brimming with masculine energy and explosive power, came the towering figure of the centaur wielding 2 battle axes. Upon seeing the broad and sharp axe, Winster immediately shuddered. Centaurs, a variant of orcs, perfectly inherit the advantages of orc bloodlines, and on this basis, they have also gained enhancements in endurance and agility. They are famous guardian beasts. Holding firm at the narrow crossroads, a centaur is like a city wall. It has the spirit of one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Legend has it that during the time of the wind god's protection, Skadi produced an exceptionally fierce centaur knight who single-handedly defended the natural barrier of the Sunset Mountains, preventing a single soldier from the Snow Kingdom from entering the territory. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Be careful. Winster finished speaking, then Su Yuan walked straight toward the steps without stopping. Chapter 114, Everyone is Shocked. JPG. Gentlemen, Winston shouted as he saw Su Yuan only a body length away from the centaur's axe blade, yet he made no attempt to dodge. That broad, sharp blade could fall at any moment. The deacon of the Salon Chamber of Commerce was on tenterhooks. To him, this scene was like watching an executioner carry out a killing, and Su Yuan was the one waiting to be slaughtered. With the centaur's fierce strength, this axe strike would break even the finest iron on the spot. However, just as the centaur knight raised his great axe high, his movement came to an abrupt halt. A frost appeared beneath his feet and then spread upwards at an exaggerated speed, turning the centaur into an ice sculpture in just a few breaths. Su Yuan just happened to pass by the centaur knight, maintaining a constant pace throughout. Compared to that one in the Queen's castle, you're far too weak. Having witnessed the truly outstanding individuals within this race, there's really little interest in seeing these later arrivals. But he wasn't interested, while Winston, as an observer, was greatly shocked. Those are centaurs. This race is born with a near-perfect melee combat curve. Whether it is strength or agility, they far surpass other orcs, making them naturally gifted players who win at the starting line. If he reaches adulthood normally, his combat strength is no less than that of a combination of a 5th-tier swordsman and a 5th-tier ranger. The centaur in front of us was clearly specially trained, and its strength was no less than that of a high-level centaur. Even so, he couldn't stop the two of them. He didn't even manage to make a move. This is truly unbelievable. Winston was utterly shocked. The guards standing on the large terrace at the back of the courtyard also used the same emoji as him. Unlike Pierce, Duke's estate was not equipped with basic jobs such as gardeners and cleaners, but with a group of highly capable professionals. If they were to form a team and apply for certification at the Adventurers Guild, they would at least be at the platinum level. Normally, just one person is enough to suppress all the rebellious forces in Silver City that are dissatisfied with the Duke. Of course, keeping them here would come at a price, and money is only a minor part of it. Duke kept them in his yard so that these strong individuals would become his real-world watchdogs, their duty being to guard the house. But at this moment, when they saw the centaurs frozen in an instant, without any power to resist, all the advisors and guards recruited by Duke stood rooted to the spot like wooden stakes. No one dared to make a move, even though they had never seen these two people or even heard of such a pair. Suddenly, the oldest man in the crowd, with white hair and beard, opened his cloudy eyes, stared intently at the sword at Su Yuan's waist, and tremblingly uttered its name. Qing Xiao. It is the Qing Xiao sword of the sword fanatic Luo Qingkaiyu. Sword fanatic? Even though more than 100 years have passed, the legends of the swordsmen of the Great Xia Kingdom still circulate around the world. Even the people of Skadi are very familiar with it. That era was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the swordsmen of the Great Xia dynasty reached the very pinnacle. In that environment, those who could be given the title of sword were all exceptionally talented individuals, the strongest at the top of the continent's pyramid. Many of them achieved heights and accomplishments that have remained unmatched even after a century. The swords of those swordsmen, stained with years of blood and constantly growing stronger through slaughter, have become treasures in themselves, some even evolving into independent consciousness. A treasure weapon like this, which has been tempered by battles and accompanied by top-tier powerhouses, cannot easily recognize a master. Even a hero-level being can be corrupted by it if they are not careful. This person could actually be recognized by the sword of someone once hailed as a sword fanatic? Speaking of which, he hasn't even made a single move yet. That's right, just a follower has the power to freeze a centaur knight instantly. Just how terrifying must he be? Considering his steady and unhurried pace throughout his journey, this further confirms this speculation. Do you think the reward that nobleman offered us is worth risking our lives for him? To risk one's life? An existence of this level. Even if one were to lose their life, it probably wouldn't have the slightest effect on them. Look at Tarako, someone said, pointing to the centaur eye sculpture. He paid with his life, and what was the result? He didn't even interrupt anyone else's steps. In his eyes, were probably no different from an ant. Someone sighed with a complicated expression. Would you be distracted by the behavior of an ant? In just a few words, all the guards in the courtyard gave up on stopping Su Yuan. It wasn't worth it. Given Duke's character, even if he dies in battle, he probably won't receive a single word of praise. They quickly dispersed, distancing themselves from the situation through their actions, and not one of them even asked Su Yuan why he had come. This Duke certainly doesn't seem like a good person. He's already alienated by everyone before he's even met the right person, Karen remarked with a click of her tongue. Su Yuan chuckled. Without reputation, without personal charisma, and without any system cheats, subordinates recruited solely through power and money. Their loyalty is probably not even as good as that of farmers. Behind the manor is a large public bathhouse. In this era, clean water is a very rare resource. Every year, people in Bian City suffer from various intestinal diseases due to the lack of clean water, which then lead to complications and death. During the dry season, the moat may even dry up. But probably no one would have guessed that there is an open-air bath the size of a football field in the Duke's manor. The water inside is changed every day. At that moment, the Duke of Duke was soaking in the baths, enjoying himself immensely. He was surrounded by maids who served him, some massaging his shoulders, some rubbing his back, some offering him fresh and delicious grapes, and some serving him fragrant and tempting red wine. Right outside the bathhouse gates, Ruger, who was begging to see him, had been waiting for a day and a night. Luger hasn't had a drop of water for a whole day and night, and he's still being exposed to the scorching sun. Coupled with the intense battles he had fought along the way, he was already feeling extremely exhausted. Several old, hidden injuries in my body are showing signs of recurring. He knew very well that if it weren't for the miraculous effects of the healing ointment and purifying medicine, he would most likely be lying on the ground, unable to get up again. Ruger had also considered leaving, but having finally gotten here with the backing of the Adventurers Guild, he was unwilling to give up without even seeing Duke. Moreover, Duke had already promised him that he would meet with him after taking a shower. Unexpectedly, after taking that bath, they never heard from her again. I can't hold on much longer. Looking at the sun on the horizon, Luger felt a sudden wavering in his body and involuntarily collapsed. Upon seeing him fall to the ground, a servant immediately went in to inform Duke. Fainted? Then don't blame me, Duke said coldly while eating grapes. Can't even wait this long. And you want to plead for someone else? Leave him there. Let him bask in the sun until all the kindness in his heart melts away, then throw him to feed the dogs. Who do you think will be embarrassed? Chapter 115. The Lord of the Dead felt very angry. The sudden sound beside his ear nearly made Duke choke on the grape in his mouth. A strong sense of crisis arose in my heart. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in decades. At this moment, he was in the most central and private area of his manor. Logically speaking, no one could overcome all obstacles and arrive here quietly. However, the great Xia swordsman who appeared before him was a true intruder, especially his fierce face with a scar and the sword hanging at his waist, which scared Duke half to death. Duke himself only possesses the combat class template of a second-tier hunter, and that was achieved through various baptismal rituals. He neglects physical training in his daily life, and coupled with his obesity and old age, his actual combat ability is probably not even as good as that of the militiaman. It's impossible not to panic when someone who looks like a real fighter directly confronts you in the face. However, he had at least been part of the scatty aristocratic circle, where all sorts of people lived, so his experience far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he clearly knew his own advantages. Judging from your attire, you should be from the Great Xia Kingdom? Duke tried to remain calm, maintaining his dignity as a duke and managing to avoid urinating in the pool. He also tried to keep his voice steady. The Great Xia Kingdom and Scatti have signed a treaty of friendly coexistence, under which neither side will invade the other, and Scatti nobles have diplomatic immunity. At this point, Duke couldn't help but swallow hard, because he saw a hint of amusement in the other person's eyes. Su Yuan watched his performance quietly until Duke used every diplomatic phrase he could think of. But this desperate attempt to buy time to survive was shattered by a single sentence. I am not a person of Great Xia. Duke was completely speechless. His self-proclaimed profound and insightful pronouncements were, in reality, like those of a clown struggling desperately. Then, who are you? I come from the abyss, wandering the wilderness. Su Yuan thoroughly enjoyed the various expressions on this nobleman's face. It was far more interesting than a circus performance. When Duke heard the word abyss, his heart sank to the bottom. He had no doubt about the other person's words. There was a pendant on his chest that could sense the aura from the abyss. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the sword hanging at his waist was imbued with an extremely rich abyssal aura. This sword has killed countless abyss monsters, and even one with an extremely terrifying aura, a powerful being that one could only encounter after stepping onto the ladder. An ignorant ordinary person might not feel much fear, but it is precisely someone like Duke, who has learned a great deal about the abyss, who knows what it means. The man in front of me. Extremely terrifying. The fact that the guards couldn't stop him from entering the bathhouse also illustrates this point. However, Duke reacted quickly, immediately changing his tune upon hearing that the other party was from the abyss. Sir, Your Excellency, Apostle of the Abyss, could you please tell me the purpose of your trip? Perhaps there is something I can do for you. In aristocratic circles, the most basic ability is to assess the situation and act accordingly. Duke knew that all the laws and constraints of the world were useless against visitors from the abyss, and that the abyss was full of bloodthirsty and unreasonable villains. Only by using his resources to cooperate with them could he possibly save his life. My mission, Su Yuan leaned closer to Duke, and he could clearly see the fear that was being suppressed but still couldn't help showing on that ugly face. It's to send you into the abyss. Why? Su Yuan looked up slightly, and Duke followed his gaze to the direction of the main gate. There, a greatsword warrior, who had been kept awake for a day and a night and exposed to the scorching sun for most of the day in order to meet him, had already fainted. Duke quickly summoned a servant. Go. Tell that adventurer outside that I'll agree to any request he makes. Is there anything else I can do for you? I'm willing to do anything. Is a belated conscience still a conscience? No, it's just selfishness to preserve oneself. Duke found it surreal that an apostle from the abyss was talking to him about conscience. Isn't the abyss the most twisted, evil, and terrifying place in the world? Suddenly, Duke realized that a monster from the abyss was talking to him about conscience. Wasn't this just like the grand principles he usually preached to his people? He felt that the other person was deliberately making fun of him. It's also ironic. especially when he heard what the other person said. Hell is empty. All the devils are here. I take up my sword and send you into the abyss. Smile, which held a hint of murderous intent beneath its playful edge, sent shivers down Duke's spine. You can't kill me. Duke frantically tried to come up with words in his mind, then remembered an ancient legend. Suddenly, his face hardened, and he hysterically shouted, You can't kill me. I am a follower of the Lord of the Dead. This statement seems very useful. The moment he exited, he clearly saw the other person's expression freeze for a second. But the next second, he paid the price for it. Qing Shao was drawn from its sheath, and a single sword pierced the heart. Duke stared in disbelief at the pool stained red with his own blood. Why? It's probably because the Lord of the Undead is unhappy. Su Yuan withdrew Qing Shao. Watching Duke fall into a pool of blood, his life slowly fading away. Such inferior souls are not even tempting to be devoured by other spirits. Instead, the azure sky sword quickly absorbed the blood attached to its blade. The sword seems to have become even sharper. Su Yuan found it strange. A soul that even a spirit wouldn't devour was undoubtedly of the lowest rank. Yet this blood could enhance Qing Shao, who was already at the quasi-spirit sword level. Could it be? A duke is already a very high rank among nobles. Although I don't know why he would appear in this small border town, he must have some background. Given Duke's character, it's unbelievable that he could become a duke. Su Yuan wouldn't believe it wasn't a blessing from his ancestors. My lord, look at the pendant on his chest. He should have royal blood from the former kingdom of Kazman. Kylan provided the information at the right time. Kazman is a very small country. When I was 12 years old, it voluntarily submitted to Skadi and was incorporated into Skadi's territory. Former royal bloodline. No wonder. So, this guy must also have boundary jade in his treasure vault, right? My boundary jade to exchange for the design blueprints for the spirit tower, and now I'm out of them. Be exchanged for a lot of good items in the mysterious shop, but unfortunately, it only drops for royalty. We'll get as many as we can. At this moment, Luger, who had been unconscious, also woke up. He saw the servants and maids rushing around the gate, and immediately realized something was wrong. He temporarily suppressed his internal injuries and fatigue with the help of his surging adrenaline and hurriedly squeezed into the door to check the situation. Then he immediately saw Duke, who was dead beyond any doubt, and Su Yuan right next to the corpse. Combined with the scattered and fleeing maids and servants, what happened is almost immediately clear. Su, what are you doing here? If I'm not here, you're in the abyss. Ruger was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Su Yuan knew that Luger was a meticulous and righteous person, and he didn't want to talk to him. Go and rescue Joseph first. Completing the mission is the priority. Ruger hesitated for a moment, then nodded and walked away. But after taking a few steps, he stopped and said, You need to be careful. Duke is a duke. If he dies, Skadi will send people all over the world to hunt you down, even if it's just for the sake of her reputation. Su Yuan neither confirmed nor denied this. After so many days of data collection and practical combat, he has gained a preliminary understanding of the combat strength of the world's major empires. If Skadi really sends someone, Su Yuan will not only not be worried, but will even be very happy. Finally, someone can help test the effectiveness of the defensive buildings in the territory. After sending Luger away, Su Yuan found the steward of the manor. He asked them to lead him into Duke's treasure vault. How could the butler dare to refuse? He proceeded with extreme caution, as if walking on thin ice, but finally managed to get the person to their location. Su Yuan ignored him. After news of Duke's death spread, Duke's subordinates would naturally be dealt with by the families of those who had suffered persecution. They would settle scores and avenge their grievances. Kalen, are there any protective barriers nearby? Given Duke's nature, the vault will inevitably be a key target for defense, so it's best to be cautious. My lord, these are all trivial matters. I cleaned them up on the way here. With Kylan's assurance, Su Yuan felt at ease enough to push open the treasure vault door. Good heavens! Even Su Yuan, who had seen countless treasures in film, television, and animation, was stunned by the scene before him. He knew Duke must be very wealthy, but he never expected him to be this wealthy. Just one glance at it made him feel that he might never have to worry about gold again. But the gold was secondary. It was the various strange and unusual gadgets and equipment that truly overwhelmed Su Yuan. It's a pity there's no refined iron or black iron. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Duke isn't the kind of person who would undertake large-scale infrastructure projects, and besides, even if he were to undertake infrastructure projects, he wouldn't hoard all the materials at home. However, The trip was still very fruitful, especially the equipment and props. Su Yuan suddenly looked at a stone slab in the treasure vault. Provided by Starlight Lake did not mark this place, but Su Yuan was certain that it was an ancient stone slab engraved with ancient divine language. Furthermore, the complete Inmo sigil can be fully deciphered. During that darkest period, one of us left this world forever, not by falling into the abyss, but by being utterly annihilated. At the time, we only felt regret and sorrow, unaware that years later, we would pay such a terrible price for his passing. This looks like a memoir. Su Yuan asked, quite puzzled. Gods write memoirs too. This stone slab is distinctly different in style from previously discovered stone slabs. Of course, it's also possible that none of the previous stone slabs were fully deciphered. Similar to the previous stone slab, there is also a row of small characters on the lower right side of this stone slab. This stone slab is the only thing he left behind. The last two characters were a bit blurry, so Su Yuan wanted to get closer to see them more clearly. But the moment he approached the stone slab, it suddenly emitted a strange aura. He could sense a trace of divinity on it, but this aura was different from the raging rock and the gentle wind. Instead, it revealed an extreme stillness and darkness. However, Su Yuan did not experience any discomfort when he came into contact with it. There was even a hint of familiarity. Just then, a huge suction force suddenly appeared, sucking Su Yuan directly into the stone slab. No way, not again. Vice President Sala, are you just going to let this stalemate continue? Inside the church, Sean stood on the prayer platform, flipping through the Gospels while looking at Sala, who was bound by chains. You should know that operating catgirl shops is prohibited in Silver City, right? So why? Do you keep bringing catgirls into the city? As far as I know, by now, the number of catgirls you've brought into Silver City is enough to run a catgirl shop, isn't it? Has his own set of methods to be able to sit in the position of the city lord of Silver City. There are many ways to ruin someone. In the demon dog attack, a fact that is obvious to all, and he will not fabricate charges against Sala for something he did not do. But as a businessman, and a cunning one at that with goblin blood, Sala had far too many weaknesses in his hands. Any one of these points could be used to convict him. Sean has done similar things countless times. In a place like Silver City, who doesn't have a dark past? Who hasn't committed some crime? As long as you seize on a weakness, create some public opinion, stir things up, and ignite the flames, the surging public opinion will be the sharpest knife. Substituting one thing for another, and then using someone else to do the dirty work is Sean's usual trick, and he always handles it perfectly. The public not only doesn't find anything wrong with it, but also praises his selflessness. The reason he used the catgirl as an excuse was because he knew that this was Sala's weakness. To his surprise, this shrewd businessman chose to remain silent this time. Are you stalling for time? Sean chuckled. Sally, you're a smart man. You should know. In Silver City, the longer you drag things out, the worse it will be for you. That's hard to say, Sala said for the first time, a faint smile playing on his lips. What gave him this confidence was the figure of Winster that had flashed past the window not long ago, and that agreed-upon victory sign. Sean frowned. Since that's what you think, then don't blame me. At this point, a guard suddenly entered and hurriedly whispered to Sean a shocking piece of news. The death of Duke. What? Huh? Sala laughed heartily. He had never seen Sean so out of control. I really don't know what methods that guy Field sent the contact person to use. But whatever his methods, this Field is definitely not simple. Luckily, I didn't pick the wrong person. Chapter 116 The Lord of the Undead felt very angry. In a hidden corner of Silver City, the Scatty's secret service in the entire Caesar City, Silver City region, it's moisturized again. The infiltration of personnel in the shadows is always done flawlessly. Rum had already received the news before Duke discovered anything unusual. The Duke's residence was invaded, the Centaur Knights were instantly frozen in ice, and all the other guards dared not make a move. Rum knew this kind of information much earlier than Duke. This is undoubtedly a dangerous signal, and the phrase perceived danger is a direct quote from the Dark Side Guidelines. They are masters of manipulating human nature and conspiracies from behind the scenes, and they disdain to confront their enemies head-on, because history has taught them that those who engage in direct confrontation rarely end well. At the same time, Saipan had also evacuated Silver City. The fact that they could break through the Duke's Manor's defenses in such a short time far exceeded his expectations. Even in the surrounding cities, no one can rival it. Aside from running, Saipan couldn't think of any other way to protect itself. Out of reverence for the Lord of Shadows, he informed Ron before leaving. Having already experienced one failure, Ron, though extremely unwilling, still maintained his rational approach to survival. Run first and think later. Twice. After using teleportation magic to move to a safe place, Ron immediately began to complain and become irritable. Saipan, standing to the side, remained expressionless. Twice? I've done it 3 times already. Ron kept cursing and swearing, and he couldn't stop. Back in Caesar's city, that guy with the hammer, along with some unknown demon and Ange, ruined everything. This time, before the Silver City plan even started, it was completely thwarted by a great Xia swordsman and a mage girl. Where did all these people come from, deliberately making trouble for me? At this point, Ron, who was almost driven mad, was unaware that the source of his 2 defeats was the same person. And this person is now staring blankly at the enormous castle in front of him. Isn't this my undead base? What's going on? Did they teleport directly back to their territory? Wrong. This castle is far more magnificent and imposing than the undead base within my own territory. Although the bottom layer was made from the same mold, the top layer was not damaged. Could this be the complete picture of the undead base? Then what about here? Su Yuan entered the castle with doubts in his heart and a strange expectation of uncovering some mystery. The familiar layout, the familiar room. The only difference is that the decoration and furnishings here are very complete. Unidentified skeletons piled up to form rows of stone pillars, lampstands, walls, and altars. At first glance, it is very visually striking, and those with a weaker constitution might be scared out of their wits on the spot. But for Su Yuan, it was not scary at all, but rather very familiar. One reason is familiarity. Although only a few scattered bone fragments could be seen in the castle of the territory, some of which had even turned into bone dust, this did not prevent Su Yuan from thinking of the magnificent scene that once existed in the castle. Almost exactly the same as what I see now. Of course, the most important thing is the aura emanating from the skeleton, which is exactly the same as the broken bones in the undead base. It can be basically confirmed that this was once the base of the undead. And it's the peak, complete youth version. Where exactly is this place? This is the castle of the Lord of the Dead. Quiet and peaceful, which was incongruous with the word dead, but it was also extremely weak. My castle? No, it's not entirely yours yet. Su Yuan looked up, but there was no one in sight. Even with the god's eye and golden eyes, not a single clue could be seen. The voice seemed to appear out of nowhere. If things go according to their plan, you will have plenty of time to explore and eventually reclaim your former glory and rebuild your magnificent castle. Unfortunately, even though your growth rate has exceeded everyone's expectations, the speed at which things change is even faster than your growth rate. There's no time to waste now. I'm asking you, do you like this world? Su Yuan had heard similar words once before, when he was at the bottom of Starlight Lake. Time was of the essence, but what he didn't know was whether this urgency was directed at those gods, or included himself as well. I wouldn't say I like it a lot, but I don't dislike it either, Su Yuan said noncommittally. There's no internet, no air conditioning, and no sugary drinks here. But there were no major exams, blessings, or anxieties that would make you bald. He has generals, castles, and immortal soldiers. Overall, it's not bad. To put it another way, would you be willing to die in the near future, maybe in a year or so at most? No normal person would want that, right? He had only been in this world for a short time, and the 2 lifetimes combined were only about 20 years. At this age, even people from ancient times would lament that he died young. But judging from the words of these gods, it seems that a great calamity is approaching. Could it be that a new life is about to end just as it begins? Su Yuan murmured, does my willingness have any impact on the outcome? It's hard to say right now, but if you're like me, and you've never had any hope for life, you might just completely become one with the dead. Completely merge with the undead? What does that mean? The Lord of the Undead. Isn't that what should be expected? No, the Lord of the Dead is the master of the dead, the god who commands them. He is a being of a higher dimension than the dead. If you are assimilated by the dead, you can at most become a king among the dead, but not the great Lord they worship. Su Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. Enough of the small talk. Since you still want to fight for your fate, then, please accept this gift I'm giving you. The process may be a little painful, but the reward will be proportional to the pain. Before Su Yuan could figure out what the other party meant, he saw a figure appear in the deep, hollow altar. This is Guan Zhenyi's? No. Although he is also a tall, headless general riding a warhorse, this one is using a knight's lance. As the Lord of the Undead, One must know and understand every powerful undead. The moment the sound faded, the tall figure charged forward. Pulkin the Headless Horseman, reporting for duty. Damn it. With his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, Su Yuan had no choice but to pull out his hammer and accept the challenge. While Su Yuan was trapped in the stone slab space, in the Sunset Mountains, within the territory, Lin Zixian, who had already positioned himself as a regional scout, was now cautiously opening the regional chat room. Men, enemy attack. Chapter 117, are you playing a double agent here? A single sentence in the regional chat room immediately drew out all the other lords in the Sunset Mountains region. After all, the scene of the last intrusion is still fresh in our minds. It was precisely because of the previous invasion by the Snow Country Task Force that the lords in the Sunset Mountains region became more united and their roles became clearer. Material things and can handle everything. Everyone else has realized that individual power is actually very limited. Only by uniting, learning from each other's strengths, and relying on one another can we truly gain a foothold in this world. Among them, Lin Zixian volunteered to become a scout in the regional group, and he also positioned the training of his generals as mainly scouts, with combat as a secondary objective. At this point, he already possessed a rare-level warrior, Feng Er. This is a variant of a magical beast, similar to the Rotten Mother Tree, which has evolved individual consciousness and extremely high intelligence, only at a much lower rank. It has a bizarre appearance, with huge, fan-shaped ears like an elephant, but its size is only equivalent to that of a young cheetah. It is worth mentioning that it can use its ears as wings. But that's just an auxiliary function. This unusual ear still fulfills its original mission, except that its sensitivity can be freely adjusted compared to that of an ordinary person's ear. When Lin Zixian needs something, he will activate his super hearing mode. He truly has super hearing. As long as the wind is in the right direction, he can hear the roars of beasts and the chirping of insects outside the Sunset Mountains. Essentially equivalent to a reconnaissance mage whose medium is the wind. This time, Lin Zixian was able to discover in advance that someone was going to launch an attack on the Sunset Mountains, and it can be said that Feng Er made a great contribution. Of course, this is also related to Lin Zixian's intention to cultivate his auditory detection ability. Oh, there's prey. Zhou Mingkai spoke first. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the excitement. However, they can understand. After all, although Sunset Mountain didn't get anything from the second Abyss outbreak rankings, it also didn't suffer from the ravages of the Abyss monsters. Everyone's strength was preserved. They even benefited from harmonious neighborly relations, the rational use of resources, and the fact that, apart from the Snow Country Task Force, they almost never suffered any combat losses. Even when they encountered the Snow Country Special Task Force, among the lords, only Chun Rue suffered relatively heavy losses. The others had basically not lost any combat strength since they transmigrated. In summary, and with the settlement of the second ranking rewards, even without the Abyss monster kill ranking, the overall strength of the Sunset Mountain Lord has been greatly improved. Furthermore, compared to other lords who were persecuted by natives and monsters, and whose rewards were merely a stopgap measure and a restart, these lords from Sunset Mountain have been steadily developing. If other people's combat strength is like an electrocardiogram, then Zhou Mingkai and his groups is like a straight line pointing diagonally upwards. The cumulative effect over so many days has reached a truly alarming number. Zhou Mingkai is an outstanding example of this. This guy recently upgraded to Mountain Slayer and recruited a rare-level warrior. He was looking for something to practice on, and this guy is a test subject delivered right to his doorstep. Speaking of which, I seem to recall seeing something on the World Channel before. Someone has already launched an invasion. Li Shaoling didn't have any warlike intentions, but she was just too lucky. She dug up several treasure chests in a row, and not only did she obtain rare-level troops, but she also obtained 2 excellent-level troops and 1 rare-level general. In addition, there's Inen, who has already perfected the art of pig-like leaps. On paper, she is stronger than Zhou Mingkai. However, unlike Zhou Mingkai, who volunteered to be a pioneer and was quite radical, she preferred to take a steady and pragmatic approach, focusing on farming and development. As a result, she became a backbone force and a strong support in the region. It seems there's a force secretly consolidating the lower-ranking lords in those regions. Chun Rue provided a crucial piece of information at the opportune moment. Just now, a guy came to see me. Lin Zixian. Zhou Mingkai. Li Shaoling. Have you spoken on the World Channel? No. Chun Rue answered decisively. That's the problem. Some people can directly chat with someone through some channel, and they can also know the bottom of the rankings in each region. This is a bit scary. Chen Rui's words immediately alerted everyone. So far, the items and equipment that everyone has acquired can only affect the real world, but now, someone actually possesses the power to interfere with the basic rules of the world channel. What this means is unknown for the time being, but a sense of unease rose in everyone's hearts. Something created by the mysterious force that pulled me into this other world, belonging to a higher dimension, and shouldn't be affected by the lords. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Lin Zixian said reproachfully. Chen Rui expressed his innocence. I was just privately messaged, and the other party seems to be among the attackers. He said, either I join them as a mole, or I die. Oh, what do you say? Of course I agreed to be the mole. Everyone. Chen Rui said smugly. I call this infiltrating the enemy. They think I'm a mole, but actually I'm a spy. Are you playing a double agent here? Lin Zixian really wanted to rush up to Chen Rui and slap him to bring him to his senses. If the other side had any sense at all, they wouldn't immediately believe someone who would abandon their bottom line at the first threat, especially someone who just joined the organization. If they really tell you any information, they are most likely testing you or simply using you. So what do we do? Hearing this, Chen Rui was a little confused. Just do your job. You're in logistics now, and your medical team will be crucial if a war breaks out. Instead of being a spy, you should focus on being a healer. Also, what's the name of that person who messaged you privately? Chen Rui checked. Keynes. Lin Zixian. Wait a minute, Li Shaoling suddenly exclaimed excitedly. How can there be foreign names? Zhou Mingkai also felt that something was not quite right. Indeed, since we came here, we have opened the world channel so many times, but it seems that we have never seen a foreign name. Not only do we not have foreign names, we communicate entirely in our native language, okay? I'm a hardcore surfer, and I swear on my 1.5 vision, I didn't see a single foreign name. Lin Zixian spoke again and gave a bold guess. But there are many in this world. Chapter 118. To defeat magic with magic. Lin Zixian's words were like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's minds. Although most lords have never left their own region, there are bound to be lords whose starting point is near a town, and at the very least, there will be otherworldly beings passing by their territory. Even though the vast majority of lords are forced to have social anxiety for safety reasons, there are also some who are genuinely socially anxious, social terrorists. Leaving aside the storyteller from Great Xia, even the lords in places like Snow Country, Skadi, and Yettigard would more or less have dealings with the locals. Information about countries around the world has appeared on the World Channel more than once. As everyone knows, Lam Chin's guess is not without merit. Have otherworldly beings infiltrated our communication system? I think it might be some kind of disguise. Since the other party has the ability to find the bottom-ranked people in each region and start private chats, it shouldn't be difficult for them to disguise their names, right? There's no point in guessing here. Since they've already come knocking on our door, let's just settle this with our fists. Yes, bring back a few prisoners, and they'll know everything they need to know. Chen Rui was quite expectant. My shadow priests are ready. By the way, where's Yuan Ge? Who was on the minds of the regional lords, was now struggling to lift his warhammer, which was already pushed to its limit, and smashing it down on the various abyssal monsters in front of him. To date, he has overcome a series of challenges, including the Headless Horseman, the Berserker Swordsman, the Scatty Eagle, the Source of Chaos, and the Thunder King. Of course, without exception, all of these guys only touched on the topic briefly. Su Yuan had to give it his all against each opponent, while they seemed to be playing house as if it were nothing. However, each time Su Yuan approached a certain critical value within his body, he would suddenly unleash a strange power that even those terrifying monsters had to deal with all their might. And that voice from the void made him remember this feeling of explosion again and again. Only in this instant will you gain power infinitely close to that of the Lord of the Dead. That's what the voice said. Then they kept increasing the difficulty for Su Yuan. A series of hero-level warriors comparable to Bulgur and Ange were swarmed. Various abyssal monsters were immediately introduced. Some of them Su Yuan had seen before, but most were unfamiliar to him. To be honest, Su Yuan had always wanted to complete the Abyss Monster Encyclopedia, but in his mind, this kind of card-collecting method was absolutely impossible. Others spend money collecting cards, but he's obsessed with opening the card collection. Judging from the voice, it's about unleashing one's potential. But Su Yuan knew that this broken body had already been beaten 6 times before, and its potential had long been exhausted. I don't want to be a man who does it 7 times a day. They say that, but their actions tell a different story. There's no way to be dishonest when it comes to life and death. Even seasoned slackers can't slack off. However, in his current state, Su Yuan is only left with instinct. Driven by instinct, the warhammer in his hand drew an arc in the air and slammed down on the pile of unnamed abyssal monsters. Doing. The lightning snakes moved about, and lightning flashed. Then I successfully gave the mountain of masked men in front of me a foot massage. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was certain that the field warhammer wasn't the problem. After all the low-level wraiths in the vicinity had been wiped out by the chain attack. Perhaps it was the sense of crisis that once again stimulated some substance in his body, or perhaps it was some instinct hidden in his soul that made Su Yuan, who was originally exhausted, perk up again. Upon closer inspection, although the masked man's skin appeared dry and sallow, with even holes in the middle, like pried holes in a wooden board, beneath this fragile exterior lay an extremely terrifying level of defense and resistance. The Warhammer Thunder, which had previously been invincible against abyssal monsters, was not very effective against it. These are the gatekeepers of the abyss. The voice from the void spoke again. If you cannot defeat him, you cannot enter the staircase. Am I supposed to go up the stairs alone? Su Yuan quickly dodged the masked man's stomp, and as the ground shook, he thought to himself, as a qualified lord, I will never do things myself if I can rely on my subordinates to handle them. Of course, that's what he said, but Su Yuan himself was also very clear that although the warriors were powerful and extremely loyal, making them a very trustworthy fighting force, the abyss was extremely unpredictable, and he couldn't place all his hopes on others. If he accidentally triggered some kind of mechanism, or if a divine relic like the wind wall appeared, it was very possible that he would be forced to separate from the warriors. Now that we have this opportunity to hone our skills, we should seize it. Even though he is someone who never works overtime, hates the 996 work schedule, sleeps whenever he should, and is as carefree as possible, once he sets his sights on a certain direction, Su Yuan will keep moving towards it. Hit a wall quite often in his 20 years of life because of this personality. However, one thing is certain. We will never admit defeat until the very last moment. Whether in the past, present, or future, Su Yuan has always held this belief. Taking out the energy bead, Su Yuan silently chanted in his mind, stay calm and observe carefully. Since it is not yet considered a monster within the ranks, then, with my current strength, I will definitely be able to find a way to kill it. Although the field hammer seemed rather weak at first glance, and the masked man in front of it was much tougher than the watchdog, it didn't have the same intense sense of oppression as the watchdog. Even now, after breaking through the critical point, I can easily dodge its attacks. If it's just that it has high health, high defense, and high lightning resistance, then, would it be surprisingly effective to use other attack methods? Su Yuan put the field warhammer into his backpack and then drew the azure sky sword. With a sidestep, he dodged the rusty broadsword in his opponent's hand again, and the cold wind whistling past his ears made Su Yuan's fatigue lessen a bit. Its lack of flexibility is also a weakness. Without hesitation, the sword flashed. This time, the masked man's ankle was broken very easily. So that's how it is. Su Yuan could clearly sense that what broke through the masked man's defense was not a sharp sword blade, but the various abyssal spirits attached to it. The spirit from the stairs, in particular, caused the most damage to the masked man. Su Yuan felt something and immediately had a new idea for a test. A parade of 100 demons. The surrounding spirits immediately swarmed forward, just like when we encountered the watchdog. However, unlike when dealing with the watchdogs, the spirits can also inflict damage on the masked man, but only to a negligible degree. Among them, Little Wolf Spirit is quite powerful. At this moment, the Little Wolf Spirit was still in the form of a young wind wolf when it first appeared, but as soon as it entered battle mode, it would immediately expand several times, completely becoming the same as when Su Yuan first met the Storm Demon Wolf King. Compared to the ordinary Storm Wolf King, the Little Wolf Spirit has a majestic beast horn on its forehead, which is surrounded by various curses it has absorbed. Moreover, under its active intervention, these curses gradually merge with each other, forming a new curse aggregate. The cursed aggregates frantically invaded the masked man's body along the wounds cut open by Qing Shao, while the Little Wolf Spirit also unleashed powerful energy, its wind blades cutting through and further aggravating the masked man's injuries. The masked man also let out a painful howl. It seems that, to deal with this guy, we'll need a higher level soul spirit. Is this another way of using magic to defeat magic? Only those who are also spirits can harm it. The higher the level of the spirit, the greater the damage it can cause. While Su Yuan continued to worsen the masked man's injuries, searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, he was also constantly thinking. The vengeful spirits I killed during the 2 abyss eruptions. The monsters in the abyss are diverse. I used to think that lightning was the best weapon against them, but now it seems that most abyss monsters just happen to have low lightning resistance. The real damage comes from attacks at the spirit level. Currently, the only offensive methods with this characteristic that I possess are the 100 Ghosts Parade and the Azure Sky Sword. Among them, the Azure Sky Sword is superior. If we can advance Qing Xiao to the Spirit Sword level and unlock the Spirit Sword technique, dealing with this guy, or even those monsters behind the door, should be much easier. Thinking of this, Su Yuan had already slashed out with his sword. The sword light swept past and severed both legs of the masked man in front of him. When the giant falls, that is the moment of decapitation. Summon all the other demons and monsters. Su Yuan shrugged, looking ready to strike. Pity. That's all. They're right. Your growth rate is truly terrifying, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The voice hovered in midair. Fortunately, they chose you back then. It seems that everything is still not too late. I can only help you this far. The road ahead will be even more winding and rugged. You will encounter even more powerful monsters, and even, you will face God directly. You guys all really like playing that riddle game? No one answered. It seemed as if the owner of the voice had disappeared after saying the previous sentence. And on that throne made of bones, 2 things suddenly flew over. One of them was a bone ring. Ring of Heroes. This ring houses 6 heroic spirits. Each use summons one of them. It will automatically destroy itself after 6 uses. The other beam transformed into a stream of light and shot into the energy bead in Su Yuan's hand. The energy bead lit up with a ring of pale blue misty light, then returned to calm. Su Yuan didn't feel anything special. The buffs are still the same old ones. However, there are subtle changes when checking the attributes. Both etherealization and forced calmness have become smart casting, no longer requiring the orb in hand. Come to think of it, I looked like I was about to collapse just a moment ago. How come I'm so energetic now? Su Yuan was slightly curious. Could it be that, like running, once you break through your limit, you enter a state where running becomes easier and easier? No, it seems that after killing those low-level abyss monsters and injuring the masked man, I no longer felt tired. It was as if a strange power suddenly surged into my body. But I've killed many abyss monsters before, so why didn't I have this kind of supply method? Before Su Yuan could think further, the surrounding environment entered the familiar collapse phase again. However, unlike the divine statue's space, this collapse did not send him into the abyss rift, but instead returned him directly to the starting point. My lord, Karen's voice came through, sounding like she was calling to someone who was asleep. Indeed, that was the case. In Kylan's eyes, Su Yuan looked as if he had just taken a nap. She had no idea what the lord in front of her had gone through in those short 10 minutes. Su Yuan opened his eyes, a strange pale blue mist flashing across them before returning to normal. What's this? My lord, don't you remember? You fell asleep with this little castle in your arms. Su Yuan frowned slightly. He remembered that he entered the alternate dimension when he was examining the stone slab. Wait, where's the stone slab? Looking around, almost the layout of the treasure vault was exactly the same as he remembered, except for the stone slab engraved with the ancient divine language. Looking at the toy-like castle in his hand, Su Yuan suddenly froze. Isn't this an undead base? Could it be that I just entered the castle in my hand? Just as Su Yuan was wondering, the light screen popped up. Obtain Undead Base Repair Fragment *1. Note, to repair the Undead Base to level 6, you need to collect 4 fragments. Note that the fragments attract each other. Level 6? I guess we'll have to wait a while longer. Su Yuan put the fragments into his backpack and then prepared to check his attribute status again. After all, in Karen's eyes, it seemed like she had just had a dream. He needs to confirm whether his recent experience was true. Just then, the light screen popped up again. The news that was reported also surprised Su Yuan quite a bit. Abyss Party event open for a limited time. From this moment on, lords from different regions will be randomly selected to enter the Abyss in batches. Each entry will last 1 night, and the entry point will be randomized. After entering the Abyss, the system will issue corresponding tasks. Completing the Abyss tasks will yield generous rewards. The first batch of those destined for the Abyss will depart precisely in 24 hours. All lords, please prepare to enter the Abyss. As soon as the news broke, The world chat was filled with cries of despair. But Su Yuan smiled slightly. This was a great thing for him. This is a good opportunity to test the results of my training. If we happen to stumble upon the gate of the abyss, forget it. Even if I got the key, killed the masked man, and entered the stairs, I'd probably be crushed to death by the monsters inside. Speaking of which, if a group of people are selected, they should act together with other lords and see what others say. However, as soon as Su Yuan opened the regional chat room, he saw a shocking sentence. Zhou Mingkai, run. The invaders are very strong. All my men have been killed. Chapter 119, What a Naughty Little Kitten. Although he didn't pay much attention to the development of other lords in the region, he could tell from the snippets of conversation in the region's chat room that Zhou Mingkai was definitely the fastest developing and strongest overall lord in the region, second only to himself. Even he couldn't stop the invasion, and all his subordinates were killed in action. Su Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. He wasn't surprised that a lord launched an invasion. After all, greed exists in everyone's heart. After experiencing 2 abyss outbreaks and the distribution of leaderboard rewards, many people should have realized the limitations of this mechanism. Resources are all concentrated at the top. The rewards for the top spot on the leaderboard are vastly different from those for the bottom spot, leading to the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker. Not every region has the experience of going through thick and thin together and defeating powerful enemies like in Sunset Mountain, so it's impossible for them to be as united and harmonious as Li Shaoling and her group. The lords near Silver City are a good example. No elaborate plan is needed. Simply exploiting cognitive differences to deliver a few ordinary pieces of information is enough to cause this small group to fall apart. Not to mention, having great power often leads to tyranny. Unless one can move freely between the abyss and kingdom cities like Su Yuan, collecting resources and extending strategic goals beyond their region. Otherwise, in order to accelerate development and avoid falling behind the leaders of other regions, the exploitation of the weak will inevitably intensify. It's easy to imagine how resentful and desperate those at the bottom of the overall rankings would feel when they realize that not only can they not live a better life by clinging to powerful figures, but they might even be used as tools to extract benefits by those powerful figures and forced back onto the 996 work schedule. Of course, at this point in time, even if the lower-level lords had such thoughts, there was nothing they could do. After all, if they were to leave their local environment and lose the protection of powerful figures, they might not even survive 3 days. But if someone takes advantage of this contradiction and starts to secretly win over those lords who are at the bottom of the rankings in each region, no, there must be someone at a higher level secretly consolidating all of this. Su Yuan knew very well that relying solely on those regional lords who were at the bottom of the rankings would not be enough to defeat Zhou Mingkai head-on. We haven't been to the fountain yet, but the trip to Silver City has resolved most of the issues. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. There was a spell set up by the great sage Skadi in the fountain, so it should be fine to leave it there for a while. Furthermore, Duke's death will inevitably affect the overall structure of Silver City. It lacks the cohesion of Caesar City. Give them some time to see if a powerful figure can emerge and establish a new order. Then, it should be much easier to directly approach the person in charge. With that in mind, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and retreated immediately. The person who could wipe out Zhou Mingkai's entire force must be incredibly powerful, but there's no systematic understanding of just how strong they are. According to Zhou Mingkai in the regional chat room, the opposing force was not large, only about 10 people, each wearing a wide black robe. However, their attack methods were very strange. They could not see the moves, but his generals and soldiers would fall into a strange state of depression as soon as they made eye contact with those people. In short, they would lose their fighting spirit. In addition, Zhou Mingkai also discovered that soldiers who lost their fighting spirit also showed a decline in loyalty. The most terrifying thing is that after these soldiers are infected, they seem to fall into a state of complete isolation, and they cannot be recalled no matter what orders the Lord gives. Lacking fighting spirit, and with soldiers constantly losing loyalty, they're on the verge of mutiny. Left with no other option, Zhou Mingkai had to order his generals to be executed ahead of schedule. However, to his surprise, after the general executed the affected soldiers, large patches of strange curse marks immediately appeared on his body, and then his eyes lost focus. Along with that, Zhou Mingkai's control over the general also disappeared. It does look a bit tricky. Su Yuan stepped into the teleportation magic spell that Kylan had temporarily modified. My lord, although I have the ability to directly locate the territory, the core of this spell is too weak, and it has been used many times, and is in a semi-dead state. At most, it can only teleport to nearby towns. Karen shrugged helplessly. She certainly has the ability to reverse the spell, but the hardware conditions are too poor, and she can't cook without rice. It's alright, just locate Caesar City directly. A flash of light from the teleportation spell, and Su Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Knights of Caesar City in the blink of an eye. Use the teleportation ring to teleport back to your territory. Who is it? When Warren cautiously stepped out, he only saw a fleeting shadow and Karen, who had already taken off into the air. The Ice Saintess. What kind of nickname is that? Karen tilted her head. You guys are really bad at coming up with nicknames. I'm not a saint, I'm a lich. After leaving behind a single sentence, Karen flew away from Caesar City at top speed. Standing frozen in place, Warren kept muttering those two words, lich, lich. Suddenly, the youngest member of the knightly order seemed to realize something. No way. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already arrived in the territory. Because Zhou Mingkai's attack was too swift and the process too bizarre, it was as if he never actually engaged in combat with his opponent, so the enemy's true combat strength was never tested. This is also why Su Yuan had to come back. He was afraid his home would be raided. Normally, these guys in the territory are all heavyweight warriors, with ranged attacks, melee combat, hand-to-hand combat, and even a powerful healer. They are qualified to go toe-to-toe with anyone. But it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, territory is one's foundation, especially after experiencing the stone slab space. The importance of the undead base has become even more apparent, and this thing absolutely cannot be lost. In addition, the activation of the Lord of the Undead's traits is also related to the strength of his troops. Su Yuan returned not for any other reason than to have an extra layer of protection. After all, he still had the Banner of Command, a powerful team battle artifact. Simply being present can greatly increase the combat power of the warriors. My lord. Su Yuan appeared in the territory. Guan Jini's and Bujal bowed to him, and the cave assassins and cave demons trembled as a sign of their loyalty. Where's Njia? My lord, he said there are some flies buzzing outside, and we should go and swat them. Su Yuan. In his mind, only Bujar would do such a thing, so why was Anye becoming so unrestrained? General Guan, take half of the gargoyles and the cave assassins to stay behind. The rest of you, come with me. At Su Yuan's command, he immediately led his team to rush towards the outer edge of the Sunset Mountains. At this very moment, on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains, Li Shaoling had already arrived at the location to meet Zhou Mingkai, and Lin Zixian and Chen Rui also arrived shortly after. Strange, did it used to snow here? Upon arriving at the location, Chen Rui's first reaction was to express his confusion about the surrounding environment. That's not the main point right now, is it? Lin Zixian checked the situation ahead, and it didn't seem as dire as he had expected. Among Li Xiaoling's warriors was a high priest, and after she appeared, the situation on the scene was brought under control to some extent. Zhou Mingkai originally thought that the entire army would be wiped out today, but unexpectedly, after the Grand Priest took out the gospel, the controlled generals, armored warriors, and the unupgraded mountain warriors gradually regained their loyalty and began to leave the battlefield according to Zhou Mingkai's will. However, the improvement ends here. Ordinary soldiers couldn't withstand the mental strain and their souls shattered, causing them to collapse on the spot. Only one of the generals managed to withstand the mental damage. Li Shaoling also learned from Undead that her charge attack was probably useless against these black-robed men. If she rashly entered their attack range, she would likely be attacked by the same cursed runes as General Zhou Mingkai. It seems only the High Priest can influence them, Lin Zixian analyzed. Could it be the effect of the Holy Light? Let me try and I'll see. Chen Rui also had a priest, but it was a shadow priest. Unlike mainstream priests who believe in the Holy Light, shadow priests primarily rely on using forbidden spells to reverse curses in order to achieve certain unusual effects. If Holy Light priests are like a cure-all, then shadow priests are like fighting poison with poison. And the latter can sometimes use poison. Under Chen Rui's instructions, the Dark Priest launched a series of attacks against the black-robed men. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Of course, this may be related to Chen Rui's relatively low rank as a warrior, but more likely it is because the Dark Priest's methods are unable to cause him any substantial damage. It's worth mentioning, however, that although the Dark Priest failed to harm the black-robed figures, he himself was not corrupted by the runes like the warriors under Zhou Mingkai's command. Should we retreat first? Lin Zixian observed for a moment. We don't have any means to deal with these invaders right now, and relying solely on Li Shaoling, the high priest, can at most only hold off the enemy's offensive. At this moment, Li Shaoling shook her head. The high priest is about to collapse. There are too many of them. Then we need to get out of here even faster. Lin Zixian first helped up Zhou Mingkai, who was somewhat delirious due to self-blame and unwillingness. Let's go first. Go back and wait for Brother Yuan to come back, so we can discuss it together. The matter has now exceeded the scope of our ability to resolve. Chen Rui nodded. His only remaining card was Shadow Priest, but even Shadow Priest was ineffective, and his medical team had absolutely no combat capability. Just as Lin Zixian helped Zhou Mingkai to safety and Chen Rui was directing the troops to retreat, Li Shaoling frowned and asked, "What happened? Danny, what's wrong?" Danny was the name of the high priest, and at that moment she looked pained, her hand holding the Gospels trembling slightly. "Miss, let's go? These people are strange." Danny practically spat these words out between clenched teeth before kneeling down on one knee. Faint curse marks appeared on her face, but she was still able to maintain basic consciousness under the suppression of the holy light. But it obviously won't last long. Those people will bring out the darkest parts of people's hearts, and anyone whose hands are stained with blood will inevitably become their puppet. Zhou Mingkai's command, who had just been rescued, gave a piece of information that caught everyone off guard. Then isn't there a solution? Chen Rui exclaimed in surprise. Now that we've come to this world, who doesn't have some blood on their hands? He hunted countless monsters, mostly magical beasts, just to cultivate the abilities of his shadow priest. No one answered. Each of them wore a grave expression. They only discovered their retreat had been cut off when they were about to leave. Behind the crowd were two sphinxes. Although Lin Zixian had not read as many historical documents and books as Su Yuan, as a regional investigator, he always maintained a serious and responsible attitude. He had read a lot of intelligence from the World Channel and recorded a lot of useful information. It just so happens that the Sphinx is mentioned in the text. This is a 5th-tier magical beast, and some of them are so talented that they can evolve into terrifying 6th-tier beings. A 5th-tier magical beast. Chen Rui gasped in shock. During this time, he had roughly figured out the combat power system of this world. 5th-tier magical beasts. In this kind of desolate wilderness, they are basically beings that can walk sideways. Putting everything else aside, even his strongest fighter, the Dark Priest, is at most equivalent to a Tier 3 magical beast. Chen Rui swallowed hard. Is there any chance of survival? No one answered him, or rather, no one knew the answer to that question. Whether they will survive or not, no one is sure. Listen to me. Zhou Mingkai suddenly spoke up. I'm the weakest person in the area right now. It doesn't matter if I die here. Let me hold them off. You guys get out of here. What are you saying? You only have one warrior left, and he's weakened. You can't hold them off. You'll just be throwing your life away. Lin Zixian clenched his fist. Let me handle this. My strength is the most intact. I can hold them off. I have a potion that can greatly enhance the strength of myself and my generals in a short period of time. Zhou Mingkai interrupted Lin Zixian. A resolute look flashed across his face. I was reckless this time. I rushed out to fight without properly assessing the enemy's strength, which caused you all to be implicated. I will take full responsibility for my actions. No one can take the blame from me. When you go back, you must stay put and wait for Brother Yuan to return. Perhaps only he has the potential to eliminate these invaders. As he spoke, Zhou Mingkai took out a bottle of scarlet potion from his backpack. He had obtained it from a treasure chest on the leaderboard. It had a significant effect on improving combat power, but the side effects were also extremely terrifying. Once you drank it, you would basically be half dead. However, in such an emergency, there's no time to worry about anything else. Whether we'll even see the sun rise tomorrow is another matter, so who cares if it's useless or not? However, just as Zhou Mingkai was about to take the medicine, Li Shaoling pressed down on his hand. Don't worry, look. Following Li Xiaoling's pointing finger, Zhou Mingkai was shocked to find that the two sphinxes blocking his path had been pinned to the ground in an instant, with gleaming blades stuck in their limbs and tails, unable to move. They roared angrily, but they couldn't even get the man surrounded by the daggers to look at them. Between the two beasts, a figure shrouded in pure white moved with elegant steps, muttering incantations. My master said, "We are not allowed to come near here. You two naughty kittens, you've crossed the line." Chapter 120. Step aside, let your master handle it. A little kitten? The group stared at the Sphinx, which was taller than two of them stacked together, and for a moment they were at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Who is this? One of Brother Yuan's warriors. Of the four, Only Li Shaoling and Zhou Mingkai had met in Jie before. Chen Rui, who was initially very nervous, immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the visitor was actually Su Yuan's general. He almost thought that an even more formidable opponent would suddenly appear, and that he would be completely finished today. But then again, those short knives were really conspicuous. Fifth-tier magical beasts pinned down by them were particularly conspicuous. I'm afraid only Brother Yuan's warriors could subdue two fifth-tier magical beasts so easily, Lin Zixian remarked. Guan Jin's moving back and forth in the Snow Kingdom army, cutting down everything with a big sword, is still vivid in my mind. This was also the first time they had witnessed what it truly meant to be 1 against 1,000, entering and exiting 7 times, and entering as if in an empty land. Now we see a completely different style from Guan Jin's. But whether it's the exhilarating feeling of every strike being fierce or the precise yet elegant delicacy, both reveal a powerful presence. Even so, when they saw Anja walk between the two sphinxes and get closer and closer to the men in black robes, the group couldn't help but worry, saying, "Those people have the power to bewitch people." Bewitching people? And Jie's lips curled into a meaningful smile. For some reason, everyone had the feeling that they had said something wrong. It seemed that in the other party's eyes, these worries were completely unnecessary, and were instead a sign of looking down on him. Combined with the strength it just demonstrated, it inexplicably gives people a sense of security. In stark contrast to them were a few people hidden behind the mountains and rocks behind the group of men in black robes. To be honest, the ones who were truly panicked about the invasion of Sunset Mountains weren't the regional lords like Li Shaoling and Lin Zixian, but rather the lords who led the invasion. Of course, while they are called intruders, they were not the ones who actually carried out the attack. These people were well aware that with their region's bottom-ranking strength, taking action would only be courting death. However, after several previous invasions and plunders, the greed and rage in the hearts of these originally weak people have been gradually stirred up. The exhilarating feeling of crushing a lord you could only look up to in your daily life stimulated everyone's nerves, even when cleaning up the mess. But this time, it seems that progress is not as smooth as before. The fact that they haven't even entered a stage where they can participate after waiting for so long speaks volumes. Did you see that guy in the white trench coat? We saw a leg, but we don't have your reconnaissance equipment. Xiaolin, quickly use your telescopic vision to give us a live report of the situation. Has Lord Kane's won yet? Stop acting all high and mighty, like a lackey. We just had some bad luck. If things had gone smoothly at the beginning, we would have been a powerful force by now. How could those good-for-nothings be riding on our heads? Shoo, stop talking nonsense, listen to Xiaolin. From the crowd, a bespectacled, rather thin lord spoke, his voice trembling slightly. That's a monster. He subdued the two sphinxes in an instant. I didn't even see how he made his move. These words left the other lords stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Are you sure? That's a sphinx. A fifth-tier magical beast. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Based on their own experience in previous invasions, even the generals under the first-tier lords are at most on par with fifth-tier magical beasts at this stage. Because monsters have an innate advantage in physical strength and power, they can generally overpower humans of the same rank. In other words, even if a fifth-tier magical beast were to fight a fifth-tier warrior in a one-on-one battle, the magical beast would have the advantage. Besides, there are 2 of them. Whose general is that? I don't know. But judging from the attitude of those lords towards him, he is indeed a general, and most likely a subordinate of the leader of this region. Have we really bitten off more than we can chew this time? Someone wondered anxiously. The first person to speak reassured. Don't panic, don't rush, let's see what Keynes has to say. The others also turned their gazes to the back of the men in black robes, where a bald man was tossing steel balls in his hand. His face had distinct Caucasian features, with strange and unusual tattoos that made him look very uncomfortable at first glance. At this moment, he had already turned his gaze to Anja, who was not far away. To encounter such a powerful general, what an unexpected bonus. Keynes's gloomy eyes scrutinized Angie, but he felt no panic. Instead, he was slightly excited. As soon as he spoke, Li Shaoling and the others finally noticed that there was such a uniquely styled guy standing behind the man in black robes. Did you discover his existence before? Lin Zixian suddenly asked. Chen Rui and Li Shaoling both shook their heads, while Zhou Mingkai was already mentally exhausted and on the verge of unconsciousness, unable to provide any information. He might have some kind of prop to conceal his presence and reduce his inconspicuousness. Li Shaoling offered her opinion. Lin Zixian glanced at him sideways. Where did you get that monocle? You found it while treasure hunting. Didn't you guys have any? Seeing Li Xiling's matter-of-fact expression, Chun Rui and Lin Zixian were both annoyed. This guy is a living treasure map, isn't he? Treasures fall wherever you go. If I ever get to go back to Earth, I'll definitely take a picture with you and hang it in my living room. That thing is probably more useful than any koi fish. We can discuss the correct use of European Emperor later. The focus now is, who is that guy? And what methods does he have? As soon as Lin Zixian finished speaking, Keynes turned to Anja and said, with you joining us, our big family will be even more harmonious. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixian and the others' expressions turned rather unpleasant. After all, the bodies of the generals and soldiers who had fallen under Zhou Mingkai's command were still warm, and Li Xiling's high priest was still under the control of those black-robed men. It's hard to imagine what a terrible situation it would be if one of Yuan Gu's powerful generals were also bewitched or controlled. Just thinking about that scene sent chills down Chun Rui's spine. Keynes clearly shared the same idea, believing that with the black-robed inspectors at his disposal, he could easily subdue this powerful general who could instantly control two sphinxes, to turn them into pawns that can be used at any time in one's own hands. However, Anja, did not realize that she was the center of attention. His gaze wasn't even on any of the onlookers. As Anja walked, he looked around, his gaze always fixed on the area shrouded in snow. Was this Karen's doing? Anja's eyes trembled slightly. I always thought she was just a harmless girl who loved to gossip. This attitude of ignoring everything was, in Keynes' eyes, a tremendous insult to him. At least show some respect for your opponent, right? A shadow of gloom hung in his eyes. Keynes had already secretly decided that once he had brought this arrogant man in the white trench coat under control, he would give him a lesson he would never forget. However, the next second, a streak of blood suddenly flashed by. When Keynes came to his senses, Anja was already standing in front of him. Opponents? You mean them? Flashed in those captivating eyes, and Keynes, stared at by them, felt as if he were being watched by a venomous snake. But what terrified him even more was, each of those black-robed inspectors had a short knife stuck in their neck. The short knife pierced through their throats, and without exception, all the men in black robes fell straight to the ground. Keynes didn't even see when the opponent made the move. Those short knives. Could it be at that time? He suddenly remembered that when Anja passed between the two sphinxes, the short swords that had been arranged in a circle around him disappeared one by one. But strangely, his gaze remained fixed on Anja himself, and he didn't notice the whereabouts of the short knives at all. The man in the black robe was most likely already dead at that point. This person is very good at using his appearance as an advantage. The thoughts in Keynes' mind couldn't keep up with the speed at which the fear in his heart spread. Those blood-red eyes seemed to possess some kind of magic, gradually causing him to lose control of his body. How is this possible? Having spent most of his life manipulating shadow spells and taking pleasure in controlling others, Keynes now felt as if he was about to be controlled by someone else. And it was this feeling that triggered something hidden within him. No one can control me. Anja frowned and took 2 steps back. Of pale blue water suddenly flowed from Keynes's 7 orifices, accompanied by a hazy mist. Under anger's intrigued gaze, Keynes's skin began to crack, as if something was about to hatch from his body. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present, from the lowly lords hiding behind the mountains and rocks to Li Shaoling and her group. Anja tentatively tossed out a short knife. But the moment it touched Keynes' skin, it was bounced away by a strong force. If possible, I would really like to study the skin with this kind of toughness and elasticity. As Anja muttered to himself, the thing inside Keynes' body was completely hatched. It was a dark shadow hovering above Keynes' body. Or, it would be more accurate to describe it as a corpse now. At this point, Keynes had become nothing more than a specimen with only his outer skin remaining. His muscles, bones, blood, and even his soul had all been completely drained, becoming nourishment for that dark shadow. Roar! The dark figure opened its enormous mouth, and the shrieking sound it emitted made everyone instinctively cover their ears. The erosion from the spiritual level made everyone's soul tremble. What is this thing? The same question was asked simultaneously by different factions, but no one could answer the question. Even Lin Zixian, who was always busy with intelligence gathering, knew very little about this species that was hatched using human bodies. It looks like the Shadow Church, but the Shadow Church's shadow has a mechanism that causes it to perish along with its host when the host dies. So if it's not the Shadow Church, what could this thing be? That's an abyss monster, the Shadow Fiend. The sudden sound startled Lin Zixian and the others. Brother Yuan. A long-lost sense of relief and joy appeared on Chun Rue's face. The appearance of this sound was essentially equivalent to the arrival of safety. Li Xiaoling looked worried. You haven't replied to my messages. I thought something had happened to you. I was a bit preoccupied with some trivial matters. Su Yuan didn't dwell on the issue too much, but instead looked at the dark shadow. Behind him, Buggle was ready for battle. Little devil, your back injury hasn't healed yet. Let me handle this. At that moment, Karen, riding her magic wand, also arrived at the battlefield. Anja cast a questioning look at the two of them. Wasn't I here first? You all step back, let me handle this. When Su Yuan spoke, Lin Zixian and the other three thought they had misheard him. What the heck? Are you planning to personally lead an expedition? This guy is clearly stronger than the group of black-robed men from before, and definitely stronger than those two sphinxes. Why not send your generals to fight? Indeed, Su Yuan has always adhered to the principle of letting his subordinates charge into battle rather than engaging in combat himself. But that was based on the premise of not understanding the strength of the enemy. And this ghostly evil spirit is precisely one of the monster illustrations collected in the stone slab space. Su Yuan could use it to test the results of his trial. Incidentally, it can also accumulate a wave of tempering progress for the Azure Sky Sword. If you're lucky, defeating this evil spirit might allow the Azure Sky Sword to be promoted to the ranks of Spirit Swords. Currently, activating the Spirit Sword technique seems to be a higher priority. Of course, Su Yuan would not deliberately expose himself to danger. Others might not know, but he did. The Shadow Fiend was troublesome, but its actual strength was not at the level of the Sphinx. However, due to its characteristics as an abyss monster, it was more troublesome to deal with than ordinary magical beasts. But that applies to ordinary people. Su Yuan had no such worries at all. The equipment and items I have are almost all for fighting monsters in the abyss. After having Buggle cast a mental imprint, Kylan added an ice defense spell, and Anja was on standby for emergency treatment. Su Yuan drew Qing Xiao and walked towards the evil spirit. This guy is probably like the parasitic insect I first encountered. It inhabits the body of a real living being with its spirit. This wasn't a characteristic of the Shadow Fiend, but it gave Su Yuan a glimmer of inspiration. After molting, the monster seemed unable to communicate with humans anymore. It seems I can't get anything out of you, so you have no reason to live. Chapter 121. This guy? Is he even a person? Where did this come from? The lords hiding behind the mountains and rocks were already considering retreating. After all, although Keynes was still alive, he was no longer human. Judging from his appearance, it was uncertain whether he even recognized them. Even if they killed the lords of Sunset Mountain, they might not necessarily come out unscathed. If you're not careful, you might get stabbed in the back by this monster. Even if they were having second thoughts, no one dared to leave unless someone took the lead. To put it bluntly, these people are used to following others' arrangements and moving forward in their footsteps. Once it's their turn to make decisions, they are completely clueless. Many of them secretly grumbled to themselves. How can the Lord be so pathetic? Whether he encounters native inhabitants, magical beasts, or abyssal monsters, he can only lie in some corner. Isn't there a single exceptionally strong man who can break free from these constraints? Hello, yes. That man is the Lord. The pent-up frustration in everyone's hearts exploded after Xiao Lin gave this crucial piece of information. What? Lord? Are you kidding me? Someone was already slurring their words. The guy they chose to fight against that thing is a lord? Xiao Lin shook his head. They didn't choose him. That person took the initiative to step forward and take responsibility for fighting the mutated Canes. Is this guy crazy? He is the master of those generals, and should be the number one in the Sunset Mountains. Xiao Lin's words left the lord silent for a long while, and then some of them speculated. He's probably gotten too cocky, thinking he's invincible just because he has a few great generals under his command. That's the kind of person the top player in our region is. He's disgusting. The top 3 in our region are the same. They come here every day with their heads held high, plundering resources as if we owe them something because we're ranked lower. Sometimes people are so contradictory. When no one else can stand up, they desperately hope that someone will. But if the person who stands up is different from what they imagined, or rather, is not themselves, then they have a million reasons to criticize them. Wait a minute. He seems to have something up his sleeve. Now no one spoke, because they had already seen Su Yuan insert the Azure Sky Sword into the Shadow Demon. Compared to the other lords who only caught a glimpse of the tail, Xiao Lin and another lord with reconnaissance equipment, who witnessed the entire event, found it even more unbelievable. The former's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't even speak. There are only 4 words in her heart. He's amazing. It wasn't that Xia Lin, who was a history professor before his transmigration, was at a loss for words. Rather, sometimes, simple and direct language best expresses basic emotions, like the word fuck. A single word can often express multiple meanings. At this moment, Xia Lin had a myriad of thoughts, but in the end, they could only be summarized into these few words. In her view, the Shadow Fiend was an absolutely terrifying existence. Putting everything else aside, the rapid trembling of the shadows alone is enough to make one's heart race. Dazzling, tentacle-like shadows darted within a 50-meter radius of the evil spirit. These shadow tentacles were terrifying in terms of length, speed, and penetrating power. Xia Lin witnessed firsthand how the shadowy tentacles of an evil spirit pierced through a thick tree trunk that took 2 people to encircle, as easily as piercing through a sheet of paper. Moreover, there are not just one of these strong and swift tentacles, but nearly 10. Even a rare agile warrior would likely find it difficult to survive such a dense and destructive attack. But this lord not only survived, he actually thrived. The Shadow Fiend's tentacles never hit him once. He seemed to be walking on the wind, as elegant as a pure white figure walking between 2 sphinxes. In fact, on several occasions, he had already made a dodge move just as the shadow tentacles were extended. It was as if they had anticipated the opponent's attack. Xia Lin watched as the lord, sword upside down, approached the shadow demon step by step, dodging all attacks along the way without faltering in his steps. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the Shadow Fiend let out a silent roar, and its size expanded instantly, as if it were about to become a dark shadow that blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire area under its enormous body. The oppressive feeling was so strong that even just looking at it from afar made Xia Lin feel breathless. However, at that moment, Qing Feng was drawn and struck with a single blow to the throat. In Xia Lin's eyes, Su Yuan was like a beam of light, instantly passing through the blockade of the shadow tentacles and directly plunging the sword in his hand into the throat of the evil spirit. I've seen many more powerful shadow fiends than you. This kind of attack strategy is so outdated, isn't it? The spirits on the azure sky sword surged forth, and this ghostly thing didn't even last a second before completely dissipating into the world. Is he a monster? Someone swallowed hard. If it had been those same generals who had dealt with the evil spirit, they might not have felt so much emotion and astonishment. It was precisely because the one who made the move was a lord like them that it aroused their fear and panic. So this is how far I've fallen from the top of the pyramid. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, probably no one would believe that among the lords who were also transmigrators, there could be someone with such exaggerated combat power. This guy has completely overwhelmed their most powerful general, both in actual combat and on paper. Even the top generals from his former region's overall strength ranking probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Many people here have complained in the shadows why the various combat systems in this world are so advanced, and generals, and even soldiers have the potential to step into the extraordinary realm, but the Lord himself is so weak. However, after witnessing Su Yuan, the same thought popped into everyone's mind. It's not that the Lord is weak, but that they themselves are weak. Look at them. Is this strength even possible? In comparison, Lin Zixian and others were more composed, but only to a limited extent. After all, they never imagined that Su Yuan himself would have such terrifying combat power. A sense of envy rose in everyone's heart. Lords like themselves could only rely on their troops and generals to survive. Once they lost the protection of their generals and soldiers, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. After all, there were just too many monsters in this world. However, Su Yuan had no such concerns at all. In a sense, he has perfectly integrated into this world. Even without his subordinates, he would still be a formidable fighting force, more than capable of protecting himself. It's hard not to be envious. Still a little short? Come to think of it, the purity of these vengeful spirits that have smuggled themselves out of the abyss doesn't seem to be very high. The low-level vengeful spirit inside the parasitic worm last time, or the shadowy evil spirit encountered this time, the rewards given were much less than those of monsters of the same level in the abyss. The shadow evil spirit is already considered a 4th tier, or even near 5th tier abyss monster, but the experience and energy gained from killing it are still less than those gained from killing the soul-devouring demon rat. Qingxiao was clearly not full either. Su Yuan could sense that it was just one step away from becoming a proper spirit sword, but it just couldn't overcome that hurdle. It seems I still have to go to the abyss. Having secretly made a plan in his mind, Su Yuan then called out to the regional lords. Stop spacing out. Quickly take a break, assess the losses, and then regroup. Su Yuan removed the wind spirit emblem he wore on his chest. It had played a crucial role in dodging those shadow tentacles. Then patted Zhou Mingkai on the shoulder and left him a bottle of healing ointment. He turned around and gave Li Shaoling a bottle as well, along with a purification potion. Thanks. Li Shaoling didn't hesitate. After all, her high priest was still in a very bad situation. Zhou Mingkai was so weak that he couldn't even say thank you. He suffered the heaviest losses in this battle. However, the light in his eyes did not disappear. On the contrary, it became even brighter after witnessing Su Yuan's battle. This battle made him realize that he could not place all his hopes on generals and troops. His own strength was equally important. From that moment on, Zhou Mingkai's strategic vision for the future underwent a significant change. He needs to improve himself so that one day he can become a strong person who can stand on his own. Yuan Ji will inevitably ascend the throne in the future, and as his right-hand man, I can't hold him back. After making a silent decision in his heart, Zhou Mingkai's tense nerves finally relaxed, and as soon as they relaxed, he fainted. I'll carry him back, Chun Rue volunteered. I'm from the logistics unit, taking care of the wounded is routine for me, so don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Luckily, Brother Yuan arrived in time this time, but we can't rely on him to put out fires every time. Lin Zixian thought to himself, we need to find a way to establish a new defense system and make the best use of our respective troop characteristics, general attributes, and the terrain advantage of Sunset Mountain Range. On the other side, the regional lords brought by Canes were all huddled behind rocks and mountains, plotting how to escape. After all, they were just cleaners. Moreover, they only get the chance to play if Canes wins. Now that Canes has completely collapsed, both in human form and ghost form, what reason do they have to stay? Although they followed Canes to conquer a few areas and tasted some success, their previously suppressed confidence gradually showed signs of recovery, but these were just signs and far from reaching the point of expansion. They had a very clear understanding of themselves. No one believed that with their current strength, they could shake that terrifying guy. Of the 36 stratagems, the first to slip away is the best. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had no intention of letting them leave. Before these lords could even take a step, sharp claws were pressed against their necks. The figure of the cave assassin gradually came into view. Those dark green eyes and the emaciated, skeletal body exuded an aura of death. Almost instinctively, they wanted to scream, but the sharp claws pressed against their necks forced them to swallow their screams. No one knew when these terrifying undead arrived, but they knew that the scythe of death hovering overhead could fall at any moment. The Lord wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Karen flew down from the sky, tapped her wand, and the Lord's hands and feet were shackled with ice. They had no choice but to follow Karen forward. Many of these people were cursing Canes. Some criticized him for his poor site selection, saying he was kicking a hot potato, while others called him an idiot for being so pretentious without any real ability. They completely forgot how much they had praised Canes when they were enjoying the good life and crushing high-ranking lords in other regions. In fact, no one anticipated the risks involved in this operation. After all, in the eyes of these lords, Sunset Mountains? Was it just that pitiful creature that was removed from the list after the second abyss eruption? This has been arranged perfectly for him. But once they arrived, they discovered that the local history and culture were far more profound than they had imagined. Even those lords who just stepped forward were much stronger than those they had encountered before. Not to mention the monster that appeared at the very end. It can be said that the combat strength of the entire Sunset Mountain range is top-notch. So here's the question. Why aren't all these terrifying lords on the list? Was it a deliberate attempt to let them win? To lure these idiots in? Of course, some people don't care about these things at all. Xiao Lin was one of them. She originally only wanted to study the history of this world, delve into the customs and culture of this other world, and live out her life peacefully and quietly. She didn't want to fight for supremacy or kill. However, she was swept up by this cannibalistic environment and forced to move forward. She was forced to become the lifeline for the high-ranking lords in the region. After Canes appeared, she was forced to become a rebel. She had always gone with the flow, always been powerless to control her own destiny. But at this moment, a thought of her own began to sprout. This idea was still somewhat naive, but it was the goal she truly wanted to achieve from the bottom of her heart. If it's him, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Xiao Lin stared at Su Yuan's retreating figure in the distance, her mind racing with thoughts. Even when Su Yuan was talking to Li Shaoling and the others, She could tell that this person was different from those high-ranking regional leaders. Although he possessed absolute strength, enough to crush other lords, he was neither arrogant nor disdainful of others, and instead maintained harmonious relationships with them. Furthermore, under his influence, there was a tacit understanding among the lords of the entire Sunset Mountain Range region to help each other, something she had never seen in several other regions she had visited. To be honest, she was very envious of these people. I'm so envious I want to join them. But she also knows that she needs to demonstrate her value in order to be accepted. Fortunately, that leader must have been a person with lofty goals and a broad vision. He won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Just as Xia Lin was thinking about this, Su Yuan's question followed. Tell me, how did you get involved with that kind of thing? Chapter 122 Consumables. All of them are consumables. Su Yuan did not return to the base, but instead had Kylan lead these people into the Goblin Cave, where they had previously dared to bare their teeth at the Iron Wolf Guards. The interrogation was conducted on the spot. These low-ranking lords, gathered together from various regions, clearly haven't had enough time to gel. Although they share similar plights and have a lot in common, it's unrealistic to expect them to become bosom buddies in such a short time. No special methods were needed. Someone immediately stepped forward. He contacted us through the private chat system on the World Channel. The scene of Su Yuan killing the Shadow Demon was etched into their minds, and now his presence alone was a deterrent. Want to chat privately? Through the regional chat room, Su Yuan had already learned similar information from Chen Rue. I also noticed the concerns and speculations of several people. Judging from the course of the battle, Lin Zixian and others' guesses were not without reason. The native inhabitants of this other world in both appearance and techniques. What ultimately led Su Yuan to his judgment was the evil spirit that emerged from his body afterward. Based on his discoveries in various documents and historical records, combined with his practical experience in the stone slab space, Su Yuan can now roughly determine the duration of a vengeful spirit from the abyss's existence in reality based on the strength of the opponent's spirit. This ghostly spirit has remained in reality for at least a year. It has been much longer than the time it took for the lords to arrive. Given Keynes's behavior when he emerged from the cocoon, it's clear he had become accustomed to this host-hosting state, which largely rules out the possibility of a temporary change of host. In other words, Keynes was indeed an indigenous person, so here's the question. How did he hack into the World Channel? Moreover, this guy can not only hack into the World Chat channel to chat with people privately, but also accurately locate the bottom-ranked lords in each region. This is really interesting. Su Yuan rubbed his chin. Unfortunately, Keynes had already vanished, and even the ghostly spirit residing in his body had been devoured without a trace. The answer to this question could no longer be known from his own mouth. However, Su Yuan wasn't completely clueless. As it devoured the Shadow Fiend, the strongest soul spirit on the Azure Sky soared, the monster from the stairs, sensed the presence of its own kind. Although it was only for a very short time, Su Yuan was certain that the body of this Keynes contained power from the Abyss Staircase. Based on the information I've gathered, it's virtually impossible for the monsters behind the Abyss Gate to enter the mortal world, unless they encounter a spiritual artifact like Qing Shao that they can attach themselves to, transforming into a wisp of a wandering soul to possess it, in which case they might have a tiny chance of escaping the Abyss's restrictions, but that would come at the cost of their lives. It seems that although the monsters inside the stairs cannot get out, they are still trying to interfere with reality. But what does this have to do with hacking the World Channel? Could it be that the World Channel server is located in the stairway to the Abyss? As soon as the thought popped into his head, Su Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It seems that possibility isn't entirely out of the question. Thinking about it carefully, aside from the initial development period after the transmigration, the system has been guiding the lords to understand the Abyss, and even recently revealed its hand, intending to send the lords directly into the Abyss. But how can one do it? To weave such a picture in the Abyss? Su Yuan fell into deep thought. To reiterate, the Abyss, especially the deepest Abyss, is extremely difficult to influence reality. Otherwise, the two worlds would have long since descended into chaos. And such a massive system, encompassing so many functions, as well as various resources, troop types, generals, and all sorts of extremely rare items in reality, is all of this really the work of some monsters in the ladder? Wrong. The monsters in the staircase intervene through invasion. And at this very delicate time, Su Yuan murmured, a sudden realization dawning on him. Looking back, after the two Abyss eruptions, Keynes appeared, and after these troublemakers appeared, the system opened the Abyss Passage again. In other words, the system's goal is to use the lords to fight the abyssal monsters, while the things within the staircase strongly discourage the lords from continuing to exterminate the abyssal monsters, even resorting to methods that affect reality to interfere. The system's response is, drag the lords straight into the abyss. A smile involuntarily crept onto Su Yuan's lips. This system's attitude is really tough. You won't let my people kill your underlings outside, so I'll just send people into your house to kill them. Originally, Su Yuan wasn't very interested in the invitation from the girl who seemed to be the wind goddess and the voice in the stone slab space, but now, his thoughts have changed somewhat. The Tianhua Museum in the 5th tier, the girl who resembles a god in the 1st tier, all of these things are driving me toward the abyss, allowing Qin Shao to advance to a spirit sword and collect more spirit cores, further expanding my forces and enhancing my characteristics as the Lord of the Undead. Of course, the most important thing is that now that a Keynesian has emerged, it's hard to guarantee that a second or third won't appear. It's even possible that other people similar to Keynes are already secretly taking action. This time it was just a near 5th tier evil spirit. If next time it's a 7th tier, 8th tier, or even super tier being, then it won't be a joke. Being prepared for unforeseen circumstances is essential in this situation. It's never wrong to improve your own abilities. Open the world chat and check for information about the Abyss event. 20 hours, 36 minutes, and 47 seconds until the first Abyss event begins. The first Abyss event will randomly select lords to enter the Abyss. The chosen lords will enter different abysses in batches. The Abyss locations are random, and the highest rank will not exceed 3. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. If we're talking about simply entering the Abyss, then we can do so through the Undead altar within our territory. However, the reason Su Yuan had never taken this path was because he was afraid of being thrown directly into a high-level abyss by the altar and dying on the spot. The Abyss Passage in this event is much more user-friendly. I can take advantage of this opportunity to see as many different abyssal worlds as possible, based on the various documents and materials he had collected during this period, as well as his observations in the stone slab space. Su Yuan believed that this trip to the abyss would be very fruitful. We still have enough time. Let's go back to Silver City and get the key to the Abyss Gate first. Although I know that with my current strength, even if I open the Abyss Gate, I'm unlikely to be able to step onto the steps behind it. It's always better to get the key first, just in case things get complicated. Just as Su Yuan was about to call Kylan back to Silver City, a figure in the corner suddenly stood up. Hello, may I speak with you privately? Su Yuan turned his head to look at the source of the sound. With her braided hair, black-rimmed glasses, and quiet demeanor, she didn't look very old. However, the innocence and naivete of Li Shaoling were gone from her eyes. Instead, they were filled with indifference and resigned helplessness after being washed away by the coldness and warmth of society. It seems my eye for talent has become much sharper. Although I don't know why, this is clearly a good thing for me. Su Yuan just stared at the other person, waiting for him to continue. Xiaolin didn't keep him waiting long. I am a history professor, and in this world I have successfully deciphered many historical documents, and learned a great deal about the secrets of this world. Xiaolin suddenly stood up and said a bunch of inexplicable things, and everyone looked at her with puzzled eyes, wondering what this woman wanted to do. Xiaolin took a deep breath. I want to join the Sunset Mountains. Her expression was extremely serious, but her words still drew astonishment from the other lords. Is she out of her mind? Someone muttered softly. A lord of this rank probably wouldn't even consider the top 3 in ordinary areas, so why would he take notice of someone like her who's at the bottom of the rankings? Some people scoffed, while others sighed. People like us are not well received in our original area, let alone here. Even Xiaolin herself felt uneasy. She knew exactly what those people were saying, but she also knew that if she didn't try now, she might never have the chance to talk to Su Yuan face to face again. Although such an abrupt opening might negatively impact her image, she had no better option. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Yuan agreed without even thinking about it. Welcome, Su Yuan said with a smile. What's your name? Xiaolin. Xiaolin herself didn't expect it to go so smoothly. There is a village of 500 people south of the Sunset Mountains. You can stay there temporarily. A village? An indigenous village. Su Yuan nodded. He can even get along with the indigenous people? Xiaolin was surprised again. Not only her, but all the lords who were watching were stunned for a moment. They had seen and heard of indigenous villages, and had even witnessed numerous clashes between other lords and indigenous people on the World Channel. However, it's usually the lords who are defeated. After all, in terms of familiarity with the surrounding environment in this world, the natives far surpass these transmigrated lords. And Su Yuan has actually tamed an entire village. It's still a village with a population of 500. Looking at the astonished expressions on these people's faces, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. What kind of expressions would they have if they knew that he not only had a village, but also a city? When the lords saw that Xia Lin had successfully surrendered, their own thoughts began to stir. Big brother, do you still need a younger brother? I can take on that role. Su Yuan smiled and said, do you also have any well-interpreted historical documents to tell me? No. Then you'd better stay here. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold instantly. If any of you are tired of living, you can try stepping out of this cave. After saying that, he turned and left. My lord, why are you keeping those invaders alive? On the way back to Silver City, Karen was somewhat puzzled. Intruders? They don't even deserve the title. They're just a bunch of cleaners. Su Yuan had his own reasons for keeping these people around. After all, he wouldn't care about the resources held by the bottom-ranked player, and killing him wouldn't bring much benefit. Conversely, if their lordly status can be utilized, the rewards could be much greater. For example, this Abyss event. Su Yuan needed information about the Abyss, but historical documents and materials mentioned it very little. The stone slab space could provide a lot of information, but it was rare and the time available was quite limited. Now that he has such an opportunity, he naturally needs to seize it. These lords who came to his door were his tools for gathering intelligence. Since entry is done in batches by lord, the more lords you have under your command, the higher your chances of being selected and the more information you can obtain. Kalen, land first. Landing from midair, Kylan looked at Su Yuan with some surprise. Lord, you don't look well. Did you get your pilot's license? What is that? Karen tilted her head. Fine. It must be said that Su Yuan was able to adapt quickly to both Guan Jinyi's warhorse and Bujal's demon flight, despite both being riding experiences he had never had before. The only thing he couldn't accept was Karen's wand. Especially when paired with Karen's far from experienced driving skills, it becomes a disastrous travel experience. Fortunately, Su Yuan had another plan. With a whistle, the ground beneath their feet immediately trembled. The soil was arched out to form a small mound, and the chubby, ugly cute little earth dragon emerged. This makes the riding experience much more comfortable. Moreover, the earth dragon is quite fast. Su Yuan even discovered a bug. The wind spirit emblem could be equipped on the earth dragon. Although there were bound to be some bumps and bruises at the beginning, the earth dragon was sturdy and resilient, and was not seriously injured. Protected by the defensive spells cast by Kylan, so he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, many adventurer teams and monsters were stunned on the way from Caesar City to Silver City. In their eyes, 1 second they could see an adorable earth dragon in the distance, and the next second they were eating a mouthful of dust. What kind of earth dragon is this? It runs so fast. Wait, that's the direction of Silver City? Could it be that the Scatty nobles, knowing about the changes in Silver City, sent people here specifically to investigate? Speaking of which, Scatty's reaction this time was really quick. Less than a day after news of Duke's death spread, they've already sent 3 groups of people into the city. On the other side, Su Yuan, who had just arrived at the gate of Bian City, couldn't help but frown slightly. What's going on? Logically speaking, Silver City should have been in chaos after Duke's death. Even if someone tries to block the news, Sala will not let them succeed. In order to save himself, he will definitely use this to muddy the waters. But it seems that the order of Silver City has not been disrupted. It's even more systematic than when Duke was alive. This can be seen from the way the guards at the gate conduct their checks. Previously, they were lazy and could easily pass by giving benefits and showing their identities, but now they have become diligent and conscientious. In addition, the figure supervising beside the guards also caught Su Yuan's attention. Isn't this the regional boss from Silver City? Chapter 123. This technique is spot on. When Su Yuan saw Chao Meng also saw him. However, Chao Meng did not recognize Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan was neither equipped with the Moonlit Night set nor accompanied by Bugger. Just as Chao Meng was about to begin his inspection of Su Yuan and Kylan, he saw that Su Yuan was holding a 7-colored feather. Chao Meng's heart tightened immediately. He sensed a familiarity with the feather. Among the supplies handed over by the lords in the Silver City region, there were many equipment and items. This feather was among them, and its owner was none other than Chao Meng. The moment Chao Meng saw the feather, his heart began to pound. I'm going to patrol the area. Don't let your guard down. Yes, Sir Knight. Xiao Ming pretended to go out on patrol, then walked around and came to the shady side of a big tree. Su Yuan was already waiting there. Who are you? Xiao Ming looked puzzled, but inside he was panicking. I was in the next room when Lord Field interrogated you. Su Yuan was straightforward and got straight to the point. Aren't you from another world? How come you're an inspector here? Could it be you're intentionally deceiving Lord Field? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming hurriedly waved his hand, looking terrified. No, I was just unlucky. The day before yesterday, while hunting a bison contaminated by a rotting mother tree, I accidentally saved a passing nobleman, and then I was conscripted. I don't want to either. At this point, Xiao Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately perked up, but I can use this identity to serve that lord. He also has his own moral compass. Although the person he unintentionally saved was a scatty nobleman, and was even given a position with an official rank, this was not what he wanted. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. Even though this nobleman is far from that level, it has already made Xiao Ming uneasy. He desperately needs to find a reliable backer who can put his mind at ease. The appearance of the man in front of him undoubtedly gave him a choice. At least, the other party knows his background, knows his biggest secret, so he can be a loyal dog without worrying about being exposed one day and being eliminated as a heretic. If you behave well, I may consider conveying your wishes to Lord Field. With Xiao Ming's help, Su Yuan and Kailan entered Silver City again, without any obstacles. Similarly, Xiao Ming also told him a lot of information along the way, which aroused Su Yuan's vigilance. New nobles have moved into the city, and there are 2 investigation teams. No wonder they can still maintain order. It's surprising that Scatty managed to organize such an efficient investigation team in such a short time. She has quite strong execution skills. However, the truth is that after Saipan was stripped of his power by the Shadow Church and Ron took over, he turned around and betrayed Ron, naturally on charges of heresy and fanaticism. These teams originally came to Silver City to capture Ron, but they happened to arrive just in time to find Duke gone, so they temporarily took on the role of investigators. He figured that the guards in the Duke's courtyard at the time must have already found out his and Karen's physical characteristics. However, those were all after the disguise. Now that he has returned to his true appearance, it is difficult to connect the two. But Su Yuan didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Getting the 5th historical document and the key to the Abyss Gate from under the fountain was the most important thing. The number of cannibals has decreased significantly. Some streets where cannibals used to roam are now almost entirely gone. On the contrary, in those dark corners, one could still see many bloodstains, some dried and some not. Although a large amount of air freshener was sprayed in the air and the streets were covered with fragrant flower petals, it still could not mask the pungent smell of blood. Clearly, after news of Duke's death broke, Silver City launched a major purge. Those who had been hurt, those who had suppressed themselves under the power of authoritarian rulers, finally launched a frenzied revenge after the demise of the powerful. Unfortunately, due to their limited vision and abilities, these people could only ultimately take revenge on the used materials and tools. Of course, Su Yuan believed that if Duke's body were thrown into the street, it would probably be overwhelmed by the surging public outrage in less than 3 seconds. As a result of this regulation, there are far fewer idle people on the streets. This also made Su Yuan's actions less concealed. Although the scene wasn't as chaotic as he had imagined, it didn't matter. Su Yuan had backup plans. First, we visited the Salon Chamber of Commerce. Before the receptionist could even speak, Sala, who happened to be passing by, took the initiative to greet her. Brother Field. Sala's eyes lit up. He truly saw the face of his savior. He truly had a brush with death. If it weren't for the news of Duke's death, given the methods of that city lord Sean, with his small stature, he would have been half dead. Of course, he never expected that the person who came to meet him would be so powerful and send Duke away in a pleasant manner. But in any case, the other party saved his life and truly solved his problem at its root. As long as Duke is gone, no one will do anything to him for a dog, and the scatty nobles can't afford to lose face like that. Come with me. Sala beamed, but knowing the hall wasn't the place for conversation, he immediately ushered Su Yuan and Karen into his private meeting room. The president of the Salon Chamber of Commerce is a workaholic who frequently travels to negotiate business with other chambers of commerce and businessmen. Sala is essentially the highest leader of the Chamber of Commerce. With his methods, he had long since incorporated most of the Chamber of Commerce into his private property. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this location for the transaction. Sean will not release Duke immediately after receiving news of his death. However, None of this has anything to do with Su Yuan. I won't waste time with unnecessary words, and you can hold off on expressing your gratitude for now. Su Yuan went straight to the point. I heard there's a passageway under the Chamber of Commerce. Sala's smile froze, then turned into surprise. There is indeed a hidden passage underground within the Chamber of Commerce, but it is a top-secret information. Apart from him and the president, Dillo, no one else currently working in the Chamber of Commerce knows about him. Sala didn't know where Su Yuan had obtained this classified information, but he couldn't help but look at this fellow field with even greater respect once again. Since the other party already knew about the existence of the secret passage, Sala simply admitted it openly. Can I borrow it for a bit? Logically, it shouldn't work, because that secret passage contains something very important to the Salon Chamber of Commerce, but I trust your character. Su Yuan couldn't help but think to himself how shrewd this unscrupulous merchant was. He knew he couldn't stop himself, so he just kept praising him and even brought up his character. So if I accidentally discovered your secrets along the way, I'm morally corrupt? However, Su Yuan didn't care about these things. His only goal from beginning to end was the special space under the fountain. After Sala made some arrangements, Su Yuan entered the underground passage of the Salon Chamber of Commerce with great ease. Brother, the routes in here are intricate and complicated. I've only been here a few times myself, Don't worry, I'll let you know immediately if I get lost. Su Yuan took the magic record paper from Sala's hand. Then I walked straight toward the middle of the 3 forks in the road. Strange, why do I have this feeling that he knows this place better than I do? Sala muttered as he turned to leave the secret passage. His feeling was indeed correct. Although Su Yuan had never entered this tunnel, he had a map given to him by Starlight Lake. I must say, the map provided by Starlight Lake is incredibly detailed. Almost every key building in Silver City is marked. Such subtle layouts are also vividly depicted on the paper. The layout here is a bit like the underground streets of Caesar's city. Su Yuan even suspected that the underground worlds of these two cities might have been created by the same group of people. Unlike Caesar's city, Silver City's underground passages have clearly been abandoned for many years, with unknown, dark vegetation climbing all over the walls. Along the way, you can also see a few rats wandering in the pipes. Without exception, everyone who saw it was killed by Karen. Provided by Starlight Lake was the best navigation tool. Following the navigation, Su Yuan soon arrived at the fountain directly below Silver City. Wow, not bad at all. In fact, Su Yuan had heard the sound of rushing water when he was dozens of meters away. Now that we're closer, the sound of the water becomes even louder and more piercing. Turning a corner, a square pool comes into view. There is no water source flowing into the pool, but the water level does not seem to be dropping. In the middle of the pool, 9 water dragons were guarding something. 9 dragons playing with a pearl? But where's the pearl? This technique is quite interesting. Karen rarely discovered a magical spell that could make her eyes light up. Su Yuan saw the longing in her eyes. Since he also needed Kylan's help to break the spell left behind by the great sage, he simply let her do it. Having received Su Yuan's permission, Kylan couldn't hide her joy. She first walked around the pool, and then gently reached out to touch the water in the pool. The moment the two came into contact, the water in the pool seemed to bite at Karen's arm like a startled, venomous snake, but Karen was clearly prepared. A small, pure white magic circle formed in her hand, but it didn't seem to have much effect. It only blocked the water snake for a few seconds before breaking apart and being passed through by the snake. Triggered, the water snake, only as thick as a thumb, possessed an extremely terrifying impact, piercing through Karen's forearm almost instantly. However, no blood flowed out. As a lich, Kalen no longer had the concept of flesh and blood. The water snake merely splashed up a few shards of ice. Meanwhile, in the royal palace courtyard of Weitzman, the capital of Skadi, an elderly man with gray hair opened his cloudy eyes in a different dimension inside a statue. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but it quickly turned into a sigh. He shook his head. Which overconfident little brat is it now? There has been an increasing number of sorcerers and mages attempting to attract the attention of the Skadi royal family by deciphering the spells he left behind. Unfortunately, none of them had that ability. The final outcome was always tragic. Of course, Sebastian himself was well aware that even though the outside world kept saying that the fountain spell was a gift he left to future generations of mages, whoever could decipher its secrets would have the potential to become a great sage. But in reality, that was just a gimmick he deliberately released. His purpose was simple. He was old and didn't have many years left to live, but he hadn't yet reached the level of a great sage and hadn't yet enjoyed the benefits of his extraordinary strength. He was unwilling to die like this. So he left this technique behind. On the surface, it's a gift to the young archmage, but in reality, something's wrong with this technique. Karen pulled away from the pool, looking at her arm, which had been pierced and turned into ice crystals, and her eyes filled with anger. This is no ordinary water-based spell. It's a forbidden spell. Su Yuan looked at Kylan. This was the first time she had been angry since being summoned. He could understand the latter's feelings. After all, this guy is a ruthless character who has spent his whole life pursuing the truth of magic, and even jumped into the abyss for it. Forbidden spells are a desecration of archmages. Each forbidden technique has a powerful effect, but the price to pay for it is even greater. Take this 9-dragon pool for example. It looks harmless on the surface, but once you come into contact with it, both magic masters and magic scholars will die instantly, and the magic power they have painstakingly accumulated will be absorbed by the pool. This is a large-scale devouring spell. It devours the magic power of a mage, devouring people's souls. A pale blue flame flickered in Karen's eyes, and half of her face melted away, revealing the skeleton encased within. The essence of magic should be the perception and manipulation of elements, the understanding and mastery of knowledge, not the appropriation of the hard-earned achievements of others. A mage who grows up in this way, even if he advances to become a great sage, is nothing more than a puppet of power. Karen's voice was filled with both anger and sorrow. If every mage chooses this so-called shortcut, then who will care about the true meaning of magic? Who will pursue that elusive truth? Perhaps one day, the legacy of magic will be buried forever in yesterday. But at least, we haven't entered that era yet. The azure flames in Karen's eyes flickered as she waved her wand. Freeze, and then shatter. This time, Karen did not use super-level magic, or rather, using super-level magic against this kind of person would be disrespectful to magic. In the Scatty Palace, Sebastian was already getting impatient. He sensed that someone had activated the spell on the pool beneath the fountain, but the absorbed magic power just wouldn't come. Could it be that too much time has passed, causing the activation of the forbidden spell to become slower? Along with this thought, Sebastian also saw the spell staircase collapsing like a landslide. Someone vandalized the 9-dragon pool? Chapter 124, I will give you the power to change all of this. A flicker of surprise and panic crossed Sebastian's cloudy old eyes. Forbidden techniques are called forbidden because while they possess powerful effects, they are also accompanied by significant side effects. The 9-dragon pool was destroyed, causing the entire forbidden spell to collapse along with it. With the demon god in the dark suddenly took effect. Sebastian's originally rosy face instantly turned ashen, then a golden hue appeared on his cheeks. He spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, which splattered onto the ground. Fortunately, over the years he has absorbed countless low-level archmages and magic scholars using forbidden spells, and with the magic power within their bodies he broke through the barrier of the great sage. He is no longer the 9th-level archmage who would die from the backlash. With the help of several complex life-saving spells, Sebastian temporarily alleviated the injuries that would have been fatal to an ordinary person, and was out of danger. Helent, Ingram, listen. Through the spell, Sebastian's voice reached outside the door. Immediately, 3 magical scholars entered and bowed respectfully to him. Teacher. They held it in their eyes with respect and fervor. After all, the person in front of them was the only, and possibly the only, great sage in Scatty, and to become his student was an extremely honorable thing. However, to the 3's surprise, the passion in their hearts would one day be extinguished by physics. 2 sharp-tipped rock pillars pierced through the chests of Helen and Listen. The 2 stared in disbelief, unable to believe their lives had slipped away so quickly, and even less could they believe that it was their most respected teacher who had taken them away. Ingram was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Before she could even understand what had happened, 2 senior students had lost their lives, and their bodies were rapidly withering away, their flesh and even bones becoming nutrients for Sebastian to repair himself. Without a doubt, this is also a forbidden technique, and it is more direct and more evil than the 9-dragon pool. This was also a change that occurred after he was promoted to a great sage. Forbidden spells are like drinking poison to quench thirst. He has now gone from absorbing magic power to absorbing flesh and blood. However, the effect became increasingly apparent. After killing 2 disciples, he returned from a life-threatening state to a basically normal state. Although his gray hair and beard had fallen to the ground, his physical condition had stabilized. Ingram. Teacher. Ingram swallowed hard. The two people next to her had turned into dried-up corpses. She was now terrified, afraid that she would be next. Come over. Sebastian's voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Ingram desperately wanted to escape, but she knew she couldn't. The teacher didn't kill her not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. Ingram approached his teacher, who was usually kind and respectable, but now filled him with dread and even seemed ferocious. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. After closing the distance, Sebastian grabbed her chin and forcefully pried open Ingram's mouth. He extracted a drop of dark red blood, a mixture of Helen's, Listen's, and his own, using an extraction technique. Drink it. Ingram's eyes were filled with terror, the whites of her eyes almost filling their entire sockets. Her hands gripped the withered arm that was restraining her tightly, but to no avail. Accepting Sebastian's will was her only option now. Blood was forced into Ingram's mouth, and the instant she swallowed it, her body underwent a dramatic change. Her feminine features began to fade. Her hair grew shorter and grayer. Wrinkles appeared on her face that were incongruous with her age. Scales grew on the backs of her hands and ankles. Her pupils shrank, her eyeballs dilated, her brows bulged, and her tongue became elongated. In no time, she had completely transformed from a human woman into a terrifying, upright walking monster. Go, my child, find that mouse. Sebastian's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. He did not believe that the person who destroyed the forbidden spell possessed the same great power as him. After all, since he became a great sage, he had not yet discovered a second great sage in the world. The fact that the opponent was able to destroy the 9-dragon pool was mostly due to sheer luck. The 9-dragon pool was set up too long ago, and the materials used to construct the array had weathered and depleted, resulting in a weakening of its power. In addition, his strength at that time had not yet reached the level of a great sage, and the array itself still had some flaws. In addition, there is the most important point. He did not deploy any guards. The spell is static. If the opponent studies it diligently for 10 years and then attacks in a targeted manner, even a 3rd or 4th level archmage may be able to break the forbidden spell. No matter who it is, they will pay the price for this. Despite damaging Kowloon Pond, Karen was still very depressed. She could sense that the person who could set up such a spell was definitely not a nobody, and it was hard for her to accept that someone who was now standing at the pinnacle of magic was someone who was so blasphemous about magic. Don't be sad. Su Yuan walked ahead and suddenly said, Since I summoned you here, I have given you the power to change all of this. My lord. Karen looked up at that figure, and countless words welled up in her heart, but in the end, they all turned into one word. Yes. Having broken the forbidden spell left by Sebastian, Su Yuan discovered a dark passage beneath the 9-dragon pool. This part is clearly not integrated with the external structure, and it doesn't have any magic lamps that can burn for decades. Karen turned her previously shattered arm into an ice candlestick and directly rubbed a ball of fire on top of it. A tiny flame, seemingly without a source, burned on the ice candlestick. This is probably a scene that can only be seen here. My lord, the various elements here are very active. Although Karen majors in ice magic, with her skill and current rank, she has an affinity for all elemental attributes and can easily obtain a lot of information about an unfamiliar environment with just a slight perception. Elemental activity. Su Yuan remembered reading that the information mentioned that any blessing bestowed by the gods would inevitably trigger a series of natural reactions. In such a secluded underground environment, there are various active elements, which must be the work of the gods. Could it be because of the key to the Abyss Gate? Historical documents are impossible. Although they use the language of the gods, the recorders are human. Based on past experience, the divinity in them is negligible and could not possibly elicit such a strong reaction. If it really was caused by the key to the Abyss Gate, then does that confirm my previous guess? The Abyss could also be something created by the gods. Kalen, light up this whole place. Chapter 125. The gods of this world are full of wicked pleasure. It is located on a small hill on the border between Scatia and Jetaigal. There is a church here. It looks old and very worn. The church was sparsely populated, with only a priest and an ascetic who always held up his withered, straw-like right arm. The priest flipped through the gospel new interpretation in front of him, and, in a very casual tone, announced some extraordinary news. The seal beneath Silver City has been broken. That's a real pity. The ascetic devoutly fiddled with a scroll of scripture in his hand. It seems a poor thief will have his soul swallowed by the abyss. As he spoke, he began to recite the prayer of repose. Ordinary thieves couldn't possibly break through the Nine-Dragon Pool. Although the Nine-Dragon Pool was just a forbidden spell set up by that old guy when he was a Grand Magus, there shouldn't be many people in this world who could break through it. That was many years ago. No one can escape the erosion of time, and forbidden techniques are no exception. No, there's something that will do. You mean undead? The ascetic paused slightly in his movements. There have indeed been reports of undead resurgence recently, and the Adventurers Guild is already preparing for a second round of campaigns. But, wait, you mean the people who entered the forbidden area are undead? I didn't say that. It's just that I made that connection based on the recent rumors of the reappearance of the undead. The priest closed his book. I think we need to make a trip. Even if it's just a false alarm, we need to deal with the corpses inside. After all, if people corrupted by that thing are left unattended, it's not long before they could turn the entire Silver City into a dead zone. The ascetic shook his head. Do you think the oracle was out of his mind? Why would he put the seal on a forbidden spell? When the Nine-Dragon Pool was destroyed, the seal collapsed along with it. We don't need to judge what happened before us. Just do your job well. Also, as an ascetic, stop saying things like that, or the Lord will think you're cheap. The Lord doesn't care. In the underground space of Silver City, clusters of flames appeared all around to fully illuminate this small space. After being able to see his surroundings clearly, Su Yuan realized that there really wasn't much to explore here. As soon as the firelight appeared, the view opened up, and everything came into view. There are really only two items, a historical document and the key to the Abyss Gate. Su Yuan had originally thought that the key to the Abyss Gate would be some strange or unusual thing, or even a living creature, but the reality was, it was just a key. The key is about the length of a palm and half the width of an arm. The material is just ordinary bronze casting. The only thing that can be associated with the abyss is the abyssal aura that occasionally emanates from it, which is very similar to that of a vengeful spirit. However, even this aura filled with death and decay instantly waned in the face of Su Yuan. It was as if they had seen something that was their natural enemy. Su Yuan didn't think much of it. He took out Qin Xiao and tested it around the key. After finding no traps or curses, he put it into his backpack without worry. The whole process went too smoothly. This was completely unexpected by Su Yuan. Let's look at that historical document that records the language of the ancient gods. Su Yuan suddenly felt that the contents of this document looked familiar. He quickly pulled out the copy of Breaking Through the Sky that he had gotten from Jeff's bookstore. An embedded historical document on the page. Previously, Su Yuan had always felt that this thing was too difficult to decipher. At the time, he thought it was because of the embedded spell that historical documents and novel characters were mixed together, making it more difficult for him to interpret. But now it seems that's not the case. The real reason is that this thing is actually made in duplicate. If you only have half a copy, it would be a miracle if you could even decipher it. At this moment, after Su Yuan took out the historical documents from the novel, the half in front of him immediately responded. This was quite unexpected for Su Yuan. The ancient divine language recorded by historians has very weak divinity and no miracles. Logically speaking, apart from not being destroyed, it is just a piece of paper. This change is clearly inconsistent with the characteristics of ordinary recording paper. Could it be? Su Yuan paid particular attention to the moment when the two historical documents were combined into one. Really, the embedded spell automatically dissipated, and the entire book changed as a result. The words "Breaking Through the Sky" on the cover have been erased and replaced with the notes of the wind god, obscured by blurred wind patterns. I knew there was no way there could be such a bizarre novel, Su Yuan murmured. But even after the changes, some of the handwriting is still blurry. The part obscured by the swirling wind patterns is most likely the wind god's real name. However, it is clear that the names of deities are a taboo subject and will not be revealed here. Even so, this notebook still brought Su Yuan quite a surprise. Unlike historical documents recorded by historians, this is undoubtedly the handwriting of the wind god himself. The above records many events from the perspective of the wind god himself. Moreover, the timeline is very clear. With just a cursory glance, Su Yuan received a massive amount of information that none of the previous stone tablets and historical documents had provided. One thing in particular caught Su Yuan's attention. What kind of ritual are those annoying ancient gods performing now? They just won't stop. Why can't they just let the world have some peace? Is satisfying their own perverse tastes really that important? Wait, an ancient god's ritual? What is this? Su Yuan frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that this thing might be related to him. The phrase bad taste also bothered him. The ancient god's perverse sense of humor? Speaking of which, what is the relationship between gods like the wind god and the rock god and the ancient gods? Filled with doubt, Su Yuan tried to turn to the next page of the notebook, but found that he couldn't turn it no matter what he did. Moreover, no light screen popped up, meaning there were no prompts whatsoever. This is the first time such a situation has occurred in the world. Having no clue, Su Yuan could only put it aside for the time being, and then took out the key to the Abyss Gate, intending to study it carefully. However, the moment he took out the key to the Abyss Gate, a gentle breeze arose and landed directly on the key in Su Yuan's hand, beginning to circle around the key ring of the Abyss Gate. Does this mean I can only turn to the second page of the notebook after I enter the Abyss Gate? Su Yuan's lips twitched. Wind God, you son of a bitch. Chapter 126. This wolf is incredibly stubborn. Su Yuan returned to the Salon Chamber of Commerce with mixed feelings of joy and worry. He obtained the key to the Abyss Gate and historical documents, and the unexpected developments gave him a thrill, but the information he learned only made the fog thicker. It seems we have no choice but to go to the Abyss Gate. The problem is, we don't even know which way the gates of the Abyss open. Su Yuan rubbed his temples. He really had a headache. Never mind, the Abyss event is about to start. Let's go back to the territory and prepare. Silver City is now a mixed bag, with various factions from Scatty occupying the area. If you were to be dragged into the Abyss here, well, that would be no laughing matter. Now that the objective has been achieved, it is best to play it safe. However, just as Su Yuan was about to return to the reception room to say hello to Sala and leave, Sala came up to him first. Something terrible has happened. Mr. Field, you'd better get out of there. Sala's face showed an unusual anxiety. What happened? Su Yuan frowned. He noticed that Sala hadn't brought any attendants with him, clearly not wanting anyone to see him. The sheriff launched a search in the city, and anyone who could not provide identification information was to be imprisoned. Even those who had lived in Silver City for many years and had someone to vouch for them were not spared. Sala's implication was clear. Su Yuan had only just entered Silver City and was an unofficial member, unable to provide valid identification, so he was very likely to be arrested directly. Even with his mixed blood buff from the Great Xia dynasty, it's no use. Skadia's attitude is extremely firm this time because a duke has died. Judging from this situation, even if it puts the entire Silver City in a state of fear, even if it means taking countless innocent people down with them, we will still find the murderer who killed the duke. Sala glanced at Su Yuan. From his perspective, it wasn't Su Yuan who killed Duke, but rather Su Yuan's subordinate who came to liaise with him. However, in this environment, anyone even remotely connected to this matter became a prime target. Better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. This is typical of the Scatty nobles. Sala knows them too well. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Kalen, can we teleport directly back to Caesar City? A large shielding field has been set up around us, so teleportation spells cannot be used, Karen said after sensing the magical fluctuations. The shielding field is quite annoying. Once it's set up, even with Kylan's strength, it's difficult to destroy it remotely. After all, the core of this thing isn't the spell itself, but rather the anti-magic stone that counters magic. The anti-magic stone is a rare material, and in Scatty, it is only available to nobles. Only nobles possess this item. Monopolizing rare items was also a way for the Scatty aristocratic class to maintain their rule. Should we charge straight in and recklessly attack? The idea was rejected by Su Yuan as soon as it came to mind. This place is now clearly a gathering place for various high-ranking members of Scatty, so it's hard to guarantee that there won't be powerful guards. Moreover, even if they managed to break through, they would easily attract the entire Scatty nation's encirclement and slaughter. After assessing his current troop strength, Su Yuan decided to abandon his plan to wage a full-scale war against Scatty. Of course, only he could come up with such a scheme. For other lords, that wouldn't be called a scheme, that would be a daydream. Not to mention Scatty, no lord in Jataigal dared to even glance at them. So the question is, what should we do now? Just as Su Yuan was pondering whether to find Chow Meng, disguise himself as a guard and sneak out, or directly incite the surging public opinion, secretly help the enlightened people of Bian City to carry out some small actions such as riots, and then take advantage of the chaos to open up the area, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. With lightning speed, Karen erected an ice wall in front of Su Yuan. The thing, traveling at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect, crashed headfirst into the ice wall. But this guy was incredibly strong and had an iron head. He actually managed to smash a dent into the ice wall. Su Yuan was quite startled by the sudden attack, but now that he could automatically force himself to calm down, he did not panic. Before his pupils even fully contracted, his expression turned indifferent. At the same time, he drew his azure sky sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. However, that thing was very agile. It not only dodged Su Yuan's sword, but also avoided the ice wall's reversal. Kalen planned to trap it directly in the ice prison and capture it alive. Only then did Su Yuan get a clear look at what the thing looked like. It had gray hair, a hideous face full of deep furrows, a muscular and explosive body, and arms and ankles covered in scales. Its fingers were also covered in blade-like scales that looked very sharp, and some kind of unknown foul-smelling slime was dripping from them. This is a genuine monster. And it didn't spring from the abyss. Fishman? No. Out of water, a fishman couldn't be this agile. After calming down, Su Yuan began frantically searching through the information in his mind. However, Kylan provided the information much faster than he was searching through his memories. This is a mutated creature created by a forbidden spell, a death hunter. As Karen spoke, frost began to form beneath the monster's feet. But the monster reacted the instant its feet were frozen. It swung its hand and severed its own ankle. Then they quickly left the area covered by the ice spell. Even Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this scene. He's a wolf killer. He still had the mind to admire his opponent, while Sala beside him was completely terrified. He had heard of the Death Hunter, but that was many years ago, during a cross-border trade trip, when he was bored and flipped through a miscellaneous book that was marked as detailed notes on rare monsters. He would remember this thing, partly because he has a naturally good memory, and partly because he clearly remembered that the book said that this kind of monster was transformed from a human through forbidden techniques, and its biggest characteristics were extremely fast speed, exaggerated reactions, and extremely strong self-healing ability. And once the goal is set, it's a fight to the death. The term Death Hunter has two interpretations. One is Death Hunter, and the other is hunting down a target until death. At the time, he muttered to himself, if such a monster really existed, wouldn't it be invincible? And now it has actually happened. I didn't even see clearly where it came from. But there's no doubt that it's coming for that old man field in front of it. Watch out, Sala quickly warned. He was afraid that Su Yuan might not understand the characteristics of the Death Hunter and might become complacent because the opponent had severed one of his own legs. In fact, Su Yuan had already seen people with powerful self-healing abilities before. For example, Bujal was one. He won't let his guard down until he sees the other person lose vital signs and die completely. In this world, as long as you're not completely dead, there's always the possibility of a sudden, desperate act, a fatal blow to yourself. Therefore, Su Yuan was very well prepared when the Death Hunter regenerated its limbs and charged towards him at high speed. A parade of 100 demons. Roar. The little wolf spirit bravely stepped forward, and with a single leap, its body transformed from its juvenile stage into its complete form. Now it is even more majestic than when it was first seen, and the cursed horns on its head are even more stunning. The Death Hunter clearly hadn't expected his opponent to have this trick up their sleeve. He had actually run into a former 5th-tier magical beast. Now, the little wolf spirit's power has surpassed that of the past. In a single exchange, the power of the curse erupted, combined with a wind blade that instantly materialized and then swiftly sliced through the air, turning the Death Hunter into a human stump. The curse was taking hold, and the Death Hunter began to show signs of pain. Karen took the opportunity to freeze it. The Death Hunter itself is cursed. The curse can corrupt it for a while, but it cannot last. It may even be devoured by the Death Hunter, making it even stronger. Karen spoke up. My lord, should we just kill it? Don't rush. I have a plan. It now appears that we still retain the ability to retaliate against them. We can make the best use of resources. Su Yuan's understanding of the Death Hunters was even greater than Sala's. He hadn't read so many historical documents and materials for nothing. He knew all the characteristics of this thing, and he knew even more that it would relentlessly pursue its target. They even know the priorities of their defined objectives. Normally, Death Hunters need to be transformed through forbidden spells. Since this thing was created through a forbidden technique, it is reasonable to deduce that it was created by the great sage who set up the 9-dragon pool to hunt down Kylan. After all, it was Karen who destroyed Kowloon Pond. But now it's attacking itself. It seems that something on me has attracted it, making it willing to abandon the prey designated by its master in order to kill me. But all his belongings were in his backpack, and the only thing he was carrying was Qing Shao. The answer is obvious. Solly, are there any anti-stealth devices placed in the city? Some. Coverage area? Location? Mainly near the residences of the nobles, in the upper city, and around the 4 city walls where routine inspections are conducted. Su Yuan smiled slightly. That makes things easier. After saying that, his figure disappeared from Sala's sight. Sala is now completely bewildered. He genuinely couldn't figure out who this guy, Field, was. With overwhelming power and a terrifying background, even a single subordinate dared to storm into the Duke's courtyard and kill people. There are actually ways to become invisible now. This is true invisibility. It's not stealth. This is an extremely rare technique. The number of equipment and items that can achieve this is roughly equivalent to the number of dragons currently alive. Of course, aside from being extremely rare, this thing is more of a luxury item than a practical item at this stage. After all, there are quite a few things that can detect stealth. But regardless, the fact that they were able to pull off this shows that they at least possess a status comparable to the nobility of Scatty. No, royalty. Sala felt as if waves were crashing against rocks in his heart, and he subconsciously swallowed. Who exactly did I bring into the Catgirl mansion? On the other side, Su Yuan, who had put on a concealment robe and gone out, had already walked smoothly along the street to the center of the lower city of Silver City. There wasn't a single commoner on the street now. It was all sheriffs, guards, and the private entourages brought by nobles. They stormed into the residential buildings along the street, dragged out the unarmed and innocent civilians, and used various violent means to extract information from them. Torture into confessions has already been put into practice, so it seems that killing innocent people and claiming credit for their crimes won't be too far off. Su Yuan finally got to see it for himself. No wonder there's a saying, it's better to be robbed by bandits than to have government troops stationed there. Bandits might get skinned alive, but government troops will suck them dry. Those like Guan Jinese, who could control their subordinates, garrison troops and cultivate land, not only did not harm the people in the slightest, but also integrated themselves with the masses, were few and far between. In a country like Scatty, where ordinary people are not treated as human beings, it is not surprising at all that such a thing would happen. Su Yuan saw several men from different households being dragged out, stripped naked, tied to pillars, and whipped. The soldiers shouted that they should hand over any hidden criminals or provide any useful clues, but what they were actually doing was looting and rape. Some people were tortured into confessing, and then they were taken to the upper city as tools to curry favor. There, they were about to be met with an even more tragic and unbearable experience. Some people grit their teeth and persevere, but all they get is a broken home after being torn apart. Some people cried out their grievances, only to be met with even more brutal torture. Su Yuan said nothing and didn't linger. He placed the azure cloud in his hand into the room where the valuables were being looted and temporarily suppressed the abyssal spirit on it. Soon, a soldier found this peerless sword. The soldier's eyes gleamed with greed. As a masterpiece from the land of blacksmiths, King Xiao's appearance alone could easily surpass those ordinary swords. It's so good that you can tell it's a treasure at a glance. Su Yuan saw the soldier pick it up and touch it repeatedly, clearly intending to keep it for himself. Without saying a word, he kicked the soldier. With a cry of ouch, the soldier fell flat on his face inside the room, which naturally attracted the attention of the others. Who was it? Who kicked me? However, no one paid any attention to the soldier's question. Everyone had seen the azure sky sword in his hand. The squad leader was somewhat shrewd. He knew that with so many people watching, even if the spoils were split equally, it would be difficult to guarantee there wouldn't be a traitor. So he simply offered the spoils to the nobles. Although, given the nature of those nobles, they might not receive a great reward, at least he could accept it with peace of mind. He immediately ordered the rest of his men to continue the search, while he himself took his sword and headed to the upper city. Su Yuan watched him walk into the upper city from a distance, estimated the time, and thought it was about time before taking out the magic record paper that Sala had given him earlier. Tell Karen to lift the blockade on the Death Hunters. After giving the message, Su Yuan gazed in the direction of the upper city. A new bloody storm is about to unfold. He could only wish those nobles an early death and a peaceful rebirth. At the same time, two figures arrived at the outskirts of Silver City. Huh? What's going on in Silver City? So many guards. Father Aldolf frowned, realizing that things were not so simple. Chapter 127 is completely ruined. That's none of our business. It's more important to check the underground seal first. The ascetic monk Banga remained expressionless. He was not interested in anything that happened in Silver City. In his eyes, the country of Skadi could be summed up in one word: rotten. It's completely rotten. So even when he was in the church, he spent most of his time on the other side of the border of Yedigar, unwilling to set foot on the territory of Skadi. Even just stepping on this small patch of ground would cause him psychological and even physical discomfort. This is a country without faith, a blasphemous country. I do not want the gods to bring their anger upon their devout followers. Not long ago you said the Lord didn't care. Aldolf glanced at him. Bunga remained unfazed. The Lord doesn't care, but God might not. If you say that, you'll be considered a heretic and burned at the stake in Skadi. That's what I hate about it. Aldolf shook his head and said nothing more. He led Bunga toward the city gate. At the city gate, he revealed his identity as a priest from the Gerda church and immediately earned the respect of all the guards. This is a passport to the entire continent. No matter how special Skadi is, it will not turn Aldolf away. Because the Gerda church is more special than Skadi. To put it bluntly, even if Duke was indeed killed by people from the Gerda church, these Skadi nobles would still have to politely send him out of Silver City and ensure his personal safety. This is the influence of the Gerda church. However, to be fair, although the members of this church belong to a privileged class across the entire continent, they never abuse their power. Each time it is used, the intention is explained. For example, this time, Aldolf directly and clearly told the guards that his purpose in coming to Silver City was to check the seal left by the oracle. The guards naturally let the two in with utmost respect. After all, not only the priests of the Gerda church, but even the nobles of Silver City dared not stop them. More people than trying to intercept them were taking the opportunity to glance at the two of them. They were a species even rarer than dragons. Every time you reveal your identity, we inevitably attract all sorts of attention, which is one of the things I hate about worldly affairs, Bunga continued to mutter. In Silver City, a city filled with sin. This feeling intensified, especially after he smelled the blood in the air and witnessed the brutality of the guards. We should just focus on doing our own thing. The internal affairs and disputes between secular kingdoms are none of our business. Adolf took it all in stride. After all, he was born in Skadi and had seen similar things far too often. He glanced in the direction of the upper city. Through the guards and sheriff, he had learned that Duke, who originally lived in Silver City, had been assassinated. It was quite surprising that someone would dare to break into the Duke's manor in broad daylight to carry out an assassination attempt. But what surprised him even more was that this person hadn't been caught yet. However, this was none of his business. He had important tasks to do and neither wanted to waste time on the assassination of a Skadi nobleman. The two received a green light all the way and arrived directly at the ruined Kowloon Pond. The Nine-Dragon Pool has really been destroyed. Aldolf's expression turned serious. As he entered the sealed location, his heart sank even further. The key to the Abyss Gate has also been stolen. Bunga, who had been muttering to himself the whole way, was speechless when he saw the empty seal point in front of him. Both of them knew in their hearts. This was a serious matter. There are actually people who are immune to the corruption of the Abyss. Bunga said he couldn't understand it. One of the main reasons why this place is so important, but no one is stationed here, is that the key to the Abyss Gate is tainted with an extremely terrifying abyssal aura. If ordinary people stay here for too long, they will either go insane or degenerate into monsters of the Abyss. That's why the previous generation of oracles used the Nine-Dragon Pool set up by Sebastian as a smokescreen, and then added a sealing mark. I thought everything was foolproof, but it turned out that even the most meticulous plans have a flaw. Have you forgotten our assumptions? Undead. Aldorf nodded emphatically, his expression more solemn than ever before. The key to the Abyss Gate has fallen into the hands of the undead. The consequences are unimaginable. The only thing to be thankful for now is that, thankfully, the two of us didn't delay and arrived at the scene as soon as we received the information. He shouldn't have gone far. Bunga understood Aldorf's meaning and immediately took out a string of prayer beads. After reciting some scriptures, the beads suddenly stood up, then left his palm and began to float back and forth within the narrow sealing point. Before long, one of the prayer beads lit up, and then the entire string of beads stood up and pointed in a certain direction. Walk. Without hesitation, Aldolf immediately launched an investigation following the clues. However, when he returned to the ground, he was greeted by a scene of hell. What happened? Aldolf was still a little stunned. He discovered that in the short time he and Bunga had been inspecting the seal point, the entire Silver City had descended into chaos. In the distance, one could hear the bugle calls of guards and sheriffs gathering. The nobleman's residence has been attacked by an unknown monster. Go quickly and protect the adults. The shouts of the guards could be heard everywhere. However, the residents of Silver City, who were originally confined to their apartment buildings, all suddenly poured out at this moment. Without further ado, he physically became one of the guards and sheriffs. Their idea was simple: kill the nobles. Under normal circumstances, this would be an almost impossible feat. After all, with their strength, they simply couldn't get past those guards, let alone with their status. They couldn't even get close to the nobles. But now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyone with ears that aren't deaf and eyes that aren't blind knows that a riot and massacre targeting nobles is taking place in the upper city. They don't know which hero it is, but they know that what they need to do is create space and time for that nameless hero. Hold off these guards and sheriffs. Many people had just witnessed the atrocities committed by these lackeys, and now they all rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, willing to die together with them. Aldolf ignored it. He knew that the people of Silver City had been holding back for far too long, and the news of Duke's death had already ignited the flames in their hearts. The spark had already begun to ignite a prairie fire, and he couldn't stop it. They could only turn their attention to the upper district. There, a monster is wreaking havoc. Chapter 128, Double Happiness. You go after the thief. I'll deal with the monster over there. The ascetic monk Banga uttered a single sentence and immediately began his actions. Aldolf knew that they had to race against time, and there was no time to come up with a more comprehensive plan, so he could only follow Banga's ideas. He followed Banga's prayer beads all the way to the edge of Silver City, only to find a destroyed field and scattered, ineffective anti-magic stones. The target has vanished without a trace. The prayer beads circled around the area before returning to Silver City. Aldorf. He suspected that Banga's tracker might be related to some serious illness. Wait, this direction? Aldolf's doubts grew stronger. This is the direction of the upper city area. If they keep chasing like this, won't they end up joining up with Banka? If the problem really wasn't with the prayer beads, then, did the thief come back? What does he want to do? Let's move the timeline forward a little. Count Tram of Skadi was chatting with several of his knights when one of his men, who was on a search and clearing mission, found him and presented him with a sword that was clearly unusual. Tram was overjoyed. This sword was absolutely the first he had ever seen in his life. With his discerning eye that has seen countless famous weapons, the moment he saw this sword, a thought involuntarily popped into his mind. Could this be one of the legendary 24 peerless swords of the blacksmith's kingdom? Whether it is true or not, this gain is an unexpected surprise. Tram immediately rewarded the team leader who presented the treasure. He took Qin Xiao and played with it over and over, clearly delighted with it. However, the more he appreciated and felt it, the clearer he became that this thing still needed to be offered up to higher authorities. It's so precious and so rare. I simply can't hold on to it. It can only be used as a gift to smooth things over within the royal family. Of course, the benefits of doing so are also enormous. At the very least, it can win the favor of royalty. The class structure of Skadi is very pronounced, resembling a textbook example of a pyramid. As long as one can establish connections with the royal family, one can act with impunity in the aristocratic realm. This treasure came at just the right time and was incredibly valuable. Just as Tram was feeling secretly pleased, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded outside. Several guards were shouting that there was an enemy attack. Duke had only recently died, his body barely cold, and everyone was guessing that the murderer was most likely still in Silver City. All the guards were on high alert, guarding against the murderer committing another crime. I can't believe it actually came. Tram's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a double celebration? He secretly congratulated himself on his clever strategy of waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. The only thing I can't figure out is, why are the guards' shouts getting closer and closer? Could it be that they were well prepared and laid a trap, yet they still couldn't stop the other side? In fact, it really couldn't be stopped. That's incredibly fast. The clues obtained by several investigation teams from the guards of Duke's manor were all related to Su Yuan and Kylan after they transformed. They clearly mentioned that the two of them were the type who were ruthless and decisive in their actions, but also methodical, taking one step at a time and proceeding step by step. This led the nobles to focus their defenses on blocking, power, and magic. But this time, the person who came was an agile type of player. Death Hunter. With a speed that is difficult for the naked eye to keep up with, naturally no one can stop it. The monster sped past, completely ignoring all the guards, and its agile body, which even Kylan's spells couldn't catch, easily dodged all sorts of traps. Before Tram could even react, a dead hunter squeezed into his field of vision. The knights surrounding him were also caught off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, Tram had already had half of his body sliced off by a Death Hunter's finger blade. Died at the speed of light. Until his death, he still couldn't understand why he was dying. The Death Hunter reached out and caught Azure Sky as it fell from midair. The moment it touched the sword, a complex expression appeared on its terrifying and ferocious face. Ingram's consciousness was briefly awakened. She felt tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, but she didn't know why she was crying. They didn't even know why they were there, or why they were holding a sword. Moreover, an unusually familiar aura emanated from the sword. Although this aura only remained in my memory, it was extremely clear, as if it were branded. Ingram almost instinctively blurted out, "Grandpa." Unfortunately, having already transformed into a monster, she could only let out a strange howl. Even so, the Azure Sky sword still vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound. It seems to be in response to Ingram's call. At this moment, the knights, who had finally come to their senses, hurriedly swung their swords at her. As a precaution, each knight's weapon was imbued with a blessing. Although Death Hunters are not monsters from the abyss, they are evil creatures born from the darkness. Being struck by a weapon blessed with holy light is essentially equivalent to losing their ability to move. The powerful self-healing ability will also be greatly reduced. However, because Ingram had temporarily regained control of his body and was in a strange state of confusion, he was completely unaware of the approaching danger and unable to unleash the full power of his monstrous body. At the critical moment, the Azure Sky sword in her hand suddenly moved on its own. It pierced directly into the Death Hunter's body. Helpless, with Su Yuan restricting its movements, among all the souls in Qingxiao, only the one in the staircase could briefly control the sword. After piercing Ingram's body, the spirit immediately took control of the monster's body. With a sidestep, he dodged, then swooped down and swept across, his sharp, blade-like scales instantly slicing the knights in half. Of the Death Hunters is far beyond what people of their level can compare to. Stained with blood, the Death Hunter's consciousness regained control, and the killing desire hidden in its instincts was rising. However, the soul within Qingxiao sensed the danger and wanted to control it to temporarily avoid the attack. However, in the midst of this struggle, danger has already descended. All things in the world are sinful, evil creatures. Follow me into the boundless sea of suffering to cleanse yourselves of your sins. Bungo walked in from outside, a ripple of ever-changing shape gathering on his withered arm that was raised high. The moment he finished speaking, the ripples transformed into a colossal wave that crashed directly onto the Death Hunter. Normally, Death Hunters, who possess some Murloc characteristics, are not afraid of fighting in water. However, this water is filled with purifying power, which, like the blessings of paladins and archbishops, has a restraining effect on them. Bunga clenched his fist, and the Death Hunter was like a lone boat about to capsize in a vast ocean, making its last feeble struggle, as if it would be completely swallowed by the giant waves in the next second. However, at that moment, a detached male voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, what do you want to do to my sword?" Chapter 129. The bet was right, but not entirely. The sudden sound in his ear made Bunga pause in his movements. He couldn't help but hesitate. Along with the sound came ice spikes erupting from beneath his feet. Bunga had no choice but to abandon the dead hunter he was about to execute, and stomped on him hard. Moo! It was as if a cow's bellow echoed outwards, along with bright yellow ripples. All the icicles were crushed and swept away by the ripples. Karen's appearance was perfectly calm under her makeup, but the red in her pupils trembled slightly. She could clearly feel that her power was being suppressed in front of this strange man. Originally, her offensive consisted of invincible ice spears, enough to obliterate any obstacle that dared to appear before Su Yuan. But when the technique was completed, it turned into inconspicuous icicles. "My lord, this fellow is a divine grace." Kylan's reminder made Su Yuan's heart skip a beat. "I never expected to encounter a god-giver here. To be honest, the current situation is quite different from what Su Yuan expected. His original plan was to use Qingxiao as bait to lure the Death Hunters, and then watch the monsters created by the Scatty nobles and the Great Sage fight each other. Whichever side won would benefit him. Incidentally, the Death Hunters can also be used to probe the nobles' arrangements and the strength of their guards, to see if they can lure out the hidden powerhouses. The final result, indeed, a strong one emerged. But it seems to have little to do with the nobles. Only after all the living people around had been cleared out by the Death Hunters, and the nobles were all dead, did the God of Grace finally make his move. Su Yuan wouldn't believe it if you said he didn't do it on purpose. This guy's identity is really a bit troublesome. Those blessed by the gods are even rarer than dragons. Like the historians, each of them was bathed in divine grace. Unlike historians, they gain not only the power to use words, but also great power and protection. Karen's attack was weakened by nearly 10 times because it was countered by the characteristics of the divine grace. Furthermore, the purifying power he had just sensed from the rippling waves was remarkably similar to that of Starlight Lake, indicating that the deity he worshipped was either the Lord of Holy Light or the Goddess of Purity, who had some influence over the dead. Interestingly, while the ripples forced Karen to dodge them, they had no effect on her whatsoever. Su Yuan felt no threat from above. This situation surprised both Karen and Banga. But after a moment of stunned silence, their reactions were quite different. What Kylan thought was, as expected of the Lord, a supreme being who transcends all mortals, such methods of restraining the undead are nothing but child's play in front of him. Bunga was thinking, why was his ripple effect completely ineffective against this guy? He clearly had an aura of the undead emanating from him. Su Yuan thought to himself, thank goodness I'm human. It seems that the techniques you rely on don't work on me. As Su Yuan spoke, he swung the sledgehammer and smashed it down. Bunga could just shatter Kylan's ice spikes with a single kick, but he dared not take this blow head-on and had to retreat. But Su Yuan was just fainting. After defeating Bunga, he immediately drew Qing Xiao from the Death Hunter's body and headed straight for the teleportation point he had scouted out when he assassinated Duke. Since Kylan was unable to inflict effective damage on the enemy, Su Yuan did not intend to linger in the battle. After all, there are still a large number of guards and knights brought by nobles here. It would be best if they didn't see us, so as to avoid having to eliminate witnesses. It would be better to leave this outsider here and let them distrust each other. Karen knew perfectly well that after destroying the anti-magic stone, dispelling the field, and reclaiming Qing Xiao, she would leave immediately. This was the original plan, and she was simply carrying it out as scheduled. After all, although she is young at heart, she is not a combative or bloodthirsty person. There is no need for her to fight someone like Bunga, who is her natural enemy. When Bunga discovered that his ripples had no effect on Su Yuan, he was prepared for a fight to the death. But he didn't expect his opponent to retreat so quickly. Without the slightest hesitation. Can't figure it out for him. At this moment, Aldolf also came looking for the clues provided by the prayer beads. When he saw Bunga and the fleeting flash of the teleportation spell, he probably guessed what had happened. The instinct is to chase after it. A wisp of green smoke rose from it, followed by a violent explosion. With a wave of his hand, Aldolf caused the pages of the Gospels floating in front of him to automatically flip, and at the same time, a solid holy wall appeared before him, blocking the aftershocks of the explosion. Explosives made by goblins? They actually carry that kind of stuff with them. It's my fault. I didn't realize their intention to leave, Bunga said remorsefully. They know this place better than we do. You can't blame yourself. I didn't expect to encounter such a cunning undead this time. There's one more thing. That man, I could clearly feel a strong death aura emanating from him, and I was almost certain that he was connected to the undead, but my ripples had no effect on him. Upon hearing this, Aldolf's heart skipped a beat. Something's not right. Something's not right. While ripples don't cause much damage to ordinary people, they're not entirely harmless. Unless Bunga controls the flow of energy himself, it is impossible for him to be unaffected after touching the ripples. Not to mention that he was someone whose body was tainted with the aura of the dead. You must know, this is power bestowed by the gods. I have a bold but terrible guess. The moment Adolf finished speaking, the same thought crossed Bunga's mind. No way. Could he really be the one prophesied by God? Very likely. After all, if the ripples don't work on him, there can only be one explanation. Aldorf sighed and voiced his suspicion. His level of existence is on par with that of a god. But according to the oracle, the gods should all be in that forbidden place now. Bunga recalled carefully. Except for Thor, who stayed behind. Even the wind god, who set off last, should have entered the steppes by now. Why is there still a god in the present world? Aldorf shook his head. Perhaps he is not a god yet. I understand now. He's only a demigod right now and needs to find a path to advancement in the mortal world. Bunga suddenly realized. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. So, the spirit beside him is actually that? Chill. Names are taboo. Don't forget that. Aldorf paused for a moment. Then, we still need to cover for this demigod? Let's think about how to clean up this mess first, Bunga said, also feeling a bit overwhelmed. There's something else. There seemed to be a dead hunter here just now. It must have escaped in the chaos. It's probably Sebastian's new pet. Let's ignore it. Aldorf glanced at the nobles' corpses lying on the ground. Who killed these people? That pet. Then let's pin all the blame on that old man Sebastian, and let Scatty handle it internally. Upon returning to Caesar's city, Su Yuan headed straight for Pierce Manor. Joseph has been safely brought back by Ruger and the others. Taking advantage of the short time before the Abyss event begins, Pierce can take the dim fluorescent stone to Joseph for processing. When you return from the Abyss, you can get the finished product, then purchase a batch of refined iron and black iron to upgrade all the buildings that need upgrading. Then we can prepare to have a proper head-on confrontation with Weitzman. This tyrannical king repeatedly tried to seize his territory, and Su Yuan had noted it all down. In addition, based on his investigations, visits and document reviews during this period, he had a basic understanding of the situation in Scatty. Skadaya was like a big tree with lush branches and leaves at the top, but its roots were completely rotten. With just a little ingenuity, ordinary people will spontaneously become your allies. First, gather all the resources you can in the real world and maximize your strength. Then have a good fight with the monsters in the Abyss stairs. This Abyss event is also an excellent prelude to entering the tiers later, so it shouldn't be missed. After giving instructions to Pierce, Su Yuan used the teleportation ring to return to his territory. My lord, master. Upon returning to their territory, the three generals and various troops all saluted Su Yuan. High morale and overwhelming force. Apart from 50 ghouls still out there carrying out daily tasks, Su Yuan had recalled all the other combat forces. This includes the Iron Wolf Guards, who have already extended their exploration to the Snow Country's border city of Santano. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while receiving and integrating the various messages brought by Zhou Bufin and others. He also pondered and paid attention to the countdown on the World Channel. When Bai Feng and Gao Yuan announced that the Snow Country border is recruiting former Demon King killers and Dragon Slayer level heroes, the countdown reached its final second. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly flashed before his eyes, and then Su Yuan felt himself being enveloped in a light blue mist. Looks like I got picked. The good news is that the mist covered the entire territory. In other words, apart from Kylan who has not yet returned, all of his generals, including the Iron Wolf Guards he had summoned back and all other troops, were pulled into the Abyss. In this way, even in the unpredictable Abyss, one can possess almost top-tier combat power, maximizing one's sense of security. Things don't seem to be as good as I imagined. When the pale blue mist dissipated, Su Yuan found himself in a desolate, God-forsaken wilderness, surrounded by 7 people who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, but there was no sign of Bujal and the others. Did they get separated during the journey into the Abyss? Under the effect of forced calm, Su Yuan did not panic. Since he couldn't bring his subordinates directly to his side, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After catching his breath, Su Yuan opened the World Channel. However, it displays signal blocked. This is going to be really funny. The World Channel is a unique advantage for lords. The exchange of information is a crucial survival tool. By relying on information exchange, many disputes and troubles can be avoided, and it can even play a key role in the outcome of a battle. This is clearly demonstrated among the lords of the Sunset Mountains. But now, that cheat has been banned. It can only be said that the start was unfavorable. Su Yuan closed the World Channel interface and began to carefully examine the other people who had appeared with him in this desolate wilderness. He noticed that all of these people, including himself, had a faint glow on them, just like the one the Queen had put on him in the castle. This faint light can block the erosion of the mist in the Abyss, allowing one to move freely within it, so that one doesn't disappear before even encountering the monster. Judging from this, they must all be lords. In other words, this place is most likely the birthplace of this Abyss world. What puzzled Su Yuan was that all the lords seemed to be unconscious, lying haphazardly, while he himself was standing to the side, completely unharmed. What's going on? Could it be that I've entered the Abyss too many times and become used to it? Even when he first entered the Abyss, he didn't faint. With no generals by his side and having lost the chat room as a channel for obtaining intelligence, Su Yuan thought it over and decided that he still had to extract information from these people. So he didn't rush to explore. He sat down cross-legged to the side, observing his surroundings while waiting for the people to wake up. This is a gloomy wasteland. The fog is not very thick yet, and you can vaguely see several cross-shaped tombs standing not far away. A buzzing sound would occasionally ring in his ears, somewhat like the whispers of a vengeful spirit. It was quite startling when it came out of nowhere, and Su Yuan was not exactly terrified, but rather completely unfazed. Putting aside the bugged skill of forced calmness, the fact that he had entered the abyss multiple times and dealt with various abyss monsters, especially the experience of being forced to open the encyclopedia in the stone slab space, was enough to make Su Yuan remain calm in such an environment. What we should really be afraid of are those vengeful spirits. Soon, the first lord to wake up sat up from the ground, clutching his head. It hurts so much, where am I? Su Yuan watched as he blankly scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze on him. Who are you? The lord who was teleported in. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then added, he woke up half a minute earlier than you and hasn't figured out the situation here yet, but if I'm not mistaken, this should be inside some kind of abyss. The abyss, the abyss. Upon hearing those two words, fear and panic immediately welled up in the lord's bewildered eyes, accompanied by a hysterical scream. Help! Su Yuan. But it must be said, that scream was incredibly effective. He woke all the lords on the ground. Chapter 130. What kind of horror game is this? The lords gradually awoke. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry to disturb them, so he just quietly watched from the side, memorizing the physical characteristics of each person. He believed that in this environment, someone would ask the questions he cared about on his behalf. As expected, after confirming that they were already in the abyss and the world channel was unusable, the discussion quickly began. Thanks to the system's advance warning, everyone present was mentally prepared for entering the abyss. However, there was also a lord with a face full of resentment, constantly muttering, why me? Aside from Su Yuan himself, only 2 of the other 7 people could maintain a positive attitude. A tall, aloof but not discouraged girl, a sunny young man who maintains an optimistic attitude even after seeing the gloom on everyone's faces. Both of them caught Su Yuan's attention. It was clear that the young man was a social butterfly with excellent verbal skills. After being comforted by him one by one, the dejected lords, if not back to their former selves, at least regained their courage to face the unknown. Aside from having tiny, beady eyes, he was a skinny, sleazy man. This guy was the second one to wake up in the group, but instead of getting up immediately, he reached out his wicked hand to a girl who was still unconscious next to him. Upon waking up in this environment, the first thought that popped into his mind was this. Su Yuan didn't know what to say. Before Su Yuan could speak, the lewd man's actions were interrupted by a shout from the first person to wake up. The crowd, forcibly awakened by the shout, caught him red-handed. So much so that the first thing everyone did after waking up was to get away from this disgusting guy. Especially the girl who was bookish and a bit introverted, was trembling and huddled to one side, her eyes filled with fear of the man. She was the one who almost got groped. I never thought a scoundrel like you would still be alive. The third woman among the lords spoke up. She was a working woman in her late 20s, probably the oldest transmigrator Su Yuan had ever seen. Judging from your tone, you know him? He was originally the lord of our region. During the lord's meeting, he made unwanted advances towards me and another female lord. He never changed his ways, so we expelled him from the region. The woman said coldly. If we had known you were still incorrigible, we should have just killed you back then. The lewd man's eyes were filled with resentment, but he didn't say anything. An optimistic young man stepped in to smooth things over. Now we've all been chosen to enter this abyss. Whether we like it or not, we all have to be teammates for a while. The most urgent thing is to find a way out. Everything else has to take a back seat. Of course, I want to assure you, girls, don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on this guy and won't give him any chance to take advantage of us. The other boys also chimed in, saying they would keep a close watch on the creepy guy, which calmed the quiet girl and the working woman down a bit. The conversation continued. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xia Bin, and I rank second in the overall ranking of Xi'an City. The optimistic young man had already gained some goodwill from others in a short time, and as soon as he took the lead, others immediately followed suit. I am Zhang Defei, and I rank third overall in the Kalar Basin, a burly man said succinctly. Following that, the professional woman said, my name is Zheng Ruhong, and I'm ranked second in the overall strength ranking of the Snowfield region. Perhaps knowing that the sleazy man wouldn't speak up, she added, that pervert's name is Meng Sanjin. Although he was expelled, he's still ranked in our area, currently third from the bottom. Suda, Shrine Town, ranked second. Shrine Town. The moment the name of this area was revealed, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Only then did people notice that the young man, with his cold expression and slightly arrogant demeanor, was wearing a kimono, a samurai sword, whether decorative or weapon, was hanging at his waist. After all, according to normal logic, truly useful equipment should be kept in a backpack. But this did not stop the lords from casting burning gazes at the man. Zhang Defei, who had been so arrogant during his self-introduction, was now calling Su Gu, Brother Su, like a little puppy wagging its tail. Everyone knows that Shrine Town has been in the top 10 of the Abyss monster kill ranking twice in a row, so its overall strength is self-evident. Suda is still ranked second in the region. This is a ready-made thigh. Shouldn't you quickly pick him up? Everyone was thinking pretty much the same thing, but Zhang Defei made it more obvious. However, few people noticed that Suda, who claimed to be the second ranked in the Shrine Town, had a more panicked expression on his face than Zheng Ruhong when he first woke up. Knowing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but question the identity Suda had revealed. Despite Zhang Defei's attempts to curry favor, Suda remained unmoved. His cold expression, combined with his sparing use of words during his self-introduction and his attire, made everyone think that he was a ruthless and powerful figure. The introduction continues. My name is Baikayuan. The quiet girl said timidly. My region is Stormy Desert, and my overall ranking is very low, only 7th. 7th, which means either last or second to last. It's okay, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Her pitiful appearance almost instantly aroused Zhang Defei and Xia Bin's protective instincts. But compared to Zhang Defei, who spoke without thinking, Xia Bin seemed more reserved. Following the order of the speeches, everyone's attention immediately fell on the girl with the aloof expression. The girl was tall, beautiful, and had a great temperament, but unfortunately, her face seemed to never smile, giving people a sense of distance. Even someone as direct in expressing his emotions as Zhang Defei was hesitant to approach her. Yunryu. Area. No region. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Why pretend you don't have it? Zheng Ruhong said, somewhat displeased. Were you kicked out of the area by the people there too? It doesn't matter which region we come from, nor does it matter which ranking we are on. Yunryu's thinking was very clear. What the ranking shows, resources, troop strength, is meaningless to us right now. These words immediately enlightened the others. Yes, this is in the abyss. Without soldiers and generals by his side, and without any buildings, what can he do even if he has thousands of resources in his hands? Everyone is back on the same starting line. At least on the surface, that's how it seems. So, regions and rankings really don't have much reference value. Besides Su Yuan, the last one, who was also the first to wake up and shout, also spoke up. My name is Luo Ming's. Clearly, he had no intention of reporting his region or ranking. Su Yuan. Su Yuan smoothly completed his self-introduction, using the fewest words possible. At the same time, he was also pondering a question. What was the situation with this number of people? If I remember correctly, when I landed, I glanced around, and there should only be 7 people here besides me. But Xia Bin, Zhang Defei, Zheng Ruhong, Meng Sanjin, Su Da, Baikayuan, Yunryu, Luo Ming's. Sure enough, there's one more. Is this some kind of horror game? But it seems that no one else noticed anything unusual except for myself. When was it inserted? I didn't even notice. Su Yuan murmured to himself. But it doesn't matter. As long as we know there's one more person, we can take precautions in advance and avoid being in a passive position when unexpected situations arise. Su Yuan had no intention of sharing the information. On the one hand, he disliked attracting attention, and on the other hand, giving out such information at this time would undoubtedly erect an invisible wall between the lords, which was clearly not conducive to information exchange and would do more harm than good. Ryu spoke. The lord's enthusiasm for Suda waned. In comparison, Xia Bin, who was the first to step forward to reassure everyone and successfully organize the self-introduction, seemed more reliable. Xia Bin also knew how to make use of the advantages he had accumulated before. He struck while the iron was hot and continued to dictate the direction of the conversation. How did everyone else get in here? Did you try bringing your generals in? I don't know either. There was a flash of light, and I was inside. At the time, I was personally supervising the lazy farmers in the mine. Zhang Defei scratched his head. I don't know why, but all my subordinates are incredibly lazy. As long as I'm not around, they'll slack off whenever they can. I think the farmers I recruited must have been aquarium employees in their past lives. I was teleported in from within the territory. The warrior who was with me at the time should have been teleported in as well. I can hear her shouts, but I can't see her now. I don't know if she was separated from me, or if she has perished. Zheng Ruhong thought about it carefully, and then gave her own information. The others also said a little bit. After some discussion, Su Yuan basically came to the conclusion that lords who teleport within their territory will bring their generals and troops with them. If a lord is teleported outside their territory, they will have to fight alone. However, problems also arose. Based on the combat strength of the group under his command, if they had really joined forces, they might have already swept through this abyss. After all, the system's abyss restriction condition is below the 3rd tier. In other words, even with a watchdog, it would be smashed to pieces by the combined efforts of Bujal, Ange, and Guanjanese. But there seems to be no sign of any large-scale battle yet. At least with the disguise mask enhanced by spirit crystals, no movement could be detected. It seems that for the time being, we can only rely on ourselves. After integrating the information from others, Xiaobin concluded, "So, everyone should have noticed, right? We have a layer of dim fluorescent coating on our bodies. Yes, what's the use of this?" Zhang Deifei looked back and forth at the halo around his body. "This is my first time in the abyss. I don't really understand." Upon hearing this, Xiaobin suddenly asked, "How many of these people are entering the abyss for the first time?" Zhang Deifei raised his hand. Zheng Ruhong also raised her hand. Then everyone suddenly raised their hands. Su Yuan was completely stunned. Then he raised his hand. "Xiaobin. Suda, you've never been to the abyss either?" Suda shook his head. "The 3rd brother is in charge of the exploration missions in our area. The eldest brother is in charge of the conquests. And my usual task is to guard the territory." Xiaobin rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling immense pressure. "I've only been to the abyss once myself." He said this, but he quickly reassured the others. "But in my experience, the fog here is poisonous. Usually, you need a talisman made by a talisman master from the Great Xia Kingdom to walk in the abyss without being corroded by the fog. And this halo should be similar to that of a talisman. Then wouldn't we be able to roam freely in the abyss?" Zhang Deifei immediately became interested. The others were much the same. For those who have never been to the abyss, it evokes both fear and anticipation. With such a layer of protection, their desire to explore the unknown is naturally further ignited. However, Xiaobin quickly shook his head. The amulet also has its limits. Once it is corroded by too much mist, it will develop cracks. If it does not leave the abyss in time, it may even shatter. Based on my experience, this should take about 3 hours. And the aura that's protecting us now obviously has this characteristic as well. Xiaobin raised his arm and looked at the aura above it. In just a short time, it has dimmed a bit more. These words immediately alerted the other lords. This is equivalent to a countdown to our lives. If the aperture disappears, does that mean we won't survive? Xiaobin shook his head. I'm not quite sure either, since I've never actually encountered the situation after the barrier was broken, but the fog felt very dangerous to me. You should be able to feel it if you pay close attention. Moreover, this feeling will become stronger and stronger as the protective effect of the amulet weakens over time. A sense of crisis immediately arose in everyone's hearts. Being told this news just when they had seen a glimmer of hope was truly disheartening. Xiaobin immediately grasped the Lord's reluctance to give up and their helplessness. Instead of sitting here and waiting to die, let's take action and see if we can find an exit from this abyss. This mobilization was clearly very effective, and given his previous performance, it's easy for people to accept such a suggestion at this time. But this place seems quite big. If we don't have a clear goal and just wander around like headless flies, we might run out of aperture and still not be able to get out. Xiaobin immediately expressed his concerns about Luo Ming's. He pulled a pointer out of his backpack. You can rest assured about that. I have had practical experience in the abyss once, and based on that experience, this pointer can guide me to the exit of the abyss. His words undoubtedly gave everyone a clear goal and hope. Su Yuan saw that many people breathed a sigh of relief. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Chapter 131 Crisis Abounds. Although the phrase setting off is considered unlucky, no one cared about such details at this time. Xiaobin called out. Zhang Deifei responded, and the others followed suit. With Xiaobin's pointer in hand, everyone felt a strange sense of security. It seems that as long as you follow the pointer, you will surely escape the abyss. Su Yuan had seen Chen Qian and her group use a similar tactic once before, back at the Queen's castle. They can also find their way out using some kind of prop they have. Therefore, Su Yuan had no doubt about the veracity of Xiaobin's words. But he always remembered one thing. There was one more person in this temporary team. Although he doesn't know who this person is yet, Su Yuan already has several potential targets. Throughout the journey, he silently observed them, waiting for them to slip up. Shu. After walking for a while, Xiaobin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, crouched down, and made a shushing gesture. The people behind them all crouched down, one after another. Except for Luo Ming's, who intentionally kept Meng Sanjin at the back. Everyone was very close to each other. Xiaobin then lowered his voice and said, "There's a blood-red eyeball up ahead." "Hey, I thought it was something. Isn't this just the lowest level abyss monster?" Zhang Deifei said dismissively. "I killed one during the first abyss outbreak. At this point in time, let alone one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing this, some people nodded slightly, while others looked at him as if he were an idiot. Without generals and soldiers, how can you possibly stand a chance against the monsters of the abyss? Zheng Ruhong rolled her eyes, feeling worried about this guy's intelligence. Zhang Deifei paused for a moment, then realized that it made sense. Other worlds, such as beasts, goblins, gnomes, and abyssal vengeful spirits, thanks to the strength of his subordinates. Now that we've lost our generals and soldiers, we're nothing. To confront those blood-red eyeballs head-on would be tantamount to suicide. In that instant, Su Yuan noticed that the frail-looking girl, Bai Kaiyuan, leaned closer to him, her pitiful eyes filled with fear and a plea for protection. Su Yuan pretended not to see it. Seeing that Su Yuan did not react, Bai Kaiyuan moved closer to Suda and Luo Ming's, looking pitiful as well. This is a case of repeating the same trick. Luo Ming's didn't have that much composure. He spoke up before Suda could, saying, "Don't be afraid, leave this monster to me." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to him. Luo Ming's didn't say much, and simply took out a bow from his backpack. Although lords usually rely on their generals and soldiers for battles, they are not without any means of self-defense. By this stage, any lord who has developed normally will have some equipment and items, though their uses will vary. Luo Ming's bow is undoubtedly designed for killing. This bow has no arrows. It automatically gathers energy when the string is drawn, allowing it to effectively kill abyssal monsters without getting blood on it. Having survived 2 abyssal eruptions, the lords who have survived to this day naturally have a basic understanding of the abyssal monsters, and know what moves can be effective or even have miraculous effects on them. Luo Ming's bow undoubtedly belongs to the category of miraculous effects. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it, hitting the bullseye perfectly. Then a ring of electric light appeared on the surface of the blood-red eyeball, which then curled up and shrank like burnt hair until it disappeared completely. Thunder. Su Yuan glanced at the bow a couple more times. He was all too familiar with that arc of light, having used the field hammer to brutally beat the vengeful spirits. This thing is a deadly weapon against low-level vengeful spirits. If even a little bit of energy spills out, it can annihilate a whole area. Su Yuan had already realized this during the first eruption of the abyss. Luo Ming's bow possesses the properties of lightning, making it more than capable of taking down 2 or 3 of these low-level abyss monsters by himself. However, the lightning on his bow is relatively weak, and cannot compare to the strength of the field hammer. It cannot kill other abyssal monsters by chaining attacks like the field hammer. If he encounters a larger number of monsters at once, the limitations of the bow will be exposed. Of course, no one has considered this yet. Seeing the blood-red eyeball blasted away by an arrow, the other lords breathed a sigh of relief. This at least shows that there are still some people in the team who can inflict substantial damage on these spirits, and that they are not just passively taking hits. Luo Ming's, who garnered a lot of attention, was also very satisfied. This light, floating feeling is quite rare in the region, let alone before crossing over. Xiaobin affirmed his statement and then said, "Let's move on." Su Yuan walked in the middle of the group. In front of him was Yun Ruyu, and further ahead were Bai Kaiyuan and Zheng Ruhong. Perhaps out of fear, Bai Kaiyuan held Zheng Ruhong's arm very tightly. Zheng Ruhong acted like an older sister taking care of a younger sister, trying her best to give the other a sense of security. Behind them were Zhang Deifei and Meng Sanjin. Zhang Deifei's position was originally Luo Ming's, but after shooting that arrow, his status was clearly elevated, and he has now become an important link between Xiaobin and Suda, and between the women's team and the others. In this environment, people will have many subconscious actions. Although no one points them out, a hierarchy has already formed without their awareness. Besides Meng Sanjin, who incurred everyone's wrath as soon as he landed, and Zhang Deifei, who kept nagging but was the first to back down when things got tough. "It's me?" Su Yuan sighed helplessly. Sure enough, no matter where you are, people are always realistic. People like myself, who don't talk much, aren't in a hurry to show off, and just do their job well, are inexplicably ostracized. Actually, It's not quite accurate to call it exclusion. The main issue is that for these slow-to-warm-up types, when others in the team have already formed their own cliques, a barrier will naturally form. Unless there's a suitable opportunity or someone in the clique takes the initiative to step forward, this barrier will persist, and the sense of alienation will only grow stronger. Su Yuan was already very familiar with this feeling before he transmigrated. I grew up without parents, relatives, or even friends. The most frequent information I receive every day is the various anxieties peddled online. Life is tiring, and I feel exhausted every day. For the previous world after I transmigrated. For this very reason, compared to Zhang Deifi's utterly dejected expression, Su Yuan was completely unconcerned about his relatively isolated situation. Wait a minute, something's not right. Halfway there, Xiaobin suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the pointer in his hand. He told the other lords that the exit instructions were just one function of the pointer. And pointers also have another function, to reveal danger. Similar to Lo-Fi-S alarm device, the pointer will jump wildly when a powerful enemy or a force that is difficult to resist with the current strength appears in the vicinity. In fact, those who have survived to this day and maintained their positions in the top 3 of various regional rankings all possess some form of detection technique or similar ability. At this moment, the pointer's shaking was more intense than Xiaobin had ever seen before. This proves that there are powerful enemies around us that we have never seen before. Xiaobin's unusual behavior alerted Suda and Luo Ming's behind him, but neither of them noticed anything amiss. Instead, Bai Kaiyuan tightened her grip on Zheng Ruhong's hand behind them. Su Yuan also looked around. This is still in the middle of nowhere, and there are even more cross-shaped tombs than before. Su Yuan felt as if he had walked into a cemetery. What happened? Zhang Deifi had already taken in the general situation around him and was already feeling uneasy. When the group suddenly stopped, especially in this strange environment, he felt a little creeped out. The others were in a similar state of mind, feeling uneasy, as the environment was indeed quite eerie. There seems to be a lamp over there? Zheng Ruhong suddenly spoke. Xiaobin frowned. A lamp? Where? Just then, Bai Kaiyuan, who was holding Zheng Ruhong's arm, suddenly shook off her arm and cried out in surprise. She saw that Zheng Ruhong's eyes bulged outwards, with a strange granular texture inside, unlike human eyes, but rather like the compound eyes of an insect. Following the scream, the other lords also saw the strange change in Zheng Ruhong, and their pupils shrank in surprise. What's going on? She just said she saw a lamp? What light? I don't see it. Once the strange phenomenon appeared, everyone could no longer remain calm, and their voices involuntarily rose several octaves. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling a type of abyssal monster he had encountered in the stone slab space. A spirit-luring lamp. It is well known that in low light conditions, such as at night, light and heat attract mosquitoes. The spirit-attracting lamp, except that it attracts souls. Zheng Ruhong's expression at this moment was like that of a mosquito drawn to light. The spirit-attracting lamp is already considered a third-tier vengeful spirit, Su Yuan murmured. This shouldn't even be considered the central area of this abyss world yet. Strange, the system clearly restricted the worlds one could enter to below the 3rd rank, but now it seems that the world I'm in isn't so simple. Including that blood-red eyeball just now, it wasn't the ordinary kind I'd encountered before. If Luo Ming's spell hadn't had lightning elements, it probably wouldn't have been dealt with so smoothly. Please move aside. While Su Yuan was pondering, Yin Ryu had already pulled Bai Kaiyuan, who had let go of Zheng Ruhong's arm and moved closer to her, behind her, and at the same time drew a short knife from her waist. Without her prompting, almost everyone else dispersed from Zheng Ruhong's side, without hesitation after witnessing the strange changes that had occurred in her. They were even prepared to kill her immediately if she made any unusual moves. However, Yin Ryu's speed was clearly faster. She took a step forward and threw the short knife in her hand with all her might. Trailed a deep blue tail in the air. With the enhanced vision provided by the disguise mask, Su Yuan could see deep blue water ripples appearing on the hilt of the short sword. Laugh. It was as if the dagger had pierced something soft. Its trajectory was blocked, and then a dim street lamp appeared. This time, everyone could see clearly that the lamp was not far ahead. What is that? Are there streetlights in the abyss world? That's clearly a monster. Su Yuan did not participate in the discussion, but instead turned his attention to Yin Ryu. The spirit lamp doesn't move, but it has a powerful ability to hide, much like a man-eating flower in a tropical rainforest. It usually disguises itself as harmless, but once its prey is caught, it immediately reveals its fangs. However, dealing with these immobile hunters is quite simple. Don't enter its hunting range, just take it down remotely. But this can be fatal for those who don't understand it. This Yin Ryu seems to have a pretty good understanding of the monsters in the abyss. Yin Ryu's movements with the short knife reminded Su Yuan of Njie, but unlike Njie's constant elegance, Yin Ryu's movements were more exaggerated, and beneath her cold face lay a power that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Indeed, after a brief pause, the water ripples on the short sword lit up, and then, like a second-stage rocket accelerating, it shot out even more violently, piercing through the body of the spirit-attracting lamp and emerging from the other side. At the same time, the violent water burst open inside the spirit lamp, shattering it into pieces. The disordered jets of water shot into the air and then dripped back down. It was like a light rain starting to fall. This attack was remarkably effective, drawing the attention of everyone else, especially Xiaobin. Although he, like everyone else, had limited knowledge of the monsters in the abyss and didn't even know the name of the spirit lamp, he already knew from the shaking of the pointer that the lamp-like thing was an extremely terrifying monster. To deal with this monster that could make the pointer tremble so much, Yin Ryu only needed one strike. Moreover, this is her own power, not the power of generals and soldiers. Xiaobin suddenly realized that the strongest person in the team might not be Suda, but Yin Ryu. Wow, that's amazing. Bai Kaiyuan clenched her fists in front of her chest, her eyes gleaming with admiration. After the spirit lamp died, Zheng Ruhong, who had returned to normal, was also panting heavily, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and gratitude. She knew all too well that if it hadn't been for Yin Ryu, she might have already fallen and become one of the monsters of the abyss. Thanks. Luo Ming's, standing behind Xiaobin, muttered softly. He actually got stolen the spotlight by a girl. He was a little depressed. He would have been very happy to have such a powerful partner before. But after he took action, everything changed. Luo Ming's felt no joy at all. Instead, he felt a sense of resentment. He felt that he had just gained recognition and had only recently risen to a position of power when he was suddenly ousted. But no one cared about his feelings. Don't let your guard down, Yin Ryu said as she caught the short knife that was bounced back by the water jet. The real crisis has only just begun. Chapter 132, Are you teaching me how to do things? The abyss is unpredictable, and changes can happen at any time. Xiaobin and the others were horrified to discover that while they had focused all their attention on the spirit lamp, they were surrounded by abyssal monsters. Moreover, most of them are varieties that have never been seen before. Luo Ming's hand trembled slightly as he drew his bow and knocked the arrow, as if he were both being stubborn and trying to hypnotize himself. These mere abyssal monsters are no match for me. It's just that there are a lot of them. You call this a little bit? Zhang Deifei was almost scared out of his wits. If he could, he would have liked to grab the bucket and run away immediately. We're surrounded. Looking at the densely packed abyssal monsters all around, Zheng Ruhong, who had just recovered from the brink of death, didn't even have time to catch her breath before immediately entering battle mode. Most of these lords were unaware of the ranks of the abyssal monsters and the corresponding dangers, but Xiaobin was clearly not among them. The pointer in his hand was shaking so badly that he almost mistook it for Parkinson's disease. Fortunately, it seems that many of those abyssal monsters are not very smart. Or rather, although they gathered together and surrounded everyone, it seemed that as long as they didn't speak or make any noise, those strange and grotesque vengeful spirits that they had never seen before wouldn't be able to find this place. This is also a characteristic of vengeful spirits of the third rank and above. Compared to ordinary low-rank vengeful spirits, they have gained greater strength, but they have also lost some things. Like the spirit lamp, it is powerful, but it also has great limitations. Xiaobin took a deep breath and exchanged glances with the others. Everyone understood. Stay calm and hold on. Just endure it and wait for these monsters to retreat naturally. However, Meng Sanjin, what are you doing? Just then, the short, sleazy-looking man suddenly rushed out. His face was twisted with madness as he ran into the horde of abyssal monsters, a deranged grin spreading across his face as he yelled at the crowd. I'll make you all die with me. You've all been so arrogant. You've all looked down on me. What do you mean? Luo Ming's roared. He never expected that before the fight even started, a traitor would emerge from his team. A bunch of hypocritical insects. What are you pretending for? Don't you have any needs? There are no police here. No laws here. Who can control me? The top-ranked players in those areas probably already have a harem, right? Zheng Ruhong, how did you get to be second on the list? Wasn't it by selling your body? Why should I be the one being pointed at and criticized? You don't even deserve to. Zheng Ruhong was so angry that the veins on her forehead bulged. Her strength came entirely from her own hard work. When had she ever relied on such despicable means? The others also widened their eyes, unable to believe that this was something a time traveler could say, or even something that seemed like something a human could say. Zheng Ruhong is right. We should have just killed this guy. Now, however, they watch helplessly as he guides those abyssal monsters. That damn scumbag. Luo Ming spat out the words through gritted teeth, revealing his resentment. Zheng Ruhong was trembling with anger. The thought that she would be killed by such a foolish person who lived in his own world and thought everyone was just like him made her wish she had just died from the corruption of the spirit-inducing lamp. A serious expression appeared on Yun Ryu's usually cool face. She can wait until they disperse a bit and then strike one by one. But now, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. As for the others, they seemed to have already envisioned their souls being devoured by the monsters of the abyss. But just then, they noticed that Meng Sanjin, who had been making a lot of noise, suddenly stopped in his tracks, not taking another step forward, and not even speaking again. He just stood there, stunned. 2 seconds later, he couldn't even stand up anymore. Meng Sanjin collapsed like a limp rag doll, a sword lodged in his chest. The abyss is filled with spirits, but this sword is precisely capable of annihilating souls. Meng Sanjin, who was slumped on the ground, gradually became illusory and disappeared completely in less than 3 seconds, leaving only Su Yuan holding a sword in his hand. What do you mean by the top-ranked person has 3 wives and 4 concubines? Su Yuan murmured softly. Have you ever been the top-ranked person before making such wild guesses? The others stared blankly as Meng Sanjin's spirit disappeared, indicating that he was dead beyond any doubt. But to their surprise, the one who took Meng Sanjin's life was not the abyss monster in front of them, but a lord who had been traveling with them all along. Su Yuan. This handsome man, who had previously been unknown and even harmless in their eyes, had acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Most importantly, the sword in his hand. As is well known, ordinary weapons cannot harm abyssal monsters because they exist in the form of spirits. Now, having entered this abyss world in public, their own form of existence is also that of a spirit. In other words, even ordinary blades cannot harm them. Even if you are being torn apart and devoured by abyssal monsters, it would still take at least 5 or 6 seconds. Completely melted Meng Sanjin's spirit in just 3 seconds. The kind that leaves absolutely no residue. Everyone involuntarily took a half step back. Su Yuan, standing there, seemed more terrifying than a monster from the abyss. However, Su Yuan didn't care. Anyway, he never expected these people to bring him any surprises from the beginning. Gathered most of the information I wanted, including the strength of the abyss monsters here and that person who suddenly appeared. Su Yuan felt that continuing to follow these lords wouldn't be of much use, so he might as well go solo, which would probably be more efficient. Of course, the fundamental reason that prompted him to make this decision was the manipulator hidden behind those monsters. Through identification, he realized that these monsters were vengeful spirits residing in the Abyss Cemetery, and that a special monster also existed in this special location, the Gravedigger. Similar to the Watchdogs, the Gravekeepers are also low-level guardians of the Abyss. However, unlike the Watchdogs, the Gravekeepers live directly inside the Abyss and are an integral part of it, unlike the Watchdogs whose bodies are separate from the outside of the Abyss. One of the great abilities of a Gravedigger is to command the vengeful spirits in the cemetery. This is also an extremely overpowered ability in the Abyss. If you can gang up on someone, you will never fight one-on-one. It highlights a lack of martial ethics. For example, someone like Luo Ming's, his bow is quite effective at killing vengeful spirits. Unfortunately, this only applies to single units. If the number of vengeful spirits increases, even just 3 or 4 at most, he won't be able to handle it. Even if they were stronger, capable of taking on more than 10 opponents at once, they would still be completely overwhelmed by the Spirit Sea tactics. Unless you have combat power far exceeding your current Abyss rank, and a wide-range damage skill. Otherwise, fighting the Gravedigger would just be sending yourself to his death. But, that's someone else. Su Yuanqi has absolutely no worries in this regard. From the moment he first entered the Abyss, this place had always been his natural pasture. Others might be afraid of the countless abyssal monsters under the care of the Tombkeeper, but Su Yuan was not afraid at all. In fact, he was quite excited. To be precise, it was the spirits surrounding him who were very excited. They've been having a blast ever since they started following Su Yuan. Thinking back to those awful days, We never knew where our next meal would come from, sometimes not even a single meal a year. After following Su Yuan, he enjoyed lavish meals every day, without any hesitation. The spirits were overjoyed. It's the same now. Looking at those abyss monsters, they're all waiting for Su Yuan to call them for dinner. Although in some ways the Gravedigger's abilities are somewhat similar to those of the Night Parade of 100 Demons, the two are not comparable in strength. After all, the vengeful spirits commanded by the Tomb Keeper can only be used as tools. They themselves will not advance in rank, nor will they improve along with the Tomb Keeper's advancement. Given the current destructive power of Su Yuan's 100 Ghosts Parade, a direct confrontation would almost certainly result in victory. These are all mutants who have consumed countless fragments of souls and devoured countless curses. Even with their formidable resistance and defense, the masked man could be bitten by the spirits, let alone these third-tier vengeful spirits. If I remember correctly, the monster encyclopedia collected in the stone slab space shows that each gravedigger is a guide to the staircase, and they have a mark on their bodies that points to the staircase. This is also why Su Yuan took the initiative to leave the team and start his own operation. He needs to obtain the mark on the gravedigger's body. Find the location of the Abyss Gate. But others don't know this. Although Su Yuan fulfilled their wish when they wanted to kill Meng Sanjin on the spot, the impact and fear caused by the method was too simple and brutal, so much so that it far outweighed the pleasure of dealing with the perverted scum. However, even if they felt unconsciously afraid, after calming down a bit, most people felt safer with Su Yuan than with the terrifying abyss monsters. At this moment, Xia Bin and the others also realized that this was the real Emperor of Emperors. The previous low profile was merely the self-restraint of a strong person. At the same time, they did not want anything to happen to Su Yuan. After all, in their view, the current situation is still very critical, and having such a powerful fighting force is very necessary. It would be best if it could be preserved. Perhaps we can use this to directly resolve the current predicament. So Xia Bin didn't hesitate any longer and immediately said, "Brother, break out towards 3 o'clock. The abyss monsters are weakest there. We'll provide support and cover for you." Following the pointer's direction, Xia Bin immediately chose the route with the lowest risk and weakest defense, intending to have Su Yuan act as the vanguard to break the deadlock directly. However, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Su Yuan's expression held a hint of amusement. The next second, the night parade of 100 demons begins. The spirits then began to eat without restraint. As Xia Bin and the others watched in growing horror, the countless abyssal monsters that had surrounded them were all devoured by the soul spirit in just 2 minutes. Xia Bin maintained a smug expression throughout the entire process. "Is this a lord? Where did this lord come from? The number one on the list of the extreme cold ice palace. I've truly witnessed today. Not only are people's joys and sorrows not shared, but their circumstances are also completely different." Su Yuan didn't bother to listen to the exclamations behind him. After the spirits cleared the obstacles, he immediately activated the wind spirit emblem and, with the spirits that had grown to nearly 1,000, quickly headed towards the location of the Tomb Guardian. That's the end of the entire Cross-Tomb Cemetery. A small, gray, faded house, like a faded painting, sat there all alone. Without saying a word, Su Yuan swung the field warhammer, using the momentum provided by the high speed of the wind spirit emblem to leap up and deliver a solid blow to the door. Boom! The already flimsy wooden door was smashed open and snapped in two. The door panel flipped inward, and broken pieces of wood hung upside down on the edge of the door, seemingly about to fall at any moment. Inside sat an old man, emaciated and hunched over, with large black spots on his face and his hair, half gray and half white, mixed together in a messy and disorderly manner. But compared to those abyssal monsters, at least he looked like a human being. The Tomb Keeper held a carving knife in his hand, and some wooden carvings were placed on the ground. Su Yuan was familiar with these wooden carvings. The vengeful spirits from just now were transformed from them. This is the Gravedigger's second ability, to create vengeful spirits. Why those vengeful spirits were so dull was partly because they were made of wood, physically. However, these vengeful spirits offer no rewards whatsoever, and the experience gained is pitifully small. The old Tomb Keeper flicked the carving knife in his hand, his voice tinged with the vicissitudes of life. "This knock seems a bit too forceful as a way to say hello. It's just the right prelude to killing you." The old Tomb Keeper shook his head, then raised his hand. "I have no intention of being your enemy." "Oh." The sudden French military salute made Su Yuan temporarily stop his attack. He looked at the little old man with great interest, hoping that he could give him some unexpected information. The gravedigger didn't keep him waiting long. I am merely the guardian of this place and have no intention of making enemies of anyone. Is that so? Su Yuan remained noncommittal. Actually, I knew from the moment you came in, but I kept my men in check and didn't attack you first. Su Yuan thought about it and realized that it did seem to be true. Neither the blood-red eyeballs nor the later vengeful spirits showed any intention to attack. They were all pleasantly sent away before they even met. The only thing that attacked was the spirit, attracting lamp, which was due to its own characteristics. The group of people at the front basically entered its radiation range. However, Zheng Ruhong was unlucky and became the one who was attacked among the group. For the spirit lamp, this wave is a passive trigger, an action that should be activated. So, you're considered an outlier among the abyssal monsters? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Alternative. No, people like me are the mainstream, but, in the last 100 years, there have been fewer and fewer normal souls in the abyss. Everyone has gone mad. The tomb keeper shook his head and sighed. It's all the trouble that spilled out from the steps. I'll believe you for now, but Su Yuan didn't dwell on the issue too much. Since the focus was on the stairs again, it was convenient to go that way. I need a marker to the gate to the abyss. Chapter 133, so the team is full of big shots? If you really trusted me, you wouldn't have let them keep watching me. The tomb keeper looked around at the void, but there were indeed 2 spirits with stealth attributes that Su Yuan had placed there. These are considered to be 2 of the more functional spirits in the night parade of 100 demons, besides the little wolf spirit. I can't completely believe you based on just your word, so I said for the time being. Su Yuan didn't react to the exposure of his plan, and instead simply released the little wolf spirit and the other spirits. The situation suddenly changed from close monitoring to complete blockade. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore. The gravedigger. At this point, he probably had a lot in common with Xia Bin and others from not long ago. Do you really want to go to the gate of the abyss? The gravedigger looked at Su Yuan, seemingly offering a friendly reminder. Behind the gate lies a tragic world beyond your imagination. The truth is often cruel, but we can't run away from it just because it's cruel. Su Yuan gave his answer. If I were someone who was still struggling to survive, I probably wouldn't have any interest in the gate of the abyss at all, but unfortunately I'm not. Alas, the gravedigger sighed, a hint of pity appearing in his cloudy eyes. Then so be it. As he spoke, he raised the carving knife and plunged it into his own chest. This place is clearly an abyss, a world of spirits. But blood seeped from the tomb keeper's chest. Bright red blood dripped down the blade of the carving knife, splashing onto the ground like a plum blossom. Immediately, the plum blossom seemed to come alive, wriggling on the ground before transforming into a piece of blood-red amber. This is my guide. After the blood dripped down, the tomb keeper seemed to age even more, and his hair, which was originally half gray and half white, turned completely white. However, to enter the gate of the abyss, one must first cross the spatial rift, which is the barrier between the abyss and the mortal world. There are many dangers inside, especially the demons that live there. You don't need to worry about that, Su Yuan said indifferently. Demons? I'm too familiar with them. I have one right here. This wasn't their first time entering the abyss rift. They were quite experienced. However, the fact that he had to go through a rift to find the gate to the abyss was something he hadn't expected. Considering the possibility of dealing with various demons later on, it's best to find Buggle first to feel safe. Seeing his confidence, the tomb keeper stopped trying to dissuade him. Follow this path, and keep going. Before long, you will see an altar. Use the altar to pass through the abyss barrier and enter the next abyss. This is the cemetery, which is in a relatively remote location. It is still 2 abysses away from the rift. So far, Su Yuan frowned. The time to enter the abyss is limited. If we haven't entered the rift by dawn, it will be very dangerous. Traversing 3 abyssal worlds in one night, it's not impossible. As long as we keep going at full speed, there shouldn't be any problems. If we can reunite our men, let's see if we can hold out in the cracks until tomorrow evening. If not, then we'll have to return to our territory first, and then make further plans. Having made up his mind, the blood-red amber was brought to him by the tomb keeper. Although the world channel was blocked, other functions were still available, and Su Yuan could clearly see the item information provided by the system. Guiding sign, Gravekeeper. Every so often, the abyss gate will open. Holding this sign will allow you to find the abyss gate and freely enter and exit when it is open. After reading the introduction, Su Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why would I bother getting the key to the Abyss Gate? The gravedigger quickly helped him solve his problem. The Abyss is becoming increasingly chaotic, both outside and inside. The old man put away his carving knife and wiped the wound on his chest. The opening time of the Abyss Gate is also becoming more and more unpredictable. If you want to get in, you'll need a bit of luck. Su Yuan nodded. Then it's all right. He then retrieved all the released spirits. If the other party did not cheat, I will keep my promise. Without further delay, Su Yuan ran straight toward the altar. The perspective shifts back to Xia Bin and the others. After some time, another person was missing from the team. Yin Ryu also left. Ryu immediately chased after Su Yuan after he left the group. Unfortunately, her speed was simply not enough against Su Yuan, who was empowered by the Wind Spirit emblem. But her departure truly baffled the lords. Although the crisis was temporarily averted due to various unexpected developments, the price of averting it was the deaths of the two most capable fighters in the team. Xiaobin didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he has always been very confident in his ability to communicate with people, the problem is, these two didn't give him a chance to communicate at all. After demonstrating their formidable strength, they all chose to leave immediately. Before the two demonstrated their abilities, Xiaobin probably wouldn't have felt anything different about their departure. But that's not the case at all now. Xiaobin was filled with regret. If he had known that those two, especially Su Yuan, were so capable, he would have seized the opportunity to cling to their coattails. If I had known there were such capable people, why would I have stepped forward? Xiaobin sighed inwardly. He hadn't felt this bad even when his girlfriend, a tea master, cheated on him before he transmigrated. He was very worried about the current situation. The team is now missing 3 people. Apart from Meng Sanjin, who is hailed by everyone, the departure of the other 2 is a great loss to the team. And the rest of these people are really hard to describe. If you've never seen Su Yuan before, that's one thing, but you actually saw him make a move. To go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Xia Bin has a profound understanding of the meaning of this saying. That was a ring of vengeful spirits. The sheer number of them would terrify anyone with trypophobia, yet they were all gone in just 2 minutes. Are you playing a speedrun game here? Even speedruns aren't this fast. Then look at the people following behind him. After witnessing Su Yuan and Yun Ryu's actions, he suddenly felt that everyone else, including Suda, paled in comparison. But he had no choice. He knew he couldn't get out on his own. Similarly, others know this as well. They are not like those fools like Meng Sanjin who live in their own world. Each of them is very clear-headed. When Su Yuan and Yun Ryu left, no one chased after them. Even though everyone knew that the two were capable of protecting themselves in the abyss, and one of them even had the ability to act with impunity, they still chose to follow Xia Bin. On the one hand, it's true that we can't catch up. On the other hand, this wasn't their first day living in this strange world. Everyone knows how harsh reality is. Rather than relying on a powerful person, it's better to rely on yourself. After all, for someone powerful enough, it makes no difference whether they have your assistance or not. If they have no value to you, they can be discarded like trash at any time. This is the cruelty and helplessness of reality. This is also a truth that the lords learned from this other world. In comparison, it might be better to be on this team. After all, they can all find their place here. Moreover, thanks to Su Yuan, the biggest crisis we've faced has passed. Indeed, that is the case. After that, they encountered almost no powerful monsters along the way. Even if there are a few lone vengeful spirits, they can be dealt with silently by the combined efforts of the group. As time went on, Xia Bin discovered that the others weren't so bad after all, which indirectly showed that there weren't many weaklings among the lords who could reach this stage. Along the way, Suda from the Shrine Town also showed off his skills, which were quite impressive. However, he used reconnaissance methods, and his actual combat strength is still unknown. Of course, that doesn't matter anymore, because the exit is right ahead. The vortex was right in front of us. Guided by the pointer, Xia Bin led everyone to their destination in no time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can leave this awful place. I will remember everyone. Here's what we'll do. After we leave, list a stone for 888 gold coins on the Lord's Exchange as our secret code. Let's open private chats first, and we can communicate with each other if needed in the future. Luo Mings took the initiative to speak and offered a suggestion. After all, we've been through thick and thin together, and our friendship is one of life and death. Good idea. By exchanging information and sharing experiences, we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xiaobin nodded as well, as he also valued intelligence highly. He would take the initiative to become the organizer and leader, also to achieve the same goal. After resolving the immediate predicament and escaping the danger zone, people will naturally consider the potential benefits. Luo Ming's suggestion was exactly what he wanted to hear. Xia Bin had accumulated some popularity along the way, and after he agreed, the others naturally followed suit. Whether he will regret it after going back is another matter. Well then, I hope we'll meet again someday. Luo Ming's put away his bow and waved to the crowd. However, just as he was about to enter the vortex, a cold light suddenly pierced through his back. That was a sharp steel needle. It also exuded a terrifying aura of curse. Luo Ming's body remained frozen in the vortex. His life also ended at that moment. Everyone else's pupils constricted, and they turned around abruptly, only to be met with an even more terrifying scene. A huge black scythe swept through the air and sliced directly at Zheng Ruhong's neck. The person wielding that enormous scythe, disproportionately long and completely dissimilar to their body, was Bai Kaiyuan. The demure expression on her face had completely vanished, replaced by a sickly smile. Thank you for guiding us and protecting us. I am very touched, so I have decided to erect a beautiful tombstone for each of you. Bai Kaiyuan had previously seen had now transformed into the pleasure of releasing her sins, and even a kind of intoxicating enjoyment. The cemetery is truly a place of auspicious geomancy. Now, you can all die. Although she was still in a spirit form, Zheng Ruhong's eyes instantly lost their luster, and her whole body quickly lost its vitality. It only took 10 seconds for her spirit form to go from full to nothing. She didn't die from the radiation of the spirit-attracting lamp, but was betrayed at the last moment by the person she had protected all the way. Even until her death, Zheng Ruhong could not understand why things had turned out this way. What are you doing? Zhang Deifei quickly took a few steps back, but Bai Kaiyuan was much faster than him. That was an astonishing speed comparable to that of the Death Hunter, a speed that was difficult to keep up with the naked eye. Zhang Deifei didn't even have time to react before the sickle reaped his young life. Poor thing, so weak. A crimson hue gradually appeared in Bai Kaiyuan's black pupils, and her crimson tongue licked her lips. It's a pity. She can't taste the flavor of blood. Looking at that body that was once delicate but now frightening, Xia Bin's mind almost stopped working. What the hell is this? Why? Were they hiding all along just to shatter everyone's will to live at the last moment? Xia Bin couldn't understand Bai Kaiyuan's thoughts at all. But when he saw Bai Kaiyuan use some strange method to directly strip the spirits of those lords, simultaneously releasing a pile of resources and equipment, he seemed to understand. At the same time, he knew he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He had to leave as soon as possible. The vortex is so close. Hope is within reach. Once you step through the exit, you'll be back in safety, and never again. A flash of light appeared. Xiaobin's train of thought was interrupted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Suda behind him, and the samurai sword in his hand that was flickering with azure flames. Nether fire? Xiaobin had only ever seen this thing in precious legendary picture books. Of course, that's no longer important. The rapid passing of life had rendered him incapable of thinking any further. The last thought that came to his mind was, why are you all able to hide your abilities so well? Oh, this guy seems to be worth some money. As Suda sorted through Xia Bin's belongings, he glanced at Bai Kaiyuan, who was not far away. Sis, what about the other two? Bai Kaiyuan finished collecting her spoils. She leaned the scythe against her shoulder, and her demeanor became aloof. It's rare to encounter such interesting people, so of course, we should send them to hell. But those two don't seem simple, especially Su Yuan, his strength. Suda's words came to an abrupt halt. He saw the playful glint in Bai Kaiyuan's bloodshot eyes and felt a thorn in his back. Every hair on his body stood on end. Even in his spiritual form, he could feel cold sweat seeping down his back. Sorry. Suda bent over at a 90-degree angle, demonstrating his meticulous craftsmanship. He knew that the woman in front of him was capricious, and if she became unhappy, he might never be able to go back to her. After all, before entering this abyss world, he was the third oldest in the shrine town. The reason he rose to power is because the former second-in-command said something that displeased Bai Kaiyuan. That's right, Bai Kaiyuan is the #1 in the Shinjisho area. Moreover, their strength far surpasses that of the other lords in the region. Chapter 134 you just said, right? Stay here obediently and don't run around. Bai Kaiyuan leaned close to Suda, a hint of a smile in her blood-red eyes. But Suda saw a sharp dagger in that smile. This woman is too dangerous. She has an eccentric and unpredictable personality, and there's nothing to deduce about her. The key point is, she's ridiculously strong. Of the Shrine Town area. When things are dangerous, Baikuin is safe. When things are safe, Baikuin is the greatest danger. Everyone fears her, yet everyone needs her. This is the current state of Shinto Shrine Town. Baikuin transformed into a phantom once more, rushing towards the direction Su Yuan had left with speed comparable to that of a death hunter. Suda remained alone by the exit, bearing the mark Baikuin had left on him, allowing her to know his location at any time. The team has dwindled from 9 members to just him, a rapid decline that has left him struggling to keep up. In a dark and gloomy place like the Abyss, all alone, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But even if the vortex that could bring him back to reality were right next to him, he wouldn't dare to move. Suda cannot go out. If Baikuin returns alive and discovers he has deserted, he will surely die. If Baikuin dies, then given the current strength and situation of the Shrine Town, it will also be a death sentence. He could only stay here, serving as a human road sign. The outline of the altar was gradually appearing in Su Yuan's field of vision. It looks a bit like an undead altar that has never been upgraded. The altars in this world all seem to be constructed in roughly the same way. Remembering that the altar in his home also had the power to enter the Abyss world, Su Yuan seemed to have grasped some of the operating rules of the Abyss world. Although the altar was not far away, Su Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell upon a strangely shaped, enormous cedar tree behind him. Is there something you need? The moment the words were spoken, a figure emerged from behind the tree trunk. You are different from them. Yun Ryu's face remained aloof, but her expression held a hint of hesitation. Oh, is that so? I think you're different from us. Su Yuan smiled. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his observation. Yun Ryu is the extra person. Whether it was her inability to pinpoint the location, the weapon she drew from her waist, the abilities she displayed, the water ripples on the dagger, and the effects they created, all confirmed Su Yuan's guess. At first, Su Yuan thought that this extra person was probably not a good person. However, after accompanying her for a while, especially after witnessing Yun Ryu's actions, he realized that things were not as he had imagined. The woman didn't suddenly attack, or flick her head to conjure up 70, 80, or 90 tentacles and mouthparts before beginning an indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, they used techniques typically employed by adventurers from other worlds. The targets of their attacks are abyssal monsters like the Spirit Lamp, rather than lords. She even saved Zheng Ruhong, whom she had just met, and this was under the premise that she would not have suffered any loss even if she had not intervened. It's clear that although Yun Ryu is an outsider who has infiltrated the group, she has no intention of being an enemy of the lords. Su Yuan was also somewhat curious about her, but compared to the clues about the Abyss Gate, the secrets she possessed seemed less important. You noticed? Yun Ryu's expression didn't change much, but her tone revealed her surprise. She believed she hadn't given anything away, and Xia Bin and his men hadn't shown any unusual behavior, but this person in front of her. To be honest, I'm somewhat interested in your secret, Su Yuan said, shrugging. But I have more important things to do right now. Is it to the polar abyss opposite that altar? Deep in the polar regions, huh? Su Yuan suddenly felt that something was not right. You just uttered the name of the abyss? Yun Ryu nodded, then explained, Don't worry, the polar abyss is one of the 3 known unclaimed abyss names. Even if you say it, nothing will happen. Su Yuan stroked his chin, his interest in this woman suddenly growing. Why did you come after me? Actually, I want to go there too. Yun Ryu paused slightly, as if organizing her thoughts. I escaped from the polar abyss. This information surprised Su Yuan for a moment. You were originally a spirit? To everyone's surprise, Yun Ryu shook her head. I am a living, breathing person, a citizen of Great Xia, without a doubt. Su Yuan had already guessed this. Although Su De was wearing the unique clothing of the Shrine Town, some details clearly showed that he did not wear that outfit often. He was only wearing it now to adapt to the local environment and as a temporary measure to make a living. But Yun Ryu didn't feel that way at all. She and her ancient costume complemented each other perfectly, and every move she made seemed incredibly natural, clearly because she had been wearing it for a long time. This is also a major reason why Su Yuan deduced that she was the infiltrator. A living person, entered the abyss, and then escaped from one abyss to another? Interesting, but a bit too bizarre. I know it's hard to make you believe me right away, and I don't expect you to believe me. Yun Ryu took out a jade pendant from inside her clothes. I came to find you to give you this. This is a spiritual jade that has been passed down through generations in my family. Before my father passed away, he told me that if anyone could make it react, I must give it to that person. And just as you made your move, it emitted an unprecedentedly strong vibration. Su Yuan focused his gaze on the jade pendant, and a message popped up on the light screen. The sealed spirit jade. It seems to house a powerful soul, but its strength is sealed away. What's the use of this thing? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. However, judging from the information displayed on the light screen, there is at least no danger. Just as this question popped into his mind, he suddenly felt a certain tremor in the spirits around him. Unlike the previous excitement of wanting to devour food, this was the opposite expression. Su Yuan could sense fear from the spirits around him. This is something that has never happened before. It's as if their king resides within this jade pendant. However, this is not a bad thing for Su Yuan. The eerie voice in the stone slab space said something quite right. If you are just the king of the undead, then you are nothing more than an undead, but the Lord of the Undead is a superior being who transcends the undead. He is the master of all the dead, including the king inside. No matter how strong a soul is, it is still just a soul. Even the king of souls is just a slightly more powerful soul. Su Yuan held the jade pendant in his palm. And I am your master. Chapter 135 is good. It got stuck as soon as it entered. Bai Kaiyuan ran through the gray mist, surrounded by dark cross-shaped tombs that looked like eerie swords stuck there. In this bizarre environment, Bai Kaiyuan wouldn't be surprised if she thought they could come back to life at any moment and stab her. But the fact that she didn't encounter a single abyss monster along the way in this environment made her feel that something was wrong. The already dim aura around him had dwindled to almost nothing, as if it might disappear at any moment. However, Bai Kaiyuan did not panic. This wasn't the first time she'd fallen into the abyss. His understanding of the abyss might not be as good as Su Yuan's, but it's more than enough to surpass Xia Bin's. The current situation is clearly extremely abnormal. Moreover, she encountered another problem. She got lost. This ghost cemetery is full of cross-shaped mounds, making it impossible to tell them apart. Without a signpost, it would be really hard to find your way around. Unfortunately, Xia Bin, who possessed the pointer, was defeated by Su De. I should have asked Su De to bring out some reconnaissance equipment earlier. At this moment, the bloodshot color in Bai Kaiyuan's eyes had gradually faded, and her thinking had become much more realistic as she returned to normal. She had all the items and equipment to resist the abyss fog, so the dissipation of the aura was nothing to her. But if this drags on any longer, things will get really messy when dawn breaks. Bai Kaiyuan, who had just recovered from her morbid madness, frowned, her once quiet face now filled with murderous intent. Just then, an altar suddenly appeared in front of her. Bai Kaiyuan was born in Sakurajima, in the shrine town, a place full of shrines and altars. I've never even seen one before. I had never encountered similar architecture before the time travel. Upon seeing the abyss altar, he couldn't help but look puzzled. She wasn't as cautious as Su Yuan, otherwise she wouldn't have left without any reconnaissance equipment. Bai Kaiyuan walked directly into the altar. After all, there wasn't much else worth seeing in this cemetery of cross-shaped mounds. To her surprise, the moment she entered the altar, a faint light shone around her, enveloping her completely. Bai Kaiyuan's heart tightened, and without thinking too much, she quickly put on all the armor she could find in her backpack, even though she usually complained that these iron blocks slowed her down. But at this point, there was no time to worry about anything else. She didn't know where she would appear after the flash of light, or even if she would still be there. On the other side, Su Yuan was inspecting the structure of the altar in front of him. After he stepped onto the altar did not react at all. Well, he's only ever summoned people out of this thing, but he's never gone in himself. Even though the altars in his territory only require energy to use, Su Yuan has not yet tried them out of caution. It seems to be broken. Yun Ryu also seemed a little helpless. It was fine when I came out of the polar abyss. I don't know why it broke. After a brief exchange, Su Yuan basically understood Yun Ryu's purpose. The souls of her family were in the polar abyss, a place no human being could live in. She didn't want her family to suffer after death and wanted to rescue them from the polar abyss. She had tried 3 times before, but all attempts failed. He who takes a man's money is bound to him, and he who eats another man's food is bound to him. Su Yuan was not one to take benefits for nothing. He agreed to take Yun Ryu into the Arctic abyss, and if it was on the way, they could team up. However, he didn't expect that, despite having everything planned out, he would be stuck at the very step of getting inside. The current situation is clearly not something that can be solved by brute force. Su Yuan stroked his chin. If only I could summon a soul craftsman right now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the jade pendant he had just received suddenly began to vibrate again. At the same time, Su Yuan seemed to hear a voice that was ancient and weathered. Supreme Lord of the Dead, please lend me a sliver of your divine power. Just a sliver is enough for me to summon my former subordinates, who will restore this altar. Su Yuan glanced at Yin Ryu and found that she didn't react at all. Obviously only he could hear the sound. Borrowing divine power. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. According to the voice in the stone slab space, he only possessed the qualifications to become the Lord of the Undead, not the true Lord of the Undead. Where did this divine power come from? Even assuming you actually have it, how would you lend it out? Let's give it a try. Su Yuan took out Qing Xiao from his backpack, intending to gently massage his arm to see if the leakage of spiritual energy into the jade pendant would have any effect. But the moment he took out Qing Xiao, he suddenly felt a strange resonance between the sword and the jade pendant in his hand. The spirit from the abyss in the azure sky seemed to have discovered its kind. The sealed soul within the jade pendant trembled even more violently. The two seemed to be competing with each other. Why has the energy around us suddenly become turbid? Yin Ryu asked with a mixture of doubt and seriousness. She was born in the Great Xia dynasty and cultivated the Daoist arts. Although she could use some adventurer techniques, her core was still the Great Xia dynasty's breathing method. Her perception of elements and energy is more intuitive and acute than that of ordinary people. At that moment, she sensed an unusual gathering of energy around the altar. Watch out, something scary seems to be approaching. If I said, something terrifying is in my hands, would you believe me? Yin Ryu. Su Yuan could only respond with a rather helpless smile. He didn't know why the jade pendant could resonate with Qing Xiao. But judging from the results, this seems to be a good thing. Because after that energy vortex gathered, he clearly felt that the soul in the jade pendant had a tendency to break free from some kind of shackles. Immediately, a faint light appeared in front of Su Yuan. Two soul craftsmen gradually emerged. They bear a striking resemblance to those that appear when buildings in a territory are upgraded. However, the intensity is significantly lower. They can be considered low-level soul craftsmen. Lord of the Undead, thank you for your generosity. They are my subordinates, and will obey your commands. That ancient, weathered voice rang in my ears once more. The two soul craftsmen also bowed to Su Yuan, but did not kneel because they had no feet and were floating in midair. Even Yin Ryu's usually expressionless face twitched slightly. Where did you summon it from? Judging from their clothing, these are all the soul craftsmen of the Great Xia dynasty. Moreover, the profession of craftsman is basically done by ordinary people, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter the abyss after death. Su Yuan waved the jade pendant in his hand. Thanks to you. Yin Ryu fell silent. She held onto this jade pendant for 15 years, but she still couldn't figure out its purpose. But in Su Yuan's hands, it only lasted 15 minutes, and you can enter now. Chapter 136. What kind of cyber altar is this? Everything around seemed to have been stripped away, and all that could be perceived was chaos. I don't know where I'm going or where I am. So this is what it feels like to enter the abyss through the altar. The eerie light in Su Yuan's eyes gradually faded, and when he stepped onto solid ground again, he found himself on a new altar. But unlike the altars that were previously exposed in the open, this altar seemed to be sealed off in some location. Su Yuan looked around and found Yin Ryu's figure beside him. She looked rather disheveled, lying on the ground with her right hand covering her head, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if trying to alleviate some kind of pain. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry, and just waited quietly to the side. After a long while, Yin Ryu finally managed to recover from this state. She glanced at Su Yuan, who was watching the monkeys with a civilized air, and instinctively turned her head slightly away, not wanting him to see her in such a wretched state. But at the same time, she was also puzzled. Why wasn't he dizzy? Altars, places filled with abyssal energy, have been corrupted and polluted by all sorts of vengeful spirits for countless years. Ordinary people would feel like their heads were about to explode if they stayed inside for even a few seconds, with all sorts of eerie murmurs. But Su Yuan didn't even faint. He was completely unharmed. She didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line. I've troubled you to wait so long. Yin Ryu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and said, Let's go. As she spoke, she gently raised her right hand and pressed it onto a diamond-shaped area on the altar, and then the seal was broken. Su Yuan. Who created this palm print recognition system? What kind of cyber altar is this? Why do I have this illusion of stepping into a sci-fi movie set? Yun Ryu walked out. She said softly. In the past, the altars in the Arctic abyss were all exposed and unmanaged. This place is also an unclaimed abyss, so there are often vengeful spirits around the altars, which has caused the altars to be severely corroded and difficult for ordinary people to use. Fortunately, Lord Rock God passed by this place, discovered the hidden danger, and set up this sealing formation here. Is it the Rock God? Su Yuan recalled the structures in the Goblin Cave and the stone tablet left by the Rock God. This person seems to be genuinely interested in architectural techniques and various technologies. Given that a goblin who had only received a sliver of divine inspiration could create an underground cave of that scale, it's not surprising that the Geo-Archon could casually create such a protective altar-like structure. Unfortunately, the Rock God came and went in a hurry and did not stay in the Arctic abyss for long. The corrupted beings of the Arctic abyss were also very cunning. When he descended, they all hid in the tides, and after the Rock God left, they came out to cause harm to all sides. Yin Ryu's words added another point that caught Su Yuan's attention, the tide. If I remember correctly, these two words have appeared many times in the system announcements, and, according to the announcements, all abysses are off limits during the tidal period. What is this tide? Yin Ryu shook her head slightly. I'm not too sure either. Although I've entered the abyss a few times, I've never encountered a tide. I've only heard my grandfather and the others mention it, but unfortunately, they were already somewhat delirious from being tortured by the corrupted at that time, and what they said was illogical. Su Yuan felt slightly disappointed at not receiving a clear answer. However, since we can't get any useful information for the time being, let's stop worrying about it and just proceed with the plan. From the blood-red amber given to him by the Tombkeeper, Su Yuan could clearly feel that he was one step closer to the gate of the abyss. But taking it a step further doesn't seem so easy. As soon as Su Yuan stepped out of the altar, he saw a scene that made him frown. A humanoid spirit was being crushed by a deformed, fleshy monster. Dozens of arms were emerging from the monster's body, frantically tearing at the spirit beneath it. The soul's mournful howls shook the very top of my head. However, he still could not escape the fate of being torn apart. Although Su Yuan had already witnessed the abyss monsters hunting and killing ordinary souls when he was in the Queen's castle, the brutality he witnessed now was far more severe than before. Similar scenes play out every day here. Yun Ryu's eyes showed pity for the torn souls, but more so a numb indifference born of habit. Stop looking. This is the rule of this world. We cannot change it, nor are we able to change it. Yun Ryu said such things not because she hadn't tried to change things, but precisely because she had tried and failed, which is why she felt desperate. All she wants to do now is find her family as soon as possible and take them away from this ruthless place. If she hadn't been caught off guard and found herself surrounded by lords upon entering the abyss, leaving her somewhat bewildered and forced to observe from the shadows, she would have already returned to the Arctic abyss and completed her plan. Now that they have reached the polar abyss, their longing for home is even stronger. They wish they could grow wings and fly directly to their families to rescue them from the dire polar abyss. Let's take a detour. Don't fight these monsters head on. However, just as Yin Ryu was about to leave quickly, she saw a dark shadow flash in front of her. When she came to her senses, several souls had already emerged from the Qingxiao sword in Su Yuan's hand, as if they were avenging their kind. In a matter of minutes, they shredded the fleshy ball into pieces. Only the most essential part in the middle. The spirits surrounding Su Yuan swayed back and forth, baring their teeth and expressing their strong dissatisfaction with Qingxiao sword's act of hogging the prize. In response, Su Yuan could only try his best to appease them, since upgrading Qingxiao into a spirit sword was the most important thing right now. But there seems to be some kind of insurmountable barrier between a quasi-spirit sword and a true spirit sword. Ever since the last time he devoured an abyss monster, Su Yuan had a feeling that Qingxiao was about to advance, but that last bit of progress was like the last 0.1% on Pinduoduo. It just wouldn't fill in no matter what. You ran so fast. Yin Ryu came to Su Yuan's side, also somewhat helpless. Actually, you don't need to avenge him. I just don't like taking detours, Su Yuan said expressionlessly. Through the amber, he could sense that the altar leading to the next abyss world was on this path. That fleshy blob is blocking my way. Should I kill it and keep it for the new year? But, unlike other places, the abyssal monsters here are very strange, or rather, united. In any case, as long as you kill one of them, an endless stream of abyssal monsters will swarm out to hunt you down. Yin Ryu thought the other party would be startled, but to her surprise, Su Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great. Chapter 137 even made me want to roar. Su Yuan's sudden change in expression startled Yin Ryu. But she quickly recalled the scene of the former wreaking havoc in the previous Abyss world in just a few seconds, and then she felt relieved. Everything that is dangerous to ordinary people is nothing more than a toy that this eccentric can play with at any time. What pleased her was that this direction happened to be the only way for her to reach her family. Yin Ryu didn't know why she felt happy. Perhaps, traveling with this man really made her feel safe. Su Yuan followed the hints Amber gave him and walked forward step by step, while taking in the scenery around him. This was the first abyss whose name he knew, so he observed it quite carefully. Apart from a steep, rocky mountain peak, there was nothing else of note in sight. This Arctic abyss is a bit of a misnomer, Su Yuan murmured to himself. The ground beneath my feet was just ordinary mud, and the fog concentration was about the same as in the previous cemetery abyss, even less than in the fluorescent grassland I entered for the first time. Although those bizarre and corrupted creatures might be quite disturbing to ordinary people, they were nothing to Su Yuan, who had already accessed the Abyss Monster Encyclopedia and possessed the ability to force calmness. There was no sense of oppression from the extreme environment. Even the gloomy surroundings that would make ordinary people tremble with fear, seemingly moving, were nothing more than commonplace tricks in his eyes. The eeriness of the stone slab space was far more terrifying than that. At that time, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He had to face his fears head-on, especially when his physical strength and energy were repeatedly drained. Having undergone that inhuman training, Su Yuan is now extremely adaptable to the environment of the low-level abyss. However, he soon learned why this place was called the Polar Abyss. After turning the corner of the mountain, the scene before us changed dramatically. The originally dark, oppressive, and monotonous scene instantly became colorful. But this doesn't mean the clouds have parted. On the contrary, it's the real plunge into the abyss. Suddenly, the area in front of me was divided into many sections, each containing scenes that only existed in words. Thrilled by knives and fire, boiled in oil, and subjected to extreme cold. I have no idea how a small abyss world could be divided into so many different extreme regions. Su Yuan saw that there were many humanoid spirits in each area. Unlike the residents of the Queen's castle, they were not confined to their own areas. Although there is a kind of isolation here, they can come and go freely. However, no spirits left the area. Even though the living environment inside the area was already so harsh, spirits do not experience hunger or need sleep, but they can feel pain, and, most importantly, they cannot develop tolerance at all. The pain does not decrease over time, and it is impossible for them to evolve characteristics that provide maximum resistance. This is pure torture. No, it's torture, comparable to the twisted atrocities of Weitzman, and they were powerless to resist. The environment in those areas clearly shows signs of human intervention, including those positions. Su Yuan didn't know who had the ability to create so many different extreme scenarios here, nor did he know their purpose, but this person did provide some kind of protection for the spirits here. Although the core of these regions is extremely distorted, abstract, and extreme, in order to separate them, the creator left a passage between them, and there is also a kind of position on the periphery of those regions, which prevents outside things from entering. Many depraved individuals were circling around the position, their mouths covered in drool. In their eyes, that position is like a self-service restaurant. However, given their strength, it is clear that they are unable to break through the position. In other words, while enduring all sorts of torment in those extreme regions, the souls also preserve their hope of survival. However, given the strength of the person who can create such a region, if they really wanted to, they could certainly help these spirits build a sufficiently safe space. In the current situation, it is highly likely that the spirits have just discovered that the area within the field can block those who have fallen into evil, and that is why they are enduring the torment of the environment to gather there. Of course, this is only a temporary measure. The relationship between the souls and the corrupted who have turned into monsters is that of prey and predator. If no one comes to change this relationship, the souls here will die in endless torment, even if they are not devoured by the corrupted. However, they finally got what they were waiting for. In fact, Su Yuan himself did not want to take on such responsibility, but, since he had just killed a corrupted being, now that he was standing there, he was a large target. The corrupted are like this. They are randomly pieced together from chaotic, vengeful spirits. Although many of these vengeful spirits possess intelligence or even advanced wisdom, when they are combined, their intelligence does not increase. Instead, they rapidly degenerate and become monsters that only know how to follow their instincts. Now they follow their instincts. The scent of their kind left on their killers is an irresistible temptation for them. In an instant, all the corrupted ones rushed towards Su Yuan. Ryu, who had already entered the abyss 3 times, couldn't help but feel nauseous. There are just too many. Moreover, after this period of devouring and evolution, these corrupted beings have become increasingly disgusting in appearance. Some of them even gave her a rather dangerous aura. She recalled her previous failure and was about to warn Su Yuan to be careful of the outliers among the corrupted. But when she turned her head, she saw a slightly excited face. Are they all in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Su Yuan remained completely unmoved by these disgusting monsters. In fact, he even felt a slight urge to roar. Didn't the spirits just complain that the Azure Sky Sword was hogging all the resources? Now you can feast to your heart's content. In the instant those corrupted beings pounced on him, nearly 1,000 souls suddenly appeared before Su Yuan. The little wolf spirit leaped into the air, its wind blades sweeping mercilessly, instantly killing the enemy on the battlefield. Black lightning flashed on the cursed horn on its forehead, a new skill that had evolved at some unknown time. However, the results were fantastic. The moment the black lightning struck, it instantly scattered the ashes of the corrupted beings. Although there are many curse aggregates among the corrupted, curses are also different. At the same time, Qing Xiao was unsheathed. Su Yuan didn't stop walking at all, proceeding methodically in the direction Amber indicated. And all obstacles in his way were cleared away. The massacre, Su Yuan was surprised to find that the Azure Sky Sword in his hand suddenly lit up with a golden light. You advanced. Chapter 138 The Death of the General Who Pacifies the South, Secrets of the Founding of the Great Xia Dynasty. The golden light emanating from the azure sky is dazzling at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one will find that it is filled with violence and desolation. A series of indistinct murmurs drifted out, like the whispers of a madman. Yin Ryu immediately covered her ears, but the frantic whispers were relentless and managed to penetrate her ears. If she hadn't used the altar several times and developed some resistance to this kind of strangeness, and if the spirit in the azure sky hadn't targeted her, only causing a minor graze, she would probably be in danger by now. But the abyss monsters weren't so lucky. The spirit of the azure sky sword showed them no mercy whatsoever. A burst of golden light erupted, and a massive shockwave swept outwards. Even those positions that blockade extreme areas are constantly being shaken. A terrifying energy poured into every inch of the view. Those places without any barriers of principle are like scorched wasteland. Those who have fallen have all become dust on the ground. However, they did not die from energy radiation. Their insane ramblings alone are enough to drive them mad and cause them to self-destruct. What is this? Even though she was only temporary teammates with Su Yuan, Yin Ryu couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Previously, Su Yuan's strength could give her a sense of security, but when he became this powerful to an excessive degree, all that remained was fear. She didn't even see clearly what move Su Yuan used. All that is known is that in the blink of an eye, this area, which was filled with corrupted people, was cleared out and turned into a wasteland. Recalling how she had just been worried that he might be besieged by the corrupted beings here and thus fall into a fierce battle, Yin Ryu felt incredibly stupid. This guy's strength has completely exceeded her expectations. Those corrupted individuals who repeatedly caused him to fail were wiped out before they could even reveal their true nature. In the face of absolute power, there is no difference between ordinary corrupted beings and mutated corrupted beings. Ants, and even slightly stronger ones, are nothing more than things that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist. He's here, running rampant. You can go find your family now, Su Yuan said to Yin Ryu. He wanted to study Qing Xiao, who had been promoted to a spirit sword, and also try out the spirit sword technique he had just learned. It's essential to get Yin Ryu out of the way first. Yin Ryu clearly misunderstood. She could hardly believe that this man's terrifying move, which had almost turned upside down everything in his field of vision except for the area protected by the field of vision, was just to pave the way for her. Thank you for clearing the obstacles for me. Yin Ryu thanked her sincerely. She wanted to say something more, but she couldn't say anything at all. After bowing to Su Yuan again, she no longer hesitated and headed towards the polar region where her family lived, a place she remembered. As she was leaving, Yin Ryu bit her lower lip. thinking to herself that once she had rescued her family and was free of all worries, she would go to find Su Yuan. Even though she knew that with his strength, he would most likely not need her, she was willing to risk her life to repay his kindness. I just don't know if I'll ever have the chance to repay this kindness in this lifetime. Now we can calm down and get down to business. Watching Yin Ryu's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Su Yuan continued on his way, heading in the direction Amber had indicated, while pondering the newly acquired spirit sword technique. First, there's the change in Qingxiao. Su Yuan had thought that being given the name Spirit Sword meant it must have the feel of a Taoist immortal, but in reality, it was a spirit haunted by vengeful spirits and lingering resentment. All I can say is, it's no wonder it's a skill dropped by an abyss monster. However, there was one thing that Su Yuan was quite concerned about. I remember that the Spirit Sword technique was a skill that was dropped from a mutated low-level vengeful spirit. Su Yuan rubbed his chin. The skill dropped by such a low-level monster has such an absurd prerequisite quest. Is this reasonable? Forget it. I can't figure it out anyway. I'll just try it out first. Although King Xiao's power was immense when he was promoted, Su Yuan believed that it was an extraordinary phenomenon created by King Xiao's own extraordinary abilities and was not necessarily related to the Spirit Sword technique. However, after using the Spirit Sword technique for the first time, Su Yuan changed his mind. The eerie golden light shot into the sky once more, and the azure sky sword multiplied from one sword to countless swords. Although there is only one main body, the rest are truly spirit swords, or rather, dark swords would be a more accurate description. The gloom above is even greater than that of the early undead altars. The strength of the attached spirits has also increased by one level, especially the soul that originally came from the stairs, which underwent a qualitative leap. He might have been similar to the one in the jade pendant before, but now he has surpassed him by a significant margin. Moreover, Su Yuan had a very clear feeling in his heart. As long as one's mental strength can withstand it, one can infinitely replicate King Xiao's spiritual sword body. I just don't know how powerful it is. Judging from its power that swept across the entire polar region before, this golden light is definitely not a benevolent thing. Based on the characteristics of the spirit sword technique, if I were to unleash my full power, I might be able to kill the masked man instantly. In other words, right now, you can go anywhere from here. The ability to protect oneself has been greatly enhanced. Even without any generals accompanying him, Su Yuan could walk in the abyss with peace of mind. It's just a matter of time now. I wonder if we can cross the third area and enter the rift before dawn. With the wind spirit emblem accelerating, Su Yuan rapidly traversed the polar abyss. This unclaimed abyss did not pose much of an obstacle for him. Those corrupt individuals whom Yin Ryu had described as terrifying were unable to even put up a fight in front of her. While at the cemetery, Yin Ryu also demonstrated her ability to kill the spirit lamp in one blow. I guess I'm already overpowered for low-level abyss players right now. When Qingxiao advanced, he completely razed this entire area to the ground. There is no resistance at all in moving forward now. At this rate, we should be able to reach the altar connecting to the next abyss world very soon. Although there are no clear timekeeping devices or things to tell time in the abyss world, Su Yuan was still able to roughly judge the corresponding time points between the abyss world and the real world based on his experience of entering the abyss many times and his feelings about traveling through various abyss worlds. I just hope the next abyss will be as easy to pass as the first two. Take a deep breath and accelerate again. Ryu, after separating from Su Yuan, rushed to the polar region she remembered. Perhaps because they had lived under the oppression of the corrupted for years, the souls here had become somewhat numb. Even after Su Yuan cleared out all the corrupted, not a single soul dared to come out. Many of them were hovering around the position, but that was all they did. Even though there wasn't a single corrupted being to be seen outside, no one dared to leave the area that tormented them. Over time, they have evolved into masochists. For them, torture and pain may mean safety. Yin Ryu ignored them and walked straight toward the location she remembered. Soon, she brought her family out. Although staying in such an environment for a long time has made the family members somewhat delirious, Yin Ryu carries the Great Xia's mind-clearing talisman with her, which can help them overcome their predicament to some extent. Yin Ryu's parents, who had briefly regained their senses, were also able to help Yin Ryu take her grandfather, whose mindset had become ingrained and who was difficult for her to manage on her own, away from the polar region. Grandpa, father, on my way here I met someone who could make the jade pendant resonate with me. Yun Ryu led the souls of her family members toward the altar they had used earlier. She recounted to them the story of the ruthless person she had encountered who completely disregarded even third-tier abyssal monsters and corrupted beings. To her surprise, her parents immediately stopped in their tracks after she shared this information. Even the grandfather, who still stumbled over his words, stopped babbling and stared straight at them. Yun Ryu was stunned for a moment. Was it that I shouldn't have given away the ancestral jade pendant? Then, where's that person? Yun's father's voice trembled slightly. Yun Ryu had never seen her father like this before. I don't know, but he probably went towards the altar of the next abyss. Quickly, we must find him. What happened? Did I give the jade pendant to the wrong person? No, what you gave me is very good. It was just that I didn't explain it clearly in my haste. Father Yun glanced at the old man, and after the latter nodded, he continued, that jade pendant was actually your great-grandfather's way of remembering the former great Xia Jinese general. It's a pity that the general, who was of unyielding integrity and loyalty, was framed by a treacherous eunuch who accused him of holding too much power and plotting a rebellion. At that time, he was highly accomplished and deeply loved by the people. The newly enthroned Xia emperor knew that he could not possibly rebel, but he was afraid of being swept up by the overwhelming public opinion. In addition, his great achievements threatened the emperor, so he brazenly abandoned the great general who was fighting far away on the frontier under the pretext of the treacherous eunuch's false accusation. At that time, due to the leak of information by spies planted in the army by those who wielded power in the court, the general was attacked from both sides by the armies of the two countries and was trapped and died in the treacherous mountains. He led his troops to resist stubbornly for 127 days, but because the reinforcements were slow to arrive, he could only fight to the death with 52 trusted followers, and died for his country. Yun Ryu was stunned. How come I've never heard you mention this before? Wait, if the general is dead in battle, how did you know? The old man slowly began to speak. The warhorse that the general rode was raised by our Yun family. I was very young at the time, and was feeding the horses in the yard when I saw a warhorse covered in blood appear in front of me. Our family has been raising horses for generations, and that was the first time I was frightened by a horse. The horse followed the general that very night, but the letter written by the general of Jinese on its body was preserved. The letter contained no complaints about the court's failure to send troops. Instead, it petitioned for the refugees on the border and shared with the generals guarding Guangzhou the enemy intelligence they had obtained at great personal risk. Its concern for the country and its people was evident. Later, your great-grandfather presented the letter, and the Xia emperor used it as a pretext to massacre a group of corrupt officials, treacherous ministers and eunuchs, and finally secured his throne. It was only after the death of the first Xia emperor that I learned the true situation in the palace from some officials in the court who were on good terms with the general. Your great-grandfather cried for 3 days and 3 nights because of this, and he even cried himself to death. Memories surfaced in the old man's eyes, but as a blessing in disguise, after entering the abyss, he actually discovered the traces of the great general again. It happened to be the time when the rock god was on a pilgrimage. Because he thought of the unparalleled heroic spirit of the great general of the south, he erected a jade statue in the shrine. With the power of the gods, the jade statue managed to make contact with the soul in the abyss. And that jade pendant was made from the leftover jade material. Inside it is the soul of a deceased left vanguard of the Jinese army that was sealed away by Lord Rock God. Based on these two things, there will be a connection with the soul of that great general in the dark. Yun Ryu seemed thoughtful, but then looked puzzled. But he looks very young, and doesn't seem like he's ever been in a war. If he is not the great general, then he must be someone who is closely related to the great general. Finding him will naturally lead to finding the great general. Yun Ryu still couldn't quite understand. But why must we find the former General Jinese? He is already a spirit, and may even be a corrupted being. This is our obsession, but it is also the hope of great Xia. Yun's father sighed. Don't forget how your mother and I died. Mentioning this, Yun Ryu couldn't help but bite her lower lip, and a hint of anger appeared on her usually aloof face. His own parents, loyal and devoted, had fallen to such a state, not only plunging into the abyss but also nearly being devoured by the corrupt. In the end, they could only endure endless torment and struggle to survive in the cracks. All of this was a microcosm of the decaying Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty is now teetering on the brink of collapse and needs someone to turn the tide and save the crumbling edifice. Therefore, we must find the person who holds the jade pendant. His fate is in the hands of the great Xia. Since things had come to this point, Yin Ryu had no choice but to agree. I'll take you away from here first, and then we'll go after him. No, you go now. All the corrupted people here have been cleansed. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. If it weren't for the fact that years of torment had reduced his mental strength to almost nothing, Yun's father would definitely have made the trip himself. But he knew that if he insisted on going along now, he would only become a burden to his daughter. In addition, Yin Ryu has been intelligent since childhood, and he believes that this daughter will definitely be able to fulfill his entrustment. Seeing that her family was very determined, Yin Ryu had no choice but to turn around and chase after them immediately. The next abyss, if I remember correctly, it's a shallow abyss without many powerful monsters, so it should be fine, right? Unbeknownst to Yin Ryu, at this very moment, in the abyss following the altar, Baikaiwen was leaning against the massive side stuck in the ground, panting heavily. Her eyes were bloodshot. Even the whites of her eyes were tinged with blood, but still no match for the person in front of me. Chapter 139, Where are my teammates? Help them. Why? Why can't I even touch him? Baikaiwen had reached her limit, and the bloodshot in her eyes gradually faded. But after regaining her senses, she became even more resentful. She had never felt so powerless since she transmigrated here. Who exactly is this guy in the white trench coat across from us? It's one thing to be good-looking, but how come your strength is so terrifying? He managed to outmaneuver himself without even making a single move. On the other side, Njia was looking at the girl in front of her with great interest. At first glance, she seemed quiet and gentle, but in reality, she was fierce and ruthless. After teasing and exhausting the other person, he leisurely asked, "Why do you smell like me?" If this happened before she transmigrated, Baikaiwen would have slapped him across the face. This is blatant sexual harassment. No matter how handsome you are, you can't be this shameless. But at this moment, she keenly sensed something. The other person's smile, their blood-red eyes. This is me, burning with my own bloodline. A chill ran down my spine. Unbelievable speculations surfaced in Baikaiwen's mind, but she dared not believe them. But Njia didn't care about any of that and directly asked, "Where did you eat the blood curse I left behind?" Baikaiwen's eyes bulged out, and a feeling of nausea surged up from her lower abdomen. But this was the abyss, a world where spirits existed, and she could only dry heave, unable to vomit anything. It's strange that you enjoy the power I give you while simultaneously showing disgust towards me. And Jia rested his chin on his hand, showing no signs of tension from the battle. He looked at Baikaiwen as if she were a work of art he had unintentionally created. Baikaiwen said nothing. She knew she had been borrowing other people's power and even being influenced by it, which had greatly distorted her personality. She actually hated herself for it, but she had no other choice. If she hadn't used this power, in a place like Shrine Town, she wouldn't have survived until now. Baikaiwen originally intended to bury this secret in her heart forever. Until I reach the pinnacle of this world, I will bury it forever with my own hands. But she never expected that she would encounter the true source of this power here today. No wonder I felt so powerless in his presence. No wonder my combat skills, which I used to be able to use freely, have become sluggish. No wonder the time required to activate bloodlines has become much shorter. There was one thing she couldn't understand. When she accidentally obtained the blood goo, the item information clearly stated that the owner of the blood goo had passed away many years ago. So why was he here? Baikaiwen suddenly realized. This was the abyss, the world of the dead. Could it be that he is the ruler of this abyss world? Wrong. The system information clearly stated that all the abysses they entered this time were low-tier abysses below the third tier. Based on my experience entering the abyss during this period, someone with his strength could never appear in a low-level abyss. Unable to figure it out, Baikaiwen simply stopped thinking about it. All she wanted to do was escape this suffocating atmosphere as quickly as possible. As long as I can get out of here. As long as I can get rid of this person I can't handle. Get out, I must get out. Baikaiwen kept telling herself. Anyway, he's just a ghost and can't affect the real world. As long as I can get out, I can get rid of him. Hurry, anyone will do. Just send someone quickly. Someone please help. Just then, a faint light appeared on the altar not far away. Someone has teleported. Baikaiwen's heart raced instantly. She quickly turned around and immediately saw Su Yuan standing in the center of the altar. At this moment, Su Yuan was like a savior in her eyes. She had completely forgotten that not long ago she had been thinking of killing the other person and then going on a looting spree of supplies. At this moment, Baikaiwen felt a surge of great hope. If it hadn't been Su Yuan who came, she probably wouldn't have been so excited. It was precisely because this man, capable of single-handedly slaughtering a whole area of abyss monsters, and even more monstrous than the abyss monsters themselves, had arrived that she felt there was hope. He couldn't beat the man in the white trench coat. The bloodline difference was simply too much for him to overcome. It's completely countered, utterly dominated. But this guy is different. He didn't consume the other party's blood goo, so his strength won't be suppressed in front of the other party. Bai Kaiyuan believed that Su Yuan's arrival would play a crucial role. She tried her best to adjust her facial expression, trying to convey a pitiful look. However, just as she was about to use her advantages to ask Su Yuan for help, she was surprised to find that the man in the white trench coat next to her suddenly knelt down. Master! Bai Kaiyuan could react to what was happening. Su Yuan, who was walking towards her, responded naturally, "Get up." Bai Kaiyuan. At this moment, her mind was filled with countless questions. Master? Isn't this guy an undead? Isn't that guy a lord? How did they get together? Before she could figure out what was going on, she suddenly felt an irresistible force descend upon her, forcing her to kneel down involuntarily. When you see your master, remember to bow. It's the rule. And Jie's voice was gentle, but Bai Kaiyuan was completely bewildered. IF******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** However, circumstances were beyond her control, and no matter how much she grumbled in her heart, she dared not show it. What is she doing here? Su Yuan was quite happy to see Njia. After all, he had met a familiar person in this unfamiliar place, who was also a reliable subordinate, which gave him another layer of security. What's the deal with the girl next to Koanja? Why does it look so familiar? After searching his memory, Su Yuan finally remembered the girl's origins. Isn't this one of the lords walking together in the cemetery? What is she doing here? Faster than me? Something's not right. Besides, if she's here, where are the other lords? Master, she suddenly appeared in this abyss not long ago. Because she has my blood curse in her body, I sensed her arrival at the same time. Blood curse. Like Pierce, they are all my blood servants. Angel paused for a moment. However, she has good talent and her development of blood goo is much better than Pierce's. Su Yuan nodded. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry about it. Anja's subordinates are essentially his own subordinates. As long as it is under Anja's control, it will not only not become an obstacle, but will also become an asset. But, good talent? Blood goo at a high level? These two seem inconsistent with her previous ranking of 7th in the region. You didn't tell the truth before? I have my reasons. Bai Kaiyuan never imagined things would develop this way. She was still a little confused, and hadn't even figured out the relationship between herself, Su Yuan, and Njia, but she knew she had to come up with something to argue about. However, Su Yuan's focus seemed to be different from what she had thought. I don't want to know if you have your reasons. I just want to know your true strength. If the Lord is capable, then he can be utilized through Anja's control. But if you're not strong enough, then just let yourself fend for yourself. Su Yuan had no interest in taking a burden around with him. Bai Kaiyuan pondered in her heart what kind of background she should reveal to win the other party's favor. Generally speaking, appearing a little weak can arouse a man's protective instincts. But the man in front of them was clearly no ordinary person. Just as Bai Kaiyuan was hesitating, her mouth suddenly spoke on its own. Number 1 in the overall strength ranking of Shrine Town. As soon as she said it, Bai Kaiyuan almost instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. How could I have just blurted it out like that? Could it be that guy in the white trench coat? She recalled the scene of being forced to kneel down. An extreme fear rose in my heart. Is it possible to control things to this extent? Doesn't that mean I have absolutely no privacy in front of this man? If he were to allow himself to, wouldn't he be unable to resist? On the other side, Su Yuan was also quite surprised. This girl is actually number 1 on the list in Shinjisho. Upon closer reflection, I think I understand something. Remained silent, and even trembled a little while in the cemetery. Su Yuan had initially thought that Suda was just bragging and intimidating himself by exaggerating his status, but he hadn't expected there to be another reason. As the number 1 on the overall leaderboard of the Abyss Monster Kill ranking, which is consistently ranked in the top 10, there must be something commendable about it, right? Then let's set off immediately. Su Yuan did not linger. According to his calculations, there is at most a little over an hour left until dawn. Time is of the essence, and not a moment can be wasted. Unfortunately, he encountered Njia, whose blood shadow escape technique only works on himself. It cannot be used for group travel. Unfortunately, the Wind Spirit Emblem's effect expired at that very moment. Everything is going wrong. Su Yuan suddenly turned his gaze to Bai Kaiyuan. Do you have anything on you that can speed things up? Bai Kaiyuan obediently took out a small cloth bag with various markings from her backpack. She knew that even if she didn't want to, she would still be forced to take it out, so she might as well take the initiative. Is this okay? A talisman from the Great Xia dynasty? No, this is Sakurahama's protective charm. Su Yuan took it, glanced at the information, confirmed it was a speed-up item, and then put it on. Then, all that remained on the ground was a series of afterimages. This speed-up protection effect is ridiculously good. The wind spirit emblem in it. Bringing her along was definitely the right choice. At this stage, Su Yuan no longer cared about the monsters in the abyss. Previously, we could easily crush everything in our path. Now that we have Anja, even a straight push is no problem. The only thing to worry about is not having enough time. And this problem has been properly resolved. Incidentally, it also solved the mystery of why Bai Kaiyuan arrived here before him. While Su Yuan was overjoyed, Bai Kaiyuan's heart was bleeding. She got this amulet from the top player's chest in the region. It's very precious. There are only 2 in total. She originally planned to give away these 2 amulets after she found that destined person with whom she could reach the top. She didn't expect that this guy surnamed Su would get them now. After increasing his speed, Su Yuan arrived at the edge of the abyss in just half an hour. This should be the lowest level shallow abyss. We haven't encountered any powerful abyss monsters along the way. The strength is probably about the same as the fluorescent grassland. Of course, due to the excessive speed, countless vengeful spirits were killed in the crashes along the way. Su Yuan glanced at his experience and energy. The former had reached the critical point of level 9, and the latter had also accumulated a lot. Having explored the abyss world and learned the name of the polar abyss, we can now use the altars function to enter a specific abyss upon returning. There is also the charging of various buildings. It's also consumed very quickly. In addition, a lot of spirit cores and spirit crystals were also earned. In the polar abyss, when Xing Xiao ascended to the next level, he gained a lot of reputation after those humanoid souls cleared out the corrupted ones. Going back to mass-produced troops is now part of the tentative plan. Next, all you have to do is enter the crack and wait for the next evening to arrive. Of course, there is an altar, and you can enter it whenever you want. But Su Yuan had a strong conviction in his heart. I've come this far. I'm really not willing to give up without taking a look at the gate of the abyss. The key point is that the journey to the abyss that night went by too smoothly, with almost no significant resistance or obstacles encountered. It's hard not to strike while the iron is hot. However, just as Su Yuan was about to reach the edge of the abyss and prepare to enter the spatial rift, a dangerous aura suddenly struck. Su Yuan immediately dodged away. Thanks to his super-fast movement, he barely managed to dodge a chilling blade of energy. To be on the safe side, Jie drew his short sword to try and block for Su Yuan, but the sword was actually deflected by the sword energy. Anja's right hand instantly bent into an exaggerated arc. It was clearly broken, but there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, there was a hint of amusement. Click-clack. Anja raised his other hand and performed a live bone-setting procedure. This scene left Bai Kaiyuan stunned. What the heck? Isn't this the abyss? Why is the person in white a physical entity here? Su Yuan also glanced at Jie again. He hadn't noticed this problem before. However, he quickly thought of the cemetery keeper. I imagine Jie felt the same way. Of course, compared to Jie's strangeness, Bai Kaiyuan was more concerned about another figure. The man appeared to be a martial artist, sitting cross-legged and floating in midair. 3 samurai swords floated in front of him. The blade energy we just saw came from one of them. Bai Kaiyuan gasped. Could he possibly unleash 3 such powerful sword energies at once? Is there any chance of survival? Furthermore, when this person made his move, she even felt the abyss space tremble. This combat power is clearly beyond the standard. What is that? Bai Kaiyuan had never seen such a thing in the abyss before. Su Yuan, however, appeared quite calm. Don't be nervous, it's just a watchdog. Chapter 140, My Unfortunate Teammate. Watchdog? What is that? Bai Kaiyuan couldn't understand it at all. But what she could sense was the terrifying aura emanating from that warrior. It was a very strange sense of dread. It's that kind of weird feeling. Even though the opponent doesn't seem that strong, you still get this strange feeling that you can't beat them. Bai Kaiyuan didn't know why she felt this way, but she really had little will to fight, and she seemed very passive in front of that martial artist. Wrong. Not before this brute, but within this abyss. Bai Kaiyuan discovered that whenever the thought of fighting that martial artist arose in her mind, she would be disturbed by a strange force, as if she was being targeted by the entire abyss. How so? This was a bizarre situation that Bai Kaiyuan had never encountered before. What puzzled her was that Su Yuan beside her seemed completely unharmed. Isn't he even a little bit worried? Even that terrifyingly strong man in the white trench coat had his arm broken just now. In fact, Su Yuan was not unaware of the interference from the will of the abyss. Rather, after the special training in the stone slab space, his understanding of the abyss had reached a new level. Add to that the watchdog, it's nothing new to him. Su Yuan could spot the opponent's weakness at a glance. However, he wasn't entirely unperturbed. After all, dawn is about to break. If I linger here any longer, it will be very bad for me. Anja, seal his sword. Yes, master. While Bai Kaiyuan was still looking on in astonishment, Su Yuan had already begun his operation. They charged straight toward the warrior who exuded a terrifying aura. You weaklings, why do you not kneel before me? The warrior in midair let out a loud shout, and all three samurai swords in front of him slashed out, the sword energy crisscrossing and even tearing space apart. Bai Kaiyuan quickly put her full defensive gear back on, fearing that this terrifying attack would take her away. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry about Su Yuan, who was charging towards her head. It wasn't that she was worried about Su Yuan's personal safety, but rather that she feared he would die too quickly, leaving her no time to escape. However, Su Yuan quickly put her mind at ease. Kneel? You dare to kneel. Su Yuan's face was cold as he stepped forward, completely ignoring the three sword energies. Just as the three sword energies were about to touch him, 16 short swords shot out from the side, intercepting him halfway. Bai Kaiyuan looked puzzled. Wasn't that same short sword deflected by the sword energy just now? How come it's happening again this time? She quickly noticed something was wrong. Angie's arm was dripping blood. Each short knife was stained with Angie's blood. After being coated with blood, the strength of those short knives increased dramatically. Watchdogs, it's been a long time. Blood dripped from Angie's wrist, his eyes were bloodshot, but a look of comfort and pleasure appeared on his face. Compared to those old bastards, the watchdogs now seemed to be a bit stronger, but even if you become stronger, you'll still be watchdogs. Angie's lips curled up slightly. Compared to the guardians in the staircase, you really are just dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood on the dagger suddenly began to move as if it were alive. He charged straight at the three samurai swords, and the moment the first samurai sword touched Angie's blood, it melted instantly, as if it had encountered hot oil on the snow. Bai Kaiyuan nearly popped her eyes out when she saw this. Did I really swallow something so terrifying? If Anja gets upset one day, will her stomach be burned through? The warrior seemed surprised by Anjia's strength. Before he knew it, 2 of his 3 weapons were ruined. But before he could retrieve the remaining weapon, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Using his speed-enhancing defense, Su Yuan had already rushed in front of him. But the warrior didn't seem flustered, even when he was being pressed to the face, even when his only weapon was still on its way to be retrieved. How dare a lowly mortal harm me? The martial artist spoke with an arrogant tone, showing no regard for Su Yuan who rushed towards him. However, Su Yuan didn't take that martial artist seriously either. He charged straight past the other man, as if the man himself didn't exist. Bai Kaiyuan was slightly taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind this action. The martial artist, who had been unusually calm just moments before, suddenly changed his expression. He wanted to stop Su Yuan from going any further, but Njia immediately blocked his way. You still have the leisure to look at other places? Suddenly, more than a dozen shadows surged out from around Njia, making his beautiful face look incredibly eerie. Do you think I'm not good enough to be your match? The next moment, the shadows rushed forward and tore the martial artist in midair to shreds. Resolved, Bai Kaiyuan blinked. Not yet. Anja fell from midair, her wounds healing rapidly, and her shadow returned to her feet, regaining her composure and elegance. He looked in the direction of Su Yuan in the distance, but it will be soon. Outside the abyss, within a spatial rift, a thin man coughed up a mouthful of blood. The projected clone was destroyed, but he also suffered a significant backlash. But he couldn't care less about any of that. The death of the clone does not mean the crisis is over. On the contrary, an even greater crisis is looming. Skinny, with deep-set eyes and a face covered in brown spots, your appearance is so different from that tall and imposing projection in the abyss, isn't it? The sound that came from beside him was like a death sentence, causing the watchdog's pupils to shrink sharply. At that moment, the first thought that popped into his mind was to run. Run. Once outside the abyss, the watchdog is just an ordinary vengeful spirit, even weaker than an ordinary vengeful spirit. He couldn't kill his opponent even in the abyss, let alone outside of it. It's quite similar to the soul-devouring demon rat. Su Yuan said softly. The less there is, the more one wants to create. Unfortunately, nothingness will eventually shatter, and you will eventually perish as well. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, without giving the other party a chance to beg for mercy, a spirit sword with an eerie golden light shot out and pierced straight through the guard dog's body. Even faster than the speed of attack is the speed at which life perishes. Soon as the spirit sword passed by, the watchdog was instantly engulfed by the golden light. Not even a trace was left. Spirit sword technique, is it really that domineering? Su Yuan was a little stunned. This is just a spirit sword. If hundreds or thousands of spirit swords were unleashed at once. Hiss. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I just wanted to use you to test the power of the spirit sword technique. Su Yuan looked at the watchdog that had disappeared into the spatial rift and murmured softly. The test results are very satisfactory. Your death was worthwhile. Only the gravedigger's true form is in the abyss, while the watchdogs are outside. Otherwise, how can they guard the gate? Knowing this well, Su Yuan had no intention of wasting time in the abyss. His goal was to capture the leader first, strike at the heart of the enemy, and solve the problem once and for all. After dealing with the watchdog, Su Yuan immediately began searching for the location anchor point. He hadn't forgotten that after dealing with the soul-eating demon rat last time, he lost his bearings, resulting in a chaotic vision where he had no idea where he was. Once this happened, he couldn't stay in the abyss rift. This time he learned his lesson. After killing the watchdog, he immediately turned his attention to the abyss he had just escaped. And Jie and Baikayuan can still be seen there. With the help of these two people to locate him, Su Yuan was finally able to avoid falling into nothingness and drifting with the tide once again. Immediately afterwards, Jie and Baikayuan also crossed the edge of the abyss and arrived at the crack. As long as there is a target in sight, even if everyone is in the crack, they will not fall into chaos. As Su Yuan watched Jie and Baikayuan come to his side, he gradually came to a conclusion. So, if I had kept an eye on Miss Demon as soon as I emerged from the abyss last time, would I have been able to stay in the rift? At that moment, a white light gradually appeared on the horizon in the distance. That heralds the arrival of daylight. Dawn arrives. Strange changes also began to occur in the abyss below. This was the first time Su Yuan could still see the abyss after night had passed. But he saw it very clearly and carefully. Under the faint white light, Su Yuan could clearly see that the corrupted beings in the abyss had undergone a complete transformation. Their bodies began to split apart, and figures gradually separated from those monstrous bodies, turning into individual spirits. These spirits all looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of everything that had happened the previous night. Not only them, but even the spirits that could still maintain their human form in the darkness became dazed, as if they had forgotten what happened during the night. When the confusion in their eyes faded, the spirits resumed their daily lives as if they were in reality. It felt like I'd just had a nightmare last night. However, some spirits will curiously ask those around them, where did so-and-so, who was chatting with me yesterday, go? They were completely unaware that the very spirit they were questioning might be the culprit who had devoured their friend. The souls of the day have no memories of the night, and the souls of the night have no memories of the day. Su Yuan found this new discovery unbelievable and turned to ask Anjia, were you like this when you were in the abyss? Anjia tilted her head and thought for a while. No, I can remember everything I've done very clearly at any time, even in the abyss. Oh right, I haven't asked you properly yet, Su Yuan suddenly said. Anjia, what level of the abyss were you in before? Master, I have been to the stairs, but I am not in the stairs. Anjia looked uninterested. I'm not interested in the stairs, and besides, the people inside don't seem to welcome me. I see. Su Yuan didn't press further. He could tell that Anjia had some aversion to the stairs. However, Anjia also saw through Su Yuan's plan to enter the abyss gate. Although I dislike the world behind the door, if Master wishes to go in and explore, I will accompany you. Anjia placed his right hand on his heart. My loyalty to you is more important than my personal likes or dislikes. Su Yuan had no doubts about this. The loyalty of his generals was as clear as day, so there was nothing to worry about. His concern was that the world behind the door would be difficult to deal with. After all, based on the information currently available, the monsters in the staircase are not in the same league as those in the ordinary abyss. But from Anjia's words just now, Su Yuan could still sense a hint of nonchalance. It's like, the world behind the door, at least the first step, isn't a particularly difficult challenge for him. His ability to come and go freely, even when the people inside don't really like him, already demonstrates Injie's strength within the group. This is another piece of good news for Su Yuan. Since that's the case, let's move on. Although everything outside the anchor point was a blur, making it impossible to discern directions, the blood-red amber given by the tomb keeper still proved useful. Su Yuan could clearly feel its guidance. There is an unseen force pulling it in that direction. That is where the gate to the abyss is located. It is the connection between the blood-red amber and the gates of the abyss. This connection gave Su Yuan a clear goal. However, Su Yuan is now facing a serious problem. He has a goal, but how to get there? Previously, in the rift, either Bulgul, a native of the rift, would carry him in flight, or he would drift away naturally after losing his anchor point. I've never actually tried to move it. Su Yuan first turned his gaze to Injie, who was clearly a regular in the rift. Although he was not as adept as Bujal in the rift, he could still move around without any problems. Only, like the Blood Shadow escape, Anja's method of moving through the rift only applies to himself. He separates drops of blood, throws them out as shadows, and then changes position. Those blood droplets served as both the means for Injie to move and the anchor points he used for positioning. This also illustrates that not having wings is indeed very inconvenient in spatial rifts. Su Yuan then turned his gaze to Bai Kaiyuan, and then looked puzzled. Are you alright? At this moment, Bai Kaiyuan had already experienced an extremely severe bout of dizziness. If she hadn't had nothing to vomit, she would definitely be in an even more disheveled state. Bai Kaiyuan felt bitter inside. Ranked person in the shrine town, become so pathetic after meeting this guy? Fortunately, there are no lords of the shrine town here. Otherwise, if they saw me like this, wouldn't all the prestige I had worked so hard to build up vanish in an instant? This guy might not be my destined nemesis. Bai Kaiyuan rubbed her head and looked up. It took me a long time to recover from the intense dizziness of entering the crevice from the abyss. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Su Yuan asked tentatively. The fact that there's nothing beneath your feet can really make you feel uneasy. A succubus like Sophia, who lived in the rifts, would experience some dizziness and discomfort when entering the rifts from the abyss. It's already quite impressive that Bai Kaiyuan was able to control herself. If it were someone else, they would probably faint on the spot. I'm fine. Where do we go next? Su Yuan pointed in a direction, but he didn't know how to move. Just after he pointed out the direction, Anja suddenly spoke up. Master, that's the direction of the Demon Castle. Chapter 141. Congratulations to the male and female guests for successfully pairing up. The direction of the Demon City. Su Yuan murmured. Isn't this Bugul's hometown? The Lord of Dread. He must be the master of the Demon Castle, right? However, when he encountered the sin of pride before, Bugul seemed to have mentioned that he was not interested in the internal problems of demons at the moment. Of course, even if Bujar had the idea of returning to lead the tribe, it wouldn't be of any use to Su Yuan right now. Bujar wasn't around. Thinking of Bujar, Su Yuan couldn't help but miss the devil flight. Safe, efficient, and you don't have to do anything yourself. Most importantly, it can travel through cracks. The current situation is somewhat awkward. Although they entered the rift before dawn without incident, and were not worried about being crushed by the spatial turbulence in the abyss, the next step of the plan was forced to stop. It's really painful to be unable to move. However, Su Yuan was not in a hurry. Forced calmness allowed him to maintain a clear mind and a stable mentality in any situation. Carefully recalling these trips to the abyss and my experiences in the rift, I try to find a solution to the problem. His thought caused Bai Kaiyuan, who was standing beside him, to panic. My heart was pounding. Why did it suddenly stop moving? Could it be that I did something wrong? Or did I say something wrong? This feeling of being cautious reminded her of some unpleasant memories. It's about the weak and helpless self before the time travel. Bai Kaiyuan shook her head. She had already decided to cut ties with her former self. Right now, it was just that Injie was restricting her too much. Whether she pretended to be a snake or compromised, it was all just a temporary measure. Wait until we find an opportunity when Anja isn't around. Bai Kaiyuan looked at Su Yuan, who was deep in thought. A bold idea came to her mind, but when she thought of the strength Su Yuan had shown along the way and his strong resistance to various abnormal states, she couldn't help but suppress the bold idea. Running away is more practical. Yes, run away. Once you find a good opportunity, start operating immediately, don't hesitate. But before that, the most important thing is to survive. Thinking of this, Bai Kaiyuan couldn't help but glance at Su Yuan again. My mind is racing, trying to figure out what the other person is thinking right now. Is there something wrong with the Demon Castle? Bai Kaiyuan asked cautiously. To be honest, before this, she always thought that someone who could make her care so much must be someone extremely important to her, but she never expected that she would be so preoccupied with this. Su Yuan didn't reply to her, but instead activated the night parade of 100 ghosts and summoned the little wolf spirit. As soon as the little wolf spirit appeared, Bai Kaiyuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. She hadn't expected such a terrifying creature to keep such adorable little pets. But as the little wolf spirit grew taller and stronger, and she discovered the cursed beast horn on its forehead, her expression immediately changed. Although Su Yuan had previously demonstrated his ability to parade 100 ghosts, she hadn't paid much attention to the little wolf spirit at that time, nor had she paid much attention to Su Yuan. Yun Ryu and Xia Bin were more of a concern to her. By the time she noticed Su Yuan, the night parade of 100 demons had already finished its attack. Upon closer inspection, Bai Kaiyuan discovered that this majestic demonic wolf was actually a spirit. This guy also has the ability to command spirits? No wonder he always seemed so at ease in the abyss. But what does it mean that he created Sekiro at this time? Is he going to kill himself here? Bai Kaiyuan became wary, but she froze the next second. The little wolf spirit's body, and then a gale suddenly appeared in the chaotic crack. Fortunately, this place is a chaotic mess. If anything were nearby, it would be torn to shreds on the spot by this terrifying power. Bai Kaiyuan swallowed. Which lord is this guy from? Not only do they have a terrifyingly powerful subordinate like the one in the white trench coat, but even a pet they casually summoned is so strong. But Su Yuan's expression froze. Then, without making a sound, he instructed the wolf spirit to slow down the wind's speed, so as not to be so aggressive. Su Yuan's idea was simple. He remembered that after the statue of the wind god shattered, he also entered the spatial rift, and at that time, he relied on a wisp of gentle breeze left by the wind god in the statue to cross the spatial rift. Now he wants to recreate that situation. Unfortunately, the wolf spirit used too much force, the wind. This wasn't just left to the wind's whims. A tornado destroyed the parking lot. Under Su Yuan's instructions, the little wolf spirit gradually controlled the wind force to a suitable level. Fortunately, the Storm Wolf King has a natural affinity for wind elements and a strong ability to control wind, so it didn't take long for it to meet Su Yuan's requirements. A gentle breeze lifted Su Yuan up, allowing him to drift forward gradually. It really works. Let's go. Su Yuan gradually mastered a comfortable wind force, and in this environment, he wouldn't bump into anything. He didn't need the exquisite control ability of a wind god. He could just head directly in that general direction. Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan was stunned. Walk. Which way? You have the wind to carry you, but what can I carry with me? Su Yuan flew a distance away and found that Bai Kaiyuan was still in the same place. After a moment's thought, he could roughly guess that Bai Kaiyuan had encountered the same problem as him. Considering Bai Kaiyuan's overall strength is not bad, and that she helped him a lot by providing the protective charm, and that she is also in Jie's subordinate, it wouldn't be good to just leave her here. I still have too few people I can use right now. As for the city of demons, judging from the attitude of the sin of pride back then, I'm afraid the demons there won't be too friendly to me either. With Bubble not around, I need to have more insurance. Bringing one more person to help me is always a good idea. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then returned to Bai Kaiyuan's side and reached out his hand to the bewildered girl. I'll take you away. Bai Kaiyuan. What's going on? Aside from murder, Bai Kaiyuan, who had never had intimate contact with a man before, was stunned on the spot. Even the expression on his face was somewhat neglected. Her first thought was, what kind of bad idea is this guy up to now? Or is it, like the group of people I met before I transmigrated, that they think I'm easy to bully just because I'm living under someone else's roof? But looking into Su Yuan's eyes, there was no ill intent in them. There was even a hint of impatience. It was as if I was wasting his time by standing still like this. Bai Kaiyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little frustrated. It seemed that no matter what expression she made or what action she took, it had no effect on this guy. Unlike men who are easy to understand and manipulate, this person has always had his own set of rules of conduct and will never change them because of the behavior of others. Bai Kaiyuan reached out and hooked her hand onto Su Yuan's. After all, she didn't have the ability to move freely through the spatial rift, and without Su Yuan's help, she would likely have been left here. Loneliness and deathly silence. It's far more terrifying than fighting monsters from the abyss. Although that's what she said, Bai Kaiyuan knew it was just the other person's kindness and there were no other feelings involved. But it was still their first time holding hands, and the feeling of that intimate skin-to-skin contact still made her feel uneasy, causing her heart to race for no reason. In contrast, Su Yuan was much calmer. It wasn't that he had many similar experiences. In fact, this was his first time having close contact with a girl. Moreover, Bai Kaiyuan was quite attractive. As a normal man, it was inevitable that he would feel a flutter in his heart. But precisely because he knew this, in order to prevent hormones from causing trouble, he proactively activated the forced calming effect in advance. A true Lu Ziwei. The two held hands and silently made their way towards the city of demons. In the abyss world, as dawn broke, dramatic changes were occurring in all the shallow abysses, especially the rejection of outsiders, which forced Yun Ryu to temporarily leave through the exit. Fortunately, the jade pendant was a treasure passed down through generations of the Yun family, and it had been imbued with the aura of the Yun family. She could still find the jade pendant's location for a short time using a unique secret method. Maybe we can find each other again next evening. There are many other people also looking for Su Yuan. For example, Bukar. He was randomly teleported to the Silent Abyss, one of the 3 unclaimed abysses. There's not a single hair here. It is truly silent. Bugle couldn't even recruit some able-bodied men to help him expand his search area. I flew all night and didn't even catch a glimpse of the Lord. Instead, they made contact with 2 gargoyles. After bringing the gargoyles under his command, Bugle formed a flying trio. Since they are all aerial units, they have a wide field of vision and are fast. Search efficiency has improved significantly. Bukar quickly confirmed that Su Yuan was not in the Silent Abyss. With dawn approaching, he decided to return to his territory first. As expected, Su Yuan was nowhere to be found in the territory. He was even questioned by Karen. He was accused of losing the Lord. Bugle didn't argue. He left one gargoyle to help Kylan guard the territory, and then led the other gargoyle directly into the crevice. Since Su Yuan is not in the territory, it means he is still in the abyss. He believed that the monsters of the shallow abyss would be no match for his lord, and that even the coming of dawn would be no big deal to the Supreme Being. He even believed that if given a little more time, Su Yuan might have been able to push through the shallow abyss all the way to the bottom and open the gate to the abyss. But what he couldn't tolerate was that he wasn't by Su Yuan's side when Su Yuan achieved such success. This is not a problem that a competent subordinate should have. Therefore, he decided to return to the demon city first, and use his identity as the Demon King to mobilize all the demons in the demon city to help him search for Su Yuan's whereabouts. Although he was very reluctant to use the Demon King's privileges again, compared to his personal prejudice against the title of Demon King, being able to follow his master was undoubtedly more important. Bukar knew very well that there were simply too many abyssal worlds, and even for a shallow world, searching for it alone would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. We have to rely on some external help. It's a last resort. In the cemetery, as dawn broke and the abyss-like world before his eyes gradually collapsed, Su Da's immediate will to survive ultimately prevailed over everything else. Even knowing that returning to the shrine town without Bai Kaiyuan would be a near-certain death, he still chose to jump into the vortex and escape the abyss. To die later or to die immediately, it's not really a choice. But what Suda couldn't understand was how Bai Kaiyuan could have died. She's so strong. Could it be that Su Yuan and Yun Ryu teamed up to kill their regional leader? That doesn't make sense either. I stood guard by the exit the whole time, but I didn't see anyone else come here, nor did I see anyone leave the abyss through the exit. Could it be that the 3 fought to a standstill, and then the abyss monster picked them off? The strength of those 3 was clearly beyond the level of this abyss. Unless the 3 attacked each other, it was unlikely that they would die in this abyss. Suda thought about it more and more, and it made more sense. In reality, his line of thinking wasn't even close to the mark. It was completely off the mark. But you can't really blame him. Given Su Da's current knowledge and understanding of the abyss, how could he have imagined that someone could connect to 3 abysses in one night? In his view, this was about as difficult as the Chinese national football team winning the World Cup. Of course, whether he wanted to get her or not was not important. What Suda was most worried about was how the lords of the shrine town would survive without Bai Kaiyuan. Keep in mind that Sakurajima has been besieged by sirens and fishmen for more than 3 months and could fall at any moment. People die every day. There is no mercy in interracial war. As for the incredibly unlucky location of Shinjisho, it can't be said to be safe and secure. It's more accurate to say it's the first place to be affected. If Bai Kaiyuan hadn't been strong enough, the lords would have been killed by the sea monsters 800 times over. But now, the protective umbrella is gone. Suda left the abyss, but instead of feeling joyful, he became increasingly worried. However, Just as he was about to inform the other lords of everything that had happened in the abyss and the devastating news that Baikayuan was missing and most likely dead through the regional chat room, he saw a shocking piece of news in the regional chat room. Sister Bai, Brother Su, can you see this? I have great news for you. Huge good news. We're saved. Thor has intervened. Snow Country, at the summit of Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. The young lady hasn't returned? Zheng Guangxian frowned as he looked at the rising sun on the horizon. If there's still no news at this point, they're probably still trapped in the abyss. That shouldn't be the case. With her strength, clearing a low-level abyss shouldn't be a problem, right? Even if she encountered a watchdog, she could easily escape unscathed, let alone kill it. How come she didn't come back? Su Linking scratched his head, also quite puzzled. However, they were not as pessimistic as Su De, because Zheng Guangxian immediately checked the rankings of the regional lords, and the top spot on each list was still held by that familiar name, indicating that he was not dead. Based on the data I've been reviewing these past few days, those who are still alive after dawn are most likely to have entered the rift between reality and the abyss, Zheng Guangxian said slowly. If they want to leave, there are only two paths. Either they are guided by a god, or they use a spatial teleportation spell. And there is only one place in the entire rift with a teleportation spell. Demon Castle. Chapter 142. How come you have everything? There was nothing in the crack that could help determine its location. Fortunately, Su Yuan still had the blood-red amber. The old man guarding the tomb gave him a guiding token, which showed him the way forward. As a road sign, it is competent and qualified. Baikayuan was being led around, her mind already playing out countless stories of love and hate. She replayed every gossip she could think of before she transmigrated in her mind. She had hoped to distract herself in this way, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The more wild thoughts run through my mind, the hotter my palms become. Even my cheeks felt a little hot. But this was mostly psychological because Su Yuan didn't detect anything unusual from that soft and delicate touch. He was now fully focused on perceiving the guiding amber and anticipating the demon city. Anja, have you ever been to the demon city? At this moment, Anja was being carried by a large mass of shadows, which looked as if the shadows had become his wings, carrying him through the cracks. But in reality, the shadows were just transporters. The real medium of movement was blood. I went in, and then I was kicked out. Su Yuan. You really are unpopular everywhere. What happened? Logically speaking, someone with Anjia's looks should be naturally adored, but instead she encounters setbacks everywhere she goes and feels isolated wherever she goes. Because I entered the country illegally. Smuggling? What is smuggling? Baikayuan was a little confused. Anja patiently explained, what we're doing now is illegal immigration. Baikayuan. Su Yuan was actually aware of this as well. Through fragments of information from historical documents and library materials, he was able to roughly piece together the basic outline of the Demon City. This includes taboos and rules. Demon City is a very special city. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan helped Baikayuan clear up her confusion. Apart from the demon race, other races need to hold a special demon secret order to enter the Demon City. And the number of demon orders is fixed. Baikayuan nodded blankly, but still looked completely clueless. Before I fell into the abyss, the price of the demon's decree on the scatty underground black market had already risen to a level that ordinary nobles could not afford. That must have been more than 10 years ago. And Jie spoke in a relaxed tone, but Baikayuan perceived it as a serious matter. Wouldn't we be discovered as soon as we go in? The image of being chased by demons after entering the demon city had already appeared in her mind. It's terrifying to even think about. Even if she hadn't entered a state of burning blood, Baikayuan, who remained rational, still couldn't control the fear that gradually surged within her body. Even when facing sirens and fishmen, she would have similar emotions, but once her blood boiled, she would forget these emotions and become a bloodthirsty madman like Anja, enjoying the carnage. Unfortunately, she can't use that extreme, crazy state anymore, and Jia was afraid she would disrespect Su Yuan, so she deliberately restricted her. In response to Baikayuan's concerns, Su Yuan shook his head. There's no need for a pursuit. Although demons are hostile to humans, they won't, and dare not, indiscriminately kill innocent people at this stage. Why? Because they are not strong enough. Su Yuan said calmly. In the past few decades, the Demon Clan did produce two extraordinary men who almost led the Demon Clan out of the rift and carved out a territory on the continent that belonged exclusively to demons. This reminded Baikayuan of the sirens and fishmen who invaded Sakura Island. all for the sake of claiming a piece of land that belonged to them. Su Yuan continued. Unfortunately, neither of them succeeded. What exactly happened is unknown, but after their peak, the demon race has declined, and its overall strength is not what it used to be. Those two powerful demon kings have also disappeared. Actually, saying disappeared isn't quite accurate. Su Yuan knew that one of them was Bujar. While reviewing the materials, he gradually matched the infamous demon king with Bulgar. Of course, Bukhar made it clear that he no longer wanted to get involved in matters within his race. The sin of pride had stayed on for him for so many years, and he refused to be reinstated. However, without the demon king, the demon race was indeed a disorganized mess, no longer possessing its former glory and strength. Without strength, one will fall into a passive position. Our problem isn't actually that we're trying to smuggle ourselves in, but that we're failing. The outline of a floating city was gradually appearing in Su Yuan's eyes. Once we enter the city of demons, even if we are smuggled in, no one will dare to do anything to us, because the demon order only checks upon entry into the city. Once inside, no foolish demon will verify your identity. This is the consequence of the demon race's weakened strength. When facing other races with greater overall strength, they always have to make concessions on some matters. Multiple verifications will invite dissatisfaction. Back in Anja's time, the Dark Knight Demon King still wielded considerable power and could use that power to make identity checks more meticulous, but things are not like that now. Therefore, all other races appearing in the Castlevania are assumed to possess the demon's decree. And those who can produce the demon's secret order at this stage must be extraordinary. According to the information Anj just gave, even the nobles of Skadi couldn't get their hands on this thing. Bai Kaiyuan seemed to be deep in thought. In the blink of an eye, the entire demon city was revealed to everyone. The city has a rather bizarre shape, with huge, unidentified trees planted inside. Their branches and canopies spread out and extend throughout the city, looking like menacing monsters under the bright magical lights. The city's main body is on the tree trunk, with a main trunk branching into more than a dozen branches, each of which is a complete street, while the tree holes on both sides are the dwellings of demons. If it weren't for the overall dark color scheme and the chaotic atmosphere of being within a spatial rift, which added to the oppressive feeling, Su Yuan would have thought he had arrived in an elven city. Of course, this is only the exterior of Dracula's castle. What lies inside, surrounded by those giant trees, cannot be seen from the outside. This city is so unique, I'm actually quite interested in taking a stroll around it. But that's a story for later. The most urgent thing is to find a way to get in. Su Yuan led Bai Kaiyuan to a smooth landing, and after retrieving the little wolf spirit, he let go of her hand. This floating city has a large area extending outwards, which is just right for settling down. Should we just use the speed boost from the Guardian to rush in? Bai Kaiyuan's thinking was rather simple. After all, although she had a quiet face, she was a reckless woman who didn't even bring any reconnaissance tools. Su Yuan quickly rejected this suggestion. Rushing into the demon city without knowing its layout is not the best course of action. Although Anja had been inside, he had only taken a quick look around. He wasn't particularly interested in such places and couldn't provide any information. However, getting into the city was no problem for Anja. Let's go check out the situation first. Su Yuan took the initiative to walk forward, having already prepared 2 plans along the way. The demon race is in decline, or even in its twilight. As the main city, its protective shield is much stronger than that of Caesar City. So it seems the protective shield in the territory hasn't been triggered yet. Su Yuan murmured. I wonder what the specific effect is. Of course, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the intruders were gone before they could even touch the protective shield. There was absolutely no room for the protective shield to function. As soon as I approached the protective shield of the demon city, 2 demons immediately came to greet me. Their bat wings appeared very light, quite different from the heavy feel of Buggles. Excuse me, gentlemen, please stop for a moment. As expected, the overall strength has declined. The demons guarding the gate back then were not so polite. Anja's words caused the 2 demons' expressions to change, and their faces showed some anger. Bai Kaiyuan was stunned. It would be a miracle if this were to be popular. I swallowed his blood poison and was deeply influenced by him. Will I be like that in the future? However, it is clear that the demon race's strength is indeed much weaker than before. Even when their wounds were exposed on the spot, they managed to suppress their emotions and did not show them. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and Jia's probing confirmed his previous guess. Since that's the case, then we can raise the bar a bit more. We are here to witness the birth of the new demon king and to present a gift to him. Upon hearing this, the two demons couldn't help but exchange a glance. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. It is indeed the end of the competition among several Demon King candidates, and the time when a new Demon King is about to be born is approaching. But this news has never been released. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are informants from other organizations within the demon race who are passing on the information. But the demon race at present has nothing to be wary of, and there is no need for them to come to the demon city to spy on intelligence. The two demons' minds raced, and they came to the same conclusion. Regardless of whether the other party was genuinely invited or came specifically to gather intelligence, they had to be allowed to pass. The former goes without saying. As for the latter, it was specifically instructed above that the impression of the demon race as harmless should be projected outwards. If even one of the candidates for Demon King this time were reliable, the selection wouldn't have dragged on for so long. This is a perfect opportunity to export our ideas. However, we still have to put on a show. Do you have any proof? Anja said no more words, but instead pulled a small knife from inside her trench coat. He had never used this knife in battle, but it was stained with a trace of blood. The instant the blood appeared, an exceptionally powerful aura suddenly dissipated. Bai Kaiyuan couldn't help but subconsciously lean closer to Su Yuan. Her blood-burst ability was restricted, and she felt very insecure. The two demons reacted even more strongly than Bai Kaiyuan, because they felt the suppression from their bloodline. This is demon blood of extremely high purity. Moreover, the intensity of this aura clearly indicates that it was acquired only recently. If the previous Demon King hadn't been missing for many years, they would have mistaken this for the Demon King's blood mark. Excuse me. The two demons guarding the gate immediately stepped aside. Now they completely believe Su Yuan's claim of being invited. After all, the number of demon orders is fixed, and they are extremely rare, so rare that even the demons themselves don't have them. If you want to invite others to the demon city, the most common way is for the demons in the city to personally lead the way. But those important figures certainly can't do that for the sake of their reputation. So the blood mark is indeed reasonable. Of course, most importantly, the aura emanating from this drop of blood was incredibly powerful. Given their status and strength, it is impossible to determine their specific origins, but they must be one of the pillars of the clan. There is no reason to stop someone who possesses this mark. How come you have everything? After entering the demon city, Bai Kaiyuan asked curiously. Su Yuan smiled without saying a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but that he didn't know either. But he guessed that it was probably Boogle's blood. Was it left behind when he sought treatment from Angie after being whipped by Kylan? It has to be said that Su Yuan guessed wrong. This was a sample taken by Ange on the night that Bogle was cursed by the hero of the Jeddigar calamity. He used two knives at the time, a scalpel to remove the curse and demon blood from the wound, and this small knife specifically for taking and preserving samples. Besides wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with the tyrant who had put him on the stake, Ange's other wish was to establish a blood bank that included the strongest people of all races in the world. The devil must be among them. In fact, back in the Storm Knight's basement, when Bogle's finger was broken by the wind barrier, he had already had the idea of collecting demon blood, but unfortunately Bogle didn't give him the chance. The three of them walked on the tree trunk, attracting a lot of attention. Bai Kaiyuan saw only pale-faced demons with horns on their heads and wings on their backs. Most of them were quite good-looking, but she had no mood to appreciate them. She would feel out of place here. After all, they are completely different species. In contrast, Su Yuan and Njia appeared quite casual. Having spent so much time with Bogle, I've become quite accustomed to demons appearing around me. Let's find a place to rest and wait for evening to fall. Su Yuan felt the Amber's guidance and simultaneously opened the Abyss map function on the World Channel. Su Yuan suddenly realized that all the areas he had illuminated along the way, from the cemetery to the City of Demons, were a straight line from beginning to end. Moreover, the direction the Amber was pointing was forward. Am I just lucky? I've ended up on the shortest path to the Abyss Gate. Su Yuan murmured to himself, then closed the Abyss map. There don't seem to be any hotels around here. Bai Kaiyuan looked around carefully, but couldn't find anywhere that looked like a place to stay. That's normal. Su Yuan didn't have high hopes for it either. The demon race only has one main city, and it's located in the rift between reality and the abyss. Where would they get tourism business? Generally, outsiders who come here are brought in by the demons themselves. They can just stay at their houses. Bai Kaiyuan exclaimed, and then asked, where will we stay? Su Yuan had been pondering this question as well, but a familiar figure quickly came into view, and he immediately smiled slightly. Of course, I'm staying at someone else's house. Chapter 143 Reunion with the Succubus. Sophia, the succubus, has been somewhat troubled lately. Although her foraging trip in the abyss of the Queen's castle went relatively smoothly that day, some unexpected events still haunted her. Even after returning to the demon castle, despite being busy every day with Connaught's Demon King candidacy, she still couldn't shake off the strange state left over from that day. In the dead of night, although there is no midnight in Castlevania, at most the lights are turned off, she still can't help but recall the scenes from that day. That was the first time she had faced the watchdog without her sister Connie's supervision. It was also the first time my heart had raced, a racing heart in every sense of the word. She would still occasionally recall that figure who, despite being surrounded and pursued by the watchdogs, fearlessly charged out of the abyss and smashed the soul-devouring rat's head with a single blow. That figure that bounced back from its own allure. She felt that the fact that the image of that person kept popping into her mind was largely due to the fact that the charm was being reflected back and the effect lasted for a longer period of time. Logically speaking, even the highest-ranking succubus shouldn't be able to bewitch someone for such a long time. Something must be wrong with me. Sophia muttered to herself as she walked toward the inner city surrounded by tree trunks. Today is the day Connie presides over the ceremony. In the demon city, the ritual is a major event, and Connaught plans to use this opportunity to preside over the ritual to showcase her newly acquired abilities and gain more supporters so that she can have an advantage in the competition for the Demon King. As Connaught's most trusted sister, she was naturally entrusted with important responsibilities. Aside from going out to find food regularly, she devoted all her energy to helping Connaught organize this sacrificial festival. The day of the sacrifice finally arrived, and Sophia couldn't help but take several deep breaths to calm her nervous emotions. Although Connie is the main character of the ritual, she is in charge of handling all the details of the entire ceremony, making her practically a commander. If anything goes wrong, it could have a huge impact on the entire ceremony. For this reason, Connie even specially appointed Lust as her bodyguard. But for some reason, at such an important juncture, the sin of lust suddenly disappeared. There is no concept of day or night in the spatial rift, but the demons who live here can judge the time by subtle changes in the elements in the air. Sophia knew it was getting late. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin, and I can no longer indulge in lust here. I must rush to the scene. However, just as she took a step and was about to flap her wings, she was intercepted by several figures next to her dwelling. People from the law enforcement team? Sophia became wary. The sudden appearance of the law enforcement team at this time is clearly not a coincidence. Miss Sophia, we have received a report that you have been frequently leaving the main city to engage in illicit transactions in countries on the mainland. We are now summoning you and hope you can cooperate. The speaker was a female demon, whose tone was very businesslike, but her eyes were undisguisedly fixed on Sophia's prominent parts, filled with jealousy. As a female among the demon race, she lacked the succubus's naturally beautiful appearance and rapidly developing, enviable figure, and was far less popular than the succubus. In the demon race, ordinary women have almost no competitive advantage. Whether it's looks or figure, the upstream market is completely controlled by succubi. However, succubi are a minority, and their prominence inevitably attracts jealousy and targeting from ordinary female demons. With the demon race's strength declining year by year, many demons have been forced to enter the mortal world and interact with various countries on the continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many female demons proposed the succubus export plan. This would not only improve relations with other countries and stabilize the weakened internal environment of the demon race, but also allow them to drive out the succubi they had long disliked from the main city and bring those high-quality male demons back into their hands, a win-win-win situation. The succubi in the brothels of Caesar's city's underground world come from here. However, not all succubi will export. Succubi like Sophia, who possess royal blood, are typical examples of those who absolutely cannot leave the main city, travel to the mainland, or have relationships with men from other countries. After all, no matter how difficult things are for a community, the issue of face still needs to be taken seriously. The same applies to Skadi and the Snow Country. No matter how difficult the situation, they would never allow the princess to be sold. But marriage alliances are possible. Whether one is born into royalty or belongs to a declining royal family will inevitably become a bargaining chip in the hands of decision-makers. Sophia is the bargaining chip. Although she has royal blood, the concentration of that bloodline is too low to qualify her for the table. She can only become a bargaining chip. Fortunately, She also has an older sister with a sufficiently high bloodline concentration. Under Connie's protection, Sophia has no such concerns for the time being. But if Connacht loses the election and ultimately fails to become the decision-maker, then the new Demon King will certainly not tolerate her anymore. Given the current global landscape and situation, this succubus card is unlikely to escape being played. But that's a story for another time. Although Connie's approval rating is not high, it is not the lowest either. If this ritual is performed well, there may be a chance to turn the tide. And the other party is clearly here to eliminate that possibility. Sophia immediately protested against this unfounded accusation. I have left the main city, but I have never been to the mortal world, and the claim that I have associated with men from other countries is utter nonsense. Now, Gina, please step aside. To be honest, as a succubus, she had already restrained herself considerably. If it weren't for Connacht, she would have already said goodbye to theoretical knowledge and entered the practical stage. It's worth noting that succubi typically achieve at least 100 kills before the age of 20. Sophia is already 21 years old, but she still has zero experience. In order to have a way out if Connie fails, Sophia has always maintained her virginity. When she experiences withdrawal symptoms, she can only go to the abyss to vent her anger on the spirits and consume her mental energy through battle until she is exhausted. What could be a bigger gimmick than a pure succubus? Sophia had thought it through clearly. If Connacht failed to become the Demon King, then at least she could be used as a trump card to buy herself some room to escape. Because the time had dragged on for too long, the various Demon King candidates had already formed a blood feud. No one is naive enough to think that once someone else takes power, they will still be allowed to roam freely in the demon city, even though the demon race suffers heavy losses every time they lose a powerful demon. This is a life or death battle. We approached you after a thorough investigation, so we hope you won't put up any futile resistance and will cooperate with us. The female demon enforcer, known as Gina, remained relentless. She was the only one who volunteered to participate in the operation to capture Sophia. Because her devilish ex-boyfriend dumped her the day after meeting Sophia. Sophia never showed any emotion to that male demon, and even repeatedly rejected his advances. Anyone with eyes could see that the problem lay with the male demon, but Gina didn't care at all. She believed that Sophia's appearance was the reason for her relationship troubles, and that it was all Sophia's fault. Although the request was only to delay Sophia's arrival, she was still determined to detain Sophia. There was a bit of personal grudge involved. If there's anything, we can talk about it after the sacrificial ceremony. Then, whatever you want to ask, I will tell you everything. Now please step aside. A mark appeared in Sophia's eyes. It shares the same origin as the mark that Bujar left on Su Yuan, but its shape is far less complex than the mark Bujar set. This is a symbol of royal blood. Sophia is abusing her royal privileges. Normally, if she showed this mark, even if there was something extremely important, the law enforcement team would have to make way for her. But today, the other party was clearly not afraid of her. After all, Janae's presence here must indicate that she has royal backing. On the surface, it was targeting her, but in reality, it was Connacht who was being dealt with. I'm sorry, Miss Sophia, you have to come with us. As soon as she finished speaking, Janae assumed a fighting stance. Succubi are not strong in direct combat, and their charm effects are greatly reduced against demons, especially female demons. In addition, Sophia herself lacks practical experience, so even if she uses charm, it will have no effect. Gritting her teeth, Sophia took a step back, and her wings suddenly unfurled. Since she couldn't win head-on, she might as well unleash her full power. Anyway, once they arrived at the sacrificial site, no one dared to do anything to Connie in front of her. Sophia had a good plan, but the other party's audacity in coming so directly to her face clearly indicated they were prepared. Just as she took to the air, two female demons leaped down from the top of the treetop and flanked her from both sides. Sophia was caught off guard and had no time to react. There's nowhere to escape. Oh no. The moment those two words crossed Sophia's mind, she was struck by a combination of spells that restricted her flight and paralyzed her, causing her to fall freely from midair. Cornet's sister. Sophia's biggest worry right now isn't herself, but Connacht. Of Lust suddenly disappearing, the law enforcement team unexpectedly showing up, and this whole scheme targeting her. Connacht is likely to face a lot of trouble as well. Moreover, some key props are in my hands, and if I can't arrive on time, the scene will definitely be in complete chaos. She could already picture Connacht being pressured by the other candidates. She knew she couldn't just stay trapped here. She wanted to move, but she couldn't move at all. It can only fall like this. He could only watch helplessly as he got closer and closer to the ground, until a figure rushed out from the side and caught her as she fell freely. Sophia stared in disbelief at the figure that caught her in a princess carry. I can't say whether it was a surprise or an accident. I just know my heart was beating really fast. It's you? Hi, we meet again. Su Yuan smiled. I was in such a hurry last time that I didn't even have time to ask your name. Su Yuan is not an ungrateful person. If it weren't for the help of the demon lady in his arms, he might not have even been able to touch the edge of the abyss, let alone kill the watchdog. Su Yuan knew that without the other party, he would at least have to waste a return scroll. That was his only trump card, his only chance to save himself. Many of his subsequent risky but highly rewarding actions were based on having that card. It's fair to say that without Miss Demon, I wouldn't have the confidence or strength to even touch the gates of the abyss. To repay a debt of gratitude. I'm called Sophia. Whether it was the effect of the paralysis spell or something else, Sophia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Su Yuan could feel that the demon lady in his arms was limp, obviously restricted in some way, and probably wouldn't be able to move on her own for a while. To the Demon King's palace. Sophia, first, enter the inner city surrounded by tree trunks, then just follow the main road, and you'll get there. Okay. Could you control your tail a little? It's moving around, and it's making me so itchy. Su Yuan also found it amazing. His body was paralyzed, but his tail remained unaffected. Wait, what about this tail? Heart-shaped? Succubus? So she's not a demon lady, she's a succubus lady. No wonder she is impeccable in both appearance and figure. Speaking of which, Sala once said something like, what does it mean when a succubus's tail moves? Su Yuan thought for a while, but couldn't remember, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The protective effect on his body was triggered, accelerating his progress. On the other side, Bai Kaiyuan, carrying a scythe, stood with Jia in front of the demons from the law enforcement team. He went to hug the young lady himself and made us cover his retreat. How could he do that? Bai Kaiyuan muttered. Although she was extremely dissatisfied, she had no control over her body because Jia was by her side, so there was nothing she could do. Since we can't just give up now, we might as well take the initiative rather than be forced to fight. At least you can control the pace when you move yourself, so the battle doesn't end before you've had your fill. Who dares to obstruct the law enforcement team? When Gina saw that the two people blocking her way were humans, she felt a chill run down her spine. At this stage, the alien races appearing in the demon city are far more difficult to deal with than the demons themselves. After all, these people are either guests invited by high-ranking demons or ruthless individuals with demonic orders. Either way, their backgrounds are not to be underestimated. For law enforcement, the most troublesome thing now is the alien races. They simply can't grasp the proper measure of law enforcement. The other demons in the enforcement team also looked troubled, wondering when Conet had gained the support of the humans. This was truly an unexpected situation. In the past, this situation would definitely have required careful handling. However, considering the special circumstances of today, we absolutely cannot let Sophia leave smoothly. All the demons assumed a fighting stance. What? You want to fight? Bai Kaiyuan was just feeling frustrated and had nowhere to vent her frustrations, so all she could say was, it came at the perfect time. At this moment, Anja also lifted her blood-burning restriction. In an instant, Bai Kaiyuan's eyes turned bloodshot. Chapter 144 Pride and Lust. The short sword flew through the air, while the scythe slashed swiftly. The stench of blood in the air and the crimson in those eyes complemented each other, creating a delicate yet shocking scene. The two beautiful faces in the painting, filled with sickness and obsession, are a striking sight. It added a touch of eeriness to the entire painting. The demons in the enforcement team were already quite strong, at least considered above average among the entire demon race, but they were still too weak in front of Anja. Not to mention Jia. Even Bai Kaiyuan was a struggle for them to deal with. After her blood boiled, Bai Kaiyuan knew nothing of pain, and her madness and tyranny were completely different from before. Gina Yi was stunned by the tactic of trading blows for blows. This is not how a human being should behave. Even though the demon possesses powerful physical regeneration abilities, which would be extremely advantageous for her, she, still a normal human being, couldn't help but tremble with fear in the face of Bai Kaiyuan's madness. After all, demons possess regenerative abilities, not resurrection abilities. When Gina came to her senses, she was shocked to find that she was the only one left in the enforcement team. The others were either pinned to tree trunks by daggers or completely bound by blood-red shadows, but in either case, they were unable to move. The pure white figure not only dealt with everyone else in such a short time, but he also had the leisure to stand by and watch. Don't misunderstand, I just want to see just how far my best blood servant has developed the power of the blood goo. Anja propped his head up with his hand, as if admiring some research result. You guys continue. Gina, how can we continue like this? Should we continue to be humiliated? Gina realized that the two people in front of her were far more powerful than she had expected, and that they were of a different race. In the current demon city, any alien race that enters must be treated like a father. Putting everything else aside, the ability to cross spatial rifts alone is something that ordinary people cannot do. The fact that they were able to arrive at the demon city unscathed and pass the inspection at the city gate speaks volumes. According to the current rules of Demon City, apart from their mortal enemy, the angels, they really can't afford to offend any other races. Let alone human life being precious, dragon life being precious, even the life of a brother or the life of the land being precious are not new here. And gnomes who can get here are no ordinary people. And gnomes who have actually set foot on this land so far is not even close to count. But this is enough to prove that in the city of demons, every race except demons is noble. As a law enforcement officer, Gina Yi felt this even more deeply. For example, now, 2 alien invaders have humiliated the law enforcement team in this way, and not a single citizen has voiced their support for the law enforcement team. Most of the demons who passed by instead criticized the enforcement team, fearing that they might anger the human lord and cause some kind of diplomatic incident. The demon race is now in dire straits, its edifice on the verge of collapse. Even succubi are being forced to leave the country, so how much better off can the other demons be? In just a few decades, they have gone from being extremely arrogant to being extremely self-conscious. It went from one extreme to another. This might be a cruel joke that fate played on the demon race. Gina knew that today's operation had failed. She may face extremely severe punishment. But so what? She's nothing but a jealous demon. At least she is still acting in accordance with her own conscience. The 7 deadly sins are something ingrained in the very bones of the demon race, and were originally even the source of their power. However, as the group has developed to this point, it has had to rely on suppressing these most primal desires and powers to survive in a humble manner. I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. Janae gave up resisting, watching the crazed figure wielding a huge scythe, getting closer and closer to her. Let's just die here. Anyway, if the mission fails, I definitely won't survive if I go back. There's nothing to miss about this kind of world. Tired, let's destroy it. However, just as Gina closed her eyes, preparing to die peacefully, Baikayuan's scythe suddenly stopped in front of her neck. This is really boring. Baikayuan sheathed her scythe and slung it back over her shoulder. What's the point of killing an opponent who won't fight back? You won't drop any equipment. Baikayuan muttered the last sentence very quietly. At this moment, the bloodshot color in her eyes gradually faded, and she gradually regained consciousness. Of the demon city, she was naturally unaware of the outrageous privileges that other races could enjoy there. In her view, killing Gina here could push things to an irreversible point. After all, this is the city of demons, someone else's lair. Anja's approach of controlling but not killing also made her uneasy. In fact, Anja just didn't like the blood of ordinary demons. It was mixed with all kinds of sinful desires, and was too smelly. After Baikayuan finished her attack, she didn't linger any longer and went straight after Su Yuan with Njia. Gina was left standing there, stunned. A group of demons stood by, pointing and whispering among themselves. A barrage of harsh and offensive comments followed. Some say she's bringing shame to the demon race. Others say she's disgracing it. What's even more outrageous is that some demons who had been arrested by the law enforcement team called on their friends to mock the law enforcers who were usually arrogant and condescending towards their own kind, but so pathetic when facing other races. But what they didn't notice was that not far from Janae, in the tree hollow dwelling that had just been emptied due to people joining in the fun, a figure sneaked in. After infiltrating, the figure quickly found the secret passage hidden in the tree hollow dwelling, an underground defensive fortification built by the demon race during the Groni era. At that time, it was a critical period of the general attack on the mortal world. In order to prevent the enemy from raiding their home, the demon race secretly built many tunnels in the main city to maintain the safety of the rear during the war. However, due to the extremely special geographical location of the city of demons, unless one suffers a stroke and late-stage brain cancer, no decision-maker in any country would be willing to target it. Therefore, these tunnels have basically never been used, and very few people know of their existence. Candamin, the sin of pride, is one of them. At this moment, the sin of pride was covered in blood, with multiple wounds on his wings and his severed arm, looking extremely disheveled. This was a far cry from the composure and calmness he displayed when he slayed the Flame Witch. Saipan. Candamin practically spat out those two words through gritted teeth. He never expected that simply showing his face on the outskirts of Silver City would attract the attention of Scatty's Secret Service. The Dragon Slayer level hero team, which I don't know where they found it from, is equipped with an ice mage comparable to the Snow Country Grand Megasend, and a paladin who has been bathed in holy light and completed nearly half of the Ascension ritual. They are all combat classes that can defeat Candamin. The Knight's Greatsword, burning with the flames of purification and bathed in the blessing of holy light, would send your soul flying to the heavens if you were to be struck by it. Even without the heroes in the party lifting a finger, this paladin alone was proving incredibly troublesome. Fortunately, Candamin still had a way to save his life. Although he was seriously injured, he managed to escape from the terrifying team of heroes. Throughout the journey, Candamin pondered who was secretly targeting him. The other party was clearly prepared and was someone who knew him very well. After leaving the volcano, he only went to one place, Scatty. Is something Candamin can't think of besides the Scatty's Secret Service. After all, not just anyone can summon a team of heroes of this caliber. And within Scatty's Secret Service, the only person who had ever interacted with him and knew his weaknesses was Saipan. Candleman is a man unwilling to support the new master, and he is largely responsible for the fact that the three candidates have not yet decided a winner. Each of them has two sinful supporters behind him, and his silence keeps the situation even. Therefore, he became the focus of the competition for support. Tired of being caught up in the power struggles and the daily scheming, Candamin simply left the City of Demons. However, due to the gradual decline of the demon race, it is now extremely difficult for demons to travel outside. In order to obtain a ticket to a peaceful life in the modern world, Candamin worked as a glove for the Scatties for a period of time. The person he was in contact with at that time was Saipan. He knew that, of all of Scatty, this man understood him best. He also knew that disposing of used gloves that had no further value was a consistent practice of the Scatty's Secret Service. Therefore, he easily guessed who was behind this ambush. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure roses bloom all over you. Candamin cursed fiercely as he dragged his injured body forward with difficulty. Every strike from the paladin dealt him real damage, making it quite difficult to withstand. Before the holy light and the flames of purification, the demon's proud regenerative abilities were completely suppressed. Damn paladin! Candamin cursed and continued forward. He remembered that there was a potion room directly below the Demon King's palace, which contained many rare medicines collected during Grony's reign. Among them, the blood of the red dragon has the effect of neutralizing holy light and purifying power. That was his hope of escaping his current terrible situation. The sin of pride staggered, his entire body being eroded by the power of purification, wincing in pain. But this was understandable. An ordinary demon wouldn't have lasted this long. However, after turning a corner, Candamin was shocked to find that his injuries were actually quite minor. What came into his view was a female demon. Although she is a demon, she possesses a succubus-like figure and exquisite appearance, and even more alluring and charming, sexy and fiery than any succubus. Unfortunately, at this very moment, a cross-shaped light sword was stuck in her long, sexy legs, slender and smooth arms, and smooth, flat abdomen. An angel's holy lightsaber? Candamin exclaimed in surprise. Leomund, how did you get pinned here by an angel's lightsaber? What happened? Hearing a familiar voice she hadn't heard in over a decade, Leomund from Lust gradually opened her blurry eyes. When she saw Candamin, she was both surprised and delighted, but she was too weak to express her intense emotions. Murmur like a delirium. Candamin had to get very close to hear what she was saying. Of those two Demon King candidates, one of them awakened an angel, Leomund said weakly. What? Candamin was furious. Are they even trampling on the bottom line of their own people in their fight for the throne? Demons and angels. That's a feud that's been going on for countless generations. The kind of fight to the death. Angels were also a major reason why the growth and expansion of demons were previously restricted. Each generation of Demon Kings takes it upon themselves to defeat the angels. But the angels are a chosen race blessed by many ancient gods, and they are immortal. Although few in number, each one possesses terrifying combat power. It wasn't until the emergence of the Dreadlord Bulgal and the Night Lord Grony that the millennia-long war between the two races was finally brought to an end, thanks to the extraordinary abilities and strategies of these two generations of geniuses. Of course, due to the immortal nature of angels, Grony was unable to annihilate them directly. Instead, he used the power of darkness to put them all into a deep sleep and seal them away. But now, for the sake of the title of Demon King, he is going to personally overturn the goal that all the previous Demon Kings and all the demons had fought for their entire lives to achieve. Upon hearing this news, Candamin was so angry that he started cursing. Judging from the strength of this lightsaber, it should belong to an angel with fewer than 10 wings. If I weren't currently seriously injured, I could definitely help you break through the limitations. Liamin shook her head slightly. She could see Candamin's injuries as soon as she opened her eyes. She also knew that she could no longer let Candamin come into contact with anything that possessed purifying power, especially the highly pure purifying power of the angel lightsaber. That would be a disaster for the devil. Candam, don't worry about me. Go to the Demon King's palace and support Connat. She's the only one you can trust. The other two could be traitors who betrayed their people. We can't let the one who awakened the angels become the Demon King. Candamin nodded. He could only hope that when he finished dealing with things there and returned, Liamin's soul wouldn't have been completely burned away by the purifying power. Carrying Sophia, Su Yuan quickly made his way to the Demon King's palace. It was an exceptionally magnificent hall, comparable in size to the palace in the Queen's castle that I entered when I first encountered Sophia. Did Bukhar ascend the throne here before? Just imagining it a little, it seems pretty cool. With Sophia's guidance, Su Yuan quickly found Connat, one of the candidates for Demon King. After all, among a group of male demons, the only woman still stands out quite a bit. Not to mention, unlike Sophia, Connat herself possesses an aura of authority. The male demons standing next to her would subconsciously lower their heads slightly, not daring to look directly into her eyes. Sister Connie. After a period of relief, Sophia's condition improved considerably, and she was finally able to speak loudly again. Upon hearing her voice, Connie immediately turned her head, a rare smile on her face. But when she saw Su Yuan holding Sophia, the smile on her face, which had not yet fully appeared, froze instantly. Chapter 145. So it was you. Where's your dragon? If it were an ordinary female demon, or even a succubus, being held by a male human, Connat wouldn't say much. Even though she was a strong woman who had always fought for the rights of female demons, the situation was beyond her control. Humans were indeed stronger now, especially those humans who could cross spatial rifts to come to the demon city. They were no ordinary beings. Finding such high-quality humans is an opportunity for ordinary succubi. Seizing it might allow them to live a much more comfortable life than in the demon city. But not Sophia. Her identity and bloodline destined her to not be able to associate with men of other races. Such intimate physical contact must be resolutely avoided. She consistently protected Sophia, partly because she genuinely loved her younger sister, and partly because the demon race, on the verge of collapse, needed a pillar of support. Of course, this pillar of support is not Sophia, but dignity. Since Grony's disappearance, the demon's dignity has been discarded and trampled upon time and time again. Succubi and the privileges of visitors from other races all point to the same fact. But at least, the royal family still retains its nobility. The glorious lives of Bulgar and Grony are still talked about among the people, and the people still retain their last hope, betting everything on the royal bloodline. As long as the royal family doesn't bow down, there's a possibility of them rising again. But if even the royal succubi become export commodities, then the entire demon race will face a crisis of collapsing faith. Although it sounds absurd, it is true. Having been a candidate for so long, and being the most approachable one, Connat naturally knew a great deal about the inner thoughts of the ordinary demons below her. She also sympathized with Sophia. As a succubus, she had already restrained herself and sacrificed too much. But precisely because of this, she couldn't let the sisters' years of forbearance and sacrifice go unrewarded. Sophia is not allowed to have contact with other races. Not at least not now. Sophia? How ugly. A member of the royal family, nestled in the arms of a human. Do you know how shameful it would be if ordinary people saw this? As soon as Connat opened her mouth, a male demon walked up to her side. His attire was somewhat similar to that of Bulgar, but the details were handled rather roughly, lacking the composure unique to a demon king, and it seemed more like an imitation. Of course, he was still quite handsome compared to Bujal, but he was less domineering and more youthful. Behind him were two powerful figures with impressive auras, a listless middle-aged man yawning constantly, and a young girl who was munching on various snacks she had collected from all over the world. Su Yuan could sense an aura quite similar to that of Candamin from them. Famar, you should mind your own business first. Connet often acts as Sophia's guardian, disciplining her, but she doesn't allow anyone else to hold her sister accountable, especially the other two royal demons who are also candidates for Demon King. The moment Female spoke, her face instantly darkened, and she used her body to block Sophia and Su Yuan's view. They're really assertive, Su Yuan muttered to himself. However, compared to Buggle's methods, which can directly exert strong pressure on the opponent on a mental level, this kind of verbal back and forth seems a bit petty. You don't need to yell at me. It's undignified, isn't it? Although Female looked young, he was very experienced in handling problems. Connet's tone was a bit harsh, which was a necessary way for her to ensure that she could accurately convey her attitude, but Famar quickly labeled her as rude. Connet was just touched by the sudden appearance of a man Sophia had never mentioned, who was embracing her sister so intimately, but after recovering slightly, she immediately returned to her usual self. Famar, there are more than just you and me in the running. Are you sure you want to try to out-argue me here and make a fool of yourself in front of Sherman? He's not as much of a threat to me as you are, Female said with a faint smile, appearing very confident. But you're right. I'm looking forward to your performance later. This is one of the few things you can do that can threaten me, so make good use of it. After saying that, he led the two people behind him to the front row below the Demon King's palace and started chatting with the small demon. He seems to have victory in his grasp, Su Yuan murmured softly. He could clearly sense the extreme confidence emanating from Famar, as if he didn't take Connet seriously at all. It seems he has the upper hand in this battle for the Demon King. Judging from the information he provided, Connet should be the one caught in the middle. Finally, there was the Demon King candidate named Sherman. It seems that after years of accumulation, this Female has the ability to turn his advantage into a victory. I just don't know where his chance of winning comes from. Logically speaking, after such a long battle, the three should be evenly matched and maintain a delicate balance. But judging from Fermat's demeanor just now, he clearly already showed signs of having the victory in his grasp. What gave him such inflated self-confidence? You can put me down now. Sophia's face was flushed. Even though she had felt a little uneasy when she saw Connet's displeasure, she immediately put all her unease aside when she turned around and saw Su Yuan's profile. Following one's instincts and sinful desires is the earliest and purest source of power for demons. The knowledge she had known since childhood was the first time Sophia had personally experienced its reality. Su Yuan gently put the succubus down. He quickly calculated the time. There was still quite a while until evening. Since he had nothing else to do, it wouldn't hurt to witness the election of the new Demon King here. If Buggle ever feels like bringing this up after they get back, he can chat with him for a bit and casually tell him that the demon race has successors, so he can put his mind at ease, even though Buggle always says he doesn't care about the demon race. Sophia hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. She desperately wanted to know what Su Yuan was thinking. Would he stay here until the sacrificial ceremony ended, or would he simply leave? You go about your business, I'll stay here and watch for a while. Su Yuan didn't see through Sophia's little scheme, but when he entered the demon city not long ago, he used the gimmick of the Demon King election as a cover. Now that he had run into her, he might as well go all the way and avoid any unnecessary trouble when he left. Take this. Sophia immediately smiled and handed Su Yuan a section of her hair tie. With this, no one will bother you. Sophia actually had a lot of questions for Su Yuan, but she knew there were more important things to do right now. After giving him the hair tie, she threw herself into her busy work. Seeing that her sister had temporarily separated from the human male, Connet didn't interfere any further. Her most important task now is to complete the sacrificial ceremony and demonstrate her strength and advantages during the ceremony to gain enough support. As for Sophia, if I can successfully become the Demon King and carry out a series of reforms to restore the confidence of the demon race, I might even be able to grant her the right to choose her own spouse. However, given human lifespan, by then they would probably be well past the age for marriage. Connet glanced at Su Yuan. Having spent so much time in this war without gunpowder, she had long lost all compassion, and all her remaining conscience was pinned on Sophia. She hoped that this human man would be smart enough to leave Sophia on his own. Otherwise, the privileges of other races would have no effect on her. Su Yuan noticed Connet's gaze and couldn't help but wonder to himself why this Demon King candidate looked at him with such a scrutinizing air. Oh well, I won't be staying here for long anyway. Seeing Sophia so busy, Su Yuan felt quite moved. I never imagined that the little demon I bumped into in the abyss would actually hold such a high position among the demons. Of course, what he didn't know was that the mark that Bulgur left on him would have caused any ordinary demon, if it weren't for the royal bloodline, to feel the king's summons the moment the mark shone and kneel down uncontrollably. In other words, it was fortunate that it was Sophia they encountered back then. Otherwise, there would have been no emergency rescue or subsequent series of operations. Everything was such a coincidence. Everything was just right. Why does it feel like it was destined? Su Yuan then shifted his gaze from Sophia to the small demon who had just been talking to Female. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Sherman. The only people who could appear at this time and place, occupy a front row seat, and be of interest to Fama are Connaught and Sherman. The two people following Sherman, who confirmed Su Yuan's idea. One was an old man with a hunched back, leaning on a cane. The other was a woman with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes wandering around, occasionally showing a dazed expression. The same aura as the sin of pride from the two people behind the short demon. That said, if these people were all the 7 sins. Su Yuan then turned his gaze to Connie. Why is there only one person following behind her? He was a fierce-looking man with a face full of fleshy muscles, and his body was always surrounded by a violent aura, as if he could tear everything around him to pieces at any moment. Apart from the sin of pride, who left the demon city and explicitly stated that he would only be loyal to Bulgur and would never participate in the election of the new demon king or take sides, the other 6 of the 7 deadly sins should have chosen their master. A greater threat to him than Sherman. So, if Sherman has 2 sinful followers, Connaught shouldn't only have 1. Then, recalling the demonic enforcer who had just stood in Sophia's way, and considering the immense role Sophia is currently playing, a clear outline had basically emerged in Su Yuan's mind. It seems this sacrificial ceremony is not simple at all. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the Demon King's palace. Under Sophia's command, a dozen demons were carrying out preparations in an orderly manner, arranging some strange and unusual items around the Demon King's palace, as if they were about to hold some kind of mysterious and grand ceremony. Connaught wasn't idle during this process either. The menacing man behind her flapped his wings, and the strong winds he stirred up gradually blew away the layers of mist that had been in front of the palace. After the mist dissipated, the inner sanctum of the Demon King's palace finally revealed its true form. Exquisitely carved stone statues displayed there, which Su Yuan guessed must be the Demon Kings of past generations. He saw the statue of Bukhar among them, which was the second to last. For some reason, whenever Su Yuan saw the statue of Bougainvillea, especially its shiny bald forehead, he couldn't help but recall the time he slipped in the hall of Pierce Estate when he first met Warren. The stone statues here and there are both lifelike, but the former has a more regal and solemn air, while the latter appears more valiant and courageous. After all, it was sculpted by people from different standpoints and perspectives. Yes, sometimes different perspectives can lead to completely different conclusions. As Su Yuan murmured to himself, he heard a childish voice beside him. He turned to look at the source of the voice and found that it was a little girl, but not the one following behind Female. She had no wings, no horns, and no tail. He is not a demon, but a human being. Or perhaps it's a human I've met once before. It's you? Huh? Oh, it's you. Su Yuan and the little girl locked eyes, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that Sophia's hair tie can keep demons at bay, but it has little effect on humans. I was still disturbed, but this disturbance came quite unexpectedly. I never expected to meet you here. Where's your dragon? Foraging for food in the abyss, the little girl answered naturally. It really doesn't care about leaving a 6 or 7-year-old girl like this in the demon city. Did you know that in this world, there are some races that, even when they are hundreds of years old, still look like little babies? Does that include you? Not included. You certainly don't look like one, Su Yuan said slowly. A 6 or 7-year-old child wouldn't talk like you. The little girl blinked her curious eyes. What should a 6 or 7-year-old child say? Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the ground. Some of the surrounding stone pillars even began to crumble. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Su Yuan looked at the calm little girl in front of him. The 6 or 7-year-old children have already started crying. Chapter 146 The Lord of Fear, have descended. The City of Demons. No one could have imagined that such a drastic change would occur today during a sacrificial ceremony that had never gone wrong before. When the ground began to tremble, Connie's heart sank. Although she had repeatedly instructed the demons involved in the protection work to increase patrols and eliminate all potential threats, and had entrusted the command and control of the entire celebration to her most trusted subordinates and her sister, an unexpected situation still occurred. The worst part is that she still doesn't know which part went wrong, or how the earth started trembling and cracking. Who was behind this? Connie spread her wings, leaped into the air, and then suddenly threw 2 steel needles downwards. The steel needles covered a small area, but the mental energy attached to them had a very wide striking surface. With a single strike, they directly lifted up the already cracked ground. She wanted to see who was secretly sabotaging them. However, despite pouring out their mental energy, they found no trace of anyone. This mental fluctuation, it really does have some of the characteristics of Fengar, Su Yuan thought to himself. However, he could also see that Connie's mental power was not yet fully developed. She needed a medium to use her mental power, unlike Buggle who could control it freely, condense it into a substance, and even form a mental barrier. This female demon is quite formidable. The little girl next to him was amazed. Su Yuan glanced at her. You're still the better one. Whether the ground trembled and cracked, or when Connie released her mental power and unleashed her energy, tearing the ground apart, this little guy handled everything with exceptional calmness. And none of those anomalies could harm her. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around her, isolating her from all external things. In addition, there was a ring of icicles surrounding her, ready to deal with any emergencies. It seems like you've acquired quite a few new skills since I last saw you. Yeah, if we had all these fun equipment and props back then, I wouldn't have run away when I saw you. Su Yuan. I was very nervous at the time, okay? After all, it was the first time they had seen a dragon, so it was inevitable that they would feel some preconceived fear. After this period of exploration, Su Yuan has gained a clear understanding of the strength of his generals. All I can say is, the dragon is quite self-aware. It has to be said that the current scene is rather eerie. The entire sacrificial ceremony was in chaos, with all the demons on high alert for any possible emergencies or unknown life forms that could threaten them. They were cautious and terrified. Meanwhile, the 2 humans among the demons acted as if nothing had happened. They still have the mind to chat idly. That being said, both Su Yuan and the little girl were indeed just spectators. This was originally none of their business. However, under these circumstances, the 2 of them standing there so calmly seemed a bit too conspicuous. Many demons couldn't help but turn their attention to them. Especially that little girl. Su Yuan would at least dodge Connie's indiscriminate mental attacks, but she truly didn't budge an inch from beginning to end. Do you believe they'll turn their attention to us right away? The little girl suddenly asked. Before Su Yuan could respond, she pulled a boxing glove out of her backpack and put it on her little hand. When she first took out the boxing gloves, they were as big as her small head, but they fit her perfectly when she put them on. Without saying a word, the little girl slammed her fist into the ground in front of her. This punch landed. The ground cannot be said to have collapsed. It is more accurate to say that it remained completely still. That's just the right amount of strength for a little girl's hands. However, just as everyone who witnessed this scene looked puzzled, a figure suddenly burst out from the gap, torn open by mental power, followed by a phantom dragon shadow. In order to prevent them from wasting my time and ruining my mood, I'll first help them find the culprit. What the little girl said is absolutely true. In that situation, if the person behind the scenes still can't be found, then Su Yuan and the 2 outsiders who stood calmly at the epicenter must be highly suspicious. But now, it's completely different now. The moment that figure appeared, it immediately drew the attention of all the demons present. There's no way to avoid being watched. Those pure white wings on its back, that dazzling halo above its head, that flawless figure and body, that radiant silhouette still shining brightly in this chaotic world, was truly captivating. Angel, a demon cried out in alarm. They couldn't understand how this race, which should have been sealed away in the dream by the previous demon king, could reappear in the world at this moment. Perhaps this race has been imprisoned for too long and disappeared from the demon's sight for too long. So many people have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, until a veteran of the battlefield who had experienced the fierce battle between the 2 races spoke up tremblingly. 10 wings. It's a 10-winged archangel. As the cries of alarm spread, the demon's old fears began to resurface. 10-winged archangels. These are powerful beings capable of eradicating the 7 deadly sins. Even just one of them instilled fear in the demons. But Connie was more concerned with the first question they had discovered. Where did the angels come from? In a flash, a terrifying thought popped into her mind. Grani's seal had been tampered with. Besides this, she couldn't think of any other possibility for liberating angels. Within the entire demon race, only these 3 candidates were capable of accessing the dream seal. In other words, almost the instant the thought crossed Kanet's mind, she fixed her gaze on Famar, who, as if by telepathy, met her eyes. You've really opened my eyes. Famar looked at Kanet, but the ease and smile on his face were gone. I told you this was one of your few, if not your only, opportunities, and I didn't expect you to actually seize it. The way you did it. Even I have to admit I admire you. What are you saying? Cornet's eyes were icy. Are you crying stop thief? Kanet's reaction made Famar frown. In his memory, this woman was a decisive and tough person who dared to take responsibility. Even if she did something that was tantamount to blasphemy against her ancestors and violated ancestral teachings, she would definitely admit it as long as she did it. There is absolutely no possibility of denying it under any pretext. Similarly, Kanet, seeing Famar's expression, also realized that something was wrong. The two of them turned their gazes to Sherman without prior arrangement. This little devil hasn't uttered a single word so far. After a period of public opinion polls and the accumulation of strength, as well as the sedimentation in all aspects, both Kanet and Famar regarded each other as their biggest competitors, while Sherman, who had been silent and increasingly appeared weak and alone, was gradually ignored by the two. At this moment, Kanet and Famar suddenly realized that Sherman was most likely the mastermind behind this operation. His strength, his status, and his prestige among the demon race were insufficient to support him becoming the demon king. Therefore, he had to find another way. But I never expected this route to be so far off course. That's completely the opposite of what we're talking about. Unfortunately, Connie and Famar realized it too late. While the two were wary of each other, Sherman had already taken control of the situation. The moment the 10-winged angel appeared, Wrath behind Kanet, and Sloth and Gluttony behind Female rushed forward. They knew well how the angel race was able to restrain demons, and they also knew how troublesome their immortality made them. So, I never intended to hold back from the beginning. However, just as Kanet and Famar were wary of each other, the sinful desires behind them were also somewhat wary of each other's subordinates. In particular, he was furious and his lust had not returned. If the two sides really fought, he would be able to fight 2 against 1. Moreover, he had no idea whether Gluttony and Sloth were there to deal with the angels, or to join the angels in dealing with him. The same applies to Gluttony and Sloth. In this chaotic and suspicious situation, neither side could tell whether the other was friend or foe. They were wary of each other, and their attention was drawn to each other and the angel. No one expected that they would be stabbed in the back at this moment. Greed and envy, which supported Sherman, acted simultaneously. One controlled his rage, and the other restrained his sloth. The greedy Cain painted vibrant colors, and those brightly colored paintings seemed to possess a seductive power, stirring up the most primal desires in the heart of rage. His raging anger was overflowing, but it could not be vented. Instead, it would flow back and trap him in the raging flames. Humans are all slaves to their desires, and even demons are no exception. In such extreme environments, what could have been a source of power could have brought about destruction. Without external intervention, after today's outburst of rage, he will either die from his anger or become a complete mad killer. On the other hand, the situation regarding laziness is not much better. He was extremely pessimistic to begin with, and this pessimism could even affect those around him. In battle, he could instantly cause opponents who were weaker than him to lose their will to fight. But at this very moment, a sense of weariness and exhaustion, nurtured by a pot of jealousy, gradually took root, sprouted, and flourished within him. The negative emotions that should have been directed at the enemy were instead accumulated on him. It was like a series of mountains pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. There isn't a significant difference in strength among the 7 deadly sins, and that's precisely why whoever seizes the initiative first will win the duel. The only remaining gluttonous one couldn't save his companions either. Don't forget, there was also a 10-winged angel. In a one-on-one situation, angels possess a significant racial advantage. Even if the 10-winged archangel's strength on paper is not much different from that of the 7 sins, and may even be inferior to the 7 sins, if we take into account its immortality and various offensive methods empowered by holy light, Gluttony's chances of winning are infinitely close to 0. Even so, she had no choice but to go. The little girl swallowed all the snacks into her mouth, and then a terrifyingly powerful aura instantly erupted from her entire body. She opened her mouth, and at the same time, a huge mouth appeared in the void behind the 10-winged archangel. Bite the angel in one bite. Gluttony puffed out her cheeks and kept her lips tightly closed. She knew that this wouldn't kill the other person. It could only slightly restrict their movement. We can only try to stall for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Connie has joined forces with Famar, and their goal is to take care of Sherman first. This guy who went against his faith, the entire demon race can't forgive him. But Sherman didn't seem to care at all. His short figure seemed to carry a kind of hysterical madness. Do you think I only awakened one angel? Connet and Fermal's pupils both constricted the moment they heard this. A very bad feeling arose in their hearts. They simultaneously slowed their flight speed, avoiding a head-on collision with Sherman. Just then, dazzling light began to flash from the cracked ground beneath Sherman's feet. The light was sacred and flawless, piercing through the cracks in the earth and shining on Connie and Fermal's faces. Connie felt a stinging pain in her cheeks simply from being exposed to the light. It felt like being burned. And along with the light appeared a 12-winged seraphim. Those with 8 wings or above are archangels, while those with 12 wings are promoted to seraphim. Seraphim are beings who truly receive divine grace. They are servants of God walking among humans. It is an invincible foe that neither Connie nor Famar can defeat. Seeing the shocked and indignant expressions on Connet and Famar's faces, Sherman smiled. You're all wrong. He shouted loudly. What are you still pursuing? The rise of the demon race. What are you still seeking? The development of your race. You're wrong. Utterly wrong. The demons are dead. This race no longer has any reason to exist. As Sherman spoke, a look of madness appeared on his face. Only angels are the true, perfect form. Only angels are the supreme species recognized by the gods. Only angels are the ultimate goal of the evolution of all races, including demons. Dreadlords, Night Lords, you are all foolish insects. You cannot appreciate this ultimate beauty, nor can you comprehend the will of the supreme and great being. Their disappearance is a punishment from the gods. It is retribution for their daring transgression. Let us kneel before the gods and become their servants. Let us together welcome this glorious evolution. Sherman's face was filled with unparalleled fervor, his eyes brimming with praise for the angels and loathing for his own kind. However, the moment he finished speaking, enormous wings unfolded above the Demon King's palace. Along with this unfolded a vast and powerful spiritual force, as boundless as the ocean. Boom! The 12-winged seraphim, who had just broken through the ground barrier, was slammed back into the ground by this overwhelming mental force. Kid, what did you just say? Say it again. The Lord of Dread. Arrive. Chapter 147 Rebuilding the Glory of the Demons. Our duty is inescapable. With a single blow, a 12-winged seraph was sent flying from midair and pierced through the earth. What terrifying power is that? The demons all looked up at the majestic and imposing figure in the sky, and then their eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Having just seen the statues of the demon kings of all generations in the Demon King's palace, they certainly wouldn't forget that the one in midair is the second to last among the statues, the Demon King of Fear. The fearsome name of the Dreadlord Bulgul still resonates throughout the demon city, and the demons vividly remember that glorious era. They have always longed to restore their race's glory. Now they see hope. This punch unleashed the resentment that the demon race had harbored for decades. They released all the resentment and frustration that had been building up in their hearts for so long. Connet and Fermal also breathed a sigh of relief. Bulgul's appearance turned the tide, saving the situation from the brink of collapse that had occurred after the Seraph's appearance. The Lord of Dread lives up to his name. This is truly a timely and much-needed boost. Of course, some people are delighted, while others are fearful. Sherman was the one who was afraid. Bukhar's questioning resounded in his ears like a thunderclap. The Demon King's power instantly shattered his ridiculous idea. Only at this moment did he realize that his younger self was nothing more than a frog in a well, arrogant and conceited because he had become a candidate for Demon King. In reality, they couldn't even touch the heels of the Demon Kings of all time. Sherman suddenly realized that he was just a high-quality product of a declining era, standing out among a group of dwarfs, but only a slightly taller dwarf. But the true king is a giant. That vast and boundless spiritual power is the best proof. That is the most advanced spiritual energy that the demon race has accumulated to date. A wave of his hand, Bujar's mental energy condensed into a powerful arm, which lifted Sherman up into the air. The more passionate and impassioned Sherman was before, the more panicked and terrified he became. This was a situation he never expected. The Dreadlord, who had been missing for many years and was even rumored to have died a violent death, had reappeared in the Demon City, and at a crucial juncture in his plans. At this moment, he was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Or rather, under the immense spiritual power of Bujal, his fragile spiritual body instinctively felt fear and submission. Coupled with the natural suppression due to their bloodline, Sherman was like a lamb to the slaughter in front of Bulgur, utterly powerless to resist. Whether mentally or physically. How boring. Looking at Sherman in this state, Bujar's eyes revealed utter disappointment. To be honest, although Sherman's words were full of madness, betrayal, and ignorance, when he said those words, Bulgur thought that a demon had emerged with some courage, but had just chosen the wrong path. But once he got the hang of it and saw the blank expression on Sherman's face, he realized that he had overestimated her. This is not courage, it's foolishness. Although it is unknown who is guiding him, Bulgur is certain that Sherman's current thoughts must have been influenced by someone. He lacks both the ambition to achieve great things without being bothered by trivial matters, and the courage to innovate and take on challenges. All he has is a foolish brain that indulges in daydreams. The mental hand flung Sherman aside, and soon someone rushed up and took control of Sherman, whose mind had collapsed, whose spine had been arbitrarily broken, and who had completely lost the ability to resist. Bulgur knew that the other two Demon King candidates would be able to pry open this guy's mouth, and he only needed to wait a while before receiving useful information. But now, there are other, more important things to do. A dazzling light shone from beneath the cracks in the ground, and the demons, who were about to cheer, immediately shut their mouths. The Seraph hasn't lost its fighting ability yet. Bujar was not surprised at all by this. He was naturally aware of this characteristic of immortality, having fought against angels many times. However, having fought against angels many times, like the Night Demon King, Bulgur also has his own unique methods for dealing with angels. At that time, I was heartbroken and had no more attachment to this world. I was determined to die, gave up resistance, and finally sought death in the hands of the Seraphim. Bulgur muttered to himself, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. But this does not mean that 12-winged Seraphim are so powerful. In fact, the fall of Bulgur left a considerable psychological scar on the demon race, and many people's fear of angels was imprinted at that time. After all, even the most powerful demon king in history died at the hands of Seraphim. So how could an ordinary demon possibly survive when it encountered an angel? Even though Groני later appeared out of nowhere, giving the demons a second chance at life, and even using the power of the night to seal the angels, the angel PTSD still remained in the hearts of many demons. The fear caused by immortality is simply too great. A large part of a demon's power comes from its strong regenerative ability and the capacity to regenerate damaged tissues. The angels, on the other hand, advanced this ability directly to its ultimate level. However, while advancing, the angel gained some things, but also lost some things. Immortality may seem appealing, but sometimes it's not as useful as super-fast regeneration. As the 12-winged seraph burst forth from the earth's fissure, brandishing his holy sword of light to deliver a divine judgment upon Bulgur, the demon king in midair had already prepared a great gift for him, a vast net of spiritual power. It appears to be about capturing and restraining, but in reality, when the grid touched the angel's sacred body, the mental energy lines that formed the grid immediately turned into exceptionally sharp blades, cutting directly into the angel's body along the direction the grid was falling. Angels possess extremely high physical strength, even having once directly confronted Kyushui, one of the 24 peerless swords of the Blacksmith Kingdom, and only left a shallow mark, an impressive feat. But that only applies to physical attacks. Mental strength has always been an angel's Achilles heel. Groni's dream seal also relies on mental power. As for Bulgur, the most powerful demon king in history, his mental cutting was so powerful that even the seraphim could not withstand it. In an instant, the 12-winged seraphim was divided into more than 100 small pieces, just like a neatly sliced cake. Even so, he did not die. Even in a widely circulated legend that Bulgur witnessed firsthand, there was a description of angels as follows. A 12-winged seraphim once met a great sage's super-level magic head-on. He's not dead yet. Of course, unlike those who only heard about it, Bulgur witnessed the entire battle firsthand. It's true that the seraphim took the hit of a super-level spell and survived, but it's practically the same as being dead. Under the terrifying power of the super-level magic, the seraph vanished. Its body was shattered into countless fine powders, and it has yet to be restored. What Boar did was actually the same as that great sage. The immortal angel was divided into smaller pieces that no longer posed a threat. Each piece retained its own vital signs, and was even quite active, but it could no longer use the unique abilities of the angel race. Apart from its own purifying power, which made it difficult for ordinary demons to touch, it was no different from an ordinary cake piece. Although as time goes by, these scattered fragments will attract each other and eventually piece themselves together to become a complete 12-winged seraph again, but that takes time. A very long time. Boggle's cutting technique and Gronie's dream sealing are, in a sense, the same thing, both restricting the actions of the angels themselves. However, unlike Gronina's wide area AoE, which can encompass the entire angel race, Boggle's slice is a single target restriction. Although his mental strength is strong, it is not strong enough to cover an entire angel race. Seeing that Bogle had once again crushed the seemingly invincible seraph with a single move, the surrounding demons all showed expressions of excitement. After all, while the Dream Seal is highly effective, its visual impact is not as direct as such a violent and ferocious dismemberment. Only after Bogle intervened did these demons realize for the first time that even Seraphim were nothing special after all. Before he could even make a move, he was dismembered on the spot by the former Demon King. But in reality, Bogle knew very well that the Seraphim didn't have any fancy moves. Their attack methods were incredibly monotonous, consisting only of divine judgment. However, once they ignite the divine fire in their lightsabers, even the most powerful demon cannot withstand a single blow, including myself. He didn't use such an extreme move to show off his unparalleled power, but because if he couldn't deal with this 12-winged seraph immediately, the threat it posed to him would be enormous. He wasn't trying to establish his authority, he was just trying to protect himself. Why, The gluttonous little girl pursed her lips tightly, her face already flushed red. She had just swallowed a 10-winged archangel, temporarily confining him within her abyssal maw. But this was merely a temporary measure. Seeing that Bulgur had defeated the 12-winged seraphim, she immediately cried for help. But Bujar completely ignored her. On the one hand, it is indeed impossible to understand. The severance is only the first step. At such a close distance, once the mental restriction is removed, the seraph will quickly reassemble its remains and become a complete 12-winged seraph again. On the other hand, he knew that even if he ignored it, the problem wouldn't be too serious. When Gluttony saw that the former great demon king was unmoved, he was so anxious that tears were about to flow. A dozen seconds later, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, and, as if she were about to vomit something foul, spat out the archangel she had swallowed. However, during those few short minutes of sealing, Gluttony consumed an enormous amount of energy. After the seal was broken, her vision became blurry, and an overwhelming hunger struck her. If she didn't eat something soon, she might even faint on the spot. She knew she couldn't just collapse like that. Otherwise, if the 10-winged archangel was left unattended, it would definitely cause serious casualties. At that time, the royal bloodline, on which the entire demon race placed its hopes, will be utterly disgraced. The appearance of Bulgur had finally rekindled the hope of revival for the long-depressed demon race, and she did not want this flame of hope to be extinguished before it could take shape. Binge steadied his swaying body and clenched his little fists. She knew that in her current state, it would be difficult to negotiate with the archangel, but she also knew that she could not back down. Our community desperately needs someone to step forward. Since no one is willing to take on this responsibility, then she will. If my death can awaken the demonic will that has been dormant for many years, then let me die. Gluttony was born into this world to devour everything that stands in the way of the devil. A resolute look appeared on the little girl's small face, and her jet-black wings fluttered behind her. She was about to activate the final spell of the 7 deadly sins, Sinful Indulgence. After the spell ends, she will randomly select a successor from among the surrounding demons, and at the same time, she will pour all the sins she has accumulated over the years as a glutton onto the target locked by the spell. Of course, she will die immediately after the spell is successfully activated. Even the soul will not remain, and falling into the abyss is impossible. This is true death. But, just as she decided to burn herself into fireworks and unleash the final brilliance of her life, 2 figures arrived before her and attacked the archangel. It was none other than Sloth and Wrath, which had just been controlled by greed and envy. With the arrival of Bougainville, Sherman was crippled, and greed and jealousy could no longer continue their treacherous schemes under Connaught and Famar's noses. They both knew that Connaught and Famar wouldn't let them continue to play control comfortably. Knowing that the task was futile, he simply chose to give up, openly admitting that he had chosen the wrong side, and was willing to take the corresponding responsibility. The rage and sloth, freed from their constraints, were not idle either. They had no intention of seeking revenge on the two traitors, but instead directly joined the battle. Their arrival finally put Benjeet's mind at ease. However, only half of it was put in. After all, they are not like Bugle, and they don't even have royal blood. They merely inherited the legacy of their predecessors, possessing the sinful desires that give them a higher starting point and a higher potential than ordinary demons. But when it comes to fighting angels, especially archangels, no sinful person is confident of victory. Gluttony asked himself, even if he tried his best, he could only limit the opponent for a very short time, and even if rage and sloth joined forces, it might not be enough. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Gluttony saw a ring of crimson bubbles rise around Enraged's body. She could feel extreme rage emanating from them. It was many times more intense than the characteristics it displayed when it was in a fit of rage. At the same time, a dark cloud also began to form above the archangel's head. The dark clouds were filled with weariness and negativity. Just looking at them made one feel listless. This is far beyond the level of laziness of the past. How did those two suddenly become so strong? Chapter 148, Give Me Back My Feelings. Just hanging around with this trend. While the demons and angels were locked in a power struggle, Su Yuan was moving closer to the little girl. After a brief exchange, he learned the little girl's real name, Kakai. Moreover, he had already noticed that this girl had more defensive mechanisms than he did. Aside from the outermost protective shield, there's the string of ice crystals that clearly indicates its extraordinary nature, and the 3 different dragon incantations engraved on her body. It was the same mark that Bukar had placed on Su Yuan. Once attacked, it will directly trigger the dragon's counterattack. Dragons represent the pinnacle of power in this world, and adult dragons are comparable to demon kings. Therefore, for human warriors who choose adventure as their combat profession and wish to advance to the pinnacle of their profession, the hero, they must choose between the demon king and the dragon. You must either defeat a dragon or a demon king. Since no demon king has appeared in recent decades, the current heroes are all titled Dragon Slayer. How shameless. They even try to take advantage of a little girl's protective ring. Despite saying that, Kakai didn't stop Su Yuan. She couldn't stop him anyway. She was just puzzled. Logically speaking, this protective barrier should have been meant to keep out all outsiders. But Su Yuan had just walked in as if nothing had happened. With all this swordplay, it would be terrible to get accidentally injured. Su Yuan said matter-of-factly, "We're on the same side. Shouldn't we protect each other?" In reality, Su Yuan was only interested in the protective shield's properties. Isolation from detection, the same effect as the moonlit night set. When she took out her boxing gloves, Kakai had already activated the protective shield's properties. From the outside, the inside of the protective shield appears as a cloud of mist. Su Yuan valued this point, which is why he wanted to borrow it. Initially, he and Kakai shared the same goal, not to get involved in this racial conflict. After all, the classic opposition between angels and demons had existed for countless years, and with his current strength and status, he simply couldn't intervene. I'd rather just be a bystander and enjoy the show. But then, by a twist of fate, he witnessed the arrival of Bukar. It seems this demon king still cares about his people. Su Yuan was unaware that Bujar's main purpose in coming to the demon city was to find him. It just so happened that I happened to be there. Furthermore, Bukar was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Sherman even pointed his finger at him and cursed him under his statue. It would be a real shame not to teach him a lesson. "This guy is fierce. He's comparable to your headless general on horseback," Chi-Chi commented. Su Yuan hummed in response, but said nothing. This was the first time he had witnessed Bulgaria unleash his power from an outsider's perspective. All I can say is, what kind of rotten fish and shrimp did I encounter before? Even the disaster of Jatigal did not unleash the full power of Bulgar. Of course, this is also related to the fact that they run too fast. Now that there is such a rare opportunity to witness a close-up military parade, Su Yuan naturally will not show up to disturb it. In addition, he also saw the danger hidden beneath Bugle's seemingly easy suppression. Fearing that his sudden departure from the protective shield would disturb Bugle, he decided to stay there and observe in secret while thinking to himself. Wouldn't it be great to take the opportunity to turn the demon city into his transit station between reality and the Abyss Gate? However, the prerequisite is that Bulgal can lead the demons to solve the current problem. The camera zooms out back to the center of the battlefield. The feeling of binge eating is real. Both rage and sloth have been greatly amplified. In a way, we have to thank greed and envy for this. It was their restrictions on the former two that unleashed the potential of sinful desires buried deep within the body. And all of this is thanks to Bulgal. Gluttony knew very well that if this legendary Dreadlord hadn't suddenly appeared and instantly suppressed the 12-winged seraphim, crippling the delirious Sherman, greed and envy would never have changed their tune and abandoned darkness for light. If that were the case, rage and sloth would fall into endless sin, becoming slaves to sin because they could not control their surging desires. But now, these extra sinful desires can become their source of power, their strongest aid in fighting against the angels. The moment the dark clouds above the archangel's head gathered, a light drizzle began to fall. The angel, usually swift and agile, remained motionless, letting the raindrops fall on him. Even gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins, exudes an overwhelming sense of weariness and negativity emanating from that dark cloud. Just a glance at it can be disheartening and make one lose all will to fight. This is under the condition that they are on the same side and not specifically targeted by sloth. Angels who are on the opposite side would probably feel it more directly. Although no one has ever seen any emotion on the angel's face so far, not even under the immense mental pressure of Bulgar, the angel showed no emotional fluctuations. But gluttony could clearly sense that the archangel, shrouded in dark clouds, was showing signs of loosening his grip on the sword. In that fleeting moment, he struck in a rage. 1 second he was still far away, and the next he appeared in front of the archangel. His speed was unbelievable, but even faster than his movement speed was his speed at which he crossed the circle. Even from the perspective of gluttony, who is also a sinful person, one cannot see the actions of rage. All that could be seen was the archangel who had been smashed and sent flying backwards, and the raging red bubbles that remained in midair. Boom! With a loud bang, the bubbles burst open like bombs. At the same time, the bubbles attached to the archangel also burst. That bubble contained immeasurable rage and the power of sinful desire, which even angels could not withstand. The archangel was instantly slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The lightsaber in his hand dissipated, and after a slight tremor, he was still unable to stand up. This strike was extremely powerful. After all, angels always have a blank expression. They can't cry, they can't laugh, and they can't even open their mouths to speak. Their physical expressions are the most direct manifestation of their emotions. The situation is now clear. The furious attacks are very effective. Even though angels have very high resistance to physical attacks, the damage from rage comes from sin. Of sinful desire is far greater than the damage caused by physical attacks. Following the seraphim, the archangels also briefly lost their power to rise again. During this time, Bulgal also divided his mental energy into hundreds of pieces and placed restrictions on the seraph's split body. This sealing method is only a temporary measure. The spiritual power will gradually weaken over time, but the most urgent task is to deal with this crisis first. His goal was ultimately to find Su Yuan, not specifically to save the demon race. That's already more than enough. If he wasn't worried that the chaos in Demon City would interfere with his search for the person, feels any emotion towards the demon race, which had disappointed him in the past, and continues to disappoint him now. He just wanted to find his lord as soon as possible. A mental scan swept across, but there was no sign of the lord. Bulgal frowned, then turned his gaze to the misty protective shield. He had noticed this thing a long time ago, but the demons around him didn't seem to be hostile towards it. After all, Kakai had used the dragon shadow gloves to help them capture the archangel, so I didn't pay much attention to it. However, after scanning the area with his mental energy, he still found no trace of it, forcing him to focus his attention on this obviously discordant thing. The moment Bujar looked over, Kakai immediately took out 2 more protective items. She sensed a threat in the other person's eyes. The opponent's strength also forced her to be on guard. Just as Kakai was about to make her move, Su Yuan stepped out of the protective shield. Chi-Chi was a little stunned. She didn't expect that the guy who came to her for protection would actually come out to shield her from the knife at this moment. After all, that demon king seemed ridiculously strong. With the current strength of the Lord, without the aid of generals, it is really difficult to fight head-on with just equipment and items. I don't know why, but I actually felt a little touched. However, Her dome was immediately interrupted halfway. Su Yuan returned less than a second after leaving the protection token. Are you jumping around like this? What made her even more devastated was that Su Yuan's repeated back-and-forth movements had directly provoked that powerful demon right in front of her. What made her even more devastated was that the protective shield that Zheng Guanqian had given her, which was supposed to be able to isolate all external objects and was extremely useful, was completely useless. How come anyone can come in? However, what reassured her was that, in addition to the unreliable protective shield given by Zheng Guanqian, she also had the divine artifacts left behind by the Snow God and the former Lord of Extreme Ice in the Extreme Cold Ice Palace. Although their power was much weaker than the complete form, they were still much more reliable than the protective shield. Of course, the most reliable way is by imprinting oneself with the marks of the three dragons. Even when facing a demon king of this level, one still has a certain ability to protect oneself. But what she didn't expect was, the moment Bujal entered the protective shield and saw Su Yuan, he immediately knelt down. Chapter 149 Space Transfer Station. My lord. Bukar placed his right hand on his heart in a standard salute. Su Yuan nodded. Get up. Kakai. Looking at the scene before her, Kakai's forehead was full of question marks. She was just thinking about which trump card to use to save her life, and how to escape from under this devil's nose with the least amount of damage. When they turned around, they discovered that the other party was actually Su Yuan's subordinate. That's true. I've grown up, so there's no reason for him to stay stagnant. Chi muttered to herself, while secretly glancing at the master and servant pair out of the corner of her eye. The power that Bulgul had just displayed still made her uneasy, but unlike demons, dragons were not as afraid of angels. Speaking of which, in the ancient dragon language records, the birth of the angel race is quite mysterious. In the eyes of many, angels are life forms created by God himself, servants of God, and some even say that they are God's offspring left on earth. But in the eyes of the equally ancient and ancient dragon, the angel is nothing more than a failed product thrown into the trash can by the creator. Of course, it is undeniable that even failed attempts possess great power. The fact that the demon king could suppress an angel with such power speaks volumes about his strength. Kakai was still a little envious. The dragons under his command were not weak and took good care of him, even spoiling him. It was as if they treated him like their child. They didn't act like a lord and his subordinates at all. At first, she quite liked this feeling and found it very warm. However, as time went by and more information was revealed by the lords in the World Channel, she felt that her relationship was a bit strange. This doesn't seem like the typical relationship between a transmigrated lord and a warrior. Most importantly, perhaps due to some reasons before she transmigrated, she would occasionally and unconsciously fall into this kind of family affection. This caused her great distress. After all, when lords go to war, there will inevitably be casualties, and generals will inevitably be among the first to suffer. However, once the relationship between superiors and subordinates becomes complicated, especially when kinship is involved, various restrictions and constraints will be added to this inevitable event. The most direct example is when Zheng Guanqian asked her to lend him a giant dragon, but Kakai refused for various reasons. In the end, she could only settle for Hua Lian's rare-level warrior. Kakai was reluctant to let her dragon parents take risks for her. Even this time, when she came to Demon City, she wanted to go ahead and scout things out herself before letting them come. A master-servant relationship like that of Su Yuan is a healthy one. She could see that Su Yuan also had feelings for Bujal, but it was a genuine relationship of ruler and subject, one of appreciation, respect, and support. On the contrary, Bulgul was also utterly loyal and dutiful. Even though all the demons of the demon race were watching him, worshipping him, and excited and fanatical because he had just sealed a 12-winged seraph, he still only wanted to find his master. These are the exemplary lords and generals. Of course, this is only her perspective. Neither Su Yuan nor Bujal had actually thought that much about it. Bukar came in response to a call. To him, Su Yuan was the god who awakened him from his eternal slumber and gave him new life. His guiding principle was to prioritize Su Yuan above all else, and his only selfish desire was to resurrect his deceased wife's soul in the abyss. As for Su Yuan, it's even simpler. He has many things he wants to do, and these generals under his command are the strength he can rely on. For example, right now, Bukar, I want to see this place as a node connecting reality and the abyss. In front of Chi, Su Yuan frankly expressed his thoughts. Originally, There was only one demon city that one could settle in within the spatial rift. He was essentially telling the little girl that he had a use for this place, and hoped she wouldn't have any more ulterior motives. Bubble originally didn't want to have anything to do with the demons anymore. After all, this place, like the Snow Country, was a place of sorrow for him. However, if regaining control of the demon city would be useful to Su Yuan, he would temporarily set aside his prejudice and disappointment with the race, and do his best within his capabilities. After thinking for a moment, Bulgul gave his opinion. I can support a new demon king to take the throne. Su Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, Bulgul needed to stay close by his side to prepare for entering the Abyss Gate, and it was impossible for him to remain in the demon city to continue his demon king throne. It just so happens that we are currently in the process of electing a new demon king, so taking advantage of this trend to elect a new demon king is undoubtedly the best choice. Of the remaining two candidates, which one do you think best fits your image of a demon king? To be honest, judging solely from their performances just now, I think neither Khonat nor Famar can hold on to this position. However, considering the current situation of the demon race, that young girl would be a good candidate. While using his mental power to search for Su Yuan, Bulgul also inadvertently sensed the difference in how many demons viewed the two candidates. Those who coveted Famel were mostly demons with some status within their tribes. They had a voice and power, but their reason for supporting Famel was purely self-interest. They believed that Famel's rise to power would bring them even greater benefits. It can consolidate one's class. Ordinary civilians and a small number of powerful people who genuinely wanted to restore the glory of evil valued Khonat more, expecting her to bring about top-down change. You can decide what to do. Su Yuan didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the demon race. All he wanted was a result. The process was unimportant. Bujar agreed and immediately went to make the arrangements. After confirming that there was no danger, Kikai removed the protective shield in a timely manner. This sudden change had a significant impact. 1 second, the demons were still focused on the legendary Lord of Fear, but the next second, they all turned their attention to Su Yuan and Chi Chi. From their perspective, it was clear that Bukhar had just spent some time alone with these two humans. Moreover, they entered the mist that concealed the two of them immediately after suppressing the angel. They initially thought the Demon King was in a rage and was going to wipe out all outsiders, but now it seems that's not the case. These two are still alive. In other words, they are people even the Dreadlord has to give some face to. Connie and Fermal's hearts pounded as they watched this scene unfold. The latter was thinking, what kind of monster did I mess with? The former thought, Sophia, you're amazing. Chapter 150 The New King Ascends the Throne. Lord Buggle, Fermal and Khonat, along with the 7 deadly sins behind them, all knelt down. Under their leadership, the demons below the Demon King's palace also knelt down as if on a pilgrimage, their eyes filled with unparalleled fanaticism. This is the legendary Demon King. For them, who hadn't seen a real Demon King in decades and had only heard rumors about him, witnessing the return of a former Supreme King was a supreme honor. Buggle ignored the ordinary demons below. His eyes were only on Khonat and Female. He wanted Khonat to take over, but he couldn't completely ignore Female. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about these things, but now that Su Yuan had specified that Demon City should be used as a transit point, he couldn't just let it go. Safety and stability are fundamental requirements for transit stations. Bulgul didn't want the demon race to split again because of power struggles, but he didn't know their personalities and character, so he could only observe their performance. Let's see what they can say on their own initiative. When Buggle approached Famel and Khonat, both believed their guess was correct. Famel sighed inwardly. When Bukhar emerged from the fog surrounding the protective circle, and the two people inside were still unharmed, he knew he was definitely at a disadvantage. Why be so sarcastic? He insisted on shouting that. Now it's really embarrassing. But looking back, you can't really blame him. After all, before this, no one could have imagined that the once powerful Demon King was still alive and had returned to the Demon City at such a critical moment. If we had known this would happen, who would have cared about the emotional experiences of a succubus of royal blood? Everything that the demons lacked was foreshadowed by the appearance of Bulgur, indicating that he would be able to reclaim it all. Bujar stood there, clearly waiting for him to make his stance clear. Lord Buggle. While Famar was still hesitating, Khonat had already given the information she had to Buggle. Finally, he earnestly hoped that Bukhar could take charge of the overall situation. Bulgur said nothing, only glancing at Femel. The latter immediately understood and quickly recounted his achievements in the Demon City over the years and the experiences of the demon race. However, Bugle didn't care about these things, or rather, he could guess it all. Based on his understanding of the tribe, if Grony hadn't sent a strong man like him, they wouldn't have lasted this long. But now Bogle has to thank Grony. Otherwise the demon city wouldn't exist in the spatial rift. After listening to the two men's words, Bujar had a rough idea of what to do. Your name is Cornet, right? Bugle gently raised his hand, and a bloodline mark appeared on Cornet's right arm. After examining it for a while, he nodded. Then he looked at Famar, who also had a similar bloodline mark on his forehead. The two Demon King candidates were stunned the moment the two bloodline marks appeared. The concept of bloodline still has a long history among demons. Especially among royalty, bloodlines are highly valued. Otherwise, Sophia wouldn't have been excluded from the Demon King candidates. Originally, Sherman, Connaught, and Famar had similar bloodline concentrations and strengths, and their ongoing battle indirectly illustrates this point. But now, under Bujar's careful examination, the bloodline marks appearing on the two bodies are vastly different. Connie is clearly more noble than Famar. Even Fermal himself was stunned by what he saw. But he will not deny the result. After all, the Demon King's bloodline is absolutely the purest, and the mark will not be wrong based on the Demon King's bloodline. This is precisely why Fermal finds it even more difficult to accept. He always believed that he was the chosen one and the most promising of the three candidates to become the Demon King. He believed that he was the most outstanding among the demon race in terms of both bloodline and strength. But reality slapped him in the face. The demons, who traversed the spatial rifts and abysses with mostly excellent eyesight, also saw the bloodline marks of the two. At this moment, witnessed by Bugle, Connaught became the most outstanding of the three Demon Lord candidates. After a period of public outcry, Bugle took over the conversation and announced that he would no longer take over the city of demons. I am already a remnant of the old era, and the new world has no ship that can carry me. Bugle looked down at the people below, at the expectation in their eyes and the restlessness they felt after hearing his words. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes. Clearly, they still hoped that this Demon King, who once stood at the pinnacle of evil, can return and lead them back to that glorious era. But Bugle remained serious, and his brief but powerful words clearly expressed his meaning. The demon race cannot turn back the clock of history. He had been away from the city of demons for too long, and the city of demons now was no longer the city of demons he knew. A forced return might not necessarily be a good thing for the entire demon race. Let the candidate who has a better understanding of the current demon race take on this important task. He will not completely abandon the situation, but will instead step back and help the newly appointed Demon King manage the demon city. In a sense, it can be considered the return of the Demon King on another level. Bugle's earlier declaration of departure had left the demons feeling quite distressed, but his subsequent words immediately rekindled the dying embers of hope in their hearts. For the entire demon race, they would be content as long as the Lord of Dread is alive and willing to contribute to the revival of the demon race. Anyone with a modicum of rationality knows that, given the current strength of the demon race, even if Bugle were to return, it would be impossible for him to lead them back to their former glory in the short term. After confirming this idea, the demons couldn't help but turn their gazes to Connie. After all, if the person behind the scenes is Bugle, then it doesn't really matter who the Demon King is brought to the forefront is. The one who can truly steer the ship is Bujar. So, aside from Sherman, the remaining two candidates are easy to choose from. Connie was immediately placed on the throne. Since anyone can take the throne, the candidate with the purest bloodline should naturally succeed to the position. Moreover, this aligns well with the interests of most demons. Connaught's character is still quite decent. With Bukar's endorsement, even the powerful and wealthy dared not overstep their bounds. Even Famel couldn't say anything. After all, he lost in terms of bloodline, and the approachable Connie is definitely more suitable as a puppet in front of the camera. I will also do my best to assist the new Queen Connie. Fermal took an oath in public. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene. Chapter 151, I'm already dead for a long time. As expected of the Demon King, he is quite adept at manipulating power. Others might not have noticed anything, but Su Yuan did. Because the bloodline mark shining on Connaught's body was exactly the same as the mark that Bulger branded on his body. This was clearly something Bujar did on purpose. He deliberately elevated Connaught's status first, then revealed his intention to step back and inject fresh blood into the demon race, allowing a new generation of demon leaders to rise. In this way, the public can accept it, the powerful can accept it, and even Famar can accept it. It was only natural that Connaught was placed on the throne of the Demon King, although it was just a title. This series of actions, without resorting to force or causing internal chaos within the race, successfully installed a new Demon King. Well done. Not only did they successfully achieve their goals, but they also gave their people a boost of morale and could even use the power of demons when necessary. It's important to know that this is the only transit point in the spatial rift. If there are any opportunities to enter the Abyss Gate or transition from the Abyss Gate into reality, then Demon City will definitely be an extremely important foothold. Demons are also a very useful helper. He's really something, managing to achieve such a happy family situation. Seeing the demons moved, excited, and even expectant expressions, Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel envious of Su Yuan. This guy's generals are truly both scholarly and martial. Where are you going later? The immediate matter temporarily resolved, Su Yuan brought the conversation back to the Abyss activities. Since Kikai is a lord, she must have been sent into the Abyss by the system. Now that night has passed, she can only stay temporarily in the Demon City, perhaps with a bit of sightseeing interest. Where else can we go? Back to the Snow Country. You've been hinting that I shouldn't argue with you about this place. Chi-Chi said, then lowered her voice and added, even though I can't win against you. Su Yuan's attention, however, was on something else. Snow Country? You went to Snow Country after you flew away from Sunset Mountains. I just picked a random spot. Evelyn just gave birth to baby dragons, so we can't fly too far. Evelyn, that must be the name of that dragon. Su Yuan rubbed his chin. No wonder he didn't fight with Guan Janice when they met before. He was protecting his child. Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked at the little girl with some curiosity, who looked very young but acted very maturely in every way. Do you think this is a game of conquest? I don't even think this is a game. Looking at the chaos outside the demon castle, Su Yuan said, at first, I felt that this was my second life. I must make good use of the resources and advantages at my disposal to fulfill the dream that almost every boy has, to roam the world and rule the land. But the more I learned about this world, the more I felt something was wrong. Su Yuan rarely finds someone to confide in, but he feels that Chi-Chi is one. On the one hand, both of them started from a high point and had similar perspectives on the issues. On the other hand, this little girl didn't have the mentality of competing or fighting. She just wanted to see more of the world. Su Yuan could see in her eyes a longing and expectation for all the beauty in the world. Immediate action of swatting away the dragon when she first saw Guan Janice, and her various actions in the Demon City. She possesses great power, but she does not intend to abuse it. In fact, she might even be more affectionate toward the dragons than she is toward her warriors. Of course, most importantly, Su Yuan felt that Chi-Chi could understand what he was saying. And that is indeed the case. You're absolutely right. In my opinion, we more powerful lords all feel like we're being led by the nose. Kikai rested her chin on her hands, her small hands folded together. There's a lord in our region who's quite quick-witted. He had always been dedicated to leading the region to the empire you boys dream of. But recently, especially before we were sent into the abyss by the system, he discovered something very strange. The snow god left behind a stone slab with unidentified patterns before she disappeared. Stone slabs, Su Yuan murmured. If I have the chance, I want to go to the Snow Country to take a look. You're welcome anytime. Chi-Chi suddenly realized something. You mean, you don't plan to return to reality? Now that we've come this far, I won't be satisfied without going to see that place. Su Yuan initially just wanted to explore a new path. But as he walked along, he suddenly realized that with his current strength, it wasn't impossible for him to open a map of the Abyss Gate. Especially now that they've found Buggle and gained the strong support of the Demon City as a transit point, there's no reason not to take a look at the world behind the door. Then you need to be careful. I heard from Evelyn that there is a very terrifying aura deep in the rift, aura that even dragons find frightening. You know what I mean. Su Yuan nodded. He had spent more time and effort and gathered more intelligence and information than Chi-Chi in order to enter the Abyss Gate. He was fully prepared before setting off. Then let's part ways here for now. Chi-Chi waved her hand. Looking forward to seeing you again in the Snow Country. Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately waved goodbye to Chi-Chi. His chance encounter with the dragon riding lowly gave him some more information. Snow Country. Although Chi-Chi didn't say it, recalling the previous Abyss monster kill ranking and combining it with the names of various areas in the Snow Kingdom, Su Yuan had basically deduced that she was the number one on the Extreme Cold Ice Palace ranking. In the previous conflict with the Snow Country, The lord of the extreme cold ice palace was clearly involved. But that's all ancient history. With the exploration of the other world having progressed to this point, Su Yuan's vision for the future has gone beyond simply expanding territory and creating an empire. This is a world with extraordinary powers, where all the gods have roamed the earth, are recorded, are worshipped by people, and are real. And one's own identity. If I were truly the Lord of the Dead, I shouldn't be like this. Su Yuan took out the energy bead containing the unknown information from before. After entering the abyss, he could feel a strange sensation in the energy bead, especially as the blood-red amber grew hotter and he got closer to the gate of the abyss. This sensation became stronger. Su Yuan had a strong premonition that once he entered the gate of the abyss, many mysteries could be solved. Those riddles and the words of the gods can now be understood. Oh right. Just then, Kakai, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around. I forgot to tell you, actually, I'm already dead. She paused, then added, he's been dead for a long time. Chapter 152 Underground Passage. Has he been dead for a long time? Since he hadn't activated Forced Calm, Su Yuan's face involuntarily showed astonishment the moment he heard those words. If the other party is an undead, then I shouldn't have not discovered it by now. Before the time travel, Kakai raised her head slightly, her little hands clasped behind her back, her eyes reflecting the faint light of the demon city. I died of leukemia when I was 7 years old. While other children were just beginning their lives, I became a wandering soul outside this bustling world. But strangely enough, I have retained my memories of my previous life and continue to accumulate experiences. But I don't know when it started. I was confined to a small area and couldn't leave, like being trapped in a maze, a real maze. Chi complained. The time in that area was also strange. I couldn't see the night, and the clocks weren't very accurate. Why bring this up? Anyway, before I entered this world, I had been drifting in my original world as a spirit for a long time. Su Yuan nodded, and roughly understood why there was such a knowledgeable mind in this 6 or 7-year-old body. But then another question popped into his head. Before you traveled through time, you must have been on Earth, right? Kakai nodded. Does Earth have supernatural powers? No. I should ask, have you seen any other spirits? Now that you mention it, it seems I've never actually seen that before. Chi thought carefully for a moment. It seems like I'm the only one who's special over there. After a pause, she added, after arriving in this world, I sensed many similar auras, which were in the abyss, but not every creature in the abyss. Let's just call them creatures for now. I had that feeling. Could you be more specific? Su Yuan felt like he had grasped something. To put it simply, the humanoid spirits are more like the state I was in before I came here, while those disgusting monsters don't have that feeling. Moreover, the higher the level of the abyss monster, the more dangerous and disgusting its aura becomes. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Hearing this, he couldn't help but want to take this little girl into the abyss gate. Her abilities were so good they could be used as a radar. However, upon further reflection, he realized that among the known lords, he and Kakai were currently among the most outstanding in terms of strength. If both of them entered the abyss gate, what if something unexpected happened in the mortal world? After all, according to the information collected from the stone tablets, there should still be some information about gods in the mortal world, especially some forces that interfere with the mortal world. Leaving Kakai there would leave a sliver of hope that if anything unexpected happened, she could still manage to break through the gates of the abyss and deliver a message to him. I'll be careful. Su Yuan took out his magic logbook and left a few sheets of paper for Chi. If anything happens outside, you can use this to contact me. Do you have something similar? Kakai then took out a notebook and tore off a few pages. Su Yuan took it. If this thing works. Next, the two set off separately to their respective destinations. Strange, where did Anja go? Su Yuan murmured to himself. Now he was all alone. That Buggle has to endorse the newly appointed Demon King and make future plans, so he can't leave for the time being, but Anja's whereabouts are a mystery. No matter how you look at it, those few demons from the enforcement team shouldn't be able to stop him, not to mention Baikaiwan is there too, the #1 in the shrine town. Even if he can't come and go as freely as Kakai, he can still walk with a little effort. But now they've both disappeared. A sacrificial ceremony is being held in the demon city. Basically, all the high-powered demons have gathered at the Demon King's palace, and then it was disrupted by 2 powerful angels. Su Yuan murmured. I feel like something must have happened. Halfway there, he came to a relatively well-preserved tree trunk in a secluded spot, and suddenly felt that the 2 stone pillars next to him looked somewhat familiar. Then, the eyeball on the stone pillar blinked. Gargoyle. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and gently placed his hand on the gargoyle's head, which was disguised as a pillar. This way, he could receive information from the gargoyles. Although these undead soldiers literally don't speak human language, and would easily attract attention if they opened their mouths in this place, Su Yuan could listen to their thoughts through the characteristics of the Lord of the Undead. My lord, there is a secret passage underground. Lord Buggle will be waiting for you inside. Oh. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, and it seemed that Buggle had encountered 2 gargoyles while walking in the abyss. The fact that Bujard didn't come directly to him, but instead wanted to meet him secretly in the secret passage, suggests that something must be hidden there, or something that cannot be taken out from the outside. I understand. You can stay here. I'll call you when it's time to leave. The entrance to the secret passage is behind the 2 gargoyles. They stand there to guard the entrance. Almost all the demons are now gathered under the Demon King's palace. There is no one around, so you can easily enter the secret passage. However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yuan put on the invisibility cloak first. Upon entering the secret passage, the first thing Su Yuan saw was the internal structure of the place. Why does it feel like the underground framework of this world is all pretty much the same? Su Yuan murmured to himself, under the goblins, under Caesar's city, under Silver City, and here too. The first 3 places are at least in the real world, but the demon city is in a spatial rift. Isn't that a bit? Now that you mention it, there's also the Queen's Castle. The architectural techniques there don't seem like something the monsters from the abyss could master, Su Yuan thought as he walked forward. And there's the information Kikai just gave me. Death, spirits, lords, similar underground architectural styles. Su Yuan was pondering when, after turning a corner, he saw a frail face pinned to the wall by an angel lightsaber. If it weren't for the fact that she was pinned to the wall by a lightsaber and was too weak, she would definitely have a face so beautiful it would be devastating, and her graceful and alluring body would be enough to drive any man crazy. However, Su Yuan was more concerned about the lightsaber. Isn't this the work of angels? The 2 angels from the outside world have been temporarily sealed away. The lightsaber should have disappeared after being sealed away. In other words, and there are angels. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and immediately became extremely vigilant. After all, angels are, and the undead hate them too.